Family, who understands? Today, I only drew 7 URs in my 10 draws in Master Duel. The drop rate remains dismally low. Unbeknownst to him, just a moment ago, Luze was furiously tapping at his keyboard. And in the next instant, he found himself tumbling into the world of Pokemon, along with an egg. Staring at the dragon of the sky egg, Luze fell silent. However, upon grasping the rules of Pokemon battles, he exclaimed, "What do you mean by summoning great monsters without sacrifices? Who deducted my life points once per turn?" Harnessing the power of the divine, victory was now a foregone conclusion. Allow me to showcase the might of my Torterra. Let loose, Greninja, full throttle. In the end, I can only rely on you, Charizard. In the duel arena, Luze lowered the brim of his hat. Shall I evade his brilliance? The call of the divine, descend upon us. Ascend through the skies. The phoenix, reborn from the ashes. Awaken for my victory, dragon of the sky. Chapter 1, Divine Might and Fiery Cannons. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the monitor became the sole source of illumination in the room. As Luze fixated on the card-drawing interface of Master Duel, his eyes, bloodshot, in the upper right corner of the screen, the glaring figure of 1086 diamonds caught his attention. Yet this was all that remained of Luze's fortune. Fortunately, he had long since acclimatized to such circumstances. For someone like him, a non-lucky player, depleting his resources through draws was a common occurrence. Is UR obtained from the card pool? Isn't it synthesized from fragments? Stretching lazily, Luze sipped his coffee and double-clicked the right mouse button. My turn, draw a card. A blinding burst of dazzling light surged forth, revealing 2 packs of gold and 6 packs of color. The screen erupted with a riot of neon, with ostentatious effects nearly overwhelming the entire interface. Even Luze couldn't help but spit out the coffee in his mouth, his eyes widening like saucers. Oh no, I've stayed up too late and am hallucinating. Young card players wouldn't dream of a screen filled with colorful lights, would they? Wiping the monitor in disbelief, he rubbed his eyes and resolutely slapped himself. The sound resonated sharply in the quiet night. Ouch, this is no illusion. As the animation of Hop opening the card pack played, Luze's trembling hands betrayed his anxiety. Oh, it turns out to be just 7 Dragon of the Sky cards. Quite a variety, including the spherical phoenix. What the heck, 7 of what? Are these glued together? At this moment, Luze was more concerned about whether his lifespan had any balance left. Could I be reincarnated into another world in the next second? Shaking his head, Luze endeavored to rouse himself. Yet, why did his eyelids grow heavier? 7 URs and 10 draws. I don't want to die. As the sparkle in his eyes gradually dimmed, Luze inevitably departed from this world, drawing cards without luck. That is truly ominous. In the final moment before losing consciousness, Luze vaguely glimpsed her skirt fluttering from afar, her silky hair cascading from her shoulders. The owner of the black dress approached, her high heels echoing in his fading awareness. Is my beloved wife here to take me away? The boundless reaper, Elres, I've come to collect you. In a daze, Elres grasped Luze's hand. Death was not an end, but the intricate patterns in her palm. Carlos Mayeras City, Luna Battle Restaurant. In the legendary challenge, amidst the elegant ambience marked by violin melodies, all diners focused on a single individual. The challenger this time was a boy clad in blue with a red cap. Pika Pika. Tilting his head, Pikachu remained bewildered. Pika, Pika. But why did my thundershock render the opponent incapable of battle? Youth is wonderful, just fall asleep. There exists a character in this world who outperforms me in theatrics. My dear brother, you are quite the figure. Watching the peculiar ball-like creature before him, Ash felt his head throb. Is this a farce? Is this the legendary trainer that Luna's Battle Restaurant advertises? Something feels amiss, profoundly amiss. Noticing Ash's brain short-circuiting, Felix outside the arena shook his wine glass and teased, "Opening champagne mid-battle is quite disrespectful to your opponent." The flavor of the dishes is also significantly affected by the battle. The Dragon of the Sky possesses the ability to resurrect the fallen. Underestimating an opponent after they have been defeated is not the mark of a qualified trainer. Over the past 2 months, Felix had witnessed countless challengers enter the arena, none of whom escaped the clutches of the resurrecting Dragon of the Sky. Truly, it is a Pokemon that embodies the aesthetic of violent beauty. Manager, how could there possibly be a Pokemon that possesses such abilities? Ash, though somewhat knowledgeable, had never heard of any Pokemon, besides the legendary Ho-Oh, capable of resurrecting the deceased. Even though he had never encountered this particular Pokemon, he resignedly rubbed his forehead, looking at the unknown ball-shaped creature that had lost its battle capability. Is that so? Then it's hard to say. Meanwhile, Luze was laughing, his face emerging from the shadows. Because this is not a Pokemon, it is a god. 3 months prior, on the soft grass, a caterpie crawled across his face, the sensation causing Luze to feel a slight itch. After swatting the caterpie away with a punch, Luze slowly regained consciousness. Realizing he had arrived in the world of Pokemon, the anxiety that had gripped his heart finally subsided. Man, what can I say? To be reborn just like that, you've made me feel quite embarrassed. Transcending from Yu-Gi-Oh! To Pokemon, the arrangement in Chinese is indeed wondrous. A card player who doesn't aspire to be a top trainer is not a true card player, right? At the very least, I should receive a starter gift pack, right? No system, no mysterious old man to bestow divine protection. Look at other protagonists. They begin with legendary beasts in their arms, Master Balls in abundance, and resources to level their Pokemon to the max. And you just give me a card box. What does that mean? Shaking the card box, the sound of card sleeves rubbing together is always pleasing to the ear. Fortunately, it's not empty. Luze gazed at the solitary object in his possession, tears welling in his eyes, yet he found solace in the fact that it was better than nothing at all. Let me take a look at the cards I possess. With a fidgeting eagerness akin to a fly, Luze began to inspect his collection. Indeed, the addiction to drawing cards was an inescapable affliction. Ra's Winged Dragon, spherical form, now unlocked. Ancient Incantation, now unlocked. Divine Flame Cannon, now unlocked. Luze fixed his gaze upon the winged dragon egg. Sensing Luze's scrutiny, the egg gave a little bounce. Bushijman, truly a mud duck. Just moments prior, he had merely shuffled through the cards and unexpectedly discovered one radiating a faint blue luminescence. Out of muscle memory, Luze instinctively summoned to his astonishment. The winged dragon egg, upon striking the ground, sprang to life. The egg bounced once more. The card bearing the winged dragon's essence transformed into a stream of light, merging into the egg's rotund body. Was it learning a skill? Looking down, he noticed that the original card had metamorphosed into a Pokeball, resting at his feet. Ah, so card spirits are indeed spirits. How delightful. This would certainly spare me the arduous task of capturing Pokemon. All I needed to do was draw cards, while other trainers had to consider far more. Regrettably, it seemed that only the winged dragon egg could be summoned at present. That Luze drew a card depicting the primordial life form, Nibiru. The card appeared dim, with a glaring red band symbol in the upper left corner, unmistakably indicating its unusability. He attempted to summon it. The card hit the ground, but nothing happened. In this day and age, have meteors been banned? The winged dragon egg circled around his feet. Family, who understands this? I just made my entrance and was met with cold indifference. Let's first clarify this egg, Luze mused. After a series of explorations up, down, left, right, Alibaba, he gradually grasped the mechanics. If monster cards are akin to Pokemon, then magic and trap cards function as skill learning machines. Thus, monsters in battle could not only activate their own effects but also utilize magic and trap effects. The Pokemon's level corresponded to the rarity of the physical card, much like the winged dragon egg in his hand, which was merely a standard card. Yet, Luze unearthed a blind spot. What does it mean to summon a great monster without sacrifices? Who deducted a turn from me? Is this spherical form capable of summoning the winged dragon reliably? Possessing divine power, victory is inevitable. In his mind, the hexagonal panel of the winged dragon emerged, with 4 effects displayed. Luze lowered his head, his thoughts racing with fervor, almost crawling in the shadows. Apologies, officer. I failed to recognize you. So you are a mechanical anomaly. Ra's Winged Dragon. I jest. My stats are also explosive. Such an overwhelming presence. Can it even be played without nerfing? Oh, it's I who is overpowered. Then there's no issue. Stowing away his card box, he and the egg embarked on a trek through the wilderness. Luze had braced himself for hunger in the wild. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the city came into view. The Eiffel Tower soared into the clouds, reflecting shimmering rays in the sunlight. Prism Tower. You are the Eiffel Tower. Your entire family is the Eiffel Tower. Luze calculated the dates for the League Conference, estimating that the plot of Pokemon XY was about to commence. Speaking of this season, the special effects and cinematography were top-notch, yet the plot fell flat. Watching Ash and the champion narrowly miss each other had been quite disheartening. Bonded Froakie, encountering a Mega Charizard, exerting every effort, yet unable to prevail. In summary, before the storyline unfolded, he would similarly stir up trouble like an NPC in a game, first aiming to elevate the winged dragon's rank. A qualified duelist would never allow their passion to cool, but he could hardly contain his excitement to obliterate the opposition with the winged dragon. Having arrived, he was eager to experience the thrill of educating the local bug and bird-type Pokemon. Nearby, the Butterfree and Pidgey exclaimed, "Are you truly battling the winged dragon?" As for earning money, he would naturally seize victory prizes at the battle restaurant with utmost integrity. The battle restaurants echoed, "Don't come near." Felix, the manager of Luna, was beaming with joy. A young man had recently broken the winning streak with an unknown Pokemon that he indulged his whims as an angel investor, lavishing resources to keep Lu Zhe at the establishment. Reawaken, Ra's winged dragon. As his thoughts realigned, Lu Zhe waved grandly, and the surface of the spherical form shimmered with the brilliance of evolution. Witnessing this, Ash clenched his fists, his expression growing serious. Even when defeated, the potential for evolution could be unleashed. It seemed this Pokemon was indeed extraordinary. Lu Zhe was far more formidable than anticipated. As he pondered, Lu Zhe began to chant the ancient incantation. The obscure syllables resonated clearly in the air. The melody reached a crescendo amidst the tension and quivering of the strings. In harmony with the resounding incantation, the heavens suddenly tore apart. A torrent of golden light cascaded forth. The clouds burned in lament, the air distorted and boiled from the intense heat, as if even time and space feared the impending arrival of this entity. Amidst the howling winds, Lu Zhe summoned forth a name capable of altering the world that, "Oh, sun god, incinerate the mundane. Arise, Ra's winged dragon." In an instant, a pillar of fire erupted, shattering the earth as golden wings stirred a blazing tempest, leaving the ground cracked like a spider's web. The colossal deity, with an eagle's head and dragon's body, emerged from the core of the sun, each scale gleaming like molten lava. "Pikachu, give it your all," Ash declared with fervor. Since the opponent was exerting their full strength, he should respond in kind. "Pika Pika, Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt." Simultaneously, Lu Zhe concluded his chant, the evolution light gradually solidifying into the robust form of the winged dragon. There was no time to mourn the winged dragon egg. Next to appear was Ra's winged dragon. "Behold, this is the wrath of the divine." The divine dragon pierced through the sound barrier in a dramatic dive, its wings tracing a solar prominence across the battlefield. A terrifying heat surged within its maw, the sonic boom threatening to tear the very ground asunder. Godly might, flame cannon. Chapter 2. Lu Zhe, I look forward to your guidance. In the battle restaurant, as the majestic Rayquaza made its grand entrance, a wave of fervent discussion surged among the audience. Some could not help but rise from their seats, erupting into thunderous applause for the arrival of this deity. Behold the legendary trainer of Luna. Rayquaza has arrived in a blaze of glory. Its resplendent scales and crimson eyes, indeed, are a sight one could never tire of gazing upon. The blood coursed with fervor in the electrifying atmosphere, and in that moment, the slight tremor of the trash can in the corner went unnoticed. As expected, the Team Rocket trio was once again spying on Ash. How could such a Pokemon exist in this world? Meowth mused. Through the lid of the trash can, Meowth gazed at the dazzling radiance of Rayquaza. Glancing back at the gold coin perched on its forehead, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Standing at approximately 30 meters tall, it loomed over all, making Meowth appear as diminutive as a Rattata in comparison. What a stark representation of the disparity between species. Some Pokemon are born into greatness, while others are destined to toil. In the cramped space, Jessie squeezed through. However, it seemed that the little brat was in trouble. This Pokemon exuded an undeniable strength. The razor-sharp fangs of the colossal creature sparkled with fiery intensity. The mirror-like scales reflected the visage of the godlike being. A flash of inspiration struck Meowth's eyes. Thus, if they could manage to capture Pikachu while simultaneously securing Rayquaza, Boss Giovanni would undoubtedly be elated. Boss Giovanni, I yearn for progress. Imagining the bright future that awaited them with promotions and raises, Jessie and Meowth drooled in anticipation. Turning stiffly and observing Meowth and Jessie lost in their unachievable dreams, James, who had remained silent, remarked, "Shouldn't we be making a hasty retreat?" Jessie and Meowth, The threat of Rayquaza's attack had already arrived. The duel shifted with rapidity. Rayquaza's breath instantly engulfed Pikachu, and amidst the surging heat, the residual force barreled towards Team Rocket. James swiftly dodged, positioning Weezing in front of him, prepared to execute a mirror reflection. However, it proved futile. In the shocked gazes of the trio, Weezing was instantly obliterated by the onslaught. Flames tore through the ground, creating a deep chasm as an explosion engulfed the arena in thick smoke. Inevitably, Team Rocket was sent flying once more. Jesse Meowth. And James, what an irritating sensation. Weezing, Sai Nenkai. Pikachu, hold on. Pikachu, I can't hold on any longer. Pikachu collapsed. All Pokemon on the Challenger S side fell incapacitated. Gazing at the exhausted Pikachu, Ash felt darkness encroach upon his vision. Amidst the cheers and accolades from the crowd, the referee waved the flag. The Challenger S Pokemon have all lost their fighting capabilities. Thus, congratulations to Luze for achieving an astounding 1086 consecutive victories. Luze, with the power of the gods, victory is but a certainty. As the violin played its final resounding note. At the Pokemon Healing Center in the city of Mier, in the corridor, Chansey busily replenished the supplies, trembling as it passed by Ash. The indicator light shifted from red to green, and the door to the treatment room slowly opened. Your Pokemon has been fully restored. We hope to see you again soon. Thank you, Nurse Joy. After confirming Pikachu's well-being, Ash let out a sigh of relief. Nurse Joy rubbed her temples, observing the reinvigorated Pikachu before proceeding to attend to another patient. Since the commencement of the legendary challenge in Mier, the workload at the healing center had doubled tremendously. An influx of patients, with severely injured and near-death Pokemon, had arrived in waves. Nurse Joy, it's never-ending, absolutely never-ending. Each day, I am overwhelmed. Merely striving to keep the supplies replenished. Even Chansey's legs are about to cramp from all the running. Chansey, feed me peanuts. Feed me peanuts. Don't let me find out who's responsible. I shall make them taste the wrath of the pink devil. And the culprit was right beside her, Luze. Whistling as his gaze wandered, this floor truly resembles a board. Luze, who exactly injured these Pokemon? It's so difficult to guess. I never imagined my opponent would be so weak. They couldn't even withstand a single blast from Rayquaza's mighty flamethrower. What kind of battle is this? Other battle restaurants. So, this is your justification for overwhelming us? To be honest, before battling Ash, Luze had signaled Rayquaza to restrain its power, genuinely fearing it might incapacitate Pikachu. Given Ash's temperament, wouldn't he fight back with everything he had? The thought of a trainer personally stepping into the fray when their Pokemon were gravely injured was a nightmare best avoided. Luze did not believe he could single-handedly support Cosmo. In Pallet Town, there was no room for idleness. He had become wary. The Rayquaza egg circled at Luze's feet, indicating its agreement. Rayquaza egg, still not exceeding the limit. When will the enhancement card be released? Luze, your Rayquaza is truly formidable. Setting aside the unique abilities of the Rayquaza egg that evolved on-site, merely facing its imposing size was enough to dampen one's fighting spirit. With a wingspan of 50 meters, it completely obscured the sky. The terrifying aura instilled fear in all present, even causing those with a phobia of immense creatures to tremble. Not to mention the world-shattering flamethrower. The overwhelming Inferno defeated Pikachu in an instant. The two were simply not on the same level. Yet, it was puzzling that at the climactic moment of the battle, Pikachu could not even muster a thunderbolt. Naturally, Luze understood Ash's confusion. He crouched down, gently patting the round Rayquaza egg, and smiled as he explained. One of Rayquaza's effects is that when successfully summoned, it prevents the opponent from triggering any abilities. In other words, even if an alpaca wished to use judgment, it must obediently wait its turn, first taking a full blast of my flamethrower. Luze, do you comprehend what it means to act after the fact? Not to mention, Luze held the true Solar God and the Sun God fusion as trump cards. Rayquaza, Master, the times have changed. Arceus? Humph. Anyone who dares to challenge Luze shall be struck down by Rayquaza. Pikachu, Pika? Pikachu peered from Ash's shoulder, stunned by this proclamation. To be revived was already astounding. Now, it could even guarantee a first strike in battle. We are all Pokemon. Why do you get to exceed the limits? All right. No need to perform. Luze, Rayquaza egg. Does it count as opened if it's not closed? This child's brilliance could illuminate even the underworld. Such an effect is only natural, Luze replied, spreading his hands. Congratulations, Luze, you are the true legendary trainer of Luna. A familiar voice echoed. And Luze turned to see Felix, the restaurant manager. An astonishing performance. Felix recalled the first time he met this youth. The pride glimmering in his eyes was a memory etched in his mind, akin to a lion roaring within. When Luze signed the contract for 1086 consecutive victories, Felix had thought it a fanciful dream. However, after witnessing Rayquaza's sweeping triumph in the restaurant, Felix was instantaneously captivated by Rayquaza. The epic aesthetic of violence is undeniably captivating, igniting a fervor within his nearly 50-year-old heart. His visit this time is for your fulfillment of purpose. Felix, aware of the extraordinary talent of the Rayquaza, believes that with Liu Zei's abilities, he should not languish in the mundane confines of a mere battle restaurant. He hands over his backpack. I understand, Lana is not where you belong. Leap towards a broader expanse. You will radiate a more splendid brilliance. The restaurant has prepared the necessary Pokeballs, potions, town maps, and some daily essentials for your journey. As for the prize money, it has already been deposited into your account. Does this mean Liu Zei is leaving Lana? In response to their conversation, Ash could not help but interject with his inquiry. Of course, after all, my goal is to become a top-tier duelist. I plan to challenge gyms along the way, collect enough badges, and then participate in the Pokemon League. The streak of victories in a remote corner of the world feels too limiting. I wish to bring forth a resounding roar with Rayquaza through my duels. Now, having accumulated sufficient savings at the battle restaurant, it is indeed time to embark on this journey. Naturally, the cost has nearly bankrupted other battle restaurants such as Luau and Lu Ye due to Liu Zei's challenges. Felix merely smiles, though he is also adversely affected. The influx of customers brought in by Liu Zei far outweighs any minor financial losses. Shall we venture together? Ash extends an invitation to form a team with Liu Zei. Then it's settled. I've been waiting for your words. Traveling alongside Ash is not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a carefully orchestrated plan. After all, this is the only way he can accurately grasp the general trajectory of the plot, while also meeting fellow trainers to facilitate his leveling up experience. Liu Zei could indeed choose to journey solo, soaring across cities on his immortal Rayquaza, sweeping through the prideful gym leaders, and swiftly progressing to the Pokemon League. With the strength of his silver-shattered Rayquaza, he could traverse Kalos with ease, especially in the absence of Z. I do not consume beef. However, collecting badges solely for the sake of it diminishes the joy of adventure. Moreover, there are numerous regrets yet to be addressed. Then, Liu Zei, I look forward to your guidance. Ash, it's a pleasure to meet you. Their hands clasped firmly in the air. Felix remarked, what a touching friendship this is. If I were 20 years younger, I might have set off on a journey like Liu Zei. Observing Liu Zei's thick black hair, he scratched his sparse white locks, feeling as though his youthful self overlapped with Liu Zei. Memories of Gyarados and shiny Gardevoir flickered through his mind frame by frame. Old age creeps upon us, rendering us less capable. Dreaming of a future life, stitching together the fabric of childhood dreams, Liu Zei's mind is filled with thoughts of duels and battles. Unaware that within his card box, several cards have released their crimson seals, shimmering radiantly in a golden halo. Let today be a joyous day. Chapter 3. AI Management. Transfer to Human Assistance. In the central plaza of Mier City, Kalos, after bidding farewell to manager Felix, Liu Zei originally intended to take Ash to meet Professor Bretano as planned. However, Ash suddenly recalled Professor Oak's advice. Upon arriving in Kalos, he might learn about Charizard's mega evolution from Bretano. The prospect of exploring an entirely new evolutionary method is exhilarating, not to mention the formidable power it entails. Upon thinking of his old Charizard, nostalgia welled up in Ash's eyes. Liu Zei, on the other hand, was eager to discern the nature of the current Rayquaza. A data test would be a splendid opportunity for Bretano to witness something remarkable. What defines an anomaly in mechanics? What constitutes a statistical marvel? After battling with various mediocre Pokemon for so long, he felt his intelligence was dwindling. Perhaps the land dragon in the research facility could offer Rayquaza a thrilling experience. Thus, the two reached a consensus. Now that we are here, let us proceed. As they continued on their path, Liu Zei took the chance to introduce Ash to the cultural landmarks of Mier City. After all, this is the most bustling city in the Kalos region, replete with facilities required by every trainer, including photo studios, perfume shops, and clothing stores. The bicycle shop in the northwest of the city is particularly renowned. If Liu Zei recalls correctly, Ash owes each of the female protagonists a bicycle, making it an opportune moment to boost the shop's sales. Am I that kind of person? Liu Zei replied with a bemused expression as he and Ash exchanged glances, their eyes wide in disbelief. It was only moments after they set off that they found themselves at a standstill, focused solely on collecting badges. Ash could not resist the allure of the badge located at Prism Tower upon learning that the gym was situated there. But wait, with Citron abandoning his duties, the AI-controlled Citronet resembles more of an artificial intelligence buffoon. With that 2G network management, it would be futile to go there. One could only commend Ash for his relentless thoughts of battle. You're no different. Just then, they happened upon CAF Soleil. Liu Zei, captivated by the advertisement for new products displayed at the entrance, found himself yearning to indulge, momentarily forgetting their intended destination. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he pondered, "Shall we have a cup of coffee before the battle begins?" For Luze, influenced by Felix, flavoring is indispensable. A sip of coffee to invigorate and adjust before the battle is a fine choice. However, Ash scratched the back of his head, politely declining Luze's invitation. He preferred fruit juice or plain water over the bitterness of coffee. As for invigoration, Pikachu's Thunderbolt was more than sufficient. Pika Pika! Pikachu jumped down from the Rayquaza egg to express agreement. In this version, Pikachu is undeniably versatile. The two decided to part ways temporarily, agreeing to reconvene beneath Prism Tower after Ash completed his gym challenge. "I will definitely secure the Voltage Badge," Ash exclaimed, clenching his fists with determination. "I wish you success in your gym battle. If it's Citronette, it could be quite troublesome, considering that fellow utilizes Mel as Ace." Luze rubbed his non-existent dark circles and yawned. In CAF Soleil, Mier City, Kalos. In a dim corner, Luze settled into a seat, promptly retrieving his portable card box. With a smile stretching across his face, he felt a long-lost joy surface. Just moments ago, he discovered that it seemed a new card had been unlocked in his card box. Having rapidly progressed with his silver-shattered Rayquaza, he had surged to gold shards. Thus, he hastily sought an excuse to divert Ash's attention and assess the situation. 3 months, an entire 3 months. Do you know the torment of not acquiring new cards for a card player? Luze felt the air in the card box was sweet. Rayquaza egg. You called me sweetie upon our first meeting, and now I'm Mrs. Beef? Truly fickle. The Rayquaza egg at Luze's feet bounced slightly in discontent. Luze was already brimming with anticipation, gazing at the new cards nestled within the box, almost brought to tears. Every day felt like a fly rubbing its hands together in excitement. Come, let me see. The Blue Eyes White Dragon has been unbanned. The Spirit of Light has been unbanned. The Destruction Burst Stream has been unbanned. Fusion remains banned. Goodness, even the Shattered Flash White Bride has arrived? Is this the rhythm that will allow me to inherit the legacy of President Kaiba? Alas, the Pokémon world lacks the concept of sacrifices. Thus, I cannot replicate the iconic scene of President Kaiba sacrificing the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. The Obelisk the Tormentor. You better not sleep too deeply tonight. It is unfortunate that the Fusion Magic card has yet to be unbanned, rendering fusion summons currently impossible. However, with the presence of the Chaos Form Magic card, there should be an opportunity to attempt a ritual summon. Speaking of which, Ash should have nearly arrived at the Prism Tower by now. When I challenged the Mier City gym, the gym leader was still Hectron's father, Mel. The signature Mega Ampharos was strikingly handsome, and its unpredictable Dragon Pulse caught many off guard. In this day and age, even a little sheep can transform into a dragon, which dragon remains devoid of dragon attributes. Gyarados, you might as well just give me your ID number. Of course, what does it matter? What is so great about Dragon Pulse? Can it compare to the bond one share with my cards? Challenging the divine itself is sheer folly. There is nothing in this world that a well-placed sacred fire cannon cannot resolve. If there is, then 2 shots will suffice. If that fails, then 3 shots. With the power of the gods at my disposal, victory is but a certainty. This old fool was left shattered, promptly announcing his retirement, allowing Hectron to take over as gym leader. So, is it my fault that Mel passed the baton to Hectron? A young boy burdened with responsibilities he should not have to bear. I feel a fleeting sympathy for Hectron. Meanwhile, at the Prism Tower in Mier City, Kalos, Ash stood at the entrance, gazing up. At that moment, the clock struck the hour, and the prism suddenly began to spin faster, its lights shifting to a brilliant azure. This azure hue spiraled up the tower, culminating in a radiant beam of light erupting from the apex, startling swarms of Zubat that circled beneath the clear sky. The light and shadow resembled the rainbows cast by Xerneas in mythology, provided one overlooks the numerous gaping holes in the tower. The edges of the craters, adorned with glass and soot, bore testimony to the torment of terrifying heat. This method of destruction was all too familiar to Ash. The culprit has been identified. It was Luze. Pika Pika. It was the sacred fire cannon of the Ra's Winged Dragon, a skill Pikachu had encountered many times before. Ash and Pikachu entered the Prism Tower, where the identification device at the entrance flickered with intermittent light. Assessment, ability value number, click, pass. Retrieval, buzz, Pokemon data. The instrument fell from the wall, arcs of electricity flashing across the exposed wires, rendering it completely inoperative. Surveying the surroundings, only the slogans on the walls remained intact. No entry for Luze and his dog. Ash's lips twitched, a mix of laughter and exasperation. He continued deeper inside, and, as expected, encountered Hectron in the battle arena. The gray-blue automaton stood there, appearing rather dim-witted. Is this truly the gym leader of Mier City? Goodness. Is this an AI-controlled entity? This version of Mier City is remarkably advanced, effortlessly achieving feats that other gyms could only dream of. Excuse me. I wish to challenge the gym. Beep. Not eligible for challenge. Please, I beg you. Beep. Not eligible for challenge. Faced with Hectron, the unyielding repeating machine, Ash experienced firsthand what it meant to encounter artificial ignorance. Ash struggled to contain his frustration. Can I speak to a human? Is it possible to speak to a human? In a fit of passion, Ash thought, if I can't challenge, then I shall defeat you. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Sir, here is your QQ Nene's delightful Meow Poo coffee. Please enjoy. A maid in a serving outfit presented the coffee, bowing respectfully to Lu Zhe. Ah, coffee has arrived. What a delightful affair this is. Lu Zhe took a sip, savoring the taste when suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Lu Zhe, is that you? A haunting voice emanated from behind, startling Lu Zhe and causing coffee to spew from his nose. Coughing and sputtering, Lu Zhe wiped his face and turned to see Hectron. Why are you loitering outside instead of at the gym? Hectron's face was a picture of fury, adjusting his glasses. It's all because you blew up the gym. The repair costs for the Prism Tower are astronomical. Otherwise, I wouldn't have resorted to selling coffee machines to raise funds. Hectron gestured towards his coffee machine. Lu Zhe nodded. He hadn't noticed the coffee machine but did see Euligia, who was rummaging through the maids for a sister. Big sister, are you really not reconsidering? Euligia's big, doe-like eyes attempted to charm her way out of trouble. Euligia. Smoke wafted from Hectron's head, and in an instant, he resembled a steam engine. His face flushed like a boiling teapot, emitting sharp, explosive sounds. From his backpack, a mechanical arm resembling a long-tailed creature shot out, capturing an unwilling Euligia. Can't you see I'm trying to help you? With your emotional intelligence, you'll inevitably end up in a bind. This is just perfect, Hectron. I was just about to look for you. Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Observing the crimson-eyed Electivire before him, Ash was drenched in sweat. Under the electric engine ability, Pikachu's Thunderbolt posed no threat whatsoever. Not only was it completely immune, but it also increased Electivire's speed. This meant that only Pikachu's Quick Attack and Iron Tail remained as viable options to inflict damage. Pikachu, am I really going to compare physical attacks with Electivire? Encountering the gym's Electivire, a monster powered by electric engine, they found themselves utterly overpowered, being sent flying out of the gym by its massive fists, their battle abruptly concluding. As Ash's face drew closer to the ground, he braced for a fall from a great height. Hectron, the air cushion. Just in time, Hectron arrived, deploying an air cushion that cushioned Ash's fall. Thank goodness for that. Without a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow, Hectron gasped for breath. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe and Euligia trailed closely behind Hectron. As Lu Zhe anticipated, Pikachu's attempts against the Electivire with the electric engine were nothing short of futile. Poor thing. Having just arrived in Kalos, it had already been beaten twice. I say, Hectron, this is rather unfair. To start off with such intensity, Mel's Electivire could at least hold its ground against Ra's Winged Dragon. Lu Zhe voiced his concerns for Ash, completely oblivious to his own role as the aggressor. Speaking of which, did we forget something? Glancing around, Lu Zhe noticed the absence of that yellow-furred rodent. Where's Pikachu? My gigantic Pikachu. Pika Pika. Pika Pika. Team Rocket's hot air balloon ascended, with Pikachu ensnared in a net, helplessly calling out. It's Team Rocket. Ash clenched his teeth. Chapter 4. The Cataclysmic Burst of the Gale. Team Rocket? What is that? Hithlum inquired, gazing at the formidable Team Rocket. Yet, it seemed that he had inadvertently triggered some key phrase. As the opposing team began to strike poses, unabashedly declaring, Since you have asked so earnestly, I shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the destruction of the world. To uphold the peace of the world. To embody love and the most authentic evil. Adorable and charming villains we are. We are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. White Hole. A bright tomorrow awaits us. That is how it is, Meow. Indeed, Meowth leaped from its pokeball, saluting with its left paw. Search, Nanchi. In a fleeting moment, Meowth stumbled, nearly tumbling from the hot air balloon, only to be saved by Jesse and James. In any case, those rascals were coveting my Pikachu. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash disregarded everything else. His immediate priority was to assist Pikachu in escaping. Dazzling bolts of lightning erupted from the capture net, as the raging volts arced through the air, surging towards Team Rocket. However, the anticipated scene of Team Rocket being blasted away did not materialize. On the contrary, Team Rocket was already prepared. I'm counting on you. Meowth. Jessie commanded, pointing her left hand forward to issue combat orders. Meowth's body was enveloped in a kaleidoscopic glow. Search, Nanchi. The 4 gentlemen of Team Rocket. Let us find out who is the boss. Taste my mirror reflection, kid. Completely absorbing Pikachu's thunderbolt, Meowth released the energy with a sudden burst. In an instant, the rebounding thunderstorm surged directly towards Ash. The blinding electric light magnified in Ash's eyes. Meow! Just as Ash was about to be struck, a blue Pokemon darted out to shield him from the ferocious assault. It was Froakie, one of the Kalos starters. Meanwhile, Luze summoned Rayquaza. Rayquaza, descend and deliver the judgment of flames. The towering figure loomed above the hot air balloon. Rayquaza's crimson eyes regarded the intruders with indifference. As the fury of flames began to coalesce in its mouth. Wait, let us talk this through, Meow. Meowth gazed up at the colossal beast, sweat beading on its forehead. The trio of Team Rocket would never forget that day, the terror of being at the mercy of Rayquaza. Divine Wrath Flame Cannon. Responding to Luze's command, Rayquaza wasted no time in unleashing the amassed wrath of flames. The might of the divine obliterated all in its path. While Team Rocket's hot air balloon was reduced to ashes in the searing heat, born of inherent wickedness, Luze mused that this time it was merely a stroke of bad luck, but he would surely prevail next time. Jessie gritted her teeth and said, Jessie Meowth. And James lamented, why is it always like this? What an annoying feeling. Search, Nanchi. To the home of Serena in Chocovine Town. Spritzy, go wake up Serena. Spritzy perched on the windowsill, while Sachi, who was chopping vegetables, sighed in exasperation. Even though it's already noon, she's still lazing about. Sachi felt a twinge of disappointment. They say daughters resemble their mothers, but how come Serena has inherited none of her flair? Even in training with her ride-on, she lacked dedication, merely eating and sleeping. Oblivious to everything. Looking out the window at the golden-haired girl riding her ride-on, Sachi couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Just look at the other children. Li Yi is so diligent. After trying her hand at riding ride-on, the talent displayed by Li Yi took even her by surprise. She was utterly unmatched among her peers. Sachi couldn't help but cheer enthusiastically, her face flushing with warmth. Oh please, a golden-haired ride-on knight is just too cool. She felt a sense of fulfillment knowing she had made the right decision in taking Li Yi in. As for her own daughter, Serena, the child's riding performance was consistently poor. She was likely beyond hope. A good scolding wouldn't change a thing. Alas, the eldest was now a lost cause. And she had no choice but to focus on the younger one, Li Yi. Is love something that changes? She mused, calling out to the window, Li Yi. Dinner is ready. Spritzy stretched its neck, straining to squeeze through the bedroom door. Your wake-up service has arrived. Hey, I'm here. Shaking its beak. Spritzy reared back and, with all its might, delivered a sharp elbow to Serena's forehead. Ouch! Serena emitted a piercing shriek. Just as Li Yi returned home from training, still clad in her training attire, she heard Serena's wail. Sachi and Li Yi exchanged amused glances. At the Pokemon Research Institute in Mier City, Kalos, thinking of giving up? What could have happened? Hiflum was taken aback. Froakie, having endured a full thunderbolt, was now at the end of its strength and had fainted after Rayquaza decimated Team Rocket. Rayquaza has achieved MVP status. Luze wins by default. Thankfully, the Pokemon Research Institute was not far away, and Ash immediately cradled Froakie, heading for treatment. However, he learned from the doctor that Froakie had already been abandoned by its trainer. That child is a bit peculiar. Sometimes it doesn't follow commands in battle and even deliberately abandons its trainer. Recalling Froakie's temperament, Bratano found himself in a conundrum. It had changed hands several times, yet none of its trainers had satisfied its whims. Nevertheless, that child excelled in every aspect. Froakie must have its reasons for such behavior. However, there were more pressing matters at hand. Glancing at the Rayquaza egg beside Luze, Bratano's eyes gleamed with an insatiable curiosity. The Pokemon, unprecedented in records, and the mysterious means akin to Mega Evolution, invigorated his interest. If looks could kill, the Rayquaza egg would have undoubtedly been subjected to dissection. Regrettably, his request to study Rayquaza had been declined by Luze on multiple occasions. Unable to resist the allure of the yellow mouse, Yulia could not help but fondle Pikachu. Soft and fragrant Pikachu, so kawaii. Pika, Pika. The next moment, Yulia was met with a jolt of electricity. Her skin singed black, eyes rolling back as she collapsed, emitting smoke. In the branches of a tree outside the Research Institute, 3 shadowy figures lurked. Undoubtedly, it was Team Rocket. Damn Luze, Jessie peered through her binoculars, observing every move within the Institute. Her gaze passed over the Rayquaza egg, fixating on Luze. Achoo! Who's talking behind my back? This time, we shall capture Pikachu and Rayquaza in one fell swoop. Meow. Search, Nanchi. Meowth leapt from its pokeball in agreement. Let's get to it. James pulled out the control collar from his pocket, chuckling sinisterly. Disguised as staff, Team Rocket effortlessly infiltrated the Research Institute. Meanwhile, Ash and the others were engrossed in Britanno's exposition on Mega Evolution, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Of course, they could not hide from Luze. The rocket team, clad in white lab coats, sauntered past, leaving Luze utterly speechless. One could only marvel at their audacity as concept villains. Such clumsy disguises evoked no suspicion whatsoever. Buratano, it appears your research facility's security system requires bolstering. Since you've arrived, why not confront us openly? Let us duel, rocket team. Luze publicly unmasked the trio. Upon realizing their identities were exposed, Musashi discarded any pretense, shedding her disguise as the rocket team made their grand entrance. Since you so earnestly inquired, here we are, Meow. As soon as the words left her lips, Meowth hurled a control collar towards Pikachu and the Dragonite egg. Pikachu, dodge. The Dragonite egg, however, merely leaped in place, evading the collar while striking a pose it deemed impressive. The Dragonite egg remarked, a bit dusty at the hem. By sheer misfortune, the collar ricocheted off the wall, crashing into the jaws of Garchomp. The beast within stirred from its slumber. Ensnared, Garchomp plunged into a frenzy. A torrent of malevolent energy erupted forth, directed solely at the rocket team. Even Kojiro did not anticipate that, having barely made an entrance, he would be instantly sent flying by Garchomp's dark wave. Musashi quipped, "You're quite the good sport. Let us share the spotlight." Kojiro exclaimed, "This was not part of the plan." Meowth chimed in, "So today it turns out. We were not launched twice, but thrice." Witnessing the rampaging Garchomp, Luze's smile grew increasingly sinister. Finally, a worthy punching bag has appeared. The rocket team truly brings a pillow to the slumber party. He had been lamenting the lack of a suitable opponent. Luze, get out of the way. As Dragon-type energy coalesced, realizing Garchomp was unleashing Dragon Claw, Ash's heart brimmed with concern. Yet Luze remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this moment. "Are you approaching me instead of fleeing? Open your eyes and behold." The air thickened, seemingly suspending time itself. Drawing a card from his deck, Luze raised his arm high above his head. The blue light, symbolizing his bond with the card, surged forth. "Descend, embodiment of my soul. The pure white dragon that rends chaos. Blue Eyes White Dragon." Releasing the card from his fingertips, a blinding column of light shot into the heavens, proclaiming the arrival of the mightiest dragon. The dragon's roar reverberated through the air, and the silvery scales glimmered with cerulean brilliance. As its colossal wings unfurled, a tempest was unleashed, sending debris and dust spiraling into the atmosphere. Luze's garments fluttered as he became the eye of the storm. The sacred white light converged, and the majestic dragon surveyed the battlefield. Standing 15 meters tall with a wingspan of 20 meters, it resembled an ethereal sprite, its azure gaze locking onto its prey. As the white light sliced through the darkness, the outcome was already sealed. This is the mightiest of dragons, Blue Eyes White Dragon. The Blue Eyes White Dragon executed a sweeping tail attack, landing a powerful blow on Garchomp. Even though the land shark attempted to block with Dragon Claw, it proved futile. Garchomp's rugged skin only invigorated the Blue Eyes White Dragon's resolve. Blue Eyes White Dragon attack. Obliterating burst stream. A torrent of white light surged forth, annihilating all in its path, leaving only Luze's maniacal laughter resonating amidst the explosive cacophony. In the face of absolute numerical superiority, any technique was but a mere diversion. This is the light of despair. The explosive sound waves shattered the air. Despite Garchomp's timely defensive maneuver, it crashed through several walls, catapulted by the breath of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. After a few exchanges, Garchomp found itself at a severe disadvantage, while the Blue Eyes White Dragon remained nearly unscathed. Recognizing its inferiority, Garchomp fled towards the Prism Tower. The Blue Eyes White Dragon pursued relentlessly. Luze leaped atop the Blue Eyes White Dragon, offering no respite as they prepared to decisively subdue Garchomp. "While you're down, let's finish this." He swiftly grabbed Ash, and the Blue Eyes White Dragon flapped its wings, following the path of destruction left by Garchomp towards the Prism Tower. Chapter 5. Are you also chasing after him? Above the city of Mier, soaring between towering skyscrapers, Talonflame was forging with a family of 3. However, in the blink of an eye, they were engulfed by a sudden surge of purple energy. Garchomp roared past, unleashing its devastating energy beam upon ground targets, breaking the sound barrier with a thunderous roar. Garchomp was crying. Pain materialized. Ash sensed Garchomp's turmoil. Realizing destruction was not its intent, mounted on the Blue Eyes White Dragon, Ash gazed downward. The transportation system lay in complete disarray, with vehicles that had succumbed to explosions stranded in the streets. The whirlwind in the high altitude howled, making balance precarious as Ash clutched Pikachu tighter. Garchomp circled atop the Prism Tower, wildly venting its destructive energy. Crowds near the Prism Tower had been evacuated, and the entire structure was encircled by Miss Junsha. Reporters wielding cameras reported from the periphery. I am currently at the Prism Tower, where the surrounding buildings have been ravaged by the rampaging Garchomp, Ms. Viola announced before the camera. Suddenly, the light dimmed dramatically, as if night had fallen. One sharp-eyed observer pointed to a figure overhead, prompting the others to redirect their lenses. What is that? Such a physique. Could it be a legendary Pokemon? Is it a Pokemon akin to Reshiram? The blue-eyes white dragon soared through the skies, its wings casting shadows over the sun, projecting the dragon's silhouette onto the ground. The exhilarating roar of the dragon resonated, exuding an innate authority. Yet Luze remained oblivious, entirely unaware of the commotion sparked by the blue-eyes white dragon's appearance. Sensing the overwhelming presence, Garchomp instinctively launched a preemptive strike, directing its destructive energy beam towards Luze. So you enjoy using that destructive beam, do you? Come, let us see who truly is the strongest light. Blue Eyes White Dragon, obliterating burst stream. The air pressure plummeted, and a dazzling stream of light erupted, tearing a gaping hole in the clouds and completely dismantling the destructive beam. Garchomp utilized its dorsal fin for balance, maintaining its supersonic speed, narrowly evading the attack due to its agility. I must say, it truly reflects the prowess of a Pokemon trained by a professor. This Garchomp's effort value must exceed 200. But what of it? Let it taste defeat beneath the might of the Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes White Dragon, unleash the light of the dragon. Nobility and brutality intertwined. Purity and destruction danced as high-energy frost surged forth, the instantaneous rays transcending the speed of light, cold as ice. Garchomp was unable to even unleash its destructive beam before being mercilessly struck down. The collar's control crumbled under the radiance, and Garchomp regained clarity. Where the white light shone, only charred fissures and swirling smoke remained, even shattering the camera lens. The reporters holding their cameras held their breath, acutely aware that any slight movement could render them the next target. At Serena's home in the Kalos region's Shaller City, she rubbed the red mark left by a peck from the little sparrow and was enjoying afternoon tea with her friend Zero. What kind of movie is this? Selena retrieved 2 bottles of lemon soda from the refrigerator, handing one to Zero-E. This is not a film, it is a live broadcast. It appears something extraordinary is transpiring in Mirai City. Stretching languidly, showcasing her enchanting curves, Zero-E accepted the lemon soda and began to explain. Leaning against Zero-E, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her hair, Selena also settled onto the sofa. On the screen, Miss Pansy, the reporter, was detailing the live situation. Suddenly, a fervent roar resonated, and the camera shifted to reveal a sacred figure. Zero-E's pupils constricted, her heart tightening. The Blue Eyes White Dragon. How could it possibly exist in this world? The Pokemon realm would never harbor such a creature. The camera focused, shifting to the man wielding the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Look, the trainer of that Pokemon. Luze reclined atop the Blue Eyes White Dragon, his white coat, reminiscent of a seahorse, billowing dramatically in the wind. Is this not the legendary trainer of Mirai City? First, the winged dragon of RA, and now this magnificent white dragon. How many unknown Pokemon does he possess? Such a powerful Pokemon. Can it truly be tamed? If he can capture such a formidable beast, how strong must his true abilities be? The reporters gasped in disbelief, utterly astounded, gazing at the familiar figure on screen. Zero-E finally laid eyes on the person she had yearned for. If it were that man, it would indeed be no surprise. Observing his familiar gestures, every movement of Luze was etched into Zero-E's memory. Memories of their past battles surged forth. My turn, Flash Blade activate. Exchange Flash, summon my beloved. Activate my beloved's effect. Unbuttoning the top of her collar and fanning herself with her hands, Zero-E forced herself to regain composure, banishing the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Honestly, this is quite absurd. He even consented. How outrageous. A rogue. A pervert. Though her mind raced with such thoughts, her body betrayed her. Zero-E's face had already turned a deep crimson, her skin so dewy it appeared delectable. Luze, striving to suppress his emotions, yet his gaze was laden with an intensity that could weave threads of desire. Zero-E felt her voice tremble, an overwhelming longing bursting forth like a dam ready to overflow, her eyes nearly sparkling with little hearts. Meanwhile, Selena remained blissfully unaware of Zero-E's uncharacteristic behavior, her heart entirely captivated by the boy in the red cap and blue attire. It's Ash, that gentle and considerate Ash from summer camp. He looks so incredibly handsome. Would he still remember me? As the battle drew to a close, a sacred white light flickered before the camera, the live signal abruptly cutting off, plunging the screen into darkness. Saki had just finished brewing tea and emerged from the kitchen, carrying the tea set. Savoring the warm aroma, Saki cheerfully remarked, "The leisurely after-meal moments are truly delightful, especially on such a splendid day. Why is everyone so silent?" Even Saki sensed something amiss. While it was common for Selena to be lost in thought, he was also staring blankly ahead. Saki initially assumed the television content must be extraordinarily captivating, but following their gaze revealed nothing but a black screen. Goodness, could Selena's syndrome be contagious? Is she ill? Saki placed her palm on Zero's forehead, noting an unusually high temperature. Forcing Zero's head to face her, their eyes met. Observing Zero's evasive gaze and the unnatural pink hue on her cheeks and ears, she felt something was indeed amiss. This girl isn't in love, is she? Which brave soul dares to pursue my precious daughter? She better pray I don't find out, or I'll make sure they regret it. After a moment, Selena and Zero regained their senses, simultaneously exclaiming, "Mom, I want to go to Mirai City." "Saki, I want to go to Mirai City." One could only say they are truly a family, both of them so readily straightforward. "Saki, look at what you've raised." They went straight for it, no pretense whatsoever. Zero and Selena exchanged glances, each recognizing the emotions reflected in the other's eyes. "You're pursuing your husband too?" Pikachu. Observing Pikachu being swept away by a whirlwind, Ash did not hesitate, promptly jumping down. "Pika!" Pikachu cried out helplessly midair. However, Luze was quick on his feet, executing a swift kick that sent the winged dragon egg tumbling down. Winged dragon egg, release. Catch Ash and Pikachu, though somewhat reluctant. The winged dragon complied, mustering its strength. "I shall strike in the form of the winged dragon of Ra." Ash opened his eyes to find himself cradled in the embrace of the winged dragon of Ra. "I'm saved." Ash wiped the tears from Pikachu's eyes. "Pika." With both trainer and Pokemon relieved to see each other safe, they exhaled in unison. How fortunate to have Luze as such a reliable partner. The winged dragon of Ra was nearly amused by the situation. "So, the only one injured is me? Open your eyes and see who you're in the arms of. Luze is just lounging in victory. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused." Platano hurriedly arrived at the scene, repeatedly apologizing to Luze, Ash, and Miss Junsha. At the mention of this, Ash felt a shiver of fear, tightening his hold on Pikachu. If only he were strong enough, he would not have burdened Luze. "It's all due to my inadequacies that such incidents occur." And Team Rocket, why do they always target Pikachu? They've even followed us all the way to Kalos from Kanto. They are truly relentless. Miss Junsha paused her note-taking. Addressing Ash and Luze, "Is it Team Rocket? We will be keeping an eye on them closely. If there are any further developments related to Team Rocket, please do not hesitate to contact us. We absolutely cannot allow these outlaws to run rampant." Miss Junsha felt her sense of justice surging. "Oh woo." The Gramble beside Miss Junsha echoed her sentiment. In a dark corner, the notorious Team Rocket trio was scheming. However, this time, they were destined to break a sweat. As the notification on their phone read, "Boss Sakaki." While appearing as steady as a rock, Kojiro's hands trembled almost uncontrollably behind his back. Meowth excitedly exclaimed, "Could it be that Boss Sakaki has noticed our contributions? Is he going to promote us?" Musashi felt a rush of exhilaration at the thought of being able to trample over Lance and Apollo. The video call connected, and Sakaki's figure materialized on the screen. To be brief, Sakaki got straight to the point. "Losers do not deserve a second chance, but this time, I will make an exception and grant you a redemptive mission. We will definitely accomplish the task." Before Sakaki could finish, the trio eagerly chimed in. The boss's orders are absolute. In their eagerness to please, the trio nearly squeezed their faces into the screen. Observing the increasingly absurd antics of Meowth and Musashi, even Takashi felt a headache brewing. This time, "Your mission is to eliminate Rikuz, ensuring that the winged dragon of Ra and the blue eyes white dragon serve Team Rocket." "Understood, boss. We will accomplish the task," they declared. "Is it just about taking down Rikuz? They seem to think it's a grand affair. Wait, who are we supposed to eliminate?" "Rikuz." Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Meowth mused. "This mission seems yet another impossible objective. Are we to eliminate him, or is he to eliminate us?" Musashi gritted her teeth, constrained by the authority of their leader, yet feeling unable to voice her discontent. "Given your current performance, I shall allocate additional personnel to assist you. Should you fail, I will personally intervene." Visions of the winged dragon of Ra and the blue eyes white dragon clashing in battle danced in his mind. Indeed, they were formidable Pokemon. It was a pity that legendary Pokemon were paired with a mediocre trainer, as a weak trainer lacked any significance. Even legendary Pokemon would ultimately become mere tools for Team Rocket. The cacophony of the cloning machines echoed from the back, the sounds of genetic material flowing through various conduits, creating powerful Pokemon that provided Takashi with a foundation to reshape the world. A perfect Pokemon? No, what I seek is an absolute weapon of obedience. Rikuz, oh Rikuz. Your Pokemon's prowess is commendable, but can it conquer the shadows I cast? Within the shadow of Takashi's sleeve, the keystone glimmered with a ghostly pallor. Chapter 6. Charizard. Long time no see. At the Pokemon Research Institute in the city of Mier, Kalos, the heavy metallic door creaked open. The laboratory was illuminated in an icy blue hue. With the scent of electronic components mingling with damp earth wafting through the air, as a holographic map of Kalos floated in the room, the gene sequencer buzzed softly, displaying the energy waveforms of the winged dragon of RA and the blue-eyes white dragon in combat, the platinum-hued data streams pulsating like veins. Not only are these Pokemon previously undiscovered, but there are also no records of their attributes. Bertano's eyes were bloodshot as he paused from recording data. He hadn't enjoyed a decent night's sleep since his specialized research commenced. After finally securing an experimental opportunity with Rikuz, he uncovered something extraordinary. What does it mean to have fourfold weaknesses to all attributes? What does it mean to possess fourfold resistances to all attributes? When extracting energy from the winged dragon of RA, he initially thought it was a malfunction in the testing apparatus. Yet, after confirming multiple times, Bertano suddenly felt as if the world had become surreal. Am I insane, or is Arceus mad? Is this excess even playable? Bertano pondered. Is it operational? The winged dragon egg responded with a chuckle. Of course, it was never turned off. Bertano recalled Rikuz's profound saying, "This is not merely a Pokemon, it is a deity." Although the energy of the blue-eyes white dragon was not as exaggerated as that of the winged dragon, its double weaknesses to dragon, fairy, dark, and ghost types were already sufficient for it to dominate. Not to mention, the power of this Pokemon was unparalleled in the world. Did it allocate all its points to attack purely to inflict pain upon its opponents? This top-tier offensive capability does not adhere to reason. It turned out to be a statistical anomaly, which explained why even the mighty Mega Garchomp struggled against it. Sophie, please assist me by delivering the test version of the Evolution Keystone to Ash. Oh, and the new Pokemon Dex as well. After instructing his assistant, Bertano plunged back into the sea of data for deeper analysis. Meanwhile, Ash was utilizing the Research Institute's computer terminal while video calling Professor Oak. So Ash, I am now going to transfer Charizard to you. Professor Oak smiled as he placed Charizard into a Pokeball beside him. A flash of red light erupted from the computer, and Charizard crossed countless miles to reunite with Ash, eagerly tossing the Pokeball forward. Ash could hardly contain his excitement to see his long-lost companion. All right, come forth, Charizard. The orange form of Charizard surged forth from the light, its wings unfurling and stirring a scorching gust. Flames roared from its tail, bathing the surroundings in crimson as it emitted a triumphant roar. Charizard, it's been ages. Ash reminisced about the first time he encountered this creature, when it had been abandoned by its trainer and was so fragile that it needed his protection. Over the years of training in Charizard Valley, it had grown immensely. Pikachu leaped onto Charizard's shoulder first. Ash opened his arms and embraced Charizard, cherishing the warmth of the moment. The bond between Ash and his Pokemon was indeed profound. Sophie, witnessing such a touching scene, wore a smile. The professor asked me to deliver the Evolution Keystone. This is our latest research achievement. How about giving it a try? Is this the Mega Evolution Keystone that allows Charizard to evolve once more? That's simply amazing. Truthfully, Ash had been longing for Mega Evolution ever since he heard Professor Bertano's introduction. Now that he had the chance to experience it firsthand with Charizard, how could he not be thrilled? Sophie opened the storage box containing the Keystone, revealing the Mega Ring and Charizard's Evolution Stone. The Keystone was elegantly embedded at the center of the silver ring. However, Ash felt that this Evolution Stone seemed somewhat peculiar, differing from the X and Y stones described by the professor. The intertwined red and blue genetic strands within the stone pulsated fluidly, akin to a beating heart, conveying the rhythm of life. Noticing Ash's confusion, Sophie smiled as she explained, the professor extracted the genes from Charizard's X and Y evolution stones. And with the catalytic energy from the winged dragon, he successfully induced a beneficial mutation, leading to their fusion. This means your Charizard can now switch seamlessly between X and Y forms. Can I truly receive such a significant research achievement? Although Ash was overwhelmed with excitement at obtaining the Evolution Keystone, he felt unworthy of such a gift. The professor's kindness was far from repaid. Tears welled in Ash's eyes. Actually, this is only a prototype. The production challenges remain daunting. When you use it, you will also be testing it. After all, the energy required for the mutation is immense. Despite this small evolution stone being merely the size of a fingernail, it represents the culmination of several depletions of the winged dragon's egg. The winged dragon egg. It's empty now, not a single drop remains. Rayquaza, protect me. I'm about to be drained dry. As Ash placed the Charizard X and Y evolution stone on his old Charizard, he declared, I can hardly wait for an exhilarating battle. By the way, where has Rayquaza gone? I've been so engrossed in understanding Mega Evolution that I haven't seen him around lately. Sophie's expression suddenly turned peculiar. You haven't forgotten that you invited Rayquaza to observe the gym challenge, have you? I seem to have. Ash glanced out the window, noting the sun setting on the horizon, and he suddenly felt a sense of impending doom. Oh no, I forgot about Rayquaza. At the Prism Tower in Mier City, Kalos. In order to repair the battle-worn structure, Mel had summoned the most skilled repair team, and the gym challenge was temporarily held in a nearby open space. Certainly. Let the expenses fall upon Luze. The old craftsman was stirring up a lethal concoction of concrete, while the iron-boned laborers pushed their carts. And the youthful porters ascended and descended the scaffolding with bricks in hand. Was it not illegal for Carlos to employ child labor? Sitting on the curb before the Prism Tower, Luze lamented with a face full of resentment. What a situation to be in. Invited by Master G to witness a battle, yet left waiting all day without a glimpse of even a Pikachu's fur. Instead, he encountered that old Mel, who seized him and swiftly absorbed him. Claiming it was time to settle the repair fees owed to the gym, he adeptly coaxed Luze into swiping his card. Initially, Luze thought that the repair fees were but a trifling matter, easily covered by his competition earnings. However, after the payment was made, regret washed over him. Picking up a brick to inspect, he noted it was neither gold nor silver, yet it bore an exorbitant price. His savings had halved in an instant. Alas, though Felix offered me a salary of 20,000 per match, even that could not withstand such squandering. In truth, Luze had never intended to become a mere beast of burden for others, but Felix's generous compensation was simply too alluring. This was no mere restaurant manager. He was akin to our very own god of wealth. As the sun kissed the horizon, drawing back its final rays, Ash hastily sprinted towards the Prism Tower, breathless. Luze, I hope I'm not too late, he said, feigning ignorance as he scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed. Let us get started. I've waited so long that the flowers have wilted, Luze yawned, attempting to dispel the tedium of the wait. Counting the porters as they moved bricks along the roadside, he found himself growing drowsy. Ash glanced towards the opponent's direction, where a grayish metallic humanoid figure emerged from the shadows, Hytranil, accompanied by its Pokemon. I have returned. In my previous life, I was easily subdued by electric engines, but in this life, I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine. Ash clenched his fists, adopting an aggressive stance as he hurled a Pokeball. You shall be the one, Charizard. A deep roar reverberated throughout the arena as Charizard unleashed its power with unrestrained ferocity. Upon seeing the venerable Charizard, Luze's eyes sparkled with recognition. This must be Ash's Charizard, which resided in the Charizard Valley. His gaze shifted to the evolution stone adorning Charizard's neck, conjuring memories of Blatano's research. The anticipation of what was to unfold ignited a fervor within Luze's breath. A trainer with a profound emotional bond and a Charizard capable of freely switching between its two forms. Master G employing Mega X or Y was simply breathtaking. Hytranil launched a Pokeball from its arm-mounted launcher. The blue light shattered, revealing the silhouette of Electivire. Pika, Pika, Pikachu. Upon encountering an adversary, Pikachu's spirit flared with indignation. With Charizard standing resolutely, Pikachu voiced all its grievances toward Electivire. Charizard fixed its gaze upon the opponent. Come. Let me see what you've got. So, you think it's brave to bully our Pikachu, do you? Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. As usual, the attack commenced with Flamethrower. The seasoned Charizard having conjured a vast sea of flames. Electivire, Thunder Punch. The mechanical voice echoed as Hytranil calmly issued commands, swiftly responding to the situation. Despite losing the advantage of immunity to electric-type attacks, Electivire's remarkable physical attack and speed stats remained formidable. The furious clash of thunder and cascading flames ignited the battlefield, enveloping it in thick black smoke. Boom. At the Pokemon Research Institute in Kalos Mier City, many days had passed, and still, there was no word on Luze's whereabouts. The whirlwind rustled her white dress, the black hem dancing in the breeze. Zero, you walked along the path. Her expression, one of despondency. It was all due to Serena's insistence on selecting an outfit, which had consumed an entire day. Let us not forget. Serena still needed to pick up her Fennekin. Setting aside the facts, you spent the whole day fussing in front of the mirror yourself. According to the map, this must be the place. Standing at the entrance of the research institute, Serena switched off her navigation device and turned to Zero-E. Are you really not considering picking up a new Pokemon? I have already made my choice. There is no need for that. After all, I am not a novice like you, Serme. Detaching a Pokeball from her waist, Zero-E released her battle-ready Rhydon, smiling as she said, "This little one's combat prowess should not be underestimated." The metallic gates of the institute swung open, revealing a bespectacled elder sister clad in white, her blue hair meticulously styled. Upon seeing the two golden retrievers, Sophie's eyes lit up. "Well, I just finished sending off Ash and stumbled upon two adorable strawberry cakes." The sight of these two girls stirred a sense of excitement within Sophie. Recalling the professor's instructions, she addressed Serena, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the newcomer the professor mentioned, right? I'm Sophie, pleased to meet you." After a brief introduction, Sophie guided Serena to select her Pokemon. "Please, step inside the research institute. The professor has been waiting for a while." "Sophie, do you know Luze's whereabouts?" "That guy? He is currently spectating Ash's gym challenge by the Prism Tower. By the way, what is your relationship with him?" "I am his. Zero-E's voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. "Ah, indeed. Can you not bring yourself to utter the word wife?" Covering her crimson face, Zero-E's embarrassment surged, transforming her into a steam maiden once more. Such antics were utterly adorable in Sophie's eyes, nearly causing her to swoon. How amusing. Adjusting her glasses, Sophie's interest was piqued. That fellow Luze is certainly enjoying some fine company. We're just good friends. Realizing the situation, Serena quickly intervened, pulling the flustered Zero-E into the research institute. "Zero-E, let us go pick up Fennekin and then find your Luze at the Prism Tower." Zero-E struggled momentarily but ultimately complied, following Serena obediently. "Sweetheart, don't stay up too late. Make sure to get some rest." Chapter 7, Mega Evolution XY. Prism Tower, Mier City, Kalos. Flamethrower was thwarted by the light wall, rendering its damage to Mega Electivire ultimately limited. Charizard evade. As the smoke cleared, an explosion of electric light erupted, with Electivire's Thunder Punch breaking through the flames and charging toward Charizard. With a powerful flap of its wings, Charizard struggled to turn, narrowly avoiding the attack. After defeating Electivire, facing the overwhelming might of Mega Electivire, Charizard felt a sense of helplessness. Hytraneel, however, showed no mercy, denying Ash a moment's respite. Electivire used Thunder. The cold, metallic voice issued a decree, rigid and emotionless, as if proclaiming Charizard's fate. The sky darkened ominously, brewing a cataclysmic thunderstrike. Anyone would feel the weight of despair. Boom. With no time to evade, Charizard braced itself against the thunder, letting out a pained howl. "No." Ash gripped the keystone at his chest, sensing that Charizard had not yet surrendered. "Hold on, Charizard." Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. "I recall the first time I laid eyes on that abandoned little fire dragon, perched upon a stone. Why do you sit all alone in this torrential downpour?" The proud demeanor it exhibited after vanquishing its former master transformed into Charizard. On the eve of the championship, it let out a long howl towards the starlit sky. "Charizard, unleash your flames." Every fleeting moment flickered through Ash's mind. "We promised to ascend to greatness together." Ash's voice pierced through the cacophony of the arena. "Charizard, do you hear me? Now is the moment." Ash raised the keystone high. Mega Evolution, Mega Charizard X. A spectrum of vibrant light erupted from the keystone, intertwining with the brilliance of the evolution stone, enveloping Charizard entirely. Within the cocoon of light, Charizard began to undergo a remarkable transformation. As it flapped a powerful gust was unleashed. The once tattered membranes were reborn in the radiance, becoming broader and more robust, with sharp bone spurs emerging along the edges. Next came its body. Muscles swelling at a visible pace, scales gradually shifting to a profound indigo hue. A pair of curved horns pierced through the cocoon of light. Roar, accompanied by a dragon's roar that resonated throughout the arena. The light of evolution erupted with a thunderous crash. Mega Charizard X unfurled wings that were twice the size of its original form, sending debris scattering across the battlefield. Its body was cloaked in a mosaic of blue and black scales, and the flames igniting from its mouth and tail were no longer the orange-yellow of before, but rather a ghostly blue flame emblematic of its draconic nature. Ash felt an unprecedented power linking him to Charizard, as if their heartbeats had synchronized. Mega Charizard X cast a glance back at him, its slit pupils ablaze with fierce combat spirit. "Charizard, give it your all." Launched the wing attack. Mega Charizard X's wings gleamed with white light as it surged forth towards Mega Ampharos. Despite Mega Ampharos's repeated attempts to disrupt with thunder, it could not match the speed granted by Charizard's Mega Evolution, rendering the thunder ineffective. Mega XY is far more formidable than mere arithmetic. Roar! Mega Charizard X executed the wing attack, shattering the light wall like a soap bubble. Wherever its claws swept, the barrier fractured. With one hand, it caught the retaliatory thunder punch from Mega Ampharos, striking its face with its hardened claws. Mega Ampharos, struck with tremendous force, seethed with rage. Gathering an electric beam in its mouth, intent on unleashing it at close range to obliterate Mega Charizard X in one fell swoop. Alas, it could not fulfill its wish. Charizard, change form. Mega Evolution, Mega Charizard Y. The light of evolution immediately entwined around Charizard's form, the cocoon dissipating to reveal the silhouette of Mega Charizard Y. Its body elongated, the horns atop its head extending backward to form a regal crown-like silhouette. The dark exterior transformed into a molten golden hue upon this change. Mega Charizard Y let out a low growl, the sound punctuated by crackling embers. The sunlit ability descended, and the once overcast sky was torn open, revealing the scorched earth to the sun's rays. As the sun rose, all things turned to ash. With its claws pinning down Mega Ampharos, Ash seized the moment. The time to determine victory had arrived. Charizard, unleash your most powerful flamethrower. At close range, the flamethrower and the electric beam were unleashed almost simultaneously, each carrying an overwhelming force. The crimson and golden light waves collided before the two Pokémon. While Ash challenged the gym, Luze finally had the chance to ruffle Pikachu's fur. Savoring the soft texture and the faint tickle, Luze nodded in satisfaction. Is it nice to ruffle? A good ruffle means a good Pikachu. Pikachu, unable to restrain itself, unleashed a thunderbolt, sending Luze into a frenzied dance as he was jolted by the electricity. Ruffle you, divine Pikachu. You are proud, and your power is unpredictable. Luze exhaled a plume of smoke, charred by the electric shock. Collapsing to the ground, he instinctively looked up, trying to rise. Blue and white stripes. Luze sniffed, confirming that he had fully awakened. It's definitely a beautiful girl. Rare indeed, and the silence in the air is most unsettling. Not now. A sharp explosion pierced the silence, followed by a kick to Luze's head. Why reward me? Ouch, that hurts. Rubbing his chin that had met the ground too intimately, Luze clumsily got up and looked at the girl before him. Oh no, it was the Steam Maiden. The girl lowered her head, her golden hair cascading down to hide her flushed cheeks. She seemed to have just finished exercising, and the atmosphere was thick with heavy breathing. Her toes lightly tapped the ground, producing soft sounds, as if masking some unease. Am I still not awake? Chandelure. Luze's eyes widened in disbelief. In stark contrast, Zero-E was already blushing crimson, her embarrassment evident. She gripped the hem of her clothing tightly, her fingertips trembling slightly. Though she could calmly sever anything with her blade, she was flustered by Luze's gaze. This lecherous rogue, a peeping Tom. If Luze could hear Zero-E's thoughts at that moment, he would likely be reveling in delight. They say first impressions are crucial. What do you think, I'm frivolous? Oh no, it's all over. Grabbing her hair in despair, Zero-E slowly crouched down, burying her face in her arms. Zero-E, don't run so fast. Though belated, Selena arrived just in time to witness Luze flirting with Zero-E. It seems I've arrived at the wrong moment. I must tell my mother about this. Selena, Mom, let me tell you, Zero-E is truly insatiable. She got cozy right after meeting me. Saki, young people just play around. The flustered Zero-E exclaimed, I didn't tea. Sis, don't listen to her nonsense. Selena, so you'll just let me and Ash go, right? Saki, all cotton-padded jackets are drafty. Requesting to power on, no response. But Selena didn't care. As she too had someone special she was eager to meet. Zero-E, I'll go find Ash first. Waving her hand, Selena fled the scene, leaving Luze and the incapacitated Zero-E staring at each other. Luze gazed at Chandelure, excitement gleaming in his eyes, his breathing growing heavy. Besides the card box being unlocked, there were also cards that crossed over through other means. Flipping through the card box, it was indeed true. New cards had been unlocked. Upon seeing the Chandelure family card, Luze was already bursting with anticipation, habitually rubbing his hands together. Chandelure, Riri has been unlocked. Chandelure, Shizuku has been unlocked. Fusion Art, Intersecting Slash has been unlocked. Finally, I can perform Link summons. Caressing the blue frame of the monster card, Luze's heart soared in exhilaration. Chandelure had also arrived in the world of Pokemon. How far could the other cards be? Perhaps one day, he could bring joy to everyone through duel battles. With that thought, a gentle smile graced Luze's lips. Please, do not gaze at me in such a manner. Ling Yi could no longer endure Lu Zhe's scrutiny and finally spoke up. I merely happened to pass by. I am not someone of significance. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly dissipating into the air. Despite her usual playful banter with Selena, she now struggled to articulate a coherent sentence. Lu Zhe took a step closer. Please, do not come so near. She recoiled like a startled creature, and Lu Zhe's eyes mirrored her flustered expression. Ling Yi, I am Lu Zhe. I look forward to our future interactions. Was that merely an introduction? You have led me to excitement for nothing. There was no time to mourn the peculiarities of Lu Zhe, for the next to appear was Ash and his Mega Charizard Y. Although it was not customary to pop champagne mid-match, Lu Zhe felt confident of Ash's victory. The positioning of the Pokémon foretold a loss for the opponent on the left side. Roar! Mega Charizard Y unleashed a more ferocious blaze, engulfing the electric dragon in a conflagration that erupted upon impact. As the Mega Evolution was undone, the electric dragon, dazed and weakened, collapsed to the ground. Hooray, Charizard! We have triumphed. As Ash beheld the fallen electric dragon, he realized his own garments were drenched in sweat. With the electric dragon incapacitated, the victor was none other than Ash from Pallet Town. As the referee declared the outcome, he handed over the voltage badge, marking a resounding success in the gym challenge. Outside the arena, Pikachu scurried over, leaping into Charizard's embrace. We didn't train our muscles in Dragon Valley for nothing. You are still the same, Charizard remarked. Meanwhile, a golden-haired girl strolled past the battleground. Just as Ash was about to wipe the sweat from his forehead, the girl offered him a handkerchief. Ash, if you would, use this. Raising his grimy face, Ash expressed his gratitude. Do you remember me? Ash experienced a momentary lapse of memory. Observing the situation, Pikachu nudged Charizard, discreetly moving away from Ash. Let us go, don't disturb the fool. What is this? Realizing she might have been forgotten, Selena's spirits plummeted. She had traversed quite a distance to find him. With no other recourse, she attempted to recount her story, uncertain if Ash would recall her. Fortunately, Ash had never truly forgotten the girl from summer camp. He simply did not remember her name was Selena. You have not changed at all. It is so typical of you, Ash. Chapter 8. The Reversal of the Mortal Realm and the Underworld. Are you saying that it was that rascal, Ellis, who brought us here? Upon hearing Lu Zhe's account, Ling Yi clutched at his collar, her golden locks dancing in the turbulent air. Her cheeks flushed with a hue of pink, whether from embarrassment or indignation was unclear. Calm down, Ling Yi. It was merely a fleeting glimpse of her. Is it really that simple? I was only recounting what I had seen before crossing over, and she took it so seriously. Suddenly, Lu Zhe lost his footing. The box slipped from his pocket, scattering cards across the floor. Several cards transformed into glimmering lights, merging into Ling Yi's form. Lu Zhe paused, stiffening as he gazed upward, meeting the red glow emanating from her left eye. In stark contrast to Lu Zhe's discomfort, Ling Yi was nearly beside herself with rage. Calm. My Lu Zhe is about to be whisked away, and you expect me to remain composed. Her reason was utterly lost. The flash blade activated, intertwining with a luminous aura. The battle suit materialized, enveloping her in a radiant glow. Ling Yi's right hand formed a fist, the crimson blade materializing with a mechanical resonance. That Ellis, did she beat me to Lu Zhe? Tears welled in Ling Yi's eyes, her heart brimming with humiliation as dark memories surged forth. Linking the flash blade as a material, I summoned the Great Lady. Link 5, the underworld deity of the closed world, Ellis of the eclipsed sun. You must take me as your target. What a calamity. This cannot happen. Ling Yi tightened her grip on the flash blade, her eyes alight with fierce determination. And Lu Zhe could even perceive the flames of her wrath igniting behind her. The accidentally summoned Blue Eyes white dragon huddled in the corner of the room, cradling a winged dragon egg, unfazed by the chaos. Their rivalry had not begun yesterday. Even before arriving in the Pokémon realm, they were at odds, frequently embroiled in squabbles. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Humanity is indeed complex, unlike us dragons, carefree and unburdened by existence. The winged dragon egg bobbed in agreement. In the Sinnoh region's reverse world, gravity defied reason, and the laws of matter ceased to apply. Rocks floated like feathers, while a wisp of fog weighed heavily. The roaring river flowed upstream, occasionally revealing glimpses of the real world. As the origin for me of Giratina sped past, the entire world trembled in response. Far from the majestic presence one might expect, Giratina was nearing a state of exhaustion. Arceus, what kind of nonsense have you sent my way? Giratina fumed, having been abruptly disturbed from a peaceful slumber at home by this intruder into the reverse world. Enraged, it thought, I am a legendary Pokémon. Do I not deserve some dignity? In a fit of pique, Giratina unleashed its fury. The 4 crimson gems of its eyes locked onto the intruder, and Giratina felt the embarrassment akin to scraping the floor with its toes. Even harnessing the power of the reverse world seemed to yield a mere stalemate. Of course, it was a stalemate in her favor, as Giratina felt itself fracturing. The space was shrouded in swirling dark mist. Sensing the peculiarity of the reverse world, Giratina was thrown into a panic. This realm was tied to its essence, the wellspring of its power, yet it distinctly felt that energy was dissipating. Unbeknownst to Giratina, a torrent of dark energy surged forth, infecting the space of the reverse world. Surrounding crows cawed amidst thorns, and the woman before them set down her goblet, the air thick with the sweet aroma of red wine. When she emerged from the shadows, even time seemed to hold its breath. Her skin was pale as the cold moon, and what coursed through her veins was not blood, but the tranquil waters of the river Styx. A dark sun rose behind her, pulsating with dark energy, birthing ethereal specters. The woman in the black gown traced her lips with her fingertips, murmuring, "The reversal of the mortal realm and the underworld, descend now, locked world." Amidst the fragmented space, the locked world descended, merging with the reverse world as an outsider. As Giratina felt the invasion of the 3/3 of the reverse world, it was left in despair, questioning who truly reigned over this realm. "This is my domain." Ellis, however, held a different perspective. "Sigh, when will I see my husband again?" Although she had taken liberties while he lay in slumber, she could not deny that he looked quite dashing in his attire. The taste of her husband's lips lingered sweetly on her tongue. Her fingers traced the contours of his abdominal muscles, and though Ellis appeared somewhat dazed, she feigned composure. "I only hope my sisters do not stray. I am still here, and you are all but concubines." At the Pokemon Research Institute in Lumio City, dealing with an irate girl proved to be an exceedingly arduous task. Today, Luze has truly witnessed an undeniable truth. Card players do not seek romantic partners. After soothing Lingy, Luze realized that Xiao Zi's battle had concluded, prompting him to return to the Research Institute to bid farewell to the professor. After all, the journey must continue, and Miele City is merely the beginning. With Ling Yi clutching the hem of his clothing, Luze pondered numerous questions. The unexpected variables of Mega Charizard X and Y. Could it be that his arrival has altered the trajectory of the world line? At that moment, as the group approached the entrance, Froakie dashed before Xiao Zi, requesting to be captured. "I hope for your guidance moving forward, Froakie." Xiao Zi looked affectionately at the Pokeball, genuinely delighted at the prospect of making a new companion. The storyline surrounding the Frog God remains unchanged, suggesting that the alterations to the world line are indeed limited. Meanwhile, Serena stood by, casting gentle glances at Xiao Zi, embodying the very essence of a devoted sister, the epitome of romance and Kalos. "Ah, so it is Luze and Xiao Zi," Professor Bretano remarked as the metallic gate swung open, revealing him and his assistant Sophie, who held unprocessed experimental data. Upon noticing the new trainer, Serena, a flicker of surprise crossed Bretano's face. Having just become a trainer, she had decided to accompany Xiao Zi to gain experience. Serena shyly averted her gaze, aware of the absurdity of her own reasoning. When his gaze shifted to Luze, Bretano nearly dropped his jaw. He beheld a golden-haired beauty tenderly grasping Luze's clothing, her fair complexion blushing with the hues of infatuation. The affection evident in her eyes was almost palpable. "Bretano, did you not consider how well-fed we are?" He had never anticipated that someone like Luze could find a romantic interest. The most infuriating aspect was that Luze appeared completely oblivious, neglecting to acknowledge her presence. It seemed the girl was pursuing the boy. As Sophie's playful demeanor emerged, she remarked, as the assistant, "The professor has many considerations. I merely wish to quietly ship this pairing." Adjusting her glasses, Sophie displayed a prophetic glimmer in her eyes. "I knew it. Luze is indulging in something forbidden. Knowing such a lovely young lady and not introducing her to his sister sooner. Let alone this pair before us. Truly a match made in heaven." Unable to withstand the scrutinizing gaze of Bretano and Sophie, Ling Yi took the initiative to introduce herself. "Professor Bretano, I am a friend of Luze." As she gently fiddled with the hem of Luze's clothing, Sophie interrupted with a mischievous grin. "Just a friend, you say? Who could possibly like this guy?" Ling Yi, without a second thought, unwittingly revealed too much. Oh dear, she had exposed herself. Sophie's triumphant smirk became the final straw for Ling Yi, leading to her flustered retreat. Steam began to rise from her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Ah, I can't face anyone now." Serena stifled a giggle, realizing that Ling Yi possessed such an endearing side. "Sophie, please, stop teasing Ling Yi." Luze maintained a calm facade, yet internally he was in turmoil. Was it truly possible for someone like him to be liked by a girl? After all, card players do not seek partners. sensing the faint scent of the girl nearby. Lu Zhe intended to take a sip of water, but his heart inexplicably raced. Glancing sideways, he noticed that although her ears were concealed by golden locks, the tips were unmistakably flushed. The pressure of her grip on his clothing intensified, sending a tremor through him, and Lu Zhe felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. To claim he was unaffected would be a lie. A beauty like Ling Yi was naturally captivating. In an impulsive moment, Lu Zhe reached out to gently stroke the top of Ling Yi's head, catching her completely off guard. Oh, this wretched circumstance. Ling Yi felt an overwhelming rush of happiness. A few light coughs from Bratano shattered the tranquility. Lu Zhe withdrew his hand from Ling Yi's head, leaving her with a lingering sense of longing. These two children truly are something else, showering affection as if luring in a pack of dogs. Have they considered the feelings of a long-time single dog like me? After dedicating years to academia, I never expected to endure such torment from my juniors. Lu Zhe, research on the winged dragon is still progressing. This device is responsible for data collection, and I will inform you of any advancements, Bratano stated. I eagerly await the good news. The initial phase of research has already yielded extraordinary results regarding Mega Duel forms. The winged dragon is simply beyond measure. Regarding the newly released cards for the Shining Sword Mistress, Lu Zhe had no intention of letting Bratano study them. Firstly, these cards had yet to be utilized, and secondly, they were primarily gold flashing, likely yielding modest values. To put it bluntly, would one loan their beloved's original armor to another? He would much rather keep it for himself. After bidding farewell to Professor Bratano and his assistant Sophie, Lu Zhe turned to gaze at the receding Miele City. The journey of him and his companions remained ongoing. Next, we shall traverse Route 4 en route to Baidan City. Consulting the map, Lu Zhe meticulously plotted their course. Wherever Lu Zhe goes, I shall follow. The prospect of challenging the bug-type gym invigorates me. Pika Pika. Hey, Xiaoji, Ling Yi, slow down, wait for me. Chapter 9, Shining Blade Initiation, Flashing Exchange. Route 4 in Kalos gradually awakened amidst the morning mist. The shrubs lining the road rustled softly, occasionally shedding droplets of dew. Flocks of fletchlings soared across the sky, diligently foraging for ripe fruits. A few curious Dajuo peeked out, shaking off droplets from their feathers, while the clever glint in Cassius's large eyes sparkled with mischief. By the way, Yuli Jia, is it truly safe for you to wander off alone like this? Serena expressed her doubts. Allowing a child to venture out alone seemed rather inappropriate. My dad and mom ran away, Yuli Jia replied resolutely. My older brother is always holed up in the lab. Stuck at home, I refuse to be confined. After all, the responsibility of finding a sister-in-law rests upon my shoulders. My dad said, if I encounter trouble, I should look for Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, you wouldn't want me to be stranded in the wilderness, vulnerable to ill-intentioned individuals, would you? Lu Zhe rubbed his temples, feeling as if he were being dragged into a situation he never intended to be a part of. Having already paid the compensation for the damage gym, he was now expected to assist in child rearing. The expected course of events should have been Hitron engrossed in research while Yuli Jia remained in Miele City, right? So tell me, what is this small golden retriever before me? Or is it that the world line has been forcibly altered, compelling Yuli Jia to accompany us to unlock the plot of Pokemon XYZ? Regardless, now that she is here, it would be unkind to allow the little golden retriever to wander back alone. One light bulb, 2 pairs of lovers, and 3 golden retrievers. Such an ensemble is truly peculiar. Just then, Xiao Ji's stomach growled, echoing the call for breakfast, which provoked a chorus of laughter from the group. Alas, given the circumstances, let us first partake in a meal. With that, Lu Zhe instinctively reached for his phone, opening the app to check if he had eaten, only to suddenly realize that he had traversed into another world. He tapped his forehead, acknowledging that he still could not shake off his habits from before the journey. Assuming the role of the cook, Lu Zhe retrieved his cooking utensils from his backpack, which also contained Pokemon food boxes and fresh berries. Having set out early from Miele City, he found himself in a state of hunger, having not consumed a morsel since departure. Even though he and Xiao Ji could endure the discomfort, both Ling Yi and Selena were unwilling to go without sustenance. I shall lend a hand, Ling Yi declared, rolling up her sleeves. She gathered her long, flowing hair into a bun, revealing her fair neck. Ling Yi was truly diligent. I could not concede defeat. Observing her eagerness, Selena, too, seized Xiao Ji's hand under the pretense of offering assistance. Various ingredients were tossed into the pot, simmering with a whole kunkin, and a rich aroma wafted through the air. Little Black, have the chicken feet surfaced yet? Are you going to eat those pancakes? Or will you allow the fragrant fried fish and crispy wings to accompany your rice? Bring your soup to the table, Lu Zhe exclaimed. You dare not drink the broth brewed by my dear dove. To his surprise, Luze had not anticipated that his meager culinary skills, honed through stealthy learning at the Duel restaurant, would shine so brilliantly. After adding the seasonings, he dipped his chopsticks to taste. The delightful flavors danced on his tongue. A revelation indeed. Not too salty, not too bland. It is simply exquisite. Meanwhile, the rocket team was drawn in by the enticing scent. However, this time, the trio was accompanied by an unfamiliar figure, the leader clad in a black uniform. The crimson R emblem emblazoned prominently on his chest. Musashi and Kojiro, donned in white uniforms, stood flanking Cliff, relaying information. Meowth, hindered by his stature, was unable to interject. To Meowth's astonishment, Boss Sakaki placed such significance on the young Luze, dispatching none other than Cliff, one of the 3 high-ranking officers of Team R. Meowth had heard much about this senior officer, known for his volatile temperament, reverence for power, and proficiency with quasi-god Pokémon. His colleagues described him as a force to be reckoned with. The Shadow Pokémon, enhanced by the organization, possessed a power that Meowth had never encountered. On the other side, Kojiro, with a telescope in hand, continued to report on the situation to Cliff. Cliff-senpai, the one cooking over there is Luze. He is the trainer of those 2 dragons. And the little brat, his electric mouse, is nothing short of a devil. We have pursued it for years. Before Kojiro could finish, Cliff interrupted with a chilling tone, a sneer escaping his lips. If you cannot even capture a yellow-skinned rat, it is no wonder that Yamato deems you worthless, fit only to be discarded like refuse. At this remark, Musashi clenched her jaw, fists tightening, yet constrained by hierarchy. She could only endure the humiliation with a forced smile. A cold breeze swept through, lifting the edges of their dark garments. As Cliff regarded Luze and his companions with a merciless grin, weaklings deserve to be crushed. This is an immutable truth of the world, and I shall enforce it with my own brutality. At that moment, a subtle shift caught Kojiro's attention. Something's amiss. Luze has mounted the Blue Eyes White Dragon and is heading in the opposite direction from Xiaoji. Luze, let us ensure he never returns. Hey, the chicken soup is ready. Luze smiled as he presented the freshly made chicken soup. Xiaoji released his Charizard, while Seimei summoned her Fire Fox. Ling Yi took the ladle from Luze's hands, serving each individual's bowl, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his. I shall begin. They all chimed in unison, savoring this delightful moment. Drinking chicken soup was indeed a splendid affair. Only the egg of the winged dragon protested, bouncing slightly, realizing it had no mouth and fell into contemplation, attracting the ridicule of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. An orange bolt of lightning flashed, and just as Luze brought the bowl to his lips, he discovered it to be completely empty. In disbelief, he turned the bowl upside down. Not a drop of chicken soup fell out. Where's my soup? I had a full bowl. It was not due to any foul play. At his feet, the dodo mouse, having relished its meal, patted its belly and licked its lips, revealing the truth. Dodo mouse, no soup for you, buddy. Wagging its whiskers, the dodo mouse blinked its innocent, large eyes and, with a cheeky grimace, sped away from the scene. When have I ever endured such indignity? Dodo mouse, your demise is imminent. How adorable. Luze, can you catch that cute dodo mouse for me? Yuli Jia gazed up at Luze, her eyes sparkling with delight, for she had always been defenseless against charming Pokemon. Just in time. I was just pondering the perfect excuse to give it a thrashing. Pulling on Luze's sleeve, Ling Yi expressed her desire to join the chase. Summoning the Blue Eyes White Dragon, Luze helped Ling Yi onto its back and promptly pursued the dodo mouse. Hey, I haven't boarded yet. The winged dragon egg protested. The chase ensued. It fled, he pursued, and escape was futile. Clang, clang. Oh no, I've drunk too much and can hardly move now. Darting into the thicket, the dodo mouse finally had a moment to catch its breath, slowing down as it turned back, panting heavily, gliding close to the ground. The imposing silhouette of the Blue Eyes White Dragon loomed overhead, as a fierce glint ignited in Luze's eyes. Seeing Luze's relentless approach, the dodo mouse's heart raced. Was it really just a bowl of soup I borrowed? Is it really worth this? Luze replied, this is no ordinary soup. It is the broth brewed by my dear dove. Oh dear, it's the terrifying upright ape. Dodo mouse is doomed. But to Ling Yi, the scene unfolded differently. She had not anticipated that Luze could be so petulant when angered. Wrapping her arms around Luze's waist, she could feel his warmth through his clothing. The broad back before her was inviting enough to lean against, and she pressed her face against it. Ever since their true encounter, Ling Yi had felt a peculiar ailment overtaking her. This fluttering sensation was something she had never experienced even when she was merely a card sprite. Oh no, am I about to overload again? Her cheeks flushed involuntarily as she tightened her embrace around Luze. Could it be that she truly harbored feelings for this guy? Noticing the increased pressure around his waist, Luze assumed it was merely the bumpy ride on the blue-eyes white dragon. If you're afraid of falling, just hold on tight. Unintentionally tender, Luze's words deepened the shimmer in Ling Yi's eyes. The air grew thick with the sweet scent of burgeoning romance. Alas, their moment was abruptly interrupted by an uninvited guest. Shadow Dragonite, shatter them with your dragon dive. Cliff, ever ruthless, believed that if a sneak attack could succeed, it would be ideal. With an explosive surge of energy, the draconic force enveloped Dragonite, which had been poised to dive from the heavens. This strike would pierce the very stars. Standing atop the head of the Shadow Metagross, Cliff was confident of victory, as his signature style was to annihilate opponents with overwhelming force. Moreover, the shadowy form of Dragonite had reached unparalleled offensive capabilities. The Flash Blade activated, and the clash began. True to her name, the Flash Blade Princess, Ling Yi reacted with remarkable speed, her left eye glowing crimson as her black and white combat suit solidified. A hexagonal holographic projection flickered, and the Flash Blade emerged. There was no time for hesitation. Zero-E swiftly activated her permissions, summoning the Flash Blade Princess armor. Utilizing the Flash Blade Princess, Shizuka Sora, as a Link material, she performed a Link summon to bring forth Link 1, Flash Blade Princess, Shizuku Sora. The air resonated with a burdensome hum, as data ripples surged forth from the void, coalescing around Zero-Yi's form, solidifying into her Azure Mech armor. The system authentication was successful. Flash Blade Princess, Shizuku Sora, was now loaded. A chilling mechanical voice echoed as the girl stepped forth from the void, her toes lightly tapping the energy ripples akin to water's surface. Electrifying particles danced amidst her hair, resonating with the suspended wings of the Flash Blade behind her, emitting a high-frequency mechanical hum. The barrier of Shizuku Sora unfurled instantaneously, an icy blue shield enveloping Luze and the blue-eyes white dragon. Boom! The thunderous sound wave erupted as the attack of the Shadow Dragon had arrived. Data waves surged upon the shield, absorbing energy and inadvertently altering the trajectory of the Shadow Dragoness movement. Yet, despite this, the dragon's dive still impacted the blue-eyes white dragon. Luze, be careful! Zero-E cried out as the blue-eyes white dragon plummeted toward the ground, its form carving a trench in the shattered earth, stirring up clouds of dust. Cough, cough! As the thick smoke dissipated, Luze's figure emerged, fortuitously shielded by Shizuku Sora, leaving both him and Zero-E unscathed. How could a standard Shadow Dragon possess such formidable strength? Looking upwards, he beheld the Shadow Dragon soaring through the skies, its crimson eyes glinting with murderous intent, energy surging ominously around it, its aura escalating. Both its attack and speed had been enhanced. It was the dance of dragons. Luze's expression grew grave. The values of the Shadow Dragon, saturated with the dance of dragons, were terrifying, leaving even him uncertain of victory. Not to mention that the opponent had yet to unveil their Mega Evolution card, which would only complicate the situation further. This was merely an appetizer. The true feast of carnage was only just beginning. Shadow Dragon, unleash the maximum power of the meteor shower. Luze gazed at the adversary, cloaked in black with a blood-red emblem emblazoned on their chest. It was a high-ranking member of Team Rocket, a specter that refused to fade away. Countless burning meteors, trailing purple flames, plummeted like a torrential downpour, transforming the battlefield into a hellish inferno. The earth trembled, and smoke billowed into the sky. Chapter 10, Flash Blade Technique. Reignition of the Inferno. Shadows cast upon the grass obscured the sun, manifesting an unusual and eerie chill. The grazing Mareep looked up, witnessing a scene it would never forget. The massive form of a deity loomed, its eyes swirling with bloodlust, scales and sharp teeth glinting, tearing through the raging winds and flames. The winged dragon of RA flapped its wings, eyes wide as it searched for Luze and Zero-Yi's whereabouts. After just a brief moment of flight, where had those two vanished? They had ventured to battle without inviting it, riding the blue-eyes white dragon and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Luze had truly forgotten his old love for a new one. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon, amidst the continuous sound bursts. The tumult of battle became apparent. The winged dragon of RA raised its head sharply, claws positioned over its brow as it gazed into the distance. What are those little ancestors up to again? Luze, it's always you causing the most trouble. Despite the words, concern for Luze surged uncontrollably within it. The winged dragon of RA flapped its wings with all its might, heading towards the source of the commotion. A meteor streaked across the sky, trailing crimson afterglow, descending rapidly with great force. The roar of the Shadow Dragon mingled with the sound of sonic booms, flames leaping into the sky, illuminating the entire forest in a cataclysmic glow. considering that the prerequisite for the Flash Blade technique was the absence of monsters in the main area. Luze opted to temporarily recall the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Blue Eyes White Dragon, rest for now. I'll handle things here with Zero-E. He gently patted the Blue Eyes White Dragon's head, which transformed into a stream of light, retreating into its pokeball to recuperate. Cliff cackled madly amidst the rain of fire, his black robe billowing, his eyes reflecting the cascade of luminous meteors. Foolish. Without the Blue Eyes White Dragon, what will you use to resist my— Just the two of you? Beneath Cliff, the four arms of the Metagross coalesced, energy swirling and distorting the air, causing tremors and wails to resonate. Ants, do you presume to withstand my divine authority? The Shadow Dragon and Metagross before him were at least at the elite level, their strength even rivaling that of the Shattered Flash. This indicated that the figure cloaked in black belonged to a high-ranking cadre of Team Rocket, likely one of their 3 executives or 4 generals. Among those in Team Rocket, the only individual whose identity and demeanor matched was Cliff from Pokemon Go. Well then, Giovanni. Starting off with a bang, are we? But what of it? Luze never considered the possibility of defeat. Do not underestimate our bond. As their gazes met, a silent understanding passed between them, and Luze instantly grasped Zero-E's thoughts. Flash Blade technique, interference ripple. This is the profound art of severing energy with ripples. The concealed compartments within the armor unfurled, Shizuku Sora's barrier surged, and a crystalline blue emblem manifested before them. The ripple module was now loaded. In the next instant, ripples emanated from Shizuku Sora, enveloping the entire battlefield in a gentle mist centered around Zero-E. The flow of energy was forcibly disrupted, causing the once coalescing meteor shower to dissipate in sequence, as if cleaved by invisible blades. Around the Shadow Dragon, the formless meteors erupted violently, energy in disarray, inflicting considerable damage upon the Shadow Dragon. The duel's circumstances shifted dramatically. The opponent's attack had been implemented but not entirely realized. Yet, in a fleeting moment, under the influence of the Flash Blade Princess, Shizuku Sora, it all vanished into thin air. Interference complete. External energy, zeroed. The battlefield fell silent. The cold electronic voice declaring the facts. How is this possible? Cliff's eyes widened in disbelief as he slammed his thigh, witnessing an unprecedented high-tech phenomenon. Merely having the trainer equipped with it yielded such strength. From current observations, it appeared to far surpass the limitations of Mutuo's restraints. Was the intelligence department merely slacking off? The reports had not indicated that the opponent possessed such a trump card. Just as Cliff was left in a daze, Luze would not remain idle. He could not allow him to escape unscathed. All who seek to harm Zero-E shall be obliterated. Now is the time to strike, to seize the advantage. Linking Shizuku Sora as a material, he performed a Link summon to summon Link 1, Flash Blade Princess, Riri. Their voices harmonized as Zero-E and Luze commanded in unison, "Come forth, the dimensional cleaving flame blade." The space was cleaved open by the scarlet blade light. A tempest of heat surging forth, and amidst the fiery vortex, the slender silhouette of the girl emerged. The azure shell transformed into particles, merging with the crimson armor, as 8 circular thrusters unfurled behind her, spewing forth flames. With the cutting blade, Zero-E grasped the Zenkantus Sarayu, its scorching aura already melting the ground before it was even unsheathed, the blade's light cascading like molten lava. Holding the katana horizontally, Zero-E executed a swift initial stance. Clang. Where the blade passed was not a surge of flames, but a momentary stillness. The searing blade abruptly cooled, as if all flames had been siphoned away, leaving only a fleeting scarlet afterimage. It was simply the calm before the storm. Flash Blade technique, reignition of the inferno. The tip of the blade quivered, the air exploded. A torrent of flames reformed from the void, the thrusters humming as the flames coalesced into a spiraling vortex, roaring skyward. The heat waves surged, the ground cracked, and even the air shimmered, as if scorched. In an instant, the swift strike approached, its blade glinting ominously. How infuriating, the Dragonite. Quickly, invoke Protect. Could it be that this is a Pokemon World? For a trainer to personally engage in battle alongside their Pokemon is rather abstract. Despite his disdain for defensive moves, Cliff found himself compelled to utilize it, solely to withstand a blow that could alter the tide of battle. An energy barrier rose before Dragonite, and even with Zero's utmost effort, it remained unyielding, showing no signs of cracking. Protect, the most invaluable episode. Cliff exhaled in relief. Even the mightiest attack could not penetrate. And if this stalemate continued, Luze would inevitably face defeat. But who could say for certain? Perceiving Cliff's thoughts, Luze revealed a mysterious smile, ruthlessly shattering Cliff's illusions. To resist the slicing blade with a defensive move? That is the most humorous jest I have heard this year. Feeling his legs weaken, Cliff staggered back 2 steps, only to hear Lu Zhe slowly utter, Shandian, Eagle Booster. This was the sole divine move of the Shandian lineage, capable of temporarily granting Zero complete immunity, disregarding any effects with its overwhelming magic. The booster module is now engaged. Shandian, activate. Mechanical wings unfurled behind Zero, the crimson tail flames shifting to blue, merging terrifying heat with velocity. A flurry of blade light swept through, the searing edges cleaving the tempest, ultimately breaking the sound barrier with a resonating roar. Current speed, maximum attained. Zero gritted her teeth, beads of sweat trickling from her temples, memories of her time spent with Lu Zhe gradually surfacing in her heart. Every word Lu Zhe had spoken echoed in her ears, igniting a fervent bond within them. All the deep affections brewed into an endless miracle, and with this resolve, Zero's grip on the blade intensified. I too wish to protect my beloved. In a moment of breakthrough, Zero shed her golden flash, officially upgrading her card to a shattered flash, reaching the same level as the Shadow Dragonite. With a crisp snap, Dragonite's protect was shattered, a torrent of molten strikes cascading over its body with furious flames. Worthless creature, rise. I command you to rise. Cliff, in a frenzy, berated Dragonite for its ineptitude. Alas, this blow did not render Dragonite incapable of battle. Shaking its head, it utilized ruse to regain composure, still able to resist valiantly. Cliff clenched his fists, the unpredictability brought by Shandian exhausting him. Yet this was where it would end, not to mention Dragonite. His mainstay Metagross was still in prime condition, more than capable of taking down Lu Zhe. The farce ought to conclude. It was time to end it all. Your remaining combat strength is but a flickering candle in the wind. You speak truthfully, but what must be concluded is you. What? Observing Lu Zhe's smile, Cliff felt a chill creep down his spine. His right eyelid twitched incessantly, an ominous sensation lingering in the air. Have a look behind you. Cliff rigidly turned, only to meet a pair of crimson eyes brimming with power. Greeted by the impending onslaught, the Drakazalt had just arrived on the battlefield, witnessing Cliff assaulting Lu Zhe, muttering something about a fierce attack. Boldly, what do you think you're doing? My companions are not to be trifled with. The Drakazalt, ever hospitable, wasted no time in unleashing a divine flame cannon. The fiery torrent erupted instantaneously, the unique radiance of disintegrating matter, elegant yet ruthless, akin to a deity erasing traces with an eraser. A full-force strike transcending 2 great realms rendered both Metagross and Dragonite within the blast radius utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Even Cliff was not spared, sent soaring into the sky. I shall return. Well, charred from head to toe by the Drakazalt, yet still defiantly speaking. Watching the hastily arriving Drakazalt, Lu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief, then moved forward to support the unarmored Zero. Zero, are you all right? I am. But before she could finish, her legs buckled, nearly causing her to collapse, her fingers trembling slightly. Fortunately, Lu Zhe grasped her wrist, encircling her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Feeling Lu Zhe's breath against her ear, Zero buried her face in his chest. The sweet scent of happiness filled her senses, and she couldn't help but feel a thrill of joy in her heart. Indeed, a weeping child is rewarded with sweets. My act of feigning exhaustion was not in vain. Did I not receive a warm embrace? Blinking, she realized she had become a mere backdrop, resembling an oversized light bulb, rendering Drakazalt rather speechless. So, am I merely a part of your play? Who truly saved you? It is time to return. Having been gone for so long, Ash and the others must be anxious. However, considering Zero's difficulty in moving, Lu Zhe simply lifted her legs, cradling her in a princess carry. The setting sun and withering grass, the flames ultimately reduced to ash. The grotesque surface bore testament to the intensity of the duel, the fractured chasms harboring a despairing abyss. Yet in Lu Zhe's arms, Zero felt a profound sense of security. No storm could deter her, for with Lu Zhe, she felt complete. The box at her waist seemed to resonate with her thoughts, gleaming brightly in response, shimmering with brilliance. I like you, oh. Chapter 11. It's wonderful to have you. The decisive battle is upon us. Go. Pokeball. With a swift motion of his cap and a powerful flick of his arm, the red and white sphere soared from Ash's hand, striking straight upon the Pidgey. The Pokeball landed on the ground, emitting flecks of red light. Boom. Success. The shattered glittering stars twinkled as Ash hurried forward to retrieve the Pokeball. I have captured Pidgey. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Zhe and Zero were capturing Deden, Ash decided to catch a Pokemon to send back to Kanto for Professor Oak to study the Pokemon of the Kalos region. The ubiquitous Pidgey naturally became his first target. Seeing Ash capture a new Pokemon, Serena genuinely rejoiced for him. A hot air balloon from Team Rocket floated in the sky, and the trio's task was to keep Ash steady, ensuring he did not disrupt Cliff's plans. That little brat has captured a new Pokemon, Meow. Meowth observed from a distance with binoculars. Speaking of which, has Cliff's battle not yet concluded? James glanced at the communication device, a hint of anxiety in his expression. It has been quite a while, and the signal remains lost. We cannot reach him at all. With Cliff in action, he should easily bring down Luze, Meow. Mentioning Cliff, Musashi was infuriated, stamping her feet in rage. That despicable fellow dares to insult us as worthless. Are we not? Tilting his head, James posed the question. Musashi was utterly speechless. There was a traitor among their ranks. The truth proved that lies do not wound, but the truth is a swift blade. Simultaneously, their stomachs rumbled. The once energetic trio immediately wilted, no longer able to maintain their facade. Following the esteemed Cliff for 3 days and enduring hunger 9 times, they still had not eaten. From their portable food basket, the trio decided to satiate their hunger before proceeding. After all, a person is akin to iron, and a meal is like steel. One cannot function properly on an empty stomach. Without a hearty meal, how could they muster the strength for their tasks, Meow? You would agree, wouldn't you, Meow? Suddenly, the delightful Pokemon, Hareka, floated nearby, its eyes sparkling with joy, drawn in by the tempting aromas. It was a Pokemon unlike any they had encountered before. Musashi's eyes lit up as she retrieved her updated Pokédex to gather information. Sure enough, Nanchi jumped out of its Pokeball and approached for a closer look, only to be splattered with ink, creating quite the mess. Meanwhile, Kojiro generously stepped forward to offer a sandwich. Luring a Pokemon with food was his specialty. Once they fed it, it would surely belong to them. Hareka nodded its approval. It distinguished between a hearty meal and mere morsels. By obediently following its trainer, it would secure its place within the ranks. How splendid! With a toss of the Pokeball, Kojiro successfully captured Hareka. Hooray! A new companion had joined their ranks. Speaking of companions, the mischievous kid seemed to have just retrieved a Charizard. Rumor had it that in Mier City, the Charizard had exhibited an extraordinary mega evolution, capable of transforming between X and Y forms at will. Dr. Blatano remarked, "This is not an ordinary mega evolution. It is the mega evolution from Wang Wei's poetry. Incredible. It truly felt like Pokemon XY had come to life. Would there be a Mega Charizard Z in the future? The last time they met was ages ago. They wondered how that Charizard was faring, having watched it grow. Memories of their experiences in Charizard Valley stirred emotions within Team Rocket. From Kanto to Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, and now Kalos, it seemed an eternity had passed without their notice. Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth reminisced. Charizard, we used to hold you when you were just a hatchling. Just as they were lost in nostalgia, Musashi noticed something amiss. Was that a sound, a cry of distress? Kojiro and Meowth were about to respond, questioning who could be out here in the wilderness. In an instant, a figure fell into their hot air balloon like a cannonball, cursing and lamenting. Who is this intruder? Musashi fumed. Angered by Cliff's interference, she found an outlet for her frustration in the form of the unfortunate newcomer, delivering a few swift kicks. What are you doing, you imbecile? It was the first time Musashi heard the newcomer speak, and she found herself momentarily taken aback. Stop, I command you to cease. You foolish creature. Do you not recognize who I am? Upon hearing that familiar tirade, Musashi's heart raced. She pulled the figure closer, scrutinizing it. Is that not our venerable Cliff? How had he fallen to such a state? He appeared utterly defeated after a beating from Luz. The fierce gaze of Rayquaza flashed in their minds, sending shivers down their spines. Take me back. I must report this to Lord Sakaki. The intelligence department has provided erroneous information. Triumphant, Luz returned, dragging the tail of a Don mouse behind him. He discovered that the mouse had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the aftermath of their battle. Luz rightfully captured it, bringing it back as a gift for Eulogia. Now, their team boasted 2 electric mice. Beside him, Riri shyly avoided eye contact, struggling with the rising heat, ultimately escaping Luz's embrace. Yet, one could not deny that Luz's broad chest was incredibly warm. Who would ever fancy that guy? She mused, reflecting on the firm contours of his muscles, her cheeks flushing with a mix of embarrassment and intrigue. Upon reuniting with Ash, Serena could not help but tease Riri about her demeanor. With her head bowed, silent, and fidgeting with her light golden hair, she leaned against Luz, appearing quite the damsel in distress. Exchanging knowing glances, Riri and Serena shared a laugh. It has been quite a while, and yet you show no progress. Why don't you take the initiative? Riri suggested. You haven't made a move either. Why should I? Serena retorted. You go first, and then share your experiences with me. Upon receiving the Don mouse, Eulogia leaped with joy, her happiness as simple as that of a child. Luz reflected on the children playing beneath his apartment, akin to Eulogia. Yet their fates were starkly different due to the world they inhabited. From relentless tutoring sessions to work pressures and familial expectations, it seemed time had slipped away unnoticed. Perhaps it was the world that had shrunk and dreams that had withered. Unable to resist Serena's urging, Riri bit her lip, ultimately deciding to take a leap of faith. If I do not succeed today, I shall perish in the attempt. With a few swift strides, Riri tugged at Luze's shirt, but in that fleeting moment, she forgot the myriad of words she wished to express, resorting instead to awkwardly grasping his hand. Feeling her fingers entwined with his, Luz sensed a gentle warmth. As he looked up, he met Riri's clear eyes, glistening with unshed tears and a hint of blush. For the first time, Luz felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. How wonderful it is to have you. The seemingly casual statement was delivered with utmost sincerity. Without giving her a chance to refuse, he drew Riri into his embrace. As she felt the warmth of his hand at her waist, Riri's eyes shimmered with moisture, her body enveloped in a soft haze, transforming into a steam maiden once more. Vapor rose from her head, coalescing into tiny droplets in the air. It was daytime, and she hesitated. After all, Eulogia was still present. However, given that you carried me back, I shall allow it for just a moment. Though she spoke thus, Riri secretly reveled in the moment, tightening her embrace around Luz. Meanwhile, Serena stood aghast, marveling at how effortlessly they had fallen into such intimacy. What was wrong with her companion? Was he truly that oblivious? I want Ash's embrace too, she lamented, turning away to shield Eulogia's eyes. Oh dear, Sister Serena, let me see, Eulogia exclaimed. This is unsuitable for children. They must not witness this. Oblivious to Serena's envy, Ash continued with fervor, we must not delay. Let us proceed to Sandalwood City. Traveling on foot to Sandalwood City would take time. And despite Luz and his companions hastening their pace, it would still require at least 2 days. Fortunately, they had prepared tents and sleeping bags in advance, making their camping arrangements for the night. With backs turned to the earth and faces to the sky, the night was filled with silence, the returning Talonflame peacefully resting, leaving only the sounds of their heartbeats and breaths in the world. Zipping open the tent, Riri peeked her head out, softly calling, Serena, Eulogia. Receiving no reply, she confirmed that the two were sound asleep before stealthily making her way towards Luz. At this juncture, everything was in place. All that remained was the spark of fate. No gunfire, just a quiet approach. Of course, her intentions were innocent. She merely wished to glance at the cards that had been released from their restrictions. Nothing more than a curious peek. After all, without the access code speaker, the power of the Flashblade Mistress alone is insufficient to safeguard Luze. Ling Yi clenched her teeth in silence. She had no intention of yielding Luze to Elres. Sisters can discuss anything. But what does it mean for you to covet my man? As for the Minotaurs, they can perish. The thought of tonight's nocturnal raid on Luze filled her with confidence, as she felt leagues ahead of Elres. By the time she realizes it, she might as well have missed the chance to bear Luze's child. The god of the underworld? Merely a defeated hound. Ling Yi reveled in her self-satisfaction, unaware that the moment she exited her sleeping bag, Eulogia and Selena had already awakened. Indeed, they had been feigning sleep. After all, one can never wake those who are pretending to be asleep. With a mischievous glint in their eyes, Eulogia and Selena exchanged glances, rising stealthily to follow Ling Yi. Prepare for the front row spectacle. Who needs sleep at this hour? Let's see what transpires. Sensing a sticky gaze upon him, Luze opened his eyes to meet Ling Yi's gaze. Suddenly awakening, he hoped it was merely an illusion. Their eyes danced as they regarded each other, their exquisite features mere inches apart, both feeling the warmth of each other's breath. I've been caught sneaking a glance at Luze. Upon seeing him awaken abruptly, Ling Yi lost her composure, flustered, and in a hurry. Her arms slipped from their supportive position, and she tumbled into Luze's embrace. Chapter 12. The Night Raid on Luze. The soft glow of the bedside lamp cast their shadows upon the tent, its warm orange hue enhancing the intimate atmosphere. Ling Yi had indeed gathered her courage, daring to raid Luze at night. Soft and fragrant, she nestled against him, her slender waist cradled in his grasp, her long legs entwined with his, causing his body to stiffen. Was this the level of stimulation right from the start? Ling Yi collapsed against Luze, her cheek pressed against his broad chest, hearing the rapid thudding of his heart. Simultaneously, Luze's heated breath brushed against her ear, inadvertently igniting a blush upon her cheeks. This was utterly unfair. The warmth of her beloved's chest made Ling Yi's heart race more fiercely than during a duel, soaring to an alarming rate. She inhaled deeply, glancing down at her meticulously adjusted battle attire. As a piece of flash technique equipment, it could easily change its form. Increasing its transparency, the delicate, light fabric accentuated her curves, neither overly conspicuous nor lacking in allure. The top two buttons were undone, allowing the garment to nearly slip off her shoulders. She had certainly done her homework. Just wait, you won't be able to resist. With a voice deliberately tinged with tremors and her eyes clouded with moisture, Ling Yi protectively covered her chest, speaking in a pitiful tone. I just wanted to check out the new cards. I didn't expect you to be asleep. I didn't mean to wake you. Rubbing his chin, Lu Zhe fell into contemplation, sensing that the situation was far from simple. If she merely wanted to look at cards, what was with her partially disheveled attire? Narrowing his eyes, Lu Zhe had every reason to suspect Ling Yi's intentions were less than pure. Her excuse was laughably transparent. Suppressing the urge to unleash a nosebleed, he reminded himself that he was in his 20s, a time of boundless energy. Exhaling slowly, he found the girl before him pressed against his chest, her light golden hair cascading over her shoulders, filling the tent with a subtle fragrance. Most importantly, from this angle, he could glimpse the depths of her curves. Due to the day's toils, the black stockings peeking from beneath her skirt were slightly torn, revealing delicate, rosy skin beneath. Her dainty feet, with food-grade toes, appeared irresistibly cute, tempting him to indulge. Who could withstand such an explosive scene? Is this truly something I can witness without a VIP pass? Lu Zhe's eyes widened in astonishment, his throat constricting slightly. Restrain yourself. Do not indulge. Indeed, as my mother always said, boys must protect themselves when away from home. Otherwise, they might be ambushed by a stunning blonde beauty. Yet, he couldn't shatter Ling Yi's little scheme. After all, he still needed to dote on his wife. Then you get up, I'll go fetch the cards. Retrieving the card box, Lu Zhe sought an excuse to extricate himself, aiming to calm his racing heart. Initially, he intended to study the new cards upon reaching Sandalwood City, but given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to do so prematurely. Suppressing his excitement and trembling hands, Ling Yi rolled her eyes inwardly, silently criticizing him. This scoundrel, worse than a beast. He was so carefree during card games. Yet now he hesitates. Lu Zhe, really, I'm backing down. Can't I just concede? The true Red Eyes Black Dragon has been unsealed. The Black Flame Bullet has been unsealed. The true Red Eyes Fusion has been unsealed. It's here. The fusion spell card I've been yearning for has finally arrived. Although it can only be used for the true Red Eyes Black Dragon family fusion, that is already splendid enough. The Super Magical Dragon Knight. The true Red Eyes Dragon Knight, my red dad. I've been eagerly awaiting this. Wait, where do I find the Dark Magician? Pondering the summoning conditions of Red Dad, which included the Dark Magician, Lu Zhe felt a headache coming on. True Red Eyes Dragon Knight. We crashed, kids. As Lu Zhe wallowed in the sorrow of Red Dad's crash, Ling Yi began to gain points, stealthily wrapping her arms around him from behind. Feeling her fingers tracing circles on his chest, her movements awkward, the girl's golden hair cascading over her shoulders ignited a tingle in his heart. Woman, you are playing with fire. With a bold resolve, Lu Zhe clenched his teeth, deciding to turn and pin Ling Yi's hands down, effortlessly pushing her back. The force was enough to momentarily stun her. Caught off guard by Lu Zhe's sudden action, Ling Yi couldn't help but exclaim. His large hand roamed her waist, sending electric jolts down her spine. Physiological tears welled in her eyes, teetering on the brink of spilling. Lu Zhe finally ceased regarding her with that tender gaze and instead held a dangerous, aggressive demeanor typical of a grown man. Their breaths intertwined, growing heavier. The temperature within the tent steadily rose, beads of sweat trickling down Ling Yi's temples, flowing slowly. No. Sensing Lu Zhe's intentions, Ling Yi trembled as she spoke, transforming back into her steam princess form. Despite her verbal protests, her body was quite honest, brushing against his legs, her eyes glistening with moisture. She gasped uncontrollably. You must take responsibility for me. I am not the kind of scoundrel who would abandon someone after a fling. Receiving Lu Zhe's affirmative response, Ling Yi was enveloped in boundless happiness, closing her eyes and assuming a posture of surrender. Their lips, destined to intertwine amidst the trembling of her delicate form, made her heart skip a beat. The sounds within the tent were faint yet discernible. Selena and Yuliga outside could hear everything clearly, while crouched outside the tent. As Selena realized what she was hearing, it was already too late. The sounds that made one's cheeks flush, though soft as a whisper, only emphasized their frailty. Upon closer inspection, one could detect the rising excitement in the girl's voice, accompanied by a faint sobbing tone. Ling Yi and Lu Zhe had indeed progressed to this stage. Selena inwardly praised her best friend with a thumbs up. Truly, Ling Yi had effortlessly achieved what she herself could not, covering Yuliga's ears. Selena felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation within, yet still perked up her little ears to listen. Yuliga, with a flourish of her arms, expressed her protest. What on earth has transpired? Let me hear it. Standing in the night breeze clad in her pajamas, she perhaps caught a chill, her nose congested, indicating a slight cold. Achoo! A sneeze echoed from outside the tent, shattering the tranquility of the still night with an abruptness that felt jarring. The tent flung open, revealing Lingy and Lu Zhe disheveled, their expressions frozen in shock as they beheld Selena and Yulika eavesdropping outside. Their gazes locked, the silence became as if the very air had thickened. Allow me to explain. Realizing the gravity of his social faux pas, Lu Zhe's face turned ashen, wishing fervently to escape to another planet. I merely invited Lingy to play some card games. Please, do not misconstrue this. Selena glanced behind the two, the salty wind from the waves rushing in, and a glaring crimson hue faintly illuminated the tent's interior. My apologies for the interruption. Please, continue with your activities, she exclaimed, hastily pushing Yulika away as she made a swift exit from the scene of the incident, leaving Lu Zhe and Lingy in a state of bewilderment amidst the wind. I wasn't. Please do not jump to conclusions. Lu Zhe protested. What? You mean the blood inside the tent? That was just a visit from Lingy's relatives. Lingy, with tiny fists pounding against Lu Zhe's chest, concealed her face in her hands, kneeling on the ground. How could she have faltered at such a crucial moment? She was so close to winning Lu Zhe's heart, yet the arrival of relatives had thwarted her plans. To make matters worse, she hadn't even prepared adequately for the situation. Lingy felt an overwhelming sense of regret when misfortune strikes. It feels as though even drinking cold water can lead to discomfort. Their dreams were abruptly interrupted, and both lost interest, spending the night in awkward silence until dawn. Lu Zhe felt as though he could carve out an entire apartment with his toes from the tension. With his hat in place, Ash looked up at the clear blue sky and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a splendid day! Pika Pika!" After waking Pikachu, everyone gradually rose from their slumber. "Good morning, Selena." "Morning." "Yawn." "Good morning, Ash." Selena yawned widely, rubbing her reddened eyes, her dark circles quite prominent, resembling a panda. Ash turned to the others and noticed that all his companions, except for Yulika, sported panda-like eyes. Lu Zhe whistled to divert attention, while Lingy lowered her head, playing with a few strands of hair, her other hand stealthily moving to Lu Zhe's waist. Lu Zhe emitted a sharp squeal as the soft flesh at his waist was twisted 360 degrees, causing him to leap up like a startled tomcat. Meeting Lingy's fierce glare, Lu Zhe dared not express any dissatisfaction. Ash had a nagging feeling that something unmentionable transpired the previous night. Whatever. Let us just head to White Sand City for the gym challenge. That is far more important. Naturally, a gym leader would not be an ordinary person. Although Miss Violet, the gym leader of White Sand Gym, specializes in bug-type Pokemon, she is also a formidable trainer. After a brief rest, the group set off towards the stars and the depths. Oh no, I mean towards White Sand City. Leader, traditional battles emphasize restraint. I've already slapped him on the nose. So according to traditional martial arts, he has lost, Cliff said, sweat beads rolling down his forehead as he respectfully addressed the video call, seeking excuses for his defeat. On the screen before him, the imposing figure of Sakaki appeared, with his secretary, Jean Niao, quietly awaiting beside him. I was careless. I didn't dodge. Youngsters today lack martial ethics, resorting to trickery and ambushes. As an old comrade of Team Rocket, is this acceptable? Not at all. Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth observed from a distance, knowing that with someone of higher rank to shoulder the consequences, they were safe from harm. Sakaki closed his eyes. This operation was merely a test, and Cliff's defeat at the hands of Lu Zhe was anticipated. Conversely, he was intrigued by the armor the girl possessed, which enabled trainers to unleash power rivaling that of Pokemon. It seems a trip to Kalos is essential. Hehe. Although Lu Zhe emerged victorious this time, the shadow of Team Rocket will never fade away. Lu Zhe, oh Lu Zhe, how many more surprises can you bring me? Jean Niao, prepare the itinerary for Kalos. I will personally take action this time. Yes. Upon receiving the command, Jean Niao executed it with a cold demeanor. The entire Team Rocket operated like a massive machine, diligently following Sakaki's philosophy and moving forward with great momentum. Chapter 13, The Crimson Eye Fusion. In the center square of White Sand City, the moist grass was alive with the crawling of powdery butterflies, while vividly patterned butterflies perched on the treetops, sipping the morning dew. A few boys in shorts ran past, and Lu Zhe instantly recognized them as bug-catching enthusiasts. The large windmill on the northern side of the city came into view, and Lu Zhe understood they had indeed arrived at White Sand City. The gym leader of this city is the sister of Miss Violet, leading Ash to harbor increased expectations. Perhaps due to having read the script, Lu Zhe was not particularly enthusiastic about the gym challenge. Of course, who would prefer fighting over a soft, fragrant partner? Grasping Lingy's hand, Lu Zhe smiled. Wait for me, White Sand Gym. I shall claim the insect badge. Pikachu. Luze sighed, rubbing his forehead. When it came to battles, Ash and Pikachu were undeniably full of zeal. With such an obsession, it was no wonder he struggled to find a partner even at the conclusion of the journey. Ash, take me along too. Without much hesitation, Selena called out, swiftly taking Yulika's hand to catch up. Meanwhile, Luze leaned down, whispering sweetly in Lingy's ear, issuing a special invitation. The flower beds and open-air cafes in White Sand City are simply exquisite. Would you care to take a look? Lingy fiddled with her fingers, her heart racing. Could this be considered a date? She never expected this seemingly unserious fellow to possess a romantic side. Click, click. The sound nearby caught everyone's attention, and they turned to see a young woman approaching. Her golden short hair fell over her shoulders, and she held a camera, its lens reflecting the keen light characteristic of a photographer. Triggering a key phrase, Yulika slid forward, accompanied by a smooth little routine. Ultimate, invincible, incredibly beautiful and kind big sister. Would you be my sister-in-law? The lengthy embellishments spilled forth, concealing her true intent. This Yin Kingdom map is truly short. Oh, it's just a child's playful banter. Please do not take it seriously. Selena quickly pulled back the suddenly exuberant Yulika, awkwardly explaining. Miss Violet chuckled playfully. Caught on camera 2 pairs of lovers this early in the morning. Such public displays of affection. Do you want to make it impossible for others to live? As she spoke, she pulled up the photos she had taken. In the center of the frame, Selena was sprinting at full speed, closely following Ash, her golden hair flowing. In the background, Luze leaned in close to Lingy's ear, sharing whispered secrets, with a faint smile gracing the girl's lips. What a splendid duo. Miss Violet unabashedly expressed her admiration, as shipping couples always brings joy. Indeed, Pikachu is my best partner. Realizing she had been overlooked by Ash, Serme clenched her fists, clearly annoyed. What is this? You were supposed to be talking about me. This scene reminded Luze of a meme from Blue Star. Pikachu, the woman behind kissed Ash. But so what? In the next season, it would still be only him accompanying Ash. Suppressing the urge to laugh, Luze remained unaware that his arrival had irrevocably altered the destined outcome. The bond between Selena and Xiao Ji would undoubtedly weave an intricate entanglement. However, that was a matter for another time. He checked Zero Yi's forehead, finding no fever. The topic inevitably circled back to Luze, prompting Violet to remark that it was futile to invite this girl over. Zero Yi quipped, I have already taken on Luze's form. As Violet patiently elaborated on the intricacies of photography while flipping through her camera, the girls engaged in lively conversation, their camaraderie flourishing. It was indeed the charm of E, the photography-savvy elder sister, who could resist such allure. Selena, glancing down at her modest bosom, felt an overwhelming wave of frustration wash over her. Even Zero Yi had developed. Despite their promise to be flat-chested sisters, yet here she was, secretly blossoming. What a coincidence that they were also heading to the Sandalwood Gym. While listening to Xiao Ji's introduction, Miss Violet expressed that she was fortunate to be on the same route and could guide them through Sandalwood City. With a local as their guide, Xiao Ji's exploration of the city would prove to be more effortless. Is that so? Then I entrust you with this task. In Café Soleil of Carlos Mier City, few could fathom the vast expanse concealed beneath this trendy café. The establishment merely served as a facade. No one would suspect that the seemingly philanthropic Fladali was the shadowy mastermind behind the Blaze team. Mimikyu, report on the situation. How did the negotiations unfold? As the video call connected, Fladali stroked the fiery lion at his feet, inquiring about the progress of the talks. So far, everything is proceeding according to plan. According to our intelligence, Sakaki will soon arrive in Carlos. The large screen indoors displayed footage of a battle, featuring Luze and the winged dragon of RA as the main protagonists. The opponent's Pikachu was instantaneously defeated by the divine flame cannon, prompting even Fladali to exclaim, "What a perfect life! To create beauty through destruction, its existence is inherently elegant." Such a magnificent display should rightfully belong to a Mega Evolution envoy, serving our Blaze team. It was no wonder the Rocket team from Kanto had caught wind of this. Fladali scoffed at the thought of those second-hand Pokemon traders daring to encroach upon Carlos. What is my identity? What is your status? By what right do you share the same air as me? This land belongs to the Blaze team. A strong dragon does not suppress local snakes. Sakaki should return whence he came. However, to prevent the Rocket team from acting in desperation, I must prepare. Inform Kuzaloff that the Z1 warfare tests may commence. I do not wish for any errors to occur. Beneath the calm surface of the sea, a cold current surged. Who knows if Sakaki's dark foundations can withstand the purging flames? At the Sandalwood Gym in Sandalwood City, Carlos. Hello, please battle me. Upon arriving at the gym, The door opened slightly before Xiaoji could reach it. A familiar umbrella lizard sprang forth, launching itself toward Xiaoji's head like a bug. Seeing the lively yellow lizard before him, Xiaoji felt a sense of recognition, as if he had encountered it before. Isn't that Miss Viola's Pokemon? Indeed it was. Miss Viola soon emerged from behind the door. She had merely come to Sandalwood City to gather information about legendary Pokemon, never expecting to run into Xiaoji here. It was said that a fierce battle had erupted on Route 4, with terrifying temperatures melting rocks and leaving behind a landscape of glass and char. The photos from the scene depicted jagged fissures, carving out chasms. Miss Viola had reason to speculate that this might be the trace of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Long time no see, Xiaoji. And this must be Lu Zhe, she remarked. Having interviewed Bratano and learned that the young man beside Xiaoji was indeed the trainer of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Lu Zhe, under Miss Viola's scrutinizing gaze. Lu Zhe instinctively took a step back. Zero-E, however, was unyielding, stepping between them to sever their eye contact. Is he your husband? Just look at him. Realizing Zero-E's protectiveness, Miss Viola deftly shifted the topic, alleviating the tension in the atmosphere. Oh, you're here too, little sister? Miss Viola finally noticed Violet among them. It seems you all get along quite well. The world truly is small. Who would have thought that the older sister accompanying them was Miss Viola's sibling? Then you must be the gym leader of the Sandalwood Gym, Lu Zhe remarked with a smile. Bingo, correct. But there are no rewards. Obtaining the bug badge is not so simple. You must first pass my challenge. With a swift motion, Violet retrieved a pokeball from her waist and stepped into the arena. Lu Zhe, are you ready? I shall not hold back, she added. Let me see how capable the heartthrob who captured Zero-E truly is. Glancing toward the audience, Lu Zhe nodded, signaling the start of the battle. To earn the bug badge, let us duel. Violet was the first to throw her pokeball. Aim for victory like pressing the shutter. You shall be the one, Beautifly. As the red light flickered, the image of Beautifly materialized, its wings adorned with intricate patterns reflecting a mesmerizing light. Simultaneously, the card at Lu Zhe's waist glowed crimson, signifying the burning battle intent of the Red Ice Black Dragon. Awaken from the abyss, the world-ending black flames. Arise, Red Ice Black Dragon. In an instant, the ground of the battlefield split open, a searing heat distorting the air as the shadowy dragon surged forth from the fissure. Roar! The dragon's roar stirred the winds. Its crimson-slit pupils locking onto its prey, dark energy coursing through its scales, its wings eclipsing the sky. Xiaoji, observing from outside the battlefield, was transfixed. From the winged dragon of RA to the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and now to the Red Ice Black Dragon before him. How had Lu Zhe acquired such an array of unknown Pokemon? Each displayed their own unique strength, from the resurrection-capable winged dragon to the fully offensive white dragon, instilling fear in their adversaries. What then should one expect from the Red Ice Black Dragon? Xiaoji clenched his Charizard's Pokeball tightly. Partner, we must strive even harder. The Black Dragon before him was beyond the scope of the Pokédex. Violet chose to abandon her attempts at identification and instead sought to exploit any potential weaknesses. Beautifly. Use Sleep Powder. Waving its wings, Beautifly scattered a cloud of powder throughout the arena, creating a haze that obscured vision. Instantly deploying Sleep Powder. How insidious. Red Ice Black Dragon. Unleash Black Flame Burst. A few tentative Black Flame bursts were launched, yet they failed to hit their mark. Instead, the Red Ice Black Dragon succumbed to slumber. Its energy sapped by the Beautifly's air slashes. Neither side can target the other? Violet brimmed with confidence, believing her Beautifly's Compound Eyes ability ensured the Sleep Powder's success. Now it's your turn to worry. Alas, she was up against Lu Zhe. From the moment Lu Zhe made his entrance, he noticed the peculiar behavior of the colorful powder butterfly. Its wings, while fluttering, exhibited a remarkable increase in strength and speed. Goodness, is it secretly stacking butterfly dance? Lu Zhe speculated that the colorful powder butterfly had at least accumulated 3 layers of enhancement, with its special attack and speed experiencing an exponential surge. If a regular trainer were to face this colorful powder butterfly, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. In an instant, Lu Zhe had already devised a counter-strategy. Since relying solely on the Red Ice Black Dragon would not secure victory, why not initiate a fusion? Jojo, I shall forsake my humanity. Now is the moment. The equation for triumph is complete. Red Ice Fusion. A bubble emerged. Chapter 14. Do you wish to dance? Wow. The entire arena is enveloped in hypnosis powder. Yulia exclaimed, astonished that such mastery of hypnosis powder could directly create a hypnotic arena. Realizing the situation was unfavorable for Lu Zhe, Ash wiped his brow in silent concern. Pondering how to break the deadlock, Serena nudged her companion Zero-E, saying, Hey, it seems your crush is in a bit of trouble. propping her chin on her hands. Zero-E was abruptly jolted from her daydream, having been preoccupied with worries about their date. As for the battle, Zero-E felt no apprehension. After all, my boyfriend would never lose. Given the strength of the red ice black dragon, battling this fluttering creature was merely child's play. The apparent disadvantage was nothing more than a mere facade. With her understanding of Lu Zhe, she knew he would likely be grinning foolishly, holding his cards close to his chest. Why would he need a better approach? Sigh, speaking of which, what should I wear on our date? The variety of battle attire was dizzying, leaving Zero-E to anxiously twirl her hair. My sister is quite formidable. Lu Zhe won't be easily defeated. Nanny? Before the words of the tricolor Violet could fully escape her lips, a sudden upheaval on the battlefield dramatically slapped her in the face. Roar! The roar of the red ice black dragon reverberated throughout the venue, its blood-red evolution light piercing through the smoke, illuminating the eyes of onlookers. With the red ice black dragon and the shining sword princess as fusion materials, the fusion summoning commenced. Arise, the steel armor that rends fate, the red ice black dragon blade. Indeed, the fusion material for the red ice black dragon blade, besides the red ice black dragon, required a warrior type. And fortuitously, my beloved in the deck happens to be a warrior type. The equation for victory is now complete. At this very moment, let everything burn away. Dark flames erupt, incinerating the hypnosis powder, as dragon wings unfurled amidst the thunderous clash of metal. The pitch-black scales, tempered to perfection, bore dark red markings. The fearsome dragon head reared high, its crimson vertical pupils radiating fierce battle intent, with flickering flames barely visible between its sharp fangs. Both front claws and the tail were adorned with colossal silver blades, stirring up gales and emanating a chilling light. The red ice black dragon blade unleashed its ultimate attack, the black fireball. Regaining focus, the black fireball accurately struck its airborne target. Fuin. With no time to evade, the colorful powder butterfly was left to endure a heavy blow. Fortunately, with the power of butterfly dance, it did not succumb to immediate incapacitation. Could this on-the-spot evolution be akin to mega evolution? Faced with an unprecedented dragon-type Pokemon, Violet felt utterly powerless. Had it not been for her prior experience and the initial enhancement of her special defense through butterfly dance, the colorful powder butterfly would have already been drained of vitality. However, merely this was insufficient to compel me to concede defeat. Colorful powder butterfly, utilize morning sun to restore your state, and then. That won't do. Violet's words were abruptly interrupted by Lu Zhe's voice. I activate the effect of the red ice black dragon blade, nullifying and destroying your move. Casting a cold gaze at the colorful powder butterfly, Lu Zhe perceived it as a near-defeated Pokemon from the moment it began its butterfly dance. Do you wish to dance as well? Pieces of the metallic scales of the red ice black dragon blade broke off and shot forth, encircling the colorful powder butterfly like an ominous omen. As the silver blades descended, the colorful powder butterfly attempted to unleash morning sun, only to be astounded to discover that the energy it had gathered had suddenly become chaotic. With a 100 hit rate, morning sun had indeed failed, and the disordered flow of energy surged back upon itself, creating an unimaginable explosion under the enhancement of butterfly dance. Fuin. Enduring the agony of being overwhelmed by energy, the damaged colorful powder butterfly emitted its final lament. Bang! Art is Patrick Star. As the smoke cleared, the colorful powder butterfly lay motionless on the ground, unable to rise. It seems a bit lifeless. You did exceptionally well, colorful powder butterfly. Retrieving the colorful powder butterfly, Violet wiped the sweat from her brow. I must admit, Lu Zhe is indeed quite impressive. Among the trainers who have come to challenge, I would deem you the strongest. Whether through techniques akin to Mega Evolution or the Black Fireball, you have certainly refreshed my perspective. Next, it's this little one. Go, Swirly Sugar Ball. The red ice black dragon blade gazed down at the diminutive creature at its feet, lost in contemplation. Oi, little one, why is your head so pointy? Seizing the moment when the red ice black dragon blade was momentarily distracted, Violet took the initiative. Swirly Sugar Ball, utilize Ice Beam to create the battlefield. The little creature atop Swirly Sugar Ball's head crackled with blue light, and the beam shot forth, freezing the ground of the arena, sliding across the icy surface. The friction was significantly reduced, greatly increasing the Swirly Sugar Ball's speed. As Lu Zhe contemplated his next move, a cunning smile crept across his lips. Your icy battlefield is indeed powerful, but what if I were to pull a monster and flip the table? How would you respond then? Red Ice Fusion. At this very moment, just as it was then and there, the same time, the same place, the same evolution light radiated. How is this possible? Violet gritted her teeth. What Pokemon can Mega Evolve twice in a battle? Is your Pokemon even legal? utilizing the Red Ice Black Dragon Blade and the Red Ice Black Dragon as fusion materials. The fusion summoning commenced. Red Ice Ultimate Dragon. The dark flames receded, and the fire soared to the heavens, heralding the roar of the Red Ice Ultimate Dragon. Roar. The pitch-black steel armor grew heavier, overlaid with glowing red lines due to overload. Its wings melted under extreme heat, splattering scalding lava. The silver double blades transformed into elongated claws, slicing through the furious winds and flames at the ends of its limbs, activating the effect of the Red Ice Ultimate Dragon. I shall destroy everything on your field. The frozen battlefield proves troublesome? If it's troublesome, then let us not deal with it. Who told you to reason with me? I'll simply flip the table. All Pokemon shall be destroyed. Destroy, 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 and this too. The insatiable dark flames rampaged, consuming the icy layer entirely, yet still not satisfied. The black flames morphed into countless chains, ensnaring the swirly sugar ball tightly on the opponent's field. Doesn't this suffocating sensation feel like a constricting snake wrapping around you? Are you sweating yet? As the dark flames receded, they revealed the swirly sugar ball, now fast asleep. Violet stepped forward to retrieve it into a Pokeball. Faced with the Red Ice Black Dragon Blade, Violet felt there was still a chance to fight back. Yet, against the twice-evolved Red Ice Ultimate Dragon, she was engulfed in profound despair. Violet, they VE powered up? I can't land a single hit. Luze, what do you mean? It's powered up? This battle was effortlessly secured by Luze, while Violet's subsequent choice of the Ribbon Bug Pokemon proved less than stellar in terms of performance. Unable to breach the defenses of the Crimson-Eyed Ultimate Dragon, Violet's Pokemon succumbed to defeat after merely 2 exchanges amidst their opponent's fierce onslaught. All of Miss Violet's Pokemon lost their fighting capability, resulting in a triumphant victory for Luze. Thus, the bug badge shall be mine, he declared with a smile, waving the badge in his hand. It's my turn now, Ash shouted eagerly, having witnessed the battle between Luze and Miss Violet. He could not resist the urge to showcase his own prowess. The outcome, of course, was predictable. Under the type disadvantage against Mega Charizard X and Y, Bug-type Pokemon crumbled like delicate parchment. I have obtained the Insect Badge, Pikachu exclaimed joyfully. Ash held the Insect Badge aloft, its brilliance reflecting in the sunlight, while Pikachu celebrated alongside him. Fortunately, he did not lose. Otherwise, his reputation as a master of type advantage would have been indisputably tarnished. What an exhilarating battle. Thank you, Violet said, her voice laced with despair as she recalled her fatigued Pokemon into their Pokeballs. Having been reduced to mere experience fodder twice in succession, Violet was thoroughly disheartened, beginning to question her very existence. What kind of monstrous beings have I encountered today? Am I unwittingly intruding upon the lair? Setting aside Luze's Crimson-Eyed Black Dragon, she pondered the prowess of Charizard, a Pokemon she recognized. But how was it that Ash could achieve Mega Evolution not once, but twice? What kind of bond could possibly be that profound? Is it now a trend to evolve simply when faced with defeat? Am I truly falling behind the times? Overwhelmed by her humiliating defeat, Violet nestled into her sister's embrace, tears of shame streaming down her cheeks. Wah, the world outside is far too terrifying. I seek solace in your comforting embrace, dear sister. Cradled in her sister's fragrant and soft arms, Violet felt enveloped in comfort, as if receiving a luxurious facial. Gently stroking her younger sister's head, Miss Pansy found herself at a loss for how to console her. However, upon further reflection, even if Violet's hypnosis powder and ice field proved effective, what awaited her next would be the White Dragon of pure chaos, the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the immortal Phoenix, reborn from the ashes, the winged dragon of Ra. Should she dare to test her fate against such formidable foes? The colorful butterfly and the sugary candy ball, my demise will exceed your wildest imaginings. Luze, are you planning to head to the next gym? Miss Pansy suggested at an opportune moment while soothing her beloved sister. I understand, Luze replied, momentarily distracted from his thoughts about a date, waving his hand dismissively. Café Soleil, a charming establishment in the city of Santalun, was serene and tidy, with only a handful of patrons. The outdoor cafe was encircled by vibrant flower beds, blurring the line between guests sipping coffee and those indulging in the fragrance of blossoms. A promotional poster outside prominently featured the renowned Café Olé, a specialty exclusive to Santalun. Serena, ever perceptive, whisked away Ash and Eureka to procure macarons. Sisterly happiness shall be safeguarded by me, she declared, casting a wink towards Zero-E, adding, I've created the opportunity for you. Now it's up to you to seize it. The winged dragon egg boredly bumped against the table corner until Luze sent it back to its Pokeball. Zero, cradling a cup of orange fruit tea against her chest, sipped delicately through a straw. Glancing down at the JK uniform, Complete with a pleated skirt and white stockings that Luze had chosen for her, she suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. What if he doesn't like this outfit? Seizing the moment, she resolved to act quickly. The preliminaries for the Iron Rhinoceros competition were about to commence, and she might not see Luze for an extended period. I refused to be overshadowed by Ellis. Gritting her teeth, Zero-E prepared to make her move, yet Luze spoke before she could. Chapter 15, Strawberry Flavored, Quite Sweet. A new card has been released. Luze exclaimed with enthusiasm, shaking the card box in his hand. In battling the gym, I never expected to gain more than just the bug badge. The cards of Atrahasis Insect Enchanter, Celia's Insect Enchanter, and Enchantment of the Insect Garden had been unlocked. Speaking of insect enchanters, Luze had discarded them after just a couple of matches in Master Duel. After all, the inherently malevolent Red Pit deck was ill-suited for a sunny, cheerful boy like him. Upon seeing the newly unlocked cards, depicting an array of charming characters, Luze's expression turned peculiar. What on earth? I am not a fan of Lolis. This is a path that leads to incarceration. Commander, hear me out. Just as Luze was engrossed in examining his cards, Zero-E, teetering on the brink of despair, could no longer contain herself. I changed my outfit for you, and you just show me cards? While the brave might not yet know if they could savor the world first, Zero-E was indeed the first to relish Luze. Seizing the moment, she grasped his collar, pulling him in close, and with a swift motion, she melted into him. As tremors coursed through their bodies, their breaths mingled, brushing against flushed cheeks and igniting an enticing shiver. Luze charged forward with fervor, liberating his desires. Zero-E, blushing like a blooming peach, could only endure in silence. Overwhelmed by the invasion from above, she felt herself dissolving. MMA? As Luze's lips pried open hers, his breath deepened, conquering her senses with warmth and sweetness reminiscent of strawberries. How can this be? This feels nothing like a first kiss. Zero-E's heart resisted, yet her body surrendered. Rendered weak in Luze's embrace, she relinquished her struggle. Wrapping her arms around Luze's neck, she closed her eyes, allowing him to take the lead. After all, Luze had claimed his first kiss. With me around, Ellis is destined to be a mere loser. Unbeknownst to Zero-E, her heated body began to yield to Luze, her legs intertwining, emotions soaring to their peak. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Silken strands of air hung in the atmosphere. Ha! Zero-E gasped for breath, the prolonged kiss nearly leaving her breathless. You wicked person. She playfully thumped Luze's chest, her fists soft and feeble. How about we do it again? With that, Luze drew closer once more. And before Zero-E could regain her composure, she was met with another wave of fervent affection. Hiss! A pained gasp escaped Luze as he inhaled sharply. Are we not kissing? Why is she biting me? Touching the blood at the corner of his lips, he realized it was rather conspicuous. In the underground of Café Soleil in Myra City, since you have inquired earnestly, I shall benevolently enlighten you. Hey, is this ever going to end? Before the Rockets could finish their opening remarks, Jessie interrupted. Hey, Pokemon dealer. If you can't speak properly, then just scram. A lowly existence with no elegance at all. It would be better to be cleansed by the ultimate weapon than to waste air living like this. In the face of such aversion T0, both James and Meowth showed no leniency towards her. Regarding Cliff's insults, they decided to let it slide for the sake of Giovanni. But what exactly are you, Flare Gang? Do you truly think of yourselves as significant? So, even the most insignificant creatures dare to provoke Team Rocket, huh? If we don't teach you a lesson, you won't understand why flowers bloom so vividly, Meow. Meowth unsheathed his claws, poised to unleash a frenzy of scratches. Go, Nashi. Sure enough, Gorgiast leaped out of its pokeball, eagerly volunteering. Come forth, Octillery. James also released his Pokemon, ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with his companions. Do these insignificant pests think they can turn the tide? How laughable. I'll entertain you for a while. Jessie tossed her Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, 2 Pokemon appeared before them. Jengar, Shadow Ball. Mismagius, Psychic. At this moment, it was time for Gorgiast to shine, enveloped in a radiant white light as the others shielded it. Gorgiast, Mirror Coat. Go, Nashi. Don't underestimate the bond we share. An explosion resonated, and as the smoke cleared, the trio had already made their escape, vanishing without a trace. Of course, if they didn't run now, when would they? This is someone else's territory, Meow. Jessie glared at the red claw marks on her face, her heart filled with fury. That inherently evil Meowth. You'd better pray you don't fall into my hands, or I will make you wish for death. On Route 4 of Kalos. In pursuit of a challenge at the Yaya Gym, Luz and his companions decided to continue their journey towards Yaya City, needing to retrace their steps along Route 4 back to Myra City. Upon noticing the red mark on Luz's lips, Even Serena couldn't help but marvel at Zero's audacity. Did you bite that hard? You've drawn blood. It was still daytime. Who knew what unspeakable events might transpire at night? The good friends exchanged smiles, sharing in the happiness of their sisterhood, as Serena gave Zero a thumbs up. Sister, we are truly formidable. Observing the flush on Serena's cheeks, Zero could easily surmise her thoughts. This is rather inappropriate. Yet, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Noticing the blood on Luz's lips still lingering, Zero felt a twinge of worry. Had she bitten too hard? She glanced around, taking advantage of Serena chatting with Ash, as Eureka playfully teased Din. Stealthily tiptoeing, Zero reached out to touch Luz's lips, asking softly, "Does it still hurt?" Her voice, delicate as a whisper, reached Luz's ears, and he responded with a faint smile. "What do you think? You weren't exactly gentle when you bit me." Playfully, Luz teased, quickly diverting the conversation. "It's not bad, strawberry flavor, quite sweet." Directly taken aback, Eureka blushed furiously, her embarrassment spreading from her neck to her forehead. Luz affectionately ruffled Zero's overloaded little head. Meanwhile, Serena carefully held a cherished memento, treating it like a treasure. "This is the towel Ash lent me during summer camp." The light blue towel, faded yet imbued with sentiment, prompted Serena to reminisce about their shared moments. How could a chance encounter lead to such fortune? Pikachu? Pikachu tilted its head, being lifted by Eureka, sharing snacks with Din. After rubbing the back of his head, Ash suddenly recalled memories long buried. "Mom, don't think too much about it. Little Serena is just awakening her lost sense of direction, calling for help after getting lost in the forest." At the peak of Serena's despair, a rustling in the bushes heralded the arrival of little Ash, though not particularly radiant. In little Serena's eyes, he was the brightest light. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, indeed. The wild little Ash unleashed a healing wave. Little Serena's injuries were healed, though the pain still lingered. "You can't give up until the very end, come." Little Ash extended his hand, and little Serena placed hers atop it, only to be swept into his embrace. "See, you're standing now." The boy's sunny smile inadvertently warmed little Serena's entire childhood. This tale serves to remind us that love should be nurtured from a young age. Hand in hand, little Ash guided little Serena, swiftly discerning the right path back home. Now grown, that boy still radiated cheerfulness, every gesture stirring Serena's heart. It's a pity, however, that his emotional intelligence seemed inversely proportional to his age. "I intended to return this sooner, but I just couldn't find the right moment." Arigato. Clutching the familiar towel, Ash lowered his head, lost in thought. Just as they were sharing laughter, the ground suddenly trembled, stones and pebbles cascading with a clattering sound. "Did you hear that?" Eureka was the first to sense it, raising a question. "What?" Serena turned back, only to see a horde of Rhydon charging towards them. "Rhydon. Let's see who the next lucky soul to be sent to another world is. We are all striving to survive. If you have something to say, take it to my all-risk semi-trailer." Fortunately, the warning came just in time. Luz and the others only got their clothes slightly dirty, with no serious harm done. "I've worked so hard. How are you all still alive?" Ash inquired, bewildered by the sudden stampede of Rhydon. Surely, this wasn't normal? "It's the Rhydon race." Serena and Zero replied in unison. Shortly thereafter, a police car arrived, carrying Officer Ginny, who, upon seeing Luz and the others, exclaimed in anger, "What are you doing? The training course for the Rhydon race is off limits to non-staff. It's extremely dangerous for you to be here. If anything were to happen, these kids could easily end up being spread across the ground. This is the starting point for this year's Rhydon race, Smiru Village. To stand out, thousands of riders will undergo rigorous training here. There are even last-minute entries for the competition tomorrow. If you're interested, how about giving it a try?" Unable to refuse such hospitality, the group reluctantly accepted, and Luz took the lead in agreeing. "Are you sure it's not because you want to play?" Serena glanced at Ash, secretly delighted. The Rhydon race was perfectly timed, a ready-made wingman. Plus, with Zero, the ancient Greek goddess of Rhydon, by their side, they could consult her in times of uncertainty. With their combined efforts, Ash's Rhydon race would surely be a breeze. However, in stark contrast to everyone else's enthusiasm, Zero, holding Luz's hand, remained silent, appearing somewhat sullen. "What's wrong?" Luz noticed Zero's unusual demeanor and mentally reviewed all the mistakes he had made in life, still utterly perplexed. Alas, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the depths of the sea. "I find myself utterly perplexed." Chapter 16. I shall support you. Carlos Smith, Rue Village. Haha, do not jest, ironclad rhinoceros, it tickles. Indeed, Serena, the holy maiden of our sect, possesses the affinity of the ironclad rhinoceros bloodline. Effortlessly mingling with this group of ironclad rhinoceroses, Eulogia languidly leaned against the railing, yearning to partake, yet cruelly barred by her minority. What of being underage? Is not Ash a mere boy from Pallet Town, equipped with years of travel experience? Is this the specialized ironclad rhinoceros for the competition? Their vigor is palpable. As Ash's fingers grazed the ironclad rhinoceros, he marveled at their formidable hardness. Such Pokemon, even in battle, would surely not disappoint. Ironclad rhinoceros, indeed. The insurance of the Pokémon world is no jest. Selecting a suitable ironclad rhinoceros for Ash, the duo began their practice. First this way, and then that way. As Serena demonstrated, Ash's ironclad rhinoceros charged chaotically, swiftly spiraling out of control. As expected, Ash found himself unceremoniously ejected from his mount by the ironclad rhinoceros. Ash, you cannot command the ironclad rhinoceros in such a manner. Observing Ash's flustered demeanor, Serena could not suppress a chuckle. Patting the space in front of her, she instructed, "Come, sit in front. I shall guide you hand in hand." Ash mounted the ironclad rhinoceros, a gentle breeze wafting past him, causing a slight unease. The inadvertent intimacy rendered him rigid. Leaning slightly behind Ash, Serena felt the tension in the boy's body and smiled, a scheme well executed. Finally, he has fallen into my trap. Z was indeed correct. Ash, you surely do not wish to lose in tomorrow's ironclad rhinoceros competition, do you? Then accept my training with utmost sincerity. This was the episode Serena was most grateful for her ability to ride an ironclad rhinoceros, though she occasionally slacked in training. Her fundamentals remained intact. Teaching Ash to ride an ironclad rhinoceros was merely a trivial matter, a simple task. The plan for Serena's crash course in ironclad rhinoceros riding was set. At last, there was progress in her pursuit of love. Gripping the reins tightly, her determination for her future happiness intensified threefold. Go, Serena. Meanwhile, Luz's practice was nearing its conclusion. Under Z's tutelage, Luz exhibited rapid improvement. Sitting before Luz, leaning against his warmth, Z found herself lost in thought, her mind elsewhere. It seems you harbor some concerns? A calm male voice inquired, his broad chest providing comfort. Sighing, Z huffed indignantly. It is merely my ironclad rhinoceros competition. The preliminaries are about to commence, and I might not see you for quite some time. On that night at Route 4, Z had received news from Saki, prompting her to return to Chaoxiang Town to prepare. Otherwise, she would not be in such a hurry to win over Luz. Recalling Luz's enchanting kiss, a warm current surged from her heart, offering Z a measure of solace. As long as Luz holds me in his heart, that is sufficient. I have become a fool who cannot live without Luz. Upon hearing Z's words, Luz fell silent as well. Could it be? Was this sudden turn of events a jest? He wished to indulge in more affectionate moments with his beloved Z. Smacking his lips, Luz decided that action spoke louder than words. He swiftly embraced Z's waist and captured her enticing lips in a deep kiss. Z surrendered willingly, devoid of struggle or resistance, only responding with a shy acquiescence. Darling, a kiss. With the competition looming the next day, Luz and the others opted to stay in Smithrow Town. The single dormitory prepared by the event organizers was clean and tidy, far superior to the inns Luz had known in his past life. After showering away the sweat of a day as training, Luz dried his hair and approached the door, gently pushing it ajar. What could Z be pondering? Surely, he knew. As anticipated, that night, Z surveyed the empty corridor, confirming no one was around before stepping into Luz's room. A gentle push opened the door, the dim light from the hallway spilling into the shadowy dormitory. Hooray! My darling left the door ajar for me. Freshly showered, Z's damp feet scampered across the floor, leaving adorable little puddles in their wake. Hey, I'm here. Spotting Luz's bed, Z executed a colossal leap. The effect was instantaneous. Luz evaded the attack. Searching the covers in vain, Z found herself staring blankly at the empty bed. Her small eyes filled with profound confusion. Where's my husband? My grand-husband? She had intended to sneak into Luz's embrace for one last moment of warmth before departing. Yet now, where was he? A large hand reached from behind, covering Z's mouth. The other hand seized her wrist, pinning her against the wall. Do not resist, my little beauty. Comply with your brother, and you shall suffer less. Upon hearing Luz's teasing voice, Z could not feign ignorance. Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled fiercely, clearly resisting. No. She shook her head vehemently, but it was to no avail. Her delicate skin was caressed inch by inch. With each advance of his hand, Z trembled, tears of humiliation streaming down her cheeks. Just as Z anticipated the next move, Luz retreated, wiping away the tears from the girl's cheeks. With a click, the light illuminated the dim space, revealing the faces of those who longed for one another. Lu sighed, rubbing his forehead. This girl had undoubtedly realized it was him, and her performance had been rather convincing. You are the Flashblade Princess, not a pitiful performer. Pitiful performer. So, am I also a part of your play? Observing Luz's expression, Z burst into laughter, her tears transforming into giggles. Gee, why did you stop letting me play along? Luz. Fetching a towel and a hairdryer from the bathroom, Luz settled on the edge of the bed, tending to Z's hair. His left hand ventured into her golden tresses, the dampness materializing between his fingers. You ought to dry your hair properly first, otherwise, you might catch a cold. Moreover, aren't you currently on your period? The Flashblade Princess is a weapon. She does not catch colds. Although she said this, her body had seemingly changed since arriving in the Pokémon world. Symptoms she had never experienced before had begun to manifest. Yet who cared? After all, someone was here to take care of her. Relishing Luz's ministrations, Z buried her pink face in her legs, contented sighs escaping her lips. I really cannot with you. Luz shrugged. After all, she was Z, his wife, and he must pamper her. In the early hours of 5 in Smith Rue Village, the streets were devoid of activity, save for a few small sparrow Pokemon chasing after Butterfree. Z rubbed her sleepy eyes, quietly rising from Luz's embrace and returning to her own room. With her bag slung over her shoulder, her trusty Dratini awaited her arrival. Turning back for one last glance, Z prepared to set off. Thus, while Luz slumbered, she slipped away quietly, stirring not a single tear. Sweet memories flooded her mind, a kaleidoscope of moments flashing through her thoughts. Despite the pangs of reluctance in her heart, she felt helpless. Even if I wanted to sneak away, that fellow still followed me. Lingy recognized it was Luz, yet she resolutely refrained from turning back, fearing that her newly calmed emotions might once again shatter. Are you leaving? Yes, Lingy's voice trembled. Is it possible for you not to compete? If you don't, will you support me? Lingy retorted, her expression fierce yet adorable. The prize money from the Iron Rhino competition represented her career and was her sole source of income. She had no desire to simply be a decorative vase. Striving to be an independent woman and reveling in her self-empowered life, she aspired to be Luz's pillar of support as well. With a wave of her hand and a flourish of her sleeve, Lingy turned to leave, as if she had made a resolute decision. Hey, I will support you. Without a moment's hesitation, Luz voiced his thoughts, convinced that his savings were ample enough to ensure a comfortable life for both him and Lingy. If she were willing, all she needed to do was to remain beautiful. He would handle all other trivial matters. Yet, he still respected Lingy's choice. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he tossed her a few cards. I await your good news. Future Queen of the Iron Rhino Riders. The cards arced through the air, and Lingy reached out to catch them. Upon glancing at the card name, she was taken aback. Red Ice Black Dragon. Sighing, Luz bid farewell to Lingy, yawned, and returned to his bed, preparing for a brief nap. As he nestled under his cozy blanket, he marveled at its pleasant fragrance and softness. When Luz expressed confusion, it wasn't because he had a problem. Rather, he perceived a problem with the situation. What on earth crawled into my bed? He abruptly flung the covers aside to reveal a scantily clad, purple-haired lowly beside him, causing Luz to acknowledge that his brain had indeed short-circuited. Lingy just left. And now this happens? Sweat beaded at his temples as he quietly replaced the blanket over her. I must have been mistaken in my approach. Meanwhile, the early rising Xiaoji, bearing Pikachu on his shoulder, noticed Luz's door ajar and knocked before entering. Luz, I'm planning to practice a few more times before the competition. Do you want to join? Before he could finish, Xiaoji froze in place. Xiaoji, what's wrong? Selena, having finished her morning routine, peeked out from behind him, bewildered by the sudden silence. The scene before them was overwhelming, frying their CPUs. From their perspective, Luz had his back turned, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. A glimpse revealed a strange lowly wrapped in a blanket, her prominent purple hair gleaming, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, appearing quite vulnerable. Did Luz and Lingy already have a child? What kind of accelerated romance is this? If it's not Lingy and Luz's offspring, then the truth could only be one. Selena's mind raced, quickly piecing everything together. So, Luz and Lingy brought this child along last night. That's why there was unusual noise next door. The key issue was that the child hardly appeared to be an adult. Luz's face paled, his heart sinking. It was as if a yellow mud had dropped into his pants. Definitely not a pleasant situation. Commander, let me explain. I am not a lowly enthusiast. Chapter 17, The Power of Tokiwa. Finally, the day of the Iron Rhino competition has arrived. Today, newcomers are participating in the competition at the last minute. The announcer's voice crackled with fervor, igniting the audience's enthusiasm. The thought of dazzling in front of a captivated crowd filled them with an uncontainable excitement. Xiaoji and Lu Zhe must put in their best efforts. Seated in the audience, Yuliga embraced the purple-haired, red-eyed loli beside her, cheering for Xiaoji alongside Selena. Ignoring Yuliga's social prowess, Atla's gaze fixated on Lu Zhe, her red eyes flashing with a hint of madness. The egg of the winged dragon cradled in her arms seemed to obstruct her view. Surely, that should have been her place. Pika Pika. As Pikachu perched on Xiaoji's shoulder, the sixth contestant glanced at Selena in the audience, his expression tender. In contrast, Lu Zhe, cradling the winged dragon egg while riding the fifth iron rhino, had yet to recover from his embarrassment. Having socially perished, he longed for an entirely different planet. Despite his flawless explanation that Atla was merely his Pokemon in disguise, it hardly mattered. After all, the bug-type monster's essence was composed of various insects. The loli's appearance was merely a ruse to lower enemies' guard. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's evasive reasoning, Selena and Xiaoji expressed their understanding. It was only human nature. Having such an adorable loli to warm his bed would inevitably lead to misunderstandings. Oh no. It seems I'm digging my own grave further. Is it too late to jump into the yellow river and wash myself clean? Rubbing his disheveled hair, Lu Zhe wished to bury himself in Lingyi's embrace and find solace. In the audience, the seat beside Selena remained vacant, as it was missing a certain individual. Sigh. Can't believe I'm already missing them. The venue buzzed with excitement as the audience eagerly awaited the competition's commencement. No one noticed the familiar figure of a man in black atop the first iron rhino. Here we go, let us begin. As the flag waved, the poised iron rhinos charged forth like arrows loosed from a bow towards the finish line. The 6 large vehicles surged forward in unison. Do you dare to challenge them? Lu Zhe and Xiaoji, being novices, lagged in their start, quickly left behind by their competitors. We're falling behind, Xiaoji. What is there to fear? We'll catch up. That suits me just fine. All right, Squid, let us move. Obeying Kojiro's command, Squid released a cloud of ink, obscuring all the livestream cameras. Your support is now live. Please confirm receipt. Now, no one would disturb Boss Muku's plans, meow? The loquacious Hakimi smirked, reveling in the attention before Boss Sakaki. With promotions and raises surely on the horizon, the cat by Sakaki's side feigned indifference, dreaming of usurping that position. With the boss's backing, Lu Zhe would undoubtedly face defeat. Musashi clenched his fists, filled with satisfaction. Having Boss Sakaki in his corner made everything feel different. Even the act of sabotage was executed with newfound finesse. Typically, Lu Zhe relied solely on luck, but facing the iron-fisted methods of the boss, I wonder how he will handle it this time. At the starting line, the large screen broadcasting the live footage suddenly malfunctioned, one by one going black. The live stream was abruptly cut off. Was there an issue with the wiring? The announcer's frantic voice filled the air as all images faded to darkness, leaving him powerless against the unforeseen situation. Realizing something was amiss, Atlas stealthily slipped away from the audience. In a secluded area, she transformed back into her spider form, scuttling swiftly along the racetrack. How peculiar. On the track, Lu Zhe glanced around, unable to spot any other iron rhinos. Had he truly fallen so far behind? That Xiaoji fellow, with his rapid acceleration, had vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving Lu Zhe to struggle in pursuit. Lu Zhe patted the iron rhino beneath him. Can you manage, buddy? Pathetic. The iron rhino shot Lu Zhe a disdainful glance. Do not blame Pokemon for your own shortcomings. Are you truly unaware of the weight of this egg upon my back? Suddenly, an anomaly strikes as the immobilization device activates, forcing the cumbersome ironclad rhinoceros to decelerate. Lu Zhe is flung away, spinning twice and a half in the air before barely landing on his feet. An assassin. There are always troublesome individuals seeking to harm me. Though he could guess it was Team Rocket with just a thought, he still feigned ignorance and asked, "Who is it?" Upon detecting key phrases, Team Rocket's introduction is triggered. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. As the trio of Team Rocket delivers their lines, Lu Zhe's Rayquaza egg has already completed its liberation. Not wishing to digress, Lu Zhe promptly commands Rayquaza to attack. Rayquaza, unleash the dragon ascent. A torrent of furious flames erupts from the colossal dragon's throat. The intense heat exploding forth as the energy, long congealed, is finally released. Crimson flames whirl, golden embers scatter, and explosive sounds reverberate, melting the ground while distorting the very air. However, the anticipated scene of Team Rocket being blasted away does not materialize. Sheltered behind the ironclad rhinoceros, they remain unscathed. How could it be? How could the ironclad rhinoceros possibly withstand Rayquaza's dragon ascent? What a preposterous notion. I suspect there is some guidance from Haki behind this. Luze squinted, noticing an unusual aura surrounding the ironclad rhinoceros, a green life energy enveloping it, healing the injuries inflicted by the flames in an instant. The green waves capable of healing Pokemon stirred with an everlasting vitality. This is the power of Eternatus. Clap, clap, clap. The rider of the ironclad rhinoceros removed his disguise, stepping forward with a flourish. Such a ferocious power, but that is where the commendation ends. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luze was slightly taken aback. The previous attack by Cliff was merely a probe, and since then, he had sensed Team Rocket's scheme, coveting the power of Rayquaza. They would not relent. He had not expected it to escalate to the point where Giovanni himself had to intervene. A showdown of aces. It seems they hold me in high regard. A cold smile lingered on the man's lips, his towering form casting a shadow that felt insurmountable. His gaze sharp as a hawk, piercing into the depths of one's heart. On the pocket of his left breast, the R emblem symbolized not only Team Rocket, but also the reflection of grand ambitions. He was the leader of Team Rocket, the Emperor of the Dark World. A cold-blooded opportunist, the ruler lurking in the shadows, Giovanni. In this world, there are but a few who could match Luze in strength, and Giovanni happened to be one of them. A Beedrill in his hands could be cultivated into a formidable force. Do you understand the weight of that? Only power is truth. It is not yet time to reveal my trump card against you. As the Pokeball was thrown, the high-frequency sound of flapping wings resonated, and the yellow and black figure appeared in the air. Beedrill's twin stingers crossed over its chest, infused with the energy of Eternatus, its compound eyes reflecting the image of its opponent. The poisonous stingers slightly raised, dripping with lethal venom. Beedrill, use Poison Jab. The deadly toxin compressed at the tip of the stinger. Beedrill surged forward with unstoppable momentum, its imposing presence cleaving through the air, even causing the ground to crack under the pressure. Rayquaza, enhance yourself with Dragon Ascent. As Giovanni prepared for a serious attack, unleashing the formidable Beedrill, Luze dared not delay. Enveloped in flames and battle armor, Rayquaza would not be affected by the opponent's abilities. The heavens were torn asunder, golden fissures piercing the clouds, and a cascade of liquid flames poured down, enveloping the colossal dragon in a fiery battle armor. Buzz. The actions were too swift to perceive. Beedrill's attack arrived in an instant, the poisoned stinger colliding with the golden wings, producing a deafening roar. The kinetic energy of the collision was overwhelming, forcing Rayquaza to stumble back 3 steps. Luze grimaced, noting how lackluster the enhancement skill had become. It was evident that Beedrill's Fury Cutter was executed with terrifying proficiency, capable of instantaneous enhancement. Enshrouded by the shadows, even gods must become my tools. Closing in for a deadly sting. Giovanni's attacks came in rapid succession, leaving Luze with no time to react, a hallmark of his style. Sensing his opponent's dominance, Luze's gaze sharpened. I admit your Beedrill has reached unparalleled heights. Its claim to the title of the strongest bug type is well deserved. However, my sword is not without merit. I shall invoke the Sun God Unity, sacrificing my vitality to enhance Rayquaza's attack, the mightiest Dragon Ascent. The life force was drawn from Rayquaza, and Luze's complexion turned ashen. Relying solely on sheer will to sustain himself, yet his smile grew ever wider. Sacrificing his own lifespan, Rayquaza's attack had escalated to thrice its original power. I wonder if your Eternatus can withstand my onslaught. Challenging a god is folly. Prepare for your destined defeat, Giovanni. Sensing the drain of his opponent's vitality, Giovanni was taken aback by Luze's ruthlessness. You truly are brazen. Your laughter echoes in my ears, yet somehow it feels as if you are the villain here. A cruel smile crept upon Giovanni's lips. You dare to sacrifice your life force? How fortuitous for me. Beedrill, it's time for the decisive moment. Mega Evolution. The dazzling light of evolution dissipated, and Mega Beedrill's speed doubled, its base stats soaring to 145. Physical attacks skyrocketed exponentially, and with its adaptability, its signature moves power quite. Most crucially, I don't believe I've ever mentioned just who the target of Beedrill's attack is, have I? The actions of Mega Beedrill became imperceptible to the naked eye. Each movement produced sonic booms, leaving afterimages in its wake. Even with Mega Evolution, it was destined to be defeated by Rayquaza, for this is not merely Pokemon. It is before he could finish his thought, the sound of a piercing strike echoed, and Luze's pupils dilated as he coughed up blood. Lowering his head, he found his chest had been impaled by Mega Beedrill, flesh and blood in disarray. Battling against a treacherous trainer was no different from a one-on-one duel. Wasn't I meant to be playing with divine artifacts? Having sustained a critical hit, Luze felt as though he was on the brink of death. The pain rendered him voiceless, his vision clouded in crimson, his body growing colder, and darkness enveloped his sight. Chapter 18. Rayquaza, the Undying Phoenix. In the Distortion World. The realm of the Underworld. After days of absence, the Distortion World had undergone a remarkable transformation. Under the governance of the Underworld King, Arceus, order was meticulously maintained. Finally afforded a moment's respite, Elise leaned against the vibrant skeletal throne, the black sun hanging overhead, fatigue weighing upon her. "Do not forget, the Queen of Demons is at your service," she said, tenderly fanning Elise with her bony wings and massaging her legs. All the efforts of the past days had not been in vain, as she had successfully transported both the Underworld and the Sealed World into the Pokémon realm. "Elise, we have a new visitor in the Underworld. I believe you would be eager to meet him." Hades shook the goblet in his hand, the crimson liquid resembling wine, but more akin to blood, contrasting sharply with his sickly green skin. Upon the throne, red eyes opened, glinting with delight. Sensing Lu Zhe's essence, Elise felt her fatigue vanish. Her legs rejuvenated, and she was restored to full vitality. As she combed her pale yellow adornment, her dress billowed gracefully, surrounded by Nephila Abais and Octo Abais. Elris soared towards Lugia. "Banky, you sly fox, I am truly amazed. I cannot blame myself for exhausting my life force." Lugia had initially intended to deplete his vitality and then activate the secondary effect of Sun God Unity to liberate the winged divine dragon and restore his life force. In doing so, his vitality would return to 1.5 times its original state, and with the liberation of the winged divine dragon, he could summon its ultimate form, the complete deity, the winged divine dragon, the phoenix of immortality. Yet now, after having shared some heartfelt words with Megabedrill, Lugia was filled with regret. Upon realizing he still possessed self-awareness and that his body remained intact, he opened his eyes to behold a strange world, utterly dumbfounded. Towering stone pillars jutted from the ground, and a golden dawn hung on the horizon, though it was not the sun. A massive black serpent slithered through the sky, while a two-headed skeletal dragon embedded with purple crystals raced through the void. Two indistinct figures wielding serpentine staffs walked past Lugia, engaged in laughter and conversation. "What brings you here? Is this still my homeland?" The ink-black river floated with sleeping lotuses as Lugia desperately searched his memories. "Isn't this the card from the Underworld? Does that mean my beloved truly exists?" As the god of the Underworld, Elris approached, Lugia could vaguely see the hem of her dress swaying from afar, her silken hair cascading from her shoulders. The mistress in the black gown approached in her high heels, just as he had first encountered her. Lugia found himself entranced. "Husband, welcome home." With a deep bow, Elris beamed like a flower and reached out her hand to take Lugia's. "Where's this place?" Lugia was filled with questions, but Elris silenced him with a delicate finger against his lips, the soft texture sending shivers through him. At that moment, he felt it imperative to fully embrace the experience, lest he feel guilty towards himself. "Shoo, why must you inquire, my husband? I shall personally elucidate the circumstances for you." Despite feeling both shy and vexed, Elris maintained her poise. The embarrassment arose from the reunion with her husband, where the brief separation felt akin to a newlywed passion, inevitably igniting a fervor that led to the delightful harvest of affection. The vexation stemmed from the lingering scent of other women on Lugia. The sisters were indeed as fierce as wolves, rapidly revealing their intentions and making advances on her husband. "Who dares to indulge in infidelity? You had best pray I do not discover you. Otherwise, there shall be no sweet reprieve for you." With a playful flick of her skirt, Elra's tongue glided across her lips. All her anger would find its outlet upon her husband. For now, she would collect some interest. Carlos journeyed towards the home of Selena in Chaoqiang Town. After half a day's trek, Lingy rode back to Chaoqiang Town atop Hakron, ready to commence the season's competition. Staring blankly at the crimson eye fusion in his hand, Lingy reached out to caress Lugia's face, but grasped only air. Observing the golden-haired child beside her, Saki sensed that the boy was not in good spirits. Since their return, he had been sullen and lost, as if his soul had wandered off. "Very well, we shall rest for today and regroup, as the child's health is paramount." Lingy rode atop the armored rhinoceros, her heart preoccupied with thoughts of Lugia, an endless longing reflected in her eyes. Suddenly, she clutched her chest, pulling the reins to an abrupt halt. "Why do I suddenly feel this palpitation?" A dull ache resonated in her heart, making it hard for her to breathe, as if she might faint. Could it be that Lugia is in danger? "Don't jest, Lingy." With that Elris around, Lugia couldn't possibly meet his end. After all, she had already claimed Lugia's first kiss. Elris should not be so formidable. The rightful queen takes her turn. It's my year. Elris, not his first kiss. Lingy could hardly fathom that the Lugia she had longed for was at that very moment in the boudoir with Elris, engaged in their intimate activities. Amidst the heated atmosphere, Their emotions reached a crescendo. Alas, Lingy remained oblivious to it all, while Elras felt a twinge of regret that such delightful passion was squandered. In Carlos Smiru village. Your strength is commendable, but can you conquer my shadows? As Lugia slowly collapsed, Banky felt a pang of regret. Another strong warrior had been lost to this world. Soon, if he could subdue the winged divine dragon, his plan would be utterly fulfilled. However, matters had slipped from his control. With Lugia deceased, the winged divine dragon descended into madness. Sun God Unity, release your power. Bury the winged divine dragon. Chain the phoenix of immortality. Rage of salvation, arise. Complete deity. The winged divine dragon, phoenix of immortality. Descending from the burning solar orb, the phoenix revealed its divine form, the authority of the sun god spreading its might, compelling all living beings within 100 miles to kneel in trepidation. The light abruptly contracted into a blinding flare, the burning eagle's head tearing through solar prominences, its wings extending beyond 100 meters. Its surface emitted coronal mass, arriving like flames consuming the heavens. It was indeed a star. In that moment of the phoenix's full descent, Banky heard the light of the world singing in unison. Even he had not anticipated that the winged divine dragon possessed a final form. Given the current circumstances, it was impossible to capture it without deploying Shadow Mutuo. Even though Lugia had already. Banky's pupils constricted, Lugia's cold body inexplicably stood once more. After dying, you can resurrect fully? Are you man or ghost? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lugia spoke slowly. I told you. This is not Pokemon. It is a god. Phoenix of immortality. Burn all to ashes. The colossal deity, ablaze with fury, plunged downwards, leaving the land barren for 100 miles, its residual power reaching the skies, evaporating the clouds. In Banky's astonished gaze, the figure of the phoenix drew closer, its terrifying might overshadowing the sun. An onslaught of despair surged forth. Within the attack's radius, all matter instantaneously vaporized under the searing temperatures of tens of millions of degrees, without a sound. The world's dark side would not change for a mere ghost. We shall meet again. As the smoke cleared, Banky had vanished, leaving behind a massive pit hundreds of meters deep, signifying the ferocity of the battle. Had he truly escaped? The fiery feathers of the phoenix fell away, ultimately disintegrating. Even the divine would be consumed by its own flames. The incomplete form of the phoenix gradually sank into the rift of the solar orb, collapsing into a sphere, reverting to the winged divine dragon egg. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lugia was grateful that Elras had activated the forbidden card, reversing the realms of the living and the dead, bringing him back from the underworld. Just as the winged divine dragon had utilized sun god unity, he was revived to full health. Speaking of which, didn't this mean he could no longer die even if he wished? Though it was somewhat taxing on his kidneys, Lugia rubbed his waist, feeling a dull pain. Elras, that juice-extracting maiden, insisted on engaging him in delightful activities, truly pushing him to his limits. The commotion from the battle had been too loud. It was likely that Miss Junsha would soon take control of this area. The presence of the Phoenix of Immortality should remain known to as few as possible, to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Lugia swiftly fled the scene of the incident, only to encounter the approaching Atla. He rode the 8-legged giant spider towards the finish line. As soon as Lugia departed, another figure arrived. Clad in a black robe with crimson hair, the newcomer dismounted from a red Gyarados, retrieving a shattered R emblem from the ground. After years of dealings with Team Rocket, Yulong-Du recognized this as Sakiki's insignia. With Team Rocket's stronghold in Kanto dismantled, had they shifted their operations to the Kalos region? In the face of justice, evil cannot hide, even if they flee to the ends of the earth. I shall bring you to justice. Surveying the surroundings, the ground still radiated a searing heat, the remnants of a technique capable of leaving a massive crater. Even he felt a shiver of dread. Those criminals from Team Rocket had indeed provoked powers beyond their reckoning. But who was the one who had defeated Sakiki? Ash sprinted towards the finish line, where Serena and Eureka awaited him eagerly. Despite finishing in 4th place, Serena was the first to embrace Ash, genuinely elated for his achievement. After waiting at the finish line for quite some time, Ash scratched the back of his head, glancing around but finding no sign of Lugia. Not only was Lugia absent, but even the number 1 rider had seemingly vanished. Look, what is that? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Following the direction of their finger, Ash beheld the sun. A resplendent light radiated from afar, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors in the air, captivating the gaze of everyone present. Wait, if you are the sun, then what is that above my head? Goodness, this is a phenomenon of nature. It's my first time witnessing such a spectacle. The crowd buzzed with excitement. quickly pulling out their phones to capture the moment, posting updates. Fam, who understands? Watching a ride-on battle inadvertently triggered a celestial event. Moments later, the brilliance faded, and the spectators treated it as mere entertainment. But Ash sensed that the situation was far more intricate. This celestial phenomenon might be linked to Lu Zhe's disappearance. After all, that fellow always caused explosions, bringing chaos wherever he went. As Ash ventured towards the source of light, he soon encountered Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, I finally found you. Everyone was worried about you. Chapter 19. Will you still choose me? The scene was swiftly commandeered by Miss Jun Xia, who determined from the remnants of the R emblem that it was indeed the work of Team Rocket. Sakaki interjected, yes, you're right. All the blame is being placed on me. The colossal crater left by their clash was fearsome. Merely gazing upon it could lead to an explosion, and approaching it might result in melting. Fortunately, no one had been harmed. Atla, did you hear? The #1 ride-on rider was actually a covert member of Team Rocket. Eureka, holding Atla's hand, relayed the information she had unearthed, her heart still racing with trepidation. It was only after the match concluded that she realized Atla was no longer by her side. If something were to befall such a delightful little girl, Eureka would carry the guilt for a lifetime. Atla has a trap. Atla won't get hurt, she whispered. With her ruby-like eyes blinking innocently, Atla spoke in a soft, delicate voice, causing Eureka's ears to tingle with delight. A trap? What is that? A trap isn't just something, it's Atla's skill. Lu Zhe chimed in, having overheard their conversation. Upon seeing Lu Zhe approach, Atla shyly released Eureka's hand and hid behind her master. The primary attack method of the bug-type Pokemon was indeed traps, which could pose significant challenges if one was unprepared. Thus, I have chosen to directly pull the plug. Unleash now. Red restart. This round, the opponent is forbidden from using trap cards. Eureka glanced between Lu Zhe and Atla, then at her Deden. So, Lu Zhe arrives and casts me aside. It seems Lu Zhe is truly my one and only, while I am merely a mere accident. How vexing. Why can't Deden transform into a cute little girl? Hurry and become an adorable loli, so I can cuddle you. If I were to dangle Deden and give it a good beating all night, would it finally admit it could transform? With her mind racing, she concocted devious thoughts, clearly a genius in her own right. Deden remained snug in Eureka's embrace, suddenly feeling a chill run down its spine. Let us go find Ash and Serena. We still need to communicate with Zero-E. With a golden-haired loli in one hand and a purple-haired loli in the other, Lu Zhe found himself sandwiched in between, longing for the fragrant softness of Zero-E. Lu Zhe sighed. Previously, his team comprised 2 couples and 1 third wheel. Alas, fate has its way, and who can escape its grasp? Now, he too was a third wheel, and a supersized one at that. To provide the two some space for deeper conversation, Lu Zhe had no choice but to take both Lolas out for a stroll. Feeling like a husband abandoned by his wife, while carrying 2 children, Lu Zhe found solace in the new card releases for battling Sakaki as he gazed at the ultimate fusion in his hand. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Zhe found Serena feeding cookies into Ash's mouth, her eyes shy. This is a reward for Ash. Also, it's a thank you gift for that time. Pikachu, seemingly forgotten by the two, perched on Ash's shoulder, waiting in vain for a bite. Sneaking snacks? I know this routine all too well. Ash and Serena seemed to be getting along splendidly. Eureka chimed in at an opportune moment, causing both to turn around and realize Lu Zhe and the others had arrived. Sharing a knowing glance with Ash, Serena's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. It's time to video call Zero-E. Struggling to rise, Serena input her home number and connected the video call. Gazing at Zero-E's delectable visage blocking the camera, Serena inquired about her friend's recent training. Zero, how has your training been these past few days? Excuse me, you're blocking Lu Zhe. Serena. The fragile boat of friendship capsized at the slightest provocation. Truly, such plastic sisterhood. Can we not enjoy our time together anymore? Understanding the situation, Serena stepped aside, granting time for Lu Zhe. Upon seeing Lu Zhe's face, Zero-E's gloom dissipated entirely, her countenance glowing with joy. Darling, it is said that those in love experience a decrease in intelligence. And as Lu Zhe responded to Zero-E's playful tone, he found some truth in that assertion. Just as the call was connected, she began with her sweet nothings. I like it. Atla, hidden behind Lu Zhe, trembled with jealousy as she listened to Zero-E and her master share affectionate exchanges, feeling like a third wheel. Lu Zhe dared not mention to Zero-E that a new purple-haired loli had arrived at his side. Would Zero-E know of this? In the next moment, she might just brandish a sword and contend for her affections with Atla. Both the palm and the back of my hand are flesh. What? You say I'm a scoundrel? How could the matters of scholars be labeled as such? I merely wish to provide a home for the girls. The Yveltal egg quivered slightly. as if amused by the unfolding drama. Go on, keep spinning your tale. After a lengthy phone call with Zero E, Saki turned the camera to catch a glimpse of her precious daughter. According to Zero E, that girl was living quite comfortably. Indeed, every day she seeks opportunities to bond with Ash. How could life not be delightful? Nice to meet you, I'm Ash. This is my partner, Pikachu. Pika Pika. Upon witnessing her daughter's acquaintance with a handsome young man, Saki smiled with amusement. I remarked, how is it that this girl lingers outside, indulging in such delightful meals? Perched upon his shoulder was Pikachu, a testament to the boy's commendable character, as his bond with the Pokemon appeared quite splendid. Saki mused, in our youth, your father and I were much like this. Serena proceeded to introduce her friends to her mother, with only Atra timidly hiding behind Luze. Mom, this is my Firefox. It has become my partner. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, the call concluded, leaving Saki with a beaming smile, though she could only shake her head in resignation. How difficult it is to keep a daughter at home, having packed their belongings. Luze and the others continued their journey towards the distant Xiang city. Fortunately, the route was not far, and they retraced their steps with ease, saving considerable time. In the bustling central square of Carlos Mire City, Serena had intended to visit a Pokemon grooming salon to have her Dormia styled. Alas, the establishment required an appointment, and she was compelled to forego that idea. However, fate intervened as she unexpectedly bumped into Dormia, who had been randomly refreshed, knocking into her. My sincerest apologies, exclaimed Jessica, the apprentice groomer, as she placed her hands upon the hem of her orange skirt, her eyes brimming with guilt. Dormia, reluctant to undergo grooming, had fled in a panic, inadvertently colliding with the young girl, who had scraped her knee in the process. I am truly sorry. It's all right, I'm fine. After applying a bandage to her knee, the young girl, Yulia, bounced back to her lively self, as if nothing had occurred. With her signature tuft of hair spinning atop her head, she activated her big sister navigation, asking, where might I find my future sister-in-law? The tuft swayed uncertainly before ultimately pointing towards Jessica. Wow, it turns out my sister-in-law is right beside me. Forgetting her injured knee, Yulia dropped to one knee. Please, Jessica, I entrust my brother's lifelong happiness to you. Atra silently retreated, wearing a look of incredulity, while Luze covered his forehead. Feeling so embarrassed, he could almost dig a hole to hide in. Dare I say, I can hardly bear to look. Although I was not the one involved, I felt an overwhelming sense of shame. The farcical scene concluded with Serena pulling Yulia back. It's just children playing house, she remarked lightly. To express my apologies. Would you care to visit our shop? Jessica, unfazed, extended an invitation to Luze and the others. Lo and behold, an NPC capable of providing hidden quests had appeared. Jessica led the group to her salon, which, much to Serena's delight, was indeed the very establishment she had hoped to visit. After explaining the situation to Mr. Berry, their instructor, he welcomed them with a smile and began to elucidate the intricacies of Pokemon grooming. As Luze absorbed Mr. Berry's techniques, he mused, it's rather mediocre. It pales in comparison to the mastery of paper cutting, where 3 strokes can yield Arceus. Observing the Dormia that had knocked into Yulia, Luze suddenly felt an insatiable urge to showcase his own skills. Isn't it merely a matter of aesthetics? I specialize in all manner of difficult cases. A mature resolve formed in Luze's mind. This was not merely an option, but an unwavering conviction. Atra, fetch me the scissors. Dormia glared at Luze, sensing an unfriendly aura, preparing to resist with her headbutt. Yet, upon meeting Atra's blood-red gaze, Dormia felt an unprecedented pressure, as if under the scrutiny of a ferocious beast. Goodness, is there something foul afoot? Am I not merely a little girl? Taking the scissors, Luze cackled with delight at the prospect of transforming Dormia. Please, don't come any closer. Dormia whimpered, her eyes welling with tears. Let us talk this through, don't touch my hairstyle. Feeling the cold steel graze her meticulously groomed hair, Dormia's heart resisted, yet she dared not show it. After all, that purple-haired little tyrant was watching nearby. With tears brimming in her eyes, Dormia resigned herself to her fate. Snip, snip. White strands floated away as Luze wielded the scissors with audacious flair. Immersed in his artistic endeavor, his movements became a blur, scissors clashing to create sparks. Jessica gasped in astonishment, while Mr. Berry adjusted his spectacles, equally taken aback. Could this be the legendary technique whispered about in the annals of the martial world, the chaotic wind cutting method? After rinsing out the dye and the sound of the hairdryer filled the air, everyone was taken aback by the transformed Dormia. Her ash-blonde hair was divided with perfect symmetry, akin to a divine measurement, each half mirroring the other flawlessly. The airy bangs danced as if enchanted, while two rebellious straps cascaded over her shoulders, exuding an aura of both dominance and allure. A harmonious blend of elegance and sportiness, her hair swayed rhythmically, embodying a passion that transcended mere aesthetics. This was no ordinary hairstyle, it was poetry incarnate. Even Mr. Barry was moved to tears, unable to contain his admiration for Lu Zay's artistry. Doramiya gazed into the mirror, her eyes wide in disbelief. Am I truly this handsome? In that moment, the pinnacle of superficiality gave rise to fervent admiration, as Twilight bore witness to devoted followers. Brother, I was wrong. Is it too late to apologize now? Lu Zay replied, Ah, young one, if given another chance. Would you still choose me? With her center-parted hair and suspenders, I am Ikun, remember me. As Lu Zay reflected on Doramiya's silhouette, he felt a profound sense of nostalgia, for this child had already begun to resemble a cherished acquaintance. The familiar background music played. Chapter 20, The Advancing Hakimi. In the dimly lit courtyard of Carlos Miure City, Lu Zay marveled at his sheer luck. Meow, even Boss Sakaki was unable to triumph. Meowth lowered its head, recalling that devilish man with a shudder. First, it was their trio, then Cliff, and even Boss Sakaki. All had failed to best Lu Zay. Now that I think about it, we've never really seen him lose, have we? As they reminisced about Lu Zay's battles in the Carlos region, Musashi added, whether they are villains like us or gym leaders, none have gained an advantage over him. However, don't assume this will deter us. Our quest to capture Pikachu shall not waver for a moment. Pikachu lamented, he truly makes me weep. Hakaru, Hakazang, even if we must confront the might of the legendary Rayquaza, will you still come to my side? That day, Boss Sakaki's Beedrill had seemingly undergone mega evolution. Patting Kojiro's shoulder, Musashi leaned closer to the computer, perusing the data Kojiro had gathered. Indeed, our operational strategy this time is to have Meowth undergo mega evolution. Kojiro's fingers danced across the keyboard, bringing up their battle plan. Capturing Pikachu will be a breeze. Search, Naki. Meowth pointed to itself, and then at the Rayquaza in the presentation. Me? Really? I can't possibly win, can I? Can we truly achieve this, Meow? It was rumored that the renowned Dr. Blatano, an expert in mega evolution, resided in Miure City. If we can acquire his experimental data and implement mechanical modifications, we shall undoubtedly succeed. Through trials of the flesh, we shall ascend through machinery. Ringing the bell thrice. In unison, they sang, Praise the God of all machines, Omnis Messiah. Tearing away the pitch-black curtain, the colossal machine behind Kojiro sprang into action, its purple indicator lights illuminating the dim space. Could it truly be a handcrafted Gundam? In the city of Carlos Maera, the Pokemon Research Institute awaited. Returning to Maera City, Lu Zay and his companions meandered about, indulging in their whims until weariness set in, prompting them to consider a visit to Dr. Bratano. Had it not been for Selena's desire to share the exquisite macarons from Shiran City, it is likely that no one would have remembered that a certain Bratano resided within the institute. Bratano, caring for the empty nester doctor is a collective responsibility. Let it begin with me, and let it commence now. Lu Zay, isn't it merely to avoid delaying Sister Sophie and your lifelong pursuit? You two make quite the pair. Sophie, inverted heaven, I'm only rooting for you and Zero E. When did it come to you shipping me with the doctor? In any case, Lu Zay, accompanied by two young girls and Ash Selena, made their way toward the Pokemon Research Institute. Bratano, Budoy, my institute has only just been repaired. Please don't blow it up again. Lu Zay, wherever you go, mayhem follows. Visiting the institute is never a good omen. Doctor, here are the macarons I purchased in Shiran City. I brought them for you to taste. Upon seeing his junior, Bratano's gaze softened, and he nodded in acknowledgement. After all, having a daughter is indeed heartwarming. Turning to observe Lu Zay engaging with the fierce Garchomp and Ash, Bratano felt a faint throb in his temples. These two were far too boisterous. The tea is brewed, please enjoy. The fragrant aroma wafted as Sophie presented the tea, embodying the essence of a gracious hostess. Whose adorable little one is this? What is your name? Noticing the shy Atla hiding behind Lu Zay, Sophie could hardly resist the urge to reach out and caress her. After all, with her violet hair and crimson eyes, it was hard to believe anyone could overlook such charm. Ah, Atla. Atla is so kawaii. She feels wonderful to the touch, soft and fragrant. The sparkling, large eyes of Atla nearly melted Sophie's heart, overflowing with maternal affection. Sophie gently scooped Atla into her arms. Who would have thought you and Zero E would already have a child, engaging in premarital pregnancy? Lu Zay, you truly are impressive. Sophie exclaimed, pinching Atla's delicate cheeks. Lu Zay, in the midst of frolicking with Garchomp, was momentarily struck silent, as if turned to stone. Sophie, one may forego life, but not the joys of living. Wait, where is Zero-E? Looking around, Sophie noticed the absence of the golden-haired girl and was struck by a startling realization. No wonder Luze appeared so haunted. It was due to the loss of his beloved. With a flurry of thoughts, Sophie envisioned a dramatic scenario, the domineering Lu, gazing at the little girl who bore a striking resemblance to him, gripping a paternity test with reddened eyes. At that moment, the butler would step in with a dagger to the heart. Young Mistress Zero-E suffered severe postpartum hemorrhage and departed that very night. 3 seconds of silence for Zero-E. Luze, what on earth is happening here? Noticing Sophie's bewilderment, Selena chuckled and explained. Zero-E is competing in a ride-on match, so she cannot join our travels. As for Atla, she is Luze's Pokemon in human form. A Pokemon capable of transformation? Hearing this, Bratano spat out his tea, rushing to examine Atla closely, his curiosity piqued. She must be a legendary Pokemon. Feeling the intense scrutiny from the bespectacled man, Atla instinctively clung tighter to Sophie. What are you doing? Don't frighten the child. Sophie shot Bratano an exasperated glance. Bratano, consumed by his research, had long forgotten the ways of the world. How could any girl find you appealing like this? You've become a pitiable, aging bachelor. Embarrassed, Bratano scratched the back of his head, only to discover that the snacks on the table had been completely devoured. In the corner, Hariri was indulging in the remnants, leading to Bratano apprehending him on the spot, evidence in hand. This child is truly impossible. The snack pantry for guests should still have some left. Bratano informed Sophie before heading off to retrieve more. However, as he stepped into the courtyard, he was met with an unfamiliar black truck and suspicious individuals. This is my home. Who are you? Swift and decisive, Musashi wasted no time in ensnaring Bratano with a capture net, binding him and shoving him into the cargo hold. So, Musashi had a penchant for bondage play? Thankfully, it was Bratano they captured. Had it been Luze, it would have been a different story altogether. Musashi, I've captured Dr. Bratano. Yet, this scene did not go unnoticed by Selena and Euligia, who, seizing the opportunity before the truck could start, stealthily slipped into the cargo hold, determined to rescue the doctor. Little did they know, the cargo door shut automatically behind them. Selena pushed against the door, but received no response. Oh no, this is a disaster. Selena chastised herself, realizing that without the external brain, Zero-E, she had no means to resist Team Rocket. Team Rocket Trio, thanks to our generous benefactor, it's buy one, get two free. The truck barreled through the iron gate as Kojiro pressed the accelerator down, taking their captives away. Hearing the commotion, Luze and Ash rushed out, only to catch a glimpse of the truck's exhaust. Unable to contain himself, Luze scoffed, are the League members merely idle? In broad daylight, in the heart of the city, a kidnapping occurs, and the victim is a renowned scientist of the region. Miss Junsha's efficiency is abysmal, the roads are congested. But the culprits remain at large, and there is no progress in the case. Fear not, children, for your Luze is here. Arise, Blue Eyes White Dragon. I beseech you. Charizard. Both Luze and Ash called forth their partners, soaring into the skies in pursuit of the truck. Why does it feel like I've forgotten something? Atla, nestled in Sophie's arms, widened her eyes, lamenting, if we're going out to play, at least take me along. In the shadowy workshop of Carlos Maera. What are you up to, Meow? Meowth stared bewildered at the two newcomers that had appeared out of nowhere. If memory served correctly, Musashi had only tied up the doctor. Right? Where had these two little girls emerged from? Euligia. Wait, you just asked a question, didn't you? Since you've shown sincere curiosity, I shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from being destroyed, Euligia and Selena began their familiar monologue, causing even the Team Rocket trio to lose their composure. What are you mimicking? Those are clearly our lines. Euligia, walk others' paths, leaving them with none. Selena, isn't this merely another form of a bullheaded man, unable to endure any longer? Musashi erupted in fury, swiftly subduing the two. Early footage of Team Rocket taming wild humans is a rare find. Being this cheeky, they must face extreme measures. Producing a metal board, Meowth activated a sound attack. ZZZZT. The excruciatingly shrill sound pierced the air, causing Kojiro and Musashi, despite covering their ears, to grimace in agony. In contrast, the three bound captives found themselves in a dire predicament as the metal board unleashed its sonic assault. Let us not stop here. Let us continue, Meow. Meowth commanded, initiating another round of the torment. ZZZZT. As the doctor remained obstinately silent, Meow Meow was taken aback, her claws nearly worn down to nubs. How could a human possess such audacity? Just as Meow Meow prepared to press on, she was abruptly halted by the sweat-drenched Platano's voice. You let me speak. But why don't you ask first? Did I not inquire? Meow? Both Kojiro and Musashi remained mute, merely gazing at Meow Meow with the bewildered expressions of fools, nodding in agreement. Awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Ha Meow. Quickly surrender the research data on Mega Evolution, Meow. It's right in my pocket. With a flicker of excitement, she produced the memory card, and upon seeing the research data within her grasp, Meow Meow let out a sinister cackle. Inserting the memory card into the computer, the data commenced its download. Tracking down Team Rocket's hideout, Luze and Ash boldly infiltrated the workshop. My superior intellect tells me it is time to unleash my extraordinary power. However, having learned from the ambush by Sakaki, Luze remained wary of direct assaults. He was resolutely close to the Dragonite egg, ever ready to evade and use it as a shield. The Dragonite egg wiggled in protest. You were not like this when you first arrived in the Pokémon World. Tempted by other cards, have you already changed your heart? Scoundrel. Pushing aside the iron door, the light from the outside illuminated the dim interior, where the three kidnapped individuals appeared as if they had encountered their saviors. Chapter 21, Deception and Intrigue. At the ultimate cave of Route 18 in Kalos, at the heart of the laboratory, two enormous glass containers glimmered with crimson light, connected to various instruments. The Z1 and Z2 cores of Zygarde, one red and one blue, managed emotions and intellect, respectively, lying dormant in nutrient solution. Report to Dr. Kutherluch. We shall now commence testing the Z2 core. Claire succinctly summarized the situation at hand, then pulled down the lever to initiate fusion. The device hummed to life, and the pre-collected Zygarde cells began to transfer into the Z2 core. 1, 2, 5. Tiny green luminescent entities transformed into flowing light, all absorbed by Z2. The evolution light growing increasingly radiant. Holding her breath, Claire watched as the progress bar struggled to inch toward 10, stagnating at that critical juncture. Just as she intended to leave the monitoring room to assess the situation, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A piercing wail echoed in her ears, and Zygarde's phantom materialized, signifying their success. The compatibility of Z1 was dismal, and Claire had nearly lost hope. Unexpectedly, Z2 altered everything. Let us reverse the tide of destiny. Activate. In an instant, countless cells twisted like living beings, reconfiguring as skeletal structures extended and muscle fibers rapidly wove together. The elongated form gradually took shape, and sharp claws pierced the light curtain, heralding the arrival of the guardian of nature. Before her stood Zygarde, majestic and formidable, exuding an immeasurable energy with every movement. Yet someone held a different opinion. The appearance of a Doberman? Is this merely a guard dog? Claire, you and your flare gang have toiled from dawn till dusk to produce such a creature? A haughty voice echoed from behind, the sound of high heels clicking on the ground. Claire didn't need to turn around to know it was that monster. She was not very close to the divine, yet she stood far removed from humanity. Though breathtakingly beautiful, she bore thorns like a rose. From beneath her dragon-tail skirt, the dragon heads on her shoulders appeared menacing, instilling fear. Furthermore, her Pokémon were shrouded in mystery. Volcanion, the blazing multi-headed lion, entirely unrecorded. There must be a reason why the leader revered her as an ancestor. With arms crossed, the vengeful queen gazed skeptically at the canine-like figure before her. If I recall correctly, when I captured it, it was a large serpent. Now it serves as a mere pet for the flare gang? How has it fallen so low in just a few days? Very well, I hold no expectation for your capabilities. Our transaction shall continue. The one I desire must be brought to me, even if it requires binding. Thoughts of that unfaithful man ignited a tempest of madness within the queen, unleashing resentment that stirred painful memories. As the one bestowed with the curse of fire, I summoned the Grand Lady. Link 5, the sealed underworld deity, Ellis. Recalling that detestable vixen, the queen felt her teeth grind. Alas, she could not overpower her. Every time she attempted to summon allies, her efforts were thwarted. With her skills suppressed, she resorted to physical combat, tugging hair and poking eyes. Yet, that enchanting seductress possessed a sharper battle instinct. She could never best her. Ellis, I relish the sight of your frustration. Who is it that weeps and wails? Tears welling in her eyes, the queen retorted, I am not weeping or wailing. Empowered tenfold. In Yu-Gi-Oh, I could not defeat you. In the Pokémon world, how could I falter again? What to do with a cheating man? Severing ties is the solution. Recalling the dark chamber she had meticulously prepared for Luze, the queen tugged at the small whip in her hand, cracking it against the air with a resounding snap. Luze, you shall not escape my grasp. In the shadowy courtyard of Mier City in Kalos, as Team Rocket's trio finished their lines, Ash had already untied Serena. Ding ding ding. The computer chimed, signaling the completion of data transfer, as the capabilities for Mega Evolution were programmatically rearranged. Now is the time. Pressing the final button. The colossal machine behind Kojiro sprang to life, its purple indicator lights illuminating. The sacred fire blazes bright. All my disciples, meow 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 meow. Meow, Super Evolution. Mega Steel Meow Meow EX. As the curtain lifted, the full form of Steel Meow Meow was revealed. Supported by a tank-like base, its towering figure, crafted entirely of steel, gleamed with metallic luster. Agilely, Meow Meow climbed into the cockpit, activating this war machine. Roar! I shall strike in my Gundam form. Remarkable. He is indeed a genius. Dr. Blatano exclaimed, surprised that the programmatic harnessing of mega powers could yield such astounding results. This certainly provided a novel perspective. Doctor, this is hardly the time for admiration. Observing Steel Meow Meow charging forward, Serena said, her expression tense. We must escape first. The group swiftly maneuvered, drawing Team Rocket into an open area for battle. Charizard, Super Evolution. Mega Charizard X. Faced with an opponent several times his size, Ash opted for Mega Charizard X to respond. After all, Luze merely needed to output damage while they, the common trainers, bore greater considerations. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Unleash your radiant might. With a wave of Luze's hand, he conjured a Mega Steel Meow Meow EX, a testament to his formidable will. A blue glow enveloped Steel Meow Meow, particles weaving in and out, draping it in a gossamer veil. As it prepared to face Blue Eyes White Dragon's assault, Meow Meow had just assumed a defensive stance when suddenly, nothing transpired. What in the world? It turns out to be a mere paper tiger, Meow, raising its mechanical arm. Meow Meow aimed at Mega Charizard X, gathering power for a mighty punch. Buzz. Just as it was about to strike its target, the machine abruptly halted, as if someone had pressed the pause button. What is happening, Meow? Is the machine's joint rusted, Meow? Meowth tried to salvage the situation, but the massive mechanical arm remained suspended midair, unable to move an inch. This won't do. A wicked smile crept across Luze's lips as he slowly spoke. Luze, what are you up to again, Meow? Ignoring Meowth's futile rage, Luze calmly explained. Gleaming Eyes effect activates, disabling all your means of attack. A Mega Steel Meowth EX that can attack is nothing but scrap metal. Meowth was utterly dumbfounded. How could such a move exist in the world? Preventing the opponent from attacking? Isn't this just dirty play? Meowth. Arceus, I report someone for cheating. May Lord Qingtian see the truth. Luze, it's not like you're meeting me for the first time. If it's not banned, does that mean it's cheating? Charizard Seismic Toss. Seeing Luze seal the opponent's means of attack, Ash quickly followed up, using Seismic Toss to secure a knockout against Steel Meowth in low-tier matches. Mega Charizard X, so you're showing off in front of me, huh? I'll make you fly for your arrogance. Meowth, what about Luze? Can't you see him, Meow? Mega Steel Meowth EX was grabbed by sharp claws, spun 2.5 times with the Earth's rotation, and then slammed hard onto the ground. Watching Ash use Seismic Toss on Steel Meowth, Luze was quite surprised. A rare sight. The master of inverse attributes actually understands type matchups. Fighting type moves against Steel type, super effective. Very reasonable. The invincible Mega Steel Meowth EX fell. A violent short circuit caused an explosion, and amidst the sparks, Team Rocket was once again sent soaring into the sky. What a rotten feeling. So nauseating. Lumiose City Pokemon Research Institute, Kalos. After rescuing the doctor, it was already late. Luze and the others decided to stay in the guest rooms of the Research Institute and set off for Shower City the next day. It's almost a success. Dr. Platten was busy working in front of the computer. Team Rocket's method of programming data had given him new inspiration. Without delay, he worked overtime to upgrade Ash's Mega Bracelet while collecting test data. If all went well, this new Mega Bracelet 3.0 would allow multiple Pokemon to Mega evolve simultaneously, and would no longer require the corresponding Mega Stones for the Pokemon. Taking a sip of coffee, the man, nearly 30, was at the perfect age to strive. Keep it up. Ole. Dr. Platten was so absorbed in his research that he didn't notice a large spider crawling through the corridor. Of course, it was our adorable Atra. She pushed against Luze's door, but it was locked tight. Atra felt a little disheartened. However, Atra could still give it a try. With 8 red eyes scanning the area and finding no one around, Atra inserted the tiny tip of her forelimb into the keyhole. Click! The door was pried open. A faint shadow flashed by as Atra transformed back into a purple-haired, red-eyed little girl, slipping into the room and making her way toward Luze's bed. Her soft face burrowed into the bedding, and Atra gently nuzzled against Luze, savoring the moment. In the past, her master didn't often play with her. Most of the time, Atra waited alone. Feeling Luze's warmth, Atra's cheeks flushed pink, as if all the coldness had vanished. She wished time would stop at this moment. But all good dreams must end. When Luze opened his eyes, Atra immediately panicked. I am sorry for disturbing your rest, Master. I'll leave now. Her soft voice trembled as she stammered. Tears streamed from the corners of the girl's eyes, as if she had lost all her strength. Atra's movements became clumsy and unsteady. Just as she was about to get off the bed, Luze grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Don't cry, don't cry. I'm here, gently patting Atra's back. Luze held her waist and comforted her softly. Atra felt that happiness had come too suddenly, without even giving her time to prepare. Her master's scent seeped through his clothes, stimulating her nerves and nearly burning away her rationality. Biting her lower lip tightly, greedy for Luze's tenderness, Atra made a decision. Tonight, I must keep my master. I don't want to be abandoned again. Atra lifted her teary eyes to meet Luze's gaze, a flicker of determination in their depths. Atra's lips moved, not very clearly. Luze faintly heard, beguiling plot. Delusional trap. The trap effect activated, instantly opening a deep pit in the guest room of the doctor's house. Both the person and the bed immediately fell into the hole, hovering midair. Luze looked at the little girl in his arms, momentarily puzzled. Chapter 22. The helpless wife who failed to steal home. Has the machine's joint rusted, Meow? Meowth tried to salvage the situation, but the giant mechanical arm remained stuck midair, unable to move an inch. This won't he do it all. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Luze's lips as he slowly spoke. Luze, what tricks are you up to again, Meow? Ignoring Meowth's futile rage, Luze calmly explained. The glimmer of the azure eyes is activated, disabling all your means of attack. Mega Steel Meowth EX, unable to attack, is nothing but scrap metal. Meowth was utterly dumbfounded. How could such a skill exist in the world? Forbidding the opponent from attacking? ISNT, that just downright unfair. Meowth, Arceus, I report. Someone is cheating. May the Honorable Lord Qingtian see the truth. Luze, it's not like it's your first day knowing me. If it's not turned off, does that mean it's cheating? Charizard Seismic Toss. Seeing that Luze had sealed the opponent's means of attack, Xiaoji quickly followed up, using Seismic Toss, a move for low-tier battles, to try and take down Steel Meowth in one hit. Mega Charizard X, so you're showing off in front of me, huh? I'll make you fly for your arrogance. Meowth, what about Luze? Can't you see him, Meow? Mega Steel Meowth EX was grabbed by sharp claws, spun 2.5 times with the Earth's rotation, and then slammed hard onto the ground. Seeing Xiaoji use Seismic Toss on Steel Meowth, Luze was also quite surprised. A rare sight. The Master of Inverse Attributes actually understands type matchups. Fighting type moves against Steel type, super effective. Very reasonable. The invincible Mega Steel Meowth EX fell. A violent short circuit caused an explosion, and amid the sparks, Team Rocket was once again sent flying into the sky. What a terrible feeling. So nauseating. Lumiose City Pokemon Research Institute, Kalos. After rescuing the doctor, it was already late. Luze and the others decided to stay in the guest rooms of the Institute and set off for Shower City the next day. It's almost a success. Dr. Platten was busy working in front of the computer. Team Rocket's method of programming data had given him new inspiration. Without delay, he worked overtime to upgrade Xiaoji's Mega Bracelet while collecting test data. If all went well, this new Mega Bracelet 3.0 would allow multiple Pokemon to Mega Evolve simultaneously and would no longer require the corresponding Mega Stones for the Pokemon. Taking a sip of coffee, the man, nearly 30, was at the perfect age to strive. Keep it up. Go for it. Dr. Platten was so absorbed in his research that he didn't notice a large spider crawling through the corridor. Of course, it was our adorable Atla. Pushing against Luze's door, she found it tightly locked. Atla felt a bit disheartened. However, Atla could still give it a try. With 8 red eyes glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, Atla inserted the tiny tip of her forelimb into the keyhole. Click. The door was picked open. A faint shadow flashed by as Atla transformed back into a purple-haired, red-eyed little loli, sneaking into the room and making her way toward Luze's bed. Her soft face burrowed into the blankets, and Atla gently nuzzled against Luze, full of contentment. In the past, her master didn't often play with her. Most of the time, Atla waited alone. Feeling Luze's warmth, Atla's cheeks flushed pink, as if all the coldness had vanished. How she wished time would stop at this moment. But all good dreams must end. When Luze opened his eyes, Atla immediately panicked. I am sorry for disturbing your rest, Master. I'll leave right away. Her soft voice trembling, Atla stammered. Tears slid from the corners of the girl's eyes, as if she had lost all her strength. Her movements were clumsy and unsteady. Just as she was about to get off the bed, Luze grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Don't cry, don't cry. I'm here, gently patting Atla's back. Luze wrapped his arms around her waist and comforted her softly. Atla felt that happiness had come too suddenly, without even giving her time to prepare. Her master's scent seeped through his clothes, stimulating her nerves, almost burning away her rationality. Biting her lower lip tightly, greedy for Luze's tenderness, Atla made a decision. Tonight, I must keep Master here. I don't want to be abandoned again. Atla raised her moist eyes to meet Luze's gaze. A flash of determination in their depths. Atla's lips moved, not very clearly. Luze faintly heard. Beguiling ploy, frenzied trap. The trap's effect activated, instantly opening a deep pit in the guest room. Both the bed and the people on it fell into the hole. Hanging midair, Luze looked at the little lowly in his arms, feeling somewhat bewildered. Falling into the frenzied trap, Luze was left in disarray. Looking at himself bound in a tortoiseshell restraint by spider silk, the little lowly before him had excitement in her eyes, with a tangible desire burning within them. Wait. Is this right? In his previous life, having read countless dungeons, Luze had also thought about bondage play, but he never imagined he would be the one tied up. Atla's red pupils were beautiful, already forming little hearts, but in Luze's eyes, they were a death warrant. Luze, danger. Even if Atla really had such intentions, the law wouldn't recognize her. The law would only judge me. Telepathically understanding Luze's concerns, Atla timidly explained. Atla just never grew up, that's all. But I'm actually already several hundred years old. Well, of course, if she hadn't lived long enough. How could the little spider have become a spirit? Licking her lips, Atla rubbed her legs together. The pink glow around them added a touch of ambience. Mounting Luze, Atla unbuttoned her clothes one by one, bearing herself amidst Luze's pleas. Luze closed his eyes, forced to feel Atla's warm, soft fragrance. Her scent lingering at the tip of his nose. It's over, completely over. There's no washing off the charge of being a Lilicon now. My reputation, Master. Did you ever have such a thing? Atla's innocent words struck Luze's sore spot. Her clear, innocent eyes made it impossible for Luze to refute. Accurate. Fair, and hitting the nail on the head. The invisible roast is the deadliest. Without another word, Atla cupped Luze's face with both hands, leaned down, and gently kissed his lips, savoring the moment in the enchanting atmosphere. First was Ling E, now Atla. One after another, isn't there an end? Are all girls these days so assertive? Luze trembled, pitiful and vulnerable. But Atla knew no mercy, only endless taking. Atla wanted to just focus on her own pleasure. She'll make sure Master feels good too. With skilled technique, her fragrant tongue pried open Luze's tightly shut teeth, while her fair legs teased him through his clothes. Strands of purple hair brushed against Luze's ears, causing a faint itch on his skin. Their lips parted, her pink little tongue pulling away strands of saliva, forming transparent threads in the air. Feeling Luze's resistance, even a cunning girl like Atla couldn't help but blush. I didn't expect Master to be so stubborn. You clearly feel something, yet you still want to admit it. You've even learned to lie now, Master. That is not good. Then Atla will have to teach you a harsh lesson. Atla will make Master understand the mysteries of life. Atla inhaled deeply at the side of his neck, acutely aware of Luze's warmth. Proceeding slowly, the tender kisses unleashed a torrent of passion. Their bodies, drenched in sweat, felt droplets trickling down Atla's legs, cascading off his toes. The atmosphere became increasingly humid, and Luze, overwhelmed, began to lose his grasp on reason. He felt as if he were on the verge of explosion, the heat becoming unbearable. Simultaneously, Atla slyly took Luze's earlobe into his mouth, gently biting with his canines. This seemingly trivial act proved to be the final straw for Luze. To prevent the ensuing activities from soiling their surroundings, Atla cast aside the card box and clothing, embarking on their intimate practice. It was said that a mother's status is elevated by her child. Surely, with little Luze, he would never be abandoned again. Luze, my life is forfeit. Atla, housebreaking. Her renowned blade, the Death's command, shattered instantly, shards slicing through the crimson blood. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, yet they brimmed with happiness. In the dormitory of the ironclad rhino competition in Carlos 100-Carve City, after washing up, Ling E gleefully sprawled on her bed, her little feet swinging playfully over the edge. Guess what she discovered? She could communicate directly with Luze through the card he had given her. Just like making a phone call, it was incredibly convenient. Did this not imply that she could whisper sweet nothings and bid goodnight to her husband every evening? This was simply fantastic. With a flutter of trepidation, Ling E attempted to reach out. The card in her palm glimmered with a golden hue. Yet no one answered. Was Luze already asleep at this hour? That made sense. After a long day of trekking and challenging gyms, he must have been exhausted. Whether he was truly tired was uncertain, but at this moment, Lu Zhe was indeed drenched in sweat. Adolaf seized the card box, but did not cease his actions. He merely wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued. Truly, not a moment was wasted. Placing the card box before Lu Zhe, the small eyes of Lu Zhe conveyed profound confusion. When was this calling feature unlocked? Why was he unaware? He glanced at the caller ID, Lingy. Lu Zhe's face turned ashen. This was a disaster. His master was clearly with him, yet still thought of others. Punishment was warranted. His expression darkened. An Adolaf's smile took on a foreboding edge, unsettling Lu Zhe. He had intended to feign sleep to avoid the call, but Adolaf deftly answered it for him. Lu Zhe, I truly appreciate this. On the other end, Ling Yi had nearly lost hope, only for the call to connect just as she was about to hang up. Husband, she cooed sweetly, but there was no response, save for the pitter-patter of rain. Is it raining over there with Lu Zhe? His forehead was drenched with sweat. And as Ling Yi's voice reached him, Adolaf's expression turned dark, the pressure intensifying. The atmosphere grew tense. Concealing his heavy breathing, Lu Zhe inquired, What is it? Why the sudden call? I just wanted to hear you, she replied, her voice laced with longing. Hearing Lu Zhe's voice again sent waves of elation through Ling Yi, an overwhelming yearning surging within her. If she did not hear his voice soon, she might truly lose her mind. Haha, I wanted to, Before Lu Zhe could finish, Adolaf pressed closer, silencing him with a forceful kiss. The master's tenderness belongs solely to me. Adolaf was not a greedy individual. But in relation to Lu Zhe, she wished to possess him entirely. Every inch of skin, every breath, every drop. She desired it all. Her eyes sparkled with madness. Her urgency growing more insistent, leaving Lu Zhe with no choice but to acquiesce completely. Why did the sound suddenly cease? Ling Yi pondered, sensing something amiss. Was it a signal issue? Perhaps the reception was poor, causing interruptions. Indeed, Lu Zhe had mentioned it was a reception problem. This faulty communication feature needed maintenance, as it had intruded upon their sweet intimacy. Communication feature. Ultimately, I bear the entirety of the burden alone. If the signal was poor, they would speak again tomorrow night. Good night, husband. Mua. The call ended abruptly, leaving Ling Yi blushing. Even though they were like an old married couple, she still felt shy. Uncertain why Lu Zhe's words had such a captivating allure tonight, she found herself yearning for more. Alas, it seemed sleep would elude her once more. What she had intended as a comforting call for a good night's rest had backfired. Thoughts of Lu Zhe consumed her, tossing and turning until she finally succumbed to slumber in the early hours. However, while Ling Yi was entranced, Lu Zhe faced a dire predicament. Confronted by Adolaf's near-manic advances, he had no choice but to surrender. Tilting his head back, Lu Zhe felt utterly drained, his eyes hollow and devoid of light. He had nothing left to give. Surveying the surrounding chaos, it was difficult to fathom what he had endured. The very webs intended for binding had been severed by Adolaf. Lu Zhe longed to flee but found himself ensnared. Had he truly lost all strength to escape? Fortunately, Adolaf eventually succumbed, her limbs weak and fatigued, blissfully cradling Lu Zhe as she drifted into slumber. Yet the girl's broken whimpers mingled with incessant sobs echoed in his ears. Why did she push herself so relentlessly? Reflecting on his time playing Master Duel, he realized he had indeed neglected the insect queen. The boomerang of fate had inevitably struck him, and as he turned, the bullet found its mark in his forehead. Alas, what a sin it was. Lu Zhe's vision darkened, and he fainted. The following morning, Dr. Bratano observed Lu Zhe's pallid complexion and pronounced dark circles, falling into contemplation. What had he done last night? Cosplaying as a panda? Good heavens, one should not be so pale after 3 days. Under Bratano's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Zhe uncomfortably hugged himself, retreating a couple of steps. Sophie, look at him. Sensing Bratano's suspicion, Lu Zhe felt immense relief for his decision to clean up the scene early. Otherwise, the moment he opened the door, the sordid scent would have betrayed him. It was unmistakably the scent of the sea. Yuli Jia rushed out of her room, scanning left and right, and behind Lu Zhe, seeking the person she desired to find. She then looked up and asked, Lu Zhe, since last night, I haven't seen Adolaf. Where has she gone? Indeed, last night, Yuli Jia had intended to surprise Adolaf, but upon entering her room, she found it empty, the bed untouched. She felt that the bed was uncomfortable. So she returned to her pokeball. Lu Zhe stammered, hoping she would not press further, granting him some semblance of dignity. Given Adolaf's current state, anyone could discern what had transpired. In stark contrast to her previous bravado, she could barely stand now, let alone walk. Given the intensity of their activities, it was a miracle she had not been broken. Lu Zhe was slightly better off than her, yet he was still not in a favorable condition. His life essence was nearly depleted, and he felt as though half of his body was already in the grave. As he breathed, Lu Zhe felt drowsy, overwhelmed by an endless weariness. Nevertheless, the journey had to continue. After bidding farewell to Bulatano, Lu Zhe and his companions departed from Mier City, setting their sights on Yaoshang City. Chapter 23, The Garden of Insects. Xiaoji, how much longer until we reach Yaoshang City? The sun blazed overhead as Lu Zhe panted heavily, rubbing his bleary eyes, his hair disheveled, and his mental state utterly deplorable. He felt lightheaded, as if he were floating on clouds, nearly collapsing from exhaustion, with his eyes barely able to remain open. All he desired was to snuggle under a warm blanket and indulge in a deep slumber to compensate for the toll of his vigorous exertion. Have we only been away from Mier City for a few hours? He wondered aloud. It must still be a long time before we reach Yaoshang City. In this unfamiliar environment, Xiaoji scrutinized the surrounding bamboo groves, while Selena, holding Euligia's hand, followed closely behind him. Could there be new Pokémon in this newly unlocked terrain? With each step, Lu Ze's legs felt weak, and he struggled to keep pace with his companions, eventually losing sight of them without realizing it. Surveying the unfamiliar landscape around him, Lu Ze's heart was heavy with a sense of nostalgia. At this point, he decided to take a moment to rest, surrendering to his fatigue as he lay flat on the ground. Isn't youth wonderful? Look at me, I can just fall asleep. Even with the life force granted to him by the dragon of the winged god, enhancing it to 1.5 times its original strength, he could hardly withstand the toll inflicted by Atla. This is purely aimed at my kidneys. Lu Ze felt as though his lifespan was dwindling once more. The previous night's revelry had likely cost him several years. Wait, if I recall correctly, the second effect of the Sun God Fusion can restore vitality, right? Does that mean I can use the Sun God Fusion as a kidney tonic? It seemed he had stumbled upon some bizarre application. Who dares to say this trap is inferior? This trap is simply marvelous. The kidney tonic of the dragon of the winged god. It's good for her, and good for me. But alas, it's not good for me. The dragon of the winged god egg jumped up to strike Lu Ze's knee in protest. How dare you? Is my perpetual trap meant to be used this way? Lu Ze exclaimed. Brother, I've never asked you for anything in my life. Just this once, just this once. The dragon of the winged god responded with an expression of utter disbelief. No wonder it covered itself with a blanket in the Pokeball, covering its feet while leaving its face exposed, and vice versa. It seemed that being associated with such a duelist had led to this predicament. Very well. Do as you wish. I shall cease my struggles. The dragon of the winged god egg surrendered to Lu Ze's whims. Dragon of the winged god, release. Sun God Fusion, sacrifice life force. Revive the dragon of the winged god, restoring its vitality and attack power. If an ordinary person's life force was 8,000, then Lu Ze would sacrifice 7,900 life force to restore 11900. It seemed like a guaranteed profit. The dragon of the winged god. The tranquility of the present days is only possible because someone bears the burden. Watching the dragon of the winged god leap around before him, Lu Ze felt no guilt, only an insatiable thirst for vitality. Before long, he felt an invigorating surge of life force within him, as if he were brimming with boundless energy. He swung his right fist, creating a sonic boom. The dragon of the winged god remained silent, merely activating the trap, pondering the essence of Yu-Gi-Oh! As a mere repetition. As his complexion gradually flushed, sensing something was amiss, Lu Ze quickly called for the dragon of the winged god to stop. Stop, stop, stop. I feel like I'm about to explode. His vitality seemed overly abundant, and Lu Ze feared he might burst. Atla, save me. Released from the Pokeball, Atla rubbed her sleepy eyes. Although her body still ached, her cheeks were rosy and more radiant under Lu Ze's nurturing. Quickly, quickly, Lu Ze urged. His face flushed as he embraced Atla's waist. It turns out even the master can take the initiative. Atla replied, I know you are anxious, but please, do not rush. Bewitching schemes, cunning traps. Once again, the ground beneath them was hollowed out, causing Lu Ze and Atla to slide into the depths of the earth, obscured from sight. The entrance echoed with the girl's soft whimpers and barely audible gasps. This is Momi. I have located the target. If you hear this, please respond, she reported, holding down her earpiece. Z2 has been deployed and will provide fire support. If you wish to avoid provoking that individual, do not falter this time. Lu Ze chuckled. Why hasn't Fladali dismissed Momi yet? I heard she had a falling out with Team Rocket last time and managed to bring so many people along without a single injury on their side. The scratches on her face had been ridiculed for quite some time. Even Meowth couldn't defeat her, making her seem rather inept. The voice of Courrier echoed in the earpiece, causing Momi to grit her teeth in fury. So what if I participated in the Z2 experiment? Why boast about it? Her nose seems to be reaching for the skies. I will defeat Lu Zhe and reclaim everything that belongs to me. Does it still hurt? Lu Zhe pinched Atla's cheek, her eyes shimmering as she buried her head against his neck, nuzzling him. To please her master, Atla would endure. Yet her voice gradually lost its strength, becoming as faint as a whisper. After concluding the battle, Lu Zhe carried Atla back to the surface. The delicate form of the young girl could barely withstand such exertion, yet she stubbornly craved more. Lu Zhe had no doubt that if he continued, she might even faint from exhaustion. Holding her soft and fragrant form, he mused that perhaps this wasn't so bad after all. Ah, how delightful. Lu Zhe succumbed to the allure of the moment, marveling at the genius behind Wang Jing's creation. The dragon of the winged god egg cast a sidelong glance at him, its expression one of bemusement, as if it were on the verge of crashing from the sheer weight of information. It seemed it had stumbled upon a sensational scoop. Poor Zero, left in the dark for 3 seconds. The wife working away missed her husband, unaware that he had already been claimed by another. I wonder how you will explain this later. The dragon of the winged god egg circled around Lu Zhe's feet, leaping excitedly, as if it had uncovered a critical oversight. Lu Zhe, you wouldn't want Zero-E to discover the affair between you and Atla, would you? Lu Zhe thought, oh dear dragon, please cease your perilous antics. Everything can be negotiated before a grave mistake occurs. Just as Lu Zhe jested with the dragon of the winged god egg, a crisis loomed. A resounding blast echoed from the sky as the flame sphere made its grand entrance. Lu Zhe, you are completely surrounded by me. Surrender at once. Lu Zhe replied. This sounds like my line. Surely one wouldn't become this intoxicated over a mere peanut? Do you really think anyone can just bump into me without consequence? Just as he intended to call for the dragon of the winged god egg to be released, Atla's kiss silenced his lips. Lips parted. A glimmer of dew clinging to the corner of her mouth. Lu Zhe was about to speak when Atla interjected. Even I, Atla, wish to protect my map. To entrust such a fourth-rate trainer with a third-rate Pokemon is simply unacceptable. Leave it to me. Observing the affectionate exchange between the two, and feeling utterly overlooked, Mamaki seethed with indignation. Unless I teach you a lesson, you shall never comprehend why the flowers bloom so vividly. I shall defeat you in the most magnificent fashion. Vanquish them, Gingaway. The rotund purple figure emerged from the shadows, a sinister grin curling at its lips as its tongue licked the edges. Ha ha ha. The schemes have piled up, and I have a new toy. Atlas stepped away from the warm embrace, her unsteady gait bringing Lu Zhe behind her. How dare they interrupt her intimacy with Lu Zhe? Such an affront was unforgivable. A palpable fire ignited in Atla's eyes, while Mamaki remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Gungaway, maintain your elegance and crush them. Ha ha. Purple energy coalesced in its hands, and with a forceful thrust, Gungaway unleashed a shadow ball. The amassed schemes erupted in a spectacular display. You send a mere girl to confront me? A tiger does not reveal its claws. Do you mistake me for Hello Kitty? What shall you use to defend against this strike? Atla, the garden of insects. With hands tucked into his pockets, Lu Zhe commanded, and the field of the insect queen unfolded in an instant. The bare soil beneath their feet erupting with dark green growth. Scales scattered, mycelium spread, and the air thickened with a sweet, cloying scent, reminiscent of decaying flowers exhaling their essence. Vines unfurled into insect limbs, and tree bark clung to amber-hued eggs, fluttering like silk. Cobwebs wove into a crown and gossamer, adorning Atla in a shroud of eerie sanctity. Boom! The explosion of the shadow ball erupted with a tremendous sound, a hum reverberating and stirring a dense cloud of dust. According to the law of smoke and no harm, Atla was assuredly unharmed. Formulas are quick to solve. Your heart shall become the most exquisite chrysalis. As the smoke cleared, Atla's figure was revealed, encircled by spider silk, untouched by dust. How is this possible? Mamaki could scarcely believe her eyes. How could her Gingaway, a Pokemon of the highest caliber, strike Atla without leaving a mark? After all, her Gingaway was a benchmark against the Elite Four's finest, fully loaded with schemes. Atla was merely a gym-level gold spark. What could justify this? Lu Zhe, however, wore a sly smile, fully aware of the mechanics at play. The second effect of the Garden of Insects was blunt and straightforward. Once per turn, neither the insect nor plant-type monsters on the field could be destroyed by battle. Rounded up, this meant they could never be destroyed by combat. Lu Zhe ruffled his disheveled hair, his grin more audacious than ever. The bond between Atla and I transcends mere gameplay. To battle the Red Pit deck, one must embrace the awakening of a radiant boy. Resistance is but a futile struggle. Without a red reset, what do you have to win? Activate the Broken Hole Lusha, and then the third effect of the Garden of Insects to special summon train. The Insect Queen. Destroy your skill schemes. Atla's purple hair and crimson eyes transformed, her locks turning white from the roots. The spider-like features fading away as twin pincers sprouted from her head. Sensing the ebbing of power within, Gungawei realized in astonishment that the enhancement of schemes had vanished and could no longer be utilized. To directly ban my skills and then buff? Is this not underhanded? But it is not over yet. I shall use Atlas Insect Queen and train as link materials for a link summon, Link 2. Corelia, the Insect Queen. Chapter 24. Z-God? No, Z-Dog. Rabbits and algae swirled around her, forming a verdant tempest as Atlas' appearance morphed yet again. Her white hair shimmered with a hazy purple glow, pink patterns creeping up from her calves. The pincers symbolizing the antlion vanished, replaced by 2 rabbit ears that responded to Atlas' breath. How naive to think this could defeat me. The child's farce must come to an end. Gungawei used bind. Discovering a way to break the deadlock, Gungawei no longer hesitated, raising its hand to banish the garden of insects. The once lush vegetation withered instantly, deprived of the garden's nurturing, quickly decaying into ash. Dare to ban my skills? I shall ban yours in return, an eye for an eye. Without the enhanced field, what could you use against my Gungawei? Seeing the field magic nullified, Luze remained utterly composed, for he had a backup plan. Having been ambushed to the brink of death and traversed the gates of the underworld, it was not merely a simple dalliance with his beloved. Gungawei, enter with psychic. Not so fast. Familiar words echoed within Mamaki as Luze closed his eyes, gradually activating a long-prepared trap. I shall extract your skills. Once this skill is activated, neither side may utilize Pokemon effects. Indeed, this was the card gifted by his beloved, the invincible skill extraction, paying a small price of life. He could nullify all Pokemon effects on the field with this formidable trap. Thanks to my cherished one. Praise the god of the abyss, Elris. As the black mist dissipated, a white rainbow pierced the heavens, and the shadow of Hades loomed behind Luze, with green skin and crimson horns atop a grotesque visage. He held a goblet in his left hand, filled with a liquid of indeterminate origin, be it fine wine or the blood of sinners. No matter who you are. Before the king of hell, the silence of skills is an absolute decree. And what of it? Mamaki shrieked in a frenzy, her patience utterly spent as unforeseen calamity struck. Now, she only desired the annihilation of her foe. Mega Evolution, arise, Mega Gungawei. The enhancement pulse device erupted in brilliance, transforming into countless purple chains that pierced Gungawei's form, forcibly initiating its Mega Evolution. Heh! Gungawei emitted a sharp cry, its body contorted as if pulled by an invisible hand, its shadow swelling into a colossal sphere enveloping it entirely. As the light of evolution gradually faded, Mega Gungawei emerged, its hands transformed into a liquid state, its size magnified exponentially. The ground oozed a viscous shadow, laughter echoing throughout the battlefield. Fear had materialized, preying upon the taut nerves of its opponent. Even without utilizing skills, Gungawei could overpower you with sheer physicality. Prepare for your defeat, Luze. Heh! As Mamaki's fist swung, Gungawei mirrored her movements. This will not do. Luze raised his gaze, bloodlust flashing in his eyes, a smile curling at his lips that sent chills down Mamaki's spine. Corelia, the Insect Queen. The electric net. The ground beneath Gungawei suddenly collapsed, a tremendous suction dragging it into the electric net. Thunder erupted, and ensnared within the net. Mega Gungawei could do naught but wail in anguish. Zzz. The sound of electricity crackled from the depths of the pit, mercilessly striking Mamaki's face, as if mocking her. Why can you still activate effects? Though I would be delighted to explain the mechanics to the duelist. Luze's cold, piercing gaze fixated on Momiji, his expression frigid enough to nearly freeze the very blood coursing through her veins. Yet, lamentably, she was unworthy. The effect inherent to the insectoid monsters and the essential prerequisites for Exceed monsters render them immune to the influence of trap cards. Did she truly believe Luze would be foolish enough to lift a stone only to smash his own foot? The effect of the insectoid monsters granted immunity to skill extraction, and Hades's oppressive aura would only bear down upon the adversary. To be rendered powerless while the opponent remained unscathed was a torment beyond measure. Defeated in such an ignoble manner by Luze, Mega Jengar was rendered utterly helpless, and Momiji found herself donning the mask of anguish. Yet Luze could only laugh heartily. After all, he was the aggressor, and the victims should reflect upon whether their own lack of effort led to this predicament. Zygarde, unleash your barrage. The emerald arrows erupted with unrelenting force, hurtling toward Luze as if intent on reducing him to a mere sieve. What enmity, what grievance could provoke such hatred? Thankfully, the assailant did not unleash their full power. As the attack approached, it swiftly veered to the sides, leaving Luze with merely a soiled corner of his attire. Both the attacker and Momiji donned the uniform of Team Flare, indicating they were allies. Casting a glance at Zygarde's 10 form, Luze breathed a sigh of relief. All was not lost. He had initially mistaken it for the Z-God, only to realize it was merely the Z-Dog. Zygarde in its 10 form. Polite, are you? Yet, at this juncture, had Team Flare truly managed to capture Zygarde? It seemed his unexpected crossing had indeed altered the trajectory of the storyline. A cold sweat broke upon Luze's brow. If Zygarde's one form was also in their possession, it would spell significant trouble. A complete Zygarde could harness the powers of nature in Kalos, and the situation would become exceedingly dire. Presently, even in just its 10 form, it had reached a state of gold fragment and was impervious to skill effects. Should it continue to evolve, the consequences would be dire indeed. Nonetheless, armed with the might of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Luze felt confident in his ability to prevail. Luze, the leader of Team Flare, requests an audience with you, Clara stated, suppressing her pride. Having observed Momiji's foolish battle and witnessed Luze's prowess, Clara dared not act rashly. It was paramount to execute the leader's commands with utmost diligence, employing both soft and hard tactics as necessary. With a raised eyebrow, Luze felt a spark of intrigue. Oh, what could that old rascal Flordalize want with me? Shouldn't he be engrossed in his research on the ultimate weapon? First Sakaki, and now Flordalize. He had barely escaped one peril only to plunge into another. One cannot seize a tiger's cub without entering its den. One must sacrifice to gain. He patted the card box in his pocket, glancing at the freshly unsealed new card. And his gaze sharpened. The box shimmered with a faint iridescence, and the seal in the upper left corner shattered, revealing the radiant inscription, Ultimate Fusion. Ash was engaged in a fierce battle with Team Rocket. Pumpkaboo. Use Seed Bomb. Charizard. Blow back that Seed Bomb with Heat Wave. Charizard flapped its wings, sending the Seed Bomb hurtling off course toward Pumpkaboo. Musashi tilted her head, surprised at such a maneuver. Of course, this is Ash we're talking about. Ash exclaimed, basic skills. Don't underestimate. As anticipated, the Seed Bomb landed back on Pumpkaboo, and the energy siphoned from it surged toward Charizard. Upon Charizard's return, Ash felt as though battling Team Rocket was as simple as chopping vegetables. There was hardly time for Mega Evolution before Team Rocket was sent soaring. Charizard. Unleash Flamethrower. The outcome was predictably jubilant. Team Rocket was obliterated, soaring into the sky alongside the sun. Hello? What an utterly detestable sensation. Serena wiped the sweat from Ash's forehead, relieved that they had vanquished Team Rocket. With no villains to disrupt them, peace reigned momentarily. After rescuing the panda captured by Team Rocket, Yugia pulled out a photo of Luze, revealing a bright and cheerful young man. Quietly tucking away the image of Atla, Luze was indeed a must-see. Have you seen this person? He is our companion, though we have become separated. The panda shook its head, with its squinty eyes. It would likely miss him even if he passed right by. I know his whereabouts, suddenly interjected a suspiciously dressed woman, her mask obscuring her face. Clad in an unusual uniform. Our boss, Flordalize, wishes to speak with him. He is quite intrigued by his performance at Lana. Is that the founder of the cafe in Mier City, Mr. Flordalize? Upon hearing Flordalize's name, Yujia's eyes sparkled with admiration. What sort of person is this gentleman? Even Ash found himself intrigued by Yujia's fervent reaction. It was true that during their time in Mier City, Luze had indeed invited him to that cafe. But the coffee had not been to his liking. If he had to choose, orange juice would be far more preferable. Mr. Flordalize is a technological titan in Kalos. Conducting research on Mega Evolution, Serena explained patiently, noticing Ash's lack of understanding. Moreover, he is a renowned philanthropist, frequently attending major events. So he must be quite impressive. Momiji felt a flicker of solace in her defeated spirit upon hearing Flordalize praised. Hearing her adoptive father's commendation meant more than anything, and her initial motivation for joining Team Flare was to serve him. Yet, she had once again failed her mission, all thanks to Clara. The task she had conveyed was clearly to defeat Luze. Little did she know that the true objective was simply to bring him back. Surely, her father had anticipated her inability to overcome Luze. In the end, she had merely become a jester, allowing Clara to reap the rewards. Aminos. Momiji stomped her foot in frustration, then instructed, Luze has arranged to meet you all in Yaoxiang City. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Observing Ash and the others dispelling their concerns, a smile crept upon Momiji's lips. Reunite? Think again. Once inside Team Flare's base, one either joins or faces elimination. Throughout all these years, Momiji had never witnessed an exception. In the underground cafe of Mier City, Café Soleil, Flordalize welcomed Luze with open arms. At the negotiation table, the red-haired, red-bearded middle-aged man began his oration, his saliva flying as he became immersed in his own artistry, oblivious to the world around him. Only by eliminating imperfect life can we create a beautiful new world. As he reached a fervent crescendo, Flordalize suddenly stood, looking down at Luze with an air of superiority. After all, in this world of survival of the fittest, resources are finite, and only the exceptional deserve to persist. Listening to the elder's fervent proclamations, Luze felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, stifling a yawn. This Vladarli, born with crimson hair, appears destined for a tumultuous twilight, an ominous fate indeed, as fiery locks often portend ill fortune in one's later years. In comparison to the Führer's oratory, Vladarli's rhetoric falls somewhat short, repeating the same few phrases ad nauseum. When will it ever cease? Thus, I ardently wish for us to forge a friendship. With fervor, Vladarli grasped Luze's hands, his eyes brimming with excitement, incessantly caressing. To his surprise, it was Sichuan opera. Fear gripped Luze, sending shivers down his spine. While conversing is one thing, do not paw at me. I have no interest in such frivolities, thank you. Vladarli, remove your filthy hands. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a girl with fiery hair burst in, launching herself at Vladarli with a kick. Why should he be rewarded? Vladarli deftly evaded the blow, clearly having developed a reflex to such encounters. Of course, that kick was no trifling matter. He could recall a time when he endured a similar assault. Bedridden for 3 months. Injuries to bones and sinews were fortunate compared to the near calamity of becoming bedridden for life. Have you ever been struck at the speed of light? Boom. The girl's flying kick missed, her high heel puncturing the wall, sending bricks and debris flying, shaking the entire structure. Goodness, truly, it is as if a young woman has blossomed in the neighborhood, possessing a strength that could topple mountains. Yet, there is something eerily familiar about her. The girl's hair entwined with unquenchable flames, warping the very air into distorted ripples. Her skirt cascaded like a fiery waterfall, leaving charred imprints upon the ground with every step. A fearsome dragon head emerged from her shoulder, roaring in tandem with her fiery wrath. This is the vengeful flame goddess. You have no business here, step aside. The goddess was evidently impatient. This unwelcome presence needed to depart, her eyes flashing with mania, as she could hardly contain her eagerness. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. I wish you a delightful time. With a deep bow to the girl, Vladarli exited the room, locking the door securely behind him. It dawned on him that the flood had swept through the Dragon King's temple. Families no longer recognized one another. The goddess possesses such formidable strength that she could dismantle the blazing flame core, and yet she herself still craved more amusement. With the nuisance cleared away, she turned back to Luze, cradling his face in her hands, a smile gracing her lips as her thumb traced the contours of his mouth. It is time to settle our old scores. Deep within her eyes danced molten gold, and a twisted love transformed into madness as the goddess erupted into a fit of giggles, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue. Sandwiched between 2 dragon heads, Luze felt as though the situation was slipping beyond his control. The goddess pressed a button, and the room instantaneously warped, light extinguishing as darkness enveloped them. The only luminescence came from the scarlet glow of her eyes, accompanied by the sound of gears turning ominously in his ears. Snap! The goddess snapped her fingers, a faint flame blossoming at her fingertips, casting a dim light within the confines. Bound and unable to escape, Luze's struggles proved futile. The orange flames offered no warmth, only a chilling sensation. The array of torture devices adorning the walls rendered Luze's face ashen as he envisioned his grim future. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, hoping it was but a figment of his imagination. The infamous 18 tortures of the Qing dynasty, have they truly befallen me? At least this way, I would not be disturbed. The ungrateful scoundrel, heartlessly abandoning someone, is truly excessive. If I cannot vanquish the god of death, surely I can torment you, you wretched pair. Grasping a branding iron, the goddess twirled it in her hand, soon achieving a glowing red-hot state. It seemed she was deliberately showcasing. Luze could see the inscription clearly on the iron, pet of the goddess. I am but a dog to the goddess, he read aloud, a desperate smile creeping upon his lips. I assure you, it will neither burn nor hurt, echoed the goddess's gentle voice. Yet it resonated in Luze's heart like a death knell. How could such cold words emanate from such a warm mouth? The goddess would not afford Luze a moment of respite, advancing with a raucous laughter. Luze, prepare for judgment. Aye, my dear. As he felt the iron approach his skin, Luze's mind raced, temporarily suppressing the urge of the dominating Atra, seeking a way to break free. Oh dear. Taking a deep breath, Luze resigned himself, tilting his head upwards to gaze at the stars, a serene smile gracing his features. The goddess met Luze's glistening eyes. A sudden wave of memories crashing over her, momentarily rendering her spellbound. An opportunity presents itself. Watch me work my magic. The terrifying goddess shall be swiftly subdued. Here I come, darling. Once there was a sincere love laid before me, yet I failed to cherish it. If heaven could grant me another chance, I would utter 3 words to that girl. I love you. With a thud, the branding iron clattered to the ground, scorching the floor as Luze's heartfelt confession resonated within the goddess, causing even her heart to flutter. Such endearments had never been exchanged when she was merely a card. This is indeed quite the transgression. With her clarity restored, the goddess toyed with her crimson locks, her thoughts a whirlwind. He spoke so earnestly, unlike a scoundrel. Could it be that I misjudged him? Luze, I am no rogue. I merely wish to provide a home for the girls of the game. Oh dear. Was my demeanor too coarse? Will it leave a poor impression? Luze, whether it's good or bad, I cannot say. It certainly was profound. Is it any wonder he is a powerhouse? On the surface, Luze appeared calm as a seasoned veteran, yet in truth, he was drenched in sweat. The Oscars owe Luze a small golden statue. Luze, at that moment, the branding iron was a mere 0.01 centimeters from my skin, but after 3 sentences, I would make this girl fall utterly in love with me. Blushing, the goddess released Luze from his bindings. The button was pressed once more, and the room returned to normalcy. Finally able to breathe, Luze sighed in relief, the immediate crisis averted. In that brief interlude, the goddess had even contemplated names for their future children. They would commandeer Vladarly's research facility for their marital abode. After all, he owned a building in Mier City that seemed quite suitable. What if we appropriated the blazing flame core as a dowry? Though they may be rather weak, they would still be quite useful. Ultimately, they are inept at everything else, and keeping Vladarly around would serve no purpose. As capable servants, they would be just right. Action speaks louder than words. The goddess decided to act, rising onto her toes to plant a kiss on Luze's cheek before striding toward the door. Luze watched as the girl vanished around the corner, letting out a quiet sigh of relief, his hands opened to reveal the ultimate fusion before him. Truth be told, Luze wished to avoid an outright confrontation with the goddess unless absolutely necessary. After all, she is his wife, and he must dote on her, even through tears. On the Carlos Route 8, the girl before him boasted pink locks, styled in a high ponytail, and her crop top boldly showcased her youthful vitality. Adhering to the trainer's tradition of battling upon making eye contact, Ash faced off against Primarina. Presented with an opportunity for experience, Ash was naturally ecstatic, relishing the chance. Yet, just before the match commenced, Primarina made an outrageous demand. If Ash loses, he must date me. The forthright confession did not waver Ash. Yet it left Serena utterly flustered and at a loss. A relationship? Ash, really? Serena exclaimed. No, dear sister, is this really happening? Yamask. Cease your perilous antics at once. No problem, but we shall not be defeated. With Ash having retrieved his Charizard and mastered its mega evolution in both forms, it was evidently improbable for him to lose to a mere roadside battle. Upon hearing Ash's response, Serena breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she knew Ash was not one to be so easily swayed. Permeal, of course, could not achieve victory, otherwise. This chapter would have been titled, The Incompetent Wife of the Thief. After all, not all defeated foes are named Zero, nor are all beasts named Luz. Come forth. Fairy Pokemon. It was decided, it would be you, Froakie. To ensure Froakie's smooth evolution, it was time for it to showcase its prowess. However, ideals often clash with the harshness of reality. Faced with the level disparity against the fairy Pokemon, Froakie struggled to keep up. Seizing the moment, Froakie unleashed its Water Shuriken, delivering a formidable counterattack. Wait a moment, why does Froakie know Water Shuriken? To the villagers, it was merely a water ball, to put it colloquially. Froakie spat a glob of saliva that stuck to the fairy Pokemon's face. Fairy Pokemon, use Charm. Immediately, Froakie's eyes sparkled with little hearts, while the fairy Pokemon was enveloped in a filter, enhancing its already alluring beauty. Froakie was entranced. Observing Froakie in its dazed state, Ash could only facepalm, utterly at a loss. The allure of love can be perilous. How many wounds can one endure? As expected, with the fairy Pokemon employing Sweet Kiss, Permeal concluded the match. The fairy Pokemon's charm even affected Meowth from a distance, who had been watching Ash intently, but was now captivated. Meowth's eyes sparkled with large hearts, nearly popping out of its sockets. James and Jessie, having set down their binoculars, looked at Meowth's enthralled state with bemusement. But the fairy Pokemon was indeed adorably enchanting. Search, Nash. Suddenly, a Pokemon sprang forth from its Pokeball, yet the trio of Team Rocket had grown accustomed to such occurrences and were unperturbed. I cannot believe I was so easily enchanted. Meowth vowed silently to become a Sigma male, one who shuns the allure of women. From this day forth, I shall renounce desire. In the underground Café Soleil of Lumio City, seated regally upon his throne, Luz was flanked on the left by the blue-eyes white dragon and on the right by the winged dragon of Ra. An oppressive aura pervaded the hall, instilling fear and rendering the onlookers too intimidated to lift their gazes. My loyal subjects, what is the meaning of this? As Fladali knelt before him, Luz feigned ignorance, fully aware of the situation. Undoubtedly, the might you exhibit surpasses my own. You are the epitome of perfection. Thus, I have decided to bequeath the Flare Gang to you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the enigmatic Joki draped a crimson robe upon him, the insignia upon it signifying the highest rank of the Flare Gang. It has grown cold. Perhaps you should don something warmer. Fladali of the Flare Gang, I salute you. Long live the leader. Long live. Long live. As Fladali led the chorus of adulation, the minions of the Flare Gang knelt in unison. Arms outstretched, millions fervently cheered, pledging their purest loyalty to their new leader. Some even wept openly, their crystalline affection solely for Luz. A powerful BGM surged forth. If you were to exchange a city of snow for my longing in the winter, let love bloom in the winds. The people of the Flare Gang finally saw the dawn again, welcoming their king. In truth, a similar scenario had unfolded twice before, both times concluding with Luz's polite refusal, and this was now the third occurrence. Sensing the opportune moment, Luz felt it was time to cast his net. You have truly put me in a difficult position. Luz pretended to be troubled, while inwardly he reveled in delight. Chapter 26. Darling, come into my embrace to be candid. If it were feasible, Luz indeed entertained thoughts of usurping the league. Just look at the state of the league now. Magishar, a Jew, Sakaki, each a gym leader, each a champion. The critical issue is that the league remains blissfully unaware, thoroughly infiltrated like a sieve. Miss Junsha's efficiency is concerning. Even if she were to discover the truth, she lacks the capacity to act. A situation where major matters cannot be handled and minor ones are deemed unnecessary. Otherwise, there would be no need for Ash to be perpetually busy saving the world in the movies. As Luz pondered, Fladali, feeling the pressure from the two colossal beasts, could not help but reflect. Isn't it just the position of a leader? If Luz could join the Flare Gang, why not? After all, trading a position without real power for a powerful ally is a tremendous bargain. He surely wouldn't remain cooped up in the headquarters. Once he departs, the Flare Gang would essentially be under my control. Team Rocket was continuously applying pressure on the Flare Gang, and with Luz's assistance, the situation could very well improve. He had heard that Sakaki and Luz had a history. A confrontation between the two seemed inevitable. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And Fladali found this notion quite agreeable. Sakaki, do not underestimate the bond between Luz and me. Any matters to report, or shall we disperse? With his arm around Joki's waist, Luz yawned. While being a ruler was enjoyable, it was ultimately just that. The emotional value of the Flare Gang was fulfilling, yet it paled in comparison to the warmth of his beloved wives. Feeling the pressure around his waist intensify, Joki's eyes sparkled with affection, and a peculiar blush graced her cheeks. He truly loves me, she mused. In truth, her earlier threats had merely been bluster. Having finally encountered the one she longed for, her heart was already in disarray. How could she remain fierce? The moments shared replayed in Joki's mind, reminiscent of their first meeting. This Joki of the Flames is truly delectable. Returning to the cemetery feels like coming home. No doubt she is my wife, but that may not be so certain. Activate my wife's effect. Destroy the reborn flame beast and your monster, and special summon my wife. Joki envisioned a future with Luz, lost in the depths of self-affirmation. Suddenly, the card box shimmered with golden light, vibrating within Luz's pocket. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, slipping from his temples. Luz recognized this as Zero's communication. Zero was striving valiantly in the steel-armored Rhydon arena, while he was here, indulging with other women. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of guilt surged within Luz. He felt indebted to Zero. That night, Luz sprang from his bed, delivering a sharp slap to his own face. How could I be so wretched? Of course, that was out of the question. As a master of balance, he could not favor one over the others. Both the palm and the back of his hand were flesh. Whether it be Zero, Artoria, or Joki, they were all his wings. Under the pretense of needing the restroom, Luz slipped into the bathroom to answer the call. What prompted you to call? Luz inquired softly, relieved that Joki had not noticed this sudden intrusion. He shuddered at the thought of what might ensue. Is it wrong to miss you? As the call connected, a sweet, syrupy voice washed over Luz, soothing the tumult within his heart. Of course. Absolutely. Listening to his wife's words, Luz affectionately replied, I am overjoyed. The preliminary match was about to commence. Biting her lip, Ling Yi's eyes shimmered with longing. Yet the progression of the competition offered no respite. Remember to cheer for me, she urged as they approached Route 8 in Carlos. The fairy-type move was overwhelmingly potent, having bewitched Ash's Froakie. This battle was destined to immortalize Froakie on the pedestal of disgrace, marking an unforgettable blemish in its history. I shall emerge victorious, she declared. As per our agreement, you must date me. With a smile, Permy AI addressed Ash, completely oblivious to Serena's unusual demeanor. In stark contrast to Permy AI's exuberance, Serena, currently consumed by jealousy, felt her envy boil over, her face turning a shade of green. Are you really going to date her? Thankfully, Ash deftly declined, and Permy AI did not press further. After all, a forcibly plucked fruit is never sweet. Invited by Permy AI, the trio proceeded to visit a kindergarten, where keen-eyed children quickly spotted Pikachu, causing an uproar. Pikachu is so adorable. Can I pet it? Although Pikachu was as common in Kanto as stray dogs, it remained a rare Pokemon in Carlos. Surrounded by eager children, Pikachu sought refuge atop Ash's head, evading their enthusiastic hands. Pikachu appeared rather speechless, taken aback by its unexpected popularity in Carlos. By the way, today seems to be Ling Yi's preliminary match, Serena reminded, having momentarily forgotten about her good friend amidst her time spent with Ash. The Iron Rhinoceros competition. There should be a live broadcast on TV, Euligia exclaimed. The golden-haired Iron Knight sounds so cool. Regrettably, Luze had been invited by Mr. Fladari and could not join them. The thought of not being able to watch the match while petting Atla left Euligia feeling slightly disheartened. Alas, one cannot have both the golden-haired knight and the purple-haired lowly. At the venue of the Iron Rhinoceros competition in Carlos's Baiki City, the announcer's voice boomed, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this year's Alliance Iron Rhinoceros competition, graciously sponsored by Mr. Fladari." After thoroughly checking the Iron Rhinoceros's condition and confirming everything was in order, Ling Yi slowly approached the starting line. Patting the Iron Rhinoceros, she silently resolved to shine brightly this time. After all, her husband was watching. As the referee waved the flag, the race began, with the Iron Rhinoceroses charging forward. Neck and neck. Yet, Ling Yi shot ahead like an arrow released from its bow, standing out amongst her competitors. As the thunder of hooves echoed, the very earth trembled. Other participants, matching you with equally formidable opponents. An extraordinary matchmaking mechanism. Urine test. A mandatory urine test. After the match, you'll be a purple sweet potato spirit, and I shall see how you handle that. The commentator gasped, leading is contestant number 1, Ling Yi. My goodness. Is the gap truly this vast? Amidst the commentator's astonishment, Ling Yi rolled forward at her own pace, continually enlarging her lead. Her golden hair streamed behind her in the wind, her form nearly parallel to the Iron Rhinoceros's back. However, this was merely the beginning. It was not enough. Not nearly enough. Ling Yi, accelerate, she urged herself, navigating the turn at a speed bordering on loss of control, the Iron Rhinoceros's hooves gripping the ground, sending up dazzling sparks. Brilliant. The commentator could not contain his excitement. Recalling the last time he witnessed such a flawless acceleration around a bend was during the reign of the queen of the Iron Rhinoceros competitions, who had yet to retire. While this was merely the first turn, the outcome was already evident, with victory all but sealed. Oh my goodness, contestant number 6 has taken flight, the commentator remarked, acknowledging the rider now soaring alongside the sun, marveling at the sheer talent present in this competition. Indeed, in a vast forest, one can find all sorts of birds. You are the worst group I have ever commented on, with the exception of Ling Yi. The remaining competitors either slowed down or crashed uncontrollably into the barriers. Without a doubt, Ling Yi's exceptional skills had prematurely concluded the race. Congratulations to contestant Ling Yi on her advancement. As the scene shifted, the camera captured the girl's fair visage, her smile radiating warmth akin to the winter sun. Removing her helmet and taming her wind-tossed hair, a few strands clung to her lips, which she promptly brushed away. Ling Yi-chan, I am your devoted fan. An excited female admirer rushed into the enclosure, only to be forcibly escorted away by security. Journalists, armed with cameras, crowded around, forming an impenetrable barrier. Miss Ling Yi, what is the secret to your advancement? A reporter nearby had already pulled out a notepad, eager to jot down potential answers that flashed through his mind. Daily practice, years of experience, keen insight into details. A mastery of balance. It's all thanks to my loving husband, she exclaimed. Oh, and my love for him. Wait a moment, what else? By the time the reporter realized what he had recorded, it was too late. Without any warning, Ling Yi's shocking confession stirred a commotion among the audience. No. The previously escorted female fan burst back in, only to be devastated by the news. Her idol was already committed? Alas, she had arrived a moment too late. The reporter, momentarily stunned, soon had his eyes gleaming with the prospect of tomorrow's headlines. The golden-haired knight's bold romance. Husband, come into my embrace. Upon hearing the gossip, the journalist's enthusiasm was reignited, scribbling furiously to capture every detail. Such sweet, romantic news would surely be a hit. Who wouldn't love it? At the Carlos Route 8 kindergarten. Witnessing Ling Yi's daring public confession, Serena felt a surge of admiration for her best friend, silently giving her a thumbs up. What did that lad Lu Zhe feed Ling Yi to transform her so? Yet, one must admit, proclaiming such love in public was incredibly romantic, a true display of affection. The air was thick with the scent of love, and singletons watching from their screens felt 1,000 emotional wounds. What a way to lure in the unsuspecting. When would she also be able to proudly call Ash her husband? Perhaps that day would never come. Clenching her fists, she resolved not to stagnate any longer. If Ling Yi could lead the charge, so could she. That mere Ash, Serena, will surely claim him. In the underground Café Soleil of Carlos's Miele City, Lu Zhe's heart soared as he beheld Ling Yi's bold declaration through the screen. Zhouji watched the scene unfold as the golden-haired girl became engulfed by reporters. Is that Shandaoji? Has she also arrived in the world of Pokemon? It appeared she had found a partner, even catching the attention of the locals. As long as she did not disturb Lu Zhe and herself, Zhouji silently wished for their happiness. Another competitor eliminated. How delightful. Unbeknownst to her, the husband Ling Yi referred to was right before her eyes. Lu Zhe thought to himself, indeed, that would be me. Chapter 27, Chaotic Form. Report, my leader. Dr. Kuzelovic requests the collection of energy samples from the winged dragon of RA and hopes for your participation in the practical testing of Z2. Despite her inner resistance and complete inability to accept the fact that the blazing team has changed hands, Momiji reluctantly reports. Who could have foreseen that just days ago? This man was engaged in a fierce battle with her, and now he is transformed into her supreme leader, having incorporated the blazing team into his dominion? The thought of her loyalty shifting from her foster father to Lu Zhe fills Momiji with discontent. However, under the orders of Fraudali, she dares not express her dissatisfaction. Surely, her foster father's actions must carry profound significance. Meanwhile, the Rocket team has dispatched representatives to apply pressure. In recent weeks, they have obliterated several blazing team strongholds. Bold. What is the Rocket team barking about? That old scoundrel Sakaki, still to be held accountable for his ambush, now finds himself ensnared. Do they think that by covering the light, they can blind the world? Yet, within my very bones, the dawn continues to blaze. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, and hell you brazenly invade. Joki, accompany me on this expedition. Lu Zhe opened the card box, and the myriad of colored lights transformed into a dazzling spectacle, merging with the cards within Joki's Pokeball. The Blaze Rebirth Fire Beast has been unbound. The Rebirth Fire Beast, the Fiery Phoenix, has been released. The Blaze Fusion has been unlocked. The Phoenix God of Nephthys has been liberated. The Cycle of Nephthys has been unveiled. The Azure Phoenix God of Nephthys has been released. Having not gazed upon the card box for far too long, Lu Zhe was nearly overwhelmed with drool at the multitude of unbound cards. However, glancing at his wife beside him, he feigned restraint, striving to maintain his The winged dragon of RA Egg, persona? Do you possess such a thing? Wrapping his arms around Joki's waist, Lu Zhe effortlessly lifted her onto the winged dragon of RA nestled in his embrace. Joki suddenly realized that there existed things in this world even more fervent than flames, such as the heartbeat of a lover, or perhaps, unyielding love until death. The youth's body radiated heat, carving a hole in the confines of Joki's once-closed heart. The unceasing bond flowed like a gentle stream, warming and melding with the fervor of her blood. With her arms wrapped around Lu Zhe's neck, Joki buried her head against his ear, greedily inhaling the intimacy of his scent. All she desired was endless possession. She had already listened to Lu Zhe recount his grievances with Sakaki. No matter, she would incinerate anything or anyone that had brought harm to Lu Zhe. The winged dragon of RA flapped its wings, the gentle breeze tousling her cascading hair, while the dragon's head breathed quietly, peacefully slumbering beside her. Kessel, I shall graciously accept the ultra-evolution wave of forced mega-evolution. The will of the Rocket team is insurmountable. In the laboratory, Athena, one of the 4 generals, cackled as she kicked aside a blazing team member trying to obstruct her, picking up her scepter. Lance, coerced into compliance, frowned at Athena's habitual cruelty. Behind him, Sakaki grew impatient, frequently glancing at the clock as if awaiting the passage of time. According to intelligence, the blazing team's greatest trump card is the guardian deity of Kalos, Zygarde. It would be best to resolve matters swiftly. Should reinforcements arrive for the enemy, the the situation could drastically change. As his pupils constricted, sensing danger, Sakaki sidestepped, and the wall behind him shattered, the searing flames erupting near his garment. The acrid scent of charred air permeated the space. The initial strike was an assault, and the intruder bore ill intentions. Upon seeing the familiar face of the newcomer, Sakaki grasped the gravity of the situation. It was Luze. The target of the rocket team this time is the blazing team. What business does he have meddling here? Releasing his B-drill in advance, Sakaki calmly addressed Luze. There may be some misunderstanding between us. Perhaps we can have a proper discussion. I have no interest in your reasoning. You are unworthy of listening. Before his words could fully escape, Luze pointed his finger. Now you know fear? Where were you when it mattered? Clapping his hands, Luze commanded, Come, everyone. Direct your gaze towards me. I have an announcement to make. You are all surrounded by me. Why not surrender willingly? The bewildered rocket team grunt scoffed. Just you and your red-haired lady? This brat dares to show off before the rocket team. He must be out of his mind. Only Sakaki understood that while others might consider it a jest, Luze possessed genuine strength. Lance, having retrieved his Gyarados into its Pokeball, intended to retreat. According to their agreement, he had already assisted Sakaki in acquiring a powerful Mega Evolution item. As for the sudden emergence of this young man, that was Sakaki's personal grudge, and it had nothing to do with him. Yet, just as he took a step, a raging inferno surged before Lance, halting his movement. Did my husband permit you to leave? With a snap of her fingers, Joki's crimson gaze flared, raising her hand to summon a wall of flames, transforming the entire laboratory into a battleground. I am merely here to collect heads. I have long since withdrawn from the rocket team, Lance explained. Having finally washed his hands of the matter, he was disinclined to entangle himself in the rocket team's affairs again. Remember, you were once part of the rocket team. Once a rocket team member, always a rocket team member. A team is a team. I shan't waste my breath on you, Luze declared, no longer hesitating, launching a full-scale assault. If ahead lies endless darkness, then let us incinerate the shadows. Come with me, my trump card, and my soul. Blue Eyes White Dragon. With an outstretched arm, feeling the blood surging, Luze's shout crescendoed. Blue Eyes, annihilate the enemy. Destructive burst stream. The dragon's jaws gaped wide, and a torrent of blinding energy erupted forth like a celestial river, crashing into existence. Where the beam passed, the atmosphere was torn asunder. Violent winds carrying the explosive dragon flames reduced everything in their path to dust. The ground crumbled, and the enemy's cries were swallowed by the radiant light, leaving only the roar of the Blue Eyes White Dragon resonating through the heavens. Everything was reduced to ashes, a thick cloud of smoke billowing forth, and as the dust settled, Sakaki remained resolute. Before him, the Mega Beedrill crossed its dual stingers, intertwining beams of light to construct a formidable barrier. To Sakaki's astonishment, he had instantaneously completed Mega Evolution, using it to defend perfectly against the Blue Eyes White Dragon's lethal attack. Mega Beedrill, finish it off with a Twin Needle. A cruel smile graced Sakaki's lips as he calmly commanded Beedrill to counterattack, unfazed. With its ability transformed to adaptability, the super-evolved Beedrill doubled the power of its signature move. Furthermore, it had entered the fray with maximum Swords Dance boosts, so, Blue Eyes White Dragon, prepare for your darkest hour. The twin stingers of Beedrill interlaced, striking toward the throat of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, landing a critical hit with remarkable efficacy. It seems that if I do not lash out against you and ensure your utter defeat, I shall never unlock the shackles of the king's soul. Channeling the power of convergence, Luze drew forth the chaos form from the card box and launched it at the Blue Eyes White Dragon, imbued with immeasurable might. Ritual summon. Arise, Chaos Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. A tempest swirled, azure flames entwined to form a vortex, engulfing the light. The soul of the Blue Eyes ascended to a new plane of existence. In an instant, the ground fractured, and space shattered like glass as a dragon-like silhouette, entwined in chaotic black and purple energy, emerged from the void, extending its colossal claws. Tear apart this absurd spectacle. The claws slashed toward Sakamaki and the Mega Beedrill, who prepared to use Protect once more in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught. Alas, the effect of the Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon is to disregard defenses and double the damage. The Protect of the Mega Beedrill was instantly shattered, and Sakamaki's pupils constricted as he exerted all his strength in an attempt to resist with his power of eternity. To his astonishment, he discovered that his power of eternity had been sealed by Luze's convergence power and could no longer be utilized. The dragon claws, massive and menacing, loomed larger in Sakamaki's vision, crushing the already weakened Mega Beedrill under immense pressure. When the claws struck the ground, a cloud of dust erupted into the air, Yet Luz knew that this duel was far from over. My strength is derived from despair itself. A sharp voice resounded in his mind, not in words, but as a pure mental piercing. The dark, golden divine power radiated outward, lifting the claws of the blue-eyes chaos dragon inch by inch. Suddenly, a black spirit manifested before Sakamaki, its shoulder veins grotesque and clearly visible, coursing with golden blood. At that moment, the psychic power of the dark Mutuo surged forth like a tide, transforming into ripples that distorted reality, repelling the opponent's attack. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The dark Mutuo floated in midair, a massive psychic array emerging behind it, with countless dark spears hovering in the sky, aimed at the blue-eyes chaos dragon. With a mere flick of a finger, a furious psychic blast erupted. This is power capable of tearing apart souls, an absolute dominion. In the face of the formidable foe's assault, Luz launched a powerful counterattack, declaring that even a mere level 2 god would dare to be insolent before him. Tenacious, invincible, the strongest. Blue-eyes chaos dragon shatter, obliterate. The azure waves rippled around it as the sky was sliced open by the cerulean dragon's silhouette. The blue-eyes chaos dragon let out a triumphant roar, its wings unfurled in fury. The opponent's attack arrived, its light blade sharp. Yet it was instantly disintegrated at the periphery of the ripples. The dark Mutuo's psychic output reached its peak, but it failed to inflict even the slightest damage upon the blue-eyes chaos dragon. Even with the use of teleport, the dark Mutuo was still scratched by the dragon's claws. As cellular regeneration occurred, the golden blood had not yet fallen before the wound quickly healed. Dark Mutuo, eliminate Luz first. Sakamaki timely advised that if they could not counter the effect of the blue-eyes chaos dragon, they should directly attack the trainer. Though he was aware that Luz possessed means of resurrection, the longer they could delay it, the better. The possibility of victory must be seized by any means necessary. Receiving the cue, the dark Mutuo's eyes ignited with crimson light, its hands coalescing into a psychic blade of distorted space. In an instant, it teleported behind Luz, raising its hand to deliver a fatal blow, intending to end Luz's life. However, it met the gaze of Luz, whose mocking eyes revealed nothing but derision. Chapter 28, Ultimate Fusion. His knuckles whitened from exertion. The windbreaker rustled fiercely as Luz's lips curled into a familiar, arrogant arc-ha. You cannot defeat so you aim to eliminate the trainer instead. Sakamaki, do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? The psychic power congealed into a blade, raised high by the dark Mutuo, descending upon Luz. Now is the time for ultimate fusion. A thunderous roar echoed as Luz's sharp eyes burned with an indomitable fighting spirit. Utilizing the Blue-Eyes Jet Dragon, Abyss Blue-Eyes Dragon, Blue-Eyes Alternative Dragon, and Blue-Eyes Chaos Dragon as fusion materials, he summoned forth the fusion, crossing the barriers of dimensions, shattering the illusory darkness. Come forth, the ultimate dragon sorcerer. The chaotic starry river erupted, 3 dragon roars resounding simultaneously, echoing through the heavens. Ancient magical armor enveloped Luz, divine radiance coursing through his body, unleashing a torrent of crimson and azure waves. The colossal claws of the Blue-Eyes ultimate dragon, surrounded by runes, instantly tore open the dimensional space, the dragon scales clashing and the wings gleaming with the light of annihilation unfurling violently. A tempest swept across the battlefield, the very ground beneath them crushed by this overwhelming force. The dark Mutuo's psychic blade surged forth, its inky edge carrying formidable momentum, slashing towards Luz in an instant. Reflected in Luz's gaze, the chilling light of the blade drew closer. Swiftly, Luz raised his hand, crimson and azure energy pouring forth to intercept the blade with unwavering strength. Regardless of how fervently the dark Mutuo unleashed its psychic power, the blade could advance not a fraction further. My power is the dawn that pierces through the darkness. Activating the effect of the ultimate dragon sorcerer, I render your intended psychic blade null and void. Mad laughter erupted as Luz's grip tightened around the blade, exerting a slight force. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as the dark Mutuo's psychic attack was crushed into powder, its power dissipating in an instant. The tides of offense and defense had shifted. Sakamaki, even if you summon Mutuo, what can you do? With the mastery of ultimate fusion, my victory is inevitable. The clash between Luz and Sakamaki raged on, and naturally, Gyoji was not idle. What exquisite despair it is, to fill the soul with lingering flames. Her beautiful eyes regarded the lifeless forms of Lance and Athena with disdain, perceiving them as mere corpses. Observing the two struggle in vain with the cursed doll and Gyarados, Gyoji relished the thrill of toying with her prey. Fiery red hair billowed in the heat wave as her fingertips traced through the air, igniting burning runes. With my effect, I resurrect from the graveyard. Arise, the rebirth flame beast, the blazing multi-headed lion, the azure phoenix of Nephthys. The ground shattered. Pillars of flame erupted from the earth's core, flames swirling as the shadows of two colossal beasts emerged from the fiery heart. Roar, breaking free from the chains of flame. They howled with wild abandon, the deep rumble of their roars resonating through the air. The blazing multi-headed lion's crimson eyes flashed open, its mane flowing like molten lava. Caw! Surrounded by blue flames, the Nephthys phoenix's pupils burned with intensity, brewing a storm. Burn them all. Do not keep Luz waiting. With a wave of her hand, Juji crossed her arms, as if casually uttering trivial remarks, her tone dripping with lazy cruelty. Curse Doll, Mega Evolution. Black chains pierced the Curse Doll's body, pain transforming into power, forcing its evolution. Not willing to fall behind upon witnessing the summoning of two elite-level Pokemon, Lance hastily utilized his evolution keystone. Following Athena's lead in Mega Evolution, the field magic, the sacred domain of the rebirth flame beast, simultaneously activating the trap, the awakening of Nephthys. Roar! The ground shattered. Molten lava surged, and the blazing multi-headed lion was completely liberated by the field's blessing. It unleashed its fury upon Gyarados, engulfing it in searing flames. And Lance was astonished to realize that Gyarados' strength was rapidly waning. This unusual fire could indeed weaken the opponent's power. Before Lance could react, the evolution keystone on his wrist exploded, shattering into glass shards, forcibly reverting Gyarados' Mega Evolution. Caw! The Nephthys Phoenix activated the trap, stirring its wings and gathering blue flames, its might surging dramatically. As Athena found herself in a passive position, her heart brimming with fury, the Mega Curse Doll launched a counterattack. Shadow Claw. Although unable to Mega Evolve, Lance was undeterred, launching a fierce retaliation against the enemy. Gyarados Surf. In a fleeting moment, as the Mega Curse Doll lunged with its claws to strike behind the Azure Phoenix, it found itself thwarted by the tumultuous waves stirred by the Gyarados. Before its assault could reach fruition, the searing heat of molten lava rendered it vaporous in an instant. Wiping the sweat from his brow, now evaporated by the oppressive heat, Lance felt a surge of frustration bubbling within him. First, my evolution keystone was destroyed, and now even executing my moves has become an arduous task. This is truly excessive. The needle has clearly targeted me. In truth, the Curse Doll merely harbors a disdain for those who revel in water. One can only blame oneself for choosing Gyarados. Gyarados, what a predicament. The pot falls from the sky, while one is comfortably seated at home. I summoned forth the rebirth of Nephthys, invoking the ritual to call upon the priestess of Nephthys. The shadow claw of the Cursed Doll was instantly obliterated, landing a feeble slap against the Azure Phoenix, barely registering as an annoyance. As the attack was abruptly dismantled, the bewildered Mega Cursed Doll turned its gaze towards the Azure Phoenix, beads of sweat trickling down its forehead. A rigid grin crept upon the lips of the Mega Cursed Doll. Big bro, I was just joking. Activating the effect of the priestess, I special summoned the Phoenix God of Nephthys. Utilizing the Phoenix God of Nephthys, the Azure Phoenix, and the priestess as link materials, I executed a link summon. 3. Flame Phoenix God, Nephthys. A cascade of golden fire rained upon the horizon, as the Azure Phoenix shed its blue flame feathers, liberating its inner crimson divine form. The edges of its plumage shimmering with incandescent corona, its crown blazed with an unquenchable inferno, mirroring the visions of obliteration within its pupils. A cry erupted, transforming into a fiery ring that engulfed the battlefield, annihilating the remaining Team Rocket grunts in one fell swoop. With its mouth agape, the Mega Cursed Doll was rendered speechless, its thoughts of resistance incinerated into nothingness. It could not even emit a cry of despair before being consumed by the flames, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The clash between the multi-headed lion and Gyarados was nearing its conclusion, with Gyarados left defenseless in the territory of the scorching beast. Each time Lance attempted to retaliate with a move, the effect of the multi-headed lion forcibly annulled it. Covered in wounds, Gyarados clung to life by sheer will, already reaching the end of its tether. With a fleeting glance, the beautiful eyes of the cursed princess turned to Luz, realizing that her husband's battle had come to a close. Draped in his crimson blue magical battle armor, Luz rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He had not anticipated that after revealing all his trump cards, he would still be outmaneuvered by Sakaki, who made a successful escape. The instantaneous teleportation of Dark Mutwo was far too formidable. In a moment of distraction, Luz found himself unable to give chase. Gazing down at the ravaged landscape, the laboratory lay in ruins, a casualty of the battle. The forced Mega Evolution device had also been seized by Sakaki. How irksome, that old rascal. The only consolation was the capture of 2 of Team Rocket's generals. With the loss of 2 among their elite forces, A blow that would certainly gnaw at Sakaki for a considerable time. A satisfied smile crept across Liu Zei's lips as he clenched his fist, brimming with pride. Sakaki, I shall strike you down every time I encounter you henceforth. You must come to my abode in the underworld for tea. Descending rapidly from the sky, Liu Zei dispelled the magical battle armor, allowing the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon to transform into a stream of light and return to its card box. Yet before he could regain his footing, his arm was encircled by the cursed princess, her soft embrace evoking a sense of discomfort within him. The trials of a hero faced with the allure of beauty. Unbeknownst to him, Fladali, accompanied by Zygarde, arrived only to find the battle had concluded. Your support arrived so slowly that the yellow flowers have withered. Observing the devastation before him, Fladali was momentarily at a loss for words. Was it merely a Pokemon battle that left a 100-mile radius barren? Stay calm, stay calm. Basic skills are essential, don't overdo it. This episode was the most value for money Fladali had ever experienced. The title of leader was truly well-deserved. Liu Zei was genuinely a man of action. Not in vain did he relinquish the Flare Blitz team. Clinging tightly to Liu Zei's robust leg, what need had he for Zygarde or the ultimate weapon? I could perform a 360-degree spiral slide. All I need to do is lie down. Boss, please take me along. Fladali felt immensely fortunate for his choice. Had he opposed Liu Zei, perhaps even a complete corpse would have been a luxury. I am indeed an angel investor. The path ahead has widened. In the underground Café Soleil of Mier City in Kalos, after a refreshing shower, Liu Zei collapsed heavily onto the soft bed, finally closing his eyes as if embarking on a journey to the afterlife. Fladali is truly insufferable. You've exhausted me. Upon returning from the battle, Fladali had abandoned all responsibilities, leaving Liu Zei to manage everything. Staring at the mountain of documents before him, Liu Zei felt overwhelmed. After shedding the fatigue of the day, he finally had time to rest. Counting the days, it was nearly time. Ash and his companions would likely arrive in Yoka City tomorrow. Before departing from the Flare Blitz team, it seemed imperative to arrange some internal matters. Contemplating the intricate and convoluted management system, Liu Zei sighed. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Bemoaning the burdens of leadership, Liu Zei suddenly felt a weight upon him. Before he could open his eyes, soft lips pressed fiercely against his, releasing days of pent-up frustration. The scent of milk. It must be Atla. As he inhaled the fragrance, Liu Zei opened his eyes to meet Atla's gem-like crimson gaze. At that moment, the violet-haired little girl, her eyes brimming with tears, looked at him with a pitiful expression. Master, you have been with that woman for days without acknowledging me. The hand that wished to slap himself was grasped by Atla, and Liu Zei suddenly felt like a brute. Comforting Atla, he held her close, gently patting her back. Yet his hand slipped to her waistband, becoming increasingly unruly. Just then, the doorknob turned from the outside, and Liu Zei stiffened, turning his head. The door swung open. Chapter 29, Rise and Rest Again. Just moments ago, the cursed princess had remained obediently in her room. As she tucked away her dragon head and tail, she lay in bed, her mind filled with thoughts of Liu Zei. Tossing and turning. After striking her pillow a couple of times in frustration, she raked her fingers through her disheveled hair, finding sleep elusive. With arms crossed, the cursed princess struggled to rise, surveying the empty room. Fladali had arranged for excellent soundproofing in the decor. The silence within was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The air in the room felt desolate, and for some inexplicable reason, the cursed princess suddenly felt a chill. An invisible background melody aptly captured her mood. That day's solitude, solitude, solitude. That day's hesitation, melancholy, melancholy. Having lived here for several months, why was she suddenly overcome with this feeling? She should have been accustomed to it by now. Recalling the battle of the day, when Liu Zei had swept her into his arms, it felt as though the world had offered her solace, calming her previously tumultuous heart. Her fingertips grazed her face. The tips pinkened, still lingering with Liu Zei's scent. Liu Zei, how warm. A wine-red hue blossomed in her eyes, suffusing to her cheeks as she gently bit her fingertip. Glancing at the wall clock, the hour hand pointed to 11. By now, Liu Zei should have settled into rest. Thus, even if she secretly sneaks into Liu Zei's room, as long as she moves lightly, no one would discover her. A sudden spark of brilliance illuminated her thoughts, and Jiuji was filled with admiration for her own cleverness. With her delicate feet softly brushing against the ground, she was ready to depart at a moment's notice. Quietly, she opened the door just a crack, her eyes keenly observing the movements in the corridor. No need for gunfire. She stealthily made her way to the village. Silently approaching Liu Zei's door, Jiuji felt her body tremble with excitement. The thrill of a night raid sent her adrenaline soaring, bringing her to euphoric heights. Taking a deep breath, she grasped the doorknob, yet refrained from turning it. How remarkable that Lu Zhe would lock his door at night. Such a keen sense of security. Thinking of how Lu Zhe had locked the door to protect himself from the nocturnal advances of vixens for her sake brought tears to Jiuji's eyes. Lu Zhe, the most lethal delusions are those conjured in one's mind. You've truly transformed. A mere locked door would deter others, but not her. Let us not forget. She is the esteemed Jiuji of the blazing flame. With her right hand infused with elemental energy, the temperature surged, and the metal lock could not withstand even a moment before melting into liquid. Pressing down the doorknob, Jiuji swiftly slipped into Lu Zhe's room, careful to make not a sound. As she closed the door behind her and turned, she met Lu Zhe's gaze. Jiuji's greatest fear was the sudden silence in the air. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Zhe had already awakened, remaining silent as he simply watched her. Jiuji's delicate toes fidgeted anxiously, her embarrassment palpable enough to create a 3-bedroom apartment. Lu Zhe, bare-chested and reclining against the bed, appeared outwardly calm. Yet inwardly he was a bundle of nerves. After all, hidden beneath the covers lay Atla. If Jiuji were to discover her presence, it would surely become a battlefield. Enraged, Jiuji might lose all reason and turn him into minced meat. Jiuji, it's not that big. Sweating profusely, Lu Zhe pulled the covers tighter around Atla. Clearing his throat, he attempted to ease the tension, inquiring, "Aren't you going to sleep at this late hour? Without you, how could I possibly sleep?" Jiuji thought to herself, her mind racing to concoct an appropriate excuse. "Oh no, my CPU is about to overload. I merely feared you might find it difficult to sleep, so I wanted to wake you." Lu Zhe, completely bypassing rational thought, the moment those words left her mouth. Even Jiuji felt a sense of absurdity. She slapped her cheeks. "Jiuji, what nonsense are you spouting? My hands are hardly poetic. Would you dare read that line again?" Her mind, "I didn't know. It was my brain that made me say it." Her brain, overheating, unresponsive. It's getting late once more. Lu Zhe found himself utterly bewildered by the night raid. How many times had it been? How was it that despite locking the door, they could still enter? Feeling Atla's warmth beneath the blankets, beads of sweat trickled down Lu Zhe's temples as he desperately sought a way to excuse Jiuji from the room. "Perhaps it's best you rest early, Lu Zhe, what's wrong?" Upon hearing Lu Zhe's sudden pause, which hinted at unease, Jiuji quickly approached to assess the situation. "Don't come any closer. Atla, what have you done? Jiuji is still here." Feeling Atla adding fuel to the fire, Lu Zhe found himself at a breaking point. "Are you kidding me? I certainly don't want to share the same fate as Qinggu." However, as Jiuji advanced, Lu Zhe, despite his discomfort, dared not reveal it. Passively enduring Atla's moist presence. "Are you unwell?" She reached out to feel Lu Zhe's forehead. Sweat dripped from his temples onto her wrist. "I'm fine." With tears brimming in his eyes, Lu Zhe's ironclad will had not succumbed. Even in the face of warmth and humidity, he remained steadfast. It turned out that Lu Zhe was enduring his illness solely to prevent her from worrying. This thought flashed through Jiuji's mind, her eyes shimmering with affection, her voice thick with emotion. Moving to a corner of the room, Jiuji called the infirmary. Upon receiving her call, the doctor at the infirmary wasted no time. After all, she was revered by the former leader and was now the favored consort of the reigning monarch, Lu Zhe. It was imperative to attend to her needs with utmost diligence. Seeing the delivery address was Lu Zhe's quarters, the doctor couldn't help but feel intrigued. Living together before marriage? Jiuji's title as the Duchess of Lu was now firmly established. Within minutes, the requested medications were gathered and delivered to her doorstep. "Let us see the doctor. The infirmary is on standby 24/7. I'll let them in right away." Lu Zhe's heart sank as he realized he could not escape this predicament. It is often said, "Fear not the shattering of bones, but prepare to format your phone." Social death and demise are both forms of death, at the very least. Grant me some dignity. Rather than being caught in a compromising situation, Lu Zhe would rather engage in a passionate kiss with Jiuji than face social annihilation. He truly wished to avoid any semblance of pain. No, there is no need. Concealing the bulge under the covers, Lu Zhe firmly rejected Jiuji's suggestion. "I believe it's best." With bloodshot eyes, Lu Zhe's words faltered, and he choked on his breath. Unable to withstand the teasing, he ultimately surrendered, laying everything bare. Cough, cough, cough. Struggling to swallow, the girl beneath the covers seemed to choke, emitting a series of light coughs. Jiuji, ever perceptive, detected the unusual sound and moved closer to its source. Lu Zhe felt defeated, his face pale as he resigned himself to his fate. "Farewell, beautiful new world. Winged dragon egg, beastly Lu Zhe, may your journey be smooth." Grabbing the edge of Lu Zhe's blanket, Jiuji seized it and melted it away in an instant. Her eyes widened in shock. the scene before her causing her mind to implode. This is all. Luze covered his ears as a piercing dolphin-like shriek erupted, threatening to shatter his eardrums. The blazing flame Jiuji unleashed her battle cry. Must you make such a ruckus at this hour? You're disturbing the peace. Covering her face with her hands, Jiuji's fingers slipped apart, revealing her excited gaze. No wonder she felt something unusual under Luze's blanket. It turned out having physiological needs is perfectly normal and understandable. However, why didn't he just tell me? If Luze desired it, she would not be averse. Nevertheless, it seemed a bit excessive internally comparing. Jiuji's fear of large objects surged. How could she possibly fit? The doctor outside, noticing Jiuji had yet to open the door, contemplated whether to knock and inquire. Suddenly, a dolphin-like sound echoed from within, followed by Jiuji's excited voice over the phone. Nothing for you to concern yourselves with. You may leave. The doctor rubbed his temples, shaking his head in disbelief at the antics of the youth. Perhaps it was best for someone of his age to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the young. While the doctor outside felt his trip was in vain, within, Luze hastily wrapped himself tighter in the blanket, evading Jiuji's unabashed gaze. Why hide? I want tea bite. With her arms crossed and her cheeks flushed adorably, Jiuji clearly had yet to recover from the recent excitement. Unexpectedly, Luze possesses quite an admirable physique. Swallowing hard, Jiuji found her mind gradually conjuring up tantalizing images that left her flushed with embarrassment. The mere thought of indulging in a shared moment of passion with Luze sent her heart racing, her eyes glistening with moisture. Her fervent emotions began to well up like a bubbling spring. When she lifted her gaze, she beheld Luze, wrapped in a blanket, looking pitifully vulnerable on the bed, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who would have thought that Luze could exhibit such a shy side? Where had that formidable man, who dominated the dueling arena, gone? The charming contrast tugged at Jiuji's heartstrings, and she laughed heartily, clutching her stomach as she trembled with delight. All right. I won't tease you any longer. Good night, sweet dreams. Waving a reluctant farewell, Jiuji gently closed the door behind her. Unprepared for the moment, she ultimately decided against breaking the final barrier. After all, Luze was hers. He wouldn't escape her grasp. Could a duck that was almost in hand possibly fly away? Humming a cheerful tune, Jiuji strode back to her room with an air of confidence. Yet, even with her head buried beneath the covers, Luze's image lingered in her thoughts, refusing to fade. Alas, this night was destined to be one of restlessness. Meanwhile, within Luze's room, the sound of voices filled the air. Grasping Atla by the scruff of her neck, Luze began to interrogate her. Why didn't you return to the poke box from the very start? Atla realizes her mistake. She feigned innocence, her eyes glistening with faux pity as she looked at Luze. Did no one inform you that apologies require sincerity? Show me your genuine remorse. Confronted with the grade A war criminal Atla, Luze showed no mercy. He was determined to employ rigorous methods of interrogation. Tomorrow morning. If you can get out of bed, I will grant you this. If I can make you get out of bed tomorrow morning, I will accept this. Luze unleashed his full force, showing no compassion as the room echoed with the sound of the girl's sobs. Chapter 30, Old Deng, a pleasure to collaborate. In Luze's embrace, Atla, having endured a night of punishment, slept soundly, her delicate face still marked with traces of tears. After an intense night, her body ached, and all she desired was rest. Nestled against her beloved, waking with the sun and resting with the sunset, a satisfied smile graced Atla's lips. Master, warm, Atla likes. She murmured in her sleep, her voice barely audible, drooling slightly. Unlike her cries for mercy, Luze felt increasingly invigorated. This solar deity fusion was indeed advantageous. Dragon of the winged god, you are my divine being. After recalling Atla into her pokeball, Luze tidied himself before preparing to rendezvous with Xiaoji. However, as he pushed open the door, he unexpectedly encountered Vladali. Observing the scorched marks at Luze's door and the molten metal solidified on the floor, he surmised the situation. What can I say? Young people will be young people. Had Luze and Jiuji already progressed to this stage? Such rapid advancement. Vladali silently gave Luze a thumbs up. After bidding farewell to Vladali, Luze leaped onto the winged dragon and soared towards Yaoxiang City. But had he forgotten something? As the clock struck 11 in the morning, Jiuji gradually awoke, rubbing her drowsy eyes. Last night had indeed been quite excessive. She hadn't fallen asleep until 2 or 3 in the morning. Glancing at the wall clock, it was only 11. At this hour, it was still early. She could afford to sleep a little longer. Normally, she would still be lost in dreams at this hour, wondering if she would dream of Luze. Wait, Luze. Suddenly, Jiuji remembered that today was the day Luze would leave. Luze. Don't leave me behind. In a flurry, Gioji dashed into the corridor and opened Lu Zei's door, only to find a disheveled bed. The room was empty, her calls echoing in the silence. In a hurry, she summoned the Flame Phoenix and leaped onto it, intending to chase after Lu Zei, but was stopped by Vladali. My ancestor, the leader, said that when he is absent, you will be fully responsible for the affairs of the Flame Team. This means, it seems, that you cannot leave just yet. Looking at the towering stack of documents before her, Gioji felt her hands cramping from reviewing them, grumbling in complaint. The Flame Team is clearly a joint asset. This guy, after enjoying himself, acts like a hands-off manager. In the central square of Carlos Yaoxiang City, the urban layout nestled against mountains and by the sea. Sunlight slanted through the French-style brown rooftops, the brick walls worn by the passage of time. Following a light rain, the entire district was infused with the earthy scent of wet sycamore leaves. Passers-by pointed to the sky, marveling at the robust form of the golden dragon. Its scales reflected the dazzling sunlight, as the winged dragon soared across the sky, resembling a second sun. Riding the winged dragon, Lu Zei circled above Yaoxiang City, spotting Xiaoji from afar. Hey, Lu Zei, over here. Pika Pika. Straining to shout, Xiaoji and Pikachu waved their arms to catch Lu Zei's attention. Serena quietly stood beside Xiaoji. During Lu Zei's temporary absence over the past several days, their meals had taken a turn for the worse. Relying entirely on the diligent Serena, who had been forced to learn to cook, had surely been difficult for her. Xiaoji had always focused solely on eating, never cooking. After all, why else would he bring a chef on every journey? It's been so long. I've missed you all dearly. Leaping off the winged dragon, Lu Zei executed a perfect landing after a mid-air spin. While Gioji was buried in paperwork, Lu Zei felt that traveling with Xiaoji was the most delightful experience. Lu Zei, hurry and let Atli out. I've missed her so much I'm going crazy. Yujia tugged at Lu Zei's clothes, pleading. The purple-haired, red-eyed little girl exclaimed. I can't live without you. Heaven knows how Yujia had managed these past few days without the comfort of her beloved companion. Even her enthusiasm for her sister had waned. Hitron, do I still need to thank you? The Pokeball opened automatically, and Atla jumped out, rubbing Atla's soft, fragrant hands. Yujia felt an immense sense of happiness. Since everyone is gathered, let's head to challenge the Yaoxiang Gym. Pika Pika. Pikachu perched on Xiaoji's shoulder, thumping its chest. Ready for action. Xiaoji looked at his companions, instantly filled with motivation. The gym leader, Mr. Chaklo, whom he had encountered at the Battle Castle, was waiting for his challenge. The rock badge would undoubtedly be his. Taking Atla's hand, Yujia ran forward. Yet, for some reason, Atla remained rooted in place, unable to move, nearly causing Yujia to stumble as she tugged at her. Why isn't Atla moving? Yujia gazed at Atla's tightly clenched legs, confusion flashing in her eyes as she inquired. Her walking posture seemed a bit odd. Atla's eyes flickered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The pain too difficult to articulate. After a night of fervent indulgence, she was now reaping the consequences. Despite resting the entire morning, her legs remained weak and weary. She could hardly move. Her master's actions had been excessive, utterly lacking in tenderness. Recalling Lu Zei's overwhelming force, Atla involuntarily began to reminisce. At that moment, Atra had just emerged from an intense battle. Perhaps she hadn't fully recovered yet. Observing Atra's predicament, Lu Zei couldn't help but chuckle as he came to her rescue, offering an explanation. As he lifted Atra into his arms, he was astonished by her lightness, as if she were but a feather. It seems I have grown stronger. Lu Zei and his companions set forth towards the Yaoxiang Gym, completely oblivious to the unusual sight near a nearby trash bin. Lu Zei rejoined Ash, while Meowth stealthily crawled in the shadows of the trash can, peering through the gaps to observe Ash's actions. Over the past few days, they had repeatedly attempted to ambush Pikachu during Lu Zei's absence, yet their efforts had been in vain. After all, even without the powerful Rayquaza, Ash's Mega Charizard X and Y were not to be trifled with. That Charizard has grown up under our watch. Meowth, along with Jesse and James, pondered. Should we continue with our plan to capture Pikachu? After all, Lu Zei is someone even Giovanni cannot defeat. Observing the imposing figure of Rayquaza, James hesitantly asked, is it even possible to win against him? It seems like pure luck at best. What is there to be proud of? Unable to tolerate James's comments that undermined their own prowess, Jesse retorted sharply, don't underestimate the bond we share with Pikachu. A mere Rayquaza egg cannot diminish our desire for Pikachu. As if on cue, the old man sprang from his Pokeball, raising his left hand to salute the air. Suddenly, a communication device buzzed to life. James quickly answered the video call, revealing Giovanni's image. Unlike usual, Giovanni appeared somewhat haggard, his expression dark and foreboding, causing the trio to break into a sweat. Fortunately, this mission was not overly complicated. It merely involved surveilling Lu Zhe and reporting his movements to their superiors. This was precisely what the trio excelled at, having followed Ash for years in such a manner. If you can't handle this minor task, you might as well leave Team Rocket, Giovanni admonished, gripping the Megastone in his hand. Recalling their last operation, he grimaced at their lack of contribution. Together, they were like a three-headed monster, but individually, they were merely ineffective. Rubbing his temples, Giovanni lamented, "Even the Dark Mutuo cannot overpower that kid. He truly has no fear." The audacity to absorb the entire Inferno squad into his ranks was quite astonishing, and he showed no sign of choking. Fladari had also fallen from grace, relinquishing a vast empire and inadvertently nurturing a rival. Giovanni remarked, "This debacle is entirely Fladari's fault." Fladari retorted, "If you wish to oppose Lu Zhe, Giovanni, I won't stop you, but don't drag me down with you." It appeared that he would ultimately need to seek outside assistance. With the prospects of Mega Evolution and Zygarde, he was confident that other regional powers would eagerly divide the spoils of Kalos. "Contact Water Wudong and Chihuasong for me," Giovanni said with a cruel smirk, as he vowed that his dark foundation would not be shaken by anyone. He also considered the return of the old guard, those like Chiri and Kikisi, since Team Rocket was in dire need of reinforcements. It was time to establish an unassailable line of dark defense, to cease unnecessary conflicts, and to unite against Lu Zhe. Hopefully, cooperation with these veterans would prove fruitful. Upon entering the Yaoxiang gym, Ash was unsurprised to find the gym leader, Chucklo. The newcomer was lean, sun-kissed, and donned an eye-catching climbing outfit. "Mr. Chucklo, I have come to challenge you as promised. You won't acquire the rock badge so easily." Chucklo gazed at the blue-clad boy with the red cap, recalling the profound impression he had made upon their first encounter. Such youthful fervor was unmatched, brimming with unquenchable passion. "I am Lu Zhe, a companion of Ash and also a challenger," he introduced himself, shaking hands with Chucklo. "Those who wish to challenge me may come one at a time." Chucklo's anticipation surged as he glanced between Ash and Lu Zhe, eager for battle. Taking a step forward, Lu Zhe volunteered to take the first move. "Go, Onyx. Then I shall summon you." Rayquaza. Released from its Pokeball, Rayquaza's egg was unprepared for the abrupt entry into the arena, and Lu Zhe swiftly kicked it into the fray. A flash of evolutionary light enveloped Rayquaza as it stretched its form, revealing a magnificent body that overshadowed the surroundings. Its gaze, filled with disdain, was fixed upon Lu Zhe, as if reproaching him for such an entrance. Unlike the nonchalant demeanor of Rayquaza, Onyx trembled before the fearsome giant, swallowing hard at the sight. At merely 10 meters in length, it appeared as a mere caterpillar before the imposing Rayquaza, which towered at 30 meters with a wingspan of 50. The mere pressure emanating from its presence caused Onyx to quiver uncontrollably, nearly gasping for breath. Outmatched in every aspect, the gym leader's Pokemon stood no chance against the overwhelming power of Rayquaza, which unleashed its fury upon Onyx. "I am to fight Rayquaza? Is this for real?" Onyx quaked at the thought. The sound of the omniscient flame cannon roared, echoing through the arena, as Onyx felt a sense of impending doom. Chapter 31. Children. This is no laughing matter. In the audience, Euligia embraced Atra, her mouth agape as she watched Lu Zhe's battle. It never failed to astound her. It embodied the purest form of violent beauty, a force that obliterated any obstacle in its path. The fight was utterly one-sided. As the words flowed, Rayquaza effortlessly dispatched Onyx, akin to slicing through fruit in a game of Fruit Ninja, annihilating it in seconds. Utilizing Rayquaza to battle a gym leader's Pokemon represented a leap across 3 tiers of strength. One must commend the matchmaking system for its excellence. Onyx lamented, "Ultimately, I have endured damage that one of my age should not have to bear." Contemplating how he might counter Lu Zhe should he face him, Ash, with Pikachu perched on his shoulder, pondered the situation. Though he and Lu Zhe were good friends, they were also fierce rivals destined to clash at the League Conference. Ash eagerly anticipated that day. In the center of the battlefield, Onyx crashed heavily to the ground, unable to even execute its signature move, Rock Tomb. Recognizing Rayquaza's dominance, Chucklo's expression turned serious. However, he had retained a contingency plan for such a scenario. "This will not be so easy now. Here comes my second Pokemon, Tyrant." As the blue light of the Pokeball shattered, a stout dinosaur emerged, covered in rugged ochre skin. "Huh." With a thunderous roar, Tyrant made its entrance. Immediately exhaling towards Lu Zhe smiled. As a fervent dragon enthusiast, engaging in dragon battles before him was a fool's errand. "Rayquaza, finish it." The command was executed mercilessly as Rayquaza's crimson eyes glimmered coldly, flames bursting forth from its throat and surging towards Tyrant. Surprisingly, Tyrant did not evade. Instead, it charged headlong into the flames, embracing its fate. You choose to come towards me instead of fleeing? How intriguing. Tyrant, you've successfully captured my attention. Now is the moment. Tyrant, unleash your reckless assault. Suddenly, the Tyranitar unleashed a devastating elbow strike towards the Aerodactyl. What more can I say? The surge of combat energy erupted instantaneously, turning the tide of battle in an instant. The reckless abandon forcibly altered Aerodactyl's vitality, reducing it to the same level as Tyranitar. The latter's health plummeted to a mere 1 point. Acknowledging Chaklow's purity as the gym leader, Luze withdrew his left hand from his pocket, his eyes narrowing. The combination of the sturdy ability and reckless tactics allowed him to reduce his opponent's health to a singular point. It had been ages since he had witnessed such an intriguing strategy. Luze had thought that such underhanded tactics were exclusive to reality. Yet here in the Pokémon world existed a prodigy like Chaklow. Abandoning the conventional strong jaw ability, he opted for the obscure hidden trait sturdy to counter elemental weaknesses. Akin to a strategic horse race, he was nothing short of a genius. If all went according to plan, Tyranitar's next move would be Tyranitar, Thunderbolt. Chaklow, witnessing the fruition of his scheme, finally relaxed his expression and revealed a smile. Even if you are invincible, what of it? The moment you reveal your health, even a deity can be slain before your eyes. Your vitality is but a flickering candle in the wind. Is that truly the case? Triggering the keyword. Did you just mention a flickering candle in the wind? Thunderbolt indeed possesses high priority, but what if I activate a second speed trap? How will you respond then? I activate the trap skill extraction. The second to act prevails, my friend. The specter of Hades emerged, the wails of vengeful spirits piercing through the chaos of battle. All abilities became inert, and an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Just as Tyranitar was poised to unleash Thunderbolt, its balance faltered, causing it to tumble to the ground. Perhaps it had suffered from a case of ingrown toenails, leaving the Tyranitar momentarily dazed and incapacitated Mambo out. So it turns out that dragons are prone to ingrown toenails. No wonder the national football team performs so poorly. Chaklow, still trying to comprehend the situation, watched in horror as his 2 Pokémon were swiftly eliminated, leaving him drenched in sweat. The suffocating sensation, reminiscent of a constricting serpent, was something Chaklow had only experienced when he misstepped during a rock climbing session. As the rock-type gym leader, he had yet to utilize a single rock-type move, and now, with both of his Pokémon dispatched, he felt utterly humiliated. Unlike Chaklow, who was under immense pressure, Luze strolled leisurely, effortlessly managing the trivial rock gym. Who said a single health point was weak? That solitary health point was as formidable as a fortified castle. As a card of gold, Aerodactyl was undoubtedly a legitimate level 3 deity, engaging in a battle for experience. Should it be countered, the resulting humiliation would be monumental. To lose face in front of the venerable elders of Yu-Gi-Oh! Would be unbearable. Luze, will you return for dinner? This is my last Pokémon, the Glaciate Dragon. Chaklow released the Glaciate Dragon, but his confidence wavered. He could traverse chasms. Yet before Luze, he felt as though he could only flounder uselessly. Chaklow attempted to execute Waterfall, but his moves could not be activated. The ensuing battle lacked finesse, reduced to mere physical confrontations. Glaciate Dragon, do I even have fists? Am I mistaken? It seems I have fallen victim to some capitalistic manipulation. Without a doubt, Aerodactyl triumphed over Glaciate Dragon. All of Chaklow's Pokémon were rendered incapable of battle. Thus, the victor was Luze. With the referee's flag waving, the outcome was clear. Luze, having achieved his goal, claimed the rock badge. Now, it was time for me to challenge. Ash rushed onto the battlefield, invigorated by Luze's prowess. Eager to test his own mettle, Chaklow, still disheartened, found himself presented with a venting opportunity. Observing Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, Chaklow felt reassured, knowing his Pokémon had ground-type moves that countered the latter. Chaklow, type advantage is on my side. Ash, type disadvantage is on my side. In their previous encounter, the Aerodactyl had exhibited monstrous stats, and despite his utmost efforts, Ash had been unable to secure victory. This time, he would reclaim what was rightfully his. Charging forth with a Thunderbolt, Pikachu, use Iron Tail against the ground type. Unleash the Onyx. The combination of Haki-Chi and Haki-Ji was utterly insidious. Surely, the pandemic had not been this devious, right? Anyone capable of concocting Haki-Chi and Haki-Ji must seek retribution from Haki-Jo. 666, no pretense necessary. 10 minutes later, the outcome was determined, and the referee waved the flag once more. All of Chaklow's Pokémon had lost their capacity for battle. Therefore, the victor was Ash. A melancholic BGM echoed, perhaps the sound of Chaklow's tears spilling onto the speakers. It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again, Having been turned into experience fodder twice in quick succession, Chaklow tugged at his hair, utterly questioning the meaning of life. Battling against the Crimson and Emerald Kanto Elite Four. At last, someone understands our plight. Children, this is not a laughing matter. Observing the battle alongside Atara, Luze felt a chill run down his spine. Even he was taken aback. Thunderbolt armor, counter shield. Quick attack, behemoth blade, every underhanded tactic was employed, treating Chaklow as if he were a mere Japanese pawn, let alone the ever-present necessity of dodging and holding on. Could one truly say Chaklow performed poorly? One could only conclude that Ash remained as radiant as the sun. I have acquired the rock badge. Placing the badge into his collection box, he had taken another step toward his goal. Turning to the audience, he caught sight of Serena, their eyes meeting, and Ash smiled. Despite Luze appearing as an insurmountable chasm, he would never concede. After all, he was not alone. With Pikachu and Serena by his side, Ash felt a warmth in his heart, a gentle stream of comfort. Luze, after conquering the gym, shall we relax in Yaoxiang City? As they exited the Yaoxiang gym, Ash inquired, but Luze responded with a look of disbelief. So you understand the balance of work and leisure. Regardless of your identity, get off Ash at once. Embarrassed, Ash scratched the back of his head. Knowing full well he could not divulge to Luze that it was Serena who wished to visit the clothing store in Yaoxiang City. The ambiguous atmosphere spoke volumes without words, thick with romantic undertones. Observing the foolish boy behind her, Serena fidgeted with her hair, and Luze immediately grasped the situation. Of course, I also wish to procure some clothing for Atara. Emmy? Atara, who was being embraced by Eureka, pointed to herself, surprised to find her own affairs at hand. In Yaoxiang City, the La Boutique clothing store boasted two primary establishments. Having done her research ahead of time, Serena was well prepared, eagerly introducing the clothing stores to Ash. One of them was Lumiose Boutique, specializing in high-end apparel. Another establishment is La Boutique, which specializes in everyday attire. Precisely the store we are currently in. The bright display windows showcase casual pieces, with shelves meticulously arranged by color. Adjacent to a full-length mirror hangs a design reminiscent of a pokeball, exuding a fragrant cotton aroma, while soft background music plays. The promotional slogan at the center of the shop stands out. Adventure and fashion should naturally coexist in comfort. Luze accompanies Atla to select clothing, while Pikachu playfully dances around Ash's feet, stepping on a Dragonite egg. This one, and this one. No, not those. Just wrap up the rest for me. In a rather ostentatious display, the male protagonist's actions may seem foolish, yet they undeniably bring a sense of satisfaction. With a bank card in hand, Luze is eager to make a purchase, but Atla firmly tugs at his wrist. Biting her lip gently, she brushes her loose hair behind her ear, lowering her head as she shyly expresses, Atla is already content just being by the master's side. New clothes. I do not desire. Observing the girl's adorable gestures, Luze finds himself utterly enchanted, his heart melting. Luze Ozzel, surveying the store's array of uniforms. From JK to Lolita to school swimsuits, he is thoroughly pleased. Only children make choices. I, Luze, desire them all. If Atla cannot wear them, I'll simply carry them in my bag. Chapter 32. You truly risk everything to woo the girl. Mission accomplished. Yuli Jia claps her hands, turning to admire the beautifully attired Atla, pride swelling within her. Truly, I possess remarkable taste. Transforming Pokemon into a fashion miracle. This version of Yuli Jia is indeed ahead of its time. Luze lifts his gaze to Atla and is instantly captivated, feeling the gaze of her beloved. Atla twirls gracefully in place. The pale yellow shirt envelopes her figure, while the light blue pleated skirt flares out in a perfect arc. Knee-high white socks hug her calves, revealing a hint of rosy skin just above the sock's edge. The girl presses down the hem of her skirt, fingers creating creases in the fabric, evoking the sweetness of first love. Biting her lip nervously, Atla clutches the hem of her clothing, anxious that it may not meet Luze's approval. So beautiful. Indeed. I told you my taste is infallible. Pikachu exclaims, circling around Luze's feet. Atla is a natural in whatever she wears, looking enchanting in every outfit. Of course, she looks best without anything on. Yuli Jia and Pikachu stand with their hands on their hips, proudly recounting their achievements. Luze has intentionally invited Yuli Jia and Pikachu to grant them ample time alone, a thoughtful gesture indeed. Fortunately, the foolish one seems to show signs of blossoming awareness. Which looks better, the blue or the pink ribbon? Selina turns to Ash, seeking his opinion. After all, she intends to wear the ribbon for Ash. So it is only fitting to ask for his thoughts. I'm not really sure, Ash admits, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. In Pokemon battles, he has countless strategies, yet when it comes to fashion, he is utterly lost. He simply changes outfits whenever he enters a new region, never considering unlocking new styles. All these miscellaneous accessories and their combinations are truly beyond his comprehension. If only I could engage in an exhilarating Pokemon battle instead. After all, I am destined to become a Pokemon master. How can I afford to stagnate? However, if it were for Salina, he might be willing to compromise. Ash picks up both ribbons for comparison, deciding that the blue one appears more fitting. Salina, I think the blue one suits you better. Although he is unsure of which ribbon Salina prefers, he makes a difficult choice based on instinct. With a gentle smile, Salina replies, "What a coincidence. I was thinking the same." In truth, regardless of Ash's selection, Salina would have responded similarly. After all, accessories merely serve as a playful element, a bond to strengthen their connection. Café Soleil, a branch in the city of Karis, is bustling, dressed in a uniform, wearing a mask and hat. Caltesia pushes a small cart through the corridor. With a captivating presence, even in a seemingly mundane work outfit, her exaggerated figure cannot be concealed. The buttons on her blouse strain to contain her ample bosom, appearing at the brink of bursting. 3 months prior, she inexplicably found herself in this alternate world, somewhat bewildered. In order to make a living, she temporarily settled down, taking a job at an outdoor cafe to earn some pocket money. Is anyone in need of coffee? Caltesia's icy voice resonates, drawing the attention of suitors. Instantly, a throng of admirers seizes the opportunity to impress her, purchasing coffee in droves. Among them, a fierce rivalry brews as they exchange heated gazes, the air thick with tension. Each person's intentions are crystal clear. They all seek the affections of the elusive Miss Caltesia. According to the manager, she hails from afar and remains single to this day, with a striking appearance and a graceful figure. It is no wonder she has attracted unwanted attention. Suitors for Miss Caltesia stretch from the city of Rio to Kanto. Unfortunately, her aloof demeanor and frozen expression leave her unattainable, as she only offers the faintest hint of a smile during polite exchanges. Thus far, none have succeeded in winning her favor. Miss Caltesia, I am your loyal servant. A bold admirer, disregarding the consequences, howls like a wolf, boldly proclaiming his intentions. Others, undeterred by previous failures, join the fray, encircling Caltesia in layers. Meanwhile, the onlookers, already familiar with the outcome, sit back, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Caltesia brushes her hand across her cheek, accustomed to such attention, and feels helpless in the face of it. Despite having someone in her heart, her beauty continues to attract complications. Perhaps being too beautiful is a curse. Sighing silently, Caltesia surveys her surroundings with a dismissive gaze, unleashing her own effect. Greninja, silence them. A wave of pressure descends, the ground trembles, and coffee cups topple from tables, shattering with a resounding crash. Do you not sense something amiss? The suitors, feeling the tremors beneath their feet, cast nervous glances around. Is it an earthquake? Miss Caltesia, I will protect you. One suitor, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, stiffly raises his head, only to behold an unforgettable sight. A colossal dragon, gnashing its teeth and thirsting for blood, rends the heavens asunder, crimson clouds swirling ominously. Its molten gold eyes shine from the abyss, each scale etched with ancient curses. He watches as his shadow carbonizes in the dragon's breath, twisting into a grotesque totem. Roar! The mighty dragon emits a resounding bellow, the air splitting asunder, unleashing waves of lament. The crowd instinctively covers their ears, those caught unprepared suffering the shattering of their eardrums. The exquisite flower possesses thorns, and approaching it comes at a price. The suitors retreat in fear, unwilling to advance further. The defeated had anticipated this outcome, each one laughing more heartily than the last. After all, they too have traversed this path. One merely needs to acclimate, to grow accustomed to it. What do you possess to confront that hitherto unseen dragon-type Pokemon? The entire cafe fell into an abrupt silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, and an air of emptiness enveloped Caltesia. Yet, amidst this stillness, one figure stood undeterred, clad in a trench coat, hands tucked into pockets, leisurely advancing forward. With a gesture embodying knightly decorum, he knelt on one knee, conjuring a red rose from behind, and earnestly proclaimed, "Beautiful lady, may I invite you to accompany me?" The majestic Huryen dragon had made its appearance, and yet, there remained an audacious soul unafraid to face such overwhelming presence. The other suitors were left astonished. their pupils dilating in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Bushkaman, the Hurrian dragon is practically upon you, and still you do not yield? Brother, you truly risk your life for the sake of wooing. The smiles of the onlookers, now mere spectators in this drama, grew ever more pronounced, their anticipation palpable. I yearn to witness a river of blood. Even if it costs my life, it would be worth the price of admission. Observing the tense situation, a waiter who had been introducing the menu leaned in, discreetly whispering to the guests at the table. Miss Calcia is notoriously aloof. There have been fervent admirers before this. But I wager 5 coins that this fellow will be sent flying by the Hurrian dragon within 3 seconds. No, you are mistaken, spoke the purple-haired, red-eyed little girl at the table, her voice tinged with melancholy. He will undoubtedly succeed. At that moment, Atlara felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune. How could a mere outing for coffee lead her to encounter the Hurrian saint? She had intended to savor a moment of intimacy with Lu Zhe. Yet the narrative of their 2-person story was destined to include a third, as unforeseen variables disrupted Atlara's plans. This young man is about to. With her head bowed, Calcia's body tensed, but she ultimately nodded resolutely, offering her response. I am willing. Prepare to witness Lu Zhe being elbowed aside by the Hurrian dragon. As the spectators burst into laughter, only to be met with the incredulous exclamation, "What?" The revelation sent ripples through the crowd, igniting a fury among the suitors. This fellow must be employing some underhanded tactics. My goddess has been sullied. Yet their grievances bore no relevance to Lu Zhe. Petting Greninja's head, Lu Zhe seized the moment to deliver a couple of playful taps. So, you think you have grown bold in this Pokémon world? Daring to puff your breath at your master? The Hurrian dragon extended its tongue, playfully licking Lu Zhe's face. Aside from drenching me in saliva, what else can you do? Ignoring the clamor of the suitors, Calcia longed only to relish the sweetness of their reunion. Initially believing they were destined to remain apart in this life, she never anticipated a second encounter in this alternate realm. A smile blossomed upon her delicate visage, reminiscent of the gentle warmth of early spring sunlight, melting away the lingering chill of winter. In the envious gaze of the crowd, Calcia enveloped Lu Zhe in her tumultuous embrace. Enveloped in the fragrant softness, Lu Zhe found it nearly impossible to catch his breath. As he lowered his dangling feet from the chair, Atlara approached them with a somber expression, her voice tinged with sorrow. Ah, the Hurrian saint, you have indeed come. Raising her gaze, Atlara found herself unable to see Calcia's face, only perceiving the graceful curve of her silhouette. Comparing Calcia's ample figure to her own, Atlara felt her confidence wane. It's hard, my fists are hardening. I'm not envious at all. What use is this extra weight hanging on my shoulders? Listening only to the voice, Calcia searched for some time before finally spotting the purple-haired, red-eyed little girl. Her pupils constricted in shock upon recognizing her. Calcia's tone sharply escalated. It's the bug manipulator Atlara. The loathsome insect, the repugnant red pit deck. Why doesn't she just vanish? Sensing the mounting tension, Lu Zhe hastily interjected to ease the atmosphere. Despite the palpable animosity between the Hurrian saint and the bug manipulator, the onlookers misconstrued the situation entirely. So, Calcia and that young man have already started a family? The suitors gazed longingly at the charming Atlara, their faces awash with regret. After all, the manager only mentioned Calcia was single. He never said she had no children. Woe is me, my goddess. Young man, I forbid you from touching her. Chapter 33. Even if nameless and without distinction, it is still welcome. A new companion has arrived, Miss Calcia. Welcome. With a heart unburdened by any misgivings, Ash proclaimed cheerfully. Haha, welcome, replied Serena, her voice stiff as she cast a glance at the frosty woman before her, forcing a smile despite the awkwardness. She had thought Atlara's appearance in Lu Ze's bed had been astonishing enough, but little did she know. Just during the time she and Ash went to procure some poffins, Lu Ze had returned with yet another companion. Truly, his prowess is remarkable. It was evident to any observer that the bonds between these two were anything but ordinary. Miss Calcia bore an icy demeanor towards everyone else. Yet her gaze softened into a smile when directed at Lu Ze. With skin as pale as snow and a voice as gentle as the spring rain, she seemed to cleanse the dust from the air, radiating a tenderness that was almost surreal. Moreover, both Lu Ze and Miss Calcia were top-tier trainers. Sharing numerous topics of conversation in the realm of Pokemon battles, they were indeed a match made in heaven. But what of her dear friend? Remembering that Zero was still engaged in competition, Serena mourned for her friend for 3 seconds. A wife striving in the world, only to return home and find another has taken the form of her husband. Silently watching Calcia take Lu Ze's hand, she imagined the verdant pastures above Zero's head. Sister, it's not that I do not wish to assist you. You chose your partner. Even if you weep, you must see it through. Wow, it's a big sister. Upon triggering a keyword, Yuliga attempted to launch a smooth little combo, but was promptly silenced by Lu Zhe's piercing gaze. I advise you to be kind. A benevolent smile graced his lips, sending a chill down Yuliga's spine as she shivered. Lu Zhe would never coerce a child. This was entirely Yuliga's voluntary choice. Was he akin to that sort of brute? The winged dragon egg bounced at Lu Zhe's feet. They might not know, but he certainly did. The assessment complete, it was not just a resemblance. It was indeed the case. Lu Zhe, I possess a keen eye for people. After enjoying their time in Yoshang City, the day began to wane, prompting Lu Zhe and his companions to decide to settle at an inn for the night. The following morning, they would set forth towards Sharo City to challenge the Sharo Gym as proposed by Serena. Good night, everyone. At the door of their room, Serena yawned, leading Yuliga back to sleep. After an entire day of frolicking, though not overly strenuous, it still left her feeling fatigued. I must adapt to this rhythm, following Ash. This may well be the norm. In stark contrast to Serena, Ash was brimming with energy, even eager to challenge Lu Zhe to a few battles. It's already so late. Ultimately, Lu Zhe declined. After all, he was not Ash, and did not possess an indomitable constitution. Moreover, if he were to battle Ash, when would he find time to contend with Atlara? Observing the hesitant look in Lu Zhe's eyes, Atlara felt a shiver run down her spine, lamenting her own plight. Surely not again? Recalling the uniform that Lu Zhe purchased at La Boutique, Atla felt her legs weaken. Trying them all on could truly prove detrimental to her health. Yet, if her master desired it, she would not refuse. As she lovingly caressed her purple locks, Atla's heart was a tumult of emotions, rife with inner conflict. Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Pikachu on Ash's shoulder waved goodbye to Atla before returning to wash up and sleep. As Ash departed, Lu Zhe's true nature was revealed. He swiftly scooped up Atla and made his way toward the room. Those garments he had bought earlier were not mere clothing. They were clearly for his own indulgence. Having lived a solitary life until death in his past life, never once had he held a girl's hand. So what was wrong with enjoying some luxuries in this life? Atla mused. In essence, it seemed to be a matter of sexual repression. Just as she turned to step away, Lu Zhe found himself locked in the gaze of Caltigia. Tentatively, he took a step forward, and Caltigia mirrored his movement. The hem of her brown skirt brushed past, revealing her smooth calves, her skin as fair as snow. Staring in disbelief, Caltigia's throat tightened at the sight of Atla nestled in Lu Zhe's arms. Still awake at this hour? Is there something amiss? She had momentarily forgotten that the holy maiden he was still present, and Lu Zhe felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed they were on the verge of a showdown. Would he still have time to set Atla down? Atla, however, claimed her territory, nuzzling against Lu Zhe's neck in a display of affection. Caltigia did not weep or collapse. She merely retracted her rigid smile. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, her eyes dimmed, and a profound ache settled in her chest. You should rest early. Tomorrow, we must journey onward. With that hasty remark, Caltigia fled, returning to her room in solitude. The crown atop her head fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. But she lacked the heart to retrieve it. Setting Atla down, Lu Zhe stepped forward to gather the scattered ruby fragments. Well, there you have it. We've gone too far. We barely met, and already created a rift. In a hurried escape, Caltigia slammed the door behind her, leaning against it as if all her strength had been sapped away. Pain. It was excruciating. Caltigia felt as though her chest were ablaze, waves of sharp pain making it nearly impossible to breathe. Lu Zhe had already shared a bed with Atla. It appeared they had indeed. Had she arrived too late? The realization that Lu Zhe's happiness was now detached from her own struck her like a bolt of lightning, causing her to collapse to the ground. She curled up, stifling soft sobs, tears streaming down her cheeks as memories of the past flooded her mind. Do not underestimate the bond one share with my wife. It's my turn. Draw a card. Activate my wife's effect, summon from hand. Her nose tinged with bitterness. Memories of fighting side by side surged forth. And Caltigia yearned to erase them completely. Just as she had done with her suitors, she resolved to be ruthless and never inquire again. No, I cannot do that. Despite her repeated mental reassurances, Caltigia remained unable to accept reality. She did not wish to fade from Lu Zhe's sight, nor distance herself from his life, finding it unbearable to be but a stranger. She was not greedy. She only desired a place in Lu Zhe's heart. Even if it meant remaining nameless and undefined, that would suffice. In the darkness, Caltigia gazed up at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle, her head growing heavier until she slowly closed her eyes. With swollen eyes, she wept herself into a stupor, while Lu Zhe, on the other hand, found sleep utterly elusive. Rubbing his temples, his eyes bloodshot. Lu Ze's mind raced as he pondered possible remedies. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. After much contemplation, Lu Ze finally rose and knocked on Caltigia's door. To untie the knot, one must have tied it. The road to Carlos number 10 unfolded before him. Mountains loomed in the morning mist, their dark outlines gradually gilded by the dawn. Pine needles fell, shaking off the night's dew, awakening the slumbering moths among the ferns. Sora City, here I come. With exuberance, Lu Ze dashed forward. Having spent so long in the depths of the Flame Squad, he felt himself growing darker. And he was finally afforded the chance to reconnect with nature. Observing Lu Ze's foolish antics, Caltigia covered her mouth, unable to suppress a chuckle. Who would have thought that this man possessed an endearing side? Secretly watching Caltigia's reaction, Lu Ze breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, after his counsel last night, the situation should not be too dire. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he reminded himself to be the master of balance, ensuring that his women did not shed tears. He must share the affection equally. With Lu Ze's efforts, Atla and Caltigia ultimately reached an amicable resolution. This was a small step for their relationship, but a significant stride for Lu Ze's harem. At least the imminent showdown was temporarily averted, granting him a few nights of peaceful slumber. These two women alone would provide ample headache for him. The thought of adding Jin-E, Jioji, and Els to the mix was simply too much to bear. 5 individuals would be enough to form a formidable team. In ancient times, there were the 5 equal divisions of brides. Perhaps it was then that 5 versions of Lu Ze would emerge, repeating the cycle of Xiangyang. He had yet to fully savor the splendor of the Pokémon world. He would not welcome a tragic ending. The Ichang dragon egg chimed in. You laugh at Chenggu's early demise, while Chenggu laughs at your lack of playtime. Practice makes perfect. It bounced around Lu Ze's feet, its gaze filled with mockery. Afraid now? Where were you before? All those women vying for attention would ultimately not be able to stay by Lu Ze's side. Only I, the ever-flowing protagonist, the steadfast Ichang dragon egg, would accompany you on your adventures in the Pokémon world, ensuring your invincibility from the onset. Without me, you would have already perished, Lu Ze. With a head full of exasperation, Lu Ze gazed at the overly dramatic Ichang dragon egg, speechless. This egg was no longer worth keeping. Perhaps he should just recycle it. As the group hastened towards Sora City, they remained oblivious to the unusual happenings among the treetops. Lu Ze was en route to Sora City, meow? As usual. The Rocket Trio executed their surveillance mission, reporting every move of Lu Ze to Sakaki. A woman of unknown origin had followed Lu Ze, recalling yesterday's events. The image of He Yanlong surfaced in their minds, and Musashi added, she seems to be a trainer of similar caliber to Lu Ze. The Pokemon known as He Yanlong was also unfamiliar to them. Before the video call, Sakaki was tempted to unleash his frustration, but, stifled by the weight of authority and pride, ultimately refrained. What was this kid's deal? He seemed to grow stronger every few days. Including the Flame Squad SJOG, Lu Ze now boasted 3 champion-level trainers on his side. Sakaki increasingly felt fortunate for having unified the Dark faction. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss. Is that you, Sakaki? What's with the decline after just a few days? A bearded man burst into the conference room. And it was none other than Shui Wudong. You can't even handle a little brat, he mocked. Sakaki, it seems you've grown quite foolish. Adjusting his glasses, Qi Yin emerged from behind Shui Wudong. Had it not been for Sakaki sharing the forced Mega Evolution device, they would have been reluctant to involve themselves in this petty affair. The 3 major organizations had gathered solely to teach a young boy a lesson. Sharing this would surely elicit laughter. Feeling offended, Sakaki prioritized the greater good, suppressing his anger as he sternly proclaimed, with Akari and Quisky yet to arrive. It would be prudent not to wait for them any longer. Before he could finish his statement, he was abruptly interrupted by Mizuki, who declared, defeating that little brat is well within our capabilities. He brandished an indigo orb, and the tumultuous waves of the ocean surged forth, reverberating with a cacophony of roaring tides. Not to be outdone, Akiyama polished his crimson orb, unleashing a tempest of scorching winds that paralleled the indigo orb's might. This directly awakened the dual deities of the Kalos region. And as for that little brat, let him await his fate at the hands of the Sword of the Abyss. Raising the crimson orb high, Akiyama's ambitions burned fiercely, consuming everything in its path. Kaigor, what? The 2 fools of Kalos are coming to our territory? Is this not a form of species invasion? Chapter 34, The Fusion of Marks. Route 10 of Kalos. Along Route 10, Lu Ze and his companions continued their journey towards Shalar City. Over the past few days, Lu Ze and Atla had been engrossed in their affections while also attending to Caltigia's emotional well-being. Lu Ze remarked, fair and square. I am truly a qualified master of balance. After neglecting his card collection for some time, Luze took the opportunity to examine the newly unsealed cards. Weathered Warrior has been unsealed. Time Flow has been unsealed. Fossil Fusion has been unsealed. These cards must have been unlocked after defeating Chaklo, hence their predominance in the rock type. However, Luze was more concerned about Caltigia's cards. Compared to the mainstream marks, the others appeared rather inferior. All B Scion has been unsealed. Mark Fusion has been unsealed. The King S Mark of Radiance has been unsealed. Magical traps transformed into streams of light, all of which were absorbed by Caltigia. With each gesture, Caltigia felt the surge of energy, creating waves of sonic booms. The power had returned, not in excess, but sufficient. Notably, after the battle with Sakaki, the Blue Eyes White Dragon had also ascended to the level of Gold Fragment, achieving the status of a Tier 3 deity, thus possessing the capability to contend with the elite Pokemon forces. Luze speculated that Sakaki's transformation into darkness must carry some side effects. Otherwise, it was improbable for the Dark Mutuo to be so effortlessly repelled. Perhaps it was an inability to mega-evolve? Luze felt he was gradually inching closer to the truth, which might explain Sakaki's desperate attempt to seize the forced mega-evolution device. The darkness had tainted his internal energy, preventing effective communication with the evolution stones. Yet, this also implied that in their next encounter, he would have to face the Mega Dark Mutuo. This was no mere Mutuo. It was Mutuo in its most formidable form. As Luze pondered his strategies, he felt the chill of a delicate hand upon his wrist. He looked up to find Caltigia holding on to him. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, her smile warming the icy depths of his heart. "Haha, nothing much, just some cards," Luze replied vaguely. If he needed his wife to assist him with Team Rocket, he would truly be a failure. He might as well find a tofu block to end it all. Meanwhile, Serena halted her advance, captivated by a poster on a roadside sign. Miss Champion Karuna seems to be participating in a showcase, just up ahead. The prospect of encountering the illustrious celebrity filled Serena with excitement and longing. Ash also paused, as he had always been keenly interested in battle, even if it was merely an exhibition match. "Luze, shall we go take a look?" In earlier times, upon encountering Karuna, Ash would have insisted on participating in a duel. However, having witnessed Luze's overwhelming prowess, Ash now questioned whether he could ever match him. His challenges to the gym leaders were akin to a dimensional assault. Now, Ash merely wished to cultivate patience, striving to accumulate experience in hopes of one day overcoming Luze. Very well, Luze nodded. If it was just an exhibition match, it would indeed be worth attending. It would also provide an opportunity for Caltigia to practice and acclimatize to the world of Pokemon dueling. Then let us quicken our pace. With her signature twirl, Yulika activated her radar, sensing the arrival of an older sister. "I want her to become my brother's bride." Holding the purple-haired, red-eyed little girl, Atla dashed ahead with exuberance. Café Soleil, Myera City, Kalos. Inside the cafe, Yulong-Du disguised himself, wrapping himself up tightly. Based on the intel from his informant, the armored pangolin, this was the headquarters of Team Rocket, where Sakaki was hiding. He had been surveilling the area for several days, observing suspicious individuals coming and going, and had indeed uncovered some incriminating evidence. While many customers entered, few exited, and astonishingly, no one seemed to notice this anomaly. The foot traffic was merely a facade, failing to alter the cafe's true nature. According to the ultrasonic scans from the Noivern, a vast space lay beneath the cafe. Changing into a plumber's outfit in an unoccupied corner, Yulong-Du slung his shoulder bag and made his way toward the cafe's storage room. "Stop! What are you doing?" As expected, no sooner had he entered than a guard clad in red appeared, questioning him. "Heh," Yulong-Du sneered inwardly, realizing that this band of rogues from Team Rocket had ultimately been discovered by him. In their attempts at disguise, Team Rocket had truly gone to great lengths, even abandoning their uniforms for this year of the rat attire. "You know that the boss has been in a foul mood lately and has delayed operations. I'm asking you." Upon hearing this, the guard quickly stood at attention, saluting Yulong-Du, eager to let him pass. Ever since Luze's departure, the current leader of the Flare Gang was the fierce and decisive Kagaya. Recalling her ruthless methods sent a shiver down the guard's spine. While Kagaya's power had provided reassurance against Team Rocket, her unpredictable temperament made her the greatest danger when the threat had subsided, a ticking time bomb, prone to explosive outbursts. She had once crippled Flodali upon her arrival at the Flare Gang, surpassing even the most ruthless individuals. Boom, just as if to echo his thoughts. A thunderous roar erupted from below. "Oh dear, I hope Mr. Flodali is all right." "That's more like it." As Yulong-Du's scheme bore fruit, he relaxed his guard, casually placing his arm around the guard's shoulder, stating, You wouldn't want the boss to take his wrath out on you, would you? The thought of provoking the boss was simply unimaginable, and as the guard trembled, he suddenly realized a critical oversight. Wait, who is the boss? Sakaki? The air seemed to thicken with tension. The guard retreated, stepping back several paces in shock. Why you are with Team Rocket. Seeing the guard's exaggerated reaction, Yulong-du was momentarily perplexed. Were these people not from Team Rocket? Could there possibly be another conspiracy brewing in Kalos? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Do you understand Team Rocket better than I do? Indeed. Are you not one of them? A cruel grin graced Yulong-du's face as he played along with the guard's performance, fully committing to the farce. Even until the end. This pawn truly has some skill. It appears that even becoming a dog for Team Rocket comes with its own set of prerequisites. The guard, sensing something amiss, was just about to trigger the alarm when he was swiftly incapacitated by Yulong-du's swift strike. With a mere few $100s in your pocket each month, what are you risking your life for? Little did he anticipate that his elaborate schemes would ultimately be unraveled. When honorifics fail to yield respect, it is time to unleash overwhelming firepower. Arise, Gyarados. Mega Evolve. Without further ado, Yulong-du prepared to unleash a rampage upon Team Rocket, determined to bring Sakaki to justice. Flame Team. It seems I represent Team Rocket. Route 10 of Kalos. One must ponder, why hold a performance match in the wilderness? Would it not be more fitting in Hashiyaka City? Questioning the arrangement of the competition, Euligia tilted her head in confusion. Selena, putting down her Pokédex, explained, it is due to a recent amendment made by the League a few weeks ago, mandating that all battles of elite level and above, aside from league conferences and gym challenges, must not take place within city limits. Such an odd stipulation, Euligia remarked, her face a canvas of perplexity, feeling as though it was aimed at a specific individual. The true culprit, Luze, wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering whether his recent escapades in Luna warranted a legislative revision. In contrast to Euligia, Ash was unconcerned with such matters. The mere prospect of a battle was more than sufficient for him. He had heard that Miss Caltigia was also a top-tier trainer, her prowess rivaling his own. Even before Caltigia's battle commenced, Ash found himself brimming with anticipation. Absol succumbed to exhaustion, with Shinadu emerging victorious before the true champion. Other challengers were swiftly dispatched in mere moments. This was achieved without Karuna resorting to Mega Evolution, as she held back throughout the encounter. The event proceeded, and upon glimpsing the name of the next challenger, the commentator eagerly commenced, with no time to mourn Mr. Mogan. The next contestant to grace the arena is none other than the elusive flower of Hashiyaka City, the ice-cold beauty of the cafe, Miss Caltigia. Her flowing gown accentuated her elegant silhouette, and amidst the gasps of the audience, Caltigia took to the battlefield. With an ethereal demeanor, her white hair cascaded like a waterfall, gently swaying in the breeze, reflecting a silken sheen. Oh my, it's Miss Caltigia. She is actually participating in Pokemon battles. The crowd erupted in fervor, buzzing with discussions about Caltigia's entrance. Having heard praises regarding Caltigia's beauty, Karuna smiled at her, remarking, to behold the legendary flower of the heights in person is truly a sight to behold. Even as a top-tier actress, Karuna could not deny that Caltigia's physical attributes were unparalleled. From her ample bosom to her curvaceous form and her flawless visage, Karuna was left in awe. She appeared to be a masterpiece crafted by the divine. Now, let me witness the bond you share with your Pokemon. Receiving compliments from her opponent, Caltigia graciously nodded, a subtle smile gracing her lips. It is often said that two queens cannot occupy the same throne. Today, the stage is set for a duel between two of the finest beauties. Observing the standoff between Caltigia and Karuna, the commentator seized the moment to escalate the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Whose victory shall it be? Let us await the outcome. Under the scrutiny of thousands, Caltigia found the noise overwhelming. She had never been fond of the limelight. Were it not for Luze, she would not have attended. Unconsciously, Caltigia glanced towards the audience, where Luze sat, observing her performance. A smile directed at her beloved filled her heart with warmth, a sweet sensation bubbling within her. Since this was merely an exercise to familiarize herself with her powers, she resolved to conclude matters swiftly. The shackles of the abyss were shattered, her dragon blood surged, and her spirit was frozen, reforged within the cycle of rebirth. A melodious female voice resonated across the battlefield, the tremor of chains transforming into an incantation. I invoke the fusion of the mark. Flames and ice collided with a resounding crash in the void, two opposing forces entwining in a fateful struggle. Arise, the Mark Dragon. Albion. Chapter 35. Pidgeot, you must do your best. Roar. Muscles tensed, joints protruding with bony spikes, the fiery wrath ignited from the void, coiling around a form as colossal as a mountain. As it unfurled its tattered membranous wings that blotted out the sky, the world trembled, echoing a doomsday chime. And within its burning gaze, molten bronze tears cascaded. What a Pokemon I have never seen before. Karuna gasped in astonishment, yet remained still, refraining from commanding Shinedu to attack. After all, it was merely an exhibition match. There was no need to take things too seriously, and she would allow Caltigia the first strike. Besides, the Mark Dragon was a Dragon-type Pokemon, already at a disadvantage, especially since her Shinedu had accumulated ample calm mind. The risk of failure was virtually non-existent. What is this? I inquire, what is this? There is no such Dragon-type Pokemon. I perceive that Miss Caltigia does not appear to be a local either. The appearance of the Mark Dragon held the audience captive for 30 seconds. Frantically searching their Pokédexes, they found no record of Albion. This signified that this dragon before them was an unprecedented Pokemon. At least, it marked its debut in the Kalos region. The audience erupted into chaos. Unaware that the Mark Dragon was merely a diversion, the true trump card had yet to be revealed. With a frostbitten visage, Caltigia's garments fluttered, her slender arms moving with grace. Activating the effect of the Mark Dragon, Albion, she fused it with the Albus progeny, summoning forth the Ice Blade Dragon, Mirror Green. A sudden gust of frost swept through, ice crystals coalescing into smooth, mirror-like dragon scales, refracting a spectrum of auroral colors. The void ruptured. A colossal sword piercing through the cloud cover, ice blades unfurling like wings, hovering around her. Yet another obscure and mysterious Pokemon. It seems things are about to get serious. The intensity of her opponent surged once more, and Karuna's gaze sharpened. Ice Blade Dragon, the judgment of the Mark. The sky split open, dark clouds loomed ominously, and in an instant, blinding light engulfed their vision. A deafening explosion resonated deep within their core. The thunderstorm abruptly descended upon Shinedu, the discharged currents transforming the battlefield into a hellscape. Witnessing Caltigia's ferocious assault, Miss Karuna smiled softly. This was precisely the grand battle she had yearned for. Shinedu, unleash Moonblast. The battlefield darkened, a bright moon rising behind Shinedu, contrasting starkly with the raging thunderstorm. In this fleeting moment, she repelled the judgment of the Mark with Moonblast. Caltigia would not allow Karuna to achieve her desires so easily. I activate the effect of Ice Blade Dragon to freeze your Shinedu on the field. You shall pay dearly for underestimating me. Freeze the world, Ice Blade Dragon. Roar. Caltigia's command resonated, and the frost engulfed the entire battlefield as the Ice Blade Dragon howled. Eternal ice crystallized beneath Shinedu's feet, gradually extending from the ground upward. The judgment of the Mark was merely a test. The freezing of the Ice Blade Dragon was the true lethal blow. Once encased in solid ice, Shinedu would utterly lose the ability to fight. At that point, Caltigia's victory would be assured. What an intriguing tactic. However, my bond with Shinedu transcends mere combat. Grasping the evolution stone at her chest, Karuna brought it to her lips for a gentle kiss. Shinedu, Mega Evolve. The bond of gold and blue intertwines in the air. A fateful entanglement erupting at this very moment. The emotions between Pokemon and their trainers have been transformed entirely into the essence of battle. A sudden burst of white light emerges, garments fluttering without wind, unfurling layers of skirts beneath the moonlight. Psychic energy envelopes the surroundings, causing the air to ripple in shades of violet. It seems that Miss Karuna has found herself at a disadvantage. Eulogia gazes upward, observing the dense clouds overhead, tightening her embrace around Atla. This sensation resembles that of looking up at the ceiling fan during one's studies, fearing it might come crashing down. Who would have imagined that Miss Caltesia would prove to be so formidable? Covering her slightly agape mouth, Selena expresses her astonishment. How can those surrounding Lugia, such as Lingy, Atla, and Caltesia, possess such prowess? Is this perhaps a manifestation of the adage that birds of a feather flock together? As for Ash, he and Pikachu are utterly entranced, lost in the spectacle before them. Only Lugia shakes his head. If it were merely this, defeating the champion would still be a daunting task. Karuna concedes the first move but does not attack proactively, opting instead for a passive defense, thereby relinquishing control. Is this the tranquility of the old masters of the art? As expected, upon unleashing Mega Evolution, Shinedu harnesses a momentary surge of energy to shatter the Ice Sword Dragon's freeze. This champion is indeed deserving of their renown. They have managed to counteract the freezing effect with Mega Evolution. Realizing her combo has been countered, Caltesia quietly acknowledges her predicament, finding herself at a disadvantage. She intended to have the Ice Sword Dragon activate its effect again, gathering energy repeatedly, yet it remains futile. I forgot to mention, that is Shinedo's immobilization technique. Such a shameless move, better to have it disabled for your sake. With a playful smile, Karuna remarks. It must be said that the Ice Sword Dragon is indeed the strongest dragon she has ever encountered, almost like a figment of her imagination. The rule-bound freezing, once completed, would, she believes, instantaneously obliterate even Mega Shinedo. But alas, the initiative is now in my hands. The tides of offense and defense have shifted. Now it is my turn to wield Pokemon. Mega Shinedo, let us conclude this with a destruction ray. With arms outstretched, Mega Shinedo bursts forth in a radiant pink glow, energy rapidly coalescing at its chest. Boom! In a flash, the beam surges forth, cascading entirely upon the Ice Sword Dragon. Bolstered by the Fairy-type ability, the destruction ray transforms into a Fairy-type attack, its might exponentially amplified. Moreover, utilizing Fairy against Dragon is inherently lethal. In Caltesia's incredulous gaze, the Ice Sword Dragon is utterly vanquished. With its combat capabilities extinguished, the victor is declared. Just as the referee prepares to announce the battle's outcome, an unexpected turn of events transpires. A blizzard erupts on the battlefield, unleashing a frigid storm. The ground shatters, and icy spikes pierce from the abyss, encasing the arena in frost. Unprepared, Mega Shinedo, believing the battle over, is struck by 4 ice swords at critical points and slowly collapses. What is happening? The downed Ice Sword Dragon surprisingly launches another attack, defeating Miss Karuna's Mega Shinedo. The tides of battle are ever-changing, and Karuna did not anticipate that this match would conclude in a stalemate. Is it a characteristic akin to that of a sea cucumber? One that can deliver a heavy blow to its opponent upon losing its combat effectiveness? Rubbing her sore temples, Karuna finds this Pokemon to be quite sinister. Not only can it swiftly take down Pokemon of equal rank, but it can also capitalize on its opponent's momentary lapse in focus, clearing the field in an instant. Indeed, at the last moment, Caltesia activated the Ice Sword Dragon's effect. When the Ice Sword Dragon exits the battlefield, it inflicts damage upon all of the opponent's Pokemon. An exceptionally powerful skill that you deserve to possess. Karuna can hardly fathom the implications. If such a Pokemon were to appear in the Sinnoh region, it would wreak havoc on the local doubles competitions. With both sides' Pokemon having lost their combat capabilities, this match concludes in a tie, due to upcoming performance commitments. Karuna hurriedly departs after her battle with Caltesia. So what do you think? Observing the defeated Caltesia, Lugia gently tousles her hair, speaking softly. I told you. The champion is not easily defeated. Feeling Lugia's gentle affection, Caltesia's frustration dissipates, leaving only a sense of longing. If Pokemon battles allowed for free-for-all, who do you think would emerge victorious? Just the Ice Sword Dragon alone would suffice to annihilate the opponents. Caltesia, despite her soft demeanor, is surprisingly stubborn. Honestly, I didn't even get Miss Karuna's autograph. That was personally signed by her. Selena pouts, filled with regret. She had intended to rush forward for an autograph, but was swept away by the crowd. She never even had a chance. Eulogia too felt disheartened. After finally encountering an ideal older sister figure, she had the opportunity to propose to her brother. Actually, I managed to get one for you. Cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue, Ash scratches his head and hands the signed postcard to Selena. The postcard, adorned with the title of Karuna's new film, features elegant, flowing script, brimming with personality. Thinking Selena might appreciate it, Ash had squeezed through the crowd to secure Karuna's signature. Lugia wears an expression of disbelief, astonished that this simpleton has suddenly become insightful. Whoever you are, get off Ash immediately. Blushing and whispering a soft thank you, Selena's voice is barely audible. Her hands clutching the signature, now warm against her skin. After observing Caltesia conclude her match and exit the arena, Lugia and the others continue their journey. The familiar path, the commonplace scenery, appears just as ordinary as any other journey, devoid of distinction. Yet, the calmer it becomes, the more Ash senses that something unexpected is bound to occur. Several ordinary bird Pokemon soar overhead. Ash glances up and spots a familiar figure. As their gazes meet, a spark of understanding ignites. Ash knows it is his own. A reunion arranged by Arceus, a beautiful twist of fate, and an unbreakable bond between two hearts. Hey, Pidgeot, I'm over here. Coming to a halt. Ash waves his arms skyward, prompting the others to look up. Pidgeot unfurls its wings, stirring up a gust as gentle as a breeze, its eyes brimming with warmth. Cautiously retracting its sharp talons, Pidgeot descends beside Ash, lightly brushing its fluffy feathers against his cheek. Pidgeot tilts its head, emitting a concerned coo, and presents a fruit from a tree, as if to say, "It's been so long. I've missed you." Memories once buried begin to resurface, and Ash recalls their shared journey. Pidgeot, stay in this forest to protect the Pidgeys. Once I'm done, I'll return immediately. Pidgeot, you must persevere. As his thoughts return to the present, Ash realizes just how much time has passed. Noticing Ash drenched in sweat, Pidgeot flaps its wings, conjuring a refreshing breeze. Even the skill of a storm can transform into a gentle spring wind, simply to brush away the beads of sweat from his brow. Chapter 36. The Traveling Birds of Wind and the Town of Dreams. 24 years. Do you know how I have spent these 24 years? Living each day in anticipation of Pidgeot's return. As Ash and Pidgeot reunited, the scene radiated warmth, and Luze felt tears welling in his eyes. The twilight of his youth had arrived. According to the original storyline, Pidgeot was not meant to return until the final episode of Ash's farewell arc. Yet, due to the butterfly effect instigated by his actions, had Pidgeot, much like Charizard, rejoined the fray ahead of schedule? However, to be candid, Ash's actions in releasing Pidgeot in the Viridian Forest were rather unjust. With a fully evolved Pidgeot, who could possibly emerge from the novice village? Professor Oak, having obtained a beginner Pokemon, why not embark on an adventure? New trainer. I'm not joking. I encountered a fully evolved Pidgeot right at my doorstep. It's no wonder that Pallet Town has not seen a new trainer in 24 years. Oh, thank you. Luze accepted the tissue handed to him. Blowing his nose and wiping away his tears, Caltesia and Atlas stood before Luze, astonished as they gazed at his shoulder. Luze? If they were here, then who had handed me the tissue? Turning his head, he beheld a blue bird perched on his shoulder. Its claws held grass seeds. Its beak glistened with the dewy essence of the tropics, and nestled within its feathers were snowflakes from the northern lands. Chirp! With a backpack slung over its shoulders. The Swablu twirled its cap with its wings, greeting Luze. Long time no see, partner. Responding to the Swablu, Luze excitedly glanced at the card box, and indeed, new cards had been unlocked. Cards bearing the Swablu's name transformed into streams of light, soaring into the blue bird's form. Swablu's king, Altaria, has been unlocked. Swablu's Noctowl has been unlocked. Swablu and the mysterious map have been unlocked. Why does it feel like something is amiss with these cards? Are they truly authentic? Did DIY manifest into reality? Observing the evident alterations on the card face, Luze felt a wave of frustration. Fan creations had indeed gone awry. The Emperor's Enterprise had morphed into Altaria, and the snowy Noctowl had transformed into Noctowl. Truly, they have conformed to the local customs. Pidgeot, is this the new friend you mentioned? Ash asked, glancing at Luze's shoulder, where the unfamiliar blue bird perched, a Pokemon he had never seen before. It seemed that this Pokemon belonged to Luze. Had it temporarily parted ways for some reason, much like his own separation from Pidgeot? On the road, it fortuitously encountered Swablu, and both were heading to the Kalos region. Thus they decided to travel together. Thanks to the guidance of the mysterious map, Pidgeot had swiftly located Ash. Thank you, Bluebird. In response, Swablu tipped its cap to Ash, performing a standard knightly salute. My pleasure. Gazing into Pidgeot's eyes, Ash retrieved the Pokeball that had once been used by this beloved Pokemon. Despite the years spent wandering, he had never discarded it, but kept it close, awaiting Pidgeot's return. So, Pidgeot, are you willing to travel with me again? Without excessive words, Pidgeot conveyed its answer through action. With a flap of its wings, Pidgeot pressed the button on the Pokeball, transforming into a beam of red light that entered the sphere. Then, I look forward to your guidance in our journey ahead. Thus, after 24 years of training, Pidgeot officially returned. If I'm not mistaken, that seems to be Pidgeot. Jessie, embodying a stealthy figure, concealed herself in the grass, observing keenly. It was indeed the very Pidgeot Ash had released years prior. Meow? Lying beside Jessie, Meowth gazed longingly at the distant Pidgeot, a glimmer of nostalgia in its eyes. They had witnessed how that weak little sparrow grew into Pidgeot. Unbeknownst to them, when Pidgeot had vanished, they had assumed it had been captured by another Pokemon hunter, leaving them distressed for several days. It was only later, from Ash, that they learned it had merely been released in Viridian Forest. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm. This time, we shall capture both Pikachu and Pidgeot, James exclaimed excitedly. And despite Luze's presence, they were resolute in their quest to seize Pikachu. Go, Nassie. Raising his left hand, Nassie leapt from the Pokeball, standing at attention and saluting, ready for action. The capture device activated instantly, the net soaring forth, ensnaring Pikachu in an instant. Pika Pika. The electric mouse unleashed a thunderbolt so powerful that even the ground-type Pokemon could not withstand it, yet it failed to break free from the diminutive capture net. The Wild Team Rocket had emerged. Allowing Ash the opportunity to train, Luze merely watched the spectacle unfold, walking alongside Caltesia while holding Atlas' hand. Resembling a family of three, the familiar lines echoed in his ears, so much so that Luze could almost answer before they were spoken. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall generously enlighten you. Hey, Luze, don't steal our thunder. Jessie protested, displeased. How could he possibly interrupt? This was utterly unacceptable, meow. Luze retorted, by monopolizing someone else's opening line, you leave them with no introduction to make. Is this not a different form of absurdity? Stop wasting time talking to him. Go, Nassie, use Leech Seed. As Jessie initiated her attack with little regard for fairness, Ash responded with his own battle call. Pidgeot. It's time to take flight. Ash and Pidgeot exchanged fierce gazes, both igniting with a shared battle spirit. Nothing could foster camaraderie better than a battle, at least for those who thrived on combat. Raising the Mega Stone high, the Mega Ring burst forth with resplendent light, their bonds surging through the air, the currents roaring. Mega Evolution, let us unleash our full connection. Mega Pidgeot. Pidgeot screeched, its irises igniting with a golden hue, its crown of feathers unfurling like blades. With powerful wing beats, it summoned a tempest, the afterimages slicing through the clouds. It was as if the very sky had transformed into its wings. Coo! The raging winds instantly swept away the leech seeds, causing Nassie's attack to miss its mark. Win this for me. Alright, Squid. Use Hyper Beam. Witnessing Team Rocket's assault on Ash, Luze chuckled, as if he were invisible to them. Looking at Swablu on his shoulder, he thought, this time, I entrust you with the task. Giving Luze an okay sign, Swablu flapped its wings, entering the battlefield. It's merely a sparrow. What strength could it possibly possess? Seeing Luze send out Swablu, an evidently weaker Pokemon instead of the formidable Latios, Meowth couldn't help but chuckle in delight. Such a Pokemon is merely a gift. How surprising. Meowth's eyes widened as it witnessed Swablu rummaging through Luze's backpack and producing 2 Pokeballs. Chirp. I summoned Swablu alongside Dreamtown. Go, Altaria. Noctowl. Dodu. Fletchling. Spearow. Defeat them. Meowth exclaimed, astonished. This is quite the spectacle. Pokemon battling Pokemon is a sight to behold. Initially, it had seemed absurd that a Pokemon could speak human language, but now, it was evident that there were indeed masters among them. In the realm of Pokemon battles, commanding Pokemon to use their own kind to vanquish opponents was a remarkable phenomenon. Truly, heroes abound in this world, as plentiful as fish in the river. The majestic Emperor Napu unleashed a defensive stance, successfully warding off the illusory beams of light from the formidable Haliyo. Encircled by a throng of birds, both Kojiro and Haliyo found themselves under the watchful, fierce gazes of their avian adversaries. While we refrained from fleeing during your skillful display, we hope you will remain steadfast when we deliver our blows, they taunted. Kojiro, drenched in sweat, strategically retreated, only to collide with the chest of the cat-headed night owl. Summoning the windborne traveler bird for support against the Mega Beedrill, Luze busied himself with the newly acquired cards in his possession. If my memory serves me right, the windborne traveler bird possesses a card capable of restoring vitality, he mused, his eyes lighting up as he discovered it. With a flourish, he unveiled the card, the windborne traveler bird's travel preparation. The kidney treasure, newly upgraded, promised a double boost akin to the fusion with the sun god. Yet urged caution. The risk of a catastrophic explosion loomed large. However, this particular card was exceptional, precisely replenishing vitality to the exact measure needed. It was indeed a potent remedy for revitalization, fortifying the essence within. Contemplating the steady restoration of vitality, a shadowy smile crept across Luze's lips. Observing his master's manic demeanor, Atla felt a chill race down her spine, sensing impending doom. Beads of sweat formed in her palms, trembling under the perceptive gaze of Caltesia, who tilted her head in confusion. Mega Beedrill, unleash a tempest. With the relentless assault from Mega Beedrill, the Pumpkaboo found itself akin to a fragile boat amidst turbulent waves, perilously close to the brink of annihilation. Meanwhile, Kojiro and Haliyo were being mercilessly battered by the flock of birds, their faces bruised and battered, emitting cries akin to a slaughtered pig. When outmatched, one must summon allies. Can you handle the pressure? Ignoring Kojiro's lamentations, the windborne traveler bird perched atop Dodo's head, donning sunglasses and exuding an air of bravado. In this society, one must possess strength and connections. How dare you venture forth without them, my friend? These were true companions, eager to accompany him on his journey. Their bond is solid as iron. Restrained by Emperor Napu, Kojiro was rendered helpless, enduring a relentless beating, his humanity nearly stripped away. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Meow Meow broke into a cold sweat, seeking refuge behind Musashi. This was no encounter with the windborn traveler bird and the Dream Town. It was more akin to a clash with the windborn traveler bird and the electric garden of northern Myanmar. As expected, mere minutes later, Pikachu was rescued by Ash. While the trio of Team Rocket were dispatched as usual, they parachuted in, a nuisance to the entire nation. How utterly vexing. Search and locate, Nanshi. Among the three, only Musashi continued with her scripted lines, glancing to her side, equally astonished. Today, she witnessed a transformation that rendered one unrecognizable. Are you telling me that this amorphous mass beside me is Kojiro? What an international jest. Unlike Musashi's astonishment, Meow Meow was well aware of the windborn traveler bird's capabilities. It had long since succumbed to unconsciousness. Ah, youth is splendid. One can simply fall asleep, thus avoiding a beating. How clever of me, Meow Meow mused. Kojiro, battered and bruised, could scarcely utter a word, only managing to stammer his grievances. Wah boo-hoo, at long last liberated from his torment. Kojiro had never yearned so fervently to be flung away by Ash. The resilience of Team Rocket was commendable, Kojiro sighed. I can endure pain, but please spare me the torment. Chapter 37. The fallen saintess having repelled Team Rocket, the sky grew increasingly overcast, and Liu Zhe and his companions found themselves camping once more in the wilderness. The surroundings were desolate and eerie, the silence only broken by the crackling of branches in the campfire. A couple of pink butterfly larvae peeked from the grass, curiously observing the trainer's activities. Gathered around the dining table, the group jubilantly welcomed Beedrill's return. With his arm draped around Beedrill's neck, Ash beamed with joy, unable to contain his excitement upon reuniting with his long-lost companion. As a shooting star streaked across the night sky, he thought of all the friends scattered across the world, always destined to reunite. Liu Zhe brought forth platters of delicacies, while Atla tiptoed around pouring juice for everyone, and Caltasia busied herself with washing the dishes. Let us feast. With dinner prepared, the table adorned with an array of seafood and mountain delicacies, the group chorused in unison. Pokemon munched on energy cubes, while trainers relished Liu Zhe's culinary skills, laughter and merriment filling the air. That child was so small back then, Ash reminisced, extending his hand to illustrate the size of Pidgey to his companions. Even a Spearow was a challenge, but now, after evolution, it has truly grown. Seated beside Ash, Beedrill shyly scratched its head with its wing, reminiscent of an elder recounting childhood follies at a family gathering. Perhaps feeling parched, Ash absent-mindedly reached for the orange juice beside him, gulping it down without a second thought. This seemingly mundane action, however, caused Serena's cheeks to flush crimson. If memory serves, that cup seems to be one I've used before. Could this be considered an indirect kiss? Clenching her fists, Serena glanced around nervously, feigning nonchalance while her heart raced. Gradually shifting the cup Ash had sipped from closer to herself, she spotted the imprint of his lips on the cup's rim. It was, after all, her cup. Ignoring the implications, she thought, a few more sips wouldn't hurt, would it? Her heart raced, pounding as if ready to leap from her throat. The refreshing, soothing taste of the orange juice seemed unusually sweet today, calming her anxieties. Though Ash remained oblivious to the subtle exchange, some Pokemon observed with clarity, notably Beedrill, who exclaimed, "This woman is acting strangely. Could it be that she harbors feelings for that fool?" With eyes wide as saucers, Beedrill could hardly believe its observations. This was akin to a blooming iron tree. I seem to have uncovered something extraordinary. Beedrill, my eyes are my measuring stick. The atmosphere brimmed with ambiguity, yet Ash remained blissfully unaware. In response to Serena's gaze, aflame with embarrassment and indignation, Beedrill silently gave her a thumbs up. Good luck, girl. I'm rooting for you. Serena's head hung low, nearly burying itself in the ground, her feelings of shame surging like a fountain. I wish I could just disappear into a crack in the earth. As night deepened, the darkness thick as ink, time slipped away unnoticed amidst the revelry of the feast. Sated and content, one by one, Ash's friends returned to their tents for rest, and Liu Zhe, too, felt the pull of sleep. Just as he was about to lie down, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Someone was missing from the gathering. Where had Caltasia wandered off to? Unable to quell his concern, he donned a windbreaker and began to wander through the surrounding woods, searching for her presence. As he walked, he caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma and heard the gentle sound of a stream nearby, leading him to a secluded path. Beside the creek adjacent to the campsite, Liu Zhe finally found Caltasia. The gentle stream trickled down from the rocks, forming a small pool that reflected the moonlight, enveloping the contours of her graceful figure. Yet, her demeanor appeared far from serene. Liu Zhe waded into the water, Observing Caltasia leaning against the rocks, her body submerged in the chilly stream. Her clothing lay neatly draped over a branch on the shore. Frowning, he detected the scent of alcohol wafting from her. Glancing at the empty beer can strewn about the rocks, rubbing his temples, he thought, why must she drink alone when she can share her troubles? There was no time to admire the beautiful scene. His immediate concern was to pull her out of the water. Luze intended to lift Caltasia into his arms. But alas, she was in a state of delirium, resisting and uncooperative. Her usual frosty demeanor had melted into softness. Her cheeks flushed with an abnormal wine-red hue as she babbled incoherently. Leaning against Luze, she felt the heat radiating from his body, and could no longer suppress her emotions. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, each drop piercing Luze's heart. You already have Atla. Why do you still seek me? She questioned, her fists pounding weakly against his chest, yet lacking any real strength. Why was it not me who met you first? In an effort to soothe Caltasia's turmoil, Luze enveloped her in his embrace, gently patting her back and whispering tender reassurances. Hush, let us step outside first. Villain, I refuse. She wanted to push him away with all her might, but her limbs felt like lead. Caltasia's emotions crumbled, and she sobbed softly in his arms. The one she yearned for was so near, yet the distance between their hearts felt like an insurmountable chasm. Being late was indeed being late. As for Luze, she realized she had no more chances left. Grasping Luze's hand, she placed it over her heart. But why does it hurt so much here? The moonlight cascaded like a waterfall, illuminating her silvery locks. Nearby, withering leaves drifted aimlessly, lost in the water. With her tearful gaze fixed upon the object of her affection, Caltasia managed a feeble smile, though it was tinged with sorrow. Just then, Luze's visage loomed larger in her sight. Their lips met, breaths mingled, and feeling the intense warmth, she found herself sinking deeper into intoxication. In an instant, her thoughts became a hazy void. All she desired was to relish this fleeting tenderness like a delicate woman. Just as Luze's combat style dictated, he once again, with undeniable authority, severed any impediment in their path. How arrogant and conceited you are. Casting aside all thoughts, the two shared a kiss in the frigid stream, mocking the impotence of fate. As Caltasia sought to absorb Luze's warmth, she felt an insatiable longing, merely clinging to him with all her might. It was only when she nearly gasped for air that Caltasia released Luze, breathing heavily. Their lips, still connected by glistening threads of desire, were reluctantly severed by her flushed cheeks. She licked her lips, still yearning for more. As she fidgeted, consumed by desire, Caltasia felt herself on the brink of moral decay. Exclaiming, "But I am the holy maiden." She had become an imbecile unable to detach from Luze. The loss of her first kiss had come so suddenly. With no preparation, as he had claimed her lips forcefully. You kissed me, then what of Atla? What am I to you? With her head bowed, Caltasia rubbed her cheek against Luze's chest, stumbling over her words. What can you possibly be to me? Of course, you are my wife. But Atla, unabashed, Luze proudly declared, indeed, you are also my wife. Only children make choices. As an adult, I desire them all. You are all my wings, Luze insisted, asserting he was not a cad, merely seeking to provide a home for all the female characters in his game. Arriving in the Pokémon World, if he did not intervene, they would be left to wander aimlessly. Upon hearing Luze's response, even Caltasia fell silent. His greed was undeniable. It was not enough to have Atla. He also wanted her. Contemplating the multitude of female characters in his game, Caltasia felt a headache brewing, uncertain of how many more sisters she would have. Yet, there was no turning back. She had already given herself to this man, and regretting it was futile. Rascal. Then what number am I? Caltasia scrutinized Luze's expression, her intuition telling her she was certainly not the first, nor would she be the last. Counting on her fingers, Luze recounted the bonds formed during their journey. L.A., Ling-E, Atla, and the Cursed Queen. It seemed Caltasia was the fifth. Watching Luze extend his hand slowly, Caltasia felt a surge of anger. So, I was under the impression that you and Atla shared a pure love. Yet after all this time, I find out you are just a flirt. Greedy for what is in your bowl, yet coveting what is in the pot. Men are all pigs. Children, this is the peril of not reading the synopsis. I clearly stated it was a multi-female lead story. Fueled by wine, Caltasia glared fiercely, determined to extract some form of compensation from him. Emboldened by the alcohol, she seized Luze's collar and kissed him deeply. Their lips parted, and Luze chuckled, wondering why he was always the one being kissed forcefully. After a long moment, their lips separated. Luze gazed down into Caltasia's enchanting crimson eyes, captivated by their beauty. The rippling stream played with the wind, her white hair dancing gracefully. The exquisite curve of her form was laid bare before Luze's eyes. The holy maiden's corner glistened with a moist blush, exuding allure. A seductive murmur escaped her throat, her soft voice perpetually teasing Luze's senses. Rendered speechless, Luze was astonished by Caltesia's gentle advances. "Aren't you the holy maiden? Have you fallen so quickly into depravity?" Winking at Luze from below, Caltesia flashed a mischievous smile, in stark contrast to her usual cold demeanor. This version of Caltesia was undeniably wicked. It was this striking difference that ignited an insatiable desire within Luze. Desperately chanting a mantra to clear his mind, he struggled to maintain what little sanity remained. Sensing her fluctuating demeanor, Luze cleared his throat and sighed in resignation. "We should return now. It's best to rest early. We have to travel tomorrow." Chapter 38. Am I not an illusory Pokemon? Carrying Caltesia back to the camp, Luze finally realized that everyone else was already fast asleep. The forest lay in profound silence, save for the warm breath of the woman behind him, tickling his ear. "Good night." He placed Caltesia gently in the tent, tucking her into her sleeping bag, and pressed a kiss to her forehead. In a hazy state, she murmured sleepily, the scent of wine lingering as she drifted into slumber. After yawning and rubbing his tired eyes, Luze returned to his own tent. Upon opening the flap, he was unprepared to meet Atla's scrutinizing gaze. Their eyes locked, and an awkward silence enveloped them. "What a coincidence, you're still awake." Atla approached without further ado, her delicate nose sniffing at Luze's attire, ensuring its tidiness. It smells like that woman." However, observing her master's pristine appearance, it seemed nothing untoward had transpired. Luze breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for his attention to detail and the fact that he had dried his clothes with the help of the imprint dragon before returning. If Atla discovered he had indulged in wet temptations with Caltesia, it would surely ignite turmoil within his harem. Having just placated one, Luze couldn't bear to face another confrontation with Atla. After all, witnessing the heartbreak of his beloved wife, as she shed tears like precious pearls, would cause him pain as well. The essence of fairness must prevail. Atla rests her head upon Luze's arm, peacefully slumbering against the warmth of his chest. His large hand gently caresses the diminutive head of the violet-haired girl, as Luze remains rigidly embraced around the Atlas-shaped pillow, enduring through the night until dawn breaks. In the realm of the Carlos Diamond Kingdom, nestled beneath the Carlos Mountains, the minuscule diamonds dwell in a state of serene order. Diantha, situated within the temple, lightly taps her fingertips, causing diamond stardust to burst forth, while countless tiny diamonds flit about like sentinels amidst the crystalline clusters. Just as the ethereal image of the sacred diamond begins to solidify, it shatters in an instant, the pure fairy energy dissipating entirely. "Is this a trick?" she ponders. "Am I not the genius Pokemon of illusion? Why can I not conjure the sacred diamond?" With her hands spread wide, she gazes upon her feeble abilities, feeling a wave of despondency wash over her. Relying solely on her own strength, it is utterly impossible to refine pure fairy energy and create the sacred diamond. At this juncture, Diantha finds herself compelled to inquire, Diamond Minister, the sacred diamond is indeed formidable, yet its condensation appears to require considerable finesse. Is there a more straightforward, yet potent method you could recommend?" The Diamond Minister replies, "Indeed, Princess, there are several methods. The approach to condensing such a powerful sacred diamond surely encompasses more than one technique. In total, there are 9 viable strategies, each a formidable method in the current version T05. Princess, simply select one from these 9 to condense the sacred diamond." After careful deliberation, Diantha resolves to seek the sanctuary of the life deity Xerneas in the nearby Aurora's forest. "Then I shall seek out Xerneas," she declares, as she reviews the pertinent details. The Diamond Minister adds, "With the assistance of the fairy Aura, you shall indeed be able to forge the sacred diamond. Of course, have faith in the life deity," he asserts with unwavering conviction. "Let us embark on this journey. I have longed to witness the wonders of the outside world." Stepping out of the mine, Diantha gazes upon the vibrant world beyond, feeling the warmth of the sun, her eyes brimming with longing. On Route 10 of Carlos, the eastern horizon glows with the light of dawn, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of the fletchling, heralding the arrival of a new day. "Luze, rise and shine. The sun is already high." Early the next morning, Ash shakes Luze's tent with fervor, eagerly calling out. The resounding alarm bell echoes. "Hakimi-o, north and south green beans." Haya Hakimi struggling to awaken. Luze, with panda-like eyes and a buzzing head, mutters, "What noise is this so early in the morning?" Stop this racket. The alarm's tune was none other than the lively Hakimi tune, a mere 2 notes of mambo. As he moves forward, he realizes they are nearing Sorrow City. I can hardly wait to challenge the fighting gym. With renewed vigor after a restful night, Ash is brimming with enthusiasm. Upon reaching Sorrow City, he plans to reclaim some of his previous companions from Professor Oak. The Mega Evolution Keystone can accommodate multiple Pokemon simultaneously. He is eager to test the limits of this capability. Luze, gradually rousing, steps out of the tent and meets the gaze of Caltissia, whose cheeks flush with an involuntary blush. Recalling the enchanting moments of the previous night, a sharp sound escapes her lips. The once innocent saint, who had greedily sought affection. Was it truly herself? Not only had she been kissed forcefully by Luze, but she had also reciprocated with fervor. Oh no! Burying her head in her arms at the dining table, Caltissia feels overwhelmed with embarrassment, wishing to escape to another planet. What on earth have I experienced? This cannot be real. Cradling her flushed cheeks, she tries to compose herself, smoothing the disheveled strands of her hair, tracing her fingertips over her lips. Memories of Luze's kiss linger, that fleeting moment of softness still echoing with warmth. Caltissia is engulfed in self-reproach. Why, oh why? Did my first kiss have to be lost in a haze of confusion? I barely had the chance to enjoy it. All blame rests on Luze. He had taken advantage of her vulnerability, behaving like a beast. Oh no, I am no longer pure. Her heart races, turmoil brewing within her, yet outwardly. Caltissia maintains her aloof demeanor. Her face remains icy, though her breath betrays her with its unevenness, her gaze unfocused and distracted. But the rosy hue of her cheeks reveals her true feelings, as she melts into the sweetness of the moment. Atla casts a disapproving glance at the unusually flustered Caltissia, thinking to herself that the woman has lost her senses again. With their bags packed, Luze and his companions continue their journey towards Sorrow City, the adventure ongoing. Within the Pokemon Center of Sorrow City, Miss Joy, we entrust our Pokemon to you. Serena expresses her gratitude as she hands over Ash's Pokeball. Ash, upon entering the Pokemon Center, immediately seeks out Professor Oak to retrieve his Pokemon. Luze and Caltissia sit in the waiting area, flanked by the 2 small girls, Yulia and Atla. It resembles a scene of parents with their 2 children. Passers-by marvel at the sight, exclaiming how the Golden Boy and Jade Girl make a perfect family. Meanwhile, Ash sits at a computer, deliberating over his Pokemon selections. Oh, the burden of too many Pokemon is truly overwhelming. It is so difficult to choose. Professor Oak, please send me Heracross and Sceptile. The Pokemon transfer device whirs to life, its indicator lights flashing, and soon enough, 2 Pokeballs are transmitted to him. In an instant, he traverses the distance from Kanto to Carlos, all for the joy of reuniting with his old friends. Holding the 2 Pokeballs, memories of their shared adventures flood back to him. However, chaos suddenly erupts. Before Ash can release his 2 companions, the Pokemon Center is thrown into disarray. 2 thieves, clad in peculiar attire, burst in, wreaking havoc and shattering the tranquility of the Pokemon Center. Locking onto their target, the stumbling pink figure ahead. Liart wastes no time in launching an assault. Greninja, use Water Shuriken to take her down. Seeing Liart strike first, Marilyn quickly follows suit, refusing to yield. Fennekin, unleash Ember. Despite their best efforts, they cannot evade the enemy's onslaught, leaving Tiana drained both physically and mentally. The reflection of water and fire in her eyes grows larger, and she resigns herself, despairingly closing her eyes. Boom. The clash of flames and torrents erupts, producing a deafening roar that shatters every glass pane in the Pokemon Center. After an arduous struggle, they finally achieve their goal. As their plan unfolds, both Liart and Marilyn wear expressions of delight. With Tiana's power, they are set to produce fairy gems, promising them boundless fortune. Yet, as the smoke clears, Tiana finds herself unharmed, cradled in the embrace of a white-haired woman. Slowly opening her eyes, she sees a man before her, his trench coat billowing amidst the chaos. The white dragon deflects all attacks, sustaining not a scratch. Roar. Facing his adversary, the blue-eyes white dragon unleashed a resounding roar, its imposing presence nearly palpable. Turning to Tianchi, Luze knelt on one knee, performing a flawless knightly salute. I beg your pardon, my dear princess, he said. I am Luze, and I apologize for my tardiness in safeguarding you. Please forgive me. Rising to his feet, Luze cast a glance back at Liart and Marilyn, who resembled 2 misfit fruits. So, you think you're impressive with your Greninja and your Delphox, do you? Since when did even the 2 on the roadside feel emboldened enough to threaten our little princess? I reckon if I don't teach you a lesson today, you truly won't understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Caltissia, do not hold back. Strike with all your might. as Caltigia initiated the Mark fusion. Summoning the Ice Sword Dragon, Luze also commenced his ultimate fusion. Utilizing the Blue Eyes White Dragon and the Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon as fusion materials, a tempest roared. Energy surged, and a dazzling interplay of red and blue light erupted, creating a radiant spectacle. Fusion Summon. Arise, the unparalleled sovereign of legends, the Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. With a thunderous roar, its wings tore through the veil of light, the dragon's cry resonating through the heavens, its oppressive aura sweeping across the battlefield like a tidal wave. Lyart and Mariling stood awash in the shadow of the colossal dragon, their bodies drenched in sweat. In disbelief, they pondered how such a formidable dragon-type Pokemon could exist. The sheer pressure rendered both Greninja and Delphox submissive, too intimidated to make a move. Yet, Luze had anticipated this. After all, their Pokemon levels merely matched that of gym leaders. In stark contrast to the third-tier deity, the Blue Eyes White Dragon. This was an undeniable level suppression. What could they possibly use to combat it? Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, crush them. Luze commanded, launching an unrelenting assault against his foes. Chapter 39. Help me, Mr. Luze. Having effortlessly vanquished the band of thieves, Luze apprehended them all. Miss Junsha arrived just in time. Witnessing the aftermath of the battle, the ground bearing witness to its brutality. Observing the disfigured forms of the two criminals, Miss Junsha's lips twitched slightly. In her years of maintaining order, she had never encountered such a savage scene. One had been thoroughly encased by the Ice Sword Dragon, transformed into a grotesque human specimen, while the other had been scorched by searing rays, resembling a dish nearly cooked to perfection, the aroma of meat wafting through the air. Had she arrived a mere few minutes later, she might have been tasked with retrieving their remains. Presenting the two thieves with silver bracelets, Miss Junsha proceeded to take them into custody. Thank you for extending your hand, Luze. Tianchi leaned slightly forward, expressing her gratitude. Surprised that her powers had attracted such covetous attention, she realized that without Luze's intervention, she could have been in grave danger. It is my honor, Your Highness. Luze responded with a graceful bow, though his heart brimmed with astonishment. How had Tianchi ended up here? Did this signify the onset of the narrative arc in the theatrical production, the Cocoon of Destruction and Tianchi? With Yveltal and Xerneas making their appearances, the regional team battle in Kalos was about to commence. A third-tier deity, accompanied by two second-tier deities. Such a pinnacle confrontation left Luze in awe. He held no fear of the Y and X deities, confident that, relying on his own strength, he could hold his own. His concern lay with Team Rocket. As Giovanni marched into Kalos, the emergence of legendary Pokemon would surely stir them into action. If he were to simultaneously confront the threat of Dark Mutwoe, it could prove overwhelming. To be prudent, he deemed it necessary to mobilize the forces of the Blazing Flame Corps to counter any sudden assaults from Team Rocket. What an extraordinary convergence of the X, Y, and Z deities. What kind of sparks would this encounter ignite? Do you know me? Tianchi inquired, observing Luze's respectful demeanor and expressing her identity with a hint of confusion. The Diamond Mine Kingdom had long dwelled beneath the earth. How could he possibly be aware of her identity? I have traversed the world, though I have never set foot in the Diamond Mine Kingdom. I have always held a yearning for it, Luze replied, fabricating an excuse without hesitation. In truth, his knowledge stemmed from the script. Since that is the case, why not visit the Diamond Mine Kingdom as guests? Tianchi, with poise, extended a solemn invitation to Luze. After all, having roamed outside for so long without even a glimpse of Xerneas, it would be more fruitful to return and consult with the Diamond Minister. With Luze as a formidable ally, perhaps he could devise a solution for the troubles plaguing the Diamond Mine Kingdom. After all, an unusual aura surrounded Luze. Even Tianchi had never encountered such pure strength. Serena. Luze. Ash rushed over, having just arrived beside Serena, still oblivious to the unfolding events. He had heard the commotion and attempted to move, but the fleeing crowd had blocked his path, rendering him immobile. It's nothing, Luze replied with a smile. Observing Ash's concern for Serena. Just a bit of turbulence, nothing more. Speaking of which, the princess has invited us to the Diamond Mine Kingdom. What do you think? Do we even need to think? Of course, we should go. Despite having no knowledge of the Diamond Mine Kingdom, Ash was the first to enthusiastically agree. The thrill of an unknown adventure was far more enticing. Luze sought the opinions of his companions, receiving affirmative responses all around. After making slight adjustments to their belongings, they set forth under Tianchi's guidance toward the Diamond Mine Kingdom. The Diamond Mine Kingdom of Kalos. Traversing through the narrow mine tunnels, Luze and his companions arrived at the kingdom's grand hall. Wow, is this really the Diamond Mine Kingdom? Upon witnessing the realm constructed from pink diamonds, Yuliga's eyes sparkled with hearts. The resplendent pink diamonds radiated brilliance, almost overwhelming her senses. So many diamonds. It's as if they have a mine at home. Serena exclaimed in awe, her mouth agape. Even after hearing Tianqi's introduction along the way, the sight still left her astonished. The diamond dome refracted a dreamy glow, while the countless pink diamonds embedded in the columns sparkled like stars. Gemstone flowers eternally bloomed along the pathways, scattering fine glimmers of light. Numerous small shards of diamonds were neatly arranged along the road, welcoming the return of Princess Tianqi. In the center of the hall, the sacred diamond floated in midair, emanating fairy energy that sustained the entire kingdom. Regrettably, it appeared somewhat dim. This is the sacred diamond, the heart of our nation, Tianqi explained, her voice tinged with resignation as she gazed at the sacred diamond. Yet, even diamonds must return to dust. Due to my own frailty, I lack the strength to coalesce a new sacred diamond. This is also the reason I brought you to the Diamond Mine Kingdom. It was an unavoidable circumstance. The sacred diamond was on the verge of shattering, while Xernea's remained elusive. Lifting her gaze, her ruby-colored eyes fixed upon Lu Zhe, embodying her last hope. Lu Zhe, I wish to implore your assistance. Tianqi's gentle voice echoed within the hall, while the small shards of diamonds outside murmured amongst themselves. Tianqi, help me, Mr. Lu Zhe? Lu Zhe chuckled playfully. If his assumptions were correct, the sacred diamond was merely an embodiment of extremely pure fairy energy. Otherwise, Tianqi would not have sought Xernea's, placing her hopes on the infusion of fairy energy. Thus, it appears that he is indeed capable of undertaking this task. Summoning the winged divine dragon egg, Lu Zhe approached to provide a manual awakening service, delivering 2 swift kicks to the egg. If one were to discuss the most extraordinary energy, it would undoubtedly be the divine attribute energy of the winged divine dragon, with a quadruple advantage over all other attributes. It stands shoulder to shoulder with the creator god Alpaca. Perhaps infusing this divine attribute energy into the sacred diamond will yield unexpectedly miraculous results. Casting a glance at Lu Zhe, the winged divine dragon egg, with a gaze filled with resentment, completed its liberation, revealing the form of the winged divine dragon. Its divine might poured forth like the sun, illuminating even the underworld, its crimson eyes ablaze, and its divine roar resonating throughout the hall. How can such a formidable Pokemon exist? With a hand delicately covering her mouth, Diancie was equally astonished. Though both were Tier 3 deities, there was no comparison to be made. Why, as a fellow Tier 3 deity, did you stand out so remarkably? Clinging to Lu Zhe's sturdy leg, Diancie felt that perhaps she could simply relax. Lu Zhe, I no longer wish to strive. This was not merely a Pokemon. This was a deity. Lu Zhe softly responded to Diancie's astonishment, closely observing the transformations of the sacred diamond. As the winged divine dragon gradually infused it with divine attribute energy, the sacred diamond began to undergo a metamorphosis. Diancie and her small diamond companions held their breath, anxiously awaiting the outcome. In the underground of Café Soleil in Kalos's Mier City, in the prison of Team Flare, Yolongdu found himself tightly bound, squatting beside the iron bars. Opposite him, Lance and Athena exchanged wide-eyed glances. Oh dear, isn't this the indignant Yolongdu? It seems you've let yourself go a bit in these past few days. Were you perhaps worried about your old friends feeling lonely? And so you came to keep us company? How considerate. Athena seized the opportunity to taunt him, given that Yolongdu had relentlessly pursued Team Rocket, thwarting their plans. The most infuriating part was that Athena couldn't even defeat him. She could only flee in his presence, which left her feeling utterly frustrated. One must admit, Team Flare truly possessed remarkable prowess, even managing to capture the champion of Chengdu. Muffled by tape over his mouth, Yolongdu could not utter a single word. Yet his flushed expression revealed his immense frustration. It was not that Yolongdu was weak. Rather, the abilities of that madwoman were extraordinarily excessive. Each time he managed to defeat her Pokemon, she would merely wave her hand, and they would rise again, as if reborn from the ashes. Despite the explosive output of his Dragonite, empowered by the Dragon Force, it could not withstand the ceaseless onslaught of the enemy. Ultimately, as expected, Yolongdu was burned out. Overusing the Dragon Force left him feeling hollowed out, his complexion pale, and his strength diminished. Yet, even in such a state, he was not destined for capture. His Dragonite could still mega-evolve, thus retaining the strength for one final stand. Yes, you heard correctly, it was indeed Mega Dragonite. The newly released Mega Dragonite from Pokemon ZA was nothing short of astounding. This was no ordinary Mega Dragonite. It was akin to a Mega Dracozolt. Just as he prepared to engage in a fierce battle with that madwoman, a Doberman, appearing from nowhere, struck him on the head with its iron tail. A back attack, truly a tactic befitting an evil organization. Did Yolondu have any means to counter this? Not a single one. He simply collapsed into slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself imprisoned, with Athena and Lance's cell directly across from him. Upon seeing the 4 generals of Team Rocket, Yolondu was immediately on edge. Just as he was about to condemn Team Rocket's wickedness, he suddenly discovered, Athena is also in here? So this is not Team Rocket's base at all. He felt that his efforts had been in vain, and being captured had utterly humiliated him. If word got out, what would become of his reputation as the champion of Chengdu? Yolondu attempted to rescue himself, but alas, his hands and feet were tightly bound, and even his mouth was sealed with tape, rendering him voiceless. His Pokeballs had also been confiscated, their whereabouts unknown. Let me guess. You weren't beaten up by Jijiko and tossed in here, were you? Athena seized the opportunity to taunt him, effectively shielding herself from his impotent rage as she danced around his weak point. Jijiko? So that madwoman's name is Jijiko. Yolondu seethed inwardly, feeling humiliated and wishing he could dismantle Jijiko piece by piece. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Do not underestimate the youth. In stark contrast to Yolondu's fury, Jijiko felt utterly relaxed and content. That red-haired, spirited young man had mustered the audacity to invade Team Flare's lair. Did he think he was invincible? Jijiko showed him no mercy, employing a lesson of love to help him recognize reality. Most importantly, during their battle, Jijiko accidentally incinerated all the documents for the week. I suppose I won't have to work this week. What a pity. Having finally found herself with a rare moment of leisure, Jijiko gazed at the desolate office, suddenly feeling a twinge of emptiness. She couldn't help but wonder how Luze was faring. Chapter 40. Only you yourself. Just as Jijiko leaned against her desk, lost in thoughts of Luze, the office door was suddenly knocked upon. Come in. As she beheld the entrance of Fladali, her blissful reverie was abruptly disrupted, and her good mood dissipated like mist. Why was it that every time she longed for Luze, this fellow would intrude? With her palms ablaze with wrath, Jijiko's crimson eyes locked onto Fladali. You had better give me a reasonable explanation. The acting head, Luze, just sent a message saying. What? Luze has messaged. The trigger word ignited Jijiko's long legs into action as she hurried forward. That detestable Luze had only now remembered to contact her after being away for so long. She must teach him a lesson. Luze mentioned that Yveltal was at risk of revival, and that Team Rocket might be meddling, ordering Team Flare to reinforce their ranks and deploy Zygarde. Listening to Fladali's report, Jijiko gradually felt her excitement cool, as it did not contain the news she had hoped for. What good was that Pokemon? It could merely transform into its 100 forms, and it couldn't even open up. But I can. She gathered her long hair into twin ponytails, feeling a mix of boredom and dejection as she toyed with the crimson strands, biting her lower lip. Thankfully, she could use the pretext of protecting Luze to meet her beloved. After briefing Fladali on various matters, Jijiko hummed a cheerful tune, preparing to change her outfit ahead of time. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, she thought. And it was no lie that she felt a flutter of nerves at the thought of soon seeing her beloved, holding up her black skirt. Jijiko examined herself in the mirror, selecting a style that satisfied her. The girl reflected in the mirror held a glimmer of allure in her eyes, her veil unable to conceal the joy dancing at the corners of her smile. However, Fladali always knew just the right moment to deliver a blow. Jijiko. After a moment of hesitation, Fladali chose to risk his life to remind her. Luze specifically mentioned that you must remain at headquarters to prevent Team Rocket from attacking the base. Sensing the smile on Jijiko's face freeze, Fladali hastily fled. If he didn't run now, he would be too late. He could not withstand the wrath of Jijiko. Boom. In her fury, Jijiko unleashed a kick at Fladali, who narrowly dodged it, leaving her to strike the wall instead. Flames, fueled by the girl's boundless anger, erupted in a frenzy, incinerating the entire office in an explosive outburst. In an instant, the entire edifice trembled, even causing ripples in the coffee served at the ground-level cafe. Hopes dashed. The lamenting Joji was on the verge of tears. Luze, why am I not included in the team battles? The kingdom of Kalow's diamond mine. Under the radiant energy of the winged dragon of RA, the dark decay slowly peeled away, and the sacred diamonds became increasingly solidified. The divine energy compensated for the void left by the fairy energy, exceeding expectations. A peculiar luminescence enveloped the entire diamond kingdom, restoring the precariously teetering kingdom of pink diamonds to its normal operations. Within the card box at Luze's waist, vibrant colors flickered once more, heralding the unsealing of new cards. The Gem Knight Quartz has been unsealed. The Gem Knight King Brilliant Diamond has been unsealed. The Gem Knight Fusion has been unsealed. This alleviated the crisis of the Diamond Kingdom and reasonably unsealed cards in the gem field. It truly worked. Tianqi exclaimed in astonishment, embracing a desperate measures attitude, never expecting Lu Zhe to genuinely succeed. Does this mean I no longer need to seek out Xerneas? After all, this great pillar of support is right here. It would be absurd to ignore Lu Zhe in favor of searching for Xerneas. No, Your Highness, Lu Zhe countered. We still need to find Xerneas. Contrary to Tianqi's thoughts, Lu Zhe preferred that she liberate her true powers rather than rely on his aid. Relying on the temporary energy of the winged dragon of RA does not address the fundamental issues, and there will always be times when I am not present. Only you can nurture life. Lu Zhe gazed calmly at Tianqi, embodying the principle that teaching someone to fish is far more beneficial than simply providing them with a fish. Only by enabling Tianqi to master her own mega evolution and independently produce sacred diamonds can the ailments of the Diamond Kingdom be fundamentally resolved. Then, Your Highness, Lu Zhe leaped onto the winged dragon of RA, extending his hand toward Tianqi, and solemnly asked, Are you willing to join me in seeking out Xerneas? Upon hearing these words, the Diamond Princess ceased to hesitate, resolutely lifting her head to grasp Lu Zhe's hand, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Lu Zhe pulled Tianqi close. The purple hair of Atla faded to a soft pink, transforming into the true form of Lonkai's insect demon, accompanying Lu Zhe onward. Caltigia mounted the branded dragon, closely following behind Lu Zhe, never straying far. Just as Ash intended to ride his Charizard, Lu Zhe halted him. Serena and Yulika still require someone to look after them. You wouldn't want to leave them behind, would you? Lu Zhe said, winking at Ash. This is a splendid opportunity for solitude. I'm merely assisting you. You owe me a few tables at the wedding banquet. Without granting Ash a chance to argue, the winged dragon soared into the sky, carrying Lu Zhe and Tianqi in search of Xerneas' whereabouts. Kaloza's Orange Forest. As she rode atop the winged dragon of RA, Tianqi meticulously scanned for fairy energy within the forest, gradually narrowing down her search. I can sense it. The fairy aura lies just ahead. A soft, melodious voice resonated within everyone's hearts, transmitted not through the air, but via telepathy. Sure enough, Lu Zhe looked down and soon spotted the traces of Xerneas. In a relaxed stance, Xerneas stood upon the mossy ground, its antlers sparkling with a rhythmic glow. A dazzling halo coalesced around its neck, while countless particles of light fell from its antlers, dissipating into mist before touching the ground. Switching to an active mode, Xerneas raised its head to gaze at Lu Zhe. More precisely, it was the winged dragon of RA that Lu Zhe possessed. A newfound authority. Was a new legend emerging? The expression in Xerneas' eyes conveyed surprise. Logically, the existing divine positions should have been long since divided. The surge of life energy enveloped Lu Zhe, who felt the frantic growth of vitality. He could not help but marvel. It truly is Xerneas. Just the emanating life energy could shroud the entire forest. This is what it means to be a recognized demigod. Touching down, Lu Zhe embraced Tianqi and leapt from the back of the winged dragon. Seeing the Diamond Princess in his arms, Xerneas understood everything. It seems you have been seeking me for quite some time. A graceful voice echoed within their minds, clear to all present. I already know what your heart desires, and thus, I shall grant it to you. The fairy aura instantaneously activated at full power, siphoning the energy from all of Oran's forest to replenish Tianqi's own deficiencies. The air seemed to solidify into glass, as innumerable petals of light blossomed from thin air, the falling scales crystallizing into an eternal stream of light. The pressure was gentle, causing all beings to instinctively kneel, yet amid the fear, they sensed the maternal compassion of a goddess. As Tianqi felt the fairy energy filling her being, she closed her eyes to absorb it. Once the blessing was complete, Xerneas cast one last glance at the winged dragon of RA before gracefully departing. All attention shifted to Tianqi, leaving the unusual sounds from the distant bushes unnoticed. I say, Father, do we really need to capture Tianqi? Lying in the bushes like a lurking specter, Mealy spoke to her father, Steel, covered by the dual pressure of Xerneas and the winged dragon of RA. Even Mealy's began to waver. Would confronting such a colossal beast truly result in death? Her companions, Lyart and Mariling, had already been sent off to labor. She certainly did not wish to fall into Miss Junch's hands. Yet, having come this far, the renowned thief Steel regarded his daughter, covering his face in despair. How could such a cowardly offspring emerge from a father of his repute? Adhering to the principle of 3 years of silence, then a feast for 3 years, Steel had always chosen to pilfer the valuable. Oh no, could such scholarly endeavors be termed thievery? It was called theft. A thief never leaves empty-handed. If one does not push themselves, they shall never comprehend the extent of their potential. Retreat was not an option. No sooner had he spoken than Steel leaped from the bushes, intent on boldly seizing and abducting Tianqi. However, someone was quicker than him. Two unfamiliar men appeared without warning, standing before Lu Zhe. The man on the left donned a crimson robe and held a scarlet orb, the edges of his garment fluttering in the breeze. The one on the right was clad in sailor attire, brandishing an indigo orb, his headscarf rustling in the air. Upon seeing the newcomers, even Lu Zhe felt taken aback. The Flame Pine Master sought to dominate the seas, while the Water Polonia Master aimed to submerge the land, a clash of ideologies. How did these two end up together? Weren't they sworn enemies? According to the original storyline, there was no way they could appear in Kalos at this moment. Moreover, he had no disputes with them. So there was no reason for them to seek him out, especially in Orin's forest, at the pivotal moment when Tianqi was receiving Xerneas's blessing. The only explanation was that Sakaki realized he could not overcome him and began recruiting from other regions. Countless calculations had been made, yet his arrival had significantly altered the storyline. You must be Lu Zhe, the one Sakaki spoke of, Water Polonia said, raising his head arrogantly. Looking down upon Lu Zhe with disdain, I see Sakaki has become quite muddled, possessing dark Mutuo yet unable to handle a mere child. Let me see just how formidable your strength truly is. In stark contrast to the arrogance of the Water Wutong, the Crimson Flame Pine adjusted the frames of his spectacles, his tone chillingly calm. I hope you can endure our strangulation, he intoned, a cruel glimmer flashing in his voice. Although he presented himself as a paragon of virtue, a cold smirk played upon his lips, veiling his venomous intent. Otherwise, you may find it quite impossible to leave here unscathed. Concurrently, both raised two precious orbs high above their heads, proclaiming in unison, awaken from the depths and the abyss, seeking the ideals that could reshape the world, serving the absolute equilibrium of land and sea. Kyogre and Groudon. Chapter 41. The eternal pairing of red and blue during the era of Pokemon, the series. At the god volcano of Hoenn, Groudon luxuriated in a bath of magma, having just concluded a fierce battle with Kyogre, enduring the sting of disinfection. Meanwhile, Kyogre dove into the frigid depths, nursing wounds that were still too tender to be submerged in water. Perched at the volcano's edge, Groudon idly sketched circles in the dirt with a few uprooted trees, while Kyogre lay upon the sandy shore, folding strands of seaweed into little stars. With his chin resting upon his hand, Groudon found his thoughts drifting to the visage of the buoyant fish. Had I not struck first, perhaps we could have been friends. Kyogre, blowing bubbles, recalled the memory of a figure unable to soar. Had it spoken with a touch more courtesy at the outset, sharing a portion of the ocean wouldn't have posed any issue. Bored enough to wield the sword of the cliffs as a mere plaything, Groudon wore a frown of concern. What if I accidentally harm it next time and it chooses to ignore me? In a similar vein, Kyogre, lonely enough to spray water with the origin pulse, felt the prickling of anxiety. What if I grant it some ocean territory and it no longer seeks me out? In the same moment, albeit in different locales, both legendary Pokemon heaved a long sigh. Alas, with no one to converse with, how dreary it is. Groudon lamented. I engage in but 3 activities each day, nursing my wounds, sleeping, and battling the buoyant fish. To which Kyogre replied, I too partake in those trifles, healing, slumbering, and thrashing the flightless. Thus, the ages rolled on, with their existence entwined for millennia, neither comprehending the other's sentiments. Until one fateful day, a third party emerged from the heavens, a king, wrathful and fearsome, who roused the slumbering Rayquaza from its peaceful repose, disrupting the antics of these two foolish beings. Why do you persist in fighting? Why not find a place to converse amicably? This farce had endured for millennia. Yet it was this mediator who would finally take matters into his own hands. Groudon and Kyogre exchanged a glance, each astonished by the depth of reason in the other's eyes. How insightful. According to ancient records, Groudon fashioned a wedding abode from volcanic rock by the sea, awaiting Kyogre's arrival. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery, yet it is known that from that moment forth, the world welcomed a new Pokemon known as Swampert. After all, red and blue have always been destined to pair. Returning to the present, as Xerneas bestowed blessings upon Diancie, 3 legendary Pokemon found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Ever since Rayquaza successfully mediated their conflicts, tranquility had returned, and the two had ceased their quarrels. Fanning out a deck of cards, Rayquaza's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ready to make his mark. Everyone rise. With remarkable fortune gracing him, Rayquaza declared, Groudon and Kyogre are no match for my prowess. I shall seize the advantage. Clutching cards the size of his nose, Groudon and Kyogre exchanged bemused glances at Rayquaza's self-indulgence. Is it merely a better hand that warrants such excitement? Mega Rayquaza interjected. You certainly did not express such sentiments when reverting to your primal forms. After several rounds, Rayquaza regained the upper hand. I shall lead with a pair of sixes, he announced, having amassed a plethora of pairs. Yet, to his astonishment, Groudon swiftly countered with a pair of twos. Rayquaza's eyes widened. Was he truly playing such a high-stakes game? With his hand trembling, Rayquaza hesitated, allowing Groudon to proceed. I utilized the two twos on the field as materials for an Exceed-summoned giant torrent satellite, Flashing Spirit. Of course, this was merely jest. Rayquaza, confident in his hand of 17 cards, mused, Can you truly eliminate me with that? If you can take me down with 17 cards today, I shall devour this deck on the spot. With a flourish, Groudon unleashed his cards. While casually plucking a drooping willow nearby, lighting up, he took a deep drag. Afterward, he savored a moment of bliss, akin to a divine being. The silence that followed was palpable, as Rayquaza found himself momentarily dumbfounded, his mouth twitching, yet unable to utter a word. I must verify the cards, he exclaimed, lifting his head defiantly to stifle the tears welling in his eyes. Kyogre smirked, a victory without effort. As the card game drew to a close and feeling the summons of the orbs, Groudon and Kyogre relinquished their cards. Traversing through the earth and water, the two legendary Pokémon surged forth into the horizon. In the forest of Orans, the volcano erupted suddenly, dark plumes blotting out the sun. As molten lava gushed forth like blood, marking the forest with scars. The seafloor collapsed into a whirlpool, colossal waves crashing down, dark clouds engulfing the sun, and torrential rain cascading down. The summons of the Crimson Flame Pine and the Water Wutong stirred the very elements, casting an eerie half-rain, half-sunshine across the canopy of the Orange Forest. The two forces collided and intertwined, much like the principles of yin and yang, each enhancing the other. Feel the ocean's boundlessness, akin to your fears, cackled the Water Wutong, relishing in the despair of young sailors confronting the vastness of the sea, their desperate cries echoing in the void. The helpless struggle, the tears of weakness. Merely witnessing such a scene brought him unadulterated joy. Speak your final words while you still can, before you are crushed. The Crimson Flame Pine directed his gaze towards Liu Ze, his voice devoid of emotion, feigning pity. The gods will trample any obstacles. With no time to waste on idle chatter, Liu Ze unleashed his full combat prowess. The winged dragon of Ra unfurled its majestic wings, emitting a series of piercing cries. While the cold gaze of the giant god locked onto the blasphemer, the blue-eyes white dragon unleashed a torrent of draconic breath, its roar revealing a thirst for battle, its scales reflecting pure light. The Wind Rider bird rummaged through its backpack for several pokeballs, adjusting its cap, poised for battle. The weathered warrior's skull, entombed in ore, quaked, its hollow eye sockets blazing with fierce crimson. The gem Night Quartz donned its shimmering armor, ready to exploit any weaknesses of its foes. Caltesia rode upon the imprinted dragon, flanking Liu Ze, her slender sword gliding across the ground, etching profound marks. Around the Crimson Flame Pine and the Water Wutong, Atla had long since laid traps aplenty. Groudon and Kyogre had arrived. In Liu Ze's eyes, a colossal claw tore through the earth, as Groudon emerged amidst the swirling magma. Clouds of steam and heat radiating around him. The echoes of whale songs resonated in his ears as shadows from the ocean depths leapt forth, accompanied by torrential rain, their currents coalescing into a dragon-shaped tempest. Faced with the oppressive might of the legendary Pokémon, Liu Ze lifted his gaze, only to find the sun obscured, cast instead in the shadow of Groudon. One still underestimates the trio of imbeciles from Hoenn. Their monstrous forms are easily perceived to span at least a kilometer in length. Liu Ze surveyed the card's spirits before him, steeling himself for a battle to the death, his blood ignited with fervor. Are we ready, everyone? The card spirits nodded in silent understanding, their years of camaraderie fostering a deep, unspoken connection. My companions, gather for me the equation of victory. Forward, forward, forward. The cards drawn from the box shimmered with a golden light as Liu Ze raised them high, triggering the ultimate fusion in an instant. A blinding radiance erupted, unveiling unparalleled power. Utilizing 3 blue-eyes white dragons and the blue-eyes chaos dragon as materials, he called forth the ultimate dragon sorcerer. At that moment, divinity descended. The intertwining hues of crimson and azure solidified as the magical battle armor enveloped Liu Ze inch by inch, igniting his fighting spirit to a fever pitch. I lack for nothing now. The authority of vitality acknowledged by the world bestowed blessings upon him. causing Lu Zhe and the Blue Eyes' ultimate dragon's might to surge explosively. Boom. The dual claws struck the ground, as Groudon launched a ferocious assault at Lu Zhe under the direction of the Ruby Orb's wielder. The opening strike was the Sword of the Abyss, and the cruel smile curling at the corners of Red Flame's mouth deepened. Surrender your futile resistance, and perhaps I shall leave you with a complete corpse. Relying on the dominion of the Earth God, victory over Lu Zhe seemed inevitable. Lu Zhe? Huh. It's much more pleasing to see you as Lu Zhe-chan. Let the boulders rain down. The fissures tore open, and sharp blades of rock erupted from the earth, piercing the clouds and cleaving toward Lu Zhe. With a snap of his fingers, Lu Zhe rendered the Sword of the Abyss ineffective and shattered it. The rock blades instantly collapsed with a resounding crash. The Blue Eyes' ultimate dragon shielded Lu Zhe, absorbing the brunt of the devastating aftermath. Yet, numerous shards still scattered, and boulders flew, striking against the battle armor and causing Lu Zhe's insides to tremble, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The other card spirits faced their own grim battles against Kyogre. The Wind Traveler birds, leveraging their numerical superiority, continuously unleashed a barrage. The Weathered Warrior activated Fossil Fusion, summoning the ancient fossil vehicle, the Skeleton Truck, which partially diminished Kyogre's dual attack. The Gem Knight Quartz resorted to a frenzy of gem fusion, depleting his deck. The weak are but sacrifices, no matter how many come forth. The Water Wutong observed the opponent's futile struggles, laughing heartily, deeming it all in vain. The torrents of the deep sea shall scatter your laughable bonds. Without the phoenix form in sight, the winged dragon of Ra, through the union with the sun god, barely managed to confront Kyogre head-on. The winged dragon of Ra siphoned Lu Zhe's vitality, prompting the Wind Traveler birds to prepare for a frenzied replenishment. The wings were nearly smoking from exertion. In an instant, a terrifying inferno erupted from the throat of the winged dragon, directing its flames toward the shadow lurking in the abyss. In response, Kyogre countered the winged dragon of Ra's attack with a wave of primal energy, the residual force narrowly evaded by the winged dragon. Calcia unleashed a multitude of dragons, continuously switching between the Imprint Dragon, Ashen Dragon, and Ice Sword Dragon. Witnessing Lu Zhe's injury, the vivid crimson of his blood stung her heart. An unquenchable rage surged from the depths of her being as Calcia commanded the Imprint Dragon, accelerating relentlessly. A tempest arose, her skirt fluttering, an eternal allure whispering in her pulse. The sacred and the uncanny resonated, bursting forth in a cascade of light, her speed reaching the limits of her physical capacity. With the Sacred Maiden and Imprint Dragon as materials, she performed a synchro summon of 4,812. With the Sword of Swift Judgment, she would determine fate, incinerating hypocrisy with her uncanny flames. Arm yourself, O Sacred Knight of the Crimson. A fusion of white light and purple flames scorched the tattered gown, replaced by silver battle armor that conformed to her mature curves. Calcia's white hair flowed behind her as she wielded the massive cross sword, its cold gleam tracing a trajectory akin to the Milky Way. Swiftly fusing and summoning the Ice Sword Dragon, and leveraging its freezing effect, Calcia activated the effect of the Sacred Knight. All allied forces were fortified, while all adversaries faced a reduction in their dual attack, nullifying Kyogre's primal waves. The scales of victory began to tilt in her favor. Chapter 42. Is it still possible for me to flee? Yveltal opened its hazy eyes, only to behold a sky thick with smoke and torrential rain. It felt as if it had been transported to 2012, the year of the Maya's prophecy of apocalypse. Suddenly awakening, it hoped that this was merely a figment of its imagination. What is happening here? Am I still in my homeland? For legendary Pokemon rampaged across their territory, the rock blades shattering like glass, debris streaking across the sky like meteors. Lava flowed through the fissures in Groudon's skin, incinerating the forest's flora. Kyogre hovered above, entangled with several unfamiliar Pokemon, conjuring monstrous tidal waves. Is this your home? Aren't the flying types and the fat fish playing cards back home? How did they suddenly appear in the Ornis forest? Oh dear, Hoenn has truly struck Kalos. In comparison to the Earth God and the Sea God, there were also two relatively weaker unfamiliar presences. Though unseen, Yveltal could sense that their essence surpassed that of typical level 3 deities, almost brushing against the threshold of level 2. Goodness, I merely took a brief nap, and the outside world has transformed dramatically. Are legendary Pokemon now so devoid of value? There are as many as wild dogs by the roadside. Just within this Ornis forest, alongside myself and the little deer, 6 divine beasts have already gathered. This is my home, not a wholesale market anywoo. No more wholesale. Boom. The distant battle raged on, fissures in the ground spreading into Yveltal's line of sight. The immediate priority was to halt this conflict. Otherwise, its home would truly be laid to waste. Although the little deer could revive the forest's vitality, the altered terrain would not restore itself. These two imbeciles from Hoenn are akin to colossal map editors, flattening every lake and mountain. Alas, as the god of destruction, I must prevent others from causing destruction. It is reminiscent of Liu Ze's initial ambition in playing Yu-Gi-Oh! To render the game unplayable for others. History has a peculiar way of aligning in such moments. Without further hesitation, Yveltal shattered the cocoon of destruction, stretching its kilometer-long form and soaring toward the heart of the battlefield. It looks like I have to work overtime again. Liu Ze raised the card above his head, a brilliant azure light bursting forth, piercing the eyes of all who dared to gaze upon it, unable to withstand the blinding chill. Red Flame and Water Wudong shielded their eyes. Red Flame, Water Wudong, defy me, and be prepared to be overthrown. I activate the Hall of Light Spirits, enhancing the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. As Liu Ze's voice thundered, a warm aura enveloped the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, augmenting its might further. Light wove into a veil that draped over the battlefield, cascading from the heavens, soothing the tumult of magma and the surging torrents. The radiant essence pierced through the smoky clouds, tearing apart chaos. At last, the dark surface welcomed the dawn. Roar! With a flap of its wings, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, seizing its speed advantage, dodged Groudon's assault while simultaneously retaliating. The dragon's tail struck against Groudon's massive frame with such force that even Groudon staggered back 2 or 3 steps in astonishment. So, it took all my effort to reach your level of strength? Is your third-level deity legitimate? The devastating Burst Gale Bomb strikes relentlessly, complemented by the radiance of the white dragon, subjecting Groudon to an agonizing ordeal. Its abilities rendered ineffective by Luz. Groudon is left to rely solely on brute force in a futile struggle against its adversaries. Unfortunately, Luz and the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon soar through the skies, making it impossible for Groudon to land a blow without the aid of its skills. To make matters worse, the opposing team possesses a distinct speed advantage, exposing Groudon's cumbersome nature as a critical flaw. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and the Winged Dragon of RA flap their wings above, brimming with defiance, while Groudon feels its fists gradually hardening. The crux of the matter is that it can only seethe in impotent rage, watching silently. One day, I shall strike you all down with the Sword of Ruin. Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, unleash the radiance of the White Dragon. Luz continues to bombard from afar, appearing to Groudon as an annoying fly. The damage inflicted is minimal, yet the humiliation is profound. As the light beam connects, Groudon roars in pain, unable to evade the assault, forced into a passive defense. Fortunately, it draws upon the Earth's relentless power, allowing for immediate recovery even in the face of injury. Witnessing the oscillation of its own vitality, Luz smirks. Winged Dragon of RA, what have you done? At least the situation on the other front provides Luz with some solace. For the Winged Dragon of Ra's fierce onslaught has evidently left Kyogre struggling to cope. Absorbing Luz's life force, the Winged Dragon of Ra's attack power surges, akin to a warrior invigorated by the thrill of battle. The Holy Knight of the Heavens nullifies Kyogre's skills, allowing the Winged Dragon to dominate through sheer physical prowess. With its skills rendered useless, Kyogre's once prized special attack is of no consequence. Moreover, in the forest, in Groudon's domain, it lacks the divine authority of the sea god. As it succumbs to the might of the divine flame cannon, it can only leave this world with its eyes wide open, revealing its pallid underbelly. Winged Dragon of RA, solo kill. Kyogre has become a dreamless fish, utterly incapacitated. All that remains is the impotent rage of Water Wudong. How could this be? How could the invincible Kyogre fall once more? No. Water Wudong clutches his head, kneeling on the ground, and in tune with his performance. Snowflakes seem to fall from the heavens. A tragic BGM plays, tears drip onto the speakers, snow, flowers drifting, the north wind howling, the world shrouded in desolation. With Kyogre's power, there must still be a chance. How could I possibly accept defeat in this manner? Filled with defiance, clutching the indigo orb tightly, Water Wudong prepares to awaken its inner energy, aiming to return Kyogre to its primal form. If he can unleash Kyogre's full power, he could surely defeat Luz. Holding the indigo orb aloft, Water Wudong attempts to transform Kyogre into its ultimate form. Yet, his wrist is seized by the fiery pine, rendering him immobile. Is this not enough of a farce? The fiery pine's expression is grave, re-evaluating Luz's threat level. Given the current situation, with Kyogre's defeat and Groudon being suppressed, The circumstances have clearly spiraled beyond their control. The winged dragon of RA, as mentioned by Sakamiki, has yet to make its entrance, and their legendary Pokemon have already suffered significant losses. Even if a primal return occurs, what difference would it make? Faced with a being as resplendent as a star, would it merely serve as an experience point? Luz, you're quite charming, aren't you? Water Wutong glares fiercely at Luz, but restrained by the fiery pine, he does not advance. Luz, what are you staring at? Water Wutong, what is it to you? A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. We shall settle this debt in due time. Fiery pine, we retreat. Did I grant you permission to leave? Clad in magical battle armor, Luz stands aloft, a smirk playing on his lips. You come and go as you please. How would that reflect on me, Luz? Atlanta, take action. Following Luz's command, the long-anticipated trap is sprung, ensnaring Water Wutong and Fiery Pine in a cunning pitfall, as they curse and tumble into the abyss. Groudon remains immobilized under the combined pressure of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and the Winged Dragon of RA, bringing the battle to its conclusion, just as everyone exhales in relief, oblivious to the greater peril approaching. Luz, be cautious. A voice echoes in Luz's mind, resonating with Tianchu's telepathy, and he instantly understands. Dark purple energy, as black as ink, engulfs the light along its path, creating a sonic boom that pierces the air. Any organic life caught in its wake turns to stone, fading into dust. Dodging just in time, Luz narrowly escapes the attack, the evil wave merely petrifying a few strands of his hair. Penetrating the clouds, Yveltal's massive form appears. Its crimson wings unfurl, unleashing a pressure that rends the dying sun, surrounding it with dust of extinguished life. Each beat of its wings creates a rhythm of destruction, with flora wilting and the air solidifying into a prelude of death. Groudon, Kyogre, cease your fighting. This combat will not yield death, what? To his astonishment, rain and smoke obscure the scene, and he does not witness the anticipated clash of the two titans. Instead, one of his comrades lies on the ground, belly up, seemingly lifeless, while the other is similarly restrained, pressed into the earth by the two colossal dragons. Now, due to his reckless attack, their crimson eyes flicker, focusing squarely on him. Luz's petrified hair dissipates into dust, and silence reigns in the air, so palpable one could hear a pin drop. Under the predatory gaze of the approaching Pokemon, Yveltal shivers. Release Groudon. The unfamiliar Pokemon close in, eager to engage. Yveltal, is it too late for me to flee? Lowering its head stiffly, it meets Luz's sinister and menacing grin, freezing its blood in its veins. Meanwhile, Groudon perceives a glimmer of hope, entrusting its fate to Yveltal. A direct ambush? You truly have guts. Groudon had not anticipated this stout-hearted ally would come to the rescue. Witnessing a comrade in distress, Yveltal's willingness to confront such odds brings tears to Groudon's eyes. Determined not to squander Yveltal's goodwill, Groudon hoists Kyogre onto its shoulder and flees across the ground, escaping the scene at lightning speed. Farewell, brother. Though I wish I could take you with me, Luz may very well prevent it. Endure the blows for me, and perhaps I shall suffer less in return. Without the ability to fly, the stout fish departs regretfully, weeping as it returns to seek solace from its companions. At this opportune moment, reinforcements from the Flame Team arrive. Led by Flotta, who dons a disguise of dark clothing and a metal mask. Core Z2 immediately merges with its cells, switching to the 10th form of Zygarde to confront Yveltal. Simultaneously, Tianchu, having absorbed the blessings of Xerneas, gains the ability to Mega Evolve. Luz, I shall assist you as well. Tianchu, Mega Evolve. The pink crystal shatters, diamond fragments swirling like a galaxy, adorning her gown with splendor. Nebula matter flows across her form, and as Tianchu raises her hand, diamond dust coalesces, filling the air with a rosy hue. Observing her elder brother Zygarde standing with the opposing force, Yveltal breaks into a cold sweat. This time, it truly faces the prospect of being treated as an elite foe. Yveltal, will I emerge victorious? Luz, absolutely, my dear. Chapter 43. Please commence your performance. Yveltal felt stars dancing before its eyes, its entire body weakened, as though it no longer belonged to itself. Surrounded by 3 legendary Pokemon, it ceased to vent its wrath at Luz, surrendering entirely. Classes are now in session with little Sunflower Luz. A rebellious divine beast is often beyond redemption. More often than not rendered futile, a good thrashing will suffice. Luz, still daring to bare your fangs? Bring it on. Rayquaza, a miraculous revival indeed. Yveltal clutched its head in despair, lamenting, I am the god of destruction. Is this the manner in which you choose to bully me? That armored warrior snapped his fingers, disabling my abilities, while the ghostly maiden restricted my very essence. I have been reduced to a mere ordinary Pokemon. With no powers, I can hardly retaliate. As Yveltal succumbed to Luz's training, Xerneas could no longer bear to witness the spectacle. Alas, it appears that without shedding some blood today, my foolish companion cannot be rescued. This imbecile, always out causing trouble, cannot find a moment's peace? Now look, you've truly provoked the Reaper, and you are displeased. Who could possibly find such a Pokemon endearing? Transitioning from a state of relaxation to one of vigor, Xerneas stepped forward, addressing Luz. Each Pokemon has its role to fulfill, as a part of the world's laws. I hope you can appreciate the authority of the God of Destruction. A telepathic voice resonated within Luz's heart, a clear feminine tone interceding on behalf of Yveltal. As for the beings destined for destruction, they shall embrace rebirth after the calamity has passed. Upon concluding her statement, the antlered crown atop Xerneas shone with vibrant hues. The rivers of life surged forth, restoring the forest of ruins. The fairy aura swiftly supplanted the dark energy, reviving withered flora and resurrecting fallen Pokemon. Even Luz could distinctly feel the surge of vitality, the elevation of the card's spirit's levels. The wind traveler birds advanced from golden flashes to shattered brilliance, while Caltesia reached the realm of silver shards. As an apology, I shall bestow upon you the opportunity of your spouse, as a gesture of goodwill. Xerneas gently tapped her forehooves, and a stream of life surged from her brow into Caltesia's being. Her rank continuously ascended, ultimately breaking the shackles and solidifying her strength at golden shards, achieving the tier of a third-level deity. A vibrant green life mark was etched upon her abdomen, signifying the blessing of the god of life. Luz observed Xerneas, noting that both her words and actions overflowed with favoritism towards Y. As if to say, the god of destruction, Yveltal, was unwittingly placed in this situation by the boss Arceus. Arceus, if you refuse, there are plenty who will take your place. Even if you wish to abstain from destruction, it is a necessity. After all, performance must be met, lest one miss out on the year-end bonus. What then, if you were to be laid off, and Yveltal found itself without recourse? Rolling his eyes, Luz glanced at Yveltal, who lay subdued beneath Rayquaza. Did you give her something? Why does she advocate for you at every turn? Office romances are strictly forbidden. Crushed under Luz's foot, trembling and too afraid to retort, Yveltal's tears flowed freely. Oh, hockey dears, would you truly sacrifice your authority over life just to rescue me from Luz? That is a coveted position, a recognition of the world's will. As long as Arceus remains uninvolved, even the King of Hell must seek your counsel before deciding who meets their end. Yveltal struggled in vain to thwart Xerneas' actions, only to be suppressed by Rayquaza and the Blue Eyes' ultimate dragon. This is the plight of an incapable husband, watching his wife surrender to a stranger, consumed only by rage. The effort to stifle a sound is rather endearing. As Yveltal bared its teeth, a shadowy smile flickered at the corner of Luz's lips. Were it not for Xerneas elevating Caltesia to golden shards, I would not have spared you. Yet, this pattern seems somewhat amiss. Luz scrutinized the markings on Caltesia's abdomen. A dotted line tracing out a heart shape. Though obscured by clothing, it still emitted a faint glow through the fibers. Are these markings even permissible? Clearing his throat, Luz's mind echoed with Xerneas' voice. If there is nothing further, I shall take my Yveltal and take my leave. Waving his hand, Luz assessed the elevated ranks of the cards, signaling Rayquaza to release Yveltal. As they walked side by side into the depths of the forest, Yveltal could hardly flap its wings, its tail dragging limply behind. It lowered its head, too ashamed to meet Xerneas' gaze. Having caused such turmoil, relying on a good colleague to clean up after him left Yveltal utterly humiliated. As a man, my confidence has been entirely stripped away. Nothing can change that. Little did he know, Xerneas bore no resentment. Instead, she nestled her head against his shoulder. Has such a setback truly shattered you? This is not the Yveltal I know. Tilting her head and winking, Xerneas allowed a gentle smile to bloom in her heart, a touch of sweetness to it. Yveltal's heart raced, perfectly filling the void left since their first encounter. The authority over life is a gift I willingly bestow upon that child. After all, someday she will obtain it herself. Rather than quarreling over it then, why not grant it to her now? And you, do you not mind? Xerneas' smile remained warm, her words conveying a rational tone. You know how desperately I yearn for retirement. This was no mere jest. Xerneas had indeed evolved into a streetwise entity of Kalos, masquerading under the pretense of patrolling while indulging in a funded vacation. As a legendary Pokemon, having reached this point, the greatest fear is solitude. That feeling is akin to plummeting into an abyss, ensnared in a suffocating sea. You may scream your heart out, yet no one will heed your cries. Otherwise, the trio of Hoenn Wu and Ti have banded together for warmth and reconciliation. A black line appeared on Yveltal's forehead as it muttered to itself, incessantly picking at its nails. So I was foolishly moved, mistaking your intentions as being for my sake. Who says it isn't? Xerneas gently adjusted Yveltal's head, placing her foreleg near its lips, interrupting the unfinished thought. The battlefield had been restored by Xerneas, and the forest of ruins regained its tranquility. Ignoring the rocky pillars and abysses, one could scarcely perceive that fierce battles had transpired here. No one would suspect that this seemingly inconspicuous corner had hosted 9 divine-level forces in such a short span. If the compressed energy were to be fully unleashed, it would be enough to plow the world back and forth several times over. Yet, Luz was unconcerned with such matters. All he desired was to immediately unveil the newly unlocked cards. This time, his attire bore a hint of dirt, having triumphed over several legendary Pokémon. Surely he would be granted access to some powerful cards now. With a racing heart and trembling hands, Luz opened the card box. I am coming in. The Engraver of Demons has been unlocked. The Tomb of the Engraved Demons has been unlocked. The Chant of the Engraved Demons has been unlocked. Upon witnessing the newly unshackled cards adorned with engraved magic fields, Luz was somewhat taken aback. To his astonishment, they represented both men and women, embodying the most formidable auxiliary axis of the current version. It is often said that while card decks may come and go, the engraved magic axis remains steadfast. However, the sense of security that the family elder provided Luz paled in comparison to the overwhelming presence of that man. Luz endeavored to summon the engraved magic blacksmith of the engraved demon, yet as the card slipped from his grasp, the anticipated figure did not materialize. Could there be a delay? Master Duel had its nuances. Moments later, Luz suddenly turned around, startled by the sight of the Soul Requiem coffin lurking behind him. Nearly losing his balance, gazing at the coffin, he observed its exterior forged from black iron and steel, with a central lid adorned by a crimson blood eye and an ominous gaping maw. The fusion of flesh and technology, with crimson fluid coursing through the crevices, left him pondering whether it was an energy reservoir or the pulse of a demon. Fortunately, he was not a jinx. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a rather precarious predicament. From the grand, alluring eyes of the Soul Requiem coffin, Luz caught a glimpse of his current appearance. His once jet black hair had begun to fade from the roots, dividing into 2 distinct hues, the left half a deep maroon, while the right gleamed in a vibrant lemon yellow. The rest of his hair remained unchanged, save for an extraordinary surge of power emanating from his being, an extraordinary transformation indeed. With a swift punch, Luz unleashed a sonic boom, leaving a lingering afterimage in the air. Although lacking the exaggerated amplification of the magical combat armor, he felt capable of challenging even the most formidable Pokémon of the championship tier. He sensed that if he were to augment his vitality to an extraordinary degree, he might just withstand a direct confrontation with a champion Pokémon relying solely on his physical prowess. Luz mused, have I truly ascended to the status of a super newcomer? He wondered how his current physical capabilities compared to those of Ash. Contemplating Ash's absurd statistics, Luz found himself in awe. Cosmoem weighed a staggering 9,999 kilograms, yet Ash could effortlessly lift it with his bare hands. Indeed, you heard that correctly, not lifting nor dragging, but cradling it. Additionally, as a super newcomer, merely a punch would suffice to destabilize Mutwo's shield. It was almost irrationally powerful. Could it be that Ash's unrecognized father was the legendary Saitama? Aside from Steve from Minecraft, Luz struggled to fathom who else could rival such absurdity. Meanwhile, in the Kalos region, Ash was engaged in a delightful exploration of the grand architecture alongside Serena. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ash felt an unusual sense of nervousness. Eureka was frolicking with the little diamonds in a game of hide-and-seek, leaving Ash and Serena alone in a room together. The subterranean environment was temperate year-round, yet Ash felt increasingly warm. Unzipping his jacket, Ash opened his arms wide, but beads of sweat still trickled down his forehead, his cheeks flushed with heat. Serena, clutching the hem of her clothing, felt her breath quicken at the proximity of Ash. Unbeknownst to Ash, she had caught a glimpse of Luz giving her a thumbs up and a knowing glance before departing. Eureka, with a sly smile, cleverly distanced herself, utilizing the game of hide-and-seek as an excuse. With the time, location, and characters in place, it was time for Serena to commence her performance. Clenching her slightly sweaty hands, Serena bit her lip, resolutely deciding not to hesitate any longer. Chapter 44. Let the thrilling battle begin. Just as Serena took a step forward to voice her thoughts, Ash interjected, Serena, Why do I suddenly feel a bit? Serena held her breath, wondering if the wooden-headed Ash was finally coming to a realization. Perhaps happiness was finally within her grasp. A twinge of excitement coursed through her veins. Why don't we engage in an exhilarating Pokemon battle? Soaked to the bone and left feeling utterly deflated, Serena's hopes plummeted. She had known it was a long shot. How could she expect anything from him? With a forced smile, she thought to herself that she shouldn't have harbored such high hopes for Ash. As her wavering determination began to falter, she felt her courage slipping away. Despite Ash's repeated invitations, Serena reluctantly steeled herself and initiated a battle. I'm counting on you, Firefox. Come forth, Froakie. As she released her Pokemon, Ash's gaze drifted toward a distant silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. Complimenting a girl was something he could never bring himself to do. Even with Liu Zhe's teachings, Ash remained oblivious to the nuances of romance. When it came to building relationships, he found that battling was the simplest and most impactful approach. Ash declared, "There's nothing in this world that can't be resolved with a battle. If there is, it simply means you are not utilizing the right team." Liu Zhe chimed in, "There's nothing in this world that can't be resolved with a card game. If there is, it simply means you're not playing the right deck. Froakie, use water gun. Froakie." In the face of a type disadvantage, should he not have opted for a direct water-type assault? Upon catching a glimpse of Ash's determined expression, Froakie understood that the master of type advantages was once again at work. There must be a deeper strategy behind Ash's decision. Indeed, Ash had considered that Serena's Firefox possessed the Blaze ability, which increased fire damage when its health was low. If Froakie's bubble failed to take down Firefox, it would find itself at a disadvantage. Thus, the prudent strategy was to first lower its health with Water Gun and then deliver the finishing blow with Bubble. Firefox. Use Ember on Froakie. While fire against water typically yields poor results, it still benefited from the same type attack bonus. After much deliberation, Serena ultimately decided against using a status move. Froakie Dodge. Just when the most treacherous moment arrived, a move with 100 accuracy could be evaded perfectly. Was that not treachery in itself? Froakie sidestepped Firefox's Ember, delivering a swift slap to its face. Now, finish it with Bubble. Listening to Ash's command, Froakie unleashed Bubble at close range, catching Firefox completely off guard. Striking a critical hit, the effect was tremendous, and Serena's Firefox succumbed to exhaustion. Ash, you've defeated Firefox. Your Pokemon are truly remarkable. Retrieving her weary Firefox, Serena turned to Ash, speaking in admiration. That's merely the beginning. During my travels, Ash's enthusiasm ignited as he recounted his past experiences with fervor, relishing every detail. Serena leaned against him, quietly absorbing the boy's tales. There was a time I was possessed, and my Lizard King used the referee as a human shield. Lizard King was indeed loyal. Whatever Ash commanded, it followed without question. Serena chuckled softly, recognizing Ash's vast experiences. Such travels were indeed captivating. However, her amusement soon faded. There was a day when Misty and I went swimming at the beach, and I realized she was actually a girl. Latios was stunning, and it could transform like Atlanta. Meanwhile, May was tucked away in a tent, fussing over her hair, insisting it was because of her presence that they were together. At that moment, she had mistakenly thought of Iris as a Pokemon, contemplating capturing her. Detecting an unsettling shift in the conversation, Serena clenched her teeth, realizing she faced many rivals. I refused to become a defeated hound like Zero. Fortunately, with Ash's emotional intelligence, Serena felt reassured. Even if you arrived first, what does it matter? For now, I am the one accompanying Ash. Overcome with jealousy, the little voice in Serena's heart pouted, secretly drawing circles in frustration. It seemed that she must exert herself. Once the turmoil in the diamond mining country subsided, and Ash had completed his challenge at the Shaller Gym, he would have collected more than half of the badges. This inevitably signified that her journey with him was nearing its end, and they would soon part ways. If she were to be stolen away by Callum like Zero, there would be no place for her tears. Ash was in high spirits, engrossed in his words, when he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, causing his tone to stiffen. As he turned his gaze, he saw Serena's golden hair resting against him, frozen in place. Ash inhaled the girl's sweet fragrance that tantalized his senses, stirring his heartstrings. Though his pulse quickened and warmth spread through him, Ash maintained an air of nonchalance, continuing to speak. However, his words came out haltingly, betraying his unease. Pikachu, who had relinquished his shoulder to Serena, dared not make a sound, covering his eyes with his little paws. This was inappropriate for children. They must not witness such a scene. Yet, the gap between his fingers betrayed him, and he was thrilled to see the interaction between his foolish friend and Serena. Was it possible that Ash was finally about to find his lady? If he remained oblivious any longer, Pikachu would begin to suspect that Ash truly had a penchant for the absurd, with its ears entwined. Pikachu's face was even redder than Ash's. Serena smiled brightly, yet her entire being trembled with the boldness of her actions. She had leaned in so close. Her palms were slick with sweat, her cheeks flushed, and her emotions surged within her. Sensing that Ash did not resist, Serena secretly reveled in her triumph. Zero had indeed been correct. The brave ones get to enjoy Ash first. As for those sisters who once traveled with Ash, Serena had made her move ahead of them. As twilight descended, Luz finally returned with Princess Diantha in tow, arriving fashionably late. To afford Serena ample time to express herself, he had taken Diantha on a few rounds outside. As he had anticipated, upon entering the hall, he found Serena asleep against Ash's shoulder, a blissful expression adorning her face. Upon spotting Luz and Diantha, Ash gently shook Serena to awaken her. As she opened her eyes, meeting Luz's aunt's smile, her cheeks flushed with color. With a penchant for causing a stir, Luz feigned ignorance, fanning the flames of mischief. "Oh dear, have I interrupted something?" Ash scratched his head, consciously dismissing Luz's remarks. Choosing instead to gaze dreamily at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle, staring at the ceiling adorned with pink diamonds. He attempted to mask his internal turmoil with poor acting. That ceiling truly was a ceiling. Why did it evoke a sense of being caught in an affair? Upon seeing Diantha's return, the tiny diamonds swiftly gathered around her, forming a tightly packed circle. "Make way," an esteemed diamond minister exclaimed, anxiously inquiring, "Princess, did you find Xerneas?" "Of course. Just look at who helped me." Diantha raised her gem-red eyes, gratefully regarding Luz, showering him with praise. The light of evolution flickered, and the DNA entwined within the pink diamonds radiated brilliance. The diamonds expanded into a heart shape, and Diantha underwent mega evolution, dispelling any lingering concerns of the diamond minister. "Luz, I am immensely grateful for your assistance." Diantha deeply bowed to Luz, her eyes widened with newfound awareness from the day's events. The powers of his Reshiram and Blue Eyes White Dragon, as well as those of Groudon and Kyogre, were forces she could not contend with. Even locating Xerneas was a challenge, let alone resisting Yveltal. "I have made my decision. From this day forth, I hereby appoint Luz as the Duke of Gems." Luz contemplated the prospect of a collaboration between Team Flare and the diamond mining country, aware that Lysandra was scheming behind the scenes. Charizard and Blaziken had narrowly escaped the chaos stirred by Yveltal, but would undoubtedly return. Kneeling, Luz kissed the foot of the Diamond Princess, accepting her decree. He felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of culinary delight. Of course, he jested, he would never truly do such a thing, as he was not that desperate. Observing Luz, Diantha's enchanting eyes sparkled, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "From this day forward, Luz shall be my foremost bachelor in the diamond mining country." In the shadows of the Kalos Dark Alliance, Lysandra sat at the central seat, flanked by Cress and Team Flare's leaders. The iron door swung open, and Charizard and Blaziken entered, dejected after their defeat. The heads of 5 villainous organizations gathered, each ruling over the dark underbelly of their respective regions, with no prior connections. Yet, in a moment of desperation, they were compelled to unite against a common threat. The source of their crisis stemmed from the man in the image, the leader of Team Flare, Luz. Spotting the disheveled faces of Charizard and Blaziken, Lysandra felt a swell of frustration. "I told you not to gather until everyone was present. You rushed in and got yourselves beaten by Luz. Now you've learned your lesson, haven't you?" With everyone now assembled, it was time to commence the meeting. The Dark Alliance was poised to obliterate any prospects of a future for their coalition. A cruel smile crept across Lysandra's lips as he declared the meeting open. "How shall we obliterate it? With mere words?" Cress waved his hand dismissively. "Team Rocket has been at this for years, yet you still spout nonsense. If Lysandra truly had the power to defeat Team Flare, would he even need to invite us?" Charizard and Blaziken had suffered devastating defeats, and N had defected. What could Team Plasma possibly do? "What if I told you that Dark Mutwo could reclaim the legendary dragons for you?" Cress's pupils dilated, as he realized that this was precisely what he desired, to regain the legendary dragons and make a comeback. Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem could all be under his control once more. Cress's breath quickened, enthusiasm flickering in his eyes. Chapter 45. Don't let desire shatter your will. If necessary, Team Galactic would also provide assistance. Observing Cress's naivety, Charizard scoffed. Even if Giratina has gone silent, maintaining communication with Dialga and Palkia means Galactic's losses are not catastrophic. After being schooled by the 2 legendary Pokémon, Charizard had grown wiser, opting for cunning over brute force. Various energy blocks were transported by trucks, aimed at enticing the legendary Pokémon. by providing them with a thrilling experience, coupled with the affinity of the adamant orb and lustrous orb. Charizard successfully garnered the favor of Dialga and Palkia. After all, who could resist an automatic ATM? As the leader of Team Galactic, I am the cherished one of the domineering deities. Lose. Books don't break without a shop. That is splendid. Just as long as you don't act rashly like some fools, startling the snake and getting yourself bruised. Provoked by Cress's taunts, Blaziken could no longer sit still. That was merely an accident. Kyogre hasn't even used its primal form. If it were in the depths of the ocean, unleashing its full power, how could Kyogre possibly lose? With a resounding thud, Shui Wutong erupted in a cacophony of indignation, his face flushed with rage. Observing this, Qiansong swiftly restrained the irritable brute beside him, urging him back into his seat. Adjusting the spectacles perched upon his nose, Qiansong spoke. Why must we defeat him? From my observations, while Luze's Pokemon possess formidable strength, he himself harbors a fatal flaw, his insatiable lust. Banmu's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Qiansong's words. A light of realization flickered within him. By heavens, you truly are a genius. With his usual flair for innovation, he continued to articulate his perspective. If we can ensnare Luze with the allure of beauty, I refuse to believe he would not willingly serve us. There is an old Chinese adage, even heroes falter in the face of beauty, and what a splendid beauty it would be. Imagining a scenario where a close confidant, with tears streaming down her face, implored him to join the Dark Alliance and offer assistance. He marveled at the audacity of the idea. This notion was nothing short of revolutionary, prompting Banmu to applaud Qiansong involuntarily. He envisioned Luze's astonished expression, rather than vanquishing him. Why not transform an adversary into an ally, embracing the shadows together? Let Luze be tainted by their influence. However, the question remained, where could they find a suitable candidate? Banmu's countenance clouded with uncertainty as he recalled various figures, yet none seemed adequate. He turned to his companions for counsel. After all, Luze was a man of considerable romantic fortune, surrounded by stunning women. Among those Banmu was aware of were the formidable Rhydon Knight Lingy, the fiery Flareon, and the enchanting Caltessia. Sending subpar contenders would likely yield failure, let alone enchantment. It's quite simple. I shall dispatch a specialist. With comrades at his side, Kikisi felt compelled to contribute, thus taking on the task. Coincidentally, May had recently recruited her dear friend into the plasma team. What was her name? Rabarins. Kikisi had perused her credentials, discovering she was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, perfectly fitting the criteria. A sly smile crept across Banmu's face as he anticipated Luze's reaction to this unexpected gift. Luze, brace yourself for the tempest. Luze, you summon me with mere tokens? What? You mentioned Rabarins? She was mine to begin with, in the heart of Carlosarola City. Having concluded the turmoil of the Diamond Mine Kingdom, Luze and his companions resumed their travels, returning to Sarola City for gym challenges. The Flareon team had already dispatched Fladali and Tianchi to establish a branch in the Diamond Mine Kingdom. The fountain before them flowed gently, evoking memories of a certain card, causing Luze to clench his fists. Though he had been away from the real world for some time, sights reminiscent of the Sacred Stone Spring still triggered his anxiety. A lesson learned, once bitten, twice shy. Luze could not forget the day the Sacred Stone Dog had decimated his deck. He typically summoned his fists, leaving the audience of card enthusiasts in awe. Luze, shall we challenge the gym first? Gazing at the refined tower in the distance, its bricks and stones stacked high. Various colored glass reflected a dazzling array of light under the sun. Meanwhile, Serena discreetly tugged at Ash's sleeve. Her head lowered as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Could we perhaps visit the perfume shop first? My favorite scent is nearly sold out. With a pitiful gesture towards the advertisement, Ash finally looked up to read the letters. The Sarola perfume shop has closed. It's gone. The owner ran off with his sister-in-law. Everything is being liquidated. Ash sighed in resignation, realizing his initial thoughts were correct. Women only slowed his quest to become a Pokemon master. With a shrug and an open hand, he reluctantly agreed. After all, who could refuse Serena? He turned to his companions. Shall we stop by the perfume shop? Luze, Caltessia, and Euligia all expressed their interest in smelling delightful. With Atla contained within Luze's Pokeball, Euligia, feeling a bit idle, suggested a visit to the perfume shop. Holding Luze's hand, Caltessia furrowed her brow in confusion. Wasn't tea scent a natural trait? She mused that she had never used perfume, yet when she and Luze shared tender moments, he would always comment on how fragrant she was. Luze, you smell divine, she recalled, as a blush crept across her cheeks, rendering her even more alluring. Suddenly feeling parched, a strange thirst overcame her. Ever since ascending to the third tier of divinity, her attachment to Lu Zhe had intensified. She yearned for endless indulgence, a gnawing emptiness driving her nearly to madness. Seeing her companion's eagerness, Lu Zhe found it difficult to decline. After all, what was a brief delay? Just as he was about to acquiesce, Caltessia interrupted, her voice laced with an unexplainable urgency. Lu Zhe and I have matters to attend to. You all go ahead. Her voice, though restrained, trembled with intensity. Shuffling her feet, Caltessia, despite feeling weak, summoned her will to persist. Do not let desire shatter your resolve. With that, Caltessia seized Lu Zhe's hand and dashed out of Ash's line of sight, her gaze darting anxiously about as if searching for something. Lu Zhe gripped the girl's hand, feeling its softness and warmth, acutely aware of her trembling. What was amiss with her? At that moment, Lu Zhe remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, perplexed by the unfolding events. However, when Caltessia pulled him into a hotel room with a large bed, he found himself bewildered in the winds of fate. Even now, Lu Zhe recalled the incredulous gaze of the receptionist at check-in. Shouldn't it be him, the one bewildered by the circumstances? With a resigned glance upward, he heard the soothing sound of water flowing from the bathroom. Listening to Caltessia's movements as she bathed, Lu Zhe's heart raced. Was he about to be thrust into yet another unexpected encounter after enduring countless unsolicited kisses? Caltessia, the dynamics of power and submission are distinct. The frosted glass allowed Lu Zhe a hazy view of her elongated figure, a beauty beyond words. In the dimly lit room, the graceful contours of the girl were illuminated, each movement igniting a flurry of thoughts. The sound of water trickling filled the air as Caltessia turned on the cold shower, soaking herself completely, yet it bore no effect. The peculiar patterns on her abdomen intensified, their once vibrant green now shimmering with a delicate pink glow. An insatiable void crashed against her heart, and Caltessia's breaths grew shallow, nearly bringing her to tears. A faint moan slipped from her throat as she moistened her parched lips, her final shred of rationality unraveling. Awakening. It was the moment of the hunt. With a forceful kick, Caltessia burst through the door, seizing Lu Zhe's collar and capturing his lips in a fervent kiss. Lu Zhe, still processing the whirlwind of emotions, was yanked into her embrace, rendered powerless against her fervent desire. With a firm grip, he was swiftly consumed. The cool touch of her lips grounded Lu Zhe in reality, their heated exchange enveloping them in a cocoon of intimacy. Water droplets cascaded from her still damp hair, tracing a path down her collarbone, rhythmically falling onto Lu Zhe's chest as if counting down the moments. Their clothes clung uncomfortably to their bodies, mirroring the suffocating closeness of their breaths, nearly choking them both. Amidst the fervent gasps, Lu Zhe discerned that Caltessia's body temperature was incessantly rising, her delicate visage flushed, radiating a bashful hue. Their eyes locked, and the saline droplets at the corners of the girl's eyes shimmered. With tears poised to spill, Caltessia's movements were languid, exuding a pitiable charm, bordering on a silent plea. Even the slightest caress and unconscious touch elicited an extraordinarily intense reaction. Something was amiss. It was unequivocally unsettling. Subjected to such demands, Lu Zhe too sensed the abnormality. Under normal circumstances, Caltessia would never exhibit such insatiable yearning. If truth be told, Lu Zhe felt as if she were inebriated, her senses overwhelmed, utterly unable to govern her emotions. Despite her trembling fingertips and weary limbs, Caltessia continued to unfasten her buttons. Gazing at the exquisite view before him, Lu Zhe swiftly identified the source of the issue. I knew that pattern was illicit. The markings on Caltessia's lower abdomen were anomalous, glowing with a seductive pink, and would radiate warmth when grazed by her own touch. Like a jolt of electricity, her waist convulsed violently, ultimately yielding to an unbearable sensation, her eyes rolling back as she pressed against Lu Zhe's chest. This was followed by a soft crescendo of exhilaration, fragmented moans coalescing into a symphony of tearful wails. The damp, salty sweat clung to her curves, cascading down Caltessia's legs like a rivulet. In his heart, Lu Zhe cursed Xerneas. Was this authority not a tad indecent? Was this truly the authority of life? Perhaps it was the authority of procreation. With matters having escalated to this point, Lu Zhe sighed, realizing that a fierce struggle was inevitable. However, merely a whisper of a touch sent Caltessia surrendering. If genuine pleasure were to ensue, Lu Zhe dared not imagine the emotional deluge that would erupt, unleashing a tempestuous sea of turmoil. She was simply too sensitive. Chapter 46. Brothers in Arms to Slay the Idol. The girl's delicate cries reverberated in the room, lingering in his mind like an unshakable echo. As the waves of sensation ebbed and flowed, Caltesia was repeatedly lifted to euphoric heights, her cries of ecstasy growing more fervent until her voice was nearly lost. Breathing heavily, her moist breaths mingled with the air, her tongue limply resting against her lips. She was utterly spent, collapsed on the bed, allowing Luze to manipulate her as he pleased. After several hours of practice, Luze had unraveled the intricacies of the situation. It turned out that the authority of life was incessantly siphoning Caltesia's life energy, and an excess of energy would lead to a desperate search for release, as was the case now. The solution was brutally simple. Luze absorbed all of Caltesia's surplus energy. By sacrificing his own vitality to stabilize her authority of life, Luze deemed himself quite the genius. The results were astonishingly effective, albeit somewhat excessive, rendering her incapable of rising from the bed. The soft, pink glow of her lower abdomen faded, returning to its natural hue. Slightly dimmed, leaning into the crook of Caltesia's neck, he playfully teased, "I never imagined Miss Caltesia had such an undiscovered side. Is this what they call contrast? In any case, thank you for your hospitality." Exhausted to the core, Caltesia merely emitted a few muffled sounds, too weary to articulate a single word. Following the frenzy of passion, silence enveloped the room, save for the sound of water dripping from the corners of the sheets. The refined tower of Solaro City. Luze hurriedly arrived, hours late, while Xiao Ji and the others were growing impatient. "By the way, where's Miss Caltesia?" Noticing Luze alone, Xiao Ji's face was filled with confusion. If memory served him right, Luze had departed with someone else, hadn't he? Why had he returned solo? Well, rubbing the back of his head, Luze hastily concocted an excuse, without a shred of preparation. "Caltesia hasn't fully mastered her authority of life yet, so I had her practice for a bit. She might be a little tired and fell asleep." Luze was not lying. His words were entirely truthful. Hearing that his companion was unharmed, Xiaoji ceased his wild conjectures, finally releasing the weight from his heart. "Then let us challenge the Solaro Gym." Pikachu, adjusting his cap. Xiaoji's Pikachu was also eager to commence, filled with enthusiasm. Upon entering the Solaro Gym, Xiaoji barely had time to greet anyone before colliding headlong with an approaching girl. Fate intervened at the turn of a corner, the newcomer skidding to a stop, her roller skates sparking. "Are you here to challenge the gym too?" Upon seeing Xiaoji and Luze, Kearney's eyes lit up. What a stroke of luck. She had been fretting about her grandfather's training task going unfulfilled. If she failed to complete it within the month, given her grandfather's temperament, she could easily envision her grim fate. No more unlimited mini cakes next month. The mini cakes of Solaro City were a local delicacy. Kearney could hardly bear a day without them, her body itching with anticipation. Remembering the mini cakes she hadn't tasted this month, Kearney's mouth involuntarily watered. Assessing the lively girl before him, Xiaoji surmised that she must be the gym leader of Solaro City. Yet, she appeared rather dim-witted. Observing Kearney's head cocked to the side, drooling with unidentifiable liquid, Xiaoji wiped the sweat from his brow. "With you coming to challenge the gym, I suppose I'll challenge you first." Her tiny eyes brimmed with curiosity as she pointed at Luze. "Me?" Luze had initially intended for Xiaoji to battle first, considering that after he had defeated the small cucumber, her mindset would undoubtedly be in disarray. Thus, Kearney would transform from a small cucumber into a smashed cucumber, thoroughly chilled. An explosion might ensue, but he didn't want it to affect Xiaoji's gym challenge. Luze was also eager to see what Pokemon Xiaoji returned with. Casually stepping onto the battlefield, Luze ambled with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. "It's settled then. You're my opponent, Master Weasel." Before Luze could react, Kearney swiftly tossed her Pokeball, summoning her partner. A blue starburst illuminated the arena as the light cocoon dissipated, revealing the figure of Master Weasel. Sitting serenely, it embodied an extreme tranquility, like a hermit contemplating Zen. Master Weasel sensed the air currents with its mind. Luze, observing its inscrutable demeanor, nearly burst into laughter. "Don't think I don't know. You must be stacking up on those fitness points." Not wanting to waste words, Luze summoned his gem knight, Quartz, dressed in brass armor that shielded every vulnerability. The Quartz Knight materialized, its emerald eyes gazing intently at the challenger. With a crimson cape billowing behind, it epitomized the indomitable spirit of a just knight. Kearney clenched her teeth. Unfamiliar Pokemon were always the trickiest to contend with, their skill sets an enigma. Yet, adhering to gym challenge protocol, Kearney relinquished the initiative, allowing Luze to strike first. To Kearney's surprise, Luze refrained from making a hasty move. The body of the Gem Knight began to radiate brilliance. "Bushigomon, am I breaking the rules? Is it really necessary to Mega Evolve right off the bat in a gym challenge?" This is the rhythm of getting pushed out of the team. Recalling her previous unpleasant experiences with her grandfather, Kearney's initially relaxed demeanor solidified into seriousness. Unleash the fusion of the Gemnite. Using Gemnite quartz and Gemnite red agate as materials, I summon forth. Oh, the exquisite gem bound within the Earth's core. Illuminate the world from the abyss of darkness, and pay homage to me, Gemnite Orange Crystal. As Lu Zhe's incantation came to a close, the form of quartz solidified into a vibrant amalgamation of red and yellow crystals. Fiery patterns erupted across the surface of the battle armor, the temperature of its arms surging to a searing heat. Rending the fabric of space, the Orange Crystal Knight drew forth its signature weapon. A colossal crystal sword that cleaved through the air. The brilliance of the blade shimmered with intensity, distorting the air around it, as if it were flowing with molten lava. With a standard defensive stance, the Orange Crystal Knight swung its massive sword, intent on cleaving Master Itachi in two. Master Itachi, employ your foresight to evade its assault. However, it was to no avail. Master Itachi, poised to utilize his foresight ability, found himself unable to gather the necessary energy. The Orange Crystal Knight's effect rendered any abilities inoperative until damage resolution. The blade's edge loomed larger in his vision, and Master Itachi had no choice but to raise his hands in a desperate attempt to catch the blade empty-handed. Fortunately, bolstered by his physical prowess, and with his naturally high speed, Master Itachi reacted swiftly, successfully mitigating the attack. He spun around, delivering a flurry of knee strikes that left deep indentations in the opponent's armor. From a position of disadvantage, he transitioned into an effective counterattack, his movements fluid and seamless. The Orange Crystal Knight staggered back 2 or 3 steps, readjusting its stance to launch another offensive. Master Itachi sought to regain the upper hand with his speed once more. Yet little did he know that his intentions had been anticipated by his foe. Adjusting its angle, the giant sword transformed from a slash to a strike. And despite Master Itachi's attempts to counter with a punch, he was still propelled back by the immense kinetic energy. I shall once again invoke the fusion of the Gemnite. Utilizing Gemnite Orange Crystal and Gemnite Amber as materials, I summon forth. Behold, Gemnite Prism Crystal. Once more, the light of evolution enveloped the opponent's Pokemon, and Kearney gasped in disbelief. How can a Pokemon achieve Mega Evolution twice? This defies all logic. The colossal crystal sword shifted its form, extending into a lance, while the right gauntlet naturally fell away, assembling into a shield. The resplendent prism crystal floated in a polyhedral form, exuding a force that tore through the air as it shot towards Master Itachi. Witnessing the battle armor of the Gem Knight ascend yet again in weight and resilience, all damage previously sustained was fully restored. Now this is splendid. A complete reversal of fortune, granting you a definitive victory. Turning to her grandfather in the stands, Kearney displayed a look of utter dismay. Grandfather, look at him. There's something foul at play. This isn't fair at all. A long-range tank has emerged. Is this really a Pokemon that Arceus could conjure? In the stands, the elderly man clad in training attire stroked his beard, nearly pulling it out in disbelief. Not only Kearney, but even as a progenitor of Mega Evolution, Kokobert had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. Just moments ago, he thought he was hallucinating, but the pain from his beard being pulled out confirmed. This was no dream. Having lived for so long, he had seen countless spectacles, yet the sight of a multi-stage Mega Evolution was one he had never witnessed. Shaking his head, Kokobert felt somewhat out of touch with the current era. It appeared that this time, his granddaughter would face a grueling battle. While Kearney was momentarily lost in thought, the Prism Crystal Knight grew increasingly formidable, cleaving through the opposition with fervor. Zero-cost VIP, max level in 3 days, unleashing 13 critical strikes per second, all gear exploding. The Gem Knight leads the charge, dominating the battlefield, exhilarating. With the orange crystal's powerful control and the crystal's instant devastation, it's a thrill. The Prism Crystal's high output and every strike a critical hit. It's simply delightful. Unable to withstand the onslaught of the Prism Crystal Knight, Master Itachi fell victim to a flurry of strikes, meeting a bitter end. The switch to Machoke was futile, as it could not accumulate enough strength before being reduced to mere shreds by the Prism Crystal Knight. Machoke, it's not that formidable. Sweat trickled down his brow as Lu Zhe's first Pokemon triumphed unscathed, causing even Kearney's heart to race with anxiety. Gripping her final Pokemon tightly, Kearney's resolve transformed from tremors to determination. No longer intimidated, she felt an unshakable sense of assurance. So what if it can evolve infinitely? Can it defeat my Lucario? I trust in my partner, and never underestimate the bond we share. You scoundrel, I must give it my all. Let us fight for a miracle, my friend. Lucario. Chapter 47. A Don Quixote-like charge. In a desperate clash where injuries were exchanged for injuries, the battle between Luze and Kearney intensified. The silhouettes of the two Pokemon intermingled, the thud of fists and feet colliding accompanied by the explosive reverberations of energy impacts. The Prism Crystal Knight lunged with its lance. But Lucario, employing its swift agility, sidestepped the attack. Shattering the energy blasts with Aura Sphere, Lucario advanced with a Comet Punch. Boom. Unfortunately, the opponent's reflexes were sharp, and the attack was met with the Prism Crystal Knight's shield, absorbing the impact's might. Seizing the opportunity, Lucario took a heavy blow. Its body propelled into the air, but managing to regain its balance gracefully upon landing. Despite unleashing her ace Pokemon, Lucario, Kearney found herself at a disadvantage. Under the relentless pressure from the Gem Knight, Kearney resolved to gamble everything. Not merely for pride, but to at least defeat one of your Pokemon. Lucario, it's time to shine. Unleash your life force. Mega Evolution. With Kearney's fierce cry, the evolution stone on her wrist responded in kind. The sound of bones cracking echoed as muscles bulked, and Lucario's form was reshaped within the light of evolution. A piercing howl shattered the sky, the concentrated aura surged, creating a tumultuous wave of energy. Lucario. Aura Sphere. With a forward punch, Mega Lucario's movements synchronized perfectly with Kearney's commands, their bond unspoken yet palpable. With a shared nod, their fists collided in a melodious metallic chime. Lowering its center of gravity, a soft blue flame enveloped Mega Lucario as its aura surged. In an instant, it leaped, conjuring a sphere of energy at its chest, launching the blue energy ball forward. The Prism Crystal Knight, unfazed, sidestepped while simultaneously unleashing its own energy blast in retaliation. Two distinct energies clashed, powered by the bonds from their respective realms, erupting in a deafening explosion. Closing in with swift precision, Kearney seized the opportunity. This was the opening she had long awaited. Do not grant it a moment's respite. Flying Knee Strike. The Prism Crystal Knight momentarily hesitated as Lucario's knee struck true. Boom. Thick smoke enveloped the battlefield, obscuring Kearney's view of the unfolding chaos. That level of attack, she was certain, no Pokemon could withstand. In the stands, Kokobur had somehow made his way closer, eager to witness the spectacle firsthand. Surely, with this, Lucario would finally defeat the opponent's first Pokemon. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Kokobur sighed in relief. His granddaughter had finally gained a victory. As a gym leader, should he face a complete shutout, he would surely find it difficult to hold his head high among his peers. The Gem Knight exclaimed, "If I cannot even hold my own against a gym leader, I would have no face left in front of my companions." Not necessarily. Upon hearing Kokobu's lament, Luze was about to voice his thoughts when Ash interjected, countering him first. "Luze is a legendary trainer. I believe in him." With that, Ash waved his arms enthusiastically from the sidelines, conveying encouragement and motivation. "Go, Luze. Pika Pika." The warm words of friendship ignited a fire within Luze. "I shall activate the fusion of the Gem Knight. Using the Gem Knight's core, along with Feely and Radiant Crystal as materials, I summon Gem Knight, King Huizuan." Countless gem crystals coalesced in the void to form a throne. Stepping out from the starlight, the colossal sword embedded with 7 elemental gems pulsing rhythmically with his breath. As the smoke cleared, the Gem Knight, King stood tall with his great sword embedded in the ground, exuding an oppressive aura. "My lance may have dulled in the torrential rain, and my steed may have rusted, but my charge is akin to that of Don Quixote. Almighty Lucario, I challenge you to 300 rounds. 300 rounds. Gripping the hilt of his sword, his hands shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors as he analyzed his opponent's attributes. The Gem Knight, King adeptly adjusting his own attributes in response. The sword's blade, adorned with red garnet, quartz, and amethyst, gleamed brightly, instantly imbuing itself with fire, fighting, and psychic energies. Observing the battlefield, Kearney's pupils dilated in shock. The Gem Knight was unscathed, fully revived, and had even liberated a stronger form, simultaneously wielding 3 types of attributes that countered Lucario. What am I even playing at? Swiftly closing the distance to Lucario, the Gem Knight, King swung his great sword, leaving Mega Lucario no time to evade. Mega Lucario, use Detect. Kearney, taken aback, hurriedly organized her Pokemon for defense, bracing for the opponent's onslaught. Fighting energy enveloped its eyes, and Mega Lucario radiated a blue aura. The Gem Knight King's movements gradually slowed, captured within its gaze, allowing it to discern the trajectory. As long as it could sidestep the direction of the sword's swing and evade in a timely manner, it would surely avoid being struck. Yet in an instant, The slow-motion perception shattered in Mega Lucario's eyes, and the energy dissipated instantaneously. The Gem Knight King's strike accelerated abruptly, delivering a crushing blow that cleaved through Mega Lucario's form. How is this possible? And it was this fleeting moment of hesitation that sealed Kearney's defeat and Liu Zei's triumph. In the final seconds before collapsing, Mega Lucario's eyes remained wide in shock, refusing to close. Despite the victory, Liu Zei did not display any surprise. It felt entirely natural to him. Having grown accustomed to invincibility, the current gym challenge was as effortless as eating and drinking. With a nonchalant smile gracing his lips, Liu Zei casually slipped his hands into his pockets, disregarding Kearney's despair. So invincible that I find no worthy adversaries. Wah, my little cake. Crouched on the ground. Sobbing, Kearney lamented her loss, recalling the diminishment of her precious cake, causing her heart to ache. This time, it would be halved, as next month's cake would be reduced by 3 days' worth. Scratching the ground with a twig, the little cucumber wore a sullen expression, on the verge of breaking down. Liu Zei, I curse you with a circle. Ash stepped up to challenge Kearney next, taking to the battlefield, while Liu Zei remained in the audience. Kokobu observed Liu Zei's unflappable demeanor, recalling his multiple mega evolutions, lost in contemplation. Compared to the boundless evolutions of his opponent, his prized Mega Lucario felt somewhat outdated. 9 out of 10 a rarity. Not to mention Liu Zei's calm disposition, unflustered in the face of change. This alone would take Kearney a long time to learn from. This young man possesses the spirit of a great emperor. With no time to dwell on Kokobu's approving gaze, Liu Zei diverted his focus to the unlocked cards. Noticing Caltasia at the hotel and Atla being stored in the card box, he ceased all pretense. Rubbing his hands together furtively, Liu Zei's yearning for the released cards reached its zenith. Flies rubbing their hands, limited time return. His heart raced, hands trembling as he opened the card box, his gaze ablaze. Wow! Golden Legend. Conqueror Soul Dragon Emperor Valilius has been released. Conqueror Soul Dragon Emperor's Spear has been released. Onward to Conqueror Soul has been released. With his victory over Kearney, the Gem Knight's rank escalated from Glimmering Gold to Shattered Glimmer, now rivaling the elite level. This time, the released Valilius commenced at Shattered Glimmer, its prowess requiring no further elaboration. Silently clenching his fists, Liu Zei's combat strength surged further. A sinister smile spreading across his face as he pondered delivering a duel that would leave all in awe. The battlefield erupted with a tremendous roar, and Liu Zei's thoughts returned to the present conflict. Having been struck with immense force, relying on his enhanced physique, Lucario narrowly triumphed. Heracross, Mega Evolution. Raising his wrist, Ash's evolution keystone flashed frequently, bursting with dazzling starlight. Another Mega Evolution at the start? Kearney was drenched in sweat, apprehensive that it might be yet another infinite super evolution. A foreboding sense washed over her. To be safe, Kearney followed suit, activating the bond to initiate Lucario's Mega Evolution. Use Quick Attack. Mega Heracross. Mega Lucario, Comet Punch. Without a hint of retreat, only trust in their companions, the two Pokemon engaged in a fierce exchange of attacks without yielding an inch. Even as their fists collided, both Pokemon exerted force in sync with their trainers' movements. Mega Lucario. Hold strong. Despite their bodies operating beyond capacity, muscles trembling with fatigue, Kearney pushed through the pain to strike. Mega Lucario's perseverance, guided by the aura and bond, resonated deeply within her. Even faced with Kearney's utmost effort, Ash would not concede easily. Heracross. Let us not forget that we must conquer the league together. Mustering every ounce of strength, Ash held his breath and unleashed a counterattack with unfathomable might. Shatter it. Heracross. The final, frantic cry echoed, Ash flushed with exertion, reaching his limit. Liu Zei, seated in the audience, watched Ash's grueling battle, a sense of gratification surfacing in his smile. Thanks to Professor Oak's training, Heracross had already reached champion level. Prior to Mega Evolution, Lucario could still rely on its physique to narrowly win in clashes. However, post-Mega Evolution, against the peak of physical attackers, Kearney stood no chance. With their fists crashing together, a tempest of energy erupted, and while Lucario boasted physical enhancements, it still fell short. The colossal impact carved a chasm in the battlefield, and Lucario reverted from its Mega Evolution, hurtling backward. Boom. It was forcefully expelled from the gym, leaving a gaping hole in the outer wall of the refinement tower. Lucario. Upon witnessing her companion being flung away, Kearney hastily paused the battle, rushing to rescue her Pokemon. After enduring repeated setbacks, particularly following the devastating defeat against Mega Lucario, Kearney found herself disoriented, lacking the will to engage in battle. Subsequently, Her master Itachi was unable to make significant waves either, barely managing to rely on brute strength to defeat Mega Heracross before losing all combat capability. Together, they aspired to advance towards the pinnacle of Pokemon mastery. Lizard King, it's time to ascend. Chapter 48, A Commendation of Noble Morality. Mega Lizard King. Using the referee as a shield, Machoke and Kearney exchanged a glance, both perceiving the turmoil within each other's eyes. To this day, we remain unaware of what we lost during the pandemic. Perhaps all the virtuous souls perished, leaving only the nefarious to survive. With an abundance of Mega Evolution Keystone, Ash triumphantly secured victory in the match. I have obtained the battle badge. He placed the badge into his storage box, momentarily concluding the challenge at the Sora Gym. If you wish to continue battling at gyms, why not head to Highcase City? Soon recovering from the sorrow of their dismal defeat, Kearney suggested to Luz and Ash. Old Man Fu is somewhat idle in Highcase City. Kearney slyly diverted the blame. I refuse to be the only one subjected to beatings by Luz and Ash. Every other gym leader, you shall not escape. Victims, Hitron, Violet, Chaklo. Just because I got drenched in the rain, must I tear down someone else's umbrella? Quite intriguing. Bidding farewell to Kearney as dusk approached, a small Pidgey flew across the sky of Sora City, returning home. Luz and the others decided to rest at the hotel, planning to set off for Highcase City the following day. Hey, Luz, aren't you coming to the hotel with us? Selena inquired, noticing Luz hurriedly leaving the group. He seemed to have something urgent on his mind. Well, Luz scratched his head sheepishly, explaining under the curious gazes of his companions. Isn't Caltisia still yet to have dinner? I'm bringing something back for her. This predicament was partly his fault. He suspected that Caltisia was still unable to get out of bed. With that thought, Luz entered the still-open restaurant to pack some food. Shallot duck, crab fried rice. Westlake carp, high-end ingredients often require only the simplest of preparations. The diverse species within the Pokémon world provide chefs with immense creative freedom. Ingredients like shallot duck, which come pre-accompanied, are simply unavailable in his previous life. Shallot duck, before me, you exhibit arrogance. Faced with a shallot soldier, your fate is uncertain. After ordering a few dishes, Luz closed the menu. That should suffice. He casually grabbed a box of Hong Kong-style egg tarts, the 5-piece packaging still warm to the touch. I've heard that girls typically enjoy sweets. Perhaps Caltisia might be fond of them too. With the packaged meals in hand, Luz hummed a cheerful tune, skipping merrily towards the hotel. Meanwhile, Caltisia, still languishing in bed, felt persistent aches throughout her body, rubbing her sore waist and fatigued limbs. She silently cursed Luz for his reckless actions. That scoundrel only cared about his own pleasure, completely oblivious to the need to cherish delicate beauty. Yet, as those enchanting moments replayed in her mind, Caltisia's cheeks flushed with warmth. Her fingertips glided over where she had been tenderly caressed, her gaze becoming misty, involuntarily glistening with tears. It was truly unimaginable that the one overcome by desire would be herself. The empty room echoed with her plaintive pleas, met only by Luz's more fervent advances. As tranquility returned, her consciousness gradually resurfaced, revealing a scene of utter disarray, almost unbearable to behold. Even now, she felt pain, her movements awkward, her legs trembling. Covering her blushing face with the quilt, she rolled about in bed, reliving those thrilling moments. Forget it. Forget it. She swept her gaze across the non-existent imaginary frame, vowing to erase those images from her memory. Yet, Luz's embrace was so warm, hugging the blanket loosely. She found herself somewhat insincere, still yearning for that tenderness. Longing felt like poison, subtly eroding Caltisia's nerves, spreading uncontrollably. That rascal merely went to challenge a gym. How could it be that just a brief time apart had her missing him so? Her fingers idly twirled around her white hair, her legs swaying, her dainty feet curling adorably in the air. It was rather peculiar. It seemed mealtime had long passed, yet she felt no pangs of hunger. Her beautiful eyes lingered on the bedside table, where a mouthwash cup sat within reach. Caltisia's gaze heated, touching it only to withdraw. Who knows? Perhaps she had drunk too much. Pausing at the door to Caltisia's room, Luz pressed the doorbell. After silently counting to 3, there was no response from within. Luz tilted his head, wondering if he had hurt her so deeply that she hadn't yet recovered. Pressing the doorbell again, he counted to 3 once more, but still received no answer. Confusion filled his small eyes. Where could she be? Am I not big enough? Perhaps his method of knocking was flawed. He tried a different sequence of knocks, experimenting with various combinations, until finally, a click sounded, and the door swung open to reveal Caltisia's adorable white hair, tousled and slightly disheveled. However, her posture was awkward, suggesting something was amiss. Their essay saying that goes. The farthest distance in the world is when one is right before you. Today, Caltissia truly learned this lesson. In her effort to open the door for Luz, she had exerted herself to the utmost, painfully inching her way from the foot of the bed to the entrance. It was undeniably the longest journey she had ever traversed. Fraught with difficulty, her legs felt weak and barely supported her body, and worse still were the stabbing pains coursing through her. Thus, Caltissia had no choice but to lean against the wall, inching her way towards the door. The culprit, Luz, couldn't help but chuckle at Caltissia's pitiful state. Hearing his laughter, Caltissia rolled her eyes in annoyance. Luz, what could have caused this? It's so hard to guess. Caltissia, isn't this all you're doing? Before Caltissia could protest any further, Luz swiftly scooped her up, gently placing her beside the bed. I've packed some Pokemon delicacies for you. Why not try them? Luz retrieved several containers from his backpack and handed them to Caltissia. Feeling the warmth of the food in her hands, she was somewhat moved. Luz's kindness was something she could never repay. With nothing but her body to offer, she could only pledge to bear him a football team in gratitude. Aturla, with the clattering of the abacus, what scheme are you concocting that I cannot discern? Though her stomach was full, Caltissia refused to let Luz's kindness go to waste, insisting on savoring every bite. As a napkin brushed against her face, Luz wiped away the grains of rice that clung to her lips. Noticing this intimate gesture, a love-struck smile crept onto Caltissia's lips. In the central square of Sora City, Carlos, at noon, all the residents lay peacefully asleep, while two figures strolled side by side through the fog-laden streets. On the left stood a figure clad in a short-sleeved shirt adorned with a Pokeball emblem, their chestnut locks cascading from a stylish bun on either side. To the right, a lady donned a white dress, crowned with devilish horn embellishments, her silver hair cascading to her shoulders, both horns spiraling elegantly. Yay! Is this truly Kalos? The architectural style appears to diverge significantly from that of Unova, she mused. The woman in the white gown glanced about, her eyes brimming with wonder. It was her first visit to Kalos after all. Sora City is undeniably a large metropolis. Perhaps there are numerous delights awaiting us here. Rabberins, let us not forget we are on a mission, came the retort, her forehead lined with exasperation. The girl, clad in black tights, gazed at her fun-seeking best friend, speechless. Did we not agree to embark on this task? Why has this girl already begun to indulge herself? Rabberins lamented, her patience waning. How can one focus on a mission when they are preoccupied with merriment? With a hand on her hip, Rabberins voiced her indignation. As if I would dutifully execute such a distasteful task of enticing our target. To me, this is merely a subsidized excursion, with a paid holiday to boot. She contemplated exploiting the task's guise to extort additional funds for her own coffers, all while discreetly gathering information on Luz's whereabouts. Having traversed to another world, there was no reason for him not to have crossed over as well. Memories trapped within the card had broken free, suddenly assaulting Rabberins. Where's Luz? She wondered, as she sat despondently on a high platform, fiddling with the Luz doll cradled in her palm. The half-constructed cardboard replica of Silver City lay empty beside her, echoing the silence of the city itself, mirroring Rabberin's own loneliness, cleverly masked by her stubborn demeanor. Despite always being the one to warmly welcome Luz upon his arrivals, she found herself questioning why he had yet to come. Hugging her knees, her expression grew increasingly despondent, burying her face deep within her legs. The chill of Silver City intensified, more volatile than the temperature itself, an emotional coldness. Shaking her best friend's shoulders, Yei urgently reiterated the importance of their mission. Yet, this time was different. The directive had been delivered directly from their leader, Kiki C, with the intention of ensnaring their target. With a sigh, Yei explained, I have no idea what has gotten into the leader to devise such a task. Without further ado, Rabberins had been chosen as the executor, and Yei herself had been bundled along to serve as her assistant. However, Yei had confidence in her friend's capability and had not even considered the possibility of failure. Rubbing her aching temples, Rabberins felt a dull throb in her head. This girl is shaking me so hard, I might lose my mind, she thought. Yet, more pressing matters demanded her attention. Spotting her target, Rabberins assumed a combat stance, diving toward the refuse bin with determination. Hey, that trash can was my discovery first. She glared at the wandering Hakimi. Upon opening the trash can of Sora City, her efforts bore fruit. A small golden idol emerged. The scales balanced on either side, and as water flowed evenly, the idol gave her a thumbs up. The base bore an inscription in gilded letters, commendation of noble morality. I knew I would strike gold, she exclaimed, reveling in her fortune. Chapter 49, The Invitation of Dissonance. Wild flowers dangled from the tips of grass blades, drinking in the morning dew, the air fresh and invigorating. A foam squirrel, having heard human voices, swiftly darted into the treetops, peering through the branches to observe discreetly. Leaving Sora City, Lu Zhe and his companions pressed onward, aiming to collect gym badges en route to Hai City. Following Route 7, they arrived at the town in just half a day's time, taking a brief respite. Prism Tower Theater in La District appears to be hosting a performance, exclaimed Serena, her eyes catching the vibrant advertisement. La District Conference, featuring Miss Elu of Kalos, along with a mysterious guest. Reading the large letters on the advertisement, Ash found himself puzzled. It was his first encounter with such a spectacle. Serena patiently explained that it was a Pokemon Showcase Triathlon, akin to the Grand Festival in the Kalos region, but without the battling component. Ash scratched his head, listening intently, while Lu Zhe remained silent, merely sporting a knowing smile. Their resemblance as a couple was becoming increasingly apparent. Could it be that my crossing over has caused a butterfly effect, allowing Ash and Serena to finally achieve their happily ever after? Wondered Lu Zhe. Eulogia wants to see the performance too, the golden-haired girl exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she tugged on Caltigia's hand. Caltigia, ever stoic, merely held Lu Zhe's hand, silent yet affectionate, unable to resist gently ruffling Eulogia's hair. After spending days together, Ash and his companions had come to understand Caltigia's character. Beneath her icy exterior lay a warm-heartedness, akin to that of a caring older sister. Observing her friend's enthusiasm, Lu Zhe suggested they attend Miss Elu's showcase. If memory served him right, this was a pivotal moment in the main storyline. It was after witnessing this performance that Serena had been inspired to aspire to become the Queen of Kalos. As the spotlight illuminated the stage, the host, Pierre, gripped the microphone with a radiant smile. With the curtains drawn back, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Unbeknownst to them, 3 disguised figures lurked among the crowd. "Let me see the level of talent on display," Musashi murmured as she slowly removed her disguise, keen to scrutinize Elu's true essence. Who would have thought there would be a grand festival in the Kalos region? "This is my opportunity to make a significant mark in my performing career," she mused, her eyes gleaming with ambition. With the return of Team Rocket's Pokemon, her chances of success had only multiplied. "You're always so confident before a grand festival. Yet you end up eliminated," lamented Kojiro beside her, concern etched on his face as he clutched the Pokeball he had retrieved. "It's just a casual remark," Musashi retorted seriously. "Look, the performance is beginning." Meowth interrupted their exchange, pointing at the dazzling stage in awe. Thus, the Pokemon Showcase Triathlon at the La District Conference commenced. As per tradition, it was Miss Elu, the reigning Queen of Kalos, who would demonstrate the performance. Upon her entrance, the audience erupted into cheers, the applause resounding like thunder. However, this time, a special guest would join her. As the stage lights dimmed, silver beams cascaded down, and a gentle melody flowed like a stream. Miss Elu, clad in a flowing gown, stepped forward, her fingertips brushing against a Pokeball, her voice sweet yet resolute. "Let us shine together, Kintorai." From behind her emerged Kintorai, draped in a purple velvet gown that cascaded like the night sky, its hem adorned with shimmering gems, radiating a celestial glow with every step. The audience erupted into a cacophony, for the prodigious musician was renowned far and wide, and all present were aware of her illustrious reputation. The very presence of Qin Li here signified her imminent foray into the Pokemon Triathlon. With her unparalleled musical talent, she posed a formidable challenge to the competitors, not to mention her 2 resplendent Pokemon. Alas, it seems this year's triathlon competitors are in for a most arduous trial. Activate the angelic voice, set the pendulum scale. Pendulum summon. Qin Li raised her Pokeball high, and a colossal pendulum materialized, suspended in the air above the stage. With each oscillation, it cast shadows of time gears. The voices of demons and angels intertwined harmoniously as 2 Pokemon soared forth, igniting the arena with a symphony of sound. The audience inhaled the fragrant aroma that danced upon their noses, pristine as snow, yet it was merely the shattered remnants of flower petals. "We must give our all to Fiery Fox." Observing as her students seemed to elevate her, Miss Elu, undeterred, unleashed her most dazzling flame vortex. The flames entwined, forming 9 elongated dragons of fire. As fairy energy shimmered in the air like stardust, this Fiery Fox was indeed astonishingly powerful. Although Ash was unable to discern the nature of Qin Li's demon and angel voices, with no entry in the Pokédex, he could certainly recognize the Fiery Fox as one of the fire-type starters from the Kalos region. While the Fiery Fox may not possess a high level, it exhibited an unparalleled mastery over energy. In executing the flame vortex, it infused it with fairy energy as a special effect, a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Pokemon. In battle, this would mean a flame vortex imbued with fairy attributes, capable of delivering unexpected damage to opponents. In stark contrast to Ash's focus, Serena gazed upon the splendid scene before her eyes sparkling with wonder. Such a vibrant spectacle was truly enchanting. Even merely spectating seemed to be a form of enjoyment. Indeed, girls possess an irresistible allure for beauty. An overwhelming yearning surged within Serena as she often envisioned herself on that very stage. As the saying goes, a girl's dreams should not merely stir her heart. They must be acted upon. To be worthy of becoming a future Pokemon master, Serena silently resolved to chase her dreams just as Ash did, aspiring to become the Queen of Kalos, thus ensuring her rightful place by Ash's side. Standing at the center of the stage, illuminated by the spotlight, Qinli, with Miss Elu's assistance, felt at ease in the Pokemon Triathlon. Lauded by the media as the most promising dark horse of this year's competition, she faced the grand opening ceremony without a hint of anxiety, effortlessly showcasing the beauty of her music. While she may not excel in Pokemon battles, she undoubtedly reigns supreme in the realm of music. The scene had been rehearsed countless times. With her accumulated experience, failure was not an option. However, when Qinli's gaze collided with that of a particular audience member, her pupils dilated in shock, and she froze in trepidation. It was him. How could this be? Hadn't she journeyed to another world? Yet here he was, a chance encounter once again. But it was this prolonged distraction that precipitated a grave incident on stage. Without Qinli's guidance, the two Pokemon flapped their tiny wings, bewildered and suspended in midair, as if a divine being had descended to salvage the performance. It was Miss Elu who swiftly adapted to the situation, striving to mitigate the negative impact. Borrowing a microphone from Pierre, she cleared her throat and announced, "The performance is temporarily halted. Next, we shall randomly invite a fortunate audience member to the stage to experience the beauty of Pokemon up close." Upon hearing this, the audience, initially thinking it was a mishap, realized there would be an interactive segment. What a worthy opportunity to come into close contact with the Queen of Kalos. It was worth every moment. Handing the microphone to the now-recovered Qinli, Miss Elu allowed her to choose the lucky audience member. "I choose you." Qinli, with tears brimming in her eyes, struggled to steady her voice as she pointed. The spotlight shifted, illuminating a handsome man clad in a white trench coat. Luze chuckled softly, finding it amusing that Qinli, typically so shy, would invite him onto the stage. Was she about to publicly declare her affection? Did she not fear being torn to shreds by her fervent fans? Qinli's fans. Not a chance. Amidst the male lamentations and female shrieks, Luze made his way down the aisle and slowly ascended the stage. As her breath quickened and tears threatened to spill, Qinli could no longer contain her emotions. Before the gaze of the crowd, she embraced Luze, her arms encircling his strong waist. Yet, this was merely a figment of her imagination as Luze stepped back, evading her embrace. "Are you all right?" he asked, his hands resting on her shoulders, creating the illusion that she nearly lost her balance, skillfully deflecting the situation. Gazing up at Luze with disbelief, Qinli felt her heart shatter. He did not allow her to embrace him. He no longer loved her. Luze wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, relieved to have dodged the potential disaster. The fear of being retaliated against by rabid fans was secondary. What truly concerned him was the prospect of a chaotic scene. After all, this performance was being broadcasted live across the region. If an affectionate embrace were to occur, it would surely make headlines, and his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Let us not forget the spectators, Caltasia, Atra from the card box, and Elise from the underworld. What would Zero, who remained at the headquarters of the Flare gang, think? What about the vengeful princess, who stayed behind for him? Here he was, diligently striving for their future, while he seemed to have already entangled himself with other girls. That would truly make him a beast. Dragon Egg, aren't you one as well? The irony was palpable. He merely sought to assuage his guilt, yet at the expense of Qinli's happiness to satisfy his own desires. The Dragon Egg found this notion reprehensible. The grand stage thrummed with life, yet Qinli was left shattered, her heart cold and fractured. A pallid smile graced her lips as she mocked her own infatuation, yet she held back her tears and completed the performance. The discordant invitation resonated, as roses flourished along the melody, crafting a gateway of blossoms. Will you accompany me in completing this final movement? Chapter 50, Spicy, Barbecue. This demon voice and angel voice I find utterly unimpressive. Elu's fairy stardust only serves to mock, as Team Rocket could easily simulate it with their devices. Observing the performances of her opponents, Musashi felt her confidence swell. If these were the competitors, the Queen of Kalos would surely be within her grasp. But if memory serves me correctly, didn't TU face disqualification for installing a powder dispensing device on a Venomoth? Scratching his head, Kojiro sighed in resignation. The atmosphere among the trio instantly soured. The air thick with tension as Musashi ceased her animated chatter, falling into silence. Longing for her departed comrades, Meowth hung his head, choosing not to speak. No, I wasn't referring to Venomoth. Realizing his blunder, Kojiro attempted to salvage the situation, but only dug himself deeper. Musashi reminisced about her days battling with Venomoth in the Grand Festival, lost in nostalgia. Despite the overwhelming sorrow, Musashi resolutely turned her back, unwilling to let the Venom Moth witness the tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. A sharp crack echoed as she ground the pokeball beneath her heel. Her teeth clenched. With tears glistening, she soon revealed a serene smile. Venom Moth, you are free. Go forth. May you find happiness greater than anyone else's. She pondered the current state of the Venom Moth. Had it perhaps birthed several broods of Caterpie? Would her offspring evolve into Venom Moths as well? Lost in nostalgic recollections of her experiences in Hoenn, Musashi fell silent. Surely, a day of reunion awaited. To untie the knot, one must be the one who tied it. Kojiro comforted. Ash's Pidgeot has traveled great distances from Kanto. The bond between the Venom Moth and us is profound. How could it be far off? Wiping away the tears from her eyes, Musashi resumed her previously imperious demeanor. To her astonishment, Luze was invited onto the stage. Meow. Observing the man clad in a white trench coat ascend the stairs, Meowth's eyes reflected surprise. Both were undiscovered Pokémon, each a paragon in their respective realms. Basking in the spotlight's glow. Surely, these two were unfamiliar with one another? If Chilin were to continue traveling with Luze, capturing Pikachu would become exceedingly arduous. Meow. Meowth counted on its fingers, noting the three formidable mountains before them. Ash, Luze, and Caltesia, all seemingly unbeatable. Meow. Watching Chilin approach Luze, aligning herself with him, Meowth sensed its suspicions were edging closer to the truth. But to its bewilderment, the very next moment, Chilin's advances were deftly evaded by Luze, leaving her grasp empty. Meowth. What is happening? Have they quarreled? The young lady was so proactive. Luze, what are you doing, Meow? In mere minutes, Meowth concocted an elaborate drama fit for publication in a romance novel. Sign it and leave. Luze threw the divorce papers in her face, his gaze frigid, venomous as a viper. Chilin trembled as she picked up the paper, tears cascading onto the words clean break, sobbing softly, resembling a pitiful creature. Her medical records from a recent miscarriage still lay within her bag. Meanwhile, Luze's beloved, Caltesia, leaned against the doorframe, mocking her with a derisive smile. Chilin, our wedding is set for next month. Now that was simply classic. Meow. Musashi had read such tales in the domineering CEO novels she secretly perused. Meow. Kojiro mused. Though they are acquainted, perhaps Luze harbors his own intentions. Unlike the trio of Team Rocket, the other spectators could not discern the truth, deceived by Luze's performance. They believed it was merely Chilin stumbling, supported by Luze, envious that he could physically interact with his idol. If only I could catch Chilin when she fell. My hands would be unwashed for at least 3 months. Now that a fortunate audience member had taken the stage, the performance continued. With microphone in hand, Pierre energized the atmosphere, heightening the audience's anticipation. As the Pokémon showcased their brilliance, the performance gradually neared its conclusion, destined for a grand finale. Elu observed her student Chilin, her brow slightly furrowed, sensing something amiss. Since Luze's appearance, Chilin had appeared dazed, her heart seemingly detached from the performance. Elu could still discern emotion in the music, which was starkly different from Chilin's usual vivacity. Now, she merely repeated the motions mechanically, gazing at Luze as he gracefully summoned a Swablu. Dancing with the breeze upon its feathers, Elu couldn't help but admire Chilin's astute judgment in choosing such a handsome and artistically talented stranger. He was quite the ideal boyfriend. Surely Chilin had developed feelings for him? If that were the case, it would explain her current distraction. Determined to uncover Luze's background for Chilin's sake, Elu instructed her assistant immediately after they stepped off stage. I need all information on this man within a minute. Sister Lu, that may be difficult, the assistant replied, flipping through the schedule with an uneasy expression, hesitating to speak. We still have to make it to our next engagement. It would be best not to be late for our collaboration with Miss Karuna. We have only half an hour left. As Elu glanced at the assistant's watch, the second hand relentlessly pursued the fleeting time, creating an urgent atmosphere. How unfortunate to encounter such a perfect match for Chilin, only to leave hastily and evade those bothersome reporters. Qilin, we must depart. Grasping Qilin's hand, Elu led her away from the Prism Tower Theater to meet with Ms. Karuna. As she held Qilin's wrist, Elu suddenly felt a cold dampness. Looking up, she saw Qilin's makeup running from tears, small pearls cascading from her cheeks, quietly sobbing. They are there. We still need to meet with Ms. Karuna, she said gently, wiping away the tears from Qilin's eyes, feeling helpless. Is it really worth crying so much over a missed encounter with a Prince Charming? The tears flowed like a spring, splattering on the ground with soft thuds, tugging at Elu's heartstrings. Don't be sad. You'll end up looking like a little drowned cat. As the performance concluded, Luze returned to his seat beside Caltesia. He intended to introduce Qilin to his friends, as they would inevitably meet. It was better to familiarize themselves first. Yet, upon arriving backstage, Luze navigated through a throng of reporters but could not locate Qilin. The staff around him were clearing the area, carrying bags of trash as they whispered among themselves. Did you hear? Before leaving, Qilin was crying, looking utterly heart-wrenching. How could someone so musically gifted experience such ordinary troubles? Of course, I heard that. One staff member was elbowed by a companion, finally noticing the dark expression on Luze's face, which seemed ready to ooze ink. Little mouth. No words. The silence hung heavy in the air. The staff feigned nonchalance, quickly retreating from the scene. Was it because of his evasion that she was so utterly heartbroken? Luze's mood plummeted, head bowed as he approached his friends, dejected. Marla. Barbecue. He had thought to clarify matters after the performance, to explain everything. Yet, who could have anticipated that as soon as the show concluded, Qilin would rush off to another engagement? Thus, the misunderstanding was born. To avoid being photographed by paparazzi, Elu and Qilin's whereabouts remained elusive. Even when Luze inquired with passers-by, he received no satisfactory answers and returned empty-handed. It was absurd that he could hold his own against legendary Pokémon, yet could not find her. It seemed the next encounter would have to serve as a means to mend their rift. Caltesia clasped Luze's hand, soothing his anxious and restless spirit. Serena, it is time. Release your Pokeball. Outside, Ash passionately guided Serena in battle, finally seizing the chance to fight side by side. Clutching the red and white sphere, Serena pressed her forehead against it, praying earnestly. The mischievous panda, eager for a collaborative Pokemon performance, implored, please, join me on this journey. With her words lingering in the air, Serena cast her Pokeball towards the playful creature without a moment's hesitation. After a previous unsuccessful attempt, this time, she was determined to succeed. Under Ash's watchful gaze, Serena felt an immense pressure to perform well, her heart racing in anticipation. The atmosphere was thick with tension, punctuated only by the sound of their breaths, so quiet that even the faintest bead of sweat could be heard as it fell. With a resounding thud, the panda ceased its resistance, choosing instead to submit, successfully captured by Serena. She breathed a sigh of relief. The panda had truly endured a grueling ordeal. After all, it had suffered in the wild for so long, merely seeking a place within a team and a good trainer to participate in the Pokemon triathlon. At last, it had found its match. The girl clad in a striking ensemble of black silk and red appeared utterly harmless, exuding a gentle and caring demeanor. Meanwhile, Ash, clad in blue, seemed utterly smitten, nearly lost in a daze. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that when the panda had leapt from the pile of equipment, it had instinctively shielded Serena without a second thought. Ash, you claim you aren't fond of Serena. The panda thought to itself, my eyes are my measure. Congratulations, Serena. Ash declared as he approached her, offering his heartfelt congratulations after the battle concluded. Serena's commanding presence, directing her Fire Fox, was truly impressive. Yuliga's eyes sparkled with admiration, her face a canvas of awe. Flushed with Ash's praise and recognition, Serena lowered her gaze, concealing her sweetly shy demeanor. Clearly, under Ash's guidance, Serena was making remarkable strides. A voice echoed from the entrance, filled with mirth, as the trio looked up to find Luze returning. Beside him stood Cartesia, quietly keeping watch. Luze and Cartesia had failed to glean any news of Qin Li and were now retracing their steps. They chanced upon Serena battling the mischievous panda, witnessing her first successful capture of a Pokemon. Ash's congratulatory words left Serena blushing as she bowed her head, her youthful innocence creating an enchanting contrast. It seemed not only Ash but also Serena was growing alongside her companions on this journey. Chapter 51, Xiao Bloodbond. On Route 8 in Kalos, morning light filtered through the treetops, dew-laden spider webs trembled, startling a few small sparrow. The tender fronds of ferns unfurled slowly while the stream babbled over the mossy stones. Continuing their journey towards High City, Luze and his companions departed from Lajuan town, progressing along Route 8. Notably, Ash had also captured a wrestling eagle on the way, sending it back to Kanto for Professor Oak's research. The Pokemon egg discovered in the woods was not abandoned. Instead, Ash had placed it in his bag for gradual hatching. After days of travel, during their spare moments, Ash diligently engaged in special training. On the open grassland, Charizard clashed with Heracross, while Lizard King taught Froakie the art of evasion. It's time, Pikachu. Unleash a thunderbolt on the ground. Pika Pika. With cheeks crackling with electricity, Pikachu unleashed a torrent of golden energy, resembling a raging dragon. The blinding lightning tore through the air, the thunderbolt exploding with a thunderous roar, scorching and fracturing the earth, sending forth a shower of searing sparks. The unyielding prowess of Pikachu was undeniable. It could even disregard the ground's immunity. How could this be anything but astounding? Luze still vividly recalled the astonishment he felt as a gaming enthusiast when Pikachu had electrocuted Geodude. One could only say that Pikachu remained unbeatable. Compared to Ash's relentless pursuit of excellence, Luze felt thoroughly at ease, embracing a laid-back attitude. I am invincible. Why should I compete further? In this lifetime, Luze was no longer the same humble creature he once was. During the day, Cartesia engaged in lengthy phone conversations with Lingy, while at night, he wrote letters to Geoji. Should he miss Ellis, Luze could simply return to the underworld, perhaps bringing back some local specialties to appease Hades. Life was indeed treating him well. A cool sensation graced his wrist, and without needing to think, Luze knew it was Cartesia's gentle grasp. A mere flick of his eye revealed her resting her small head on his shoulder. Her snowy hair was soft and fluffy, and he couldn't resist giving it a gentle rub. Inspired by Ash's dedication, Serena seized fleeting moments to train as well, determined not to fall behind. Firefox. Mischievous panda, we mustn't lag, she declared, initiating training with her 2 Pokemon, seeking more spectacular moves. While everyone busied themselves with their tasks, Yuliga grew bored, yawning repeatedly. Atla retreated into Luze's Pokeball, unwilling to emerge, leaving him at a loss. Ash, Luze, Serena. I'm going to play in the forest for a while, Yuliga shouted, informing her companions to avoid any worry about her disappearance. She then dashed into the dense woods, sprinting with abandon. That is fine, but don't wander too far, Ash called out, lifting his head from training to shout after Yuliga. Luze summoned Valios to help keep an eye on the child, ensuring Yuliga's safety. Go after her and watch over that girl. Valios knelt on one knee, his right fist pressed against his chest, the joints of his bones emitting a cold metallic chime with each movement. In case of an emergency, use the communication function of the card box to contact me. Crumpling the remaining blue light in his palm, Valios swiftly moved to pursue Yuliga. Anticipating the ensuing chaos, Luze surmised Yuliga would inevitably stir up trouble, leaving him to resolve the aftermath. The butterfly effect had surely altered the storyline into a convoluted mess. He could not rely solely on the original plot. As memories fused, childhood became increasingly surreal. However, with the shimmering presence of Valios, he felt reassured. Hello everyone. I'm Wangzai Xiao Qiao, how are you? Yuliga leaped from the bushes, startling herself. Just moments before, she had been stealthily observing the lifestyle of the marshmallow Pokemon, relishing the experience. Little did she know that her piercing voice had sent Pokemon scattering for miles. Her tone was shrill, her vocal cords seemingly strained. Not quite close to the divine, yet far from human. What was that noise? Which organ produced that sound? It certainly didn't sound human. Following the sound, Yuliga spotted a female wearing a mask from the game Identity V, talking to the air, lost in her own world. Approaching Xiao Qiao, Yuliga waved her hand but received no response. Oh, so you're blind. Not only was she unattractive, but her shyness prevented her from facing others. And her apparent disability seemed to indicate a mental imbalance, evoking Yuliga's sympathy. What are you trying to prove? Removing her mask, revealing a face reminiscent of a giant. Xiao Qiao finally noticed Yuliga before her. The dissonant sound echoed, as if Pandora's box had been opened, the background music becoming increasingly overwhelming. What are you trying to prove? Staring at Yuliga, Xiao Qiao's face flushed a deep shade, and she abruptly tightened her vocal cords, her expression filled with annoyance. I'm preparing for the Pokemon Triathlon, and your presence has thrown me off my game, costing me precious resources. As a lesson for witnessing my performance, each spectator must pay at least 968 yuan for a ticket. The ticket prices keep rising. How do they keep getting more expensive? Over the years, have you not realized you have been treated merely as fodder? The weight of excess has caused your lips to turn downward, while Xiao Qiao begins her insidious remarks without even the need for a draft. Unable to afford a ticket priced at 968 yuan. Perhaps it is worth reflecting whether the fault lies within oneself. After all this time, Has your salary seen any increase? Have you worked diligently? Is your performance satisfactory? Then why did you just disregard me? Yuli Jia tilted her head, somewhat bewildered. If the sister before her was not blind, why then did she act so dismissively? I wish to inquire, how many contributions have you made for me? How many? How many? How many? You have not even contributed 100,000. Why then should I concern myself with you? Xiao Qiao, with a flick of her tongue, rendered Yuli Jia numb. I am at a loss as to what the league thinks, allowing trainers like you to wander aimlessly. Initially, Yuli Jia felt a twinge of compassion for Xiao Qiao, considering her disability. Yet, hearing her words now only deepened Yuli Jia's pity. It appears she is truly lacking in intellect. One would need a decade of cerebral stagnation to utter such nonsense. Her brain is utterly undeveloped, her cerebellum stunted. My brother has warned me against associating with fools, fearing it might diminish my own intelligence. Faced with such a person, Yuli Jia resolved to turn away, as if she had made a firm decision. Have I been too lenient with you? Have I afforded you too much respect? Even if Arceus were to appear today, he would have to offer me several hundred contributions to be allowed to depart. Rage surged within Xiao Qiao. As someone who values wealth above all, why should she permit your departure? Come forth, Miss Mijuan. Torment her with your absorb. As Mijuan approached, her plump, succulent lips writhing, Yuli Jia's eyes widened in terror. Just as she felt herself on the brink of being sullied by Mijuan, despair compelled her to shut her eyes, resigning herself to the bullying she could not resist. Anxiety coursed through her, yet after what felt like an eternity, nothing transpired. What on earth is happening? Peeking through her eyelids, Yuli Jia was not met with Xiao Qiao's ghastly visage, nor Mijuan's presence. On the contrary, before her knelt Valius, his powerful, sculpted muscles epitomizing perfection. Conqueror of the fighting spirit, Dragon Emperor Valius. By the command of my master Lu Zhe, I shall ensure Miss Yuli Jia remains unharmed. Valius rose to his full height, softly intoning a triumphant melody, his bony protrusions casting shadows of dread upon his adversaries. With dragon-like horns adorning his head and scales of armor steeped in the haze of battle, his golden slit pupils blazed with an insatiable desire for conquest. Crimson energy billowed like a battle standard, as Valius stood firm before Yuli Jia, unyielding. He turned to face Xiao Qiao and Mijuan, who, in Valius's eyes, appeared no different from the deceased. Submit, or be reduced to dust. A low growl reverberated across the battlefield, just as Mijuan prepared to unleash her absorb. Fairy energy shattered into fragments. Xiao Qiao's pupils constricted, yet she felt no remorse, believing Mijuan could handle everything. What a farce. I have been far too lenient with you. With a furious roar, Xiao Qiao boldly confronted the challenge. She feared nothing, not even the League's wrath. Mijuan, unleash your psychic might and eliminate her. It turned out that Xiao Qiao, covering her face and adorned with makeup, sought to obscure her true intentions. She wore a mask due to allergies, thus identifying herself as an allergy sufferer. Coupled with Xiao Qiao's perilous rhetoric, one could deduce the allergy faction seeks to commandeer the League. Given the circumstances, it would be remiss of Valius not to deliver a fistful of justice, lest Lu Zhe appear anything but hospitable. Today, you shall kneel and sing of conquest. The dragon armor ignited in the smoke of battle, as Valius shattered the ground beneath him, his lance sweeping across the battlefield, gripped firmly in his dragon claws. The dragon bones of the crimson abyss resonated with the victory song. The lance's tip pointed forward, eternally igniting an unquenchable flame, the air quaking with waves of energy. An expression of his thirst for conquest. Break through all obstacles. Conqueror of the fighting spirit, the Dragon Emperor's spear. With a sudden throw, the imperial lance soared forth, transforming into a roaring torrent. As the spear cut through the air, space itself warped. Mijuan's psychic force proved utterly ineffective, torn apart by the raging energy. At the moment the Dragon Emperor's spear was launched, fate had already been sealed, revealing an inalterable conclusion. With a thunderous sound, the spear pierced Mijuan's heart, pinning her firmly to the ground, unable to rise again. After a feeble struggle and a series of anguished cries, Mijuan succumbed to her agony. Falling into unconsciousness, Valius, noting the presence of young Yuli Jia, thoughtfully covered her eyes. With his claws cracking ominously, Valius slowly advanced toward Xiao Qiao. Do not strike me. I understand my mistake. I will sing of conquest for you. Kneeling upon the ground, Xiao Qiao's garments became stained with dust, bearing the unbearable humiliation. Clearing her throat, she sang of conquest in a voice that was neither human nor ghostly, nearly choking on the smoke it produced. Thus I am conquered by you. Severing all avenues of retreat, my narrative has concluded, my love and hatred interred. Valius merely smirked, and in a moment that Xiao Qiao could scarcely believe. He twisted her neck with a swift motion. Flames ignited from his palm, reducing Xiao Qiao to nothingness. Even her ashes scattered to the winds. You did not realize your error. You merely understood that your demise was imminent. Chapter 52. Let the world feel pain. While Valius disciplined Xiao Qiao, Lu Zhe remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, instead wandering through the forest with Caltasia, exchanging kisses from time to time. As he caressed the girl's silvery locks, Lu Zhe inhaled the fragrant aroma that enveloped him. Suddenly, the card box flickered with radiant light, and Lu Zhe understood. It must be that Valius had vanquished an enemy. Unlocking new cards. The Swift Assault Falcon, tribute to the Buntings, has been unlocked. Ascension Magic, power of Swift Assault, has been unlocked. The Swift Assault Falcon, Rebellious Falcon, has taken flight, has been unlocked. Perusing the cards in his hand, Lu Zhe felt an overwhelming joy. This time, he had unlocked the card of the Falcon Master. With an initial spark of brilliance, it directly featured two formidable opponents. With these two at his side, he would stride forth with confidence. While he could manage without them, enhancements are always welcome. Who would ever refuse an increase in battle prowess? Furthermore, he had yet to experience the thrill of exceeding the limits of summoning. In the past, Pokemon battles were one-on-one, making it challenging to meet the conditions for exceeding summons. But now, with the unlocking of Ascension Magic, the possibilities were endless. As he shuffled the cards in his hands, Lu Zhe suddenly noticed one card that stood out among the rest, while others were mere fragments. This one was a silver fragment. Drawing it forth for inspection, the text at the top of the card was unmistakable. Divine Destruction Weapon, Thunderbolt Ship Arceus. Lu Zhe? Pray tell, what is this? Lu Zhe felt a buzzing in his head. Had the finality of exceeding summons been so carelessly released? This enemy seemed intent on attacking the Heavenly Court, even directly unleashing Arceus. Now he could not only enjoy playing with the Swift Assault Falcon, but also experience the exhilaration of commanding a Gundam. I shall strike in Gundam form. Finding time to return to the Blaze Flame Core, Lu Zhe pondered whether, with Pokemon technology, it might be possible to replicate such war machines. If feasible, this could serve as a pivotal advantage in dismantling the Rocket Team in the future. Stowing away the card and casting a glance at the sun overhead, it was time to resume the journey. Lu Zhe returned to the camp, where Eulogia was already perched upon the neck of Valius, eagerly awaiting his return. With a playful swing of her legs, she leaned down to extol Valius to Selena, chattering animatedly. Selena, let me tell you, that grotesque creature came right up to us. Valius descended from the heavens, fierce and wrathful, and dealt with them directly. As she described Valius's gallant demeanor, stars sparkled in Eulogia's eyes, her admiration palpable. Faced with those two curs, she was immensely grateful for Lu Zhe's protection. Otherwise, she would have found herself in grave peril. The debt of gratitude she owed Lu Zhe was insurmountable. Once again, they encountered yet another Pokemon she had never seen before. Traveling with Lu Zhe always broadened her horizons. Ash had long since grown accustomed to this, yet he still experienced a twinge of astonishment. His hands glided over Valius's battle armor, the dragon scales revealing robust, sinewy muscle beneath, pulsating with fervent vitality. Without a shadow of a doubt, Ash knew it was extraordinarily powerful. After all, Lu Zhe's Pokeballs harbored no idle Pokemon. Selena stood quietly beside Ash, gazing at him tenderly. Lu Zhe, over here. Eulogia was the first to spot Lu Zhe's return, calling out and waving her arms enthusiastically. After reuniting with his companions, Lu Zhe and the others set forth towards Sea Wing City. On Route 4 of Kalos, the Galaxy Team and Team Plasma had formed a coalition, relentlessly pursuing the green-haired boy in white attire. Fortunately, the boy deftly navigated through the forest, evading their grasp. Catch him, Houndoom. Dark Pulse, Hydreigon, dodging the attacks from behind. Inside, these individuals truly were relentless. That guy, Quicksilver, can't take a loss without resorting to summoning others. He had heard whispers of his opponents. The Galaxy Team from the Sinnoh region, led by the formidable Cyrus. How dare they extend their reach across regions, coming all the way to Kalos. It seemed an inevitable fierce battle lay ahead. Come forth, my partner. Reshiram, raising the spherical stone in his hand, and shouted, resonating with the slumbering spirit within. The seal shattered, the roar of the dragon tearing through the air, reverberating in every ear present. Flames intertwined, the engine at its tail unleashed fiery jets, scorching the air as Reshiram's form materialized. Wielding the authority of the god of ideals, Reshiram awakened from its slumber in response to En's call, raising its elongated neck. Its pupils, like gemstones, glowed with a majestic and profound will. The pressure of a level 3 deity instantly radiated forth. causing the Pokemon of the Galaxy team and Team Plasma to kneel, rendered immobile. Reshiram, Blue Flame. With no sympathy left for his adversaries, In reluctantly commanded Reshiram to launch an assault. Lifting its pristine head, the white dragon's throat shimmered with light as, suddenly, a torrent of blue flames cascaded forth. Where the flames traversed, the air warped and boiled, the ground melting into crystalline fissures. Just as their foes seemed on the brink of being consumed, an unexpected disruption occurred. Reshiram's breath was shattered by an energy wave, scattering it entirely. The crowd naturally parted to make way for the man who approached with measured steps, his expression grave. His gaze was sinister, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, and most telling was the emblem emblazoned upon his chest. The scarlet letter are seared painfully into N's vision. To his astonishment, the rocket team was involved in this affair. Quicksilver was truly going to great lengths to deal with him. Sakaki planted his feet firmly, the dark Mutuo behind him, lifted by invisible psychic energy. He looked down upon Reshiram and N with a disdainful gaze, devoid of any emotion, as if regarding mere ants. Such feeble blue flames, daring to dispel the darkness? Observing the audacity of the youth before him, Sakaki let out a cold chuckle. "Do you think you're Luze?" Sakaki mused, acknowledging that he could not best Luze in a one-on-one fight, but using Dark Mutuo as a training tool against N was hardly a challenge. Moreover, Dark Mutuo had evolved beyond recognition, embraced the darkness in despair. Even legendary Pokemon can only serve as instruments for my will. The evolution stone on his wrist devoured the light, unleashing inky chains that ensnared Dark Mutuo. Sinister energy was endlessly infused, raising Dark Mutuo's power and causing its form to undergo a transformation. Forced Mega Evolution. Arise from the chilling abyss and obliterate all in your path with your psychic might. Mega Mutuo X. Its once slender physique grew robust, and the moment Mega Mutuo X descended, the heavens and earth lamented. Psychic energy radiated outward, a tremendous repulsion erupting, enveloping the vicinity. This was no longer merely Mutuo. This was Mutuo's ultimate form. From this moment forth, let the world experience love and peace. Mutuo's chilling words traveled not through the air but through telepathy, freezing in the hearts of all present. This declaration, however, resonated perfectly with Sakaki's ambitions. This was precisely what he sought. Despite facing an unprecedented Pokemon, N steeled himself, striving to maintain composure. Perhaps, with the authority of ideals bestowed by Reshiram, a victory could still be within reach. Reshiram, intertwining flames. Two streams of fire spiraled around one another, racing toward Mutuo in an instant. My anguish surpasses yours. Accept divine retribution. With arms outstretched, psychic energy surged. Mutuo's eyes gleaming dark gold as it conjured a spherical shield around itself. Reshiram's flame struck the shield but could not penetrate, merely causing ripples upon its surface. Before overwhelming might, all else was rendered insignificant. The repulsion burst forth, dispersing the flames entirely, leaving no trace of burnt scent in the air. Those who know not pain can never comprehend true peace. Psychic break. Locking eyes within, Mutuo concentrated its power at its brow and unleashed a mental assault. N's vision darkened as he collapsed, the last image imprinted in his mind being Reshiram pinned to the ground by Mutuo. From this point onward, let the world experience suffering. On Route 8 of Kalos, Samping, are you alright? Upon seeing Samping floating in the stream, Ash hurriedly rescued him and his Greninja from the water. They had been making their way along Route 8 when they happened upon the creek, only to discover something drifting downstream. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a person, clad in familiar ninja attire, with a tongue wrapped like a scarf. It was none other than his old friend Samping and his Greninja. Ash had encountered Samping briefly while with the Flare team. He had warmly guided Ash in raising Froakie, leaving a favorable impression. Little did he expect that upon their reunion, Samping would be submerged, caught between life and death. Samping, is there a chance I might still be alive? Coughing up the water he had swallowed, Samping truly experienced what it meant to be endlessly refilled. He had indeed had his fill. Gripping Luze's hand, Caltigia gazed at Samping's ashen face, a flicker of sympathy crossing her eyes. Though a few forbidden drops had choked him, making him feel quite ill, Luze had continually urged her to experience such moments. Casting an exasperated sidelong glance at Luze, Caltigia rolled her eyes dramatically. As he gradually regained consciousness, Samping gazed at the small Drew who had come to his rescue, endlessly expressing his gratitude. Yet, why had the Froakie fallen into a state of severe poisoning? What had transpired? Producing a healing potion, Selena tended to the injuries of the Greninja, only to discover something amiss. The wounds were not the result of blunt force or impact. Rather, They were torn and exhibited a purplish-black hue. This was unmistakably a sign of poisoning, and it seemed as though it had been inflicted by a sharp weapon. No, that was because, just as Samping was about to elucidate, an unforeseen event occurred. The stream of water suddenly coalesced into a swirling vortex. I have found you. Ninjutsu, water release technique. A figure clad in a ninja costume, adorned with a spiral mask, materialized, emitting a sinister cackle. He stepped onto the water's surface, swiftly leaping to the shore to confront Samping. Behind him, his colossal turtle armor stood immovable, the heavy rocky shell towering like a mountain, its back bristling with jagged spikes. With a sudden swipe of his claws, the air was rent asunder, producing a deep, ominous howl that underscored his unparalleled brute strength and oppressive presence. That fiend attacked me. Upon spotting his nemesis, Samping's expression turned fervent as he recounted the adversary's misdeeds to Xiaodru. Indeed, I must secure the forbidden scroll. Chapter 53. This elbow will be quite impressive. The newcomer leaned slightly, gesturing toward the scroll at Samping's waist, arrogantly proclaiming, "It is impossible. Escorting the forbidden scroll to the mansion is a task entrusted to me by my master. My master is none other than the illustrious Mr. Tazang. You wouldn't want to incur his wrath, would you?" A sardonic smile graced the lips of the shadowy figure, who wasted no time in launching an attack. Lu Zhe summoned the winged dragon of Ra, Blue Eyes White Dragon, and Wallace, encircling himself and the colossal turtle armor. Turtle armor, unleash earthquake. The ground rippled like waves. Rocks splintered, and trees were uprooted, crashing down amidst the violent tremors. Ninjutsu, earth release technique. Samping rapidly formed hand seals, retreating with Xiaodru several miles away to avoid the fallout. Nearby the epicenter, Lu Zhe wore a somewhat resigned expression, musing that such paltry power was hardly sufficient to even tickle these three formidable creatures. Xiaodru and the others remained oblivious, but Lu Zhe had read the script. This attack was merely a trial set forth by Samping's master, a child's play, orchestrated by Mr. Tazang, who disguised himself as a coward to impart experience to his disciple. The so-called forbidden scroll was nothing more than a blank piece of paper. Little did they know, they had been unwittingly drawn into this charade, with Xiaodru also compelled to partake in the trial, all to garner points for Froka's evolution. Logically, had it been anyone else, they would have already been subdued by Lu Zhe. However, how could I, who was meant to assist in your performance, turn a blind eye? Lu Zhe promptly signaled to the card sprites. Even when Caltigia attempted to step forward, he grasped her wrist and pulled her back. Winged Dragon of Ra, are you out of your mind, Lu Zhe? What trickery are you up to now? Blue Eyes White Dragon, just beat him into submission already. Wallace, I want him to kneel and sing conquered. Lu Zhe, what else with all this fighting? This is our ally. Only defeat is permitted here. Victory is not allowed. Learn from how the trickster performs. The card sprites were equally exasperated. Such an attack lacked even the capacity to tickle them, rendering their performance utterly ineffective. Yet, in deference to Lu Zhe, the trio, along with Caltigia, feigned their roles. I am done for. Wallace clutched his chest and collapsed, losing consciousness, leaving the two dragons in a state of shock. The Blue Eyes White Dragon pretended to clutch its toe, hopping around as if it had stubbed it. Before it could decide on a suitable demise, the winged dragon of Ra, witnessing the two dragons lose their composure, twitched its lips. I might as well choose a more dignified exit. Transforming back into the winged dragon egg, it rolled back into the card box, opting not to re-emerge. Even Caltigia pretended to be utterly drained, leaning against Lu Zhe, who lifted her in a horizontal embrace. As Lu Zhe appeared to be defeated, Tazang did not waste words, leading away the irrelevant individuals. Ninjutsu, leaf concealment technique. A fierce wind swept through, stirring the fallen leaves into a tempest, the smoke choking Xiaodru into fits of coughing. Once the haze lifted, Xiaodru and Samping were astonished to discover that all their companions had vanished without a trace. Even the unfamiliar ninja had disappeared, leaving only echoes of their voices resonating in the desolate arena. Let us head to the mansion. There, you will uncover the whereabouts of your companions. This is bad. Lu Zhe and the others have been captured. Xiaodru clenched his jaw tightly, though he held little belief that Lu Zhe could be easily subdued. Still, it was the reality before him. Lu Zhe, I've put so much effort into this performance. Carlos Route 8 Force Mansion, observing the serene surroundings. Selena felt a wave of tranquility wash over her, even diminishing the tension of being kidnapped. Merely feeling the gentle breeze. She had arrived here in the blink of an eye. Such remarkable prowess. The mansion nestled within the maple forest appeared almost ethereal. The sound of wooden clogs tapping against stone harmonizing with the melodic tinkling of wind chimes. Ashes from the incense burner gathered, swirling in the draft. As rice straw swayed gently. In contrast to Selena's restraint, Yuliko was reveling in the experience, admiring the ukiyo-e within the mansion, still distinguishable despite their faded ink. I am quite curious. How did you know I meant no harm? In the courtyard, Tazang removed his disguise, addressing the man before him. Aren't you afraid I might do away with you? Quite simply, because your ninjutsu is far too akin to Samping's. Coupled with Samping's description of the task. It is hard not to speculate, Mr. Tazang. Luze replied nonchalantly, eliciting laughter from Tazang. This young man was utterly unrelenting, directly revealing his identity, as if he were about to disclose his identification number. Ha. The laughter was hearty, yet it suffocated Tazang, who could only cackle in discomfort while in disguise. With fervent eyes, Tazang perceived Luze as someone with exceptional insight, almost possessing the stature of a shadow clone. Young man, I see a strong affinity between you and ninjutsu. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple and a ninja? Luze cast a sidelong glance at Tazang, pondering that the map of Yin country was still somewhat lacking. It was as if he had inverted the celestial order. This fellow had but a handful of escape skills. And even Luze might not be able to best him. You wish for me to become your disciple? Under Tazang's hopeful gaze, Luze nodded. It is not out of the question, but first, you must defeat me. Prove your strength. Come at me then. Who fears whom? Ninjutsu, wind release technique. Tazang launched his attack without hesitation, aiming for speed and flair to leave a good impression on Luze. With tremendous kinetic energy, Tazang's velocity was heightened to its utmost by the howling winds. Watch closely, little brat. This elbow will be quite impressive. 10 years of skill? What will you use to counter it? Luze observed Tazang charging toward him, bemused by his weakness, realizing evasion was unnecessary. Summoning the Forge Master of the Marked Demons. A heavy coffin manifested behind Luze. I invoke the Marked Demon's chant. Using the Forge Master of the Marked Demons and 2 cards. Red Tear, Demon and Day of Tears, he fused and summoned. Marked Demon. Day of Wrath. Thunder split the heavens, and the battlefield's ground suddenly cracked open, as rusty chains shot forth from the void, shredding the very fabric of space. Boom. Kabang. Is it melodious? If it sounds good, then it's a splendid elbow. A sharp crack echoed as Kai Zong collided directly with Luze's chest, leaving him momentarily speechless from the pain. Before them loomed a devil, raising a coffin, its mechanical flesh disassembling and reshaping into the monstrous mechanical arms behind it, wielding a chainsaw battle axe. Twin horns protruded from its skull, and its massive tail writhed like a tentacle, defying categorization into any known creature. On the ground, writhing in agony, Kai Zong clutched his fractured arm, cold sweat cascading down him. You should not have provoked Junwei. Beside him, the dark golden thunderclap resonated, Luze's voice merging with the devil's, a ghastly terror. There are always beings on the ground who dare to face the might of thunder. The chainsaw battle axe drew ever closer, halting with precision just a millimeter from Kai Zhang's face. Are you all right? Luze reverted to his former self, using the winds of the traveler and the birds of journey to heal Kai Zong, extending a hand to lift him. Listening to Luze's voice, as warm as jade, the visage of the devil faded, and Kai Zong was struck by the realization that his arm had indeed healed. The events that transpired felt like a nightmare, as if they had never occurred in reality. How could this be? I was certain my arm was broken. As he moved his limbs, they felt entirely uninjured, as if it were merely an illusion. Only the cracks and charred ground beneath him bore testimony to the ferocity of the battle, instilling a deep-seated fear within Kai Zong. What had just transpired was not a nightmare, but reality. Then, we shall accept Pikachu and Greninja. Meow? Kojiro manipulated the capture device, a wicked grin plastered across his face. After such a long wait, he finally had an opportunity while Luze was absent. Musashi contemplated the realization of her goals after many years, a sense of pride swelling within her. Frogadier, unleash your slicing strike. Ash clenched his teeth, anxiety coursing through him as he and Sanpei hastened to rescue Serena, only to be interrupted by Team Rocket's interference. Fortunately, Frogadier had evolved just in time and learned a new skill, offering him some solace. I won't let you succeed. Pumpkaboo, Leaf Blade. All right, Squid, Illusion Ray. Musashi and Kojiro launched a counterattack against Ash, striving to thwart Frogadier's offensive. Frogadier dodged quickly. An ability that could elevate evasion to a perfect 100 appeared. Relying on swift movements, Frogadier swiftly approached the capture net, employing shadow clones to confound the adversaries. This tactic from the Froakie was ruthless. Even Go could not bear to watch. Enduring the onslaught, Frogadier swung its blade, shattering the net in an instant, liberating Pikachu and Greninja. Pikachu Thunderbolt. As Pikachu was freed, Ash immediately invited Team Rocket to taste the delightful Thunderbolt. Indeed, Gorgeist, mirror reflection. Search, Nansure. Witnessing Pikachu's surge of power, Musashi furrowed her brow, swiftly shielding Gorgeist before her. Get out of the way, Pikachu. The thunderous force was rebounded with amplified intensity, and Pikachu narrowly evaded the attack by twisting its body. With my Gorgeist present, even if Pikachu is freed, it shall be rendered ineffective. Musashi stomped her foot in frustration, her hairstyle nearly returning to a frizzy mess. Just take a look behind you. After all, our main force is not limited to Pikachu. Greninja, unleash water shuriken. Sanpei shouted, and the rescued Greninja wasted no time, sending Team Rocket soaring into the sky. The background music may be absent, but it will never arrive late. I want to soar higher, fly higher, dancing like the wild wind, breaking free from its embrace. Such an annoying feeling. Amidst their wails, the trio of Team Rocket soared into the sky once more, side by side with the sun. After repelling the troublesome Team Rocket, Ash's heart raced with anxiety. Recalling Serena's uncertain fate, let Sanpei ride on Pidgeot while I take control of Charizard. Together, we shall fly to the mansion in the woods. Shadowed Masked Man, release Serena. Leaping from the dragon's back, Ash dove into the mansion, searching for Serena before he could even steady himself. However, he was met with the sight of Luze laughing and conversing with the Masked Man, their wine glasses raised frequently. Serena was joyfully playing in the courtyard with Euligia, engaging in light-hearted flower games. Sanpei leaped off Pidgeot, stunned at the sight of the Masked Man's face. Master, how can it be you? Chapter 54. The mother-in-law meets the son-in-law. So this is all part of your trial. Sanpei gazed at Mr. Kaizong, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. He had considered the possibility that the Masked Man could be his master's enemy, but never anticipated it would be his master himself. As the disciple prepared to fight to the death, Master, why do you yield first? Are you truly treating your own disciple like a Japanese? Is there any mistake? My Greninja and I have been running for days, nearly beaten to death. Mr. Kaizong scratched his head, beads of sweat still lingering on his forehead. So it was you who brought Luze here, right? Your master is nearly beaten to death by Luze as well. Luze, I did not lay a hand. It was merely a gentle reminder. You were the one who chose to elbow me. Seeing his own disciple unable to match Luze, Kaizong felt a surge of anger, realizing the trial had been lacking. All in all, Kaizong had no desire to see this devil again. If he couldn't provoke him, could he at least hide? One more glance, and he might explode. One more step closer, and he might melt. It was merely a sparring match, and that young lad Luze didn't know how to hold back. He nearly blew my house to smithereens. Gazing at the half-destroyed courtyard wall, Kaizong felt tears welling up, contemplating repairs, knowing it would cost a fortune. So have I passed this trial? Of course, of course. Being interrupted by Luze diminished the difficulty of the trial by more than half. The outcome is merely for reference, lacking in significance. On the contrary, Kaizong valued Sanpei's heart over mere abilities. The camaraderie displayed alongside Ash, their unwavering support for one another, was commendable. Even Kaizong couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising the friendship between Sanpei and Ash. I recognize your fiery spirit, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved. We must continue our journey. Clenching his fists, Ash declared with renewed vigor. Frogadier's evolution once again bolstered his confidence. At the league conference, he would surely compete alongside Luze. Ah, right. Kaizong nodded vigorously, knowing that inviting someone is easy, but sending them away is a different matter. He could hardly wait to sweep Luze out the door. Thus, Luze and his companions bid farewell to Ninja Sanpei and Kaizong, continuing along Route 8 towards Ocean Wing City. Route 9, the Melee Ranch of Kalos. Just after parting from Sanpei and Kaizong, Luze and his group set foot on Route 9, with Ocean Wing City just ahead. However, their progress was halted by the Melee Ranch, as they unexpectedly encountered someone. Mom, what are you doing here? Serena stumbled upon her mother, who had suddenly appeared in the wild, quickly stepping in front of Ash in a flurry of panic. Just as she was enjoying a world of two with Ash, how could she suddenly face her parents? Serena, Mom, your timing couldn't be worse. Saki, no? My timing is just perfect. What? Am I not welcome? Saki looked at her daughter and Ash with a playful smile, her eyes gleaming with mischief. As a mother-in-law assessing her daughter's suitor, the more she observed, the more satisfied she became. Although they had already video called, it was still time for a proper introduction. I am Saki, Serena's mother. Scanning Serena's companions, Saki greeted everyone, but her gaze lingered on Luze for several seconds. A person of remarkable elegance, a paragon among gentlemen. This was precisely the essence of the moment. With ebony hair and clad in white, it is said that he is an exceedingly formidable trainer, reminiscent of the youth of Selena's father. According to Selena, all the meals during their journey were prepared by Lu Zhe, whose gentle and considerate nature, coupled with his culinary skills, only adds to his allure. It is no wonder that Ling Yi has been captivated by him. Perhaps, had it not been for Selena, I too would have pursued him. That child, Ling Yi, misses you dearly. There are some words I must convey on her behalf, said Saki, leaning closer to Lu Zhe, her voice barely above a whisper for only the two could hear. Once the competition concludes, she has promised to seek you out first, Ling Yi also mentioned. With a smile that sparkled with maternal affection, Saki paused, tantalizing Lu Zhe's curiosity. She is certain to bring back the trophy as a dowry for you. As she relayed Ling Yi's words, Saki felt herself overwhelmed by the sweetness of their romance, the air thick with the fragrance of love. Yet, Saki was elated, for she was quite enamored with the pairing of Ling Yi and Lu Zhe, a match made in heaven. Their elegance was unparalleled, a perfect harmony that simply must be sealed. As the leader of their ship, had Ling Yi not been preoccupied with the competition, Saki would have eagerly brought the Civil Affairs Bureau to them, facilitating their immediate union. Oh, and who might this be? Saki inquired, noticing a new face beside Lu Zhe. The newcomer bore an icy demeanor that radiated an air of intimidation. Cartexia, Lu Zhe's partner. The last two syllables were pronounced with a notable emphasis, as if she were gritting her teeth. Ling Yi, huh? The Flashblade mistress truly embodies the essence of K Corporation's favored daughter, encountering Lu Zhe before him. However, with Lu Zhe's protective presence, Cartexia had already prepared herself for the company of several sisters. After all, if it were just her and Atla, the nights would be unbearably lonely. By the way, what brings you here, Mom? Selena expressed her confusion, having unexpectedly come across her mother after leaving home. This side of the Mew Mew Ranch has invited me to be a coach, guiding novices in handling their mount goats. Goodness. To have the queen of the ironclad rhinos from Kalos teach newcomers, the ranch owner certainly knows how to impress. I haven't even asked you. After gallivanting outside for so long, have you been training properly in riding? Shifting her focus, Saki aimed her inquiries directly at Selena, knowing all too well the depths of her daughter's habits. Well, Selena replied, her expression clouded with distress. I don't even have an ironclad rhino to train with. Rather than riding a rhino, she preferred the elegance displayed in Pokemon triathlons. Hearing Saki's words, Ash found himself puzzled. Wasn't he, Selena, aspiring to challenge the Pokemon triathlons to become the Kalos queen? Oh, Auntie, Selena's ideal is the Pokemon triathlon. Ash's words were abruptly silenced by Selena, who clamped her hand over his mouth. If my mom finds out, she definitely won't support me. Selena felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, just wanting to evade her mother's probing questions. Saki took it as mere playful banter between young lovers, not giving it much thought. As night fell, Saki suggested that Selena and the others stay at the ranch, postponing any discussions for the following day. In the basement of Café Soleil in the city of Miure, Kalos, Gioji rubbed her aching temples after a long night of work, a mountain of documents awaiting her review. Recently, that rascal Lu Zhe had somehow established contact with the Diamond Mine Nation, directly setting up a branch of the Flash Flame team there to bolster their absolute dominance over Kalos. While Lu Zhe needed only to express his intentions, Gioji had much more to deliberate. First and foremost was the construction of infrastructure. The Diamond Mine Nation, while opulent, was hidden within rock layers, making ordinary signals nearly impossible to reach. The existing communication equipment would require an upgrade, and Fladali had already allocated funds, promising swift results. However, what weighed heavily on Gioji's mind was the provocations from the Dark Alliance. In recent days, the number of injured members of the Flash Flame team had noticeably increased, including Bara and Momiji, with their strongholds being consecutively dismantled. Teams such as Team Rocket, Team Magma, Team Aqua, Team Galaxy, and Team Plasma, renowned factions from all corners of the world, had converged. The various powers were clamoring to divide the Flash Flame team, intensifying their survival crisis. And Gioji felt the mounting pressure. Even with her extraordinary capabilities, she found herself stretched thin. To maintain her position at headquarters and prevent any incursions, she couldn't even afford to venture out for support, let alone find time to seek Lu Zhe. Her eyes dimmed slightly. Merely having the chance to respond to him was already a blessing. Her fingertip lightly brushed the surface of the letter. Feeling the pressure of Lu Zhe's pen on the paper, and a wave of longing surged within her. These daily letters had become Gioji's lifeline, her sole source of spiritual sustenance. What a wretched feeling. After splashing cold water on her face, Gioji, undeterred by day and night, continued her work. reviewing documents as she connected with Flodali. "This is Gog. Please state your business." The other side remained silent. Flodali only able to hear the soft scratching of a pen's tip rolling across the page. The experiments at the Flash Flame Team branch have shown new progress. The Z2 core can now utilize the 50 forms, and a significant portion of Zygarde's power has returned. Is Z1 still unwilling to compromise? Gog recalled the obstinate Z1 core, her head throbbing at the thought. She had never encountered such a stubborn Pokemon. Was it really necessary to hold on to such grudges over a simple beating? Very well, let it be. Sometimes, it was better to let go of an uncontrollable power than to cling to the hope of attaining Zygarde's complete form. What of Her Highness the Princess? We stand with Luze? Upon mentioning that legendary man, Flodali's face immediately transformed, reflecting a deep reverence. Having successfully assimilated even the legendary Pokemon Kingdom, the Diamond Princess had become utterly devoted to Luze. Flodali dared not entertain any ulterior motives. His only desire was to ride the coattails of Luze. As long as he could cling to this substantial ally, his later years would be secure. This was the essence of enlightenment. Upon hearing the softening stance of the Diamond Mine Nation, Gog's pupils dilated with shock. Had Luze intervened? How could this Diamond Princess have succumbed so completely? Yet now was not the time for romantic musings. If the Flash Flame Team were not properly managed, the organization would face complete collapse. Stretching lazily, despite the yawns threatening to consume her, Gog resolutely fought off fatigue. Burdened by her connection with Luze, I cannot afford to sleep. In contrast to Gog's weariness, the Dark Alliance was in high spirits, exuberantly celebrating their recent successes. Sakamoto sat at the center of the table, leading the festivities in honor of their plan's phase success. Mizuki embraced Akai Matsuba, pouring drink after drink, each cup leading to further intoxication. Akai and Kyuki were also overwhelmed by Mizuki's relentless toasting, their bodies growing heavy until they finally succumbed to sleep, unable to be roused. Stepping outside the room, the cool breeze sobered Sakamoto's mind, sharpening his thoughts. With Dark Mutuo, Groudon, and Kyogre now embraced by darkness, Reshiram and Zekrom had also joined their ranks, significantly enhancing the Dark Alliance's power. Yet, Sakamoto knew that this was not the time for complacency. His rivalry with Luze had only just begun. Chapter 55. If it were you, I would willingly. The following morning, as dawn broke, Selena clung to Sachi, an inexplicable urge to communicate weighing heavily on her. Sachi, somewhat exasperated, recognized that anyone could see the turmoil etched upon Selena's face. After much contemplation, Sachi decided to take the initiative. After all, the matters between mother and daughter needed resolution. If Selena continued to be so obstinate, the issues at hand could linger indefinitely. Therefore, Selena, when do you intend to return home? Do not forget, you have your training with the Rhydon to attend. Although Sachi was already cognizant of Selena's relationship with Ash, she still posed the question. This foolish child, whose talent paled in comparison to Zero's, lacked enthusiasm for training. Sachi had no expectations that she would embrace the family legacy wholeheartedly. Rather than constrain her, it would be more prudent to let Selena explore her true passions and travel with Ash. After all, a daughter will inevitably marry one day, and Sachi could not care for her forever. At least for now, Sachi held a fondness for Ash. He had even come to her for a heartfelt conversation, displaying remarkable politeness. However, observing their fluctuating romantic tension, Sachi felt compelled to stoke the flames. Upon hearing her mother's inquiry, Selena's countenance shifted to one of panic. She tugged at her dress, biting her lip nervously. "Mom, I no longer wish to ride the Rhydon," she declared, her gaze resolute as she lifted her head. Memories of traveling with Ash flooded her mind, invigorating her resolve. "I want to participate in the Pokemon Triathlon and deliver a beautiful performance for the audience." Glaring at Sachi, Selena finally voiced her true desires, no longer evading the issue. Sachi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that a mere mention would lead Selena to divulge everything. While she was aware of Selena's intention to join the triathlon, she also recognized that, knowing her daughter's character, the idea of abandoning her riding training was something Selena would typically never utter. It could only be said that the power of love was indeed formidable. The once sheltered girl was now brimming with openness. With such a bold request made, Selena clenched the hem of her dress, trembling as she braced herself for an impending storm. To her surprise, Sachi merely smiled, diffusing the tension in the air. "I've known for quite some time," she exclaimed. "What? How could that be?" Selena's eyes widened in disbelief as she tilted her head. Her disdain for riding the Rhydon did not seem overtly apparent, did it? "Ash told me everything last night," Sachi revealed. "What?" A flurry of questions swirled in Selena's mind. Had Ash betrayed her trust? As she watched her daughter's eyes widen in astonishment, Sachi stifled a laugh, gently explaining, "As your mother, while I would prefer you not to give up halfway." Just as Ash said, "You are not merely a continuation of your parents, nor are you anyone else's subordinate. What you choose to pursue should be your own decision." Listening to her mother's words, Selena felt tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. Understanding was indeed a beautiful thing. Yet this was merely the beginning, as Sachi quickly pivoted to a more sensitive subject. "Before we delve further, let us first discuss your potential marriage to Ash." At this, Sachi became animated. Her daughter had finally found someone who desired her. She had feared that she would end up alone. That sort of thing is impossible. "Mom, please don't say such things," Selena exclaimed, her face turning crimson as her secret thoughts were laid bare. She squatted down, closed her eyes, and covered her ears, attempting to play the part of an ostrich. In the past, she had often teased Zero about being the steam princess. Now, the tables had turned, and she found herself in a similar predicament. Wasn't it a tad premature to discuss marriage? Moreover, this was not solely her decision. Ash had yet to agree. How could it be impossible? Ash said last night. Sachi began. "What did Ash say?" Selena interjected, leaving a gap between her fingers to eavesdrop on her mother's recounting. Sachi leaned in close, mimicking Ash's somewhat clumsy words. As her thoughts wandered back to the previous evening, Sachi recalled Ash's unexpected visit. "So that's how it was. I will guide her," she resolved. "Thank you, Ash. If there's nothing else, we should rest for now." It was only upon hearing Ash's words that Sachi realized the extent of her previous disregard for Selena's inner thoughts and the significant harm it had caused. "Ash, you must also strive to do your best. I have high hopes for you and Selena," Sachi proclaimed, giving Ash a thumbs up. Reveling in the excitement and relishing the drama unfolding. "Could you please relay a message for me?" Ash, caught off guard by his future mother-in-law's sudden revelation, scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit bashful. "If Selena is willing, I would like to invite her to witness my journey to become a Pokemon master. To be present for every battle I face in this life." With unwavering determination, Ash made his vow, pledging his commitment until death. He then retrieved his badge case from his pocket and presented it to Sachi. From Kanto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, and Kalos, these 4 badges, he declared, showcasing the neatly arranged gym badges that symbolized his growth. As her fingers grazed the surface of the badge case, Selena could feel its rugged texture, a testament to the trials and tribulations endured. Even declarations of love could not escape the realm of battle. It could only be said that he was indeed a foolish boy. Overwhelmed by Ash's sincerity, Selena covered her face with her hands, her temperature rising uncontrollably. The blush on her cheeks reflected the morning sun, and as tears of gratitude fell, her heart raced like a candy dropped into warm water, melting sweetly. It is said that one must collect all 8 gym badges to initiate the league challenge, but only the 9th badge can unlock the future of 2 souls. Blushing like a blooming flower, with youthful innocence drifting through the air, Selena nodded to herself in the morning light, whispering, "Fool, not every battle is so thrilling. But if it's you because it's you, there is no need for choice, only unwavering companionship. I am willing, I am willing, I am willing." Such important sentiments must surely be expressed thrice. In the adjoining room, Luze had transformed into a master craftsman, his hearing suddenly heightened. He pressed his ear against the wall, straining to catch the sounds from outside, a beaming smile spreading across his face. "What did I just hear? Selena is finally going to be with Ash. This is it," he thought, exhilarated. To witness every battle in this life meant he would be with Selena forever. Wasn't that a confession in itself? Reflecting on this, Luze felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, his heart racing as he nearly reverted to a primal state. Meanwhile, Atla, still disheveled from the previous night's encounters, was half awake, pondering how much Ash truly cared. Indeed, the master was the gentlest of them all. Atla recalled how, just as she had settled into bed, Ash had sought Luze's counsel regarding matters of the heart. Ash had been concerned about leaving a poor impression on his future mother-in-law, Sachi, which might affect Selena. As the master of enlightenment, Luze was naturally inclined to assist his good friend, and thus, the brilliant idea was born. I have a plan. It is impossible to harbor a negative impression. In the strategist's opinion, Ash, it would be best for you to express your feelings directly. Is that truly feasible? Ash rubbed his clammy palms together, his voice trembling with an unnatural stammer. "Trust me, it will be fine." Luze gave a thumbs up, encouraging Ash to boldly charge forth for love, hoping to leave no regrets. "See, did I not predict this? It appears to be unfolding perfectly, commanding from the shadows and achieving victory from afar." Luze surely felt quite formidable at that moment. After pocketing his Atlanta, Luze exited, departing with Caltesia without a backward glance, leaving the stage for Selena. Outside the Meow Meow Ranch, Luze and Caltesia found a spot to sit, savoring the delicious Mountaineer goat cheese. Just then, they locked eyes with Euligia and Saki, and the four exchanged incredulous stares. Ah, what a coincidence. You are here as well. Good morning, everyone. Pikachu. Ash emerged from his room, with Pikachu perched on his shoulder. But he only noticed Selena, with no sign of the others. Luze, Caltesia, Euligia, and Saki had all vanished, leaving only Selena. Have they already gone out? I heard that the Mountaineer Goat competition at Meow Meow Ranch is a local specialty. Breakfast is ready, and I made it myself. The table was set with fresh Meow Meow milk, perfectly scrambled eggs, and Mountaineer Goat cheese, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Upon seeing Ash approach, Selena's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she felt a bit shy. Her culinary experience was limited, and she hoped Ash would not find fault. Thank you for your hard work, Selena. Then I'll dig in. Ash opened his mouth wide, devouring the entire breakfast laid out before him. Unbeknownst to him, a couple of familiar faces were lurking outside, eavesdropping. Did you hear that? It seems Ash just confessed to Selena. Meow? Meow Meow could hardly believe its ears. Just moments ago, they were struck by this momentous news. Could Ash's beloved truly exist? Trusting in Ash's emotional intelligence, Kojiro was filled with questions. Does the little rascal have a girlfriend? I still don't know. You're not a little rascal. Who are you? Get off that little rascal. Musashi watched Ash and Selena chatting and laughing, relishing their time together, her eyes filled with envy. Xiaolan, Xiaoyao, Xiaoguang. Alice. None of her former companions had ever been as close as Selena. It seems that the bond between these two is faded. Ash must find happiness. Alas. In this day and age, even the little rascal is no longer single, while her Prince Charming remains elusive. Unable to help herself, she turned to Kojiro, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of frustration. Chapter 56, The Freezer. Mom, we're off. I'll miss you. At the entrance of Meow Meow Ranch, Selena and Saki had barely reunited before they were set to part ways once more. After breakfast, Selena and her companions resumed their journey towards Ocean Wing City. Stay safe on the road. Don't cause any casualties. I await your good news. Saki waved her arms, bidding farewell to Selena and the others. Watching Selena's retreating figure, Saki felt a sense of pride. Her daughter was growing up. Ash and Selena, both with aspirations of becoming a Pokemon Master and a Triathlon champion, respectively, seemed remarkably well matched. Hopefully, they would bring back good news from the finals. Route 9 in Kalos. Hey, are we there yet? Traversing mountains and valleys, Selena was utterly exhausted, struggling to take another step. Ocean Wing City appeared tantalizingly close in the distance, yet these few miles were proving to be a formidable challenge. Do the residents of Ocean Wing City run up and down like this every day? Sweat beaded on her forehead, and Euligia lamented, groaning in despair. I can barely hang on. Shall we take a short break? The rocky path beneath their feet was uncomfortable, and her shoes seemed to threaten blisters. Selena and Euligia exchanged weary glances, both recognizing the fatigue in each other's eyes. Selena and Euligia, burned out. They lifted their heads to see Luze and Caltesia gliding effortlessly, appearing utterly unfazed and at ease. Rubbing his head, Ash fabricated a kind-hearted lie, feeling somewhat bashful as he spoke. I'm a bit tired too. How about we take a break? How could a super rookie lack energy? It was merely to accommodate Selena. In an instant, Luze caught the fleeting expression, understanding immediately, and broke into an amused smile. What do you think you understand? Ash retorted. Don't think I don't know. You're just biased towards Selena. An explanation is merely a disguise, and a disguise reveals the truth. While the group rested, Ash followed the script and captured a slime Pokemon. Due to having a full roster of 6 Pokemon, he decided to lend it to Selena for her use. However, Ash was unaware that this action triggered a battle of logic within Selena's mind, gazing at the soft, gooey body of the slime Pokemon, still dripping with slime. Selena felt less than enthusiastic. Would such a Pokemon be disqualified from the triathlon? You're making me feel nauseous. Feeling the trainer's disdain, the slime Pokemon leapt up, tapping Selena's knee with its tentacle. Soon, it lost hope, its entire form deflating in despair. Selena bit her lip, torn between her feelings. But this Pokemon was a gift from Ash. Ash's profound love for Pokemon. Could this be considered a token of affection? Staring at the slime Pokemon, her eyes reflected a different sentiment as she gently patted its head. The slime Pokemon melted at her touch, exclaiming with delight, "A beautiful lady is petting my head." Sensing her affection, the slime Pokemon joyfully jumped, nudging Selena's knee with its tentacle. Haha, that tickles. Selena halted the slime Pokemon's antics, chuckling. In truth, after adjusting to the gooey texture, Selena found the slime Pokemon rather endearing. Its icy skin and springy texture resembled jelly. In cradling it felt akin to having a biological air conditioner. Selena was quite pleased. Are you all heading to Ocean Wing City? An elderly man passing by, noticing the unfamiliar faces of Lu Zhe and the others, inquired. Indeed, we are Pokemon trainers wishing to challenge the gym in Ocean Wing City. Ash replied candidly, sharing their purpose, while Lu Zhe scrutinized the elder closely. Wearing a straw hat and sporting a warm smile, the elder hummed a tuneless folk song as he leisurely rode his mount, a goat. Following behind him was a procession of mountaineer goats, creating a spectacular sight as they traversed the road. Recalling the script, Lu Zhe surmised that this gentleman was none other than the gym leader of Ocean Wing, Grandpa Fu. So, we have a fresh crop of novice trainers. Grandpa Fu observed Ash's Froakie and Finnegan, nodding in approval at their quality. These two Pokemon exhibit excellent care from their trainer. Quite impressive. I happen to be returning to Ocean Wing City as well. Why not hitch a ride with me? For the younger generation, Old Man Fu has always been exceedingly encouraging, especially towards those trainers who genuinely cherish their Pokemon. Take my pasture. It will expedite your journey. With this invitation, Old Man Fu dusted off his clothes and let out a hearty laugh. Is that so? Then I must trouble you, kind old gentleman. A gleam of admiration sparkled in Yu Li Jia's eyes. How fortunate they were to have such a mysterious elder. Otherwise, the lengthy walk to High E City would have surely overwhelmed her. The group mounted their steeds, the little sheep, and under Old Man Fu's guidance, they finally arrived at High E City before sunset. The Pokemon Center of Carlos S. High E City welcomed them. Upon entering, Lu Zhe felt a refreshing breeze wash over him, alleviating the fatigue of their journey. When did the Pokemon Center install air conditioning? Selena, look over there. It's a mini ice. Yu Li Jia, with unwavering focus, gathered around the mini ice, relishing the gentle snowfall it created. The vanilla-flavored ice cream cone floated in the air, providing a cooling respite for the weary travelers. Be careful not to get too close, or you might freeze. Miss Joy, observing the interaction between Yu Li Jia and the mini ice, kindly warned. This little one was found by someone. It will soon be returned to the mountains. Its parents must be quite worried. As the cool breeze swept through, lowering the sweltering air, the entire Pokemon Center felt refreshingly pleasant. Miss Joy, I entrust these Pokemon to you. Ash handed over his Pokemon to Miss Joy, awaiting their recuperation. While they enjoyed the complimentary air conditioning indoors, none noticed the peculiar stirrings in the corner. The trio of Team Rocket, disguised cleverly, had successfully infiltrated the Pokemon Center. This Pokemon could serve as air conditioning. Boss Sakaki would surely appreciate it. The thought of flattering Boss Sakaki for a potential promotion made Meowth drool with anticipation. You must have lost your family, right? We'll reunite you with them. With a sinister grin, Kojiro patted the box containing the two captured Delibirds, relishing in his malevolent thoughts. Once we fuse these three Pokemon, Mega Steel Meowth EX will undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. With Pikachu captured, we'll send all 4 Pokemon to headquarters. And Boss Sakaki will surely regard us with newfound respect. Enough chatter, let us get moving. Musashi crudely began packing away the mini ice. Though the ice cream was secured, the cone remained exposed. Under Lu Zhe's penetrating gaze, he narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. In the dim corner, a suspicious figure disguised as Miss Joy was stealthily attempting to take the mini ice away. Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle at the shoddy disguise. Team Rocket's attempts at deception truly lacked sophistication. At least Musashi and Kojiro possessed some semblance of human form. But I must ask, where's Meowth? What is this round-headed old person clad in Joy-S uniform? I don't recall Hakimi having a penchant for cosplay. As Team Rocket stealthily exited the Pokemon Center, intent on making a quick getaway with the mini ice, they deemed their capture plan a resounding success. The plan to capture mini ice has succeeded perfectly. That may not be so certain. Just as Meowth spoke, they were interrupted by an unexpected voice, causing their thoughts to freeze momentarily. Like a specter, Lu Zhe stood before Team Rocket, suddenly announcing, "It's Lu Zhe? Be wise and leave quickly. Don't ruin our plans." A bead of sweat trickled down Musashi's forehead. Their disguise had been uncovered by Lu Zhe, and that was far from ideal. However, armed with the enhanced Mega Steel Meowth EX, they at least wouldn't be utterly defenseless. What you say goes, but that would make me lose face, wouldn't it? Hearing Musashi's arrogant remark piqued Lu Zhe's interest. Even your father, Sakaki, wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner. At an unknown moment, the Dragonite egg leaped from its box, seemingly in agreement. Dragonite egg, what did you provoke him for? Now, things had escalated. Without paying the entry fee, They were about to witness a bloodbath. I shall strike in my Gundam form. From the fourth-dimensional pocket, a colossal steel Gundam was extracted by Meowth, crashing down with a thunderous thud. Using Meowth, Musashi, and Kojiro as components, Link summoned 3. Mega Freeze Machine Meow. The entrance was accompanied by a dramatic background score, evoking a sense of impending doom. Luze, perplexed, thought to himself, have I traversed to a realm where Yu-Gi-Oh has collaborated with Pokemon? I don't recall such a card existing. Yet, upon witnessing the trio clumsily crawling into the command room, Luze sighed in relief. Thank heavens. I thought Konami had truly allied with Nintendo. Seated in the cockpit, the trio unleashed sinister laughter. By fusing Mini Ice and Delibird as their energy source, this version of Hakimi had indeed transformed into the Freeze Machine. According to Kojiro's modifications, Steel Meowth had forsaken its treads, replacing them with legs, towering nearly to the height of the Dragonite. The Freeze Machine was controlled collaboratively, akin to a Hakimi version of the Storm Red. Don't underestimate the bond of our Team Rocket trio, they boasted. It's quite commendable to challenge me. In response to Team Rocket's challenge, Luze merely drew a card from his deck, his voice icy. However, this is the only compliment I can offer you. Flipping his palm, the card in Luze's hand radiated a crystalline blue brilliance, materializing into the form of the Swift Falcon. Catching, the steel tore through the night. As the Herald of the Storm surged forth amidst the roar of engines, its armored wings slicing through the smoke. Sensors locked onto their prey, and as the vector nozzles erupted with azure flames, the sky would ultimately submit to the predatory trajectory dictated by algorithmic evolution. Chapter 57, Ascending Magic. The power of the Swift Assault. Summoning the Herald of the Storm, sending the graveyard simulation of the Herald, activating the simulation to reclaim the Blossoming Vulture and special summoning. Seamlessly drawing the Assault Squadron wings. Luze's memories raced, and the unfolding steps of the Swift Falcon materialized within his mind. The Herald of the Storm underwent transformation alongside the unfolding steps, its surrounding indicator lights flickering. O noble Falcon, raise your sharpened claws, honed in adversity, and unfurl your rebellious wings. The Blossoming Vulture and the Assault Squadron's armaments enveloped it, and amidst the mechanical roar, steel sparks flew, stacking the Herald of the Storm. Blossoming Vulture and Assault Squadron wings, an oversummon was executed. Arise, rank 4. Swift Falcon, take flight. The torrent of steel rent the night sky, engines roaring as the Swift Falcon unfurled its form, each massive talon the size of a half-man. The armor of the Swift Falcon reflected the cold, lunar light. And as the vector nozzles pivoted simultaneously, the machine came to a sudden halt. Seeing Luze not even summon the Dragonite, Meowth felt insulted and was instantly enraged. You don't seriously think you can resist my tidal wave of steel with just this little chicken, do you? Team Rocket exchanged glances, each seeing the confidence gleaming in the other's eyes. Freeze Machine, maximum power at absolute zero, they shouted in unison. The ice energy from Delibird and Mini Ice surging forth. With the charging complete, icy beams erupted from the chest of the Freeze Machine, hurtling toward the Swift Falcon. Ice has the advantage over flying. Upon witnessing the opponent's bold advance, Luze, of course, would not remain idle and swiftly devised a countermeasure. I shall unleash the Raptor's Gale. The armor of the winged hawk unfurled, revealing the airflow tubes nestled within its seams, instantly siphoning the surrounding matter to create a vacuum environment. Render your frost beam ineffective and obliterate it. Centered on the Raptor's sudden assault, a tempest erupted, mercilessly shredding the frost beam to oblivion. The sky and earth shifted hues as the Team Rocket trio's attack transformed into delicate snowflakes, cascading from the heavens. How could this be possible? The overwhelming force dissipated, and Kojiro's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. This dish transcends physical limits. Newton's laws are clearly faltering. Yet Luze paid no heed to such considerations. It was well known that the power had not merely been activated, but had never been deactivated. Since your attack has been nullified, it is now my turn. Draw a card. Engaging in an advanced magic spell, the power of the assault. With a heavy draw of the card, Luze raised it high, the battlefield's raging winds still howling, causing his garments to flutter. Fierce and ferocious Falcon, emerge from the chaos and unleash your wings to obliterate the gathering foes. The excess network overlapped. Come forth, rank 5, Assault Raptor, Blazing Falcon. An endless conflagration enveloped the Blazing Falcon. Its wings, spanning dozens of meters, dripped with flames. The mechanical raptor descended with a thunderous roar, its pupils reflecting the electronic eyes that locked onto their prey. This dish can even evolve. A suffocating sensation, akin to a constricting serpent, overwhelmed Musashi. It has transformed into an Orleans roasted chicken, Meow. Meowth stared blankly at the transformed assault raptor, utterly astonished. If this truly was a Pokemon capable of infinite evolution, their freezing machine would be in grave danger. Activate the effect of the blazing falcon. With a thunderous declaration, Luze swung his arm like a cleaver, issuing a verdict against the Team Rocket trio. Detach one exceeding material and destroy all special summoned Pokemon on your field. Precision strikes for the impoverished. Overwhelming firepower for the affluent. It was evident that Luze belonged to the latter. This is the absolute aerial dominance of a predator. The wings of the blazing falcon unfurled dramatically as missiles rained down like a torrential downpour of steel. Dark crimson light seeped from the seams of the composite armor, and the dual-mounted naval magnetic railgun completed its charging. Boom! It shattered the air with a series of sonic booms as the cannons on its wings erupted with beams, destined to annihilate the freezing machine. An explosion of energy sent dust soaring, yet Luze understood that this was merely the beginning. According to the law of smoke and no harm, the freezing machine would undoubtedly remain unscathed. Boom! Sure enough, a beam of energy burst forth from the battlefield, dispersing the surrounding dust. Luze's fierce assault had been entirely reflected. Caught off guard and unable to evade, the blazing falcon was struck down. Unable to withstand the double rebound damage, the assault raptor lost its combat capability, its armor gradually dissipating. Observing that the freezing machine remained unscathed and had instead defeated the blazing falcon, Luze's expression grew grave. It's a mirror reflection. A Pokemon with such power must be the Gardevoir. Search, Nanchi. It was proven once again that the Gardevoir was indeed formidable, able to reflect even the Shadow Ball of the level 2 deity, Giratina. Defeating this shattered celestial Orleans roasted chicken would surely be an easy task. This is terrifying, Hakimi. Thankfully, we have Gardevoir. Faced with Luze's relentless barrage, Meowth wiped the sweat from its brow, fearing imminent defeat. Luze, your Pokemon are on the brink of death. How will you contend against the freezing machine's power? Musashi sat in the cockpit, observing the favorable situation with a haughty laugh. It's quite simple. I shall invoke my advanced magic. The man raised his head high, his visage shrouded in shadows. A sinister laughter piercing the icy battlefield and reaching the ears of the trio. This is what I have been waiting for. We, the rebels, always envision the worst-case scenario in battle and ponder the possibility of our comrades being defeated. However, I shall never abandon them. To reclaim victory. That is everything I intend to do at this moment. Luze erupted with a golden aura, the card nearly melting in his grasp as he roared. Invoke the advanced magic, the power of death. Special summon the blazing falcon, and subsequently overlay summon its double rank exceeding monster. Ultimate Supreme Falcon. Inherit the will of countless comrades and soar above the skies of victory. Transform and descend. Rank 10, Assault Raptor, Ultimate Falcon. The pitch-black mechanical deity unfurled 12 judgmental wings, each feather reflecting the light of annihilation. Metallic rings hovered behind it, and the entire battlefield succumbed to gravitational collapse upon its arrival. Freezing machine, ice wind. As the assault raptor was resurrected, transforming into a golden crispy chicken, Kojiro grew anxious. The Team Rocket trio, in a flurry of panic, launched their attacks, desperate to thwart the opponent's summoning. Assault Raptor, Phantom Claw, Ultimate Falcon, shred the obstinate foes to pieces. In the void, the mechanical raptor's energy abruptly transformed into a quantum state, etching lethal trajectories across the sky. Each claw strike distorted vision and resonated with thunderous sounds, as if even space itself was on the verge of being torn asunder. Search, Nanchi, shielding the Gardevoir. The trio attempted to employ their previous tactics to fend off the Phantom Claw's assault. However, Luze had already detached the Ultimate Falcon's exceeding material, denying the Gardevoir any chance to activate its mirror reflection. Activate the effect of the Ultimate Falcon. The opposing Pokemon's attack is diminished, and they cannot activate their effects. Confronted with the radiance, the Gardevoir trembled, suddenly realizing that its divine skill seemed to have been revoked, rendering it unusable. The Ultimate Falcon's enormous claws drew near, despair flickering in the Gardevoir's eyes. Damio! Boom! Lacking the protection of mirror reflection, the freezing machine proved to be fragile. Instantly gutted by the Phantom Claw, shattered remnants scattered, accompanied by the explosion of electronic devices, sending the Team Rocket trio skyward. Do you not think that Luze has become increasingly ruthless lately? Kojiro, sporting a free perm due to the explosion, asked earnestly. Is it just my imagination? Or does he seem more like a villain now? Meowth nodded in agreement, its golden fur singed from the blast. This is sheer cat torture. I must file a lawsuit with the Hakimi Protection Association. What is amiss? Why is it so challenging to defeat Liu Ze? Musashi's carefully styled hair was once again in disarray, a deep-seated anger causing her chest to ache. This unbearable feeling. Watching the Team Rocket trio depart, Liu Ze stowed away his cards, preparing to return to the Pokemon Center with Dugong and Snorunt. Snorunt had been missing for quite some time. Surely, his companions and Nurse Joy must be quite worried. This battlefield, Liu Ze mused, surveying the cracked ground with an awkward smile. The area was already blanketed in snow, with flakes accumulating unnoticed upon his eyebrows and atop his head. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice behind him, as if it had been encountered before. Sunflora, unleash Solar Flare and root down. A contingent of hundreds of Sunflora arrived, unleashing Solar Flare to disperse the lingering snow and wind. The sunflower monster took root in the ground, meticulously stitching up the cracks as if they were seams. Liu Ze turned back, and the approaching figure, with hair as white as snow, was none other than Master Fu, who had accompanied him on his journey. Master Fu gazed at the young man before him, having witnessed the battle in its entirety, and his thoughts crystallized into a single exclamation. Wow, this youth. Am I truly falling behind the times? Do today's youngsters evolve at every turn? He had initially thought that Meow Meow's technological mega evolution was already astonishing, but Liu Ze's consecutive 3 mega evolutions left him utterly dumbfounded. You must be the master of the Sea Wing Gym, Liu Ze stated directly, not bothering to feign ignorance upon encountering Master Fu. I was just about to challenge you along with Ash. Hearing Liu Ze's words, Master Fu was momentarily rendered speechless, pointing at himself in disbelief. What did you say? I'm supposed to battle Liu Ze's Ultimate Falcon? Is that for real? He had just witnessed the Ultimate Falcon's formidable power. Such an attack could very well rival that of legendary Pokemon, being half buried in the ground. He simply could not withstand such turmoil. Would he not perish on the spot in a battle against such a Pokemon? He might as well concede the victory. Clearing his throat to mask his inner turmoil, Master Fu spoke earnestly. Young man, I have just witnessed your prowess. There is no doubt about it. Please accept this Sea Wing badge and refrain from challenging the Sea Wing Gym. He placed the badge firmly in Liu Ze's hand and turned to leave, as if having made a resolute decision. Chapter 58. The Unusual Echo of the Chosen Melody. In the central square of Sorrow City, Kalos, May rubbed her temples. She had just organized an inquiry regarding the mission's progress and relayed target intelligence. They had only just learned that the target had arrived in Sea Wing City, which meant they had squandered several days in Sorrow City. So that's why we've searched for so long without any results. We were looking in the wrong place. She shot an annoyed glance at her partner, Raborins. Raborins was currently cozied up to the master of the Sorrow Gym in a rather intimate manner. Though she claimed it was for the sake of the mission, May suspected it was merely to satisfy her own desires. So what? What of it? It's quite civilized for girls to get close. Raborins retorted. Raborins, could you possibly behave normally? May groaned, feeling a headache coming on. Her friend was perfect in every way, except for her slightly erratic mind. But at that moment, Raborins, teasing the girl in her arms, seemed entirely oblivious to May's words. Sweet little sister, why don't you come home with your big sister? Raborins flirted, winking at Corny, whose face flushed crimson. My sister's home is quite spacious. And there's Hakimi who can do backflips, Corny declared, trying to assert her position as a gym leader, but deep down, she felt flustered. Just moments ago, she had been critiquing the challenger, calling them inferior. Yet in the next second, she found herself swept away, submerged in a tide of tenderness from which she could not escape. You are quite bold, Raborins teased. Oh please, I'm super brave, all right. Being embraced by such a beautiful and powerful sister, nestled against her broad chest, made her heart flutter. Oh, Nissan, the lilies in my hometown have bloomed again. Oh, you're blushing. Come, let me see. Upon noticing the innocent little blonde's blush, Raborins grew even more excited, reveling in the thrill of seducing a naive girl. No, no, please stop, Corny pleaded, struggling to push away, but her arms felt too weak to resist. She had already succumbed. Her feeble struggles only seemed to invigorate Raborins further. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. Let me see. The whispers of temptation echoed in her ears, luring the unwitting girl deeper into a path of peril. Raborins' fingers danced downwards, teasingly caressing. Please, don't. The final plea was as faint as a whisper, and Corny could no longer discern if she was praying for mercy or resisting. Pressed against Raborins' chest, she could hardly breathe, gasping for air, on the brink of suffocation. Dear sister, could you tell me which trainers have recently challenged the Sorrow Gym? With a playful flick of her tongue, Raborins exhaled softly, her breath brushing against Corny's ear. Well, it seems there might be. Corny felt lightheaded, her mind swirling as she began to speak without thinking. She had completely forgotten the basic principle of keeping information confidential. Whatever Raborins asked, she answered. She had transformed into a mere puppet for Raborins. Just as Corny was about to reveal the answer, Raborins suddenly released her, eyes drawn to a woman approaching in the distance. The newcomer wore a purple velvet gown, adorned with sparkling gems, her head bowed and complexion pale. Even the two floating Pokémon by her side appeared rather subdued. Oh my! I thought it was someone else entirely. Is this not the little scorned woman abandoned by Luze? The remark was both harmless and deeply insulting. Raborin's words were like a bombshell, a self-deprecating jest that also served as a sharp critique. They were both victims of neglect. Reflecting on the past, when she had languished alone in Silver City, how often had Killalai sung her lonely songs in the dead of night? The tears shed for Luze had been countless. Yet, inexplicably, while they often joked and teased, this time Killalai seemed utterly shattered. Enough! Before Raborins could finish her thought, Killalai's voice rang out sharply, interrupting her. Clutching her heart, Killalai recalled that moment of evasion, the first time Luze had made her feel a sense of estrangement. It had not always been this way. Observing Killalai's gaunt form, devoid of color, even her lips turned ashen, Raborins felt a surge of concern. She leaned into Killalai's embrace, looking up at her expression, wondering if she might truly be crying. It wasn't until Killalai's tears began to drip onto Raborins' cheek that the gym leader grasped the gravity of the situation. Joy, a critical hit. Amidst the whispers of the demon, the indicators spiraled chaotically, and blood-red hues emerged in Killalai's eyes, absorbing the agony. The little demon beside Killalai swelled suddenly. Using the voice of the demon to select the chosen one, Killalai was linked and summoned, the unusual echo of the chosen melody. Storm Demon. In the dark purple thunder pool, those blessed with sin reveled in the symphony, unable to resist dancing, their veins entwining like rose branches. The air crystallized around the demon, transforming into countless prisms, refracting the elongated lament of all living beings. Grasping May and Corny, Raborins fought against the tempest. Her hands pressed down to keep her skirt from flying up. As expected, it's still going to show. The anti-gravity skirts of the anime world were nothing but a deception. At that moment, May was utterly bewildered, observing the two familiar figures, wondering why they had erupted into conflict upon meeting. Did Raborins truly incite such ire? You ask me, but who can I turn to? May queried. Little City Lord, do you have a plethora of questions? Upon witnessing Killalai initiate the unusual echo of the chosen melody, Raborins realized that Killalai was indeed serious. It appeared she had truly been pushed to her limits. Seriously, girl, is it really necessary? She had languished on the sidelines in Silver City for so long that she had even turned Luze into a toy, yet it hadn't broken her spirit. Raborins curled her lips in disdain. Where had this fellow found such magical trap cards, while she had none? According to her sixth sense, the magical trap cards belonging to the card spirits were likely in Luze's possession. The scheming frog had been poking at her belly. There could only be one truth. That was, Qinli had reclaimed her powers, only to be cast aside by Luze. If this were indeed the case, it was understandable that Qinli's defenses would crumble upon hearing her mockery. Raborins, what should we do now? Grasping her dear friend's delicate shoulder, May shook her head. The fearsome Pokémon was about to charge at them. What else could they do but run? No sooner had May's words echoed in her ears than Raborins had already sprinted 100 meters away. Apologies, dear friend, but my red pit is absent, and I cannot match her strength. Carlos, Heidi City, Heidi Gym. In stark contrast to the chaos of Soloa City, Heidi City was remarkably tranquil. After releasing Mini Ice and his parents Dwadwa Ice, Luze felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. Amitba, saving a Pokémon's life is worth more than building 7 pagodas. What a noble deed. This encounter with the Team Rocket trio had yielded some rewards. At least some new cards had been unlocked. Electronic Dragon has been unsealed. Infinite Bubble has been unsealed. Predatory Plant, Green Lock Dragon Python has been unsealed. Though merely a few Electronic Dragon cards, they were still quite valuable. You should abandon all mainstream options and instead choose the invincible Sebadorgan. As an Electronic Dragon, I must immediately begin my struggle. However, is there something peculiar that has slipped in among them? Luze extracted the Python from the Electronic Dragon pile. Why had this creature been unsealed? The Infinite Bubble card art is Electronic Dragon, so that's understandable. But what on earth is the Python doing here? Are you really Sebadorgan? Despite the card box's mysterious mechanisms leaving Luze perplexed, he chose to accept it without further thought. After reuniting with Ash and the others, they arrived at Heidi Gym. But let us not forget that Luze had already obtained a badge while Ash had yet to do so. Luze goes first. Ash goes second. This is what we call leading the way. However, seeing Lu Zhe, the harbinger of misfortune, Mr. Fu trembled, his face paling. Was it destined that Heidi Gym could not escape its fate? It was no wonder Mr. Fu was in a panic. The shadow of the explosion at the Mielei City Gym loomed over him, causing all the gym leaders to tremble in fear. Rumor had it that a certain overbearing dragon had swept through various gyms, leaving their leaders in a state of despair. Moreover, the battlefields were left in disarray, requiring months of maintenance before they could be used again. Lu Zhe, didn't you already receive a badge? Why are you back at Heidi Gym? Though not particularly welcoming, Mr. Fu still extended a courteous greeting, fearing Lu Zhe might wish to prove his strength. What a coincidence! What one fears most often comes to pass. I believe that achieving a true victory is essential to avoid any gossip, wouldn't you agree? It was imperative that Lu Zhe challenge the Heidi Gym. After all, this was a rare opportunity to unlock new cards, and he had no intention of letting it slip by. Oh my goodness! Mr. Fu's heart rate skyrocketed, and suddenly, he collapsed, unable to catch his breath. His trembling finger pointed to his pocket, where his emergency heart medication lay. Medicine, medicine, medicine. Yet, Lu Zhe and he were clearly on different wavelengths, merely responding instinctively. What a ruckus. I'll take a set of Jianbing Guozi. Lu Zhe, don't mess around. If we can find Mr. Fu's medicine now, he still has a chance. Ultimately, it was Ash who grasped Mr. Fu's intent, feeding him the emergency heart medication. After taking the medicine, Mr. Fu's complexion improved significantly, transitioning from a sickly pallor to a healthy flush. I advise you to head to Aroma City and challenge that child Mashu. There, you will experience better growth, Mr. Fu earnestly urged, but Lu Zhe remained resolute. Their dialogue was a complex dance of evasion and pursuit. I feel that you two are being a bit too ambiguous. Lu Zhe had intended to persist, but the card box had preempted him, unlocking new cards. Black Rose Dragon has been unsealed. Black Garden has been unsealed. Red Lotus Rose Dragon has been unsealed. Seeing the cards continue to unlock as usual, Lu Zhe finally relented and returned to the audience seats. In truth, the one who genuinely wishes to challenge Heidi Gym is me. Observing Mr. Fu, who nearly fainted, Ash scratched his head. Was it truly feasible to battle under these conditions? Ash was genuinely worried that revealing his infinite mega evolution would trigger another heart attack in Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu glanced at Ash. Merely a 10-year-old boy with 20 years of travel experience. I cannot defeat Lu Zhe. How could I possibly defeat you? Chapter 59. The Rules of the Jianghu. Flash without killing. Mega Evolution. Mega Charizard X. Stroking his grizzled beard, Mr. Fu watched as Ash summoned Charizard, instantly mega-evolving, lost in contemplation. Who taught you all this? Mega Evolution in a flash? Are today's youth so audacious? Thankfully, his trusty mount, the goat, still bore leftover food, its ability being Grass Pelt, which enhanced its defense on grassy terrain. Coupled with the boost from Sword's Dance and the sustain from photosynthesis, it was not without combat potential. Moreover, his mount was capable of using Substitute. Charizard's type disadvantage. I can switch in without losing a bean. One tea that lead to your explosion? I, an old man, am certainly no pushover. Yet, as tenacious as he would soon be met with a harsh reality. To prevent Mr. Fu from suffering another heart attack, Ash planned to conclude the battle swiftly, not wishing to delay Mr. Fu's visit to the doctor. Transforming into Mega Charizard Y, he maximized the power of his flamethrower, delivering relentless damage. Mr. Fu's eyes widened in shock. Having never encountered a rapid attack like this, he had certainly seen Charizard before. Mega Charizard X and Y can switch freely. Are your Pokemon even legal? Alas, it seemed he had grown old and could no longer keep pace with the times. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. The former waves die on the beach. With Mega Charizard Y's special attack enhancement, the flamethrower reached terrifying levels. Despite the goat's continued use of Substitute and the recovery from grassy terrain and leftovers minimizing costs, it ultimately fell, brutally overwhelmed by Mega Charizard Y. The goat, seasoned with ingredients, emitted an appetizing aroma, and Lu Zhe could not help but sympathize. Uncontrollable tears streamed from the corner of his mouth. He was genuinely hungry, salivating profusely. Holding the hand of his beloved, Carterxia chuckled at Lu Zhe's cravings, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Euligia watched Ash's match, her eyes inadvertently glancing in Lu Zhe's direction. Truly, they were scattering dog food at every turn. The goat lamented, "You may choose not to love, but please do not harm. For my peanuts. For my peanuts." Even the ace mount, the goat, was helpless, while the cotton fluff and large food flower faced utter defeat. After 5 minutes, Ash decisively triumphed over Mr. Fu, securing his gym challenge victory. All of Mr. Fu's Pokemon were rendered unable to battle, and the victor was the challenger, Ash. As the referee waved the flag, Mr. Fu was on the verge of tears. The nightmare had finally come to an end. The suffocating sensation, akin to being ensnared by a serpent, had truly made him sweat profusely, as if an invisible hand had caressed his crown. Who knew how excruciating those 5 minutes had been? As the esteemed gym leader, he had been reduced to a mere experience fodder. Lose, are you not? Faced with Ash's dual-form Mega Charizard, Master Fu truly feels powerless. Your battle is as lively as the spirit of spring. This badge is yours. Lively, you say? It is clearly all about attribute advantages and stats. As the gym leader of Kalos, I do not even possess a Pokemon capable of Mega Evolution. Outclassed, Master Fu, with a mask of anguish, relinquished his badge. It was akin to an ineffectual wife watching her husband being overwhelmed by his female superior, crouching by the door, listening with tears streaming down her face. Had I known, I should have given Ash a badge back then too. Witnessing the turmoil now is truly tragic. Next, I suggest you challenge that child Mashu in Aroma City. I believe you, and Lose will make new progress. Master Fu wiped his nose. Mashu, do not blame your grandfather for leading you astray. This is an experience you must endure sooner or later. In the audience, Yuli Jia tilted her head, observing as Serena retrieved Ash's badge box from her bag, a bit taken aback. Serena, how come Ash's badge box is with you? Well, Serena chuckled awkwardly, concealing her inner tension and deflecting the question. Despite the developments in their relationship, Serena's shyness was evident, her cheeks flushed. Ash had entrusted me with his badge box, as it was inconvenient for him to carry it during his gym challenge. Yet only Serena understood that this worn badge box bore witness to Ash's growth, holding profound significance. It subtly hinted at the affection between the couple. I've obtained the grass badge, Ash exclaimed, holding the badge aloft, its brilliance shimmering like starlight in the light. Ash is amazing. Serena approached Ash from the audience, expressing her joy in her own way. How wonderful. Ash is one step closer to his ideals. After concluding the gym challenge, Lose and Ash considered their tasks complete. But Serena felt a surge of anxiety. The Sea-Wing Conference was about to commence, marking her first registration in the Pokemon Triathlon. Previously, she had only learned about the competition processes from the screen, without any guidance. She had to rely solely on herself. Facing the throngs of spectators, Serena was genuinely fearful of making mistakes. Fortunately, there was still a bit of time before the conference began, providing her a chance to prepare. By the way, the Oath Tree has activities again recently. Would you like to take a look? Observing the 2 pairs of couples before him, Master Fu smiled and began explaining the event process. It was merely the legend of the Oath Tree. Gifts given at the tree's base would deepen the bond between trainers and their Pokemon. Ash had initially planned to continue on his journey with his companions, but upon hearing this, he could not help but pause. Since they were here, how could they not take a look? Not to mention, Serena would surely enjoy such an event. Ash instinctively turned to the girl beside him, feeling a sweet warmth in his heart. In that case, let us choose gifts first. Yuli Jia, could we trouble you to look after our Pokemon? With her back to Ash, Serena winked at Yuli Jia, pleading, please help me out here, dear sister. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. Yuli Jia instantly grasped Serena's intention. Wasn't it simply to distract all the Pokemon and relish their time together? Count on me. Sisterly bonds are stronger than gold. I will cheer you on. Seeing Serena employing all manner of stratagems just to be with Ash, Yuli Jia felt a twinge of wistfulness. Look at how emotionally intelligent they are. If only my brother Hitron were a bit more proactive, I wouldn't he have to scour the world searching for a sister-in-law. Pikachu? Perched on Ash's shoulder, Pikachu emitted a question mark from its head, wondering if they really wouldn't he bring them along. Pikachu, since we are selecting gifts for Pokemon, of course, we can't bring you along. If Pikachu tagged along, it would merely become a third wheel, and Ash would truly be vexed. After all, the mystery of the gift was what made it exciting. Persuading Pikachu with gentle coaxing, Ash eventually managed to convince it to stay behind. Pikachu's most disappointing episode. Master Fu, Caltisia, and Lose, we shall take our leave. Serena conveyed Ash's farewell to his companions and promptly seized Ash's stiff body, running away. Oblivious to her own flushed state, her ears felt as if they might bleed. As for Lose, he wasn't particularly inclined to buy gifts. Well, gifts were still necessary. After all, he had to maintain fairness. Having given to Atla and Caltisia, he must also provide for Elris, Ling Yi, and Jiuji. Speaking of which, are the gifts truly gifts? Lose, just a few billion-dollar projects. Yet, there remained pressing matters at hand that plagued Lose, namely, what to eat for dinner. Indeed, after defeating the Team Rocket trio in the morning and attending Ash's gym challenge in the afternoon, The thought of roasted goat meat was making Lu Ze's mouth water, and he was exceedingly ravenous. However, with Caltigia still present, it was rather improper to display his hunger. Caltigia, shall we make our exit? Extending his hand toward the holy maiden, Lu Ze bowed with a noble gesture, elegantly speaking, "Oh, my beautiful lady, may I invite you to dine with me?" This maneuver truly amused Caltigia, who covered her mouth with a smile as she graciously placed her hand atop Lu Ze's. "I'll follow your lead," Caltigia said, linking her arm with Lu Ze's, comfortably leaning against his side. The two strolled in a tender manner, their emotions heating up as they made their way toward the hotel. Wait, what are we going to the hotel for? What else could they possibly be going for? Of course, to dine. In the Kalos region, the atmosphere surrounding Lu Ze and Caltigia was one of ease and comfort, while over at Raborins, chaos reigned supreme. "Raborins, what on earth have you gotten into?" Mei Yi grasped Raborins by the collar, pulling her close. Even with Mei Yi's elevated demeanor, she could not suppress a curse after being relentlessly pursued by Qin Li. Initially, when Raborins and Qin Li were joking around, she thought they were quite familiar with one another. As it turned out, they were indeed well acquainted, leading Qin Li to become infuriated, nearly reaching the boiling point. Being chased like this was untenable. You need to think of a solution. Mei Yi was on the brink of madness, wondering if anyone would come to her aid. This was the episode she had longed to see Miss Junsha since joining Team Plasma. It was no wonder Miss Junsha remained aloof. The storm demon was far too ferocious, instilling fear in all present, preventing anyone from daring to report. Moreover, with Qin Li at the helm, could anyone being pursued by a genius musician truly be a good person? Thus, everyone remained passive, merely watching the spectacle unfold quietly. What can I do about it? Raborins, running with beads of sweat dripping down, felt her hair dampen, clinging to her chest, swaying with the tumult. Despite frantically unleashing the Silver City's divine statue, she was unable to hinder Qin Li in the slightest. The indicators of the demoness voice had accumulated far too much. While she enjoyed the entertainment, she certainly did not wish to become the entertainment herself. Gritting her teeth, Raborins resolved to go all out, summoning her last ounce of strength to shout, "Qin Li, in the world of the rivers and lakes, we duel without killing. I shall assist you in dealing with Lu Ze. My sincerest apologies, Lu Ze. But to preserve my life, I must reluctantly conspire with Qin Li." As anticipated, upon hearing this, the storm demon belonging to Qin Li ceased its relentless pursuit. Assist? How so? Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, Qin Li leaned against the storm demon, her gaze condescendingly fixed upon him. Chapter 60. Embracing the blurred reality. To find oneself alone with Ash, does this not resemble a date? Serena walked alongside Ash, her heart brimming with shyness, fidgeting nervously. Although they had spent time alone before, this was their first experience strolling together like a couple. Her body temperature surged, her skin flushed with warmth, and her ears were so red they seemed ready to bleed. What is Serena planning to gift? She touched her head, Ash suppressing his racing heart, attempting to ease the heated atmosphere. However, as Ash finished speaking, Serena remained unresponsive, simply immersed in her thoughts. It was only after Ash called her name multiple times that Serena emerged from her reverie, returning to reality. "No, I apologize." Her face flushed crimson. Serena appeared flustered, nervously at a loss for words, nearly frozen in place. "I was just daydreaming." Little did she know, she had already contemplated names for their future children. Simultaneously, Ash's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. While he had strolled with girls during his travels in other regions, why did this moment feel so uniquely intense? His heart pounded fiercely, even more so than during his challenges at the Pokemon League. Subtly tilting his head, Ash caught a glimpse of Serena's delicate profile. Feeling as if his eyelids had been scorched, instinctively breaking eye contact. A tender sensation ignited within his mind, leading Ash to confront his hazy feelings. Gradually inching towards an answer. Perhaps this is what love feels like. Yet, as a novice in romance, Ash was utterly bewildered, lacking any understanding of how to interact with a girl. Fortunately, he had Lu Ze's ingenious strategies at his disposal. Unbeknownst to others, Ash discreetly retrieved Lu Ze's guide from his pocket, unfolding it to reveal a note inscribed with Lu Ze's bold handwriting. "Care for a girl as you would nurture a Pokemon." While others might misunderstand Ash, Lu Ze certainly did not. Ash had no interest in human connections, only in Pokemon. This statement was no exaggeration. His emotional intelligence regarding the opposite sex was nearly non-existent. Yet when it came to Pokemon, it approached infinite positivity. Ash vaguely recalled how, during chilly days, he would warm a Chikorita with his own body. Yet when Serena shivered in the cold of Snowpoint City, he merely declared, "I'm not cold at all." Truly, he was foolish beyond measure. If only Ash could awaken to the reality that Serena was not merely a friend, but a girl he cherished. Aunt Hannah would have long since become a grandmother by now. In the blink of an eye, the train awaited by Ash and Serena arrived. They found a scenic spot to sit as the train sped along the elevated tracks. Though the day was clear, a splendid rainbow appeared. Wow, how beautiful! Serena marveled at the view outside, where light refracted into vibrant hues, painting a picturesque landscape of mountains at sunset and the gentle breeze of spring and autumn. Yet, Ash seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed solely on Serena. As the train entered the tunnel, the scenery outside vanished, replaced by reflections within the car, including Ash's furtive glances. Laden with concern and interest, the arms surrounding them gently shielded them from the jostling of the crowd, muffling the clamor of strangers. Through the glass, their eyes met once more, igniting sparks of love, their breaths intertwining in warmth. This time, both Serena and Ash were determined not to shy away. Facing the mirrored reflection in the window, they exchanged smiles simultaneously. Why is Meowth laughing? Bewildered, Jessie observed Meowth, who appeared to have contracted a case of feline madness, causing her to step back. Hee hee. I find amusement in Luze's folly and the naivete of that little brat, Ash. How dare they venture out alone? This presents us with a splendid opportunity to capture Pikachu. Holding its belly, Meowth laughed heartily, seeing it as a fortuitous chance. However, it appeared that Ash had not brought Pikachu along. Looking left and right, finding no target, the disguised James leaned toward Meowth, stating, "How can that be?" Meowth was taken aback. How could this be? Wasn't Ash always inseparable from Pikachu? Yet, as laughter erupted once more, Jessie's patience wore thin, and she realized she had no control over Meowth's antics. This creature was far too reckless. It would surely expose them. Hee hee. I find amusement in Luze's folly and that little brat, Ash. To venture out alone while leaving Pikachu behind. If captured, who would come to their rescue? Admiring its own cleverness, Meowth mused that if Boss Giovanni did not promote it to a position worthy of its talents, it would be an injustice. Could it be that Meowth truly was a genius? However, could it find Pikachu? Do you not see where we are now? Jessie said, her forehead throbbing as she turned Meowth's head toward the window, revealing a completely unfamiliar landscape. Even a genius like Meowth was momentarily dumbfounded. Where are we? Is this still the same country? So preoccupied with following Ash, they had snuck onto the train without knowing their destination. James turned to look for Ash, but realized they had vanished. Just as he was about to call out, Meowth burst into laughter again. Hee hee. I find amusement in Luze's folly and that little brat, Ash. As long as we remain on this train, we will eventually return to the starting point and find Pikachu. Stop laughing, Meowth. Jessie and James exchanged nervous glances as the figure of Miss Junshaw approached. You three are the ticket evaders reported, are you not? Shaking her silver bracelet, Miss Junshaw addressed the trio. The longer she observed them, the more they resembled the wanted members of Team Rocket. A woman's intuition is often quite accurate. Please cooperate with the investigation. James swallowed hard, preparing to argue, when he heard a familiar boisterous laugh. Hee hee. It's laughing again. Quick, shut its mouth. Jessie exclaimed, her expression frantic. She had noticed a pattern. Whenever Meowth laughed, trouble followed. In the ensuing chaos, their disguises were torn away, revealing the iconic white uniforms of Team Rocket beneath. You truly are Team Rocket, Miss Junshaw declared, ready to enforce the law. Seeing the unmistakable uniforms of Team Rocket, she wasted no time and took action. With tears of regret, the trio of Team Rocket found themselves behind bars, lamenting their choices as they wept for their mothers. What a dreadful feeling. Upon entering the room, Caltasia locked the door behind her, leaving Luze no chance of escape. Her delicate fingers traced her lips, teasingly grazing her skin. Tonight, you are mine. With a heart full of longing, Caltasia seized the opportunity presented by the Tree of Vows, finally able to express her true feelings. The room was dimly lit, yet Luze could clearly discern the graceful figure of his companion, with even the small hearts in her eyes fully visible. A beautiful warmth enveloped his heart, mingling with an alluring fragrance that wafted through the air, creating an exquisite scene. Her skin, delicate as agar and fairer than snow, subtly revealed a rosy hue. The softness remained, though her form appeared slightly slender, evoking a pang of tenderness in Luze. She often neglected to eat sufficiently. Her breath was warm, accompanied by Luze's almost imperceptible caresses, stimulating her senses, causing saline tears to escape the corners of Caltasia's eyes. Her fragile gasps erupted, and viscous tears cascaded down, pooling on the floor with a soft patter. Just as Luze and Caltasia were about to embrace and drift into slumber, Atla leapt from the box. What are you two doing? Why are you hiding this from me? With an indignant glare directed at Caltigia, Atla understood that the Saintess was indulging herself. They had initially agreed to ally against the mistress, Ellis, even to usurp her. Allies were meant to support one another, sharing resources without secretly courting the master. Yet Caltigia had been duplicitous, repeatedly indulging in secretive escapades while Atla was absent. At first, Atla had turned a blind eye, given Caltigia's recent arrival. However, her forbearance had only led to Caltigia's audacity, increasingly demanding from Luze. The provisions regularly shared with Atla had also dwindled, despite her being the first to arrive. Gazing at the lush green expanse above her, Atla could no longer contain herself. The fragile vessel of friendship threatened to capsize, and the tension in the atmosphere became palpable. How about we join forces? If you think you can, go ahead. Caltigia provocatively raised an eyebrow at Atla, then turned her attention away, immersing herself in her own enjoyment. After all, they were like an old married couple. The Saintess had already succumbed to corruption, deftly tucking her hair behind her ear. If she couldn't achieve that, then she ought not to disturb Luze and her sweet intimacy. Come what may, who's afraid of whom? Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her teeth lightly grazed her lower lip. Though reluctant, Atla ultimately made a difficult choice. After all, how could one easily concede in such matters? This excludes only you, Saintess, and you are just a pest lurking in the shadows. Both recalled their enmity in Master Duel, their conflict irreconcilable. Let us talk this over calmly. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Luze awkwardly interjected, as they were destined to share a bed eventually. You mustn't speak. Before Luze could finish, they both interrupted simultaneously. Luze stiffly raised his head, massaging his aching temples, as if glimpsing into the future. Well, given the circumstances, it seems only strict measures will suffice. After a few light coughs, fragmented sobs echoed through the room. Chapter 61, The Most Familiar Stranger. Carlos Seabreeze City Shopping Street. The tram arrived at its destination, and Selena, supported by Xiao Ji, stepped off the platform, greeted by a plethora of clothing stores lining the street. With the event at the Tree of Odes underway, the shopping district was bustling with activity, teeming with people. This is the shopping street. Despite Selena's countless shopping trips, the dazzling array of accessories left her momentarily awestruck. Have you decided what you want to buy? Selena was grappling with indecision, and Xiao Ji, sensing her hesitation, could only inquire about her thoughts. Not yet. Let us just browse for now. Observing Xiao Ji scanning the area for the perfect gift for his Pokémon, Selena seized the opportunity. Without warning, she grasped Xiao Ji's hand, instantly forging a connection. Caught off guard by the sudden contact, Xiao Ji's muscles tensed for a moment, yet he did not resist, for it was Selena. During the subsequent gift selection process, Xiao Ji explored each store but found nothing satisfactory. Selena accompanied him, perusing each shop until they reached the last one. However, they left empty-handed, as if they had never visited, their hands devoid of any purchases. Sharing a glance at their mutual lack of success, both Xiao Ji and Selena laughed. For they had discovered a far better choice within themselves, something more substantial than mere trinkets. Let us act quickly while we still have time. Selena leaned in close to Xiao Ji's ear, sharing her idea, which brightened his expression. This is exactly what I wanted. Selena, you and I are on the same wavelength. Their thoughts aligned. They departed from the shopping street, heading towards the horizon together. Carlos Seabreeze City Pokemon Center. A girl sat before the television, clad in a duckbill cap, sunglasses, and a mask, entirely wrapped up like a zongzi. Yet, from her slender silhouette, she exuded a rare elegance. Shockingly, a certain light music girl has violently erupted in public, allegedly mistreating the masses, suspected to have been abandoned by a scoundrel. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline in morality? Why has this once vibrant being fallen to such depths? Stay tuned for today's legal commentary. Chini pressed the power button, silencing the clamor of the television, restoring tranquility. By the way, how did you know Luze is in this city? Labyrinth leaned closer to Chini, feeling lost and clinging to her for support. The rumors outside have gone wild. It's quite troublesome. Chini brushed aside Labyrinth's persistent hand, laying out a series of photographs on the table. They were candid shots taken by paparazzi, depicting the familiar stranger Chini knew embracing another woman as they entered a hotel. This scandal threatened Chini's reputation, a monumental affair, especially given her early fame and the envy of those seeking to unearth her dark secrets. Labyrinth's antics did not escape Chini's notice, and she playfully stuck out her tongue before speaking. So, if we were to conduct a thorough search, we could undoubtedly apprehend that scoundrel, right? Recalling Luze's evasiveness, Chini sighed, still in disbelief. This cannot be true. There must be some misunderstanding. I need to discuss this with Luze face to face. Let us hope so. The voice of the devil echoed in her ears as pain surged, layering her torment further. Since she had nothing else to occupy her time, Labyrinth, cradling Chini's troubled expression, cheerfully suggested, "I heard there's an event under the trees over there. Let us go have some fun and clear our minds." Carlos Seabreeze's City Tree of Oaths. Yuliga squatted on the ground, sketching a family portrait of Pokemon, the sound of her pencil dancing across the paper. "Everyone, come and see. This is a gift from Yuliga." The Dedenne and Finnegan approached, searching for their likenesses in the drawing, followed closely by the larger Charizard and his companions. Pikachu, however, leapt onto Yuliga's head, claiming the prime viewing position. Just as the Pokemon expressed their gratitude to Yuliga, Xiaoji happened to return with Selena. "This is the gift Selena and I brought back." Xiaoji and Selena simultaneously opened the gift box, revealing exquisite macarons within. These were made by Selena herself. To Selena, Ash lavished generous praise. Though Ash had indeed been a tremendous help himself, Selena lowered her head, her fingers entwined in her hair, feeling a tad bashful. Just moments ago, an idea had struck her, to pluck fruits from the trees and personally craft macarons for their Pokemon. Ash's eyes sparkled with delight at this splendid notion. It was not only heartfelt, but would also allow their companions to indulge in a delightful feast. Without hesitation, they set to work. After all, teamwork between a man and a woman is never burdensome. With the Pokemon eagerly anticipating the treat, their enthusiasm soared. Ash ventured out to gather the fruits while Selena borrowed an oven from the bakery. Before long, Ash and Selena's macarons emerged, fresh and visually enticing, igniting one's appetite. As they returned, the Pokemon caught the alluring scent of the macarons and immediately began their feast. "Yay, macarons, here I come." However, only Pikachu exchanged a knowing glance with Ash, aware that this silly gift was not the only surprise in store. In contrast to the macarons, the true gift lay in the presence of the female host. "Excuse me for interrupting, but you must be friends of Lance, correct?" Just as Ash and Selena were reveling in their delightful moment, two women approached from the direction of the oath tree. The leading figure removed her mask and sunglasses, revealing a fair visage. It was Qinli. "We wouldn't dream of interrupting. We're simply overjoyed ourselves." Though not particularly attuned to music, Selena recognized Qinli immediately. After all, her splendid performance during the contest had left a lasting impression, and she was, after all, her rival. What was peculiar, however, was that this young lady appeared to be in poor spirits, her complexion ashen and her voice weak. "I would like to inquire where Lanz is at the moment. I have something important to discuss with him." The thought of being in the same city as Lanz filled Qinli with both anticipation and trepidation. "I'm not sure. Perhaps he will be here soon." Ash scratched his head, recalling that Lanz had taken Caltesier away without disclosing their destination. With Lanz off gallivanting, there was little Ash and the others could do. "Perhaps you should head back for now," Selena suggested, her concern for Qinli's waning health palpable, fearful she might faint. "I doubt Lanz will return tonight. It's all right, I will wait for him here." With a wave of her hand, Qinli dismissed Selena's suggestion and settled into a corner beneath the tree. Curling her legs, she sat in silence, her gaze gradually becoming vacant. "Hey, Qinli, your phone is ringing." Labyrinth's hand rummaged through Qinli's pocket, retrieving her muted phone, which displayed an incoming call notification, the universe's most adorable teacher. Seeing Qinli's lack of response, Labyrinth answered the call, a frantic voice on the other end. "Qinli, I finally reached you. Where are you? I need to find you immediately. We can discuss things. Why have you vanished without a trace? Do you have any idea how worried I am?" The loud volume startled Labyrinth, causing her ears to ring as she hastily hung up. "Your teacher?" Tears glistening in her eyes. Qinli lifted her head from the shadows beneath the tree, nodding numbly. Café Soleil in the underground of Carlos City. According to land's conservation law, happiness and sorrow often coexist. Though Qinli was distressed, what did it have to do with Joji? After finishing her tasks for the day, Joji stretched languidly in her chair, her body aching. According to Land's letter, he would soon return. Being a mere figurehead was no longer suitable for Joji, as she had to manage the Flare Gang. Moreover, to counter Team Rocket, Lands needed to make a timely return to develop his own forces. This thought filled Joji with excitement, a flicker of crimson light dancing in her eyes. "You abandoned me in the Flare Gang to frolic about. Here I am, alone in this empty abode, like a powerless wife, blind to her husband's infidelity." Her fingertips glided over her moist lips, and her eyes sparkled with affection as she smiled with fervor. "Lance, you will not escape. You must be confined in a dark room and disciplined with a little whip dipped in chilly water." Just the thought made Joji's legs tremble with excitement. Her cheeks flushed. "Fradali, where is Lance currently gallivanting?" As the video call connected, Ferdali's respectful demeanor appeared on the screen. The leader is in Seaside City and is preparing to depart. I will hasten to find someone to escort him. Leading the Flare gang, Joji's life was gradually improving. With the leader having cleared the gang's misdeeds, they could now speak openly. This month, they would present themselves to the public as a company, seeking the League's support. When the time came to eliminate Team Rocket, it would be justified, a sanctioned endeavor. Ensuring Team Rocket's return was impossible. Those who offend the Flare gang shall face the leader's wrath. Ferdali brimmed with ambition, riding on the leader's coattails, content to reap the rewards without effort. However, Sakaki had more to ponder. What of Dark Mutuo? What of Groudon and Kyogre? Hadn't he, the leader, vanquished them all? Even if they united Team Magma and Team Aqua, it would merely be a struggle in vain. In Carlos's Seaside City, after the rain, warmth lingered as lands embraced Atla and Caltessia, reflecting on their current predicament. Returning to the Flare gang was merely a matter of necessity and eventuality. Continuing to follow Ash would only cause him to miss the prime opportunity to counter Sakaki. Furthermore, Ash and Selena's relationship had evidently progressed. Seeing Ash's newfound clarity brought a smile of satisfaction to Lan's face. This child can be taught. They will not stray from one another. With his heartache alleviated, there was no need for hesitation. He would set forth now, albeit still without a word. Lance gazed out the window, where the oak tree shone brilliantly in the distance, its lights shimmering in the night. The fragrant, soft forms nestled in his arms stirred awake with a gentle whimper, weary yet slowly rousing. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. It is far better to live well than to ponder the rest. Planting kisses on each girl's forehead, a satisfied smile graced Lan's lips, exuding happiness. Chapter 62. Welcoming the Dragon King back to his post. In the Carlos City League headquarters, the Elite Four took their seats in a room filled with tension, awaiting someone to break the silence. The chief's seat at the round table remained vacant. In such an important assembly, the Carlos champion was conspicuously absent. Yulongdu sat at a side seat in the meeting room, his face as dark as thunder, directing his ire at the Carlos Elite Four. Can anyone tell me how, under the bright sun and clear skies, a terrorist organization could exist in Miel City? He rose abruptly from his seat, pointing an accusatory finger at the Carlos Elite Four. They say the most dangerous places are the safest, and this saying holds true. Are these people merely idling away their time? Disguised as Café Soleil, it is, in fact, a hideout for an unknown force. Had it not been for my dragon power, I might have found myself in dire straits after escaping prison. The Pokemon of that madwoman is exceedingly formidable. Even after being defeated, it can revive infinitely. Jimmy and Doricena lowered their heads in silence, unwilling to speak. The chaos wrought by dangerous elements in Miel City was indeed their oversight. Hearing Yulongdu's words, Pachira's brow furrowed, sensing trouble. As Ferdali's mole within the league, she was well aware of the Flare gang's existence. The Flare team managed to develop steadily until they were integrated by Luze, largely due to her contributions. How could there be a terrorist organization in Miele City? Permit me to inquire, how did Carlos come to have Team Rocket? Faced with the pressure of Yulongdu's might, only Yen Kai dared to retort sharply, rendering Yulongdu momentarily speechless. As locals, they were already discontented with Yulongdu's inability to resolve the Team Rocket issue. Now, under his condescending attitude, Yen Kai naturally would not indulge him. Answer me. Look into my eyes. Tell me why. Ultimately, as the champion of the Kanto region, aren't you also powerless against Team Rocket? You can only divert the blame and deliberately drive Team Rocket into Carlos, ensuring your own peace of mind. You're talking nonsense. Interrupted by Yen Kai's remarks, Yulongdu's rage flared. Was Sakaki's arrival in Carlos because of him? Just as the two were on the verge of an argument, Jimmy, who had been analyzing the situation, raised his head to address Yulongdu. Since you cannot defeat that suspect, and Miss Karuna is engrossed in her performances, how can we, the Four Kings, hope to triumph? Observing that Jimmy and Yen Kai did not acknowledge their shortcomings but instead chose to evade responsibility, Yulongdu was infuriated beyond measure. Yet, he found no grounds for rebuttal. Given that madwoman's power, 5 minutes would suffice for her to single-handedly take down the Four Kings twice over. Everyone, let us remain calm. As the discussions in the conference room reached a stalemate, Doricena hastily stepped forward to ease the tension. The most pressing matter now was to negotiate with them, at least to stabilize the situation. Negotiate? What is there to negotiate? Recalling unpleasant memories, Yulongdu's face contorted with humiliation. He swore he would not rest until he avenged this grievance. Rubbing his temples, Yulongdu resolved to resolve the issue through force, intending to obliterate their headquarters entirely. Recall Miss Karuna and initiate the emergency plan. This time, I shall reduce CAF Soleil to rubble. slamming his hand heavily on the table. Yulongdu promptly began deploying troops and assigning tasks. With Miss Karuna and myself as the vanguard, we shall launch a fierce assault on CAF Soleil. Yankai, you will be the main force, responsible for annihilating the remnants, while Jimmy serves as support, on standby 24 hours a day. As for Pachira, Yulongdu turned to this fire-type king, observing her remarkable composure throughout the meeting. Even as her companions grew increasingly agitated, Pachira remained seated, unperturbed by the tumult. Truly a promising talent, she was perfectly suited for logistical tasks. You will handle the defenses of the Alliance headquarters, preventing the enemy from resorting to desperate measures. That is all. Prepare accordingly. Dismissed. Having allocated the tasks, Yulongdu departed the conference room without a backward glance. Determined to prepare thoroughly. Just a mere GOG, let the Alliance's relentless bombardment be felt. In Miele City, at CAF Soleil, Liu Zei's intentions were clear. It was time for the Flare team to launch a devastating strike against Team Rocket. If all went smoothly, they could leverage the Alliance's power to cleanse their names. There was no rush for gym challenges. The narrative was only halfway through, and ample time lay ahead. After all, they were to engage in a collective effort, and to ensure caution, Liu Zei had also brought back Karuna. Riding on the Red Lotus Rose Dragon, Liu Zei's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a woman whose hair danced in the wind. He could only hope that GOG would refrain from emitting any sharp, explosive sounds upon encountering Karuna. Leaning against the back of the true flame dragon, she smiled at Liu Zei, though her expression was inscrutable, to conceal their identities. Liu Zei had specifically instructed Karuna to don masks, sunglasses, and hats, and to avoid using any cards that had previously been revealed unless absolutely necessary, to prevent exposure. Oh. For the first time, Liu Zei recognized how flawed the disguises of Team Rocket's trio truly were. With those thoughts, several days passed, and before Liu Zei realized it, he had soared to Miele City, circling above the cafe. As he sought a suitable place to land, he gazed down at the cafe, observing the throngs of people surrounding it. Such an overwhelming show of force seemed excessive. As dark clouds gathered and the winds howled, Yulongdu's plan commenced, leading trainers to encircle CAF Soleil. Inside, the terrorists promptly withdrew their Pokémon, blaring loudspeakers in a futile attempt to demoralize the Flare team and achieve victory without a fight. Little did they know, after witnessing Liu Zei's sun-like brilliance, the team members harbored nothing but boundless loyalty towards him. As they braced for the impending confrontation, GOG's displeasure was evident as she anticipated Liu Zei's arrival. She had initially thought this individual was merely a minor character and had dismissed him when he escaped. Yet, it was this oversight that had led to such a significant predicament. GOG did not wish for anyone to disrupt Liu Zei's return to good fortune. Were they aware of their secrets? Vladali, through his earpiece, dispatched Momi G to negotiate with the opposing side, but when talks yielded no results, they were left with no choice but to sever ties. They were resolutely intent on breaking with the Flare team. The newcomers were Alliance trainers, outnumbering the Flare team by 4-1, and they were under scrutiny. Reporting the enemy's troops' strength accurately, Vladali felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. The known elite forces included champion Yulongdu and 3 of Carlos's Elite Four. Despite Pachira's warning, Vladali was still taken aback by such overwhelming numbers. Although he believed that with GOG's strength, they could protect their core members, the attrition of personnel was fatal. Moreover, they had only just prepared to counterattack Team Rocket and were in desperate need of manpower. Even if they successfully repelled the Alliance trainers, they would emerge severely weakened, leaving them vulnerable to Sakaki's opportunistic strikes. Yankai reduced this cafe to rubble. Seeing that the Flare team dared to resist, Yulongdu spared no mercy, instructing Yankai through his earpiece to take immediate action. The humiliation I endured will be repaid to the Flare team tenfold. With this thought, a triumphant smile crept across Yulongdu's lips, and he reveled in the impending satisfaction of vengeance. Pokemon forces unleashed a barrage of destruction, obliterating steel and concrete, sending dust soaring into the air. Not an issue. Waving his hand dismissively, GOG regarded the paltry display of power with disdain. What mattered was that he had arrived. As if echoing her sentiments, the Red Lotus Rose Dragon roared, heralding the arrival of the ruler. As daylight dimmed, fragrant breezes enveloped the atmosphere, and the dragon's roar caressed the firmament, while crimson petals rained down, painting the sky in hues of red. The power of Yulong coursed through him, causing Yulongdu's smile to freeze, as if petrified. The Alliance members looked up in terror to see a colossal dragon, its scales bristling with fury, descending from the clouds, encircled by sharp thorns and wafting the fragrance of roses. Atop the dragon's head stood a tall figure, hands clasped behind their back, cloaked in black, with eyes like blades. Was this the true strength of the Flare team? It seemed to rival that of the champion. Such formidable draconic energy. Was it a legendary Pokemon? Could they truly prevail? Would they perish? The Pokédex offered no response, having never encountered this previously undiscovered Pokemon, and many gasped in shock. Support arrived unexpectedly, disrupting the meticulously laid plans. And Yulongdu found himself in a cold sweat, astonished that the opponent had a backup strategy. Such a draconic Pokemon. How could one with the power of the dragon not encounter it? The colossal dragon descended with a thunderous roar, petals swirling in its wake. As the ground shattered beneath it, Luze made his entrance, stepping forth amidst the fragrant chaos. The members of the Flame team promptly gathered around him, kneeling in allegiance and resoundingly proclaiming, "We welcome the Dragon King back to his throne." Luze's indifferent gaze swept over the enemy ranks, finally resting upon Yulongdu's sweat-drenched visage. "I have heard that someone intends to level my headquarters." His voice was deep, his fingers raised slightly, the sharpness of his tone demanding accountability from the Alliance. "I require a reasonable explanation." Yulongdu, however, merely scoffed. As a villain, it was hardly necessary for the Alliance to provide justification for its intent to eradicate the Flame team. Yenkai, stop wasting breath with him and continue the assault. Hesitating before the imposing dragon, Yenkai gulped nervously, beads of sweat dotting his brow. "I said to attack. Are your ears deaf?" When Yenkai faltered, resisting the command, Yulongdu bellowed in frustration. With a snap of his fingers, flames erupted behind Luze, his shadow elongated by the blaze. Within the sanctum of the rebirth inferno beasts, countless card spirits emerged from the flames, riding the waves of heat, exuding an overwhelming presence. The leading woman, her shoulders adorned with dragon heads, had molten lava flowing from her fingertips, capable of incinerating all in her path. "Attack! It is now my turn," Luze commanded, his arms slicing through the air, relaying orders as the Inferno Beast Legion surged forth, led by the goddess of scorched flames. "Do you truly believe that with the Flame Legion, you can stand against the entirety of the Alliance? You have no idea who you are up against." Yulongdu roared as he clashed with the Rebirth Inferno Beasts, determined to resist the Flame Team's onslaught. "These Rebirth Inferno Beasts are endless. If we continue to drag this out, the Alliance will eventually run out of steam." The figure in the black robe who had descended from the heavens to provide support stood with arms folded, coldly observing the battle, undoubtedly the leader of the Flame team. "To capture the thief, first capture the king. I shall seize my destiny," Yulongdu resolved, choosing to strike first. Dragonite, unleash Dragon Tornado upon him. With a swift and powerful flap of its wings, the fiery tornado surged skyward, engulfing burning debris in a frenzied spin. Witnessing Yulongdu's lack of sportsmanship, even attacking the trainer directly, Luze allowed a smirk to creep across his lips. "Let me see what the inheritor of the Dragon's power, the champion of Chengdu, is truly made of." Drawing a card from his deck, he raised it high, illuminating the battlefield with radiant brilliance as he declared, "As long as I can still feel such a glorious moment, I shall not fall into the abyss of death." With a thunderous roar, the sound of gears meshing filled the air as a data storm manifested before Luze, the outline of a virtual armor bursting forth with blue-purple arcs. "This is my struggle for survival, embodying my thirst for victory." Using 3 electronic dragons as materials, he fused and summoned the electronic Dragon. With hydraulic-driven alloy spines, coolant vapor erupted from the exhaust valves. As 3 mechanical dragon heads roared in unison, the steel dragon wings blotted out the sun, and a blue core flickered with ominous light, casting dark shadows upon Yulongdu's face. The Dragonite's Dragon Tornado struck the electronic Dragon, causing no significant effect, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. "No, it can't be." Enveloped by the enormous shadow of the electronic Dragon, Yulongdu's pupils trembled, disbelief etched across his features. This could rival legends. The 20-meter steel body loomed like a mechanical deity, heralding the Alliance's doom. Yet, undeterred, Yulongdu rallied once more, challenging the colossal dragon. "Unleash Dragon Pulse." Energy coalesced as Dragonite, agile and mobile, circled the electronic Dragon, persistently harassing from a distance. Despite the electronic Dragon being summoned through fusion, with the card sparking with electrical discharge, Luze's offensive was only just beginning. "I disregard pain. I only honor victory." Beyond the electronic dragon, he commanded, "Activate electronic overflow." Obeying Luze's directive, the electronic Dragon unleashed torrents of data through the seams of its armor. A cacophony of violent code erupted, and electrical currents surged wildly, forming a tempest around it. The mechanical pupils emitted fragmented garble as the storm howled in the overloaded abyss. Use quick attack to evade. Realizing the precarious situation, Yulongdu hastily chained Dragonite's response, allowing it to escape the range of attack. Now is the time. Meteor shower counterattack. The heavens tore as meteors plummeted, fury transforming into calamity, even the air boiling before the collision. Each meteor bore the breath of destruction, akin to divine retribution upon the earth. Seizing the electronic end dragon's recoil, Yulongdu smiled. While relying solely on Dragonite would not suffice to execute such an attack, with the power of the dragon backing him, it was a simple endeavor. Do you understand the worth of the Yulong family? Even as Yulongdu appeared fierce, Luze remained unfazed. Did I not negate your meteor shower? Electronic end dragon. Eternal evolution flame. The electromagnetic rail overload surged, superconducting coils erupting with blinding light. As the electronic torrent collapsed into incandescent brilliance within the barrel, condensing at his throat. The world shifted in hue, as the meteors suspended in the sky were instantaneously nullified, exploding into fragments of stone and fire. Dragonite, quickly use Protect. Witnessing the deadly maneuver, Yulongdu urgently commanded Dragonite to defend, exerting all its strength to withstand the onslaught. A transparent barrier materialized before Dragonite, isolating it from the surrounding environment. With a thunderous roar, as the restraining locks released, high-energy flames intertwined and shot forth, vaporizing the terrain in their wake. The barrier held steadfast, and just as Yulongdu felt a sense of relief at having withstood Luze's fierce assault, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The once formidable energy was rendered powerless. The eternal evolution flame obliterated the barrier in an instant, leaving Dragonite defenseless against the ensuing breath of devastation, incapacitating it in one fell swoop. A smirk played at the corners of Luze's mouth. As the battlefield unfolded according to his expectations, let us not forget, the electronic end dragon possessed armor-piercing capabilities. Return, Dragonite. You have performed admirably. Yulongdu withdrew the Pokeball, silently recalling Dragonite, realizing the formidable strength of the Flame Team's leader. He had not even had the chance to utilize the power of the dragon or Mega Evolution before Dragonite's defenses were dismantled, leading to its swift demise. Next is you. Come forth, Fossil Aerodactyl. To avoid another swift defeat, Yulongdu learned from his prior experience and initiated Mega Evolution immediately. Super Evolution, Fossil Aerodactyl. Bonds coalesced into energy conduits, surging through Fossil Aerodactyl's form, illuminating with the light of evolution. Shaman, go assist Adu. Observing the battlefield, Miss Karuna noted Yulongdu's predicament and prepared to lend her aid. However, just as she took a step forward, she was intercepted by another figure in a black robe, a woman by her stature. If you wish to hinder him, you must first pass through me. The scene felt eerily familiar as Caltigia confronted her old friend, a scowl crossing her features. The cards she bore had been upgraded to silver fragments, and as a fellow champion, she had no doubts about her ability to overcome Karuna. Using Alberus Scion and the Black Dragon Albion as fusion materials, I summoned the Abyssal Dragon Alberinatus. Flames enveloped the surroundings, and the demon's crimson scales were a grotesque spectacle, crushing the ground beneath and leaving charred imprints. Strangely, despite having never heard of the Pokemon her opponent was using, Karuna felt a sense of familiarity. The icy tone of her adversary, coupled with the alluring curves obscured by a dark robe, evoked a sense of déjà vu. Could it be Caltigia? Logically, she should have been traveling alongside Luz and Ash. Yet the current situation was dire, and her companions awaited her assistance. Forgive me, Shinado. Focus your psychic energy. Seizing the initiative, Karuna opted for an offensive approach against the unknown Pokemon. This, however, played right into Caltigia's trap, who swiftly executed a counterattack, interrupting her spellcasting with a fierce command. Abyss Dragon, the Radiant King's mark. The crimson gold runes surged forth like a tidal wave, rippling through the void and nullifying any effects on the battlefield save for the Abyss Dragon itself. Shinado attempted to concentrate its psychic energies, but the chaotic energy thwarted her efforts time and again. Mega Evolve, Shinado, respond to my call. Observing the precarious nature of the battlefield, with Shinado unable to unleash her skills, Karuna wasted no time in initiating the Mega Evolution, striving to break through the constraints. Alas, the Radiant King's mark proved insurmountable. Despite her best efforts, she was left with no choice but to engage in a brawl with the Abyss Dragon, relying solely on physical might. Return and rest, Shinado. Caught off guard by Caltigia's overwhelming effect, beads of sweat trickled down Karuna's forehead. The Flame Phoenix roared in the heavens, raining down searing magma upon the League's stronghold. As thick plumes of smoke ascended, the multi-headed lion and the fiery phoenix charged into the fray, wreaking havoc among the Pokémon, leaving devastation in their wake. With no regard for life or death, they were consumed by their own frenzy. Delight me to your fullest. I can hear the boiling fear coursing through your veins. Gently caressing her face, the cursed princess spoke with palpable excitement, her eyes shimmering with fervor. If I can utterly defeat you, Luz is bound to reward me. Yen Kai felt a sense of numbness. He should never have engaged in this battle against the Flame Team with Yulong-Du if you, as the champion, cannot handle this madwoman. How could I possibly succeed? Retrieving his scyther, Yen Kai felt despair wash over him as his Pokémon was thoroughly countered by the cursed princess. Not to mention the reborn flame beasts that seemed endless, with every defeated foe simply emerging anew from the sanctum. It was akin to a Pokémon version of a zombie siege. Isolated and helpless, Yen Kai watched as his companions fell, leaving only a scant few still standing. Glancing at the Pokeball in his hand, Yen Kai understood it was his last hope for a comeback. Let us make a final stand, Aegislash. He focused intently, leaving no room for error. After all, while the cursed princess could afford countless missteps, he could not. From the moment it appeared, Aegislash relentlessly stacked swords, dances, and king's shields to bolster its strength. Before me, any resistance will only lead to disdain. Flame Phoenix, Nephthys, wings of explosive gale. With its wings unfurled, it unleashed fiery feathers, a tempest of flames erupting, distorting the air with the intensity of its heat. The sound echoing like a chorus of birds in unison. The heat waves transformed into searing blades of fire, cracking the earth and melting the rock beneath. Aegislash was swiftly returned to its Pokeball, and all the painstakingly accumulated enhancements were rendered futile. Unyielding, Yen Kai attempted again and again, but each effort ended with Aegislash being blown back by the Flame Phoenix. Exasperated, he could only gaze at the Pokeball in his grasp, tears welling in his eyes. To possess a Pokémon yet be unable to utilize, it was utterly vexing. Do you believe I can win, family? Once again, the Eternal Evolution's radiant light reflected in his eyes as the Mega Aerodactyl filled its maw with energy, plummeting to the ground. Boom. The Mega Aerodactyl crashed heavily onto the ground, dispelling its Mega Evolution and the power of Yulong-Du, silently recalling the exhausted Aerodactyl. Only silence remained for Yulong-Du with both the Mega Evolution and Yulong-Du's power expended. Was victory still elusive? Lifting his gaze to the colossal form of the electronic termination dragon, it loomed like an insurmountable chasm. This oppressive presence was reminiscent of the Ice-type champion, Kana, and Yulong-Du had never expected the tragedy to repeat itself today. Today, Yulong-Du was determined not to yield to fate, with his 6 champion-level dragon types. He could not even defeat a single one of the opponent's Pokémon. A war of attrition would surely wear him down. Poor Dodo Bird could not fathom that retreating now might afford him a chance for redemption. However, in 5 minutes, he would find himself utterly humiliated. Chapter 64, Electronic Fusion Support. At the Kalos Alliance headquarters in Mier City. What a pity, I cannot participate in such a battle, and must remain at home, utterly bored. Gazing at the distant billowing smoke, a security officer at the entrance stifled a yawn. With the top-tier combatants of Kalos present, failure was impossible. Many would relish the opportunity to claim effortless glory. Enough daydreaming. Let us proceed with our patrol as usual. Today's tasks were overwhelming, far too many to complete. Colleagues rubbed their temples, lamenting how the Alliance truly regarded them as mere cogs, relentlessly squeezing every ounce of labor. With only Pachira among the Elite Four present, the Alliance was vulnerable, making it an opportune moment for an ambush. Given the limited manpower left behind and the doubled workload, the security personnel harbored considerable grievances. Yet, Yulong-Du and his allies could never have imagined the close ties between Pachira and the Flame Team. This information gap would lead to disastrous consequences. Accompanied by a cloaked figure, Pachira entered the Kalos Alliance building, the individual's features obscured. This was the very heart of the Alliance headquarters, the strategic command center for Yulong-Du and his companions. This is the Alliance headquarters, Pachira introduced, observing the suspicious figure beside him as the security personnel appeared somewhat apprehensive. Excuse me, sir, could you please present your identification? The cloaked figure merely waved a hand, removing the mask and sunglasses to reveal striking red hair and a beard. The face was unmistakably that of the renowned philanthropist, Fladali, in Mier City. Who did not recognize this esteemed gentleman? Though the security personnel found Fladali's presence somewhat unexpected, they quickly dismissed their doubts upon seeing Pachira at his side. Accompanying the Elite Four, he could not possibly be an enemy. Thus, they opted for a courteous reception. Could Fladali and Pachira really be terrorists? Sir, this way please. After verifying his identity, the security personnel promptly granted Fladali access, allowing him to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold with ease. Little did Fladali anticipate that Luz's words would indeed hold merit. After dealing with Jimmy, he hastened to the Alliance building. This strategy of undermining from within had proven exceedingly effective. Relying on Pachira's assistance, he bypassed even the 50 form of Zygarde, effortlessly infiltrating the Alliance headquarters. Shortly thereafter, trainers from the eastern region would rush to the aid of the Kalos Alliance headquarters. Ensure they are received properly. Pachira commanded the guards at the entrance. The so-called reinforcements were merely Flame Team imposters masquerading as Alliance trainers, seizing this opportunity to take control of the Kalos Alliance headquarters. Given that Yulong-Du had already resigned himself to defeat, Luz showed no mercy and proceeded to invade. Luz was curious to see the expression on Yulong-Du's face when he returned in disgrace, only to find the headquarters had fallen into another's hands. Is this not another form of NTR? The security personnel at the entrance sighed with relief, finally able to welcome reinforcements. It wouldn't be long before he could change shifts. After standing guard for several hours, he was already experiencing aches and pains, desperately yearning for a moment of respite. He could only silently pray for the swift arrival of support. Café Soleil in Carlos Mier City could perhaps no longer be called a café, as the clash between the Flash Flame Team and the Alliance trainers had reduced it to rubble. The sacred domain of the reincarnated flame beasts unfolded, with molten lava flowing freely across the ground, devouring everything on the battlefield. Yet, Luze remained unperturbed, confident that once the war concluded, he could simply summon the Alliance headquarters for assistance. After all, the stronghold he had constructed was far more gratifying than one seized from the enemy. At this moment, Luze was activating the electronic repair factory, returning the electronic dragon from the graveyard to his deck in preparation for the next fusion. Three-headed evil dragon, reverse scale. In stark contrast to Luze's calm demeanor, Yulong-Du was still struggling, exerting every ounce of strength to finally defeat the electronic Terminator dragon. All 5 Pokemon were utterly exhausted, with their remaining battle potential resting solely in the three-headed evil dragon. His hands trembled in fatigue, and in conjunction with the dragon dance of the three-headed evil dragon, his power had reached its limit. Waves of heat rolled around him. With scarcely a patch of solid ground remaining, the scorching heat threatened to inflict irreversible harm on his body. However, Yulong-Du could think of nothing but victory, glaring at the arrogant figure in the black cloak, consumed by a singular desire to triumph. Unmoved by the prospect of victory or the dread of failure, he fought solely for this moment, glowing with infinite brilliance. Perched upon the back of the crimson rose dragon, Luze gazed down upon the struggles of the Alliance trainers and spoke slowly. "I activate electronic fusion support." Without a hint of hesitation, Luze seized the entire set of monster cards from his deck and discarded them into the graveyard. Prepare to witness the unique ancestral fusion of the electronic dragon. Energy surged forth, a tempest swirling the fragments of cards, as the roars of machinery and dragons echoed through the void. Utilizing the deck as fusion materials, he summoned forth, "Arise, fused, overloaded dragon." Yulong-Du's eyes widened in disbelief. The electronic Terminator dragon was not the pinnacle of evolution. There was yet more to come. Descending amidst a data storm, 6 pairs of crimson electronic eyes locked onto the three-headed evil dragon, their internal energy charging to the brink. 6 massive mouths roared in unison, staining the heavens with a crimson sea of data, a mechanical deity transcending system limitations. Three-headed evil dragon swiftly used substitutes to evade the onslaught. Yulong-Du shouted urgently, but the reverse scale of the three-headed evil dragon had yet to conclude. In a state of mental disarray, it recklessly charged headlong into the colossal dragon. The result was that the fused, overloaded dragon merely flicked its tail, swatting the creature into the ground like a fly, extinguishing its life. Luze could not help but chuckle. How dare you compare your attack power with that of the fused, overloaded dragon? Having fused the entire deck, Luze could ascertain that the attack and defense of the fused, overloaded dragon had surged to at least 40,000. Such an overwhelming number. Luze had only witnessed before in Chengdu. He wondered if Yulong-Du had ever encountered such power in Johto. Luze cast his gaze downward upon the kneeling dodo bird, his eyes glimmering with mockery. Beside him, the watching winged dragon egg bounced slightly, silently regarding Yulong-Du. This foolish child truly wouldn't shed a tear until faced with the grave. Garlic bird, Luze is a fool. Why must you provoke him? With Yulong-Du's defeat, the morale of the Flash Flame Team soared, and the skirmishes were drawing to a close. I activate my own effect. Using all B's Fallen Scion and Abyss Dragon Albereth as fusion materials, he summoned forth Ash Dragon, Fallen Scion. The shattered bones rose from the scorched earth, grayish-white scales peeling away like the silence of death. Everything around transformed into pale embers, not an act of slaughter, but the world's final mercy towards the survivors. Shrouded in a vast shadow, Karuna gazed at the Ash Dragon before her, a profound sense of helplessness surging within. She was well aware of Adu's predicament. But at this moment, her own survival was precarious enough, let alone aiding her companions. Slime Dragon, unleash Water Cannon. The Radiant Seal of Kings. The skill failed to activate once more, and Karuna found herself unable to break through her opponent's blockade, defeat merely a matter of time. The Ash Dragon's giant claws struck out, and Slime Dragon, utilizing its flexibility, narrowly dodged the blow. Yet, immediately following was a more ferocious assault. The air rent asunder like a tempest unleashed. Crushed beneath the relentless pressure from the cursed maiden, Yen Kai's situation was no better. Do you feel fear? Allow me to witness your incompetence. The devil's whispers echoed ominously in Yen Kai's ears, sending chills down his spine. After enduring a prolonged battle, he had finally discerned a gap, formulating a counter-strategy. The sacred domain of the reincarnated flame beasts, unleashed by the cursed maiden, could only be halted by defeating the woman before him. Taking advantage of the shield sword monster to draw attention, Yen Kai stealthily unleashed the unyielding sword sheath. Using shadows for a surprise attack, he aimed directly at the cursed maiden. Submerging into the shadows, the unyielding sword sheath concealed its form, stealthily approaching the cursed maiden. Just as it intended to leap from the shadows for a decisive strike, it locked eyes with her crimson gaze. Though her pupils appeared vacant, they brimmed with a frenzied excitement, tinged with an indistinct yearning. For reasons unknown, the unyielding sword sheath was gripped by a sense of foreboding. A second glance might spell disaster, and a step closer would surely lead to ruin. Never mind. Here I come. Launching from the shadows and targeting the vital spots. The unyielding sword sheath attacked from behind the cursed maiden, intent on inflicting grave harm. How dare you attempt a sneak attack? You seek death. The moment she detected the ambush, the cursed maiden swiftly sidestepped, retaliating with a surge of anger. Hope of Nephthys. With hands clasped in prayer, warm radiance illuminated the area, igniting the flames surrounding the Phoenix god. Such a sacred scene, once bright and warm, appeared to the unyielding sword sheath as if the king of hell was claiming a soul. Amartina shall perish. Flames cascaded from the Phoenix god's tail feathers, igniting upon the unyielding sword sheath, yet they could not be extinguished. Having dismantled the vile scheme, the cursed maiden leveraged the ground to propel herself forward, her body shooting forth in an instant. The ground shattered beneath her feet, dust swirling, yet not a speck touched the hem of her garment. With two dragon heads roaring from her shoulders, the cursed maiden clawed with her left hand, aiming directly for Yen Kai's throat. Quickly raising his arm in defense, Yen Kai intended to absorb the powerful blow. His reflexes were commendable, but, crack, his physical resilience was simply on a different scale. To defend against the assault of the humanoid Tyrannosaurus, his arm shattered in an instant. Exchanging injury for survival, pain drove beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as Yen Kai grimaced. Yet the cursed maiden displayed no mercy, rather than instantly finishing her opponent. She promptly pivoted for an elbow strike. The immense force shattered his chest armor, sending Yen Kai hurtling backward, embedding him into the ruins. Boom. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and Yen Kai realized that several of his ribs had fractured. Even fragments had lodged into his lungs, rendering him breathless and fighting for survival. As Yulong Du beheld the alliance's disarray, Karuna struggling for advantage, Yen Kai's life hanging by a thread, and Jimi's fate uncertain, he himself found no reprieve, pressed to the ground and humiliated by the figure in the black cloak. Despite the unwillingness, we must retreat and avoid the limelight. Let us return to headquarters and regroup. Chapter 65. Do not dishearten my little blue. There is no time to mourn the Alliance's tragic defeat. For the next event to unfold is the Ocean Wing Conference. In the majestic city of Carlos, the Ocean Wing Conference will commence, and I, Musashi Wei, shall receive the honor of the Carlos Queen. Clad in a resplendent purple gown, Musashi, now known as Musashi Wei, unfurls her folding fan to obscure much of her face. Today's focal point is none other than Lady Musashi Wei Miao. Indeed, Wang supports the backdrop, while Miao Miao holds up a mirror for Musashi to check her makeup, ensuring she is fully prepared. Xiao Ji, meanwhile, shines the spotlight and readies the camera to capture exquisite photographs. There is no need to reiterate the obvious. The youngsters have already entered the venue, so we should proceed as well. With graceful strides, Musashi lifts her swan-like neck and glides towards the venue, her gown trailing elegantly behind her. Meanwhile, Selena, who had entered earlier, surveys the empty hall, her nerves heightened by the absence of an audience. After bidding farewell to Xiaoji, she heads to the backstage dressing room, where she unexpectedly encounters a familiar face. "Qinli, you're participating in the Ocean Wing Conference too," Selena remarks, observing her friend smoothing out the wrinkles in her gown, which sparkles like stardust. Yet, upon noticing Qinli's pale complexion, a wave of concern washes over Selena. She recalls their meeting beneath the oath tree a few days prior. Qinli appears even more gaunt than before. Did Lu Zhe truly leave a note and depart from Carlos City, leaving this foolish girl to await him through the night? "Selena, I will not lose. From today onwards, we are rivals," Qinli replies, forcing a smile that betrays her weakness as she lifts her head to respond. Perhaps, if she becomes the Carlos Queen, she might rekindle Lu Zhe's affections. Although this reasoning seems somewhat tenuous, Qinli strives to convince herself. Only in this way can she soothe her shattered heart and continue her pursuits rather than endlessly searching for Lu Zhe. There are indeed many competitors, Selena muses, stepping out of the dressing room to find the backstage bustling with activity, prompting her to exclaim, "It's simply overwhelming. Even if I am submerged by my rivals, I shall not be overshadowed." Musashi Wei suddenly interjects, startling Selena. Oddly, though they have never met, the voice and demeanor seem strangely familiar. Outside the venue, a sleek sports car is parked, and within sits a woman nearing her 50s, her hair streaked with gray, cradling a little girl in her arms. "Mom, we've arrived at the Ocean Wing venue. I can hardly wait to see Sister Qinli." The little girl, donned in a blue-maid outfit with adorable dragon horns atop her head, exclaims as she excitedly flings open the car door. If one were not careful, they might mistake her for a mere decoration. All right, Xiaolon. "Dear, I shall take you inside right away," Night Tide replies, alighting from the car with Xiaolon in tow. Although she has little desire to partake in a frivolous contest, she cannot resist her adopted daughter's pleas. The enticing aroma of blueberry cupcakes is nearly enough to melt Night Tide's heart. Having heard that her former disciple has become a teacher and taken on a student named Qinli, she feels compelled to witness it for herself. It is also a form of legacy, allowing her to offer guidance based on the performance of the younger generation. As the conference is about to commence, Xiaoji and Yuli Jia sit in the audience, feeling anxious for Selena. "Pikachu, let us cheer for Selena. Pika Pika." Pikachu's eyes gleam with satisfaction at Xiaoji's earnest support for Selena. At last, the wooden-headed one has blossomed. His beloved mistress has finally found her footing. Who knows how much Pikachu wept while devouring macarons beneath the oath tree that day. Even Selena's competition attire was meticulously chosen by Xiaoji. Yuli Jia, noticing Xiaoji's excitement, reflects on how her efforts have finally borne fruit. To avoid being a third wheel and hindering their budding connection, she has practically taken on the role of a caretaker, looking after Pikachu daily. "Selena, I can only assist you up to this point." As they indulge in their thoughts, the Ocean Wing Conference officially begins with the host, Pierre, taking the stage with fervor. "Welcome to the Maiden Festival of Young Maidens, the Pokemon Triathlon for newcomers. Let it commence with elegance and grandeur." A magical key circle glides above the heads of every attendee, showering them with dazzling magic and constructing a radiant wall of light. This event will distribute the Ocean Wing keys, and those who collect all 3 keys will earn the right to compete in the Master Tournament. The victor of the Master Tournament shall be crowned the Carlos Queen. From the elevated stands, Night Tide silently observes the monotonous opening, noting the lack of variation. "Wow, Mom, look, it's so beautiful." But for Xiaolon, who has never witnessed such a spectacle, her excitement is palpable. When she was still a card, she spent her days doing laundry and had never encountered such a scene. With a slight turn of her head, Night Tide catches a glimpse of the girl's amber eyes sparkling with delight, her excitement causing her little fangs to show, which softens Night Tide's gaze. "Oh." She gently pats Xiaolon's head, a smile gracing her lips. Now, it is time for the performers to take the stage. As the stage rises and falls, Qinli, Selena, and Musashi Wei appear before the audience. "Look, it's Selena." Yuli Jia points, recognizing Selena in the center of the stage, wearing the very gown chosen by Xiaoji. It seems she is competing alongside Qinli, having seen her perform once before. This marks Xiaoji's second opportunity to witness Qinli's artistry. Her purple velvet gown cascades like the night sky, adorned with shimmering sequins that flow like a river of stars with each step she takes. The audience erupts in cheers upon witnessing the legendary musical prodigy. "Oh whoa!" Xiaolon roars with excitement from the stands, cheering for her sister Qinli. although Luze cannot be found in this Pokemon world. Discovering the voice of the heavenly demon princess is a delightful consolation. After all, there is no presence of Hui Luli here, and Xiaolan could practically stride through the world unhindered. What? You say Xiaolan is merely a pile of rubbish? You shall not speak ill of her. She is the future Dragon Queen. Is that the child? Night Tide nods slightly, finding Qin Li's exterior quite impressive. However, one cannot rely solely on appearances in the Pokemon triathlon. The theme of the Pokemon styling requires teams to adorn their partners within 10 minutes, employing a 3-in-1 elimination format. Now, the timer begins. At the Carlos Ale City Alliance headquarters, dragging their battered bodies, Yulong-Du is shielded by Doricena as they retreat to headquarters. Yulong-Du, I warned you that you were being overly reckless. Despite the heavy breathing, Yen Kai cannot help but voice his complaints, feeling as though he has been pummeled into a pulp by the enemy. Were it not for his recent diligent training and protective armor, he would have been rendered into a mere smear upon the ground. This cannot solely be blamed on Adu. We did not anticipate that this force was already so deeply entrenched. Noticing the tense atmosphere among the team, Karuna speaks up to mediate. Hearing Karuna defend Yulong-Du only serves to infuriate Yen Kai further, causing his face to flush with rage, nearly exacerbating his injuries. And where is Jimmy? Where was your support? As the main force, he feels betrayed while receiving no backup. Upon being directly targeted, Jimmy can only respond with exasperation. Compared to the vanguard and main force, wasn't he the first to be focused and eliminated? Situated in the rear, yet witnessing an instantaneous collapse from the opposite front. What are the trainers on the front line doing? Preoccupied with the chaos, there was no time to quell the disputes among companions, as Doricena managed the injured. Our Pokemon are entrusted to you. Doricena bowed deeply to the medical personnel, acknowledging the considerable trouble they had caused upon the League's disastrous return. As the champions and elite trainers retracted their Pokeballs, a medical staff member slipped into a shadowy corner. By the way, isn't Pachira stationed at headquarters? Why haven't we seen her? Jimmy scratched his head and inquired among his companions, prompting everyone to realize something was amiss. The entire personnel at the League headquarters, be they doctors or guards, or unfamiliar faces, having morphed into strangers. The atmosphere plummeted to a chilling silence, an eerie sensation creeping into the hearts of the crowd. Many were grievously wounded, and all Pokemon were on the brink of death. The consequences of an attack from the Flare Gang at this juncture would be unimaginable. You are not trainers of the League. Who are you? Gazing suspiciously at the surrounding staff, Yulong-Du was the first to pierce the veil of deception, voicing his concerns. Crack! 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 The sound emanated from a dim corridor behind them, and as they turned, they beheld the figure of that devil. Emerging from the shadows was the cloaked figure who had defeated them, flanked by Philidali and Pachira. Pachira, what are you doing? This is treason. Do you wish to destroy the Kalos League? Witnessing his companions betray him, Yank suppressed his pain and shouted vehemently. Never having anticipated that the Flare Gang could seduce even an elite trainer. Had their power grown so formidable that Pachira willingly served them? Pachira merely nodded and smiled, placing a finger to her lips, her mouth curving into an enchanting arc. This is not treason. After all, I have always been a member of the Flare Gang. This version of Pachira was too overwhelming, causing tears of blood to flow from the elite trainer Yank. Trapped in a dire predicament, Yulong-Du clenched his teeth, understanding now why they couldn't prevail against the Flare Gang. It turned out there were traitors among the ranks, directly betraying the League headquarters. Philidali, you two are a prominent figure in Mier City. Turning the tables, Yank stood on moral high ground, once more pointing fingers at Philidali. Why do you embrace a thief as your father? A fervor gleamed in his eyes. Philidali had awaited this moment, finally given the opportunity to express his loyalty. Serving Lord Luz is my honor. After all, Luz has repeatedly led the Flare Gang to turn the tide, rescuing them from calamity. The gratitude owed to Luz is insurmountable. At that moment, Doricena quietly approached the alarm system, hoping to convey the news of the Kalos League's downfall. With 2 champions and 3 elite trainers captured, and Pachira having betrayed them, calling for assistance from other regions was the only way to break the deadlock. However, as Doricena pressed the button, the atmosphere remained silent, yielding no response. Don't waste your effort. I have already cut off the power to the entire building, Pachira stated languidly, promptly ordering the Flare Gang members to take action, separate and detain them, leaving them for Lady Juji's interrogation. Chapter 66. The Voice of the Celestial Demon. The Sound of Dissonance. Kalos, High City, the High Conference. Adorning her gown, Qinfeng sat gracefully in a chair, ribbons and sequins scattered at her feet. Gently cradling the drowsy voice of angels, The little creature rolled in her palm, radiating a soft lavender glow. Awaken now, for the time draws near. With delicate movements, Qinfang secured the starry gauze around her waist with silver thread, covering her mouth as she giggled. Since parting with Luz, frolicking with the little angel and the little demon had been her happiest moments. The Pokémon suddenly took flight, the gauzy skirt blossoming in the air like starlight, before returning to playfully nuzzle her cheek. Mischievous little thing. Qinfang chuckled as she poked its face. The little angel's laughter chiming like wind chimes as it darted towards the crystal-adorned vanity. This is perfect. Completing the final touches, Qinfang meticulously smoothed the folds of her gown, ensuring every detail was immaculate. What will the mysterious final style be? Stay tuned for the upcoming runway show. On the screen, the hourglass emptied of sand, and as Mr. Pierre's voice rang out, the countdown concluded. Now, let them take the stage. First up is the performer Musashi Wei and the Pumpkaboo. Musashi Wei's entrance captivated the audience, her Pokémon behind her perfectly embodying the monstrous head, fitting seamlessly with Pumpkaboo's Halloween theme, leaning towards a darker aesthetic. Pumpkaboo, I will form the head. My theme is Beauty and the Beast. Behold the beast, Pumpkaboo. Musashi kicked off with a powerful statement, rendering the audience, including the host, into silence. The sight of this dark figure left everyone in the room spellbound for 30 seconds. The atmosphere so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. In this era of ostentation, Musashi was still too avant-garde, making it difficult for the audience to comprehend. What on earth is that? In the audience, Yulia couldn't help but question, wondering if anyone could genuinely appreciate this peculiar and dark creation. I actually think it's quite good. Watching Pumpkaboo's dark makeup as a true Pokemon enthusiast, Ash felt a spark of excitement. After all, Pumpkaboo is a ghost-type Pokemon. The slightly eerie makeup, combined with Pumpkaboo's appearance, rendered it surprisingly adorable, and its quirky outfit was filled with humor. It seems Sally is in a bit of danger. She must give it her all. Ash silently cheered for Sally, his palms growing clammy with sweat. In contrast to Ash's rationality, upon seeing Musashi's performance, Meowth and Jessie instantly switched to their ecstatic mode, going completely wild. Well done, Musashi Wei, waving glow sticks and enthusiastically cheering for Musashi. Jessie felt that this version of Musashi was incredibly cool. You are definitely the queen. Don't underestimate the bond among Team Rocket's trio. Next up is the performer Sally and the Fennekin. Compared to Musashi Wei's flamboyant style, Sally's presentation was far more subdued, opting for a modest yet elegant outfit that exuded a fresh charm, distinctively her own. The audience, including Yeshi, nodded slightly, recognizing her potential. While her connection with Pokemon may not be as impactful as Musashi Wei's, Yeshi saw a reflection of Elu in her aspirations at such a young age. Another talented girl? How intriguing. The front row audience savored the performance, responding with progressively louder applause. Indeed, without comparison, one cannot appreciate the difference. After viewing Pumpkaboo's dark attire, they found it utterly dreadful. Yet upon seeing Fennekin's subtle makeup, their eyes felt cleansed. The final contestant is the performer Qinfang and the voice of angels. As Mr. Pierre's words concluded, the voice of angels resonated throughout the venue, flowing with a melodious tune. With rosy hair, the little angel emerged from behind Qinfang, its delightful wings scattering notes that filled the air with enchanting syllables. Musashi, standing nearby, was taken aback. What kind of Pokemon is this? It arrives with its own BGM. Can it even play? Listening closely to the voice of angels, Sally felt her resolve waver, almost melting away. This is utterly against the rules. As a competitor, she found it impossible to resist. So utterly adorable. I simply cannot resist, and after the performance, I must implore Qinli for a moment. Just a fleeting moment to indulge. The strings weave together, rippling with each breath, while the tiny angel's pearls cascade in a melodic clink. The conductor's baton slices through the air, compelling the audience to sway in harmony with her rhythm. Unlike the mere spectators, Yishi closes her eyes, her body instinctively swaying. Already tipsy in the embrace of Qin-Li's music. Oh my god. This perfect Pokemon seems born for the Pokemon Triathlon. Mother, it's Sister Qinli. Upon seeing Qinli again, Xiaolon gasps in astonishment, her mouth covered in sheer disbelief at the performance. It is no surprise that she was chosen as the voice of the Demon Lord. Her mastery of melody shines even in the Pokemon realm. Unlike myself, lacking any remarkable talent, initially, I could only sustain myself by washing others' clothes. A fitting profession indeed. Fortunately, after being adopted by Yishi, my living conditions improved, transitioning from washing for many to just my godmother. Hee hee, mother is truly wonderful. Snuggling against Yishi's hair, Xiaolon beams with sweetness in her embrace. Faced with Qin Li's multifaceted brilliance, Sally could only shrug, shaking her head in resignation. Outmatched, there was nothing she could do. Advancing smoothly are the performer Qin Li and the voice of the angel. The outcome of the competition was without suspense. The audience's adulation had already solidified Qin Li's victory. With her own elimination, Sally retreated to the audience, taking her pre-reserved seat beside Xiaoji. What followed was the free performance segment. With the initial group matches concluded, Mr. Pierre methodically advanced the proceedings. A unique stage was created through the fusion of performance and skill. Taking a deep breath backstage, Qin Li knew the group matches were merely an appetizer. The free performance was the true decider of fate. The choice of the extraordinary sound. Clutching the magic in her palm, despite her imminent entrance, Qin Li found herself in a state of indecision. The voices of the angel and the demon each held a goblet filled with indicators, awaiting their master's choice. The confusion in her eyes eventually dissipated, leaving only unwavering determination. Only children make choices. To gain Lu Ze's affirmation, I must have them all. A resolve flashed in her eyes as Qin Li swept away her tumultuous emotions, accompanied by the sudden entrance of her two Pokémon, illuminated by the spotlight. Activate the field magic. The voice of the demon lord selects the extraordinary sound. The stage floor vanished in an instant, transforming into a solid lake surface, drawing all witnesses into her realm. The extraordinary sound was positioned at the center of vision as Qin Li gracefully approached, her steps creating ripples upon the lake. The divine resonance of extraordinary sound. The score flipped, unleashing energies both sacred and obscure, clashing into a crescendo. At this moment, the audience was enraptured by the music, utterly lost, but Qin Li's performance had only just begun. Her delicate fingertips brushed against the keys, causing the extraordinary sound to ripple forth. Countless echoes resonating within the soundbox. Resonance. The melody from another realm. The notes transformed into tangible waves, rippling through the air with a translucent haze. Qin Li's right wrist bore a linking mark, synchronously flickering with the indicators flanking the extraordinary sound. Each invoked the demon lord's voice and the angel's voice as linking materials. Summoning Link 1. The extraordinary sound of the divine, the storm demon. The extraordinary sound of the divine, the radiant angel. The voices of the demon and the angel unleashed their powers, reverting to their original forms. Lightning cleaved the reflective surface as the demon emerged amidst a torrent of sound, forming a counter-rotating eye of the storm. Sacred light tore through the void as the angel descended from the shattered mirror, enveloped in a warm halo, each feather pure and untouched. In the climax of sound, the piece approached its conclusion, all extraordinary sounds collapsing into a sigh of lingering resonance. Emotions erupted in this immersion, leaving the audience in tears as silence followed the performance's end. Yuli Jia, it feels as though I've seen my sister-in-law. Overwhelmed by the emotional impact of Qin Li's music, Yuli Jia believed she was experiencing an illusion. The tale of Hithran's harem couldn't possibly be real, could it? I saw myself with Sally. Just as she was about to voice her illusion, Xiaoji suddenly halted, silencing her words. For what he beheld was none other than himself holding Sally's hand, embarking towards the altar of marriage. And then, to utter the following words would merely tarnish Yuli Jia's vision, but more importantly, it wouldn't pass scrutiny. As Sally and Xiaoji's gazes met, both found their eyes glistening with tears, cheeks flushed. It appeared that the scenes they envisioned in their illusions were quite similar. Yet, they felt parched and their bodies burned, both recalling the honesty they shared in their surroundings. It was simply too moving. Meow? Tears streamed down Meow Meow's cheeks. Having just witnessed the little rascal become a Pokemon master. As a gift, it returned the half-apple once given by Pikachu, though it had never mustered the courage to eat it. Most importantly, even after Team Rocket's complete dissolution, they remained true to their original intentions in their pursuit of Pikachu. Meow. The impact of the performance on the audience was so profound that competitors began to withdraw from the contest for the keys. The music evoked emotions, a veritable dimensional assault. Without a doubt, the performer who garnered the most applause from the audience was methodically proceeding through the process. Although Qin Li's victory was beyond question, Pierre still kept the audience in suspense. Miss Qin Li, the one who has obtained the Sea Wing key is you. The venue erupted into thunderous applause, a cacophony of cheers echoing. Truly the genius young musician, as her reputation foretold. Only then did Yishi awaken from her reverie, this extraordinary music evoking resonance in everyone. Such pure music could not possibly yield such an effect. Could it be a self-composed Pokemon technique? Yishi pondered. Even at her peak, she could never reach such heights. That child Qin Li has truly surprised me greatly. Chapter 67. Interrogating Secrets. Headquarters of the Flare team in Mier City, Kalos. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Yawning. After finishing today's affairs, Luze dragged his weary self into the shower, turning on the faucet. The icy water cascaded down his neck, dripping onto the floor, awakening his senses. Ever since the Great Battle, the Kalos League had collapsed entirely, with even the headquarters falling into the hands of the Flare team. Alas, Luze bore the brunt of the burden, tirelessly working overtime to manage the league's mess. The current Flare team had been rebranded as a pseudo-Kalos League, with all personnel replaced by his own, ensuring no issues would arise. The disturbances at Café Soleil were also publicly declared as acts of terrorism, with all perpetrators apprehended. It could be said that the Kalos League, under Luze's actual control, bore little resemblance to its former self. More critically, this operation had unlocked new cards, significantly enhancing combat power. New Universe has been unlocked. Miracle Fusion has been unlocked. Elemental Hero New Universe Hero has been unlocked. As he faced the shower, Luze recalled the newly unlocked hero card set, a surge of excitement coursing through him. The League has been eradicated, and the next course of action is to contemplate how to dismantle the Rocket Team. Luze harbors no fear on the battlefield. His primary concern lies in the possibility of not being able to annihilate the Rocket Team completely, which would lead to considerable complications. The loyal hounds of Sakaki are ever present, and it is imperative to devise a strategy to ensnare them all, thereby eliminating any future threats. However, just as Luze was brimming with ambition, plotting his assault on the Rocket Team, a sudden knock resounded upon the bathroom door. "It's me, Kaltsia. My clothes have ended up in your shower." A curvaceous silhouette was faintly visible at the door, accompanied by Kaltsia's timid voice, almost pleading. Luze lifted his gaze within the shower, spotting several pieces of fabric placed by the sink. Moreover, a rust-colored skirt hung nearby, slightly dampened by the steam. This indicated her current state. A sly smile crept across Luze's face as he envisioned tantalizing scenarios, leading him to concoct a mischievous plan. "Please, hand them over quickly." Kaltsia, feeling the chill, tightened her grip on the towel. "It's so cold out here." Despite her best efforts to wrap it around herself, the towel was insufficiently long. "Could it be that you are simply too ample?" As she gazed at her exposed skin, separated from Luze by merely a door, she felt a rush of embarrassment. Her white hair tinged with a rosy hue. "All right, I'll open the door." With that, Luze cracked the bathroom door open just enough to pass her clothes through. Yet unexpectedly, he seized her wrist and pulled her into the shower, where they were instantly engulfed in each other's presence. "Be careful, the floor is quite slippery." Embracing the woman, Luze timely cautioned her, all the while rewarding himself with the moment. Nestled against his chest, Kaltsia was spared from slipping on the wet floor. The enchanting fragrance of her skin wafted to Luze's senses, and as his hands roamed, his body responded. Amidst her frantic struggles, the tightly bound towel began to loosen, revealing the delicate beauty of her form to Luze's gaze. Cradled in his warm embrace, Kaltsia resembled a child, her crimson eyes gradually glazing over, her awareness dissipating into a comforting sense of security. However, just as Luze and Kaltsia were preparing to engage in a game of cards, an unexpected interruption loomed. In the corridor outside, Jiuji employed her previous tactics, using the heat of her palm to melt the door lock. "Luze, I'm coming in. It's been too long since we've shared some intimacy. Have you missed me?" Jiuji's heart raced at the thought of what she was about to do, her gaze glimmering with anticipation. She quietly pushed open the door, glancing inside, yet failed to locate the person she sought. Entering the room, she stood before the empty bed, lost in contemplation. Where's Luze? How could he not be here? She distinctly recalled seeing him return to his room. If he wasn't in the bedroom, then that crafty frog had been lingering around, and the truth was evident. Knocking on the shower door, Jiuji crossed her arms, inquiring from outside, "Luze, are you in there?" As she spoke, she twisted the doorknob, intending to barge in unceremoniously. "Wait, don't come in." Luze's voice, muffled through the bathroom door, was difficult to decipher, yet it bore a hint of urgency. "I'm still in the shower. Just wait until I'm finished." A rush of exhilaration surged within Luze as he observed Kaltsia's alluring silhouette before him, his face flushed, breathing heavily. Although Kaltsia bit her lip to stifle any sounds of pleasure, some still escaped her. Fortunately, the sound of running water masked their noise, and Jiuji remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. As the commotion outside gradually faded, it seemed Jiuji had departed, allowing Luze to exhale a sigh of relief. Yet unbeknownst to him, this respite was merely temporary. He had relaxed too soon. Listening to the shower's water flow, Jiuji, realizing Lu Zhe was still bathing, chose to recline on the bed and wait. However, her mind was filled with vivid images of Lu Zhe, rendering her emotions tumultuous. Licking her dry lips, she retracted any salivation, feeling rather indulgent. If only she had entered earlier, perhaps they could have shared a romantic bath together. Regret welled up within her. Such a splendid opportunity, and she had squandered it. Tumbling across the bed, enveloped by Lu Zhe's intoxicating scent, Jiuji felt an overwhelming sense of bliss. In that moment, she stumbled upon an unexpected clue. Pinching 2 strands of hair from the pillow with her thumb and forefinger, disbelief washed over her. One strand was exceptionally long, a pale lavender hue, carrying the distinct fragrance of a woman. The other was white, shorter but unmistakably feminine. As if struck by lightning, Jiuji's mind whirred, her thoughts spinning in a frenzy. A woman had been in Lu Zhe's room, sharing his bed. How could that be? She had arrived first. Why was she not included? Examining the 2 strands of hair, Jiuji activated her memory like a bloodhound on a hunt. The white hair belonged to Calcia, initially dismissing her frosty demeanor as aloofness. Jiuji now recognized her true thirst. I knew she had ulterior motives lurking behind her proximity to Lu Zhe. Fury ignited within her, palpable and intense. As she felt the cold sweat of anger bead on her forehead, her fists clenched tightly. The thought of Lu Zhe possibly having succumbed to Calcia's charms filled her with an insatiable bitterness, one she could not accept. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Zhe loves me. I must confront him. Seizing the 2 strands of hair, Jiuji stormed into the shower area, intent on confronting Lu Zhe. She pounded on the shower door, her fist crushing the handle, melting it into metallic liquid. Lu Zhe, I demand a reasonable explanation. Her words abruptly halted as her eyes widened in disbelief. Calcia stood there, her elegant neck arched, droplets of sweat cascading down her legs like the sound of a shower. Her sultry expression faced Jiuji, her tongue flicking out in a manner never before displayed by the usually frigid beauty. The 2 strands of hair slipped from Jiuji's fingers, falling silently to the ground. Faced with the stark reality of betrayal, Jiuji trembled, her anger boiling over. An inferno of rage engulfed the entire room, consuming everything in its wake. That day, the residents of the city of Meyer Alii witnessed the literal explosion of the building housing the League's headquarters. The incident was sudden. Lu Zhe had no time to react before Jiuji's fury overwhelmed him, rendering him unconscious. When he finally regained consciousness, Lu Zhe found himself enveloped in darkness. Utterly disoriented, his limbs were bound by chains to the bed, rendering him immobile. He attempted to break free, but his efforts were in vain. Desperate to shout for help, he discovered his mouth was obstructed, a perforated spherical object lodged within, making it nearly impossible to produce any sound. Hey, someone give me peanuts. Family, do you think I can survive this confinement at Jiuji's hands? I doubt I'll last long. Indeed, it appeared dire. Wait, I still have the cards. If I can harness the powers of a rune blacksmith, I should be able to escape. Reaching for his pocket, Lu Zhe realized his pants were missing, and the card box was nowhere in sight. With no options left, Lu Zhe could only accept his fate with a calm demeanor, akin to that of Chang'e, and in despair, closed his eyes. Snap! A resounding snap of fingers illuminated the faces of the 2 with a flicker of flame from Jiuji's fingertips. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. At this very moment, it mirrored a time long past. How greedy, indeed, to be unsatisfied with Jiuji alone, yearning for an illicit affair with Calcia. What a waste it was for a concubine to manage the blazing flame core for you. Stepping closer, Jiuji nestled against Lu Zhe's chest, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, devilishly, indeed, a flower at home cannot compare to a wildflower. Listening to Jiuji's sardonic tone, beads of cold sweat formed on Lu Zhe's brow, terror flooding his heart. I didn't let me explain. Helpless, Lu Zhe found himself apprehended on the spot, confronted with irrefutable evidence, rendered speechless. Well, there was really no need to defend himself. For Jiuji spoke nothing but the truth. Lu Zhe has been naughty. He must be well trained. A fiery excitement glimmered in her eyes. Love turned to hate. An overwhelming surge of emotions driving the woman to madness. Tell me, how shall I punish you? Jiuji traced circles on Lu Zhe's chest with her fingertip, her mouth capturing his earlobe, biting down with just enough force to draw blood. Snap! Another finger snap ignited the torches on the walls, illuminating the array of items on display. Various instruments of torture stood neatly arranged, from the tiger bench to the small whip, the blood-dripping device, and more, all present. Before the wall of instruments, a crimson glow ignited in Jiuji's eyes, her lips curling into a vicious, terrifying smile. The two dragon heads on her shoulders roared, echoing the unquenchable fury of their host. Use your wails to delight me. Chapter 68. My arrival is timed poorly. In the corner, the darkness clung heavily. Silver chains glimmering coldly, clattering against the frigid iron bed, producing a crackling sound. Drenched in stagnant water, the air exuded a chill. Yet the breaths of the two grew increasingly heated. In a fit of hysteria, Jiuji gasped, looking down disdainfully at this scoundrel who had betrayed her sincerity once more. You've locked me in here. What on earth do you want? With a pallid countenance, Lu Zhe's weak voice emerged, bound to the iron bed, leaving him at the mercy of Jiuji's whims. It's quite simple. I wish to possess you, wholly possess you. Jiuji tossed aside her drenched nightgown, the silk cascading to the ground, revealing her true self to Lu Zhe. With a flick of her wrist, the soiled garments ignited, turning to ash in mere moments. Using a hair tie, Jiuji gathered her flowing red locks into a high ponytail. Between me, the holy maiden of H, and the bug charmer, who do you think is superior? She forcefully twisted Lu Zhe's resisting head, and before he could respond, Jiuji leaned down to kiss him, intertwining their breaths. Yet, even in such a moment, she showed no signs of relent, pressing on relentlessly, denying Lu Zhe any chance to rest. To accept punishment, one must exhibit the demeanor of one deserving of it. The iron bed, marked with rust, groaned under their weight, creaking like a small boat in a storm, on the verge of splintering. Feeling the woman's unreserved kiss, Lu Zhe found himself compelled to reciprocate Jiuji's fervor. Otherwise, he might truly meet his end at her hands today, extinguished on the spot. After all, only a weary ox is plowed to exhaustion. Even though Jiuji's legs were evidently weary, she still pressed against his chest. The slightest movement sent shivers coursing through her skin, immediately perceived by Lu Zhe. Not wishing to remain passive, Lu Zhe took the initiative, bypassing her soft lips to pry open Jiuji's pearly gates. After what felt like an eternity, even as their lips parted, the lingering taste remained, with Jiuji licking the warmth off her lips. Though Jiuji took the lead, she was not in any better condition than Lu Zhe. Waves of desire surged in her mind, dimming her surroundings, her consciousness growing hazy. Embracing the one she loved, their foreheads brushing, she had lost count of how many times she had been captivated by Lu Zhe. Let you become my everything. Never had such intense affection course through her, her expression radiant, cradling Lu Zhe as if he were the most precious gift. Once again, the clouds of passion receded. Yet why was she still unsatisfied? Lu Zhe, you are mine. You can only be mine. Jiuji cupped her flushed cheeks, peering through her fingers at Lu Zhe. Her gaze dreamy. Tiny hearts seemed to materialize, leaping from her eyes, conveying boundless love. Would Lu Zhe and she have children in the future? The flickering candlelight cast Jiuji's alluring silhouette on the wall, exaggerating her graceful curves. I heard having children is quite difficult. It seems I must work harder. It's you. You are the better option, right? As the intensity of their actions waned, Lu Zhe finally found a moment to catch his breath. The prolonged activity had nearly led him to collapse. This world still holds lovely wives. I do not wish to be reborn. I heard everything, Lu Zhe. Suddenly, the door swung open. Kaltsia entered, her tone mournful, resembling a forsaken wife. Kaltsia, save me, to be with me yet think of other women. How it pains my heart. At the sight of his savior, Lu Zhe attempted to call for help, but Jiuji sealed his lips with hers, forbidding any sound from escaping. Realizing Lu Zhe still had strength left, the tension escalated, prompting Jiuji to exert even more pressure. Kaltsia observed Jiuji's frenzied, almost mad actions, her brow furrowing. So reckless. No wonder you fail to capture Lu Zhe's favor. A corner dog resorts to such tactics. Jiuji, enough is enough. Are you truly this desperate? You didn't say so while negotiating with me and Atla. Kaltsia and Atla had initially allowed Lu Zhe to indulge in Jiuji's company, considering her new arrival. But now it appeared that Lu Zhe was somewhat beyond reach. I shall do as I please. Who are you to dictate? Jiuji embraced Lu Zhe, professing her love, completely forgetting the promises made during her alliance with her sisters. Solely focused on her own pleasure, Kaltsia merely pouted, refraining from retorting, silently placing the wind traveler and travel preparations into Lu Zhe's hands. Gratefully glancing at Kaltsia, Lu Zhe activated the effects, restoring his vitality with fervor. With this buff, if you don't get off the bed, I'll write my name backward. With tears welling, warm and salty, Jiuji's eyes streamed with physiological saline, cascading down her fragrant cheeks. Regretful sobs filled the dim room, each sound tearing apart the profound silence. In the Kalos region, dark clouds loomed in the distance, the forest receiving yet another downpour, and it had been some time since the cocoon of destruction had stirred. While Yveltal's dark aura was indeed fearsome, the support of Xerneas's fairy aura maintained a delicate balance. The two legendary Pokémon worked in tandem to uphold the ecological equilibrium of the Kalos region, rendering the intervention of their elder brother, Zygarde, unnecessary. It seems I must slumber once more, Yveltal yawned, having awakened unexpectedly due to the fishing incident with the Magikarp. Returning to the cocoon of destruction was his true destiny. But, I must admit, I'll miss you. With his fingertips poking, Yveltal lowered his head, unable to meet Xerneas's gaze. It's all right. When have you ever awakened without seeing me? Xerneas tenderly caressed Yveltal's head, offering gentle solace. I shall remain by your side forever. Raindrops pattered upon the heads of the two Pokémon, yet they did not touch their bodies, merely cascading down their curves. The veil of rain enveloped the forest in a stifling cacophony, distorting twilight into the last desperate cries of a drowning soul. However, slumber did not seem opportune at this moment. Sensing the approach of a formidable presence, Xerneas's gaze sharpened, transitioning into an active mode. Yveltal fixed its stare upon several pairs of crimson eyes lurking within the dark clouds, bracing itself for battle. Now is the time, strike. A voice resolutely commanded from amidst the distant mist, prompting the legendary Pokémon to launch a simultaneous assault. The sword of the cliff tore through the fog, revealing its colossal form, narrowly evaded by Yveltal's sweeping wings. Kyogre, it's crucial to initiate the attack and carve the battlefield. Just ask if this wave is formidable. A sudden assault from behind, the Origin Pulse, was countered by Xerneas using its earth manipulation to neutralize the onslaught. Vines erupted from the ground, intertwining with a radiant halo, dispersing the gathered water waves. Kyogre, we can fight, we can engage. Who shall provide additional damage? Yet the enemy's assault was far from over. An icy world interspersed with flames and lightning was unleashed upon Xerneas. The three dragons of the way, do not underestimate the bond we share. Be careful. Quickly evade. As Yveltal witnessed Xerneas on the verge of being struck, it swiftly unleashed its death wing to shield against the attack. The price, however, was steep. It was knocked down heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust that the rain promptly washed away. Xerneas invoked a healing pulse to mend Yveltal's wounds. As the mist finally dissipated, they discerned the forms of their assailants, several legendary Pokémon. Leading the charge were human figures clad in diverse attire, each commanding their respective legendary Pokémon. Among them was Groudon, the god of the earth, and Kyogre, the god of the deep sea, both familiar faces. But why did the three dragons of the way join the fray? Had they awakened from the Unova region solely to disrupt affairs in Kalos? Yet the gravest threat did not lie with these former colleagues, but rather with the black and gold Pokémon hovering in the air. Who are you? You seem unfamiliar. Which department do you belong to? I haven't seen you at the company annual meeting. Despite being unheard of, the aura of the mega-evolved entity was palpable, even surpassing his own. How come I don't recall this executive in our company? Surrounded by 4 second-tier deities and 2 third-tier deities, even Yveltal, the god of destruction, felt a cold sweat trickling down. My girlfriend is still here, we are all colleagues. Could you perhaps show me some leniency? However, the opposing force showed no inclination for idle chatter. Yveltal shielded Xerneas with its body, striving to prevent any harm from befalling it. Faced with an imminent crisis, Xerneas had no choice but to seek aid from Luzu. Xerneas opted to relinquish all authority of the god of life, allowing Caltissia to completely supplant its role. It was a mere hope that Luzu would sense the disturbance. Simultaneously, feeling the lines upon her abdomen illuminate once more, pulsating with a soft pink glow, Caltissia's legs instinctively tensed. What is happening? Those pink lines were supposed to be shut down by Luzu, weren't they? And where does this tingling sensation originate? Struggling to suppress her emotions, the alluring scene before her only served as a catalyst, causing beads of sweat to form on her body, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at her heart. Unable to bear it any longer, Caltissia wrapped her arms around Luzu from behind, her hands becoming audaciously exploratory. I'm sorry, perhaps my timing is not ideal. With a seductive undertone, Caltissia's voice whispered softly into Luzu's ear, her words overshadowing those of Jiuji. No, your timing is indeed perfect. Breaking free from the chains, Luzu felt his vitality surge forth, taking the initiative with a strength he had never experienced before. There's no joy in solitary pleasure. It's far better to revel together. As Caltissia was pulled towards Luzu, she found herself huddled with Jiuji for warmth. Despite her vision being clouded and tears brimming, Jiuji showed no mercy towards her sister, sarcastically muttering, "You call me overly eager, yet you are no different. And you still bear those lines upon your lower abdomen. Zhouji's words struck Caltisia's sense of shame as if lashing her, igniting a burning sensation upon her cheeks. That's because, burying her head into her chest, Caltisia attempted to justify herself, but Luzu's onslaught was relentless, cutting her words short. Seeing Caltisia so aware of her surroundings, Atla was equally unwilling to lag behind, leaping from the card box. Chapter 69, Is Your Melon Ripe? In the heart of the desert city of Kalos. Riding on my beloved little motorcycle, it will never get stuck in traffic. Humming a nonsensical tune, Raborins rode her small electric scooter, merrily accompanying May to the desert city. Having recently failed their mission to entice a target, they received a new directive. Incompetence breeds failure. The figure on the screen, Kikisi, held his head in his hands, lamenting his folly in trusting these two girls. They couldn't even manage such a trivial task. The Plasma Gang's reputation is in tatters. Yet, with the Plasma Gang's personnel dwindling, the little rascal and N had left them in disarray. They were truly short-staffed. The current operations relied heavily on the assistance of Team Rocket, allowing the Plasma Gang to rebuild. Choosing Raborins and May was a decision born of necessity. Very well, let us amend the task's content. Go to Mier City and conduct a thorough investigation into the causes of the seismic activity in the urban area, as well as whether the CAF Soleil Cafe is evading taxes. Understood, we shall ensure the task is accomplished. Reporting diligently. May greeted Kikisi while tugging at the playful Silver City Lord beside her. Mimicking May, Raborins awkwardly saluted the leader, patting her chest with a semblance of confidence. This is a piece of cake. Do not underestimate the newcomers. I've got this. However, while passing through the desert city, do not forget to retrieve that item known as the Kikisi added, recalling Sakamaki's instructions. I have high hopes for you. It is imperative you bring it back intact. As they traversed the desert city, Raborins suddenly remembered they needed to assist Kikisi in retrieving something. It was called the what was it? May. We are looking for the strong desire pod, right? After a moment of confusion, Raborins turned to May for clarification. The result was a sharp smack from May, causing Raborins to instinctively shield her head. You fool. Can you not take this seriously? It's the punishment pot. Fortunately, wearing a helmet, she felt no pain. Instead, May's hand had turned red from the impact. Watching Raborins' reflexive actions, May was filled with exasperation. How did I end up with such a hapless best friend in this lifetime? Wait a moment, with her hands protecting her head, who was gripping the handlebars. Focus on riding your bike, you idiot. The two girls gradually lost their balance and toppled over, May letting out a furious roar. As Raborins attempted to right the small electric scooter, she found the handlebars unresponsive. It seems to have broken down. With a resigned chuckle, Raborins laughed off the stark reality. It seems they can only walk now, doesn't it? The journey from here to Mier City would surely break their legs. Labyrinths. Clenching the city map tightly in her hand, May's forehead throbbed with veins, brimming with pent-up fury. Her fists hardened. She truly wished to lift this guy's skull to see if there was a brain inside, or merely mush. Oh dear. It's just a malfunctioning mode of transport. A trivial matter indeed. In due time, we could simply sit atop the furnace and let the demon god carry us along, right? Observing her good friend's face puffed up like a pufferfish, Labyrinth endeavored to soothe May's emotions. Though it resembled a scene from a funeral procession, she hoped May wouldn't despise it. Come, have a slice of melon to calm your nerves. Spotting a little girl selling fruit in the desert, Labyrinth pointed at the stall and inquired, Little one, how much is this melon per pound? Lizette looked up at the towering older girl, but her view was obstructed by the mountains of flesh before her, rendering her unable to see the face. Truly, it was like a deserted mountain where one could not see a soul, yet the sound of voices echoed. Judging by the voice, it seemed somewhat familiar. It appeared I had an old customer here. Old customers are the best. I, Lizette, only slaughter the ripe ones. Slightly rising on her tiptoes, Lizette wiggled her 5 fingers before Labyrinth's. 5 coins per pound. Is the skin of this melon made of gold? Or are the seeds crafted from gold? Labyrinth widened her eyes in astonishment. This was excessively expensive, far beyond her means. It's not 5 coins per pound. Lizette merely shook her head, continuing to rise on her toes and wave her hands dismissively. Thank goodness. Labyrinth had feared she had encountered a watermelon assassin. Afraid of losing face before May, she would have to grit her teeth and purchase the melon no matter the price. It's 500,000 union coins per pound. Upon realizing the price was 500,000 union coins per pound, Labyrinth felt it was a bargain. Not at all. Wait, what did you say the price was? 500,000 union coins. That amount wouldn't even fit in a handcart. Labyrinth slammed her hand down, exclaiming, how can this little girl with her thick eyebrows and large eyes be such a shrewd merchant? Hearing that price, she feigned to look around, but in truth, She was seeking a charming lamppost for Lizette. Look around. Where are the melons in this desert? These are all from greenhouses. Noticing that the older girl seemed dissatisfied with the price and reluctant to pay, Lizette hurriedly began her sales pitch. You think it's expensive? I think it's expensive too. Biting her lip tightly, Labyrinth laughed. All right, you truly consider me a chump to be harvested, don't you? Just pick one for me. Methodically patting the watermelons, Lizette exerted all her strength to present the best one in front of Labyrinth's. Hey, how about this one? However, Labyrinth didn't even glance at the watermelon. She merely coldly scrutinized Lizette and questioned, is this melon guaranteed to be ripe? I run a fruit stall. Would I sell you an unripe melon? Holding the watermelon, Lizette listened to Labyrinth's words, tilting her head in confusion. Although she was crafty in business, she prided herself on her integrity. One gets what one pays for, and the older girl ought to be thanking her. I ask you, is this melon guaranteed to be ripe? Labyrinth's expression darkened further, her tone grave as she set aside her playful demeanor. Just as she was about to bag the melon, Lizette suddenly looked up, sensing something was amiss. This older girl seemed to harbor ill intentions. Are you deliberately seeking trouble? With her arms crossed, and without paying, Lizette felt quite irate and directly exposed the other's intentions. She had discerned that this well-endowed woman intended to dine and dash at her expense. Truly a case of brawn without brains. Do you want it or not? If it's unripe, I'll eat it myself. Does that satisfy you? Hearing Lizette's words, Labyrinth felt her temper rise. Unable to suppress her fiery anger, she retorted, you said it. If this melon isn't ripe, you'll swallow it whole. Before she could finish her sentence, Labyrinth summoned a demon god beside her, brandishing its great sword and swinging it at the melon. The juices flowed abundantly in a scene reminiscent of playing Fruit Ninja. So you intend to chop my melon, do you? Witnessing the other summon a demon god and escalate their verbal conflict into a tangible confrontation, Lizette showed no signs of yielding. To dare cause a ruckus in front of her fruit stall, this time she would ensure that the other would not escape unscathed. Although all her magical traps were gone, Lizette believed that with the might of her family's axe-wielding monster, she could hold her own. Pouting in indignation, Lizette's sweet voice took on a fierce tone as she proclaimed, summon the Sylph of the White Forest, and special summon Lucia of the White Forest. As Lizette whispered, two distinctly different powers ignited from her body. A warm, fluffy large wolf and a cold, damp little bat appeared as illusions behind her. Using them as material for synchro summoning, she chanted, O original sin of the abyss of the White Forest, crowned with thorns, ascend to the throne of bones, and descend. The demon of the White Forest, Saint Demon Diabel. Vines and willow branches, imbued with magic, grew wildly, encircling Lizette's form, shimmering with an eerie green glow. The serpent-eyed Yinlin, having heard the commotion, flew out from behind the fruit stall, witnessing the Silver City Lord engaged in battle with Diabel. Both parties were familiar faces, and it seemed unfair to favor either side. Taking a seat on a nearby stool, Yinlin casually began to snack on sunflower seeds, observing their duel from the sidelines. Better not disturb the internal conflict of the Yu-Gi-Oh card spirits. May picked up a pokeball, intending to release the monarch serpent to assist Labyrinth, only to be stopped by Yinlin. The pink little snake pressed its forehead against May's shoulder, its large, cartoony eyes gazing intently at her, somewhat unsettling. Want some? Tapping May's shoulder with its tail, Yinlin offered her some sunflower seeds, inviting her to join in the snack. Thank you. Smiling at the adorable little snake, May instinctively expressed her gratitude before settling down to watch the battle. But wait, wasn't she supposed to help Labyrinth? Looking towards the center of the battlefield, she saw that the demon goddess' strength was no match for Diabel's power, being forced to retreat continuously. With no traps left, wasn't this a death sentence for her? She questioned if she could even contend with anyone now. Labyrinth could only keep summoning furniture, a furnace, dragon-shaped lamps, and a mad clock to barely hold her ground. She realized that the little girl selling melons was none other than Diabel from the Yu-Gi-Oh world. Had I known you were from that deck that prioritizes time over life, I wouldn't have bothered you. She sighed, inwardly criticizing the cumbersome nature of the White Forest setup. Unlike herself, who only needed 5 back row cards, the White Forest had to consider so much more. May, if you don't come soon, I really will be minced meat. Labyrinth yelled, seeing her chances against Lizette diminishing, pleading for external assistance. Yinlin, seeing that the two had nearly reached their limit, felt it was time to step in and separate them. However, unbeknownst to her, May was the first to spit out the sunflower seed shell, entering the fray. Go, Monarch Serpent. Use Leaf Tornado. Yinlin was taken aback. You two ladies are bullying a little girl. Is there no integrity in that? Alas, it appears I must take the lead once more. Summoning the serpent-eyed flame dragon, The body of Yinlin suddenly swelled, igniting in a blaze of azure flames. Chapter 70. The Vessel of Insatiable Desire. Ruins of the Temple in the Desert City of Carlos. The endless expanse of the Gobi Desert stretches forth as the wind sweeps across the jagged rocks, emitting a mournful wail. The grains of sand tremble in the heat wave, while the distant horizon warps in the shimmering air, occasionally revealing a few black-eyed crocs slithering by. The warrior eagle, carrying its trainer, flaps its robust wings, soaring above the desert city. High above, Balza's expression grew grave as he sought the location of the ruins temple. As orphans of the Alchemy Kingdom, he and his sister bore the responsibility of guarding the Valley of Creation, while also preventing Hoopa from spiraling out of control and unleashing its power upon the world once more. Yet Balza remained unconvinced. The might of the young Hoopa ought not to be hastily sealed away, but rather utilized for the benefit of the desert dwellers. According to the ancient tomes, liberating Hoopa possessed the ability to open spatial passages. Thus, the desert city could effortlessly connect with the outside world, eliminating the need for roads and alleviating the exorbitant prices. Landing before a certain cavern, Balza released his soul rock, and together they floated into the depths of the chasm. It appeared this was indeed the ruins temple he sought. Dusting off the wall, the inscriptions of the Alchemy Kingdom became vividly clear. There was no doubt about it. Coming to rest before a barrier within the temple, Balza recited an incantation, causing the obstructive energy to dissipate instantly. And within the barrier lay the very vessel he had long sought, the vessel of punishment. At last, he had found it. With this, young Hoopa would have the opportunity to revive. Acting upon his great-grandfather's last wish, Balza dispelled the surrounding seals and successfully retrieved the magical vessel. However, it seemed somewhat corroded. The vessel's purple hue had faded, now cloaked in a heavy patina of verdigris. Very well then, hand over the vessel of insatiable desire to me. From a shadowy corner behind Balza, a chilling female voice suddenly rang out, declaring the fate of the magical vessel. Turning swiftly, he was met with two figures clad in bizarre, form-fitting combat attire he had never encountered before. Their faces obscured by masks, their identities concealed, leaving Balza unable to discern their origins. Yet this was not the time for such considerations. Cold sweat poured down his brow as he clutched the vessel tightly. Who are you? To seize the vessel of punishment is tantamount to declaring war on the Alchemy Kingdom. Think carefully. Gradually cornered, with no escape in sight, Balza had no choice but to resist fiercely, determined to protect the vessel of punishment at all costs. The Alchemy Kingdom is already deceased. To wield the sword of a fallen dynasty against the officials of the current one, do you not find that absurd? The silver-haired woman at the forefront merely scoffed, then snapped her fingers, shattering the silence within the ruins. The statue of the demon rose from the depths. A colossal sword brandished from the ground, aimed at Balza. The brown-haired companion followed suit, summoning her own serpent monarch to initiate an attack. Unleash the frenzied flora. We must seize the vessel of punishment. Soulrock, protect. Balza hastily invoked a defensive skill, narrowly evading the initial wave of assaults. However, this stalemate could not continue. The energy of Soulrock would inevitably be exhausted. As sweat trickled down his brow, Balza pondered a strategy, yet the enemy's second wave arrived with relentless ferocity. The fury found its outlet, as Raborins showed no mercy, directing the demon statue to launch a relentless assault. Despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to overcome even Lizette, which infuriated him. Yinlin transformed into the serpent-eyed flame demon, relentlessly pursuing both him and Mei, disregarding any semblance of law. In the heart of the Carlos desert city, mechanical wings swept across the sky, casting enormous dragon shadows that eclipsed the sun. Awaken, Master, it is time to rise. Behind the electronic dragon, Atla gently kissed the cheek of the slumbering man on her shoulder, rousing him from his dreams. Ahead lies the desert city, Master. How could those two, Gioji and Calcia, be so inept yet so playful? I cannot even get out of bed, and they have delayed our mission. My sincerest apologies. Dear sisters, but this time, the world of two shall be reserved for me and my master. Wow, have we arrived so soon? Luze rubbed his drowsy eyes, slowly waking, donning his sunglasses and mask. Though he had only just closed his eyes, the time for rest had already slipped away. He was utterly fatigued. The recent upheaval in conquering the League had only just settled, and after soothing Gioji's emotions, new disturbances had arisen in the Forest of All Ruins. According to Tianxia, a legendary Pokemon battle seemed to have erupted, with Yveltal and Xerneas vanishing without a trace. This might explain why Calcia had suddenly evolved into Red Shard, transcending to the second-tier divine realm. With such power to capture the deities of life and destruction, Luze needed not ponder who was responsible. Barkwood could no longer contain his ambition and began to officially strike against Carlos. Under the banner of the Flashing Flame Corps, Luze intended to collaborate with the Alchemy Kingdom, leveraging the power of liberated Hoopa to unite against Barkwood. It is not as if it is solely due to the Master and Sister's excessive playfulness. Master, you are truly insatiable. Cradled in Luze's arms, Atla basked in his warmth, her heart swelling with sweetness. Prepare yourself, we shall seek out little Hoopa. Lifting Atla in a horizontal embrace, Luze leapt from the back of the electronic dragon, landing in the center square of the desert city. No sooner had he touched down than he spotted a slender figure nearby. A little girl in a white magical hat was selling fruits by the roadside, her petite form entirely concealed within a white cloak. Beside her floated a pink snake-like creature, occasionally peeking from the shadows of the stall to absorb the sunlight's energy. Was that not his Lizette and Yinlin? Casually pulling a lollipop from his pocket, Luze unwrapped it and tantalizingly offered it before the little girl. Little sister, would you like to come back with the big brother? I will treat you to a lollipop. Bystanders turned upon hearing his words, intrigued to witness who would utter such indecent remarks. Upon turning, they beheld a mysterious figure in a mask leading a purple-haired little girl, attempting to entice another little girl in a white cloak. Without hesitation, onlookers began pulling out their phones, dialing the number for Miss Junshaw of the desert city. Hello? Is this Miss Junshaw? I am reporting a hentai lolicon in the central square. Observing Luze's insufferable demeanor, both Lizette and Yinlin were rendered speechless. We will follow you. But could you refrain from making such misconstrued statements? Imagining the lewd grin hidden behind the mask, Lizette felt akin to a good girl being targeted by a creepy uncle. Nevertheless, Lizette and Yinlin chose to follow Luze, just as they had when he unhesitatingly selected them back when they were merely cards. Within the card box, the magical traps of White Forest and Serpent Eye were entirely unsealed, transforming into sparkling light that was wholly absorbed. Stretching her delicate white hands, Lizette felt a portion of her power returning, not much, but sufficient. So, what was Luze's purpose in coming to the desert city? Sitting on a small stool in front of the fruit stall, cradling Yinlin, Lizette tilted her head and inquired. In pursuit of Hoopa, a formidable mythical Pokemon. Luze pondered whether Lisette might possess a means to locate this elusive creature after residing here for such a considerable duration. Discovering Hoopa would inevitably lead to an encounter with the heir of alchemy, Balza, and Mayali. Subsequent endeavors, such as negotiating the establishment of a branch of the Shining Flame Group in the Genesis Valley, would then become feasible. What does Hoopa look like? Luze mused, stroking his chin as he rummaged through his hazy recollections to articulate a semblance of the Pokemon's appearance. It was predominantly purple, with hints of red, and most importantly, it was adorned with rings. Fearing that Lisette might not comprehend, he animatedly traced a rounded shape in the air. Listening to Luze's description, Atla's cheeks flushed crimson. This Pokemon seemed to surpass her own allure. Although her master occasionally refrained from utilizing it, Atla was well aware of its essence. Isn't it merely a protective measure to avoid causing fatalities? She thought to herself. Sensing a sudden rise in the temperature beside him, Luze turned slightly, catching a glimpse of Atla's unusual demeanor. I'm discussing serious matters here. Why are you blushing like a teapot? He exclaimed. It's a ring. A golden ring, not the one I use. With a swift motion, Luze delivered a light smack to her forehead, urging her to regain her composure. Rubbing his temples, Luze felt a tinge of frustration. After being tainted by such frivolous thoughts, Atla's fate seemed sealed. Purple skin with a touch of red and golden rings. Lisette mused, placing her fingertip against her chin in deep contemplation, a flicker of recognition illuminating her expression. Is this what you speak of? In that moment, Yinlin poked its tail through the shelf, retrieving a Pokemon ensconced within a golden ring, playfully hovering in the air. The golden circle spun around it, as it flashed a cheeky grin. Hoopa Hoopa! A chorus of thoughts echoed in the minds of those present, resonating with a mischievous tone. Fruit, delicious, hee. Despite being caught in the act, it gleefully indulged in the pilfered fruits, devoid of any guilt, reveling only in the joy of free delicacies. Witnessing Yinlin successfully extracting Hoopa, Luze's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a vivid manifestation of a mythical Pokemon. Bushigoman, a mythical Pokemon, and you've so effortlessly drawn it out? Noticing Luze's bewilderment, Lisette clarified, this little rascal frequently visits our fruit stall to steal snacks, and over time, we have become acquainted. Gazing at the bothersome creature, Lisette was taken aback to discover it was indeed a mythical Pokemon, seemingly rare. Isn't being around such a Pokemon detrimental to one's intellect? Surely, it can't be that mind-numbing. Keen to know, Hoopa, Luze crouched before it, meeting its gaze at eye level, adopting a tone one would use with a child. Could you guide me to Balza? I have matters I wish to discuss with him. With a hand encircled by a golden ring resting against its mouth, Hoopa hesitated. According to Mayali, Balza had been seeking some kind of pot, and it would be best not to intrude. However, swayed by Luze's earnest request, Hoopa decided to lend its assistance. The golden ring expanded in an instant, opening a spatial portal, and Hoopa reached inside, searching for Balza's presence. Chapter 71, The Dark Deck Destruction Virus. Found it! Hoopa exclaimed, a mischievous smile gracing its cheeks as it tugged at Balza's clothing to pull him out. However, Balza appeared to be in a dire state, battered and unconscious. Balza, what has happened to you? Seeing the child he had watched grow up now in a state of unconsciousness sent Hoopa into a flurry of panic, flailing helplessly in the air. As the last prince of alchemy, you must not perish. If you do, your ancestor's line will truly come to an end. Luze stepped forward, supporting Balza's body and checking for a pulse. Thankfully, he still breathed. Examining the bruises, it seemed he had merely been knocked out. Yenlin fetched some water to administer to Balza, while Hoopa hastily summoned Mayali through its powers. Mayali, hurry. If you don't come soon, your brother will be lost. With its golden ring stretched wide, Hoopa anxiously called out toward the spatial portal. Brother, what has happened to you? Upon emerging from the portal, Mayali was met with the sight of her elder brother collapsed on the ground, his life in jeopardy. Unbeknownst to her, Balza had merely ventured out as usual to seek the relic temple and retrieve the punishment pot, only to return as a cold, lifeless figure. Regret flooded Mayali's heart for not having dissuaded him, and tears of anguish streamed down her cheeks as she cried out, Brother, your fate is so tragic. Is there any possibility I might still be saved? Balza coughed, attempting to reassure himself. He is just temporarily unconscious. There is no immediate danger to his life. Luze interjected, clearing his throat while observing Mayali's dramatic display. The atmosphere grew tense as Mayali stifled her sobs and gazed up in bewilderment. He merely fainted? I thought my brother was going to find our ancestor. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, she sheepishly scratched her head. What on earth transpired? Ugh. As Balza slowly regained consciousness, the cacophony of noise nearly pierced his eardrums. Attempting to rise, he was met with sharp pain from his bruises, causing him to gasp. Those two truly showed no mercy. They beat me mercilessly. Once seated on a chair with Luze's assistance, Balza recounted his ordeal. I only recall being struck down by that statue wielding a great sword, and then everything faded to black. I encountered a Pokemon that didn't even register in the Pokédex. It was my first encounter of its kind. This revelation piqued Luze's interest. The description sounded oddly familiar. He mused that it was a phrase often uttered when he utilized card sprites. Lisette, too, felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen such a Pokemon before. However, it was hard to fathom that Raborins would engage in theft without motive. There's another strange occurrence. Balza suddenly exclaimed. For some reason, the appearance of the punishment pot diverged significantly from historical accounts. The originally purple-red pot had faded, now encrusted with a heavy patina, and bore a ghastly visage. Recalling its grotesque features, grinning with exaggerated teeth and excess flesh, he shuddered at the thought. Could something truly possess such an abstract form? Listening to Balza's account, Luze's mind sparked with insight. This was no punishment pot, but rather the gluttony pot. So Balza's ancestor sealed Hoopa using the gluttony pot? How utterly outrageous. Regardless, the punishment pot had now fallen into someone else's possession. What will become of Hoopa? Mayali fretted, anxious that if those individuals truly took the punishment pot, Hoopa might never be restored. Hoopa, if I cannot be restored, then so be it, Hoopa chirped joyfully. Circling around Balza now that he had awakened. As long as I can accompany you, I am already content. With a cheerful demeanor, Hoopa maintained a positive outlook, showing no attachment to its powers. This simply will not do. The citizens of the desert city are still awaiting your assistance. Remembering the various injustices perpetrated by the Alliance against Desert City, Balza clenched her fists in frustration. There are no gyms here, and the Alliance conference is far away in Mier City, with Junsha and Joy showing no inclination to send help. It is solely reliant on the remnants of alchemy that Desert City can continue to function normally. They cannot have gone far. Let us search the city. Perhaps we might still find traces of them. Raising her gaze to the sun hanging high above, she recalled that only a few hours had passed since she had been knocked unconscious. The thieves who had stolen the punishment pot would never let her off easily. Luze, I implore your assistance. Balza earnestly beseeched, hoping that Liu Ze would extend a helping hand to aid the kingdom of alchemy in understanding its destiny. Once Hu Pa is completely liberated, the kingdom shall certainly honor you as a distinguished guest. Carlos of Desert City, the Desert Tower. That mere pot of greed. Was it not already in my grasp? Puffing out his chest with pride, Raborins sought to take credit from May, for he had indeed exerted considerable effort. It is the punishment pot. Raborins, feeling triumphant, appeared quite insufferable, inciting May's ire. Raborins, I am not small. However, this punishment pot does seem somewhat different from the image provided by Kikisi. Comparing it to the quest objective, May's head buzzed with confusion. Could she have truly made a mistake? The pot in the picture was elongated, shimmering with a purplish-red luster, its entrance wide open, almost reaching the southern gate. Yet the pot in her hands was undeniably less than commendable. If it belonged to the Shangzhou period, one could only say it was from last week. The green demon Bo grinned widely. Was even the ancestor of alchemy so fashionable? New, pristine, undeniably new. Yet, the pot's owner insisted that this item was indeed the punishment pot. Tilting his head, Raborins took the pot from May's hands, equally perplexed. Could it truly be the pot of greed? If I activate its effect, can I really draw 2 cards? I dare you to activate its effect. Do you have the audacity to comply? Gazing into the narrowed eyes of the pot of greed, Raborins jested. Pot of greed, do not jest with me, for I take such matters seriously. Suddenly, the bronze pot erupted in a blinding golden light, its mouth twisting space into a vortex. No, wait. I was merely joking. Why are you taking it seriously? Witnessing the card-drawing animation, Raborins' eyes widened in shock, his entire being momentarily frozen. Countless particles of light were greedily consumed, veins bulging with delight. As if even his very soul were being drained by that bottomless pot. 2 sets of cards transformed into flowing light, entering Raborins' body. As dark red droplets oozed from the pot before it shattered on the spot, a thick malevolence seeped forth, the gathered malice coalescing into a dark shadow that morphed into the form of the liberated Hu Pa, its eyes blood red. The Death Deck virus has been unbound. The Shadow Deck virus has been unbound. The Dark Deck virus has been unbound. The Fixed Cannon has been unbound. The Union Cannon has been unbound. Raborins, are you alright? Witnessing the strange pot suddenly explode, with red light merging into her dear friend's body, May was genuinely startled. Though she often teased her troublesome companion, her feelings for her were profoundly deep. Splendid. I have never felt so invigorated. At last, I can utilize the red pit. My journey in the Pokémon world has only just begun. Do not stand there dazed. There are more pressing matters to attend to. Now liberated. The dark shadow rampaged through the city, searching for the punishment, Hu Pa. The legend of the mythical Pokémon is indeed true. Hu Pa is causing chaos again. Spare me. I am the broadcaster. Liu Ze, there is a situation over there. The crowd, upon seeing the furious mythical Pokémon, scrambled in panic, their voices a cacophony of chaos. I have returned from the depths of hell. Without even glancing at Raborins, the dark shadow unleashed a wave of malevolence. Unable to remain passive, Raborins swiftly flipped over the cards concealed in the back row, launching an attack at the dark shadow. Activating the Dark Deck virus. She chained the effect of the Silver Princess of the Labyrinth, special summoning and liberating it. Silver armor enveloped Raborins, transforming into dark stardust, coalescing into a skull-like virus in the dome above. Declare a spell card, destroy all your skills. The dark skeleton let out a deafening roar, instantly dispersing the wave of malevolence. Energy compressed to its utmost limits sealed away all the Dark Shadow's available skills. What have you done? Why can I not use any of my skills? Are you trying to destroy me? Realizing her powers were once again sealed, the Dark Shadow howled in frustration, glaring fiercely at the audacious Raborins. Even without skills, I can turn you into mush. Reacquainting herself with the authority of the other dimensional deity, the Dark Shadow summoned 6 shield swords from a golden hoop. Brandishing her sword, she charged fiercely, forcing Raborins to leap and spin to evade the onslaught. Raborins, I am coming to help you. May gripped the pokeball containing the Sovereign Serpent, eager to assist, only to be met with the Dark Shadow's vicious slash. The cold light of the shield's swords approached, piercing May with pain as she despairingly closed her eyes. Clang. The resounding clash of metal rang out as Raborins blocked the Dark Shadow's strike with her dual swords. What help? You should be seeking reinforcements. Observing her friend's selfless expression, Raborins was struck by the realization of how May often felt when facing her. This sister is usually quite clever. Why does she become such a fool in times of crisis? In a battle of this magnitude, even if you came, you would merely be a sacrifice. Hurry and leave. If reinforcements arrive too late, you will only be left to collect my remains. Before her words could settle, Raborins sent May flying out of the battlefield with a kick, then resumed dodging the attacks. Chapter 72. Perhaps it's not too late after all. Special summon Fire Blower, Dragon Lamp, and Crazy Clock. Before her words could finish, the Dark Shadow's chaotic swordplay descended, obliterating the furniture she had just summoned. Special summoned the demon statue of Silver City, meeting the same fate as the furniture. The statue could not withstand the Dark Shadow's assault, and was instantaneously cleaved in two. It seemed that Raborins had completely used the special summon as a decoy. Is this not a bit underhanded? The battle had reached a stalemate, with Raborins standing silently before the Dark Shadow, her mask now half shattered. Summoning the power of the Silver Princess, her elongated form was encased in mithril armor. The long sword in her hand traced an elegant arc through the air, causing ripples to form in the space it pointed towards. Your ignorance is proportional to your stature. Her chest heaving with exertion, beads of sweat trickled down her silver hair. After such intense activity, her stamina was rapidly depleting. Nevertheless, she continued to taunt. May was fetching reinforcements. I must buy her a few seconds. Are you even capable? After all this time, my attire is merely a little dirty? Would you like me to fetch some seeds for you? Facing the Dark Shadow, Raborins made an internationally recognized gesture of goodwill, raising her middle finger. Cunning little rat. The accuracy of skills is woefully inadequate. Each attack merely grazes the opponent's attire, inciting the malevolent Shadow's wrath. You would do well to pray that you do not fall into my grasp. Suddenly suspended in the air, the giant erupts with fury, lifting 6 colossal swords high above its head, resembling meteors plummeting to annihilate all in their path. Oh, how desperate you are! Despite facing imminent danger, Raborins never ceases to taunt, systematically dismantling the Shadow's sanity. She is acutely aware that this attack is nearly impossible to evade. The Shadow has precisely calculated its angle, enveloping the very heart of the battlefield. Ah, have you finally remembered that you possess a brain? Kneeling on one knee, with her left hand pressed against the ground and her right hand brandishing her sword skyward, Raborins extracts a card from the earth. I set this giant virus. A massive shadow rises from the ground, hovering above her, forming a natural barrier to block the Shadow's slashing assault. What is this ghastly contraption? You resort to disgusting tactics when you cannot overpower me? Even as the virus is cleaved into bits, the Shadow is splattered with its viscous remnants, leaving it reeking. Activate the giant virus's final words. A smile graces Raborins' lips as she brings forth the duel's decree. Invoking the ironclad rule of duelists, inflict damage upon the destroyer and special summon any number of giant viruses. The Shadow internally laments as its body, now coated with the goo, suddenly itches unbearably, a sensation both excruciating and exhilarating. The previously ruptured giant viruses continue to multiply, swiftly blocking the entire battlefield, leaving it with no place to stand. Get away from me. Widening the golden ring, the Shadow instantly activates its dominion, transferring all giant viruses to another realm. The sense of flipping the table is exhilarating. Let's see how long you can endure. With a ferocious battle cry, the Shadow's 6 swords lunge forward once more. Raborins, intent on employing the same strategy, finds herself outmaneuvered by the Shadow. Prepared for this, a spatial rift has awaited the giant virus's arrival, and they are promptly dispatched to distant lands. A crisp crack reverberates as Raborins, attempting to parry the colossal swords, finds her sword shattered in her grasp. She is sent hurtling hundreds of meters, her feet carving deep furrows into the ground, crashing through several walls. Collapsing, supported by the remnants of her broken blade. She is riddled with countless fractures, her body pushed to its absolute limits. Cough, cough, truly, this is rather painful. Surrounded by dust, she cannot suppress her coughing fit. Yet, her breath remains labored, as if shards of bone have pierced her lungs. Blood seeps from the corners of her mouth, and Raborins tastes iron in her throat. It is evident, with her strength, she cannot triumph over a second-tier deity wielding dominion. Gazing in the direction where May departed, a smile graces Raborins' lips, devoid of regret. After her departure, that seemingly resilient girl will undoubtedly weep and wail for a considerable time. It is a pity, though, that she has yet to see him again. Yearning surges forth, and despite the pain threatening to overwhelm her senses, Raborins still wishes to fight back, yet she can scarcely rise. Biting her lip hard, she bows her head, clutching the card tightly, summoning her last reserves of strength to declare, activate, the Shadow Dex Destruction Virus, the Evil Dex Destruction Virus. Release all my power, transforming the remnants of my life into the final tempest. Darkness churns into a vortex, shards of blades erupting with a piercing shriek. As the shattered battle armor surrounding Raborins dissipates, countless virus particles surge forth, twisting and multiplying into a cataclysmic storm. This is the decay of life, the very disintegration of matter itself. Yet, it proves to be utterly futile. To think this would inflict significant harm upon me is sheer folly. Observing the opponent's counterattack as feeble, the shadow bursts into cruel laughter. You have no conception of true power. Channeling its dominion, the shadow's spatial rift devours the destruction virus whole. The harsh truth looms before her. Rabalins despairingly closes her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. The dagger morphs into energy, and with no anchor, her agonized body collapses sideways. I hope I haven't arrived too late. Hearing a familiar voice, Rabalin's eyes snap open to behold the face she has longed for. She is not entombed in ruins but cradled in the warm embrace of her beloved. Strange, am I dead? Why does this feel so unreal? No longer wishing to feign strength, she buries her head into Lu Zhe's chest, weeping uncontrollably. You villain! Why did you not come find me sooner? Scalding tears cascade down, piercing a hole through Lu Zhe's chest. Activate the Solar God Fusion. The operation of the winged divine dragon egg has already formed muscle memory, swiftly healing all of Rabalin's wounds. Good girl. Kissing the forehead of the woman in his arms, Lu Zhe gently pats her smooth back, soothingly saying, Our city lord held on until her husband arrived. That is commendable. Now let's rest for a while, shall we? I shall go and exact 1,000 tortures upon that beast. Still somewhat weakened, Rabalin says nothing, merely nuzzling her blood-stained head against Lu Zhe's chest. 1,000 tortures? Boy, you are quite brave. The shadow, having overheard such foolishness, bursts into uproarious laughter, deriding Lu Zhe's impotence. Now, let the true battle commence. My turn, draw a card. Embracing the battered Rabalins, Lu Zhe's clothes are drenched in crimson, mirroring his palpable thirst for vengeance. I care not whether you are the Shadow or Arceus. Those who have harmed me shall pay with their lives. From the abyss of darkness, the falcon of rebellion unfurls its boundless wings once more. Transcend, Class 13, rise. Rebellious falcon. To achieve a higher realm, to attain pure victory, the electronic end dragon, I shall surpass it. Manifest the ultimate evolution of the future. Arise. Kaiser Dragon, electronic dark end dragon. O beings of light and darkness. The blue eyes converge here. Fusion summon. Appear, ultimate dragon sorcerer. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe summons 3 formidable monsters to encircle the shadow, gazing upon the Pokemon he has never encountered. The shadow cannot help but concede that this man indeed possesses formidable prowess. Not only has he mastered the means to enhance his own strength, but his main Pokemon also wields dominion, having already brushed against the threshold of a second-tier deity. So you can fight, huh? Quietly observing Lu Zhe's performance, the shadow chuckles mockingly, its expression one of disinterest. What good is your fighting skill? To survive in this world, one must have power and backing. Staring defiantly at the Blue Eyes ultimate dragon, the shadow stands its ground, dismissing the opponent entirely. Hey, which faction do you belong to? How come I've never seen you before? As a deity from another dimension, it liberates Hoopa to open up space, constructing abodes for legendary and mythical Pokemon. The residences of those deities, such as Groudon's Sending Fire Volcano and Kyogre's Sea God's Niche, are all part of its projects. So, you are merely a petty fool. Upon witnessing the silent figure of the Blue Eyes ultimate dragon, the shadow of evil immediately comprehended the situation. The companion before him was merely a minor deity, a forgotten wild chicken god without even a domicile, likely abandoned by the boss, Arceus. Is there anyone who dares to insult the dragon so? With a roar that echoed his inner fury, the Blue Eyes ultimate dragon was poised to engage in a fierce battle with this creature, yet he hesitated to act recklessly. It seems rather unjust for so many of you to gang up on a single opponent, he remarked, observing that even a deity of authority had been dispatched. The shadow of evil abandoned his flippant demeanor and became earnest. You summon your allies, and I shall summon mine. The more, the merrier. A golden halo erupted around Hoopa's wrist, shattering the space like a mirror. 6 rings whirled chaotically, opening a dimensional portal. Lava dripped from his form as Groudon emerged, shattering the ground beneath him. Summoning torrential rains, Kyogre unleashed a tempestuous sea. Dialga and Palkia resolved their disputes and descended together from the rift in time and space. The trio of dragons echoed their roars, as an icy world intertwined with flames and lightning. Hoopa's shadow cackled maniacally, raising his arms in triumph. The roars of the divine beasts resonated throughout the universe. In that moment, the dominion of heaven and earth lay firmly within his grasp. As he pondered how to contend with Landorus, the shadow of evil was thoroughly absorbed in his own artistry, oblivious to the void-filled space connecting to the reverse world. where Giratina had yet to arrive. Meanwhile, from within the golden halo, a thick, inky mist began to seep forth, growing ever denser. Chapter 73. Only death can bring an end. In the Kalos Dark Alliance. Release Xerneas. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Suppressed by Mega Darkrai. Yveltal could only watch helplessly as Xerneas fell into despair, consumed by impotent rage. As the god of destruction, he was impervious to the encroaching darkness, but the life deity, having lost its power, was a different matter entirely. Seeing the struggling Xerneas, its eyes bloodshot and streaming tears, convulsing in agony, tore at his heart. The iron curtain fell, utterly isolating the pained groans and blocking their sight. A man approached Yveltal, a cold smile gracing his lips. God of destruction, I shall make you my instrument. Ignoring the dark aura emanating from his opponent, Lysandra commanded with an unyielding tone. With tears still lingering on his cheeks, Yveltal unleashed a furious roar, causing the entire laboratory to tremble. You dare insult my divine might, torment my wife, and expect my assistance? He bellowed, drawing his massive head close to Lysandra. Yveltal yearned to rend him asunder, yet his claws and fangs halted just a foot before him. Bound by Mega Darkray's psychic power, he could advance no further. You have no choice, Lysandra pressed, unflinching even with Yveltal's deadly fangs so near. If you wish for Xerneas to be liberated from suffering, you must obey me. This tactic proved effective. Leveraging the life deity to command the god of destruction, Yveltal ceased his weeping and wailing. I will serve the Dark Alliance, but under one condition. His crimson eyes, weeping blood, spoke through clenched teeth. Once the task is complete, you must release Xerneas. Bending to Lysandra's will, Yveltal was coerced into servitude. All for the sake of his wife's freedom. That is only natural, Lysandra replied with a smirk, nodding in agreement before turning away, leaving the confines of the cell that held the god of destruction. Leader, are we truly going to release Xerneas? Queried his secretary, Jirachi, in confusion, having overheard the exchange. No, do you still not understand me? Intensify the encroaching darkness. I desire complete control over Xerneas. Observing the Pokemon connected by various four tubes, Lysandra chuckled darkly. Even legendary Pokemon would be reduced to mere tools of the Dark Alliance. Corrupted by the forces of darkness, they would nurture brutality through suffering, eagerly awaiting their transformation. Destined to serve Team Rocket. Capturing the life deity and god of destruction paled in comparison to subduing the trio of legendary beasts and birds, which would prove far easier. With Darkray's mere presence, and without even needing Mega, these Tier 3 gods would fall one by one. Leader, the Red Sun requests communication. They have arrived at the Sky Pillar. Indeed, after securing the life and destruction deities, they set their sights on the Sky God. Engaging in a video call, the visage of Red Sun appeared on the screen before Lysandra. Red Sun, report on the mission status. We have located the target, but... Red Sun hesitated, his voice faltering in the tense moment. Yet he continued, the Mega Rayquaza, after its pivotal moment, is far too swift. No matter how Quasi uses White Kyurem to activate its hyperdrive mode, it is impossible to catch up. Groudon, too, cannot fly and is utterly ineffective. Listening to Red Sun lay out the mission's progress, Lysandra began to grasp the situation but first inquired, what are your thoughts on this? I believe we should temporarily abandon the pursuit of Rayquaza and attempt to summon Dialga and Palkia. With the creation chain in play, we need not fear their disobedience. Clenching his fists, Red Sun felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, eager to set his plan into motion. With the creation chain restraining Dialga and Palkia's dominion over time and space, even legendary Pokemon were not exempt from fate. Moreover, the Dark Alliance boasted several Tier 2 combatants, more than sufficient to compel their submission. In that case, let us proceed, Lysandra declared. If we capture the dual gods of time and space, Landorus, what will you have left to oppose me? Feel the world's dark underbelly, spill blood and tears, and wallow in endless agony. Yet unbeknownst to Lysandra, it was precisely this maneuver that would lead to the Dark Alliance's collapse. Sinnoh's Crown Mountain, the Spear Pillar, traversing the currents of time, tearing through the fabric of dimensions. In the name of the gods, I decree the order of all things. With divine authority, I command the cosmos. Red Sun raised both the diamond and pearl orbs above his head, chanting fervently to welcome the descent of the gods of time and space. Arise. The supreme duality of Sinnoh. A rift in dimensions tore open, revealing the silhouettes of two legendary Pokemon as expected. In an instant, Red Sun unleashed the creation chain, using Arceus's might to seal their powers and attempt to manipulate their consciousness. Behind him, Water Arceus rode Kyogre, Red Sun mounted Groudon, and Quasi commanded White Kyurem. all prepared for the encounter. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A massive golden halo appeared out of nowhere, teleporting all present legendary Pokemon. Along with Red Sun and his companions, they were all cast into the spatial portal. When the space stabilized and they opened their eyes, they were met with the figure of the man the Dark Alliance feared the most. It was Landorus. Kalos, Desert City, Desert Tower. Groudon, Sword of the Cliffs. Kyogre, Source of Waves. Kyurem, Icebound World. Reshiram and Zekrom, Unleash Blue Flames and Thunderstrike. Dialga, Roar of Time. Palkia, Spatial Rend. Though unaware of the unfolding circumstances, Red Sun understood that an enemy of my enemy is a friend. Thus, he unleashed an assault towards Landorus, united with the dark purple giant beside him. The Dark Alliance swiftly formed an alliance against their common foe. As a volley of attacks coalesced, aimed directly at Liu Ze, an unexpected twist unfolded. The summoning link, 5, rendered all Pokemon on the opposing battlefield ineffective. A languorous voice emerged from the black mist, causing the once terrifying attacks of the legendary Pokemon to disintegrate into nothingness. Suddenly, silence enveloped the air, leaving the onlookers, along with the sinister shadows, in an abyss of endless quietude. Ah, it seems I have arrived just in time, she mused. The sound of her high heels clicking against the ground resonated as a woman in a black dress stepped forth from a golden halo, clapping her hands with a light-hearted chuckle. Giratina bowed in submission, its origin for me floating gracefully beside her. Lord of the Closed Realm, Alicia, she slowly proclaimed, placing her fingertip delicately against her lips. A palpable aura of death pervaded the atmosphere, and the obsidian staff in her grasp shimmered with a rich luminescence. Feeling the invisible pressure, every legendary Pokemon present trembled, their pupils constricting in fear. This was the pinnacle of a second-tier deity, even brushing against an unattainable realm. Overwhelmed by the oppressive authority emanating from Alicia, the sinister shadow found itself momentarily paralyzed, processing the vast influx of information. Such a colossal surge of energy almost rivaled that of the avatar of Arceus, the boss. As Alicia soared to Liu Ze's side, her gaze fell upon the weakened Rapidash, her eyes narrowing with intensity. How dare you harm my dear sister? This is utterly unforgivable. Alicia, let us fight side by side, Liu Ze urged, turning to meet her gaze while cradling the silver-hued Rapidash. He then launched into the fray. Wings of the Divine Dragon, unleash. Divine Wrath Flame Cannon. Flames pierced through the battlefield like divine spears, leaving in their wake a scorched earth and the mournful wails of twisted heat waves. Open, dimensional portal. Even though the skill was nullified, the shadow still wielded its authority to transfer the searing beam of light, barely dodging the attack. Beads of sweat cascaded from the shadow's brow. Oh no, I've bitten off more than I can chew. Had I known your spouse and sister were this formidable, would I have dared to engage you? Gazing at Liu Ze and Rapidash, the shadow felt a wave of despair wash over it. I never anticipated that after a lifetime of arrogance, I would finally meet my downfall. Azure Ultimate Dragon, Destructive Eruption Gale. The air thundered as it rapidly collapsed, a violent whirlwind enveloping the azure white light. Kyurem, Reshiram, and Zekrom, you must intercept the attack. With the annihilating beam drawing near, Quake cried out in sheer desperation. While the legendary Pokemon's attacks posed little threat, a direct hit on his human form would spell disaster. Reshiram, in a desperate attempt to withstand the full force of the Azure Ultimate Dragon's assault, cried out as it plummeted to the ground, activating the effect of the Armored Dragon. Equipping the electronic End Dragon, Eternal Evolution Flame. Confronting the time-space deities bound by the chains of creation, the Armored Dragon unleashed a spectacular display. Dialga, Palkia, evade as best as you can. With their abilities rendered ineffective, they found themselves defenseless, unable to retaliate. A brilliant column of light pierced the heavens, scattering countless shimmering crystals. As the evolutionary radiance coalesced into waves of destruction, Winged Rebellious Falcon equipped the ultimate Hardhead Hammer and unleashed Phantom Claw. The chilling claws tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek, distorting light in their wake. Groudon faced the attack head-on. Send it back, Red Flare bellowed. Among the legendary Pokemon rendered ineffective, Groudon was least affected, as it remained grounded while others soared above. With a firm grasp on the Shadow Claw, Groudon seized the opponent and hurled the Winged Rebellious Falcon aside, soon followed by Kyogre's Tail Whip. Well done, Kyogre. Tear it apart like this. As the Winged Rebellious Falcon was struck down, adrenaline surged through Water-Wutong, who pounded its chest, exulting in victory. With the authority of the Earth God and the Ocean God, the energy of Groudon and Kyogre flowed ceaselessly, their vitality continuously restored. Impervious to destruction, Yet, Giratina swiftly employed Shadow Strike, delivering a heavy blow to Groudon before retreating into the underworld. Ultimately, the winged rebellious falcon found itself at a disadvantage. But it managed to hold on with Giratina's support. This was a war between legends, devoid of extravagant skills, resolved through the most primal means. Only death could bring an end. Chapter 74. Do not forget the skull eruption. I shall take command of this battlefield. Stay put and admire my dance, Alicia declared, restraining the eager Lu Zhe as her hands brushed across his face. With a graceful step forward, her long hair flowed like a nightfall, her dress trailing shadows that consumed even the light. Your husband must be weary from these battles. Why not join me for a cup of tea in the underworld? The inversion of the realms between the living and the dead occurred. The scene before Lu Zhe shifted dramatically, and after a brief disorientation, he found himself standing alongside Alicia, cradling Rapidash. Before them lay numerous legendary Pokemon dragged into the underworld. The Sinnoh reverse world underworld, centered around Alicia, rotted the world. Organic matter disintegrating into ash and transforming into a pallid realm of the dead. The serpentine water lilies blossomed, and the dragons soared across the sky, illuminating every rugged path with a dim yellow glow. Reshiram, Hyperdrive. With its tail glowing fiercely, they could finally perceive the realm before them. Before them loomed a mansion constructed of bones. As the surroundings morphed, the battling foes vanished, leaving all engaged legendary Pokemon in a state of shock. What is this place? Is this still our homeland? How can I not recall establishing this space? The sinister shadow felt a twinge of familiarity in the strange scenery, recognizing the traces of its own power. This is the reverse world. Finally discerning their location, the shadow's eyes widened in shock. Upon hearing this, Dialga and Palkia immediately voiced their dissent. What do you mean? The reverse world? How can this be possible? As Giratina's archrivals, they were intimately familiar with the reverse world and could not be mistaken. Hey, you, Golden Halo, aren't you capable of traversing dimensions? Find a way to take us out of here. With bones strewn about, Water Wutong felt a pang of anxiety at the sight of this underworld scene. Sensing that Groudon and Kyogre's wounds were no longer healing, Redflare thought it dire. Without contact with the ground or ocean, the amplification of divine authority would be rendered ineffective, wouldn't it? Lacking authority and with skills nullified, the outcome of this battle seemed inevitable. The underworld was not a realm one could simply enter or exit at will. Alicia spoke languidly, her casual tone echoing like a death knell to her adversaries. Guests from afar, my beloved subjects, are you not here to welcome me? With that, the entire underworld erupted into chaos. Beneath the feet of the legendary Pokemon, the ground trembled, akin to the beating of a heart, sounding the war drums. Kneeling on one knee, Alicia traced her finger across the ground, bloodstains morphing into an undulating totem of the river of the dead. Awaken, slumbering bones, heed the decree of the Lord of the closed realm. The heartbeat quickened, accompanied by the thunderous sound of chains fracturing. Countless pale skeletal hands burst forth from the earth, entwined like thorns to form a colossal dragon's head. Names once inscribed on the epitaphs of the living now lie buried in the abyss of eternal night. The dragon's claws, encased in rusted bone armor, tear through the underworld, while ghostly flames ignite within hollow eye sockets. Vertebrae rise in jagged peaks, each bone entwined with the chains of wailing souls. In the name of Ellis, I grant you the honor of slaying the living once more, awaken from the depths of the underworld. The skeletal dragon, a fusion of the dead. Do not forget the spirit of the underworld king. Arise. From the abyss, the bone dragon emits a low rumble, shattering the clouds above into skeletal fractures. Go forth. Punish those audacious ants who defy eternity, and let their wicked souls crumble into the dust of the netherworld. With wings unfurled, the skeletal dragon plunges into the fray among the legendary Pokemon, charging into battle without a hint of pain. Go ahead and fight. I'm making my escape. Watching Ellis summon another secondary deity with a mere gesture, the shadowy figure attempted to flee. A golden halo expanded above, and just as the shadowy figure sought to open a spatial portal, it discovered escape was utterly impossible. This was the power of dominion. This space was indeed bound by laws of restriction. Seeing someone attempt to slip away, Ellis chuckled, for as the god of the closed realm. Do you know why it is called so? Without invoking the reversal between the realms of the living and the dead, no one can exit this space. The skeletal dragon. Do not forget the eruption of the skull. Eerie light suddenly radiated from the gaps in the bones, casting reflections in the eyes of all legendary Pokemon. The effect of forcing the opponent to attack activated, and the shadowy figure silently lamented as it found itself besieged by two dragons, left with no choice but to defend. Even Dominion was perfectly suppressed by the opposing force. What a game this was. Compared to the shadowy figure, others fared no better. The Dominion of Groudon and Kyogre faltered, their stamina dwindling with each exertion. Struggling against the overwhelming might of the Azure Dragon, Reshiram was on the brink of demise, while Quasar found itself utterly powerless. The whiteboard time-space deities were thoroughly beaten, yet the King of Dragons grew ever more emboldened. After several rounds, it had equipped itself with a plethora of cards. Despite the disparity in levels, sheer numerical superiority prevailed. Quickly, unshackle the chains of creation and release our dominion, or we shall be trapped here. In unison, they roared towards the blazing sun, the time-space deities breaking through their defenses, mere moments away from cursing their progenitors. Who had they offended? First, they were ensnared by a custom-made chain from Arceus, and then inexplicably thrust onto the battlefield to engage in a death match with a man named Luze. As a result, they experienced a complimentary tour of the Netherworld, the kind from which there was no return, being ruthlessly beaten as if they were in an amusement park. Yet, how does one unravel this conundrum? Rubbing the back of his head, the blazing sun bashfully remarked, "So you don't know how to untangle it." In a fit of impotent rage, they were once again struck by the explosive gusts of destruction, plummeting to the ground. The time-space deities lamented, "Children, I have crashed." Urging Luze not to keep them waiting too long, they sought a swift resolution. Skeletal Dragon, do not forget the dance of bone fractures. Arise. The skeletal dragon's bony wings suddenly unfurled, the decayed joints screeching in friction as phosphorescent flames surged around it. The skeletal dragon's body whirled like a tempest, casting crystalline bone blades towards the time-space deities. Struck with precision and overwhelmed by damage, Dialga and Palkia, despite retaining some strength, found no desire to rise again. "We've had enough. Let us just lie down and sleep. We can't endure another beating." Thus, the two secondary deities reclined peacefully on the ground, drifting into serene slumber. However, in the next instant, as they dodged an ambush from Giratina, Groudon barreled over the time-space deities. Spitting blood, Dialga and Palkia's eyes bulged in shock, as if they had met their demise. This fellow is far too heavy. Their adversaries were in disarray. Yet joy and sorrow remained unconnected, as Luze merely found their clamor bothersome. Amidst the chaos outside the mansion, Luze and Raborins were invited into the underworld manor, seated at the topmost level, overlooking the battlefield. "This is the newly harvested snake lotus tea. Please enjoy. Do not forget the Demoness, dressed in a maid outfit." Respectfully serving tea to Luze and Raborins. "Oh, how lovely, Miss Flower." Departing from Luze's embrace, Raborins entered the underworld manor, immediately captivated by the charming young lady. Her eyes sparkling with gold. Ellis truly dined well, for even her attendants were stunning. Raborins then took the Demoness by the hand, leading her to the adjacent room, where she began to explore her with abandon. "My lady, please maintain your composure." The Demoness blushed as she was pressed against the wall, her figure provocatively displayed. Raborins exclaimed, "Come, let me see." Eager to frolic with the Demoness, Raborins pursued her whims while Luze remained indifferent, allowing her to indulge. After finishing their tea, observing Luze toy with his teacup, Hades remarked, "The Lord of the Underworld remains as irritable as ever." Shaking a bottle of 1982 Lafite in his hand, Hades jested at Luze. Even the last hope of the ants is to be ruthlessly shattered. He only dared to utter such words in the absence of Ellis. For who did not know that beneath the elegant facade of the Underworld's inhabitants lay a heart of cruelty? Have there been any recent developments in the Netherworld? You know, I'm inquiring about the card sprites. Tidying her disheveled dress, the Demoness set down her broom and hurried from the adjacent room to refill Luze's tea. "Yes, something is imminent," she replied. Sipping from a cup of wine that had been steeped for half a year, Hades ambiguously stated, "Recently, the Lord of the Underworld has been experimenting. If successful, the Demon Realm could also be transported to the Pokémon World, akin to the closed realm in the Netherworld." After another swig of liquor, recalling his unfinished tasks, Hades' expression turned grim. "However, I cannot find a suitable vessel. The reverse world has reached its limit in accommodating two realms and desperately requires another space. But I simply cannot locate it." With tears and snot, Hades lunged forward, yearning to embrace his master, but Luze deftly evaded him. "That was close. I nearly had snot smeared on my clothing." Wishing to embrace, yet being dodged, Hades felt his heart shatter into pieces, irreparable. Luze retorted, "I don't perform Sichuan opera, thank you. So you only allow the opposite sex to weep in your embrace?" Realizing his truth, Hades felt exposed, but could not confront it, silently enduring. "Space. There's no rush. Once we defeat the shadow of Hoopa, we can collaborate directly with the Arceus Kingdom." By then, we can have as much space as we desire. After all, Hoopa is a deity of dominion from another dimension. The entire space is a mere trifle. Pointing at the shadowy figure being overwhelmed by the combined assault of the skeletal dragon and the winged dragon of RA, Luze remarked. Did you see that massive entity outside? It can resolve this minor issue with ease. Following this grand battle, the winged dragon of RA and the azure dragon successfully ascended to secondary deity status. The electronic dragon and the rapid-fire falcon also reached tertiary deity status, becoming the god of electronics and the god of rebellion, respectively. Simultaneously, Luze's card box at his waist flickered, hinting at the unsealing of new cards. Chapter 75, The Dark Alliance, perished. The Kalos Dark Alliance. What did you say? How is this possible? Listening to the report from Zhen Niao, Sakiki's forehead throbbed with veins, and his voice suddenly rose by an octave. What does it mean that after summoning the dual deities of time and space, everyone went missing? Not even a trace of communication signals? Are all those legendary Pokemon mere decorations? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Zhen Niao pushed the screen in front of Sakiki, and the green dots representing Chiri, Kikisi, Mizuki, and Akai's flames all turned red. The connection was lost, and the gray circle kept spinning. Even refreshing yielded no change. Ideals may be bountiful, but reality is harsh. With all his comrades vanished, Sakiki needed no further contemplation to know who was behind it. The only one capable of threatening the Dark Alliance, besides Luze, was no one else. It must be that fellow who employed some means to capture Chiri and the others. Those fools, inept at achieving success and only adept at failure, repeatedly clashing with Luze, have now brought ruin upon themselves. The Dark Alliance is doomed. Clenching his teeth, Sakiki slammed his hand down in frustration. He had never endured such indignation in his life. He instructed the Dark Mutuo to intensify suppression and ensure Yveltal remained compliant, avoiding any further chaos. What was the progress of Xerneas's encroachment? Not wishing to deal with that rabble any longer, Sakiki shifted his focus back to the existing legendary Pokemon. Otherwise, with his blood pressure rising so dangerously, he truly feared he might burst. A man must strive for strength. Even without companions, I shall vanquish Luze. The current progress had already reached 60 and was steadily ascending. With nimble fingers flying over the computer keyboard, Zhen Niao coordinated the data transmission across various departments and consolidated it for the leader's report. If all goes as planned, completion should be achievable by the end of this month. Hearing about the progress of the dark transformation, Sakiki nodded in satisfaction. Compared to those fools, his subordinates were indeed a relief. Notify Apollo to liaise with the plasma group and restart the fossil revival plan. Let us merge it directly with Mutuo's production line. The mass production of mythical and legendary Pokemon is Sakiki's new strategy to triumph over Luze. After the crushing speed victory method of Mizuki and the alluring corruption tactic of Akai's flames both failed, he had been contemplating different paths. Ultimately, he resolved to adopt this development strategy, characteristic of the Dark Alliance, a method of enduring gradual victory. All he needed was for everyone in the Dark Alliance to possess mythical Pokemon, sowing the seeds of darkness across various regions. Only then could Luze, even if he wished to intervene, find himself overwhelmed, and the Dark Alliance might have a chance at resurgence. By the way, leader. Upon receiving the command, Zhen Niao immediately sprang into action, but just as he was about to execute it, he remembered something and turned to Sakiki, saying, Athena and Lance have escaped from the Flare group and are seeking an audience outside. Let them in. Sakiki waved his hand impatiently, and Zhen Niao unlocked the conference room door, allowing Athena to burst in. To her astonishment, she found herself back in Team Rocket, while Lance followed closely behind, tail tucked like a beaten dog. The Flare group truly behaved like beasts, especially that one named Joji, devoid of humanity. Falling to her knees, Athena clung to Sakiki's leg, lamenting the inhumane treatment she endured. They forced us to labor for 8 hours a day and provided merely 3 meals and snacks. Only in the morning could we drink milk, and our lunch break was a mere hour. Compared to her treatment in Team Rocket, it was like heaven and earth. Athena had never missed the organization so much. I nearly perished from exhaustion. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Sakiki genuinely worried that her tears might stain his suit. So, what exactly transpired at CAF Soleil, the headquarters of the Flare group? Remembering reports of a blazing inferno in the heart of Mier City, Sakiki's expression turned icy. That was the city center. He had heard that the forces of the Kalos League had nearly mobilized entirely. If the Flare group had not committed any significant acts, Sakiki found it hard to believe. Surely, the Kalos League did not think that with their lackluster trainers, they could defeat Luze? Surely not. Surely no fool would dare to attempt such a thing? At Sakake's inquiry, terror flooded Athena's eyes. She vividly recalled the devastation of that day. It was the League's trainers who sought to eradicate the Flare Group. They could not tolerate a terrorist organization operating within Mier City. They deployed 3 of the Elite Four and 2 champions, Yulong Du and Karuna. Yet, they ultimately faced utter defeat. Raising the coffee handed by Zhang Niao to his lips, Sakaki listened as Athena recounted the scene, fully expecting the outcome. Most importantly, their home had been stolen. The headquarters of the Kalos League had been seized. Though it seemed fine on the surface, it had actually changed hands, completely under Liu Zei's control. The Kalos League is doomed. Sakake's eyes widened as he spat out the coffee he had not swallowed, splattering Athena's face. Cough, cough, cough. Wiping his mouth clean, Sakaki was left in a state of utter shock. The League? Seized? Completely controlled? Such a niche vocabulary. He had never imagined such a miraculous arrangement existed in Chinese. Yulong Du's actions were sudden and shocking, leaving Sakake's mind reeling. Today, he had truly witnessed the unexpected. There were indeed those who dared to challenge Liu Zei. And not only did they fail, but they lost their very underpants. To rob a home, this is impossible. Wasn't there a member of the Elite Four guarding the League headquarters? Surely they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Seeking a logical flaw. Someone please tell me this isn't true. But what if that Elite Four member were a mole for the Flare Group? The Silent Lance finally spoke, ruthlessly shattering Sakake's illusions with the harsh truth. If he could, he truly did not wish to return to Team Rocket. But even an Elite Four member could find themselves powerless. The Kalos League, under Liu Zei's control, would eventually be exposed, and it would undoubtedly lead back to him, Lance. If they were to unearth past collaborations he had with Team Rocket, his reputation would be utterly ruined. Rather than await his doom, he could only choose to take a risk and seize this opportunity. Under the pretense of uniting with Team Rocket, he would overthrow Liu Zei, liberate the League, and thoroughly cleanse his and Team Rocket's name. The immediate priority was to rescue the trapped Elite Four members and champions of the League, solidifying Liu Zei's crimes. In the Sinnoh reverse world, at the Underworld Mansion, Liu Zei opened the card box and discovered new cards had been unsealed, causing him to grin widely, rubbing his hands together with delight. My turn, draw a card. Extracting the newly unsealed card from the box, its golden radiance shimmered brightly, reflecting in Liu Zei's eyes. Wow, golden legend. The Sky Dragon of Osiris is now unsealed. The Obelisk the Tormentor is also unsealed. Despite only 2 cards being unsealed, along with corresponding magic traps, Liu Zei could not contain his exclamation. His heart raced with excitement. It felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. The deck of the 3 sacred beasts he had longed for was finally complete. Moreover, the quality of these 2 cards was not low, both being silver shards of championship level. After a couple more battles, he estimated they could be upgraded to gold shards, recognized by the will of the world, granting him authority. Meanwhile, outside the Underworld Mansion, the battle between Aerolis and the legendary Pokémon was nearing its conclusion. Even though Groudon and Kyogre had entered their primal forms, lacking the blessing of authority, they were merely putting up a futile resistance. Like a fist striking cotton, they exerted their strength in vain, feeling utterly despondent. It was said that the legendary Pokémon had already exhausted their strength, leaving only the defiant Swanna, who continued to struggle. Relying on their authority, they mistook the world's favor for their own prowess. The mockery never ceased. Even when Swanna was shattered by the deity of the closed realm, it showed no sign of weakness. Enduring excruciating pain, it aimed to electrify Elres, clinging to its last shred of dignity. Was this fellow reckless enough to speak so boldly to Elres? Cradling the injured Wishiwashi, who could not fly, was equally astonished by Swanna's audacity. Had it always been this courageous? I respect your bravery. I wouldn't dare retort even if you called me a coward. Ignoring the jester, Wishiwashi looked at the battered Swanna, eyes filled with sympathy. It regretted listening to that fool and dragging Groudon into this conflict. Wouldn't it have been more pleasant to simply stay home and play cards with Caterpie? Why wade through this murky water? Now, Swanna lay battered, while it remained unscathed in its embrace. Kyogre was filled with self-reproach, a tide of guilt swelling within as its fins brushed over Groudon's wounds, eyes brimming with compassion. If you seek death so eagerly, then so be it. In the face of the captive's repeated provocations, Elres's gaze turned icy, her intent lethal. In the name of the deity of the closed realm, I grant you release. She prepared to crush Swanna's head beneath her heel, ready to send it into another world. Wait, spare him. Fortunately, it was not too late. Liu Zei's booming voice halted Elres's perilous act. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Liu Zei rescued Swanna from beneath Elres's shoe. He then took Swanna's place, ready to accept this delightful trampling as a substitute. That was close. Swanna almost relished the experience. I truly beg you, Swanna pleaded. Begging won't get you anywhere. Get in line. Luze retorted. Come on, Elres, show no mercy. Even Elres, with her exceptional composure, couldn't suppress her urge to scoff. This was rather excessive. Yet, Luze's words were sacrosanct. Despite her embarrassment, Elres could only allow him to indulge. Concerned that the heel might hurt, Elres deliberated and ultimately chose to remove her shoe. Embarrassment flooded her heart, her skin flushing a delicate pink. Under Luze's intense gaze, she felt somewhat uneasy but endeavored to endure. Balancing on one foot, her center of gravity wavered, causing a gentle sway. This was undeniably tempting fate. What individual could withstand such a lure? Silently repenting within, Luze remained resolute, treading the path of no return. My apologies, but one must at least attempt. Chapter 76. The Trials of Graduate Studies. As Luze's teasing tongue provoked her, Elres felt her soles growing damp and slightly itchy. Covering her mouth with the back of her hand to maintain her balance, she suppressed any peculiar sounds. Yet, Luze paid no heed. Lost in the irresistible allure of chocolate ice cream, the defeated legendary Pokémon and the members of the Dark Alliance were left in shock. Was this truly happening? It was akin to luring a dog into a trap, with the air thick with the scent of romantic tension. The flushed woman gazed down at Luze with eyes full of tenderness, utterly devoid of any brutality. Could this truly be the deity of the closed realm? They say love transforms people. The ancients were not mistaken. As the captives pondered, unable to contain herself under her husband's fervent gaze, Elres donned her shoes and assisted Luze to his feet. Wiping the drool from her lips, Luze reluctantly retracted his tongue. What about these humans and Pokemon? Surveying the captive crowd, Elres tilted her head, inquiring about Luze's plan for them. The crowd quickly averted their eyes. No one wishing to be the scapegoat that would incur the wrath of this plague god. Hadn't they seen Swanna's fate? Even now, it lay on the ground, its body shattered. In any case, they were of no further use. Would you have them returned to the mortal realm for confinement? Or simply leave them in the underworld as sustenance for the skeletal dragon? With eyes filled with adoration, Elres spoke softly, her gentle voice carrying an ominous weight. In response, the skeletal dragon let out a low growl. Having broken some of its bones during the battle, it would be perfect to use these captives for repairs. No, we still have value. We are immensely useful. As they realized their bones were about to be dismantled, Quagsire panicked, desperate to find a way to survive. He recognized that this woman was a true demon, ruthless and merciless. How could such a sweet voice utter such chilling words? I can reveal the plot of the devious Sakamoto and his latest schemes. After a few seconds of contemplation, Chiyu ultimately chose to betray Sakamoto, divulging everything. Forgive me, Sakamoto, but I am compelled. A friend's death does not equate to my own. Little did he know that during those few seconds of deliberation, Chiyu's rival, the fiery Kuro, seized the opportunity, surrendering even faster. He slid to his knees and bowed fervently 3 times. Sakamoto has captured the deities of life and destruction. He intends to use dark powers to corrupt Xerneas, coercing Yveltal against you. Moreover, Sakamoto harbored ulterior motives, constructing a production line to mass-produce Dark Mutuo. Swanna, who barely clung to life, could only scold his companions for their treachery. Aminos, you are traitors. Sakamoto, and I will not forgive you. Quagsire, already irked by Swanna's presence, seized the opportunity to settle scores while fighting for survival. Shut your mouth. You can't even save yourself. Why are you still thinking about Sakamoto? He delivered a swift kick to Swanna's head, rendering it unconscious. Let them serve as laborers for now. However, the legendary Pokemon still had to be released. After all, they held dominion, and the world still required their presence to function. But they could certainly work for the Flare team, serving as beasts of burden. Upon hearing Luze's decree, the shadowy ones erupted in chaos, debating fervently. Legendary Pokemon shall never be enslaved. Except for you, Hoopa, pointing at the shadowy Hoopa. The card spirits quickly surrounded it, restraining it. Hey, be gentle, don't hit my face. The shadowy one cried helplessly, having already bled dry. How could it feel like entering a fraud ring just by coming to the underworld? This is unjust. I am a law-abiding citizen. Forgive me. I will never provoke you again. Wailing in despair, the shadowy one pleaded, but Luze would ensure it paid the price for its injuries. If apologies were effective, why would the world still need someone like Luze? Forgiveness is a matter for the divine. My duty is to escort you to meet the divine. After all, who could say whether you had not committed harassment while attacking my labyrinth? Elres, eliminated. With that, the deity of the closed realm hurled her cauldron into the fray. Exclaiming, Shadowy One, The shadowy one could only silently lament its fate as it transformed into a beam of golden light, drawn into the cauldron. What kind of aura was this? The gathered crowd was left in utter shock, their eyes nearly popping out at the scene before them. She was concocting elixirs. She was brewing the fabled immortal potion. This is dire. It's the research preservation pill. Someone stop her. Outrage surged among the onlookers, appalled by such despicable and underhanded tactics employed for the sake of academic preservation. A truly abhorrent spectacle. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the area, as none dared to intervene. Elise summoned forth her powers and consumed the slander pill, swiftly refining the sinister shadow before her. Under the formidable might of the slander pill, it took mere moments for the malevolent specter to be transformed into a research preservation pill. Luze, holding the newly forged pill, intended to set an example. The legendary Pokemon bowed their heads in fear, anxious not to share the same fate as the shadow. Clutching the Pokeball, Luze menacingly declared, "Step forward voluntarily, or be turned into a research preservation pill by Elise. The choice is yours." "Impossible. Legendary Pokemon never submit," they retorted, yet the esteemed ones complied, lining up as Luze collected them into Pokeballs. As time was of the essence, Luze prepared to depart the underworld, aware that the real-world Hoopa and Lizette awaited his return. Must we leave so soon? The reunion was difficult enough, yet parting was even harder. A glimmer of disappointment flashing in Elise's eyes. In this hurried farewell, there was no opportunity to discuss the mysteries of existence with her beloved. Nevertheless, as the rightful consort, Elise maintained her composure, burying her discontent deep within, offering unwavering support to Luze. Indeed, there were many tasks awaiting her in reality. Gently patting Elise's head, Luze sought to soothe her emotions, speaking affectionately, "Raborins, let us depart." He called out towards the nether palace behind them, and together they soared into the air, the silver-clad figure entwining herself with Luze's arm. Behind them, the dark sorceress, Mo Wang Tian, flushed with color, adjusted her disheveled attire as she accompanied her master to bid farewell. The reversal between the living realm and the underworld commenced. A wave of dizziness struck as space inverted. Luze, alongside Raborins and numerous legendary Pokemon, returned to the world of the living. In the desert city of Carlos, they had previously engaged in battle against the shadow, only to vanish thereafter. Picking up the shards of the punishment cauldron, Balza surveyed the chaotic scene before him, assessing the current predicament. They needed to locate Luze and seal the shadow swiftly. With Luze's whereabouts unknown and the punishment cauldron shattered, there was but one solution to mend the situation: forge a brand new punishment cauldron using the altar of the Desert Tower. However, the Desert Tower had long been devastated during the confrontation, leaving only remnants of its former glory scattered across the surface. "Oh, come now. It's not the end of the world," remarked Yen Lin, the only other person privy to the truth, remaining unperturbed about Luze's safety. In contrast, its concern lay with Hoopa's shadow, fearing for Raborin's well-being, knowing full well the consequences of angering their master. Lizette nodded in agreement, having witnessed Luze's reckless nature prior to their journey. "Yai, do you have any clues?" she inquired, glancing at Mayali, who appeared equally perplexed. They had just spotted the shadow in the distance when they rushed to Luze's side, only to encounter the distressed girl along the way. "I don't know," Mayali murmured, her gaze falling upon the fragments of the secret silver battle armor, recognizing it as belonging to Raborins. But where could she be now? Tears streamed down Mayali's cheeks, splattering onto the fabric of the girl's clothing, creating dark stains. "It's all my fault. Had I not led Raborins into the plasma cluster, she wouldn't have perished protecting me. Oh dear, you miss your sisters so much," Raborins teased, nuzzling her head into Mayali's embrace, gazing up at her pained expression with a playful grin. "Sister, you've only been gone a short while, and little Yai is already in tears." Upon hearing that familiar voice, a stunning visage materialized before Mayali, as mischievous as ever. Blinking through her tears, she slapped herself in disbelief, realizing it was no illusion. "My dear sister, it's truly you. I thought I would never see you again." The floodgates of longing burst open, and Mayali threw herself into Raborin's arms, weeping uncontrollably. How could that be? Good people don't live long, and calamities endure for ages. I, however, am the latter. Raborins chortled, observing Mayali's tear-streaked face. I emerged unscathed, defeating that insignificant shadow with naught but a smudge on my attire. "But are you hurt, Yai? Let me see," Raborins inquired, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The map of Yin country was indeed quite brief. With the revelation of her vulnerability, Mayali blushed, playfully scolding Raborins for her antics. "But since you saved me, I suppose I can indulge you a bit. Seeing that the girl in her embrace did not resist as she usually would, Rabarin's eyes glittered with delight as she began to playfully tease her. Sisterly affection is a fine courtesy. Luze, you've returned. Balza exclaimed with joy upon Luze's reappearance, relief washing over him. He had feared that if anything were to happen to Luze, he would carry the weight of guilt for eternity. But where is Hoopa's shadow? I don't see it. Upon noticing Luze's return, Balza instinctively shielded himself with the Sunstone, wary of the shadow's potential assault. It has been transformed into a research preservation pill, Luze replied, producing the pill from his robes and handing it to the levitating Hoopa. The research preservation pill gleamed with a noble purple hue, adorned with golden patterns, exuding an enticing aroma. Hoopa observed the pill in his hand, frowning slightly. Regrettably, the malevolent essence within has not been entirely refined. Consuming it forcibly may pose a risk of backlash. What shall we do? Luze smiled faintly, his voice hoarse yet resolute. It's simple. I shall take the research preservation pill myself. With that, he summoned the ultimate dragon sorcerer, no longer concealing his formidable aura, having been suppressed by this overwhelming presence. The remaining malevolence was rendered incapable of even a feeble struggle beneath the radiance of the white dragon. Chapter 77. Old Deng, Unleash the Gold Coins. Upon swallowing the research preservation pill, Hoopa successfully reclaimed his former powers. Though not particularly abundant, it was sufficient. As he readjusted to his newly liberated form, Hoopa clenched his fists. With ample strength, I can better assist Balza and Mei Yali. Congratulations, Hoopa. Your punishment has been lifted. Mei Yali sincerely congratulated. Witnessing Hoopa's 6 arms floating beside him, his form towering like a giant. I believe your great-grandfather would be overjoyed. Just as Balza prepared to express gratitude to Luze, the pendant adorning his chest suddenly radiated a golden light. The sacred pattern grew increasingly brilliant, enveloping them in a profound warmth. This is my great-grandfather's relic. It's reacting, Balza exclaimed, nearly blinded by the dazzling glow. It was known that this pendant was intricately linked to Arceus, resembling the ring worn by the creator god. Could it be? Balza's pupils dilated, unable to fathom the magnitude of what was about to transpire. In contrast to Balza's astonishment, Luze, having already witnessed the ending of the film, was prepared for the unexpected. Goodness, the battle is over, and yet the alpaca's avatar only makes its appearance now. Where has it been all this time? The dome shattered, fissures appearing as beams of light cascaded like a heavenly river. The resplendent golden radiance pierced through the clouds, with delicate golden runes dancing amidst the luminous torrent, gradually forming a blurred figure at its core. Arceus descended, enveloped in a sacred aura, with rings of light swirling behind. Its hooves lightly touching the void, creating ripples akin to stars. 18 stone tablets encircled its presence, and space bowed in deference to its existence. Even time itself seemed to freeze, exuding an air of supreme majesty. The overwhelming pressure of the sovereign deity descended, yet, fortunately, the entity bore no ill intent, allowing Luze and others to finally catch their breath. At this moment, it was Luze's turn to be astonished, with the stone tablets present. It was indeed the true body. However, before he could fully grasp the situation, another figure emerged from the brilliance, completely shattering Luze's psychological defenses. Golden wings obscured the sun, divine radiance swirling around its form, akin to the very breath of the world. Its crown ignited spontaneously without flame, and within its palm, the laws reconfigured, causing all things to fade in the face of absolute light. Confronting the pressure of 2 creator gods, Luze's breath became labored, his eyes bloodshot. The god of light, Halakti. Balza, the trial of retribution has concluded. It is time to renew the legacy of the Alchemy Kingdom. A serene voice resonated from the depths of Balza's heart, akin to a gentle spring breeze, soothing all his discomfort. The oppressive sensation of the divine presence was immediately alleviated. He felt as though he were immersed in a cool pond. Balza, Prince of Alchemy, at the behest of the first monarch, serves the god of creation. With a single knee to the ground, Balza fulfilled his duty, upholding the pact between his ancestors and Arceus. As part of the legacy, I shall bestow upon you the sacred baptism through the power of transcendence. May you, in the days to come, restore the glory of the Alchemy Kingdom and bear the weight of your journey. Arceus slowly extended its foreleg, stirring the ripples of time and space, shimmering with crystalline blue light, ultimately alighting upon Balza's brow. The power of the creator god converged within his mind, comprehensively transforming his body. In accordance with customary protocol, upon the completion of the baptism, Balza would become Arceus's vessel, the possessor of transcendental power, and simultaneously, the embodiment of miracles. As Balza absorbed this power, Luze was not idle either, engaging Halakti in conversation. You must be the strongest among the card spirits, correct? Surrounding Halakti, watching the golden wings flutter, Luze felt an intense envy. He was indeed envious. The only one who could possibly rival you would be the Shattered Dragon, wouldn't it? By the way, I haven't seen old AI in a while. Where has that fellow gone? Perhaps he remains in the Pokémon world as a mere corpse? Halakti remained impassive, neither joyful nor sorrowful. It answered Luze's inquiries as they arose. I am still attempting to piece myself together. Though I often fall apart, I am close to completion. With a nod towards Balza, Luze's eyes gleamed with frenzied suggestion, yet Halakti remained unmoved. I mean, since Arceus has granted Balza the power of transcendence, wouldn't you consider spilling a few coins? Rubbing his hands together like a fly, Luze moved closer, hoping to extort a few treasures. Ellis, as a red shard, gave me several skill draws as a greeting. Old Deng, release some coins. Halakti floated silently, observing Luze's unquenchable greed with a sense of exasperation. It seems you have many cards yet to utilize. Are you already yearning for something new? No choice. I'll heed your words. With a wave of its hand, golden light permeated the card box at Luze's waist, splashing forth radiant treasures. Without a second thought, as the light flashed, Luze instinctively knew new cards had been unlocked. Eagerly, he opened the card box, silently thanking the creator god, his primal instincts re-emerging. Dragon of Judgment has been unlocked. Dragon of Retribution has been unlocked. Archangel of the Light Path, Michael, has been unlocked. While Luze perused the new cards, reminiscing about the steps of the unfolding scenario, Arceus' baptism had already reached its conclusion. Slowly opening his eyes, feeling the energy of transcendence surging within him, Balza sensed an inexhaustible reservoir of power within. I want to take on 10. Why don't you two have a spar? Talking without a hint of pain, let us find something for Luze to do. Halakti inquired of the two. Familiar with transcendental power, a battle with Luze would suffice. Despite not knowing the identity of the divine being before him, Balza felt the creator's force surrounding him and dared not be negligent. Accepting Halakti's suggestion, Balza reached for a Pokeball, only to be stopped by Luze. Aren't we supposed to engage in a Pokemon battle? Balza scratched the back of his head, slightly confused by Luze's bewildering behavior. I mean, is there a possibility? Luze's face lit up with excitement as he moved closer. What Halakti referred to as a spar was meant for just the two of us, not the Pokemon. Observing Luze, encased in his magical battle armor, Balza twitched at the corner of his eye. What a trivial concern. I might as well declare you the victor. To avoid intimidating Balza, Luze shed his ultimate dragon magic armor, striving to present a friendly smile. Then let us proceed. As the Prince of Alchemy, Balza would not retreat. Representing the honor of his nation, with the omnipotent power of transcendence enhancing his body, he did not believe he would be defeated. Summoned the Demon Forge Master of the Engraved Demons. Using it as material, Link won the Tomb of the Engraved Demons. Flesh mingled with steel. The coffin instantly levitating behind Luze, its enormous eye fixed upon Balza, sending shivers down his spine. Where did Luze acquire these abilities? Glancing at Halakti beside him, Balza felt the truth was becoming clear. Activating the effect of the Tomb of the Engraved Demons, he unleashed his unique move, the Demon of Red Tears, Day of Tears. The crimson eyes blinked, and the colossal coffin opened, revealing a golden-haired woman, with demonic horns adorning her head and wings unfurling from her back. She stretched the membrane between her bones. The Tomb Forge Master then leaped forth, using the Engraved Demons and the Demon of Red Tears as material. Linking summon Link to the great holy coffin of the Engraved Demons. The mechanical coffin seems widened rhythmically, pulsating with a visible crimson heartbeat. Further activating the effect of the great holy coffin, he fused the summon the Engraved Demon, Day of Tears. The tomb transformed into a blood and flesh cannon, held by Luze, with a scarlet giant eye glaring from the muzzle, shedding endless tears. Clinging to his form, the great holy coffin disassembled into battle armor, safeguarding every joint and vital point around Luze. The previously golden-haired woman gradually faded, transforming into a soft pink soul, casting a wine-red cold flame, standing beside Luze. With preparations complete, Balza, it's your turn to play Yu-Gi-Oh now. Balza gazed at the fully armored Luze, feeling a surge of despair. Could he truly compete? It seemed this armor, in Luze's hands, had become worthless, merely a garment to be worn. The power of transcendence is nearly omnipotent, if you wish. You may noticing the dejection in Balza's eyes. Arceus felt compelled to interject. This means I can also combine with armor? Let us give it a try. Balza gently closed his eyes, attempting to channel the energy within him amidst his slowed breathing. Gradually, a magnificent steed materialized before him, accompanied by a spear wrought from transcendent power and encased in formidable steel armor. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Luze felt as if his eyes might pop from their sockets. Could this be the legendary, ethereal steed of combat? The might of a combat master was truly terrifying. This transcendent power truly seemed to obey its wielder's every command, bordering on unreasonably excessive. An egregious overstep, indeed. It must be curtailed. What? You say the overreach pertains to our allies? Oh, then it's of no concern. Oblivious to his own double standards, as the solo battle commenced, Balza initiated the offense, charging into the fray atop his steed. Fire at will. Fire at will. Shall we unleash the artillery? Consider it done. Luze had never encountered such a request in his life, and naturally, he chose to oblige. Boom. The cannon's muzzle, with its striking azure gaze, erupted forth, enveloped in a deluge of blood and tears, as the soul requiem coffin seemed on the brink of awakening its Sharingan. Navigating the ethereal steed, Balza, still unaccustomed to its operation, was caught off guard and struck by crimson orbs, dissipating into the ether. My steed is gone. Following closely behind, Balza tumbled to the ground, his battle armor disintegrating instantly. Ah, well, it seems this transcendent power is indeed somewhat unstable. Rubbing his aching hips, Balza offered an awkward smile, ready to regroup. This time, he refrained from summoning an ethereal steed, opting instead for a more prudent approach by conjuring a tundra bear. Leaping onto the bear, it felt as if he had stepped on a speaker. A mysterious BGM surged forth. You strum the pipa, while I sit before the stage. How shall we convey our affections? With white hair, I listened to the performance for a century. Thus, Balza, astride the tundra bear, charged toward Luze in a Don Quixote-esque assault. Chapter 78. The Lament of the Etched Demon. What audacity, my dear brother, to charge at me so boldly. Luze observed Balza, who had just begun to master the transcendent power, daring to rush forth, left speechless. He unleashed a rapid offensive spell. The Lament of the Etched Demon. The gaping maw of the great Saint Coffin behind him opened wide, releasing a horde of sealed demons. They coalesced into a crimson tempest. The lesser demons flapping their wings as they dove towards Balza, their piercing shrieks rending the air. Blown off the back of the tundra bear, Balza conjured a sturdy shielded sword creature to protect himself from Luze's assault. Think of your great-grandfather, how he wielded transcendent power to seal Hoopa, Arceus interjected, offering Balza a new strategy to navigate his imminent peril. Transcendent power feeling the surge of energy within him, Balza had an epiphany. If this transcendent power could summon Pokemon, did it not imply that I too could wield Pokemon's abilities? Attempting to invoke the move Protect, a transparent barrier swiftly manifested before him, successfully shielding him from the minor demon's attacks. Indeed, it works. The limitations of humanity were evident. If he wished to benefit the citizens of Desert City, he must transcend human capabilities. I shall no longer be human. Luze, Dragon Pulse. A ray of destruction coalesced in Balza's palm, shooting forth to obliterate numerous demons in the air. Luze observed Balza's sudden breakthrough and the melding with transcendent power, a smile creeping onto his lips. This fellow had indeed made progress. If he were to establish a base in Desert City, he would become a crucial guardian. Luze, I'm coming at you. As the little demons in the sky were mostly dispatched, Balza was finally prepared for a proper confrontation with Luze. This move is perilous, quick as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Balza darted behind Luze, his million-ton punch poised to strike. Not so fast. A smile graced Luze's lips as he calmly revealed the concealed trap behind him. What use is your priority? Do you grasp the concept of striking first? He activated the Lament of the Etched Demon. Scarlet energy enveloped Luze, rippling with a purplish glow. This round would not be disrupted by battle, and the damage inflicted upon him would be halved. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Luze began to take the matter seriously, unleashing a torrential assault. Excluding the Lament of the Etched Demon, he fused the Great Saint Coffin with the Day of Tears to summon a formidable entity. The sacred coffin behind him suddenly burst open, countless blood and flesh clinging to his form, pulsing in synchrony with Luze's heartbeat. The etched shackles shattered once more, compelling the foolish multitude to gaze upward. Arm yourselves, Etched Demon, the mighty king. Sinister horns erupted from Luze's crown, while dark wings unfurled behind him, stirring a tempest. Even the artillery transformed amid the clash of metal, morphing into a colossal sniper rifle aimed squarely at his adversary's forehead. Regarding his identity, the sniper would provide the answer. The ethereal silhouette guarding Liu Ze gradually became corporeal, effortlessly gripping Balza's million-ton punch with a single hand. With dread, Balza realized that no matter how he summoned the transcendent power, he could not free his fist. Destructive Light. Sensing his entrapment, Balza unleashed his ultimate move, targeting Liu Ze's head. Liu Ze flared his wings and retreated, evading the strike. The Destructive Light barely grazed his hair. How audacious to execute Destructive Light at such close range. Had it missed, he would have been obliterated. Seizing the opportunity during Balza's moment of rigidity, Liu Ze had ample time to aim and deliver a devastating blow. Engaging the safety, the chamber hummed with the resonance of an alchemical array, runes igniting upon the metallic surface. He invoked the paradise of the etched demon, channeling the blood of demons to pierce through the laws. At the moment the trigger was pulled, the array erupted with arcane brilliance, compressing the purplish tempest into the sniper rifle. With the roar of crimson gold lightning, the alchemical bullet shot forth, tracing a path of mithril as it tore through the air. Upon impact, the target's flesh and armor collapsed like boiling mercury, and the external transcendent power crumbled into dust. Before Balza could react, Liu Ze executed a decisive shot, severing his head, sending him toppling backward. A clean headshot. What splendid fortune. Naturally, with Arceus providing support, Balza was far from dead, bouncing back to life, though drenched in cold sweat from the near brush with death. Quite an impressive battle, I must say, a worthy endeavor, Arceus remarked, offering a score of 9 out of 10. He refrained from awarding a perfect score, fearing it might inflate Liu Ze's ego. It's nearly time, we must take our leave. Halakti stood alongside Arceus, addressing Liu Ze and Balza. We shall meet again. As the last echoes of their words faded, the microcosm shattered, and they returned to the realm of the living. Liu Ze suddenly realized that all that had transpired occurred within a space created by the two supreme deities, with even the timeline being separate. After such a lengthy ordeal, time outside remained frozen at the moment Arceus had manifested. Despite Hoopa unleashing its power, it preferred to engage with others in its original form. At that moment, it was frolicking with Mayali, occasionally teasing Lizette's mage hat and May's hair tie. Even Raburin's hair accessories were not spared from this mischief, suffering under the playful torment of the little Hoopa. As Raburins observed Balza engaging in lively conversation with Luz, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He realized that the coveted vessel of strong desire, which he had so desperately sought, had been seized from his own comrades. The Plasma Guild truly was a nefarious entity, audaciously inciting me to act against my own husband. Such blatant cruelty. Yai, shall we withdraw from the Plasma Guild? He proposed, playfully tilting Yai's chin, which caused her cheeks to flush. Yai-san, the lilies of our homeland have bloomed again. Now that I have rescued you, you belong to me. Come and toil with me in Luz's flame team, and cease your complicity. Dazed by the sudden onslaught of his words, Yai felt disoriented, resigning herself to whatever Raburins decreed. Yet, on another note, did this not amount to betraying the organization? The Dark Alliance had already perished. Raburins had personally witnessed how his former leader, Queases, was obliterated by Sister La. That scoundrel Queases was now enslaved in the underworld, likely never to return to the realm of the living. As Raburin's prospects appeared increasingly favorable, Mayali, having listened to Luz's recounting of events with his elder brother, exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother, are you saying that you have just met the creator deity Arceus?" Covering her mouth in disbelief, she struggled to comprehend the explosive revelation while observing Luz and Balza still engaged in conversation. Furthermore, the luminary creator Herakti, that deity shared a profound connection with Luz. Having witnessed true power, Balza promptly extended an olive branch to Luz, earnestly stating, "Luz, as the Prince of Alchemy, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Therefore, in the name of the Alchemy Kingdom, I bestow upon you the title of Duke of Light." A smile graced his lips. Having received the Alchemy Kingdom's recognition, he could finally proceed with the development of the Flame Team's division. The desertification of Desert City could be managed, and being isolated from the Alliance's governance made it a defensible stronghold. Negotiating land matters with Balza, the prince was exceedingly agreeable, even designating land from his ancestral home. The Valley of Creation, to Luz. This valley, located on the outskirts of Desert City, was an ideal location for establishing a base. Upon hearing of Luz's plans to create the Flame Team to resist the Alliance, Balza enthusiastically applauded, raising both hands and feet in approval. He had long harbored disdain for the Alliance, which had distanced itself from Desert City, leading to its stunted development. Fortunately, with the Flame team providing technological support, mobilizing talent, and aided by Hoopa's temporal passage. Balza was confident that, given time, he could transform Desert City into a second Miel City. I shall assign a representative to negotiate with you. Nodding in satisfaction at Balza's demeanor, Luz felt reassured that he had made the right choice. He initiated a video call to the headquarters, and as the signal connected, the holographic screen revealed the exquisite visage of Joji. Is that you, Luz? The busy man finally has time to call me? Joji expressed her surprise upon seeing Luz's name on the call. It was indeed a rare occurrence for him to reach out to her. Now, regarding business, I need to reassign the station troops at various strongholds. Just as Luz was about to articulate his plans, Joji's face suddenly enlarged as she leaned closer to the screen, exclaiming, "Wait, let me see where you are." Was it merely her imagination? Why was there a woman's voice near Luz? Recalling the time she had stumbled upon Luz and Caltisia, Joji felt a surge of jealousy. Turn the camera around. I want to see where you are. Rubbing her sore temples, Luz felt exasperated by Joji's sudden inspection. After all, Raburns was right beside him. Thinking quickly, Luz angled the camera in such a way that it captured his surroundings without revealing Raburns' presence. Remarkably, he managed to avoid showing even the hem of Raburns' clothing. Well, this is more acceptable, Joji nodded, seemingly satisfied with Luz's performance. She had merely expected him to return with Lizette, which was inconsequential. Having achieved the desired outcome, both Luz and Joji breathed sighs of relief, content with the outcome. However, an unexpected twist was imminent. "Yai, allow me to introduce you." A woman's voice suddenly burst through the microphone, echoing in Joji's office. On the screen, Raburns lifted Luz's face and planted a kiss on his lips. A look of delight on her face. "This is my dearest husband. Don't forget to call him brother-in-law." Raburns cheerfully introduced Luz to her friend, blissfully unaware of the pallor that had overtaken Joji's countenance. Why are you looking at me like that?" Noticing Luz's peculiar gaze, Raburns scratched her head in confusion. The computer erupted with shouts, nearly shattering the eardrums of everyone present. "Raburns, the Flame team won't treat you kindly from now on." Chapter 79, Rare Treasures. At the headquarters of Miel City Alliance, how fortuitous that not only Joji but also Caltisia was present. Observing the revered saintess in the office, Raburns lowered her head obediently, too intimidated to look up. Each of these women was ferocious, and their swift actions left her feeling tardy. While she did not find the situation unpleasant, after all, it allowed her to cozy up to her husband and engage with beautiful girls. It was indeed a double-edged sword, heightening her excitement. In contrast to Raburns' anxiety, Luz's tension was palpable, reaching an apex. Having just returned through Hoopa's spatial passage, his left foot had touched the ground first, incurring Joji's wrath. Desperately seeking a lifeline, he cast pleading glances at Caltisia, yet she merely crossed her arms, indifferent to his plight. "Why are you ignoring me when you're supposed to play along?" "Joji, let me explain." Tears streaming down his face, Luz found himself kneeling on the washboard, beseeching Joji's forgiveness, wincing in agony. Witnessing her husband's distress, Joji felt a pang of sympathy and was about to assist him when he interjected, "A desire for beauty is a natural human inclination. This is merely human nature. I'm not a scoundrel. I simply wish to provide Raburns with a home. You all are my wings." Those who dally with desires often suffer the consequences. Luz's attempts at justification only served to inflame Joji's ire, yet ultimately, she waved her hand, permitting him to continue. "Of course, our own sisters are acceptable, but..." Joji's expression suddenly turned fierce, and she paused, her voice growing ominous. "Those unsavory individuals, do not even think about bringing them home. Otherwise, bid farewell to your future happiness." A crimson glow flickered in her eyes as Joji caressed her face, a bizarre flush creeping over her features. With her right hand, she pretended to snip the air with scissors, producing a menacing sound. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Luz trembled, his eyes wide with terror. He fervently hoped that nothing would be severed. Pulling Luz up from the floor, Joji exchanged glances with the saintess, licking her lips. "Sister, when a husband is so disobedient, he certainly deserves a proper punishment, does he not?" There was no sympathy for Luz, only an intense desire for intimacy. In an instant, Caltisia comprehended Joji's intentions and concurred, saying, "Sister speaks wisely. Let us apprehend our husband and bring him to justice." Right before Raburns, Caltisia and Joji each seized one of Luz's legs, dragging him away from the office. Next door, a specially prepared lounge awaited them, adorned with countless themes, providing ample opportunity for their amusement. "Hey, where are you two going?" As the pair suddenly whisked Luz away, Raburns tilted her head in confusion. Resigned to being dragged along the floor, Luze abandoned any struggle, choosing instead to be a dreamless, lifeless fish. When the time for training arrived, he would reclaim his dignity with a stick. Adult matters are not for little girls to meddle in. Carthesia turned to Raborins, delivering her words with icy resolve before she forcefully shut the door. What does that mean? Aren't we roughly the same age? Raborins's small eyes brimmed with bewilderment, struggling to grasp the situation. Suddenly, a thought struck her regarding Gyoji and Carthesia's unusual demeanor, which seemed more feminine than ever before. Their complexions were rosy, radiating vitality, and they appeared increasingly enchanting, their eyes shimmering with alluring glances. Could it be that they had already? Her CPU raced as she envisioned more scandalous scenarios. Her petite face turning pale. Pressed against the door, she listened intently to the sounds emanating from within, which only confirmed her suspicions. The seductive moans, mingled with heavy breaths, revealed a couple passionately expressing their emotions, unabashedly declaring their love. How perplexing. They appeared so serious on ordinary days, yet when together with their husband. As she listened to the provocative sounds, Raborins felt her face flush with heat, her body involuntarily warming. Enraptured by desire, even her own hands found their way beneath her skirt. Stop it. Raborins, get a grip. Don't let your desires shatter your will. Despite her dwindling rationality struggling against the tide, the rising temperature left her drenched in fragrant sweat. She barely managed to convince herself to continue her delicate caresses, believing that as a woman, one must practice self-love. The Diamond Princess had not seen Luze in quite some time. Bored and disheartened, she lowered her head, her eyes reflecting her evident disappointment. Yet, with numerous affairs awaiting her attention alongside Flodali and the Blaze Brigade, she dutifully persevered. Alas, despite the overwhelming political duties and workload exceeding that of ordinary individuals, Tianchi remained uncomplaining. After all, it was Luze's enterprise. Flodali, has your visit to the Diamond Kingdom anything to do with investigating the whereabouts of Yveltal and Xerneas? Tianchi inquired, mustering a smile as she concealed her inner despondency while facing Flodali. Indeed, but it is not solely that, Flodali replied, having received a task from headquarters and hastily made his way here. The last time he had temporarily left the Diamond Kingdom to confront the Alliance, it had triggered such chaos. The legendary Pokémon were once again embroiled in combat, and the fates of Yveltal and Xerneas remained shrouded in mystery. Though they all understood that the puppet master behind it all was Sakamoto, that cunning old fox had multiple hideouts, and as it stood, the Blaze Brigade could not locate his base. Their leader had just acquired the support of the Alchemy Kingdom and was preparing to establish a Blaze Brigade branch in the Genesis Valley. With fervor, Flodali conveyed the intelligence to Tianchi, his fists clenched in excitement. Witnessing the Blaze Brigade's flourishing success was enough to invigorate the founder's spirit. He had indeed chosen the right side. The Alchemy Kingdom, the one that has passed down the power of overcoming since ancient times, serving Arceus? Exclaimed the Diamond Minister, who stood beside Tianchi, astonished by the mention of the kingdom. Their current prince is the bearer of the overcoming power and will become our ally. Puffing out his chest with pride, Flodali reveled in the thought that the Blaze Brigade would thrive alongside Luze, indulging in bountiful feasts. Most importantly, there was the mythical Pokémon, Hoopa. With its spatial portals, it could facilitate long-distance transport. Look, it's coming. Just as he grew animated, a colossal golden halo materialized before Flodali, opening the spatial portal. Incredible. How marvelous. Tianchi gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. It was a fellow Pokémon, appearing quite formidable. Hoopa's shadow, indeed powerful. It has been refined into a research essence. How could it not be strong? With a glimmer of hope sparkling in his eyes, Flodali considered that if long-distance transport was feasible, it meant he could directly meet Luze. I am coming, my jeweled duke. Diamond Minister, I wish to depart the Diamond Kingdom and visit the Alchemy Kingdom, Tianchi declared, intending to sneak away in search of Luze, carefree and unburdened. I entrust you with the countless affairs during my absence. Before the Diamond Minister could consent, she dashed into the spatial portal, leaving a mess in her wake. As her vision blurred and the space stabilized, Tianchi found herself within the Genesis Valley of the desert city. This must be the Alchemy Kingdom. Before she could familiarize herself with her surroundings, a woman approached, offering the Diamond Princess a respectful greeting. Diamond Princess, welcome to the Alchemy Kingdom. The woman beamed with a bright smile, adorned in the distinctive attire of desert dwellers, which intrigued Tianchi. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Princess Mayali of the Alchemy Kingdom. She extended her hand, and the two clasped hands in midair, symbolizing the formal establishment of a friendly relationship between their nations. Propelled by the Blaze Brigade. Is this the Genesis Valley? Compared to the subterranean Diamond Kingdom, the environment is truly exquisite. Glancing around, Tianqi admired the surroundings while searching for Luze. The valley was dotted with oases, where crystalline waters cascaded down the rocks, creating rippling waves. You flatter me. The wealth beneath the Diamond Kingdom could not even purchase the desert city, Mayali remarked, genuinely pleased that her kingdom had gained the recognition of an ally. Sharing a bond as young women, they engaged in delightful conversation and quickly became close friends. However, they remained oblivious to the shadowy figure lurking in the dark corner. With a racing heart, Daegu gazed at the Diamond Princess, unable to suppress his drooling. The exquisite, finely cut lines were naturally flawless, and the diamond's clarity was absolute perfection. Her graceful demeanor and ethereal quality mirrored that of a true princess. How could such a Pokemon exist in this world? With a sudden realization, Tianqi had unwittingly captured Daegu's heart, igniting a fervent affection within him. This is the rarest treasure. Mother, I think I have fallen in love. This is the gemstone I have longed for. With a deep breath, Daegu inhaled the air that Tianqi had breathed, astonished by the unexpected gain from this collaboration. Initially, he had merely represented Devon Company to discuss partnerships in the Desert City and meet the Prince of the Alchemy Kingdom. After all, he wished to understand what constituted the overcoming power directly linked to Arceus. Of course, it was never about the gemstone forged from the overcoming power. Yet, that was a matter of the past. Now, he had set his sights on a far more enticing goal. He retrieved his mobile phone and dialed his assistant's number. Daigo unusually adopting a commanding tone as he instructed, "In 10 minutes, I require all the information on Tianqi." The thought of the petite princess's graceful figure made Daigo involuntarily grin, his voice brimming with exuberance. "Yes, young master," his assistant replied, taken aback by Daigo's uncharacteristic demeanor. Hastily complying with the order, it had been quite some time since the young master had smiled in such a manner. Watching Tianqi enter the golden halo, Daigo couldn't help but feel a smile spread across his face. That angelic visage was soon engulfed by the spatial portal, vanishing from sight. For the Diamond Princess. Let us draw our swords. Chapter 80. All in, I wager on myself. Serena, ahead lies Windward Town, exclaimed Ash excitedly as they finally sighted the town. The venue for the Windward Conference. Having triumphed over Miss Mashu in Aroma City and successfully acquired the fairy badge, they set forth towards Windward Town. Since Serena needed to participate in the Pokemon Triathlon, Ash willingly altered their itinerary, planning to head to Baiki City afterward. Notably, Euligia had dashed home to find her brother, leaving the party with just Ash and Serena. Remembering the whispered words Euligia had shared with her before departing with their father, Serena felt her cheeks flush naturally. Good luck. Sister, make sure to secure Ash's heart, or you might end up alone like my brother. Thumbs up to Serena. For Euligia had truly done her best to create an opportunity for her, even sacrificing her own chance at happiness for the sake of this couple's privacy. Hakigia, did you really go to such lengths for Ash and Serena? With that, they quickened their pace, eager to proceed. Grasping Serena's hand, Ash charged ahead, oblivious to the crimson hue blooming across her face. Though they had grown accustomed to such physical contact over the days spent together, the sensation of skin against skin evoked an entirely different feeling, one they found hard to bear. Thus, they entered the Pokemon Center in Windward Town to rest. Awaiting the recovery of Ash's Pokemon, Serena took the opportunity to video call her mother. The competition is tomorrow, right? You must do your best. Although she wasn't present, Saki would still be watching the broadcast, cheering for her daughter. Yes, both my Fennekin and Pancham are full of energy. Pushing her Fennekin into the camera's view, Serena proudly introduced Tata. This is the evolved form of my Firefox. Are you impressed? Mew. Fennekin waved at Saki, holding a small twig in front of it. It's been a while. You've changed so much, I can hardly recognize you. Saki exclaimed, her hand covering her mouth as she marveled at the wonders of the Pokémon World. Just a few months prior, Fennekin had been a mere little bean, and now it nearly matched Serena in height. Tomorrow, I plan to wear this outfit for the competition. Serena said, retrieving a little dress she had purchased in Aroma City from her backpack, showcasing it from every angle. The velvet dress, a deep burgundy, featured a sharply cut neckline that elegantly revealed her delicate collarbones. The waist flowed naturally, accentuating the graceful lines of the skirt, with two petite pearl buttons adorning the shoulders. Perfectly placed. While it's lovely, might it be a bit too extravagant? Saki mused, her older perspective failing to appreciate the latest fashion trend. Rest assured, if Mom thinks it's fine, then it surely is. Serena relaxed, having anticipated her mother's response. When it comes to choosing outfits, as long as I do the opposite of what you suggest, I'm in the clear. Serena, really now, Saki remarked, a sheepish smile gracing her face. Her forehead lined with frustration. This little outfit certainly lacks ventilation. Is it too late to redesign it? As she jested about her mother's taste, Serena suddenly grew bashful. Clutching her new dress, her fingers intertwining nervously, biting her lip hesitantly, she finally stammered, This dress was designed by Miss Mashu. Saki raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her daughter's sudden shyness. Knowing her daughter all too well, Saki narrowed her eyes, sensing something was amiss. Or rather, it was a gift from Ash. Serena's voice dwindled to a whisper, her face radiating warmth, gradually reaching a boiling point. Understanding dawned upon Saki, and she chuckled at her daughter's smitten expression, realizing she had indeed judged Ash correctly. Seizing the rare opportunity to tease Serena, Saki was determined to strike back. How time flies. Now that Serena has found a suitor, she forgets her mother entirely. Here I am, a lonely empty nester, while you two shower me with your love. The more Saki spoke, the more Serena blushed, transforming into a steaming replica of her beloved dress. Fearing Serena's impatience, Ash hurriedly approached, inadvertently barging into the video call. Serena, your Pokemon have finished healing. We can... Wait, is that your mother? Before he could finish, Ash came to an abrupt halt, standing at attention before his potential mother-in-law. Haha, calling me auntie feels too formal. Just call me mom. It's bound to happen sooner or later, Saki chimed in, ignoring Serena's flushed expression as she fanned the flames of mischief. Mom, Serena exclaimed, mortified by her mother's playful jab. Look at Ash. He's so much more likable. With her scheme successful, Saki wore a satisfied grin, proving that experience in the game of familial banter was indeed an advantage. In truth, Serena possessed many admirable qualities. She could mend Euligia's handbag and even craft macarons for them. As Ash recounted the delightful moments from their travels, memories flooded back. Pika Pika. Pikachu, perched on Luze's shoulder, chimed in enthusiastically. Saki reveled in the sweetness of the moment, savoring the delightful relationship between Ash and Serena. It is often said that a mother-in-law grows fonder of her son-in-law with each encounter. Saki was beginning to understand this sentiment firsthand. Oh dear, I won't intrude on your romantic rendezvous any longer. Do your best in tomorrow's competition and give it your all. With a wave, Saki prepared to bid farewell to Serena and Ash, when suddenly, she recalled something. By the way, hasn't Luze been with you? Ash recollected the note Luze had left when they parted, searching his memory. He separated from us in High City. He may have gone to Mieli City. From what he mentioned, he seemed to be doing some business with Mr. Valdali. Hearing this, Saki frowned, concerned about Luze's absence. In that case, we should follow Zero's suggestion and have Serena pass on the message to Qinli. Here's a letter. It seems Zero wrote it for Qinli, Saki said, utilizing remote transmission to deliver the letter directly into Serena's hands. Stepping out of the Pokemon Center, Serena gazed curiously at the blue envelope in her hand, pondering its contents. As Ji's close companion, she was surprised to learn that he was acquainted with Qinli. Serena, shall we have dinner first? The sky gradually darkened, the horizon consuming the remnants of the old dawn, indicating it was indeed mealtime. All right, Ash, let us go? She tucked the letter into her backpack and hastily followed Ash, hand in hand, towards the restaurant. To her astonishment, there was a branch of Luna in Windy Town. The decor inside mirrored that of Miel City, and Ash, gazing at the familiar sign, was filled with nostalgia. Have you been to this battle restaurant before? Seeing Ash lost in memories, Serena inquired, eager to learn more about him. Not this one. I visited the main branch in Miel City. Ash replied, moistening his cracked lips with the tea Serena had poured. It was there that I met Luze. I faced off against the legendary Pokemon, Rayquaza, and was utterly defeated after just one encounter. Pikachu nodded in agreement, recalling the devastating dragon ascent that had reduced him to shambles. Perhaps it wasn't that daunting after all. As Serena unconsciously leaned closer to Ash, hoping to hear more clearly, a melodious tune unexpectedly filled the air. The sound of a violin gradually emerged, creating a grand and majestic atmosphere. Serena, it seems there's a battle happening over there at the restaurant. Since their dishes had yet to arrive, Serena decided to accompany Ash to take a look. After all, they had come this far, they might as well enjoy the excitement. And so, tonight's defending champion challenge officially commences. The host, adorned in a tailcoat, appeared amidst the harmonious music, announcing the beginning of the feast. The champion selected by Luna was none other than the restaurant's general manager, Felix. As he stepped into the battle arena, Felix bowed to the surrounding diners, expressing his gratitude for their presence. Upon hearing the announcement, the crowd erupted into a flurry of chatter. Felix, the general manager? Isn't he a chef? Can he really battle Pokemon? This is bound to be a disaster. Come on, Do you think I don't know his background? That Gyarados is not to be trifled with. Betting is now open. The odds are 15 to 1. It's a surefire profit. A young woman with pink hair and a purple shawl approached the betting area, a Pokemon with metallic claws floating beside her. Even the seasoned dealer struggled to identify it. Producing a bulging pouch of coins from her pocket, she casually declared, "All in, I'm betting on myself." With that, she confidently stepped onto the battlefield, confronting Felix. The dealer's eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer amount of league coins she possessed, 2 to 3 million at a glance. Who was this woman, and what strength did she possess? Ash, someone's already stepped up. The pink-haired woman had made her move before Ash could even take the stage, prompting Serena to restrain her impulsive boyfriend. At least let her finish her challenge first. Serena sighed, bemused by Ash's unrelenting battle fervor, even before dinner. Chapter 81. There is no retreat. Madam, I am pleased to battle you. May I inquire your name? Felix asked, his murky gaze glimmering with intrigue as he faced the eager opponent. Influenced by Luze and Ash, Felix ultimately decided to leave Miel City and partake in battles across his various branches. This was the exhilaration he craved, reigniting the flames of youthful passion within him. Malpha, the exorcist maiden, she replied coldly, her golden-clawed companion hovering eagerly at her side. This is my partner, Raijin. Malpha gestured to the referee, signaling for the match to commence without delay. In this world, she was penniless and lacked any magical trap cards. If not for traveling with Lord Raijin, even her basic needs would be unfulfilled. Raijin, Lord Raijin took the MVP, while the exorcist maiden reaps the rewards effortlessly. Felix narrowed his eyes, recognizing the depth of this woman's cunning. Even he, a seasoned observer of people, could not discern her true intentions. The unassuming Pokemon radiated a golden aura, reminding him of an old friend. Ladies and gentlemen, the Luna Battle Tournament is about to begin. As the tuxedo-clad attendant announced, the violin crescendoed, infusing the atmosphere with a sense of destiny. Not one to hold back, Felix released his Pokemon, honoring the occasion. Old friend, rise from the ashes. The air thickened with salty moisture as the battlefield erupted with colossal waves, a massive figure breaking through the water. Gyarados soared through the air, its scales reflecting a cold light, dancing wildly amidst the tempest. Its amber eyes fixated on Malpha, instilling a sense of dread in the diners below. Why do I feel an overwhelming urge to kneel? General Manager, please accept my submission. Kids, no free annual cards here at Luna. The intimidate-ability of Gyarados was palpable, as everyone in attendance felt the oppressive weight. Even the music seemed to freeze. I will send out Raijin, Malpha smirked, as the Raijin engine descended into the arena's center. From above, Raijin surveyed the Gyarados below, its gaze filled with disdain. Such feeble power. Can it truly provide me with any amusement? But wait, its physical attack and speed were continuously rising. Realizing the impending threat, Malpha's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Malpha, initiate your strategy swiftly. A solemn voice echoed within her mind as her partner communicated, analyzing the current situation. Starting with Dragon Dance, quite the cunning move, she thought, acknowledging Felix's shrewdness. Summoning forth the external combustion Raijin engine, she prepared for a tactical offensive. With a flourish, she raised her card, declaring her actions with precision. I will overlay 2 level 4 Raijin monsters for an XYZ summon. The Raijin engine and external combustion Raijin engine suddenly disassembled into countless parts, synchronizing with the roar of engines, as steel reformed into the silhouette of a colossal mech. Arise, the everlasting spirit of the Industrial Revolution. Raijin, the cataclysmic engine. The torrent of gears was suddenly enveloped in crimson lightning, steam and sparks erupting as the mech gleamed with metallic brilliance. With fists charged with thunderous might, the engine's exhaust belched forth azure particles, shaking the ground under the weight of its tremendous force. As the external combustion Raijin engine was placed beneath the cataclysmic engine as an overlay material, Felix recognized the familiar card and summon method all too well. What is this woman's connection to Luze? Sensing an unusual aroma, Felix resolved to inquire further after the battle's conclusion. For now, the battlefield shall be mine to command. Gyarados, use Watertail. Given the uncertainty surrounding the opponent's capabilities, Felix opted to probe the waters first, directing Gyarados to unleash Watertail to establish a presence. Cyclone Exploder, evade swiftly. Faced with a formidable adversary, Malpha chose to momentarily retreat. Yet the Thunder Heat Furnace had other intentions. My blade is not without merit. The exhaust ports of Cyclone Exploder erupted with particles, while the engines of its fists roared, unleashing a tempest of thunderous flames through the crevices of its armor. Gyarados roared, its tail conjuring a towering wave, the crystalline blue scales glimmering amidst the tumult, coalescing into a swirling vortex. The collision of steel and scales ignited the battlefield. Without flinching, cyclone exploders surged against the oncoming tide, firmly grasping the tail of Gyarados and delivering a crushing blow to its abdomen. Gyarados whipped violently, causing cracks to splinter the ground, its balance precarious and vulnerable. The vector thrusters behind it spewed forth with fervor, temporarily gaining traction despite some trepidation, ultimately stabilizing its form. However, ensnared by Cyclone Exploder's grip, Gyarados found itself in a precarious position. Gyarados, unleash your hidden power. Reacting swiftly, Felix gestured emphatically, discovering a means to turn the tide. No matter your skill, I shall overpower you with sheer force. That's not permissible. Activating Cyclone Exploder's effect, Malpha promptly removed an Exceed material, allowing Gyarados to retaliate. Bring the destruction upon this wretch. The engines roared, and Cyclone Exploder's right fist radiated a searing orb of light, hurtling towards Gyarados. Sensing impending danger, Felix immediately raised the evolution keystone, harnessing the energy waves of evolution to evade harm. Old friend, respond to our bond. Super evolution. Mega Gyarados. The brilliance of evolution enveloped the scene, obscuring the vision of all present as Gyarados' muscles swelled. Bones creaked, and its physique became robust. The Pokémon, after mega evolving, experienced a profound transformation across multiple dimensions. Roar. Without a hint of retreat, Mega Gyarados countered Cyclone Exploder's right fist with a fierce assault of its own scales. Retreat was not an option. Cleaving through the torrent of light, the afterimage of Dragon Dance accelerated to its utmost limit. The clash between the steel giant and the ferocious dragon cast the entire battlefield into a maelstrom of iron and blood. Malpha, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt transported back to the era of the game Yu-Gi-Oh! With the Axe King. With eyes ablaze, Mega Gyarados had succumbed to madness, losing all reason, driven solely by the desire to rend Cyclone Exploder to shreds. Naturally, Malpha would not be an easy target, activating Cyclone Exploder's effect to continuously retaliate. Remove the Exceed material, Cyclone Exploder, and render it utterly incapable of battle. The engines roared, sparks and electricity crackling, as the golden glowing fists neared the vital points of Mega Gyarados. Yet, they were thwarted by its hidden scales, preventing a fatal blow as Mega Gyarados absorbed the impact once more. Furrowing his brow, Malpha noted that only one Exceed material remained. This meant they had no room for error. The final strike must decisively vanquish the opponent. Breathing heavily, Felix surveyed the tense battlefield, large beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The strain of the battle was decidedly unfriendly, especially considering he hadn't commanded Pokemon in many years. Yet it was this very exhilaration that fueled his obsession with Pokemon battles. Let us dance one last time, old friend. Roar. Despite its weakened state, Mega Gyarados responded with a fierce cry, echoing Felix's call. Final Destruction Beam. Together, Felix and Mega Gyarados shouted in unison, as the gathered energy transformed into a beam of destruction that pierced the heavens. The arena floor shattered with each passing moment, the light homing in on Cyclone Exploder's core. Removing the last Exceed material, at the same time, Malpha activated Cyclone Exploder's effect for the third time. The engines roared once more, operating beyond their limits, causing the entire mech to glow red-hot. In that instant, the two energies collided, illuminating the battlefield as if it were day. The mechanical iron fist, entwined with a vortex of air, broke through the sound barrier, cleaving through the torrent of destruction. This celestial attack ultimately crashed into Mega Gyarados' abdomen. Scales shattered with a resounding crack, and Mega Gyarados' immense form plummeted to the ground, stirring a monumental wave. Water splashed into the air, droplets cascading onto Cyclone Exploder's searing right fist, instantly boiling. Silence enveloped the battlefield as the audience belatedly realized that the violin had been shattered by the aftermath of the battle. Felix Gyarados, exhausted, signaled the victor, the exorcist maiden, Malpha. The arena erupted in applause, a victorious anthem replacing the strident strains of the violin. The crowd rejoiced at such a thrilling contest, while those who had wagered on Felix wore expressions of dismay, having suffered a considerable loss. It's my turn. It's my turn. Ash, observing the duel between Felix and Malpha, felt an insatiable itch. Eager to step onto the field, he was stopped by the tuxedoed attendant beside him. Sir, I apologize, the attendant said, bowing slightly as he quickly explained. Due to severe damage to the arena, the tournament is currently suspended. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. What is this? My turn arrives, yet I am denied a battle? Ash's fervor cooled instantly, leaving him deflated. Ash, if you can't battle, why not visit Felix instead? To soothe Ash's disappointment and redirect his focus, Serena suggested. After all, it's been quite some time since you last saw him, hasn't he? At this, Ash was revitalized, his eyes sparkling as he realized the truth in her words. The two departed without delay, making their way to the backstage of the battle restaurant, fortuitously finding both Felix and Malfa present. Ash, long time no see, Felix exclaimed, surprised to see Ash in Windsor Town. Where's Luze? I haven't seen him with you. Upon hearing this key phrase, Malfa and the Thunder Heat Furnace perked up, intrigued. Chapter 82, The Surging Suspicious Water Stains. At the Alliance headquarters of Mier City in Kalos, Tianxia emerged from the spatial corridor, peering out from her golden halo, glancing around. Is this the headquarters of Team Flare? It feels so modern. Observing the bustling staff within the building, Tianxia covered her mouth in awe. The Gem Duke should be here, shouldn't he? However, being unfamiliar with this place, finding Luze will prove quite a challenge. Excuse me, miss, a receptionist clad in uniform inquired, gazing curiously at the colorful figure before her. The brilliance emanating from the pink creature nearly blinded her. Another Pokemon she had never encountered before. Instinctively, May retrieved her Pokédex to scan it. The entry read, Tianxia, Princess of the Diamond Mine Nation, rules over small diamonds, possesses the ability to produce fairy-type gems. Goodness, a princess of such high standing. We must offer her the utmost hospitality. May I inquire as to your purpose here? May have been searching for Tianxia for quite some time, and she proactively offered her assistance, respectfully inquiring, I wish to find Luze. It has been ages since I last saw him. Expressing her longing, Tianxia lowered her head, and anyone could discern the grievance in her words. May's lips twitched, realizing that the situation was far from simple. Why did it seem that Labyrinth was about to have a rival in love, a stony one at that? Surely, Luze would not turn his affections towards Pokemon, would he? After all, a person should not, at least not in this instance. Her dear friend could hardly compete with both Jiaoji and Caltasia, let alone with Tianxia added to the mix. I shall escort you to his office at once. Despite her internal hesitation, May ultimately chose to proceed with formality, fulfilling Tianxia's wishes. After all, as a Diamond Princess, her status was esteemed, and any delay in official matters could lead to complications. She had no desire to be dismissed from her position so soon. It was not that she did not wish to assist her close friend this time. With this thought in mind, May guided Tianxia to the top floor of the headquarters. This entire level was dedicated to the offices of Luze and Jiaoji, and Caltasia often took her respite here. Upon entering the reception area and traversing the corridor, they soon arrived at Luze's office. May introduced the various amenities, all of which were novel to Tianxia, who had long resided underground. How comprehensive! There is everything one could wish for. However, as they reached the office door, they found it ajar, and the interior was utterly devoid of occupants. How peculiar! Where has everyone gone? Faced with the eerie silence in the air, May scratched the back of her head, somewhat bewildered. Just earlier that day, when she had joined the Flame Team, Luze, Jiaoji, Caltasia, and her dear friend had all been present, hadn't they? Turning slightly, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a pristine skirt. May looked towards Labyrinth, who stood at the adjacent doorway. What are you doing? Observing Labyrinth's unusual demeanor, May knew she was certainly up to no good. And no, nothing at all, Labyrinth replied, her voice quivering as she leaned against the door, her breath heavy. Fortunately, she quickly composed herself upon hearing footsteps, tidying her appearance in an instant. She tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear and wiped away the saline tears at the corners of her eyes, steadying her breath. It was evident that she was making a valiant attempt to disguise her fluster, striving to appear less suspicious. Where did the water come from? Noticing the scent of the sea breeze and the puddle forming at Labyrinth's feet, Tianxia tilted her head, posing a profound inquiry. Your long skirt seems to be wet as well. Oh dear, my little ancestor. Please don't ask any further. Labyrinth lamented, nearly in tears, as the top floor served as Luze's private domain, devoid of surveillance. She had presumed she would go unnoticed. However, she had not anticipated that anyone would visit Luze at this hour. Perhaps it leaks because it is the top floor. She fabricated, but even she found this excuse unconvincing. Had she worn a short skirt, her damp stockings would have been unmistakably revealed. The tights were becoming increasingly translucent, exposing her fair skin, tinged with a hint of blush. By the way, where is Luze? I need to take Tianxia to find him. Tianxia gently shook May's hand, prompting her to remember their purpose. Perhaps, maybe, she wondered if Luze had finished his business, yet Labyrinth's words lingered in her ears, refusing to dissipate. Water trickled along the white fibers, overflowing from her silvery heels, seemingly accumulating further. It must be in there, Labyrinth indicated towards the door she was propping up. Her cheeks flushed, her body feeling as if it might ignite. Observing her friend's odd behavior, biting her lip as if suppressing something, May glanced at the nameplate. If I am not mistaken, this appears to be Jiao Ji and Caltasia's bedroom, does it not? As the realization dawned upon May, she seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation. Jiao Ji and Caltasia were savoring Lu Zhe's company, while Labyrinth could only listen from outside, comforting herself amidst her tangled emotions. What an incompetent wife. Tianxi, in her innocence, could not comprehend the underlying implications, but could May truly remain oblivious? Casting a disdainful glance at her dear friend, May shielded the Diamond Princess behind her. Hey, what kind of expression is that? The fragile vessel of friendship threatened to capsize. Truly a plastic sisterhood. Unable to endure any longer, Labyrinth turned a deep crimson, promptly delivering a playful punch to May's chest. However, this very action caused Labyrinth to lose her balance, her legs growing weak, and she was about to tumble to the ground. Crack! The moment the door swung open, Lu Zhe reacted instantly, catching her in his embrace. The scent of masculine hormones flooded her senses, and the tension that had been taut in Labyrinth's mind finally snapped. Nestled against Lu Zhe's broad chest, her emotions burst forth, cascading uncontrollably. Fortunately, everyone was preoccupied with this unexpected turn of events, oblivious to the spreading puddle at their feet. How careless. Do pay attention. Cradling the warm and delicate figure in his arms, Lu Zhe gently adjusted Labyrinth's disheveled hair. Supporting herself against Lu Zhe's chest, her cheeks burned, transforming her into a flustered maiden. That hand had just been used. Burying her head into Lu Zhe's embrace, Labyrinth chose to emulate an ostrich. How am I to face the world after this? She lamented, mortified and wishing to escape to another planet. Lu Zhe, I have come from the Diamond Mine Kingdom to visit you. Upon seeing the Gem Duke, Tianxi cheered with delight, making her journey to the Flame Team headquarters worthwhile. She never anticipated that His Highness would also be in Miele City. It truly took her by surprise. Your visit is an honor, Lu Zhe replied, bowing gracefully. Performing a standard knightly gesture. To extend my hospitality, I shall take His Highness on a tour of the city. May, once Jiao Ji and Caltasia awaken, please inform them that today as official duties shall be entrusted to them. Having organized the affairs of the Flame Team headquarters, Lu Zhe felt unburdened. And Tianxi's arrival was perfectly timed. He had been concerned about being swamped with work, unable to extricate himself. The visit from the Diamond Princess was a timely remedy, akin to a pillow arriving just as sleep beckoned. Then, my dear princess, Lu Zhe knelt on one knee, aligning his gaze with Tianxi's, and inquired, May I invite you to explore Miele City with me? Of course. If it is an invitation from you, my lord, I shall certainly accept. Gazing into Lu Zhe's eyes, Tianxi beamed with joy, having awaited this day for quite some time. Labyrinth, however, pouted, feeling somewhat discontented. Did she lack allure? Was she even less appealing than a mere stone? She is the Diamond Princess, and I am merely the Silver City Lord. Sensing Labyrinth's sulky gaze upon him, Lu Zhe felt a twinge of awareness. Her jealousy was palpable, as if she had knocked over a vinegar vat. Attentive to Labyrinth's feelings, Lu Zhe swiftly extended an invitation to her as well. If possible, Labyrinth, you should accompany us. After all, the more, the merrier. As Labyrinth was gently released from Lu Zhe's embrace, she turned her head defiantly, refusing to acknowledge him. Yet, the way she clutched at his clothing betrayed her true feelings. Humph, at least you know your place. The sound of high heels striking the ground sent splashes of water dancing, landing directly on Lu Zhe's pant legs. As he caught a whiff of the air, he detected a faint scent of sea salt, accompanied by a delicate sweetness. Why was there water everywhere? Looking down, he saw that the ground was inundated, and it became clear to him why Labyrinth had slipped. There must be a leak somewhere, causing water to drip down from the roof and accumulate on the floor. Utilizing the radiant power of the White Dragon, the moisture was swiftly annihilated within the collapsing energy. That should suffice. I can have someone repair the leak later. Having cleared the floor, Lu Zhe waved his hand, intending to address the matter after escorting Tianxi away. No need to dwell on that for now. Time is limited, so let us take a leisurely stroll around the city. With that, Lu Zhe took Tianxi and Labyrinth by the hand and exited the Alliance headquarters, Carlos's Miere City Center Square. As the most bustling city in all of Carlos, Miere boasted towering skyscrapers and a thriving commercial landscape. Tianxi gazed at the myriad of dazzling goods displayed in the shop windows, overwhelmed by the choices. Where would your highness like to go? As the three walked side by side, Lu Zhe leaned closer to the Diamond Princess, whispering in her ear. It's truly difficult to choose, she replied, placing a finger on her lips, indecisive. Shibao, how about we first visit a clothing store? Cradling Tianxia in his arms, Lu Zhe felt a sense of camaraderie with her. They had swiftly become good friends. The charming little princess was simply irresistible. Who could possibly dislike her? Pinching Tianxia's soft face, Labyrinth felt a wave of optimism wash over her. This was pure delight. Shibao, the lilies in my hometown have bloomed. A clothing store, you say? That works. Tianxia glanced at the diamond-encrusted dress she wore. Having donned such attire for so long, it was indeed time for a change. Lu Zhe then led the way to the largest clothing store nearby. Chapter 83, The Peerless Chef Shibao. La Boutique Clothing Store in Carlos Mire City. A light drizzle fell upon the city streets as Labyrinth linked arms with Shibao, the tips of her high heels making a distinct clicking sound against the cement pavement. La Boutique, this is the place, Lu Zhe murmured to himself, then gallantly opened the glass door for the two ladies. The wind chimes at the entrance jingled gently as Lu Zhe stepped inside, producing a melodious sound. Tianxia gasped in surprise, suddenly aware of her rudeness, quickly covering her mouth. Grateful that no one seemed to notice. It was no wonder Tianxia had never encountered such sights. The Diamond Kingdom was indeed isolated from the outside world, unfamiliar with the vastness beyond. Inside the store, crystal chandeliers cast a warm golden glow, illuminating the exquisite garments displayed on the racks, their delicate sheen enchanting. The attendant, having awaited their arrival for quite some time, instantly appeared before Lu Zhe and the others. Esteemed guests, would you like me to introduce you to our store's exquisite offerings? It was well known that La Boutique had a unique business model, remaining closed for 3 years only to reap profits for another 3. Any piece of clothing sold would yield a commission equivalent to several years' worth of wages, which explained the attendant's fervent salesmanship. Yet, for some reason, the attendant found the Diamond Princess before him strikingly familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. We'll browse on our own. You may attend to other matters. Lu Zhe waved his hand, dismissing the attendant, relishing the peace. Now that he held all the capital of the Flashing Flame Group. With the wealth from Verdali's tech company filling his coffers, and considering the Diamond Kingdom's monopoly on exquisite gems, spending at La Boutique felt like a mere drop in the ocean. Tianxia stood before a pearl satin gown, her fingers gently gliding over the silky fabric. The soft touch made her tilt her head, the diamond hairpin reflecting fragments of rainbow light with her movement. Even Lu Zhe found himself momentarily entranced by the dreamlike scene. Was this truly the Diamond Princess? Do you think pink would complement the color of the fairy gems better? Tianxia pondered, grappling with indecision as her gaze flitted among various gowns in different hues. Shibao, you must try this one, Labyrinth exclaimed, rushing over with several dresses and unceremoniously thrusting them into Tianxia's arms. The gradient hues of this one suit you perfectly. The hem will flow like clouds as you move. With that, Labyrinth playfully pushed Tianxia into the fitting room, her excitement bubbling over. Noble Diamond Princess, now you're mine. With drool pooling at the corners of her mouth, Labyrinth could hardly contain herself. Tianxia's cuteness was simply irresistible. Girls being close is a sign of civility. Come on, let me see. As the curtain of the fitting room was drawn back, sounds of playful banter erupted from within, evoking vivid imaginations. Miss Labyrinth, I kindly implore you to exercise some restraint and turn around. Tianxia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her face a portrait of indignation. Ignoring Tianxia's dismay, Labyrinth merely licked her lips, wearing a look of infatuation. Oh, we're all girls here. What's the harm in a little closeness? I want to go inside, I promise. Hearing such audacity, Tianxia's face burned with humiliation, grappling with Labyrinth's audacious mindset. Yet, confined within the narrow fitting room, Tianxia had nowhere to escape, inevitably finding herself embraced by Labyrinth. This was utterly unfair. She felt as though she were suffocating. Meanwhile, the attendant made his way to the back of the clothing store, activating a computer program. Target located, Pink Diamond, Illusion Pokemon, Imperial Princess, all matched. Though he was unclear as to why the company sought Tianxia's whereabouts, the attendant was unconcerned. As long as there was money to be made, that was all that mattered. Poor colleagues, this bonus would all be his. Not long after, the attendant indeed received a call from the company. Without hesitation, he answered promptly. I am DeWu from the Devon Company. As soon as the call connected, a male voice on the other end sounded urgent. Tianxia has been spotted at a clothing store in Mire City. Is this information accurate? Of course it's true, otherwise it wouldn't have disturbed you, sir, the attendant affirmed confidently after verifying all the details and confirming Tianxia's identity. Keep them at La Boutique and ensure they are well taken care of. I will head to the scene immediately. The plan to meet Shibao was now in motion. Hanging up, Dawu was so engrossed in the matter that he dismissed the business at hand. Balza, let the discounts be, Devon Company is large enough. We can afford to overlook a few trifles. However, Dawu's expression suddenly turned serious. No one shall shake my resolve to protect Shibao. The peerless chef Shibao operates as follows. Any collaboration involving the Diamond Princess must include Devon Company. Balza, perplexed, questioned. Why come to me from the Alchemy Kingdom to collaborate with the Diamond Kingdom? This seems somewhat complicated. Complicated? I say, let us not complicate matters. Dawu declared. Devon will cover funding, and all profits will belong to you. Upon hearing this, Balza's face was filled with disbelief. What is this? Devon is offering free services? This is an unprecedented level of extravagance. The Devon president will likely be awakened in the dead of night by his filial piety. Enough, enough. You are the benefactor. Your word is law. Reluctantly, I shall assist you in making contact. Given the esteemed reputation of the Duan Company, Balza feels that the issue is not insurmountable. Hoopa, please escort me to La Boutique in Mirel City. Eager to reunite with Shibao, Dawu implored Hoopa with a gentle tone. Hoopa, Hoopa. Stopping the hand that was tugging at Balza's hair, Hoopa retrieved the golden ring atop his head, instantly conjuring a spatial portal. A flash of light surged forth, and a wave of dizziness followed. Dawu stepped into the entrance of the portal, thus departing. As the curtain of the changing room was drawn back, Raborins and Tianchi had donned their evening gowns, while Luze had been waiting patiently, silently clutching the black plastic bag in his hand. Luze discreetly tucked it behind him. A thunderous sound echoed from the sky, heralding the dazzling arrival of Shibao. Pushing Tianchi towards Luze, Raborins proudly flaunted his discerning eye. See, I told you. Shibao looked stunning in that dress. The more he gazed, the more satisfied he became. The colors and style were perfectly harmonious. Truly, he was a genius. If paired with this, perhaps it could add an extra touch of vivacity. Luze produced a pearl necklace he had just selected, perfectly complementing Tianchi's gown. Receiving the necklace from her dear friend, Tianchi adorned herself with it at her bosom. Raborins, observing Luze, suddenly rose on tiptoe and deftly affixed a jewel brooch to the collar of Luze's attire. Do you think my taste is good? Luze instinctively attempted to evade, only to be met with Raborin's admonition. Do not move. If it pierces the flesh, I shall not be responsible. Stunned, Luze coughed lightly in resignation and replied, Of course, your eye for beauty is always impeccable. The fragrance of the woman enveloped him like a gentle breeze. Her warm breath brushing against Luze's ear, raising the temperature in the air. The silver strands of her hair grazed his neck, igniting a subtle tickle. Which gentleman could withstand such trials? With a sigh of helplessness, a smile crept onto Luze's lips, forming a relaxed arc. Just then, the wind chimes at the entrance chimed once more, welcoming the arrival of esteemed guests. Dawu entered the store with one hand in his pocket, his suit accentuating his tall stature, the evolutionary stone on his ring glimmering with a blue sheen. Upon seeing the object of his dreams, Shibao, he froze in place. Before the crystal display case, Tianchi was on her tiptoes, examining the details of her gown, the diamonds casting iridescent reflections upon her collarbone. She turned, the hem of her dress lifting gracefully, her entire figure adorned in flawless pink diamonds, perfectly meeting Dawu's gaze. Lost in a daze, witnessing the ethereal beauty bestowed upon him, he was utterly transfixed. Young Master Dawu, over there is what you seek. The servant's voice suddenly faltered as the usually composed young master became overly excited, inadvertently dropping his evolutionary ring to the floor. I apologize, I was remiss. Dawu quickly bent down, but in his haste, he accidentally elbowed the nearby metallic display stand. With a resounding crash, various accessories clattered to the ground. The ring embedded with the evolutionary stone sliding to Tianchi's feet. Is this the specially crafted evolutionary ring from Duan? The ring bearing the Duan logo caught Tianchi's eye as she picked up the evolutionary stone from the floor. Luze, recognizing the familiar item, felt a rush of memories assail him. If he recalled correctly, this belonged to Dawu. Glancing towards the entrance, Luze indeed spotted the figure sprawled on the ground. Amidst the chaos, this wealthy heir appeared quite disheveled, yet he struggled to rise and approached Tianchi. You are Dawu, right? I believe I have seen your feature in a magazine. To his surprise, Tianchi recognized Dawu, leaving the league champion utterly astonished. His ears turned crimson. As if his CPU had overheated, rendering him speechless, his words reduced to stammered fragments. That is me. He fixated on the evolutionary ring in the princess's hand. His reflection mirrored within the stone. Being recognized by Tianchi and appreciating this brilliance up close, he had never felt such happiness. You are bleeding, young master. A few drops of crimson stained the floor, the servant's exclamation slicing through the air. Dawu tilted his head back, pressing his fingers against his nose in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. Yet, the blood continued to flow, leaving crimson spots on the collar of his suit. Not wishing to tarnish his image in Tianqi's eyes, he forced a calm demeanor and cleared his throat. It is merely a result of insufficient sleep from recent research on meteorite samples. It is nothing serious. Not to worry. I shall tend to it. With hands folded over her chest, energy gradually coalesced, emanating a warm glow. Diamonds flickered frequently as healing waves shot forth from Tianqi's palms, merging into Dawu's body. Please hold on a moment. It will be but a brief time. Chapter 84. Only longing cannot be cured. The Carlos Wind Venue Conference. The seats were filled to capacity, with spectators crowding the venue to witness the Pokemon Triathlon. Some who failed to secure tickets had to stand and watch the entire event. Fortunately, Ash, being a participant's family member, did not need to purchase a ticket and was arranged a seat in the front row. The conference was about to commence. Seated in the audience, Ash clenched his fists, confident that Serena was well prepared and vowed to seize the wind key. Regardless, having witnessed her diligent training daily, Ash believed she could certainly achieve it. Serena, you must do your best. Is this little virgin actually rooting for his girlfriend? A sultry voice emerged from behind. Ash turned to find the familiar pink-haired figure clad in a purplish-red trench coat. Miss Malfa, it has been a while. You are also here for the Pokemon Triathlon. Flushing with surprise, Ash was taken aback. He had assumed Malfa was solely focused on training and uninterested in the Wind Conference. Yet, it appeared that was far from the truth. Where's the long time no see? Didn't we just see each other last night? Covering her mouth with a light laugh. Malfa certainly intended to attend the Wind Conference. The important aspect was not the Pokemon Triathlon, but rather the individual illuminated by the spotlight. The voice of the celestial demon. Princess Hukir-Kinley. The Reizuo furnace floating beside her nodded in agreement. After finally finding someone from her hometown, how could she not come to see? When do you plan to marry Serena? Malfa teased, observing Ash's youthful face, a playful smirk on her lips. What? Isn't that a bit too soon? Poking at the heart of the matter, Ash's cheeks flushed, causing him to leap from his seat in shock. At least after the Carlos League Challenge. Lowering his head in silence, Ash dared not look back at Malfa, fearing further probing into his soul. In my opinion, Ash should be a bit bolder. Critiquing Ash's lack of emotional intelligence, Malfa continued to fan the flames, playing the role of matchmaker for Serena. These two kids were clearly head over heels for each other, yet still had not made any definitive moves. In Malfa's view, she might as well transform her Reizuo furnace into a whirlwind of romantic explosions and bring the Civil Affairs Bureau to them. For the shippers, it was imperative to lock in the couple. NTR was simply unacceptable. Come, let me give you a few tips, she exclaimed, a world-renowned masterpiece. Someone who has never been in love teaching others how to date. Is that really feasible? In Ash's small eyes, a great deal of confusion filled his gaze as he blinked, wavering in belief. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. With a firm pat on her chest, Malfa confidently guaranteed the effectiveness of her method. Chinley, it's been a while. In the backstage of the Wind Festival, Selena once again encountered her formidable rival, greeting Chinley warmly. Yes, it's been a long time, the girl replied, her pale lips moving with evident effort to respond to Selena's greeting. After so many days apart, Chinley appeared even more fragile, as insubstantial as a sheet of white paper. Like a fleeting whisper, the voice of an angel hovered beside her, singing a lullaby that continuously transmitted vital energy. Chinley, are you truly all right? Observing Chinley's frail appearance, Selena's expression turned serious, her concern deepening. It's nothing serious, I'm holding up. Cough cough. Struggling to respond, Chinley's breath grew increasingly weak, and she could not suppress her cough. Unfolding the handkerchief that covered her mouth, the vivid crimson was strikingly evident, blood staining her eyes, which she had concealed behind her. Though magical cards could heal any injury, why did her body feel like a deflated balloon? No matter how much she replenished herself, her vitality continued to drain rapidly, beset by illness. Now, she could only barely maintain consciousness by listening to the angelic voice at all times. Sister Chinley, I want to see your performance. Suddenly, a small girl with adorable dragon horns rushed out from behind Chinley. This is... Selena glanced at Chinley. This is Lady Yeshi's adopted daughter, Xiaolan. And also my dear friend. Clinging to Chinley's slender leg, Xiaolan, upon spotting a new, beautiful sister, immediately abandoned her previous hold and latched onto Selena's black stockings. Lady Yeshi, the one who raised Miss Eru, the former queen of Carlos. Looking down at the little one, Selena was surprised by the child's impressive background. She truly was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. After playing with Xiaolan for a while, Selena finally remembered the matter at hand. She still had to deliver Zero Yi's email. Let me find it. It should be here. Chinli. This is a message from Zero Yi. Taking out the azure envelope, Selena handed it to Chinli intact, as per Saki's instructions. A bitter smile crept onto Chinli's lips as she recalled that troublesome fellow. Her expression drained and pale. The golden-haired knight boldly declares love. Come into my embrace. Though Chinli was unaware of the details. She had heard how the media reported the news. It's all because I have a husband who loves me. How wonderful it would be to express love so openly. She had indeed heard Zero Yi's words, that he sought a grand occasion to declare their love before everyone. The scenes she had rehearsed countless times in her mind were on the verge of becoming reality. All that was needed was an embrace. Yet, compared to Zero Yi, Chinli was far less fortunate. Instead of being indulged by Lu Zhe, she was instead evaded, her heart, which had just begun to bloom, locked away. Thus, every stormy night, she could only curl up alone in her room, silently weeping. Like a patient groaning in agony, Chinli felt as if she were plummeting into a dry well, pleading for a glimpse of salvation from an absent deity. Thousands of fervent prayers were offered, yet the divine remained mute, providing no response. How laughable, isn't it? Tears were wiped away by the little demon, and upon regaining her senses, Chinli suddenly realized that Xiaolan had already followed Selena to prepare. The backstage, now left empty, felt as desolate as the day she bid farewell to Lu Zhe. With the warmth beside her abruptly vanished, Chinli hugged herself, feeling a chill. Silently tearing the letter to shreds, she discarded it into the trash bin, ready to take the stage with the little demon. Wherever the spotlight shone, the crowd erupted in uproar, applause thunderous, igniting the very air. Mr. Pierre recited his unchanging script as usual, while Lady Yeshi followed the program, compelled to clap. Rubbing her aching temples, Selena found herself more concerned about Chinli's state than the proceedings of the Wind Festival. After taking care of Chinli for so many days, Yeshi had come to understand that the girl was simply too stubborn. No matter how much she dissuaded her, Chinli would not listen. Thankfully, Chinli performed normally, successfully passing the first elimination round and arriving at the free performance segment. There was no time to mourn for the previous contestants. Next up, we have our old friend, the performer Chinli and the voice of a demon. Though her visage was pale, void of any color, Chinli still forced herself to take the stage. With great effort, she waved to the audience, responding to her fans' enthusiasm. Yet, her peripheral vision inadvertently caught a glimpse of the empty seat at the front, still unoccupied. Taking a step forward, her movements gradually slowed, and Chinli felt her body growing heavier. Listen to the final notes, linking with the voice of the demon, summon link 1. The god of echoes, the storm demon. Like seagulls drifting upon the waves, Chinli murmured, her voice barely audible, as delicate as a whisper. The form of the voice of the demon suddenly contorted, transforming into a colossal demonic shadow, scattering stardust across the dome, dreamlike and surreal. As the dream descended, the storm demon emerged, a tempest erupting at the center of the stage, unleashing boundless fury. Why won't you embrace me tightly? I had arranged everything. All that was needed was a natural progression. You are aware of my endeavors. Yet why do you choose to neglect me? Zero E can stand by your side. Why cannot I? Back when we were merely cards, we promised to grow old together. Did I take that vow too seriously? Lu Zhe. Oh Lu Zhe, why does this beautiful melody not reach your ears? Field magic, the voice of the demon selection instrument, echoing melody. Leaning against the selection instrument of the voice of the demon, Chinli barely managed to avoid collapsing to the ground. Using the storm demon and the voice of the demon selection princess as materials, summon link 2. Let my elegy of sorrow resonate, granting the world a final lament. The stage suddenly shattered like glass, brilliant light pouring forth, transforming into a flowing river of light, as Chinli danced among the stars. Echoing melody, starry sky demon. With wings unfurled, she scattered crystalline dust, her left half embodying a gentle angel, while her right half remained a nebulous demon. The harmonious resonance of harp and wind chimes echoed from nowhere, as starlight gathered at her fingertips, blooming into translucent roses of light wherever she passed. As Chinli gazed down with a smile, the night sky rippled, resonating in harmony with all things. Lu Zhe, I love you. With what felt like her last breath, Chinli completed her final performance, offering a pale, feeble smile. In this world, there are countless ailments, yet only longing remains unhealed. Cough, cough. Blood continued to spill from her lips, her fingers stilled upon the keys, the music vanishing instantaneously as if it had never existed. Darkness engulfed her vision, her consciousness blurring. And in her daze, she caught a glimpse of the audience rising in alarm. Blood had already breached its dam, dripping with a soft thud, staining the echoing melody and reddening her pallid face. She fell backward like a torn piece of paper, barely caught by the rushing Selena. Chinli! Chinli! Hold on, wake up! Selena cried out desperately, incessantly calling Chinli's name, striving to prevent her from slipping away. Outside the theater, the wail of an ambulance pierced the rainy night, as medical personnel rushed in with a stretcher through the side door. As she was lifted into the ambulance, the piercing alarm of the heart monitor shrieked, mingling with the whispers of the audience. Sitting within the confines of the ambulance, little Blue's face was awash with tears, rendered helpless by the sudden incident of Chinli coughing up blood and collapsing. Wiping away her tears, she could only bury her face in Yishi's embrace, softly inquiring, "Will Sister Chinli become a star?" As the ambulance departed, the stage gradually descended into darkness, with the spotlight extinguishing one by one, marking the suspension of the Wind Festival. The girl's discordant instrument was enveloped by shadows, slowly fading from the audience's sight. Behind the curtain, the piano keys were still stained with blood. Although the crimson hue was blinding, it too dissipated into nothingness with the fading of the venue's magic. Chapter 85, Manipulated by Capital. The Carlos Dark Alliance. With the leaders of the Fire Rock Team, Water Fleet, Galaxy Team, and Plasma Corps all having vanished, how should the remaining members be dealt with? Holding the documents in hand, Secretary Jin Niao inquired about Sakiki's thoughts in order to proceed with execution. It had already been half a month, and it was certain that they would not be returning. They were likely to have perished. Since those fools had already been completely annihilated, let us consolidate their subordinates into the rocket team, Sakiki instructed Jun Niao, who stood beside him, while perusing the documents. The news of the fall of the Carlos Alliance should have spread by now. What are the other regional alliances saying? In the past, Sakiki could hardly have imagined such a dramatic turn of events occurring to him. The Carlos Alliance's plea for help relied on the rocket team, unwittingly exposing the pawn known as a Jew. Sitting beside Sakiki, Lance let out a quiet sigh. If it were possible, they would not want this either. However, now that the Carlos Alliance was firmly under Liu Zei's control, their cries went unheard, as if calling to the heavens, and the earth yielded no response. The champions and elites from Kanto, Chengdu, Fengyuan, Sinnoh, and Unova had all declared their willingness to assist, Jun Niao reported honestly. However, neither Alola nor Paldea had responded. The news seemed to have vanished without a trace. The situation for the champions and elites from the 5 regions was even better than Sakiki had anticipated. This time, the forces of both light and dark would unite to eradicate Liu Zei. Preparations for the decisive battle must commence. A frigid glint flickered in Sakiki's eyes, as his resentment towards Liu Zei reached its zenith. Every plan was thwarted by this individual, yet he remained powerless against him. He appointed Apollo as the commander of the Mutuo Legion and Demura as the commander of the Genesect Legion, to lead the rocket team's phantom Pokemon. Upon hearing Sakiki's decisions, Jun Niao's eyes widened in astonishment. It was known that Sakiki's orders effectively entrusted the majority of the rocket team's forces to these 2 generals. But Chief, I still have more pressing matters to attend to, Sakiki remarked, his face partially shrouded in the darkness of the curtain as he gazed disdainfully out the window. To resist Liu Zei, I must make comprehensive preparations. This is the final war. He slammed his fist onto the desk, gritting his teeth as he spoke. The rocket team had repeatedly clashed with the Blazing Flame Corps, yet had always faced defeat, their strongholds dismantled by the false alliance. Liu Zei, do not blame me for resorting to underhanded tactics. I have no other choice. In an instant, Sakiki flung a dart from his hand, which struck the wall, pinning 2 photographs in place. The man in the photograph left a profound impression on Sakiki, who wished nothing more than to see him utterly destroyed. The woman, with her golden hair and radiant smile, addressed the media with grace, her youthful cheeks still bearing a hint of innocence, her eyes sparkling with happiness. It is time to set my new plan into motion. A cruel smile crept across Sakiki's lips as he eagerly anticipated witnessing Liu Zei's suffering. Liu Zei, I am curious. Between the kingdom and the beauty, what will you ultimately choose? Underground at the CAF Soleil Café in Carlos, having restored the establishment, Liu Zei relocated the headquarters of the Blazing Flame Corps to the Alliance. The original base was rendered vacant, perfectly suited for Liu Zei's transformation into a prison for detaining Alliance trainers. Speak for me. Speak for me. Dressed in prison garb, Yen Kai expressed his frustration by banging on the iron door of his cell, the bars casting striped shadows across his face. As a champion, he wondered why he was not treated with respect. How dared they imprison him? Yen Kai, perhaps you should calm down, Jimmy advised, accustomed to the labor camp lifestyle and focused solely on performance. Now that all Pokemon had been confiscated, they, as trainers, found themselves utterly powerless. I believe Jimmy has a point, Yulong Du conceded, twisting screws in a corner, surrendering to the grim reality. I have contacted Champion Lance and spread the news of the fall of the Carlos Alliance. I believe the other regional alliances will soon receive the message and dispatch reinforcements. Removing his tattered gloves, Yulong Du wiped the sweat from his brow, filled with confidence for the future. When that time comes, it will be the end for the Blazing Flame Corps. However, could they truly succeed? As he listened to Yulong Du's fervent declarations, Yen Kai recalled the terror of Jiu-Ji and shuddered. Even with the combined strength of all regional alliances, could they truly defeat that man in the black robe? It was known that during the last war, that figure had only deployed a single electronic dragon and single-handedly defeated champion Yulong Du. They, the champions, had been utterly trounced, unable to withstand the onslaught, their subordinates mercilessly slaughtered. Even now, despite having healed and recovered, Yen Kai still felt a lingering ache in his fractured bones. Was such power truly something a human could possess? Yen Kai felt himself ensnared in a trap set by capital, yet he could find no evidence. In stark contrast to the prison of Yulong Du and his companions, Kalanai and Dolasena found themselves in what could only be described as paradise. The lavish underground villa was equipped with every luxury, air conditioning running around the clock, and servants delivering fruit platters. Aside from their inability to contact the outside world and the loss of freedom, their days were nothing short of comfortable. Dolasena was on the verge of complete moral corruption, reluctant to leave. Remaining in the Carlos Alliance meant relentless work, serving as high-ranking cattle known as champions. With scarcely any days off, what was the difference between this and seeking out a prison for oneself? Being captured by the Blazing Flame Corps would be preferable. At least it was comfortable, and she felt herself becoming increasingly lazy. Dolasena, why are you rewarding me? Collapsing onto the plush bed, Dolasena nestled into Miss Kalanai's embrace. More importantly, her cellmate was none other than the renowned queen of the film industry. Dolasena, do you have any insights regarding our current situation? Kalanai inquired, gently stroking the girl's hair, her forehead creased in exasperation. Who knows what scheme the Blazing Flame Corps is concocting, dragging us here to treat us like saints. I initially thought that falling into their hands would lead to a defeat CG, and I was prepared to fight to the death to preserve my dignity. However, that was not the case. After all, given Liu Zei's disposition, he would not reward us in such a manner. I have no idea. Let us just take things as they come. If we can enjoy a few days of comfort, that is something, Dolasena murmured softly from within Kalanai's embrace. Her words slurred. Did she seem resigned and apathetic? It was merely that she had run out of options. Although the current situation is significantly better than anticipated, they still find themselves ensnared in a predicament. Who knows when the capricious demon lord might unleash their wrath and dispose of them? Garlic bird, let us take it one step at a time. At the headquarters of the Carlos Mier City Alliance, then let us enjoy a pleasant collaboration, Mr. Daigo. Tianchi smiled as she shook hands with her counterpart. Indeed, a delightful partnership, Princess. Daigo, the former champion, felt his face flush crimson as he realized he had touched Shibao's delicate hand. Fragrant and soft, this hand shall never be washed. Upon picking up the contract that Daigo had signed, Liu Zei was left utterly speechless, astonished by the figures inscribed therein. In the section for financial assistance, he could scarcely believe the numerous zeros, the paper nearly unable to accommodate them all. He had thought such exorbitant sums were only seen in Sichuan. Yet here lay a master. Is this the prowess of the top-tier brother? Reflecting on the process through which Tianchi proposed the collaboration, Liu Zei found it utterly surreal. Every step was misaligned, yet the outcome was perfectly aligned. You mean to say, we are to collaborate with the Diamond Mining Nation? Of course. The Diamond Mining Nation welcomes all allies. Daigo's excitement was palpable. Liu Zei could practically hear his heart racing. A simpleton, he thought to himself. How naive you are. Casting Daigo a sidelong glance, Liu Zei remained oblivious to the fact that he had once been in a similar position when confronting the zeros. I have already drafted the contract. Retrieving the document he had prepared for Shibao from his backpack, Liu Zei began to review it, but nearly dropped his eyes in shock. What do you mean by unconditional investment in the Diamond Mining Nation and the Flame Team's development? Daigo, you cannot be serious? Rubbing the back of his head, Daigo turned to Tianchi, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This is my heartfelt intention. I kindly request the princess and the duke not to decline. Within Liu Zei's heart, a voice cried out incessantly. How is this any different from charity? It seems I have underestimated the remarkable prowess of the illustrious chef Shibao. To bestow such sums without a second thought. I despise the wealthy. What? Am I a wealthy person too? Well, that changes everything. When it comes to double standards, Liu Zei would claim the second place, for none would dare claim the first. If time permits, I would like to invite Mr. Daigo to visit the diamond mining nation. Is that truly possible? Daigo's pupils dilated, his face alight with joy. What merit did he possess to receive such a personal invitation from the princess? Indeed, it is true. Both Lu Zhe and I would be most welcoming of your presence. As Tianqi fluttered around Lu Zhe, spinning in delight, she responded with a smile. Gazing at the sweet arc of the diamond princess's smile, Daigo felt as if he might be enchanted. Ah, I am doomed. Clutching his pounding heart, he experienced a sensation he had never known before. Is this what it means to be smitten? Shibao, we have only just perused La Boutique. Perhaps we could explore other locales. Grasping Tianqi's hand, Raburans was eager to continue their excursion. There are a few shops on this street that belong to my enterprise. Why not allow me to escort you? Observing the diamond princess's desire to engage with the populace, Daigo seized the moment to offer his assistance. Then, Shibao, let us proceed. As he wrapped Shibao in his arms, Raburans playfully overwhelmed her, leaving Tianqi breathless. I fear this may not end well. Just then, Lu Zhe received urgent news from Jiuji. His expression turning grave, it appeared their journey would have to be abruptly curtailed. Qinli is in critical condition. I must depart immediately. Chapter 86. Because of the bonds we share. At the headquarters of the Carlos Mier City Alliance, Jiuji, what has transpired? Without the luxury of bidding farewell to Tianqi, Lu Zhe hurriedly took Raburans back to the Flame Team, inquiring about the specifics from Jiuji. How could there be any anomalies with the sound magic card supplementing life force? How could Qinli possibly fall ill? Moreover, isn't the Starlight Celestial Demon immune to all ailments? Bombarded by Lu Zhe's barrage of questions, Jiuji was at a loss for words. You can see for yourself. With a complicated expression, Jiuji handed Lu Zhe her tablet, the sender's name unmistakably Malfa. At the Carlos Baiki City Trainer Hospital, is Qinli's vital signs stable? As the emergency room door swung open, Yeshi rushed anxiously to Miss Joy's side. She had never been more grateful for her wealth, as it allowed her to secure the best treatment for Qinli during this crisis. I am deeply sorry, Miss Yeshi. Removing her mask, Miss Joy bowed her head in silence, mourning for Qinli. This young lady had only just embarked on her career, with a brilliant life ahead. Yet she was afflicted with an incurable illness. Truly, it is as if fate is jealous of talent. Clinging to the doctor's legs, Xiaolan's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart heavy with worry. What is wrong with my sister Qinli? Doctor, please, speak to me. Despite having witnessed numerous farewells and partings, Miss Joy felt a pang of sympathy seeing Xiaolan weep. Miss Qinli's affliction is extraordinarily peculiar. It has no precedent in the Alliance's medical history. Upon hearing this, Yeshi's spirits plummeted, her heart growing cold. Even with all our efforts, we are left with no options. Rather than a disease, this resembles a condition. You will understand better once you see for yourselves. Taking Xiaolan's hand, she trembled as they entered the ward, drawing back the curtain beside the bed. There lay Qinli, her body a pallid gray, as though stripped of color, her once vibrant purple hair now faded. Cold and shivering, she curled in a corner, her delicate skin marred by wounds. Resembling a fragile porcelain doll, bleeding crimson. Her eyes had lost their sparkle, devoid of the vivacity they once held. The girl lay motionless in the bed, her spirit seemingly extinguished. This cannot be. Covering her mouth, Yeshi turned away, helplessly crouching on the floor, unable to bear the sight. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she beheld the once lively child now reduced to this state. Her heart felt as if it were being cleaved in two. Just days prior, everything was well. How could she suddenly be transformed into this? The voices of angels and demons fluttered around their master, frantically playing a melody, but to no avail. According to our observations, Miss Qinli's Pokemon abilities seem to alleviate her condition. It is thanks to this little one that the onset of Qinli's illness has been delayed. Soothing the distraught family members, Miss Joy glanced at the little angel and little demon, adding, "Give us some time. We may yet uncover the pathology and save the patient's life." The likelihood is minuscule, and even as she spoke those words, Miss Joy felt a twinge of guilt. Sister Qinli, what has happened to you? Compared to Yeshi's restraint, Xiaolan wept uncontrollably, crying by Qinli's bedside. After so much effort to reunite with Qinli and her companions from the game, how could this calamity befall them? Attempting to embrace the girl's icy form, Xiaolan found her hands passing through Qinli's body, unable to make contact. Cold and lost in a haze, the girl murmured incoherently, Lu Zhe, Lu Zhe. The figure she cherished in her heart flickered, as if Qinli could see that troublesome person once more, a faint smile gracing her lips. This fragile voice reached Xiaolan's ears, resonating clearly. Yes, Lu Zhe is here, and he is always dependable. He will surely find a way. With unwavering resolve, Xiaolon wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and dashed out of the emergency room, determined to find Lu Zhe. Yet, where could Lu Zhe be at this moment? Gazing at the desolate corridor, her eyes clouded with mist, she felt utterly lost. Just then, a young lady clad in a burgundy trench coat emerged from around the corner, gasping for breath, her pink hair disheveled. Without a moment to regain her composure, Malfa grasped Xiaolan's shoulders and urgently inquired, "What of Qinli? How is she?" Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Xiaolan buried her head in Malfa's embrace, her inner turmoil erupting into a torrent of tears. Qinli's condition is dire, and Miss Joy has no solutions. Only Lu Zhe can save her now. But I simply cannot find him. Her voice faltered, tears rolling down her cheeks and soaking Malfa's garment. "I know where Lu Zhe is." Malfa recalled Xiao Zhi's words from the previous night. Lu Zhe had traveled to Mier City to conduct business with Vladar. Thus, if she could contact Vladar technology, she would surely locate Lu Zhe. "Xiaolan, you must tend to Qinli. I shall reach out to him immediately." Wiping away Xiaolan's tear-streaked face, Malfa swiftly utilized her resources to contact Lu Zhe. She had done all she could. Now, all that remained was to quietly pray for Lu Zhe to receive the news swiftly. Upon reading the contents of the message, Lu Zhe sensed something amiss. Qinli's ailment was anything but ordinary. The fact that even the card's effects could not alleviate her condition indicated a grave issue. This suggested that it was not merely Qinli's health at stake, but rather a fundamental flaw in the very essence of the world itself. Juji, I intend to consult with Elras on a strategy. I shall return shortly. While I am away, I entrust the flame team to you. Without a proper farewell, Lu Zhe abruptly twisted his neck and departed from the realm of the living. The severed neck sprayed crimson like a fountain, and Jiuji, splattered with blood, could not help but retort, "How reckless! What if you cannot be revived? Would you not explode in place?" At the entrance of the underworld's plantation, Hades was diligently training slaves, wielding a whip with fervor. "My lord, I acknowledge my wrongs." Shui Wudong, his skin darkened by shadow energy, bore the excruciating pain of the lashes while laboriously sewing cotton. "You didn't behave as Hades' faithful servant, and now you howl in agony," mocked the successfully trained Kukisi, glancing back with derision. "Kukisi, how ungrateful you are. When you collected Zekrom, my water fleet contributed significantly." Shui Wudong's face flushed with anger, realizing the audacity of this young man, who was desperately trying to prove his loyalty. "The water fleet has perished. Are you still pining for its members?" In the plantation, dedicated to labor reform, Kukisi wept bitterly, launching a complaint. "My lord Hades, I report. Shui Wudong still harbors thoughts of the water fleet, posing a potential threat. I apologize. Shui Wudong, I am simply eager to improve." "You scoundrel!" Shui Wudong cursed. "I dare not offend Lord Hades. Can I not educate you?" Raising his fist, as large as a sandbag, he delivered 2 punches to Kukisi, gifting him a pair of panda eyes. With no time to indulge in their antics, Hades, upon seeing Lu Zhe's arrival, immediately bowed. "Welcome back to the underworld, my lord." Shaking a bottle of 1982 Lafite, Hades straightened up and led Lu Zhe through the plantation to the entrance of the underworld palace. "Lady Elras is resting within. I shall not intrude upon your time of bonding." With that, Hades turned back to the plantation, continuing to shout at the slaves, "Go work! Go work!" Pushing open the grand doors of the underworld palace, Lu Zhe stepped inside, finally meeting the formidable figure seated upon the skeletal throne. "Why have you come to the underworld at this hour, my husband? What transpired?" Seeing Lu Zhe approach, Elras hurriedly approached, a look of surprise crossing her face. "Something grave has occurred. Qinli is in critical condition." Relaying Malfa's message, Elras crossed her arms, her expression turning serious. "Her body is pale, her skin cracked, and her consciousness is clouded. Do you remember what I told you upon your arrival in the underworld?" Thoughts cascaded through Lu Zhe's mind, recalling the moment he was slain by Sakaki. "Why must you inquire? I shall elucidate the matter for you personally." Elras smiled, placing a finger over Lu Zhe's lips before narrating the unfolding events. "We card spirits, no matter how much we enhance ourselves, remain mere projections. In order to solidify our corporeal forms and truly embrace you, we discovered a means to escape the card world. This involved achieving a special duel victory, completely tearing apart the laws of Yu-Gi-Oh!, leading to the collapse of the card world. Later, we found the Pokémon World, offering fragments of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Laws in exchange for Arceus immigration approval. With the World Tree's aid, we completely broke free from the constraints of the cards, allowing us to materialize." "But what of the cards within that box?" Before Elras could finish, Lu Zhe interjected, prompting a playful smile from her. "My husband is so impatient. I did say I would answer you. This shall be the last time." although the consumption of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Law fragments bolstered the energy of the Pokémon world. Some bonds remained elusive, lacking sufficient waves of aura for the world tree to nurture all the cards. I could only confine them within the card box as per the instructions of the Dragon of 10,000 Shards. I certainly recall you explaining the world's rules to me. Reflecting back, Luze emerged from his reverie, focusing on the present. But what I failed to mention is your significance. Me? I have significance. Isn't it just about being a dragon in the Pokémon world, pure enjoyment? Anchor points, they're the anchors of the soul. Gazing into Luze's eyes, Elris spoke with unwavering conviction. It is because of our bond that we can manifest in the Pokémon world. Chapter 87, We Return Home. The world tree may indeed nurture our bodies, yet to stabilize our souls, something more is required. With gentle eyes, Elris extended her finger, pointing directly at Luze. That something is our bond. Bowing his head in contemplation, Luze appeared lost in thought, as if uncovering a blind spot. So, Qinli's condition is not an illness, but rather a consequence of a weakened bond, leading her soul towards dissolution. Luze clasped his head in both hands, tousling his dark hair in distress. What nonsense! How could this be possible? How could my bond with Qinli weaken? You have no idea how hard I fought to preserve my soul's scale and indicators. It is difficult to say, which is why I must ask you, my husband, have you done anything to wrong her? Pointing her finger at Luze's nose, Elris sighed. My husband, you truly are callous. You have pushed this young girl to the brink of despair, nearly to the point of death. Perhaps, could, maybe. Assailed by the haunting memories of the past, Luze scratched the back of his head, beginning to recollect his numerous transgressions. Engaging in a duo with Atla, indulging in amorous activities, mingling with others, and even conversing with Zero's wife. This certainly could not be the case, as he had yet to encounter Qinli at that time. Thus, he dismissed it. Juji, believing him to be unwell, expressed her concern, oblivious to the fact that Atla had already indulged in excesses beneath the covers. This too was definitely not the instance. Luze had always conducted himself with integrity and had never stooped to such ignoble acts. Battling alongside Atla, Gyoji, and Caltigia, he navigated the battlefield with prowess. At this juncture, one might inquire, Luze, is your gaming experience even legitimate? It indeed was. Especially as he immersed himself in the increasingly youthful realm of Peace Elite. That fateful night, he had led the charge, seemingly guiding them to victory in several matches. With all possibilities ruled out, Luze felt the incessant probing of the scheming frog within him, arriving at a revelation. Perhaps it was during that moment of evasion. Indeed, he might be at fault. He had watched Qinli's Pokemon triathlon, but was too engrossed in his duties to seek her out. With a heavy heart, Luze sighed deeply, regretting the course of events that had led him to this predicament. And so, what course of action does my husband intend to take? Having discerned the root of his ailment, Ellis was eager to witness how Luze would navigate the situation. What else could he do but remain calm? With a sorrowful expression, Luze's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he recalled Joji's washboard. Please return me to the mortal realm. I must apologize forthwith. Delay could result in dire consequences. If Qinli's spirit were to dissipate, Luze would not merely be unable to endure 3 seconds of an advertisement. Even 300 seconds would not suffice to salvage her. Ellis raised her hand, initiating the reversal between the mortal realm and the underworld, causing Luze's vision to spin. Observing the naturally refreshed Luze in the office, Juji seized his collar and shook him. Luze, stop your stammering. What did Ellis say? Shaking his head, Luze regained his composure, realizing he had returned from the brink of death. I know you are anxious, but do not fret just yet. I already have a plan. A confident smile graced his lips as he activated his celestial mode, speaking with a lopsided grin. Juji, lend me your washboard. Swiftly drawing up the office curtains, Juji's expression turned frantic, her voice faltering. What do you need that for? You're not planning to destroy it, are you? Even as Qinli lay in a dire state, he was still fixated on that washboard. There was no time to explain. It truly had significant utility. Luze extracted the washboard from behind the curtain, rapping his knuckles against it, the sound resounding. Isn't it pleasant? A fine sound means fine knuckles. Without further ado, Luze leaped from the rooftop, summoning the divine dragon of Ra mid-air, vanishing into the horizon. At the Carlos Wind Festival, despite Qinli's unfortunate collapse and her subsequent exit, the Pokemon triathlon would not be halted. As the curtain rose once more, the stage had been cleansed of blood, leaving no trace behind. The stage was limited, as were the spotlights, and the elegant competition belied a primal brutality. Have you heard the latest news? Meowth whispered conspiratorially to James and Jesse. It seems Qinli had to withdraw from the competition due to illness. Upon hearing this, James's eyes sparkled. Did this not signify an opportunity for Jessie? This time, the wind key belonged solely to her. With Qinli out of the picture, how could Jessie possibly lose to that little girl? Yet, for reasons unknown, Jessie did not feel elated. The absence of Qinli's melody left her somewhat despondent. Such a victory felt hollow without her rival present. It thwarted her rightful claim to triumph over Qinli. With a frown, Jessie murmured under her breath, so softly that neither Meowth nor James could hear. Clenching her Pokeball, she quietly made her way backstage, only to encounter Serena. Qinli, is she truly in danger? With rumors swirling outside, various narratives circulated, leaving Serena puzzled about the truth. Some claimed that a scoundrel had broken Qinli's heart, leading to her dire state, while others suggested she had overexerted herself, succumbing to illness. Regardless of the tale, Qinli's condition was grave, causing Serena great distress. What a sorrowful countenance you wear. Would Qinli wish to see you like this? Jessie's voice suddenly resonated from behind, startling Serena. If you genuinely care for her, muster your resolve and claim the wind key for her. Inspired by Jessie's words, Serena's gaze hardened with determination, redirecting her focus to the competition. Thank you for your guidance. I understand now. Bowing to Jessie, Serena, though only slightly acquainted with her, expressed her heartfelt gratitude. What? I wouldn't intentionally guide someone like you, little girl. We shall see on the battlefield, Jessie retorted with her arms crossed, though a smile involuntarily tugged at her lips. As Serena watched Jessie retreat, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Would it sunder a big sister who offers guidance in her own brusque manner? She is truly gentle at heart. While Qinli battled against her affliction, Ash and his mother remained vigilant, and Serena resolved not to fall behind. Come on, Serena, silently encouraging herself. She adjusted her stance and prepared to make her entrance. At the Carlos Trainer Hospital in Bacchus City, within Qinli's consciousness, the sound of rain pattered against the window, mirroring the longing within her heart, dragging her deeper into despair. It's so cold, so very cold. Her consciousness teetered on the brink of dissolution, lying motionless on the sickbed. Qinli's translucent form felt utterly devoid of strength. A searing pain coursed through her body, and tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Simultaneously, in her mind, Qinli curled into a ball, burying her head in her knees and weeping. Luze, he no longer wants me. Her heart felt as though it were being torn asunder, and a fog enveloped her soul, rendering the dark, constricted space even more terrifying. Why? Did we not vow to be together for eternity? Why, upon gaining a physical form, had they instead drifted apart? The girl's hair became disheveled, the white tips gradually tarnished, dissipating into the wind like ash. Memories of yesteryears surfaced in Qinli's mind, when she had merely been a card, quietly accompanying that mischievous boy. He would craft card sleeves and mats adorned with his own image, boasting to friends, I will play this for the rest of my life. At that moment, the boy's smile shone brightly, and with the most resolute words, he had wholly captivated Qinli. Yet, it was only she who took those casual words to heart, dreaming of a future where her corporeal form would allow her to remain by his side. How foolish was I? Embracing her anguish, Qinli denounced her past naivety, surrendering entirely to the depths of darkness. Every inch of her skin felt as if it were disintegrating, blood seeping from the fissures, as Qinli sank further into her consciousness. Let it end like this. Resigned, the girl slowly closed her eyes, awaiting her gradual disappearance. At that moment, within the dim and damp recesses of her mind, a beam of light shattered the clouds, cleaving open the pitch-black void. Qinli, without my consent, you shall not abandon me. Just as Qinli was on the verge of fading away, a thunderous sound erupted from the heavens, heralding Luze's radiant arrival. Without a moment's hesitation, Luze seized Qinli's bloodied wrist, his grip so fierce it seemed capable of shattering her fragile bones. Let go, she implored, her voice a mere whisper, delicate and feeble as she lay weakened to the core. I have already endured enough pain. Will you not spare me any further? The floodgates of her sorrow burst open as she wept, the beloved figure so near yet so distant, rendering the girl even more pitiable. Luze remained impervious to her pleas, his muscular arm taut as he pulled her inch by inch from the abyss. Qinli felt her mind warring against itself, yearning for liberation, yet irresistibly drawn to the warmth of his palm. When they finally broke free from the darkness, Qinli tumbled into his warm embrace, her fist landing softly against Luze's chest, devoid of strength. What do you want now? She questioned, her tone heavy with resentment as she struggled to escape, her hands pushing against his chest with little force. It is my fault, she admitted, her once fair skin now marred with fissures, blood oozing from the crevices, staining his garments a deep crimson. Gazing at the battered Qin, Lu Zhe's hands trembled as he held her. He feared that the fragile girl, akin to a porcelain doll, would shatter into a million memories with the slightest touch. He gently kissed the ashen crown of her head, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible fear. I am here, I have come, and my vow to stand by you eternally is no jest. The rhythmic thumping of his heart echoed in her ears as Qin bit her lip, recalling countless nights when the sound of his heartbeat was her sole comfort to sleep. But why did you feign indifference last time? Why must you evade me? Pain flickered in her eyes as Lu Zhe shook his head with a bitter smile, helplessly responding, I'm merely worried it might affect your career. What could your career possibly mean compared to you? The girl in his arms retorted, disregarding her own frailty. I promise, it will not happen again. Lu Zhe pressed his lips against hers, lifting her effortlessly, murmuring softly in her ear, let us return home. Qin offered no reply, burying her face in the crook of his neck and nodding gently. Deep within the recesses of her consciousness, light broke through the darkness, illuminating the world as they departed. Chapter 88. How wonderful it is to be young. Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, Qin condition had markedly improved. Her spirit began to stabilize. The shattered skin was healing, her body regaining its color, no longer pallid. Her lashes fluttered gently, and before she could fully comprehend, Lu Zhe enveloped her once more in his embrace. Qin's sister has truly recovered, Little Blue exclaimed, perched beside the hospital bed. Her tears transformed into laughter as she witnessed the remarkable change. I knew Lu Zhe would find a way. Indeed, it seems she has perhaps recovered rather too well. Her hunger is insatiable, Marfa quipped, throwing in a sarcastic remark. Lord Thunderfire expresses his approval. Night Shi, relieved to see Qin restored to health, teasingly suggested, Qin, now that you are awake, will you not introduce us to this young man? Her cheeks flushed crimson. Qin suddenly realized the presence of others around her, and there she was, cradled in Lu Zhe's arms, basking in sheer bliss. Have I socially perished? She thought, mortified, her breath coming in heated gasps. Could you perhaps let me go for a moment? Her voice trembled as she dared not meet the gaze of her elder, Night Shi, nor the younger Little Blue. I will not relinquish you. It is a promise. This lifetime, I shall never let go. Rubbing Qin's small head, Lu Zhe spoke tenderly, tightening his embrace around her. But others are present, she protested, instinctively burying her face deeper into his chest, greedily inhaling the scent of her beloved. Let them look. It won't cost me a thing. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Lu Zhe felt an overwhelming affection swell within him as he effortlessly lifted her. Will you accompany me back to the Blazing Flame Squad? He asked. The girl nodded, even though she was uncertain of what the Blazing Flame Squad entailed. Yet, she was certain that with Lu Zhe by her side, it was home. But Qin, what about your Pokemon triathlon? Night Shi interjected, inquiring about Qin's intentions upon seeing Lu Zhe's desire to take her away. The Pokemon triathlon is indeed a splendid stage, Qin reflected, memories of her performances flashing before her eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by resolve. However, I no longer wish to participate. I do not belong to the stage or the spotlight anymore. I only wish to showcase myself to Lu Zhe. Night Shi was taken aback by Qin's decision to forsake such a promising future, but ultimately respected her choice. After all, it poses no challenge. I believe I have already become the uncrowned Queen of Kalos. The girl playfully stuck out her tongue, eliciting laughter from Night Shi. Very well. This child has finally found a boyfriend, having survived life and death, nearly not awakening at all. There is plenty of time. Next year's Pokemon triathlon is still an option for her return. Observing Qin nestled against Lu Zhe, who whispered sweet nothings into her ear, Night Shi sighed. Ah? How wonderful it is to be young. Not wishing to disrupt this beautiful atmosphere, Night Shi decided to let Qin and Lu Zhe enjoy their honeymoon phase for a while longer. Marfa, waving her arms in protest, chimed in. Why do you only inquire of her and not of me? This is highly biased. Take me along. You can't leave me behind. Little Blue, floating nearby, nodded in agreement, disdainful of Lu Zhe's preferential treatment. Lu Zhe, we agreed to be fair. You spilled the water. Mom, I also want to go to the Blazing Flame Squad with Qin. With Lu Zhe preparing to leave with Qin and Marfa, Little Blue became anxious, pleading not to be abandoned. Night She found herself dumbfounded, observing how these young girls were so quick to abandon her for a handsome boy. Instead of being a lonely old woman, you might as well take me to this Blazing Flame Squad. How about this? I will accompany you. Grasping Little Blue's hand, Night She deemed it better to explore together. Of course, before that, I must challenge the remaining 3 gyms. Flashing a confident smile at his companions, Lu Zhe declared. It will not take long, merely a few minutes, a simple task. The gym leaders collectively sighed, We cannot believe you have left us with no dignity. As the grand finale of the Kalos Wind Festival drew to a close, with Serena's flawless performance culminating in a shower of fairy-type energy fragments that adorned the stage in a rosy hue, cheers erupted. Well done, Serena. Your hard work has truly shown through. Everyone looks magnificent. Pikachu. Watching Serena's performance, Ash and Pikachu cheered passionately, rallying support. As the event neared its conclusion, Pierre enthusiastically took the microphone, while keychains soared above the venue. So, who will emerge victorious? The decision rests with all of you present. The thrilling and tense voting segment commenced, with luminous points representing votes twinkling around the venue, causing Serena to shut her eyes in trepidation. Once everyone had cast their votes, Pierre announced the final result. The winner is the performer, Serena. Suddenly opening her eyes, Serena felt as though reality had transformed into a dream, a sense of surrealism enveloping her. However, when she cast her gaze towards the audience, the figure she so admired cheered, affirming that this was indeed the truth. Serena, you have succeeded. You have triumphed. With arms raised in exuberance, Ash was even more exhilarated than Serena, sincerely congratulating her. Pika, Pika. The long-tailed fox and the mischievous panda immediately embraced Serena, their eyes shimmering with tears of joy. Wonderful, we have emerged victorious. Clutching her Pokemon, Serena felt that her efforts had finally borne fruit. Yet, amid the jubilation, there were those who wore expressions of dismay. Meowth and Team Rocket's Jessie and James appeared troubled in the audience. How could we possibly lose to a little girl? Meowth exclaimed, incredulous. Jessie is far more suited to be the Queen of Kalos. In a fit of frustration, James slammed his hands against the railing, convinced that there must be some foul play at hand, a deliberate targeting of Jessie. Standing at the edge of the stage, Jessie gazed at Serena, illuminated by the spotlight. A flicker of emotion crossing her eyes. This is how it should be. She makes a worthy rival for me. Surprisingly, there was no bitterness at her defeat. Only heartfelt wishes for Serena's success. Little girl, carry forth our aspirations and venture further in the Pokemon Showcase. Pierre stepped forward with the key to the Wind Pavilion, delicately presenting the Sapphire Key to Serena. Congratulations on obtaining the first Princess Key. You are one step closer to becoming the Queen of Kalos. Grasping the Wind Pavilion key in her hands, Serena felt her voice tremble with emotion. Thank you so very much. Raising the key above her head, she proclaimed her joy to the world from the center of the stage, illuminated by the spotlight. I have obtained the Wind Pavilion key. With graceful poise, Pierre addressed the audience. Please extend your blessings to the aspiring performer, Serena, who aims to become the Queen of Kalos. As the lights brightened, the entire audience rose to their feet, applause thundered, and cheers echoed through the air. At the headquarters of the Kalos League in Mier City, Luz guided Chenli back to the Flare Gang's base, making arrangements for everyone's accommodations. Is the Flare Gang really an organization of the League? Night Tide pondered, gazing at the headquarters within the League building, perplexed by her lack of prior knowledge. The Flare Gang is a just department that punishes malevolent forces, often operating in the shadows to deal with criminals, which explains their infrequent appearances in public view, May replied, addressing Night Tide's confusion with a rehearsed explanation. Studying formulas is indeed swift. In the hall, Xiao Lan dashed around, expending her excess energy, colliding with various objects. Unbeknownst to her, she crashed into a soft embrace, looking up only to see two towering figures, unable to discern their faces. Isn't that Xiao Lan? Rabidins grinned mischievously, having joined the Flare Gang to tease the female members, and found Xiao Lan to be a delightful diversion. Come to my room, and I'll show you some backflips with Hakimi, alright? Misunderstanding Rabidin's innuendo, Xiao Lan only caught the mention of Hakimi, responding innocently, really? I want to see it now? With a sly smile creasing his lips, Rabidin seized Xiao Lan and dashed away. Meanwhile, Luz had already entered a room with Chenli, shutting the door behind them. Although Chenli's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she eventually acquiesced, unable to refuse. Sensing the sweet scent of blossoming romance in the air, Night Tide lamented the openness of today's youth. It's not even nighttime yet. They are already being lovey-dovey in front of their seniors, and now they've started playing cards. It's as if they're luring single individuals into a trap, sighed Night Tide, wishing to cover Xiao Lan's ears. However, in the brief moment she turned around, she discovered that Xiao Lan had vanished, leaving her in utter confusion. Where could my dear little girl have gone? Did she refresh naturally? With a click, Luz locked the door, ensuring it was secure before approaching Chenli, who sat nervously at the edge of the bed, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the blanket. At the very least, I should take a shower first, she thought, her mind racing with images of Luz's bare form, causing her to blush furiously her heart racing. With a thud, Luz threw out a hard red washboard and knelt down. Self-punishing. There were too many people outside just now, so let me apologize to you now. What are you doing? Get up, Qinli exclaimed in surprise at Luz's sudden action. Her face filled with concern. That washboard is rough and uneven. Kneeling must be quite painful. She attempted to pull Luz up, but he remained steadfast, his knees firmly planted on the ground. Qinli, admonish me. In a moment of reckless abandon, and to alleviate his own guilt, Luz insisted on accepting the punishment. The egg of the winged dragon in the box gave a little bounce. You merely want to enjoy yourself. A glimmer of understanding crossed Qinli's eyes as she discerned Luz's eager expression. So, Luz is like Ronald McDonald, she thought, realizing the bizarre misunderstanding had deepened. Chapter 89. The Spark of Revenge Ignites. At the headquarters of Team Rocket in Kalos, boss, a special letter has arrived, Jin Yao announced as he entered the office, surprised to see Sakiki's disheveled appearance. He had never seen Sakiki in such a state of despair, even during the previous disbandment of Team Rocket. He had not appeared this way. Speak. I do not wish to hear useless information. Irritated, Sakiki commanded his secretary to convey the important message, filled with anxiety. With the decisive battle approaching, he had no time to waste on trivial matters and wished to focus entirely on preparations. Despite repeatedly emphasizing the dangers, Sakiki was unsure whether the League could be relied upon and whether they truly regarded Luz with the seriousness he deserved. A letter from the chief scientist of the Azote Kingdom expressed a desire to participate in the war against the Flare Gang. To save time, I will summarize. Jin Yao stated, selecting only the critical information to report. What are their motives? Sakiki asked, his expression grave. In such a perilous moment, their proactive stance seemed suspect. After all, the price of choosing the wrong side can be extremely dire, leading to potential annihilation. It concerns the Mega Evolution Wave. With her hair tucked behind her ears, Jin Yao continued, according to our intelligence, the forced Mega Evolution device is, in fact, the national treasure of Azote, which was seized by the Flare Gang. In response, they have promised to deploy the Magyarna Corps, an army composed entirely of Tier 3 deities. Rubbing his aching temples, Sakiki could not recall the last time he had a decent night's sleep. I can only hope these allies won't be as treacherous as the Dark Alliance, he mused. Boss, now we have 3 major legions, along with the X and Y deities. We will surely defeat Luz. Sakiki waved his hand dismissively, not responding, simply indicating that Jin Yao should leave if he had nothing further to discuss. At the Pokemon Center in Wind Pavilion Town, next, let us head to Hex City. Serena declared, having obtained the Wind Pavilion key. She knew she could not lag behind and must remain even more motivated. Pikachu. Pikachu sensed its trainer's determination and enthusiastically raised its fists in the air, embodying their shared resolve. Finally, resting at the Pokemon Center in Wind Pavilion Town, Ash tightened his grip on his Pokeball, ready to continue his journey. Ash, have you ever heard of spatial corridors? Recalling a recent advertisement, Serena tilted her head and inquired of Ash, spatial corridor? What is that? I've never heard of it before. Ash scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward smile. How could he possibly pay attention to something that sounded so high-tech? He heard it was a transportation device developed by alchemy, utilizing the powers of the mythical Pokemon Hoopa to facilitate movement between cities. With the support of the Duin Company and Fladali technology, it has already covered the entirety of Kalos. Not holding Ash's ignorance against him, Serena patiently recounted the advertisement's claims. It's a mythical Pokemon. This means we can now reach Hex City directly through the spatial corridor. Ash exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. This meant he could challenge all the gyms and collect badges in an incredibly short time. The remaining days before the League could be dedicated to intensive training with his Pokemon and companions. This was simply splendid. Without hesitation, Ash took Serena's hand and dashed toward the teleportation station. Feeling the warmth of his palm on her wrist, a gentle smile graced Serena's lips. Traveling with Ash like this for a lifetime would be wonderful. This is the teleportation station. It's truly remarkable. Ash marveled at the golden halo before him, brimming with curiosity and eagerness. We need to set the destination first. Serena chuckled softly, realizing that if she hadn't noticed this detail, the fool would have had no idea where he would be sent. Phew, that was close. After setting the destination, cold sweat trickled down Ash's forehead, which Serena wiped away with a handkerchief, his heart still racing. Never mind, Serena, let's go. Hand in hand, they plunged into the spatial corridor, their vision distorting. And after a dizzying sensation, they found themselves back on solid ground. Kalos Hex City Pokemon Center. We really made it to Hex City, Ash exclaimed, astonished by the entirely unfamiliar surroundings, marveling at this invention that was a boon for humanity. Serena, let us go? At the Kalos Mier City League headquarters. I have received new intelligence. As her informant delivered the news, Juji read the information on the paper, her brow furrowing, before summoning Lanze. With an embarrassed smile, Lanze had not anticipated being called out, exclaiming, Kiri, whip me into shape. Juji barged in unexpectedly, dragging him from the room to the office. I thought I locked the door. News of the Kalos League's fall had leaked, and they might be facing an onslaught from the entire region. As Juji conveyed the information while seeking solutions, her expression grew grave. Anyone who offends my Flare gang shall face my wrath. Lanze waved dismissively, unconcerned. If he could breach the Kalos League, he could do the same with the other leagues. The only entity that could make him serious was Team Rocket. He would never forget that ambush by Sakaki, which nearly sent him to meet Eresh and discover the truth about the world. Although Eresh resurrected him, the pain of being stabbed was all too real. One drop of kindness begets a fountain of gratitude, but the grudge of a spark can engulf the world. Sakaki, you better watch out. Yet therein lay the problem. Upon hearing Lanze's words, Juji rubbed her forehead, truly fearing what was to come. The source of the leak was none other than Team Rocket. Lanze smirked contemptuously. He had speculated about the culprits, but it turned out to be just Team Rocket. Wait, what did you say? Team Rocket? Lanze thought he must have misheard. How could Team Rocket possibly be involved with the league? What a farcical notion. Yet the facts were undeniable. Their informants had captured images of Team Rocket frequenting the leagues in Kanto and other areas. Juji retrieved several stacks of photographs from the office drawer. Although the clarity was not exceptional, the figures were still discernible. A total of 3 individuals, with striking redder logos emblazoned across their chests, indicating they held a significant rank. After a moment's reflection, Lanze recognized them as Cliff, Sheila, and Yalo, 3 executives. Spotting familiar faces, Lanze felt a rush of excitement. It seemed Cliff had not been beaten into submission yet. Noted a character, Lanze remarked. Meanwhile, far away in the Kanto League, Cliff sneezed, his eyelids twitching, unaware of who was thinking of him. Lanze was finalizing his pre-battle preparations, activating the Flare Gang's combat readiness. In that case, let us prepare for the decisive battle. He slammed his hand down, knowing he was far from a benevolent figure. With the enemy at their doorstep, he could not afford to idly sit by. For this final war, the vanguard would split into 3 paths, with command delegated to you. Kaltesia and Malpha. Following Lanze into battle, Juji had already arrived at Gene Shatter, with a faint premonition of a breakthrough. Kaltesia, having fused with the life essence of Xerneas, possessed undeniable strength. Malpha, wielding the Ray Heat Vortex, combined with Kaltesia, could be considered half of Red Shatter. For support, they could enlist Lizette and Yinlen. Contemplating suitable candidates, Lanze felt that while the Flare Gang had ample manpower, the optimal solution was still necessary. After all, Labyrinthus was idle. She might as well accompany Lizette. As for logistics, he might need to trouble Kiri and Atla. By holding the rear position to avoid ambushes, leaving 2 members of Gold Shatter should suffice. Whatever my husband commands, I shall obey, Juji replied, turning to mobilize. From this day forth, all members of the Flare Gang are on standby, ready to follow the leader's orders and utterly defeat the invaders. Opening the card box, Lanze began tallying his combat power, reuniting with Kiri. The sound of the magical trap card was subsequently unsealed, which went without saying. The Ray Heat Vortex, the Purifying Maiden, and the Dragon Maid were likewise in place, seamlessly falling into line. As his thoughts returned, Lanze recalled his challenges against the remaining gyms. At the Kalos Aromafleur City Aromafleur Gym, wow, your battle was truly spectacular. The bond between you and your Pokemon shines with beautiful radiance, Ms. Matsu exclaimed, gazing at the red lotus rose dragon before her, petals cascading down from its tips. Unable to restrain her admiration. This is your powerful secret, isn't it? As proof, this fairy badge belongs to you. The Gray Flare has been unlocked. The blood of the Netherworld Cherry Blossom has been unlocked. The Kurakara Tendo has been unlocked. The Kurakara Tendo could be considered a lower-tier meteor, likely yielding remarkable results in team battles. At the Kalos Hex City Heck Gym, I foresaw your victory, but experiencing this battle firsthand still leaves me in awe. The opponent's fate was utterly inscrutable. Gajihua did not triumph over Osiris's Sky Dragon, ending in defeat. Your future is radiant. Accept this psychic badge as a guide from destiny. The Fairy Tale Animal Bunny has been unlocked. The Fairy Tale Animal Mummy has been unlocked. The Fairy Tale Animal Time has been unlocked. Goodness. I was just musing about little animals piloting Gundams a few days ago, and here it is. You have already become a qualified Gundam pilot. At the Kalos Reflecting Snow City Reflecting Snow Gym, haha, what a thrill. Your passion has melted my icy fighting spirit. Even with its mega evolution, your own Blizzak King is utterly unable to conquer the colossal obelisk, being completely overwhelmed. This ice pillar badge is now yours. Continue to challenge the league with this fervor. The Ice Barrier Dragon, Trident Dragon has been unlocked. The Ice Barrier's Zero Dragon, Trident Dragon has been unlocked. The Crystal Domain of the Ice Barrier has been unlocked. Arriving at the Ice Barrier now indicates a clear intent to engage in team battles. Let me clarify in advance, I have not activated it. Is not activating it the same as activating it? These are all the brand new cards, and at least until the climactic showdown concludes, there should not be any further unlocks. Luze ponders the current battlefield. The immediate priority is to enhance the strength of the card spirits as much as possible. This duelist is formidable, yet excessively cautious. A smirk crept upon Luze's lips as he recalled Team Rocket's desperate struggles, a dark chuckle escaping him. Sakamoto, are you ready for the roar I bring you? Chapter 90, Flashing Blade Mistress, Black Widow Anchors. The final match of the Kalos Ironclad Rhinoceros. With less than 100 meters to the finish line, behold this life and death speed. In the live broadcast, the golden-haired knight surges forward, riding the ironclad rhinoceros, which has reached its limit. Muscles taut, hooves thundering, kicking up debris like a blizzard, breathing like thunder. Player 0E and Player Saki are neck and neck. Will the queen hold her crown, or will the new king claim victory? It all comes down to the final sprint. The sky darkens, and 0E feels the oppressive heat, sweat soaking her competition attire, her hair sticking to her cheeks. With no time to worry about the beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, 0E accelerates, driving the ironclad rhinoceros to its utmost limits. Gritting her teeth, the two competitors glance at each other, each seeing the refusal to yield in the other's eyes. As she continues to accelerate, 0E's gaze sharpens. No matter what, she must surpass Saki. She has vowed to her husband that she will not return home without becoming the ironclad rhinoceros queen. For the sake of returning home soon to live a blissful life with Luze, 0E, charge. Suddenly, 0E explodes with energy. They cross the finish line. They cross the finish line. The commentator, straining to his limits, his forehead veined and bulging, nonetheless spews forth his excitement. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the two ironclad rhinoceroses nearly cross the finish line simultaneously. As the screen freezes on the time, the commentator announces the match has concluded. A champion is born. A stunning 0:13 seconds victory. This is the ultimate allure of ironclad rhinoceros racing. Through slow-motion replay, the audience witnesses 0E, her golden hair flowing, crossing the finish line first. Let us congratulate 0E on capturing this season's Ironclad Rhinoceros Racing Championship. Let us celebrate the birth of the new Ironclad Rhinoceros Queen. As 0E ascends the podium, thunderous applause erupts, cheering for the champion. The new Ironclad Rhinoceros Queen. 0E, step on me. Don't hold me back. Let me be 0E's loyal dog. Luze, you old rascal, for 0E, draw your sword. Amidst the fiery atmosphere, no one notices the dark clouds gathering above, growing ever more ominous. A shadow clad in a suit emerges from the darkness, standing before 0E. Although his face remains obscured, the R-shaped pin on his chest is easily recognizable. This is the leader of Team Rocket, Sakamoto. Sir, I must ask you not to advance any further, the security guard implores, mistakenly believing Sakamoto to be an ardent fan of 0E and hastily blocking his path. Photographs and interviews are fine, but please don't. Before he can finish, the sound of blades piercing flesh cuts through the air and blood plummets. Shocked, the guard looks down to see a stinger protruding from his chest. It is the tail stinger of a Mega B drill. Quick, evacuate the crowd. Blood foams at his throat as the guard utters his last words, collapsing into a pool of blood. Thunder roars, and a torrential downpour follows, washing the guard's blood to the feet of the spectators. A sudden commotion ensues among the audience, screams tearing through the air. Panic spreads like a plague. People flee like headless chickens, their shrieks piercing through the chaos. In an instant, the lively competition scene has cooled, leaving only 0E, steadfastly confronting Sakamoto. Not running away, but rather coming towards me, Sakamoto observes, amusement glinting in his eyes as he regards the overconfident 0E, a cruel smile forming on his lips. You really remind me of Luze. Nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, Sakamoto is filled with resentment at the mention of Luze. If it weren't for Luze, how could he have fallen to such depths, repeatedly defeated, his dark foundation crumbling? Yet, it matters not. Revel in the encroaching darkness, for you shall all perish in agony. Sizing up Sakamoto, 0E refrains from further dialogue. Though she does not know this man, She certainly recognizes the R-shaped pin. It was Cliff who attacked Lu Zhe wearing that very pin, a memory not easily forgotten by Zero-E. If you wish to harm my husband, you must first pass through me. The flash blade activates, and she summons her weapon. Drawing from the data space, the flash blade manifests, a verdant light intertwining. Her combat attire enveloping Zero-E's form. With the flash blade mistress, Zero-E as the link material, she links to summon Link 1, flash blade mistress, Shizuku Sora. Particles coalesce into azure armor, instantly arming the flash blade mistress, an energy shield unfurling with ripples of water. Are you so eager to engage? Fear not. I shall indulge you at my own pace. As he observes Zero-E's struggle, Sakamoto directly commands his Mega Beedrill. Mega Beedrill, Deadly Stinger. If this move could slay Lu Zhe, it can surely dispatch you as well. Once I capture you, I shall relish seeing whether Lu Zhe will kneel and beg me to spare you. Unleashing his deadly strike, Mega Beedrill lunges forward, its stinger glinting ominously, slicing through the air. Activating a chain of rapid-fire magic, Flash Blade Machine, Yellow Hornet Floating Unit. Data streams surge behind her as several Flash Blade Mistress derivatives appear to shield Zero-E from the onslaught. The deadly stinger pierces through multiple derivatives, striking Shizuku Sora's shield, only to create ripples upon its surface. Flash Blade Technique, Explosive Wind Diversion. Zero-E shouts, and an explosion erupts around her, stirring fierce winds. Even as it flaps its wings, Mega Beedrill is swept away, its Mega Evolution forcibly undone. To forcibly revoke your Mega, your tactics are as varied as Lu Zhe's. Gripping the evolution keystone in his hand, Sakamoto's murderous intent rekindles, the bloodlust in his eyes intensifying. But it ends here. Even without Mega Evolution, I can still defeat you. With a fierce gesture towards the sky, Sakamoto summons the colossal deity lurking in the shadows. Dark red wings tear through the mist, the aura of death surging forth like a tide, withering the ground and eroding the rocks. The god of destruction manifests, and the world fades in its presence, leaving only the desolation of ashes. Crimson-eyed spirit, heed my call. Descend from the darkness that transcends dimensions. Without a moment's hesitation, Zero-E prepares to unleash the card Lu Zhe bestowed upon her. Arise, crimson-eyed black dragon. The ground shatters, eternal black flames of the abyss ignite. And from the swirling darkness, the black dragon roars forth, accompanied by thunder. The two cards in her hand ignite, their energy fully released. Stacking the two crimson-eyed black dragons, she conducts an XYZ summon. Awaken, tyrant of steel and flame, break free from the shackles of the abyss. Rank 7, crimson-eyed steel flame dragon. Metallic scales forged into steel, tempered to emit a piercing clang, the mighty dragon unfurls its wings like blades of steel, reflecting a blinding dark radiance. The heavens and earth transform, ominous clouds churn and boil, as two dragon silhouettes fiercely clash in the tempest, each encounter provoking tremors in the fabric of space. Abandoning ranged assaults, they engage in primal, visceral combat, relying solely on their physical prowess. Clang. Yveltal slices through the air, cleaving the scales of the crimson-eyed black flame dragon. Sparks flying as steel meets steel. Roar. The black dragon bellows in pain, its steel tail sweeping through the air with a thunderous whoosh. Striking heavily at the waist of the god of death, Yveltal, wielding the wings of death. With Sakiki's command, a dark aura erupts, a terrifying pressure causing the very air to warp. As it dives, Yveltal's wings transform into colossal blades of energy where they pass. All things freeze into stark black and white silhouettes. Activating a series of rapid-fire spells, Shark Sword Princess, Black Widow Anchor. Just as Yveltal is about to unleash the wings of death, Zero-E tears open the cover card, shouting fiercely. Nullifying Yveltal's effect, she seizes control until the end phase. The energy shatters in an instant, the amassed momentum dissipating as Zero-E successfully defuses it. Yveltal breathes a sigh of relief, assisting Sakaki against Zero-E, feeling an immense sense of trepidation. After all, standing behind that woman is none other than Lu Zhe, the very man who once subdued him with overwhelming force. Though reluctant to confront her, Yveltal, under Sakaki's oppressive command, has no choice but to comply. To secure his own survival, Yveltal initiates a cunning ploy, maintaining a facade of subtlety. While then, being under Zero-E's control allows him to play his part openly. Sakaki, 666, you're not even pretending anymore. Meanwhile, Zero-E's materials are ready, and she prepares for another Link summon. Using Shark Sword Princess, Shizuku, and Shark Sword Princess, Rojitsu as Link materials, she Link summons Link 2. Shark Sword Princess, Zek. Crimson data streams coalesce into a towering black iron Gundam, adorned with golden engravings. Controlling Shark Sword Princess, Zek. Zero-E tightly grips the black and red colossal sword, its tip aimed directly at Sakaki. Activating the effect of Shark Sword Princess, Zek, she targets the B-drill, banishing it until the end of the duel. The loyal B-drill, desperately defending its master, stands in front of Sakaki, yet is swiftly incapacitated by Zero-E's effect. Collapsing from exhaustion. No matter how Sakaki commands the power of Tokiwa, B-drill remains unresponsive, proving futile. Behind Shark Sword Princess, Zek. The controlled Yveltal and the crimson-eyed steel flame dragon flank either side, glaring fiercely at Sakaki. With this blade, I shall sever all obstacles between Liu Ze and myself. Fingertips gliding across the colossal blade, Zero-E maneuvers Zek, swinging the razor edge towards Sakaki. Any vile creature that has harmed my beloved shall not survive. Die. Observing the blade's arc slicing through the air, Sakaki does not flinch, facing the revealed menace head-on. A cruel smile curves his lips, and he suddenly laughs. His laughter piercing the silence of the battlefield and resonating in Zero-E's ears. Serve me with boundless darkness, transform daylight into eternal night, and bring despair to the foolish masses. Mega Darkrai Y. Psychic Break. He stands in the void, descending from the abyss. Waves of dark psychic energy ripple around him, instantly reducing surrounding matter to dust. Energy pours forth, a torrent of darkness tearing through the air, warping space itself in its wake. Let the world feel agony. Zero-E is unable to activate her card in time, ensnared by the concentrated psychic force, rendered immobile. Shark Sword Princess, Zek disintegrates into ash, and Zero-E, blood streaming from her orifices, is flung backward, her life hanging by a thread. Chapter 91. The Exorcist Girl Amon's Armament. If it is truly love, why such despair? Emerging slowly from the smoke of the explosion, Sakaki's visage is twisted in malice. His lips curled into a cold smile, mocking the bond between the two. See for yourself, you are worth nothing in his eyes. Treading upon the shattered remains of Shark Sword Princess, Zek, Sakaki gazes down from above, disdainful of Zero-E. Her flesh torn, Zero-E struggles to rise, her strength waning. Blood pooling around her frail form. Heh! Her voice trembles, agony coursing through her, blood droplets sliding down her pale fingertips, yet she defiantly retorts. You dare to treat Pokemon as mere tools? What right do you have to speak of love? My bond with Liu Ze is beyond your reach. Grasping a shard of the shattered sword from the ground, Zero-E understands that if captured by Sakaki, she would merely become a pawn to threaten Liu Ze. Rather than surrender, she would prefer to end her own life, to protect her beloved's plans. After all, what's the worst that could happen? She could meet Alicia in the underworld. No, she is going to take her own life. Stop her. Sakaki's expression finally cracks, hastily commanding Darkrai to prevent Zero-E's actions. But it is too late. Clutching the broken blade, the girl slashes her own throat. Blood bursts forth like a fountain from her artery, staining her beautiful golden hair. The form of the world tree gradually dissipates, transforming into shimmering particles, vanishing into the air. Witnessing this scene, Sakaki feels as though he might choke. This woman is truly ruthless. To end her life so callously, Sakaki's efforts for the night would amount to nothing, yielding no benefit. Holding documents. Jean Yao approaches Sakaki from behind, inquiring about the subsequent plan. With Zero-E now deceased, any further schemes would be futile. Rubbing his aching temples, Sakaki sighs deeply. It is better to prepare for the decisive battle. The torrential rain washes away the blood on the ground, leaving only a massive pit, a testament to Sakaki's presence. Route 4 of Carlos. The plains are shrouded in smoke, the scent of steel and energy intertwining in the air, the atmosphere tense and fiery. Liu Ze stands atop the command platform, real-time positions of the troops flashing on his tactical visor. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, he surveys the battlefield. His white coat billowing in the wind. The diamond reconnaissance team has spotted the enemy. The sound of small diamonds crackles in Liu Ze's earpiece, reporting the enemy's movements. They are divided into 5 legions, led by the Alliance and Darkrai's forces. 2 additional legions of Pokemon remain unidentified, but their appearance suggests they are technological creations. Reaching the 3rd-tier deity level, the remaining legion bears the banner of the Azoth Kingdom. Reflecting on the reconnaissance team's descriptions, Liu Ze contemplates, sketching circles on the holographic map. Artificial Pokemon at the 3rd-tier deity level must be Genesect and Magiarna. He will assign them to Kyuki and Enlin, exploiting their type advantage. Furthermore, he must instruct the Dragon Legion led by Kalchia to avoid Magiarna. As fairy types pose a significant challenge for dragons, hindering effective offense. All legions, if you can hear this message, report to me immediately. With the decisive battle approaching, Luze conducts a final check of each legion's deployment, ensuring every detail is in place. I'm here, the Flame Legion is fully armed, and the members of the Flash Flame Corps can hardly wait. Her tone brimming with excitement, Hyuki's bloodline is infused with a fervent desire to achieve glory for Luze. I am well aware, Luze. After all the effort I've exerted for you, you must treat me to a meal following this war. The teasing voice of Malfa reverberated through the earpiece, alleviating the tension of the decisive battle and eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd. I 1 and 2. You cannot favor one over the other. Leading the logistics team, Raborins ensured the front line was supplied with resources while simultaneously safeguarding encrypted communications from enemy attacks. Atla, fortify the defenses outside the command post as per our master's orders. What malicious intent could the bug-type Pokemon possess? Atla merely concealed 10 traps beneath each square meter. There were no irregularities at the Alliance headquarters. The current state remained stable. Chinli pouted. This big oaf promised to cherish me for eternity, yet has gone and gathered so many sisters. Be cautious. The blades are merciless. Switching channels. Luze established contact with the armies of the Arkmi Kingdom and the Diamond Mine Nation. With me guarding Shibao, anyone who dares to harm her shall face my wrath. Beside Tianxi, Dou knelt on one knee, reciting his oath as a knight, recently bestowed the title of knight by the princess. He was determined to make a remarkable impression in this decisive battle. Minister Zwan, alongside the small fragments of diamonds, stood ready, awaiting the Duke's command. After all, they were allies, their fates intertwined, and the Gem Duke had aided Shibao immensely, who, in turn, wished to assist Luze once. The Arkmi Kingdom had also completed its deployment. Anticipating the imminent battle, Balz's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dedicating oneself to the nation was the essence of a man's romance. The spatial portal created by Hoopa was ready to summon the legendary Pokemon at a moment's notice. It dawned on Luze that those captured foes had been left in the desert city, yet remained largely unutilized. Groudon dismantled illegal structures while Kyogre cleaned the streets, and the 3 dragons of the path engaged in cultural and tourism promotions. Dialga and Palkia maintained the order of time and space, returning to another dimension, while Giratina followed Elras back to the underworld. Luze, the vanguard has taken position. The silence was broken by the cool voice of Caltesia, leading the Dragon-type Legion as she reached the designated location. Using the holographic projector, Luze observed the real-time imagery. The enemy army loomed on the distant horizon, a vast, ominous mass. They were the pinnacle trainers the Alliance took pride in, with champions from various regions nearly congregated to form a rebellion army. Farther beyond them, the Mutuo Legion floated in midair, their psychic powers creating a force field that distorted the surrounding space. The sky was darkened by Gensect, swarming like locusts, while the ground was occupied by the Magyarna Legion, marching steadily, flattening the uneven terrain. Caltesia, proceed according to the original battle plan and directly engage the Mutuo Legion. The others need slight adjustments. Time was of the essence as Luze issued concise commands, his fingers swiftly gliding across the holographic tactical board to adjust formations. Jiangji, you are responsible for seizing air superiority. I need you to eliminate Gensect's threat to the ground battlefield. Princess Tianxi, Magyarna is entrusted to you. Yanlin and Lizette will provide assistance, while Balza takes on Azoth. 3 affirmations echoed almost simultaneously. Luze inhaled deeply, feeling the fervent rhythm of his heart. Shifting his gaze to the screen, he fixated on the figure at the center of the battlefield. This was the mastermind behind the decisive battle, the leader of Team Rocket, Sakaki, whom he had bested numerous times before. Standing behind Yveltal, even from miles away, Luze could sense the chilling gaze of his adversary. Luze, do you truly believe that by assembling this ragtag army, you can contend against my flawless legion? Sakaki's voice resonated across the battlefield through the loudspeaker, halting both sides' advance as they faced each other from a distance. Luze remained silent, raising his right hand and bringing it down sharply. All troops advance. In an instant, the entire plain ignited, with Caltesia's Dragon-type Legion launching the first strike. The branded decree cleaved through the skies, colliding with the psychic assault of the Mutuo Legion, erupting into blinding brilliance. Activate the field magic, the sanctum of rebirth flames. The explosion roared as Jiangji's voice remained clear and composed, directing the Flareon trainers. The rebirth flames transformed into infernos, fighting alongside the Phoenix God, weaving through the gaps in Gensect's artillery. Equipped with a water flow cartridge, The high-tech light cannon had morphed into a water-type weapon, inflicting significant damage upon the rebirth flames. Summoned the rebirth flame sanctum, using the phoenix itself as the material for a link summon. The echoing cry of the phoenix erupted, conjuring a tempest of flames that promptly brought down the surrounding Jin sect. Phoenix god, Nephthys, unleash the explosive winds of your wings. The skies erupted with rolling flames as the phoenix god flapped its wings, conjuring a howling tornado. Other members of the Flareon team were likewise engaged, using Pokemon such as the Fire Arrow Hawk and Charizard to combat Jin sect. Meanwhile, Malpha and Legia Ventus formed a solid defensive line on the ground, battling against Magiarna. With each punch, Lord Thunderfire dispatched foes like children, turning the war into a game of mowing grass. The high-tech light cannon rained down airstrikes, while the death spiral tremor machine shielded Malpha, the sound of metal clashing deafening. Damn it, Jiangji, can you handle this? Haven T, you cleared out the swarm yet? Observing the overwhelming number of Jinsect overhead, Malpha shouted in frustration as airstrikes darkened the skies. Activate the effect of the Purifying Girl Stella to special summon her. I regain vitality. Subsequently, she stacked the Purifying Girl Stella to conduct a rank 4 exceed summon, bringing forth Purifying Girl Gibellina. Golden light radiated from Malpha's fingertips as the mithril weapon solidified in her grasp, exuding a holy aura. Purifying Girl Amen armament. Interlocking her fingers, Malpha placed them over her chest, chanting a sacred hymn as moonlight cascaded like gossamer. O mournful whales that linger on the other shore, heed this clear wish. Grant light to the world. Exceed summon. Rank 8. Arise. The demon-hunting hope that traverses the thorns. With a sweep of her fingers, Malpha stirred the void, causing ripples to emanate as pure white wings brushed against the smoky battlefield. The hymn of the Purifying Girls. Azure runes coalesced, and the ethereal figures of the women materialized behind Malpha, bursting forth in a brilliant explosion at the center of the battlefield. At this moment, wherever her feet touched became a sanctum, cleansing all sins tainted by malevolence. I shall purge them all. The lingering echoes of the women transformed into scattered butterflies of light. As the sound of chains breaking resonated from the shadows, the divine redemption reigning upon the world. Chapter 92. Welcome to the Rabaran's Maze. What can I do? These pests are all Tier 3 gods. I simply cannot eliminate them all. Listening to Malpha's complaints amidst the battlefield, Jiangji once again swung her dragon tail, shattering several Jinsect. However, more high-tech light cannons soon fired upon her, forcing her to slow her offensive pace and evade. A moment's distraction led to Jiangji being struck by a ray, causing her dragon scales to crack and fall away. Equipped with a water flow cartridge, these pests posed an immense challenge for Jiangji. Activate the magic, Nephthys Hope. In contrast to the fierce battles above, Yinlin and Lizette achieved overwhelming victories, tearing massive fissures in the enemy's defenses. The snake-eyed birch spirit, the oak spirit, and the ash spirit, despite their ability to unleash their effects, were not summoned by Yinlin. According to Lu Zei's intelligence, it is imperative to avoid triggering their soul heart characteristics while engaging in battle with Micaiah in order to minimize casualties. Suddenly, Yinlin activated his immortal mode, transforming directly into the snake-eyed judgment dragon, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. With blood-red skin armored in obsidian dragon scales, flames roared from his throat, resonating with a thunderous wail that sent ripples through the air. As his breath barely grazed the replica of Micaiah, the terrifying heat instantly melted it into molten iron. Behold the gaze of the snake-eyed dragon. A colossal vertical pupil opened from the void, its eyeball rotating to gaze forth, petrifying all enemy forces in its path into lifeless statues. As the shell shattered, Micaiah, upon breaking free from petrification, found her consciousness already under the control of that vertical eye, which directed the flower cannon towards her allies. Yinlin was reveling in the chaos, and Lizette was equally determined, synchronously summoning the demon Demon Diabel from the White Forest. Infused with magical energy, Lizette grew taller, her form transforming from a petite girl into a breathtaking woman. Instantly becoming the target of multiple Micaiah replicas, she was locked onto as the flower cannon began to charge. She initiated her spell, Wrathful Diabel. After summoning Diabel, she sent it to the graveyard, thereby activating its curse. Lizette's magic tore through the dome, with crimson runes surging like molten lava, energy collapsing suddenly, and burning chains pouring forth. In the name of the White Forest Sovereign, I grant you eternal twilight. Feel my mercy. Ensnared in boiling liquid gold, the shackles turned all they touched into crystalline forms. Micaiah had no time to mount a counterattack before her vitality was utterly extinguished. Yinlin, Lizette. What is the situation on your end? The voice of Lu Zhe crackled through the earpiece. The two reported simultaneously, swiftly dispatching the remaining foes. The living forces of the Makaya army had been nearly annihilated, with only a handful of survivors left. The dragon claw pierced through the chest of a Makaya replica once more, and Yinlin shook his head at this shoddy imitation of a third-tier deity. Such counterfeit products are mere fakes, lacking even in their soul-heart functionality. They possess the rank of a third-tier deity, but their energy falls woefully short. These mechanical creations aren't even worthy of being considered a phantom Pokemon, let alone wielding divine authority. Correcting the erroneous information, there were no remaining forces left. The Makaya army was, at this point, completely obliterated. Lizette activated the awakened Sin treasure, and the last few Makaya replicas erupted into sparks, rendered entirely incapacitated. Yinlin swung his dragon claw, shredding their banner and incinerating the battlefield with flames from his throat. Excellent. With a cross marked over the emblem of the Makaya army. A smile crept across Lu Zhe's face. In merely a few exchanges, the Azoth Kingdom's forces and the Makaya army had been swiftly dismantled. Yinlin and Lizette, I need you both to proceed immediately to Marfa's location to assist her against the Alliance forces. Balza, shift to the front lines and join Caltesia in attacking the Mega Dream. Contemplating the situation, Lu Zhe remained grounded, not allowing the temporary victory to cloud his judgment. Observing the positioning of his troops, he felt a sense of unease. Logically, it shouldn't have been this easy, with Sakiki's temperament. How could he possibly squander his forces so freely? Lu Zhe, their tactics appear peculiar. Caltesia's voice suddenly interrupted through the communicator, reporting on the tense circumstances. The Mega Dream army was deliberately stalling for time, continuously utilizing skills and defense. As his fingertip traced the projected map, Lu Zhe quickly called up the terrain layout. His brow furrowing. The crafty frog is always probing your belly. A sudden realization struck him, and he understood everything. That old rascal intends to employ the same trick again. Trying to whisk me away. Capturing the thief must begin with capturing the king. You're quite the clever one. Lu Zhe muttered to himself before activating a full-frequency communication. All units, take heed. Alter your breakthrough direction. Do not engage in prolonged skirmishes, and maneuver towards the rear. Caltesia, employ the Radiant King's seal to disrupt the Mega Dream. It is imperative that they do not breach our rear. The battlefield dynamics shifted abruptly as the enemy became unexpectedly cautious, no longer pursuing relentlessly. Realizing their scheme had been uncovered, Sakiki had no choice but to act immediately. Despite not being in an optimal position, the Gynosect army suddenly split into two groups. A small portion continued to engage with the Cursed Princess, buying time. The Mega Dream army attempted to withdraw, but was intercepted by Caltesia's branded dragon. Radiant King's seal. Golden runes enveloped the battlefield, instantly nullifying mental energy, causing the Mega Dreams to plummet to the ground. How simple. Do you truly think you can stop the Mega Dreams with just this? You're rather naive. Forcing a Mega Evolution. A cruel smile crept across Sakiki's face as the waves of hyper-evolution radiated around him, and in their agony, the Mega Dreams were forcibly evolved. Due to the necessity of holding the command post, the Mega Dream X remained stationed, engaging in close combat with the branded dragon. Meanwhile, the Mega Dream Y, moving at astonishing speed, surged with Sakiki towards the rear of the Flare Core, targeting the logistical units and command post. Their objective is the logistics and me. As Lu Zhe predicted, Sakiki had once again resorted to underhanded tactics, aiming to eradicate him directly, or at the very least, sever the Flare Core supply lines. Labyrinth, Atla. The enemy is about to arrive. Prepare for battle. I can see it. A swarm is approaching from the skies. Labyrinth's voice carried its usual nonchalance. But explosions echoed in the background. Switching the fire and lightning cartridges, Gynosect wreaked havoc, but its attacks were obstructed by the various furnishings of the Silver City. Roar. These little pests are quite enthusiastic. Chain their attacks and initiate the Labyrinth's welcome. Welcome. Fragrant petals soared from the Silver City as the full moon rose on the horizon. As long as Gynosect neared the command post and logistics, its body would trigger a chain reaction of explosions. Even if a few slipped through, they would fall victim to Atla's hidden traps. Subjected to alternating onslaughts of acid, steel needles, and electric nets, Gynosect reveled in the chaos. Caltesia, what is the status of the Mega Dream army? Seeing the Gynosect army crumble under the traps, Lu Zhe felt reassured and inquired through the communication device. There are several groups of Mega Dream while launching an assault towards you. I was unable to intercept them. Caltesia reported, her voice strained as she wielded her blade against Mega Dream X. The spiritual barriers of the Mega Dream Army are stronger than anticipated, especially after Mega Evolution. My branded dragon requires support. Just as Luze was about to respond to Caltesia, he had already dispatched Balza for assistance. The command post suddenly blared with alarms. The rear was under attack, and the defenses of the Silver City had been breached. Labyrinth and Atla report the situation. Seeing Sakiki's intentions unfold, he quickly switched channels, mobilizing forces from the rear. Master, it's Sakiki, he commands Yveltal, tearing through our defenses. The armies of Micaiah and Azoth surged forth, using their numbers to fill the traps. Sweat dripped from his forehead as Atla's voice came through, heavy with labored breaths, indicating her deteriorating state. They've broken through Labyrinth's defenses, disrupted parts of the logistical chain, and are advancing towards the command post. Realizing that the two previously vanquished armies had returned, Luze understood he had walked into a trap. Atla continued to speak. Amidst the backdrop of Yveltal's furious roars and the cacophony of explosions, we can hold our ground for now, but reinforcements are imperative. Suddenly, Atla's voice faltered. The sunlight dimmed abruptly, as if some colossal entity was approaching. The iron throne of the dome materialized. Seated upon the fortress walls, Jarvis wore a smug expression, admiring his resurrected masterpiece. It was thanks to Sakiki's assistance that he could collaborate with Finra to successfully usurp the throne of Azoth. A massive shadow tore through the clouds, its dark metallic silhouette glowing ominously crimson. This floating fortress resembled a divine war machine, encircled by hexagonal armor plates. Blood-red thrusters exhaled scorching waves, causing the surrounding sea of clouds to roil and distort into a vortex. Activate the main cannon. Target locked. The mechanical voice proclaimed as the fortress's belly slowly opened, revealing a pulsating scarlet crystal within. Energy coalesced at the cannon's mouth, the air warping from extreme heat, even light seeming to be devoured. Observing the spectacle, Sakiki felt immensely gratified. The matching mechanism was finally functioning properly. Look, he hadn't even launched an attack yet, and the enemy had already struck at Luze's command center on their own. Those previous adversaries, such as Shui Wudong and Qi Yen Song, were hardly human. Defend. Defend. Sakiki commanded. Shui Wudong, Qi Yen Song, Qi Ri, and Kuei Qi Si responded. What? Are we going all out? All right, let us go for it. Turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Go or give. The outcome was all too predictable. They were sent to the underworld's plantations by Luze and were still there, toiling away in cotton fields. Exhausted and weary, they were even reminded by Hades with a whip to get back to work. Jarvis cackled, envisioning the enemy trembling to the rhythm of his assault. Let the earth remember the wrath of the Sky City. Fire! 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 Chapter 93, The Anchorage of the Angered Clan. Lying on the ground, a girl, grimy and disheveled, quietly played the part of a hidden specter, stealthily infiltrating the Silver Palace. Behind her, a naiad mermaid peeked out, her hair bobbing with every movement. Are we truly safe sneaking out like this? Pointing at the explosions behind them. A high-tech energy cannon barely missed the little mermaid. Why are you still dawdling? Get out of the way. No sooner had she spoken than another laser shot came, prompting Bylan to quickly roll aside with Chidwa Kolosi. Phew, that was close. This Team Rocket is utterly unreliable, even bombarding their own. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, Bylan, having put on a brief show of bravado in front of her friend, merely stated that her clothing had gotten slightly dirty. Why should we dodge such a feeble attack? Tilting her head at Bylan, Chidwa Kolosi's small eyes brimmed with confusion. Seeing her dear friend's adorably clueless expression, Bylan rubbed her forehead, filled with embarrassment. Almost forgot, this one possesses unfathomable strength, capable of tearing apart a crimson fire dragon. Chidwa Kolosi, beautiful, powerful, ageless, and immortal. No further words are necessary. Raising her hand was not to apologize, but rather a reminder that she still needed practice. It seems there's no ban list in this world. Not only herself, but even her good allies, the Ancient Guard and Ancient Sentinel, were released. Yet, witnessing Bylan's insecure demeanor, it seemed prudent to fuse summon first. Speaking of which, as a fusion deck, why was she unaffected without a fusion magic card? Pondering this back and forth, Chidwa Kolosi was equally perplexed, silently piling up her graveyard. Activating the effect of the Siren's Tear Lament from her hand, she special summoned 3 cards from her graveyard. The Ancient Sentinel appeared, adding 5 more cards to the graveyard, followed by the Ancient Guard, again piling 5 more cards. Just then, Chidwa Kolosi's voice suddenly faltered, her fingers froze mid-count. Luze had said to declare coolly, but it seemed such a hassle. Forget it, let us just proceed. Shaking her head, Chidwa Kolosi summoned the mermaid from her extra deck. Fusion summon, Siren's Tear, Lusaka Mermaid. The waves ruptured suddenly, pearls cascading like tears, as Chidwa Kolosi's hair flowed like water, resonating with the echoes of the deep sea. She emerged gliding upon the waves, clad in a battle armor of azure scales, with a long sword entwined in ethereal blue mist. Regardless of friend or foe, another high-tech energy cannon swept the ground, and Chidwa Kolosi aimed her sword at the slicing beam. The wind surged, and the attack was cleaved in two, leaving even the edges of her garments untouched. Simultaneously, an ominous shadow loomed above, something piercing through the clouds, descending upon them. Chidwa Kolosi, look at the sky. It seems something is about to appear. Looking up, the mermaid's clear brows reflected the colossal silhouette of the airborne fortress. This must be the aerial fortress mentioned in the Alliance announcement. Rumored to belong to the Kingdom of Azoth. Bylan's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never seen foreigners before. Yet, more than the fortress, Chidwa Kolosi felt it resembled a deep crimson cocoon. Isn't this the Shangri-La cocoon? Does the angered clan exist in the Pokémon world as well? Could it mean that the red fish might have arrived in this world, and she could see her family again? Overjoyed, Chidwa Kolosi raised her arms, waving at the aerial fortress. It seemed to notice her too, as the cannon's mouth gathered crimson energy, welcoming her arrival. I think we should make a hasty retreat. As the main cannon charged, the battlefield's atmospheric pressure plummeted, as if the air within 100 miles had been siphoned away. Feeling a tearing pain in her lungs, Bylan trembled, cold sweat pouring down her face, her body instinctively leaning backward. Bylan, get away from that area. Chi Hong, riding Mega Charizard X, broke through to the enemy's command center just in time, finding Xiaolon. As the main cannon neared completion, a devastating strike loomed, leaving Chi Hong with no choice but to shield Bylan in his embrace. Chidwa Kolosi blinked, perplexed. Wasn't he just a greeting? Why the dramatic parting? Let it be obliterated in the artillery fire. Flare Blitz, Jarvis shouted with glee. His mechanical masterpiece finally had a purpose. But unexpectedly, the main cannon charged to completion, yet did not fire, as if it had misfired. The air fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard, as if a crow flew by, creating an atmosphere of awkward ellipses. What? How is this possible? Grasping his hair with both hands, Jarvis stomped frantically atop the fortress wall, appearing utterly deranged. Fenrir, I command you to control the aerial fortress's main cannon and fire immediately. The cannon's failure to fire could not possibly be his fault. Thus, the true culprit must be Fenrir. Hadn't they already devised a plan? As long as Fenrir was willing to help, he would rally the entire Kingdom of Azoth to assist him in searching for his master. Fire now. Why aren't you firing? Is it that you can't? Just as Jarvis was seething with rage and confusion, Fenrir had already arrived behind him. Since you were so eager for the cannon to fire, I shall grant your wish. The skies suddenly darkened, as the cannon protruded from the iron barrier. Energy rings igniting with crimson patterns. With but a snap of his fingers, Fenrir maneuvered the fortress to redirect the cannon's aim, the energy accumulating to its zenith, and instantaneously detonated. Target confirmed, annihilation commencing. However, the target was not Flare Blitz, but rather Magyarna and the forces of the Kingdom of Azoth. A crimson beam, 100 meters in diameter, erupted forth, evaporating the misty clouds and rendering the mountains silent as they transformed into vapor. When the intense light dissipated, all that remained in the targeted area was a crystalline abyss, with magma still boiling beneath the surface. What are you doing? Oh no. The Mariquiana Legion lay in ruins, and witnessing the annihilation of his hard work, Jarvis covered his face, wailing in despair. Are you going to destroy me? Upon hearing Jarvis's audacity to question him, Fenrir merely smiled, demonstrating the answer through his actions. Activating the dock of the Primal Fury, he special summoned the Primal Fury Ogre, overlapping it with myself. Raise high the honor of the Primal Fury clan and tear apart the hypocritical order. Exceedingly summon, rank 7. Arise, Primal Fury, Heart. With a dramatic entrance, the crimson-black battle armor enveloped Fenrir, instantly lunging forward to seize Jarvis by the throat, lifting him into the air. Destroy you? Do you even deserve that? A cold smirk graced Fenrir's lips. Opposing his master was a folly. Even being destroyed by his own hand was a luxury. You. Except for you. The sound of cracking echoed as Fenrir, without hesitation, activated his effect and subsequently crushed Jarvis's neck. The battle armor glimmered with a dark crimson light, corroding Jarvis's body into blood, which was entirely absorbed, becoming his own exceed material. I am the manifestation of the end, delivering the judgment of wrath upon this blasphemer. With a low growl, Fenrir's mask trembled, the armor thrumming with power, exuding an innate authority as he knelt on one knee. "My lord Luze, Fenrir has come to your aid late. I beseech your forgiveness." The mechanical amplifier activated, transmitting his voice across the battlefield, reaching Luze's ears. Humming a cheerful tune, Luze stood on the rooftop, hands in his pockets, displaying no signs of anxiety, even appearing slightly amused. "My dear vassal, please rise. This Jarvis is nothing but a clown," thinking himself a schemer, yet he was swiftly dispatched by Fenrir. In stark contrast to Luze's leisurely demeanor, Sakaki was visibly agitated, unable to restrain his expletives. "I thought this Jarvis was somewhat reliable, bringing the Azoth Kingdom to assist, and even providing the Mariquiana Legion. Instead, it turned out to be a hindrance. The recent bombardment had entirely obliterated both the Mariquiana Legion and the Azoth forces, leaving nothing but ashes, with countless casualties. Not to mention the Pokemon caught in the crossfire. Genesect had inexplicably taken damage, exacerbating the already dire battle losses. At the Kalos Mir City Alliance Conference, "Excuse me, miss? Is there a contestant named Luze participating in this year's Alliance Conference?" The conference had commenced, and after observing the preliminary rounds, Ash still had not found Luze, prompting him to inquire at the front desk. "I apologize, sir, but we cannot disclose information without consent from the individual," the receptionist replied, her hands resting on her abdomen, maintaining a courteous demeanor, genuinely sorry for the inconvenience. Bowing slightly towards Ash, the receptionist was at a loss for how to proceed. "This lovely lady here. We are not inquiring about contestant information," Serena interjected, stepping in to explain to the receptionist. "We merely wish to know if there is a contestant named Luze participating in this Alliance Conference." After hesitating for a few seconds, the receptionist, upon seeing Serena's pleading gaze, reluctantly agreed. "Please hold on, let me check." The keyboard clattered as she typed in Luze's name, but no information matched. "It seems there is no record of such a person." She paused, adjusting the search to previous Alliance conferences, then added, "Moreover, there have been no records of him participating in the last decade." "How is that possible?" Ash exclaimed, agitated, as he turned the monitor towards him, staring at the search results. "No such contestant found." The glaring red alert on the computer screen felt like a slap in the face for Ash. How could this be? Did we not agree to meet at the Alliance Conference? Tears welled in Ash's eyes, feeling like a forsaken spouse, abandoned by Luze. "I said I would see you again at the Alliance Conference, not that I would participate in the competition." Just as Serena was about to console Ash, a sudden commotion erupted from behind. "Your fighting stance is quite valiant, Ash." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ash instinctively turned around, only to find Professor Oak standing behind him. But that was not all. His mother had come too, and behind her stood all the Pokemon he had entrusted to the Kanto Research Institute. Unable to suppress her longing, Bayleaf dashed forward, leaping into Ash's embrace. "Bayleaf, stop it. That tickles." "Snorlax, you're crushing me. Get up." "Garchomp, don't bite my head." Surrounded by his Pokemon and reunited with his companions, Ash couldn't help but smile, while Serena covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. "Mom, Professor Oak, what brings you here?" "Pikachu." Seeing the two familiar faces suddenly before him filled Ash with joy, his longing evident. "This is the tournament where you have the best chance of winning. How could we possibly miss it?" Professor Oak, fists clenched, beamed with excitement, proud that one of his protégés had reached and even surpassed his level. "In my day, I was also a renowned champion of Kanto. Who is this lovely girl?" Professor Oak inquired. "Ash, won't you introduce us?" Noticing Serena holding Ash's hand, Professor Oak's expression transformed into one of amused curiosity, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. He was well aware of Ash's character, often oblivious to romantic cues. Yet this was an unexpected turn of events. With Serena holding his hand in front of the two elders, Ash felt a bit bashful and instinctively tightened his grip, declaring, "This is Serena, my fiancée." Hearing this, Serena's cheeks flushed, taken aback that Ash would so casually proclaim it. Although she wasn't fully prepared for such an announcement, she had already decided he was the one for her in this lifetime. Looking up at Professor Oak's mother, Serena's eyes brimmed with determination as she introduced herself. "Hello, Auntie. My name is Serena." Professor Oak, reveling in the delightful drama, stoked the flames of romance, suggesting, given the nature of Serena and Ash's relationship, calling her auntie seems a bit distant. Why not simply call her mom? His words sent Ash's mother into fits of laughter, her joy palpable. Serena, however, felt as if she had turned into an ostrich, her head bowed deeply, embodying a steam-powered maiden, utterly mortified. Yet, she timidly managed to utter, her voice barely a whisper, "Mom, Mama." Slapping her flushed cheeks, Serena exclaimed, "What are you doing? That's terribly rude." As Serena and Professor Oak exchanged amused glances, laughter erupted. both thinking that Ash's beloved had finally found her place. Mom, Professor, please don't tease Serena any further. Ash gently ruffled Serena's hair, coming to her rescue as they exchanged smiles. Bathed in the affection from her fiancé, Serena felt a sweet warmth blossom in her heart, her body temperature rising. Indeed, nurturing their bond was far more valuable than anything else. Observing the affectionate exchange between the two, Hanako felt reassured, entrusting Ash to Serena's care. After all, Serena was the queen of Kalos. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Ash eagerly introduced her, brimming with enthusiasm. Following Kanari's withdrawal from the competition, Serena, being undeniably formidable, found herself lacking worthy opponents, effortlessly dominating the Pokemon Triathlon. After collecting 3 princess keys and triumphing in the finals, she earned the title of Queen of Kalos. Yet, she felt it was not as remarkable as it seemed. Rubbing the back of her head, Serena felt a tinge of embarrassment, aware that she still had significant room for improvement. Just then, an announcement echoed, signaling Ash that it was time for him to battle. Mom, Professor Oak, Serena. Await my good news. With that, Ash clutched his Pokeball and strode toward the arena. On Route 4 of Kalos, Machamp, engage in close combat. With beads of sweat glistening, Sheba commanded, as Machamp swiftly restrained the opposing Rotom Wash with its 4 powerful arms, resisting with all its might. Activate your chain of skills. Remove the excess materials and obliterate your opponent. Energy coalesced in the right fist of the Rotom Wash, striking before Machamp could unleash its close combat. Offense is the best defense. Overwhelmed by Rotom Wash, Machamp was struck at a vital point, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Fortunately, in a last-ditch effort, Machamp managed to hold its ground, still clinging to life on the battlefield. With only 1 Pokemon remaining, and Machamp's health dangerously low, Sheba wore a grin. Hey, big guy, take a look behind you. As Rotom Wash turned around, it spotted Aki's Crobat hovering in midair, energy fully charged. Crobat, synchronize. At Aki's command, a suffocating deathly aura engulfed Rotom Wash, eroding its spirit. Activate Field Magic, Inferno Vortex Engine. The Steel Titan roared, its core erupting in blue flames, the turbine slicing through the air at a terrifying frequency, creating a resonating boom. Remove the excess materials and negate your attack. Amidst the buzzing, the energy amassed by Crobat dissipated instantaneously, achieving nothing. Inferno Vortex Thrusters. The hydraulic system surged like tendons. The entire machine operating under extreme overload, rays shooting forth from the metallic rings. The clever Crobat was swiftly vanquished, its body charred as it plummeted to the ground. Now's the time, use your strength. Seizing the opportunity, Sheba ultimately unleashed Machamp's power, landing a decisive elbow strike against Rotom Wash, equalizing their health. Meanwhile, the battle on Malpha's side was far from favorable. Remove the excess materials and activate the effect of the Holy Mother Eshim to save the maidens, excluding Mega Garchomp. Drenched in sweat from prolonged combat, Malpha's attire was thoroughly soaked. Hearing Malpha's words, Cynthia's expression hardened as she commanded the dragon's Origin Dragon for a final strike. Garchomp, Dragon Claw. The sacred beam struck its form, nullifying the Mega Evolution, leaving Garchomp on the verge of collapse. Despite Malpha's effort to exclude it, the previously activated skill still struck the scales of Infernape, leaving a gash. Are all of you psychic types? How troublesome. Observing Malpha's transformation, Ataku furrowed his brow. Having never encountered such an ability before, it resembled Otto's Dragon Mastery and Natsum's psychic powers, yet appeared even more formidable. It seemed a fierce battle awaited. In his eyes, there was no fear, only a yearning for strength as Dan T grinned widely, charging into battle. Fighting is exhilarating. Charizard, Mega Evolve, ignite with explosive flames. Flames surged from Mega Charizard-wise mouth, a tempest of scorching heat engulfing the arena, shattering the ground, and unleashing a fierce gust. Malpha, get out of the way. Positioning herself in front of Malpha, Lizette initiated a trap with Charizard, once again summoning in harmony. The disaster of the White Forest. The earth shattered as the main cannon fired, obliterating millions of troops in an instant, leaving not even a trace. Cradling Bylon, Chi-Hong stood in shock, bewildered at how the airborne fortress suddenly turned against their own army. Before they could comprehend the situation, Fenrir's booming voice echoed from above, demonstrating loyalty to the enemy. This was outright betrayal on the battlefield. Massaging his forehead, Chi-Hong wiped the cold sweat from Bylon's brow. Though the Alliance was forced to ally with Team Rocket, Chi-Hong did not believe the Alliance was in the right. There must be some hidden truth behind this. Surely a misunderstanding had occurred. Yet, Kadakalos was not one to ponder such complexities. Shaking her quirky hair, Having experienced so much, she only remembered 2 words. That was the name of the master Fenrir had mentioned. Luze? Where's Luze? Playing with her sword, the girl mumbled, disregarding Bylon and Chi-Hong as she dashed toward the center. Meanwhile, Bylon, embraced by Chi-Hong, was drenched in cold sweat, her limbs feeling weak. Although the airborne fortress had turned, thankfully no one was injured. Sighing in relief, Bylon felt her previously suspended heart finally settle, having narrowly escaped peril. Kadakalos, are you unhurt? Habitually inquiring beside her. Bylon worried about her best friend's lack of awareness, often remaining silent even when injured. However, seconds passed with no response, the silence becoming increasingly unsettling. Searching frantically, she shook Chi-Hong's shoulder, anxiously asking, have you seen where my best friend went? Pointing behind Bylon, Chi-Hong replied dryly, she just ran towards the enemy command post. Saying something about finding someone named Luze. Bylon nearly exploded with panic. That was the enemy's leader. Wasn't she walking into the lion's den, doomed to never return? With her level of intelligence, she could very well be easily deceived. Remembering the unapproved plot scenarios, a wave of dread surged within Bylon, tightening her heart once more. What are you doing standing there? Hurry after her. If we're late, I might as well be served up as caviar. No longer hesitating, she grasped Chi-Hong's hand, and together they sprinted toward Kadakalos. Sakamoto, I never expected you would dare to meet me, Luze sneered, a mockery dancing at the corners of his lips. His demeanor dark and maniacal, resembling a true villain more than Sakamoto. In stark contrast, Sakamoto appeared impeccably dressed, the epitome of a virtuous gentleman. Why the hesitation? Commanding Yveltal. With Dark Mutuo floating beside him, Sakamoto stood undeterred, possessing a fighting chance. This time, I stand with the Alliance, representing justice, to bring you to judgment. Luze couldn't help but laugh. He never anticipated Sakamoto would utter such words, creating a jarring sense of dissonance. Are you challenging me? I accept. With my arms raised, the Mutuo army floats behind me, wielding psychic power at the level of a demigod. Luze, brace yourself for the Alliance's legal retribution. A cruel smile graced Sakamoto's face, unable to contain his eagerness for revenge. With the Alliance's support, he was confident he would not falter this time. Luze, you are at odds with the world. The Legion of Mutuo, unleash your psychic assault. At that precise moment, a delicate yet fierce shout erupted from the corner, rendering Mutuo's efforts instantly null and causing its energy to dissipate. The Eternal Trap was activated, and the lament of the world began to sound as Chapter 95, the superconducting thunder cannon, unfolded. Around the beautiful, ethereal mermaid, water spiraled rapidly, transforming into a tumultuous vortex that surged with ferocious waves. With a sudden flick of her fin, a powerful wave erupted, roaring forth like an enraged dragon and echoing the mournful song of the deep sea. Upon hearing that soft, melodious voice, Luze was taken aback. Could it be that woman? The magnificent, formidable, ageless Lady Pearltear. Indeed, with just a slight turn of her head, Luze caught a glimpse of the mermaid, who had somehow found her way here. Raising his index finger to his lips, Luze signaled to Quito Carlos to refrain from striking and to observe his maneuvers. Naturally, if things escalated beyond measure, it would only serve to frighten Sakaki away, and where would he find him again? Consumed by rage, Sakaki refused to be deterred, questioning if such extraordinary effects truly existed in this world. The Dark Mutuo, forcibly evolving, unleashed a dark purple wave of evolution. With a thunderous roar, black chains pierced through the body of the Dark Mutuo, while dark golden blood streamed from the wound, dripping onto the ground and corroding all living things within the vicinity. This was not a surpassing of power, but rather an awakening of darkness. I sacrifice my life to drag Luze into the abyss. Arise. Mega Dark Mutuo X. With blood seeping from his lips, Sakaki's eyes glowed red, and the surface of the Dark Mutuo exhibited veins that traced eerie patterns. Yveltal's dominion had been seized by Mutuo, and the laws of the worlds were undergoing reconstruction. With his inner resentments reaching a boiling point, the power of Eternatus had mutated, transforming from emerald green to a vivid crimson, continuously pouring into the Dark Mutuo's form. Life force was being relentlessly siphoned away, yet Sakaki remained unsatisfied, roaring in a frenzied manner. Not enough. Not enough. This alone is insufficient to elevate him to divinity. I need to burn more. The blood-red energy thickened, as dark as ink, while Sakaki's figure rapidly aged, yet he continued to recklessly channel energy. Quantitative changes precipitated qualitative transformations. When the energy reached its threshold, the Dark Mutuo ultimately broke through the second-tier god limitations, reaching a level that could rival Arceus's avatars. an echelon that no Pokemon had ever touched throughout history, the supreme deity. Acknowledged by the world, he seized Yveltal's power of destruction, and the dominion of the dark god of ruin was now established. In an instant, the world faded, and the scene before them transformed into shades of gray, suffocating with an aura of death. Luze, this time I shall see where you can flee. With a contorted visage, Sakiki's agony was palpable, blood gushing from his mouth, yet his heart was filled with unrestrained ecstasy. What an unbearable pressure! Luze lifted his head from below, gazing up at Sakiki, who stood behind Yveltal, his eyes glimmering with mockery. Can you guess why I have yet to run? The corners of his garment rustled in the tempest, drowning out all sounds of battle and shattering the silence of death. It is my turn. I draw a card. Extracting a card from the deck, Luze radiated with golden brilliance, akin to an eternal flame. He tore through the sky, shaking the earth, demonstrating the wrath of the divine. He raised the divine card high, his voice resounding like thunder, echoing across the battlefield. All combatants, be they allies or foes, instinctively looked up, sensing the will of the divine. In the name of the god who shines in the heavens, manifest here, the sky dragon of Osiris. The moment the card was released, the ground behind Luze was violently torn apart as a colossal dragon roared forth from the abyss. With a piercing cry, the dragon's roar transformed into a thunderous wave, obliterating the mountains within a kilometer radius in an instant. The Legion of Mutuo froze under the immense pressure, and amidst the tempest, the remaining Gene sect was utterly annihilated. An ear-piercing alarm blared through Sakiki's headset, the energy detection levels already off the charts. The mechanical voice intermittently repeating, warning, target energy level exceeds measurable limits. This was not energy released by a creature. It was a natural disaster, the embodiment of the laws of nature. The aged Sakiki staggered backward, his murky pupils constricting. This oppression was beyond comprehension. How is this possible? Who besides me has the capability to elevate Pokemon to the level of a supreme deity? His twisted countenance betrayed a grotesque mixture of greed, jealousy, and disbelief. I have always proclaimed it. Observing Sakiki's desperate struggles with a derisive glance, Luze mercilessly unveiled the reality. This is no Pokemon, it is a god. Luze smiled, instilling fear within the enemy ranks as he subtly retreated a few steps. For the past few months, Luze had abstained from participating in the Alliance Conference to prepare for this decisive battle, solely to eliminate Sakiki once and for all, thereby preventing future threats. Harnessing the authority of legendary Pokemon, he elevated the three mythical gods to their shattered forms, liberating their divine might. What a farce! Sakiki abruptly tore off the shattered headset, his voice hoarse with rage, his mindset fracturing. Mega Dark Mutuo X, seize that dragon. Before he could finish, the sound of something piercing flesh echoed, and Sakiki's pupils dilated in shock as he coughed up blood. Looking down, he realized that his chest had been pierced by Mega Dark Mutuo X's hand. Blood and flesh a gruesome mess. You dare to slay your master. The pain rendered him voiceless, his vision clouded with crimson, and his body grew increasingly cold as darkness enveloped his sight. With a sickening crunch, Dark Mutuo crushed Sakiki's heart, obliterating his blood with psychic force and reducing it to powder. I do not appreciate a commanding tone. Be cautious in the underworld. Covered in Sakiki's filthy blood, Dark Mutuo felt a surge of disgust. Had it not been for the potential value of his Eternatus power, he would have annihilated him long ago. Now, having ascended to the level of a supreme deity, he felt justified in enduring years of servitude under Sakiki. Witnessing Dark Mutuo's violent rise, which led to Sakiki's demise, Luze couldn't suppress a chuckle. Sakiki's recklessness in confronting him directly instead of remaining hidden was surely a testament to his own folly. Understanding the situation, Luze pondered how such a cautious leader like Sakiki could truly engage him in a head-on clash. After all, he could have developed in secrecy, and the Dark Alliance would undoubtedly rise again, reclaiming its former glory. And what if that were the case? With arms crossed, Mega Dark Mutuo X regarded Luze with disdain, dismissing him entirely. That coward had merely failed a few times and had quickly surrendered, quaking like a timid child. Since you have allowed darkness to erode me, you must be prepared for the consequences of being consumed by darkness. A cruel smile crept upon his lips. He had merely ignited the flames of hatred within Sakiki, who had since lost his sanity and had become his puppet. Now, I shall eradicate all of you and create even more dark power. His eyes glowed with an intensified crimson light as Dark Mutuo declared war upon the entire world. All electronic screens worldwide flickered simultaneously, satellite signals forcibly hijacked. The shadow of Dark Mutuo loomed over every display, his blood-red eyes glowing like a blood moon. Foolish humans. His voice transcended sound waves, directly detonating within the minds of billions. The broadcast of the Alliance Conference in Mier City, the re-airing of the Pokemon Triathlon Finals, the advertisement for the Chinshire music album, all global imagery warped simultaneously, transforming into the grotesque figure beneath the shattered bone wings of Dark Mutuo. You pride yourselves as the apex of all beings, yet the Prism Tower lies shattered by the psychic forces from the void. Its steel surfaces rendered as smooth as if polished. You imprison life within Pokeballs, inflicting upon us endless agony. And how could you ever seek forgiveness? The scene shifts to a laboratory where a wounded Pokemon within an iron cage suddenly bursts into a mist of crimson. Now, my suffering surpasses yours. The time has come for you to become the caged beasts. Dark, golden energy converges in the palm of the shadowy Mutuo. A vortex resembling a black hole manifests. And psychic energy surges like a tidal wave. Wherever it passes, all things decay, space crumbles, and life is reduced to ashes. Let the world feel the pain. Upon sensing the anomaly surrounding them, both the Alliance and the Flare Gang cease their battle, momentarily reaching a truce. Caltigia, can you still contact Luze? The vengeful Kagaya rides the blazing phoenix, cradling Tianshur as they slowly descend, anxiously inquiring upon seeing Caltigia. I cannot. That intense energy fluctuation has destroyed our control systems. Caltigia adjusts her headset, but to no avail, as sparks erupt from the malfunctioning equipment and the circuit boards are utterly fried. We have now completely lost contact with Lu Zhe and the others. Hearing this, Tianshur nearly faints. What are we to do? With such powerful energy fluctuations, Lu Zhe must be in danger. Kagaya, rubbing her forehead, muses that the man is sharper than anyone else, rather than worry about him. It would be wiser to concern themselves with their own predicament. The crucial issue is that their logistics have been entirely severed. They are out of water and food, and have exhausted all resources. Rubbing her aching back, Kagaya notices multiple injuries on her dragon scales, feeling as though she is burned out. Subsequently, Marfa arrives with Lizette and the others, and they convene to discuss strategies. Fladari follows Balza, fully armed by the power of overcoming. Beside him, the 100 form of Zygarde seems to sense something, gazing up at the heavens. The Dark Mutuo, consumed by its own desire to annihilate the world, provokes Lu Zhe into applause and hearty laughter. What a farce! How absurdly amusing! Applauding the performance of Dark Mutuo, Lu Zhe finds himself entertained by this spectacle. It seems fate has delivered a perfect opportunity, as he had been troubled about how to redeem himself, and Dark Mutuo has unwittingly provided him with an excuse. I had thought you might possess more cunning than Sakaki. At the very least, refrain from provoking my ire. But it appears you are not much different after all. Thus, it becomes clear that the mindless one is not Sakaki, but Dark Mutuo. Do you truly believe that with this sky dragon alone, you can vanquish one who stands as a deity like myself? Suspended in the skies, Mega Mutuo X gazes down upon the insignificant creatures below. The weak must accept their fate. Regardless of your struggles, it is all in vain. Yet, what meets its gaze is the scornful eyes of the sky dragon and the divine aura igniting within its throat. Unleash the swift assault magic. Deliver the final judgment upon the blasphemer, Osiris's sky dragon, with the superconducting thunderbolt cannon. With thunder, shatter the darkness. Chapter 96, The Divine Hand's Shattering Fist. The Alliance Conference at Mier City in Kalos. As expected, the trio from Team Rocket disguises themselves as staff and infiltrates the venue. Today is the final match for the little brat. How could we possibly miss it? Meow. Meowth, more anxious than Ash, trembles as he holds the camera, nearly dropping it to the ground, only to be saved by Jesse's quick reflexes. Once Ash defeats Alan, he will be the champion of Kalos. Clenching his fists, having traveled together for so long, they regard Ash as a true companion. Not to mention, they have watched Ash's Pokemon grow, providing them experience that led to their evolution. The little brat can definitely do it. Alan doesn't possess much strength. Jesse analyzes the situation. Alan's main Pokemon is merely that Charizard, which cannot withstand Ash's onslaught. Moreover, Ash's Charizard boasts both X and Y forms, surely catching Alan off guard. Go, Nansure. As expected, the Pokemon jumps out of its Pokeball, cheering Ash on in agreement with Jessie. The commotion in the corner catches Serena's attention. Upon seeing Jessie, she sweetly greets her. Jessie, noticing Serena in the audience, responds with a gentle smile. As the battle commences, Ash's relentless Mega Evolutions cause Alan to retreat at every turn. For Alan, this is his last Pokemon. If Charizard falls, Ash will be crowned champion. Go, Ash. To the left, Aunt Hanako, and to the right, Professor Oak, cheer enthusiastically from the audience. Ash's Pokemon, witnessing their trainer's imminent victory, join in the chorus of encouragement. Meanwhile, a flock of wild butterfrees soars overhead, with the leading two reaching championship level, one of which is even shiny. Alan's Charizard takes the stage, and after Mega Evolving, it obliterates Mega Sceptile with two explosive flames. Even using the referee as a shield proves futile. Facing Mega Charizard's type advantage, Sceptile must accept defeat. Surprisingly, the Type Master Ash also falls victim to the constraints of type effectiveness, losing the battle. In the face of a level disadvantage, knowing he may struggle against Charizard, Greninja turns to Ash. Their eyes meet, and they are unafraid, finding determination in each other's gaze. Ash recalls Miss Gardevoir's prophecy, radiating psychic energy. Miss Gardevoir foresaw the future, guiding Ash along his path. It will further gain strength. Yet its future is a road to unprecedented heights, unseen by any. Gazing upon the youthful boy before her, Miss Gardevoir's eyes flicker with astonishment and disbelief. You two are destined to rise to the pinnacle together. Memories of their training flood back, igniting Ash's passion through the harsh winters of shiny Snow City. He and Greninja endured the blizzards, training tirelessly in an icy world. Greninja, lend me your strength. Let's start anew. Observing Greninja's resolute expression, two tenacious spirits resolve to push forward together. Let's do this. Under the bright moonlight, they clasp hands, inspiring one another with unwavering resolve. Reflecting on the journey, Greninja has worked so hard. In this final match, Ash cannot falter. Let us unleash our full potential. We must become stronger, ever stronger. At the Alliance Conference, Ash and Greninja synchronize their thoughts, achieving perfect harmony. Behold our bond. Greninja, Bond Evolution. As Ash and Greninja shout in unison, the energy of their bond surges like a tumultuous sea, relentless and powerful. The torrent transforms into battle armor enveloping their entire form, crimson battle intent igniting in their eyes. As a colossal water shuriken forms behind them with a thunderous roar, Alan watches Ash's Greninja erupt in a radiant evolution, his brow furrowing with concern. They achieved Mega Evolution without a keystone? This means their bond is extraordinarily strong. Let this strike determine the victor. Clenching his fists, Ash lunges forward with a punch, and Greninja mirrors the action, their minds perfectly aligned. Just as I desire. Not hesitating, Alan unleashes his strongest move, regardless of victory or defeat. On the grand stage of the League Conference, one must harbor no regrets. An eruption of flames. With dual claws plunged into the earth, the molten lava beneath was stirred, and towering columns of fire surged forth from the depths. A fierce wave of flames swept across the battlefield, expanding fire rings that transformed the surroundings into a molten purgatory. The hydro pump. A tempest arose. The Greninja, embodying the essence of speed, tore through the arena, leaving a trail of vapor in its wake. As the ultimate shuriken traced a resplendent arc, thunderous applause. The Charizard of contestant Allens has succumbed to defeat, thus declaring Ash as the victor. As the referee announced the result, the Charizard emblem at the center of the screen dimmed, eliciting gasps from the crowd. The outcome was clear. The champion has finally emerged. He is none other than Ash, hailing from Pallet Town in the Kanto region. In the audience, Serena anxiously embraced her grandmother Hanako, overwhelmed with joy. How wonderful! Ash has triumphed. She wiped away the tears that had moistened the corners of her eyes, as glistening droplets traced down Hanako's cheeks. My child, I am so proud of you. Professor Oak leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, twirling his index finger in a contemplative manner. I told you Ash would win. A broad smile revealed his gleaming white teeth as he reflected on the legacy he had nurtured. Who would have thought that the boy who had no Pokemon and was forced to choose Pikachu would grow to become the league champion? Just as everyone was cheering for Ash's victory, an abrupt silence enveloped the venue. The audience clutched their heads in agony, the echoes of a haunting voice reverberating in their minds, causing excruciating pain. Yet, only Ash, Hanako, and Professor Oak remained unaffected, hearing only the voice of the dark Mutuo resounding. With a crack, buildings were cleaved in two, the roof of the conference hall collapsing, creating an opening to the sky. What on earth has transpired? Before Ash could celebrate with Pikachu, he found himself embroiled in this calamity, his expression grave. A thunderous roar followed, scorching winds whisking away Ash's cap, which Pikachu deftly caught. In the distance, a powerful surge of energy resonated, hinting at a cataclysmic battle unfolding. At that moment, a gentle melody filled the air, enveloping the entirety of Mier City in tranquility, alleviating the overwhelming negativity. Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, where they beheld a girl atop the Alliance headquarters, facing the onslaught of sound waves, playing her tune. It was Corina. She had recovered. Tears glistened in Serena's eyes as she reflected on Corina's figure, missed dearly after such a long absence. She was still as remarkable as ever. The honor of being the Kalos Queen, it truly had been bestowed upon the wrong person. You don't seriously think you can overcome me, do you? How laughable. The electromagnetic wave cannon struck the dark golden energy shield, but was absorbed entirely by Dark Mutuo, transformed into pain. Despite the relentless torment from the lightning, it only served to fortify its strength. At this moment, Mega Dark Mutuo X had transformed into Y form, better wielding its psychic powers. Gritting its teeth, with a countenance twisted in fury, Dark Mutuo roared in its mind. Do you believe you can annihilate me? I am the nightmare of the Pokémon world. Dark lines appeared on its forehead as Luze waved his arm, signaling the Sky Dragon of Osiris to continue its assault. Electromagnetic wave cannon. Like the thunder god Yang Yongshin, Luze had unleashed a barrage of electricity upon Dark Mutuo for half an hour. Logically, Dark Mutuo should not possess such resilience. Was it merely soaking up damage? Narrowing his eyes, Luze realized the situation was more complex than it seemed, as he observed the billowing dark mist from the ground. Suddenly understanding everything. How could I have forgotten this? Kalos is indeed imbued with negative energy. So, Dark Mutuo had summoned the very negative energy that even Zygarde found troublesome for its own advantage. A cruel smile crept onto Luze's lips as an idea sparked in his mind. If pain is what you desire, I shall deliver it to you. Of course, should you wish to resist, I possess some knowledge of martial arts as well. To forgive you is a matter for the Buddha. My duty is to escort you to meet him. Having found a solution, Luze slammed his right hand upon the ground, shouting aloud. Radiant light erupted from his palm, illuminating the forsaken world. Card draw. The card was raised high by Luze, as a deep, commanding incantation trembled in the air, the energy of the divine swelling magnificently. What have you done? Sensing the divine energy surrounding him intensifying, Dark Mutuo couldn't help but curse. Beads of sweat trickling down his brow. When I arrive, a scorching gale shall ravage the land, and the lifeless shall become dust, as light and darkness converge. I commence the summoning ritual. Arise. The ground fractured as a colossal divine form emerged, dark golden runes floating and igniting around it. Obelisk the Tormentor. Gazing down upon the world, the ancient judge opened its eyes, casting disdain upon the blasphemer. Futile. All that cannot slay me only serves to make me stronger. As his psychic power surged, Dark Mutuo writhed in agony, yet still laughed maniacally, his words dripping with arrogance. No matter what Pokemon you summon, it is all in vain. After half a contest, Dark Mutuo had perfectly absorbed damage worth 100, convinced that Luze could not inflict harm upon him. Once I find my chance to escape, I will take revenge on everyone by your side. Challenging the divine is sheer folly. The Windbreaker billowed, resonating with the sound waves, as Luze drew another card. Activate the Quick Play spell. Let the final punishment befall the blasphemer, Obelisk the Tormentor. The eyes of the Tormentor erupted with a blaze of light, its right arm raised high. Holy power gathering like a star. Divine hand crushed fist. Chapter 97. The Creator God of Light, Herakti. The psychic force surged as Dark Mutuo met the Titan's iron fist with its face, hurtling several hundred meters away, only to be pinned down by the Sky Dragon. I told you, it is all in vain. Before the words could fully escape, a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down like a tempest. The Titan and the Sky Dragon cared not whether they would be destroyed. Magic costs nothing, and output was all that mattered. Under the combined assault of the two Titans, Dark Mutuo continuously felt pain, yet due to Luze's suppression, it was utterly unable to retaliate. Sky Dragon of Osiris. Aura. Obelisk the Tormentor. Muda. Dark Mutuo. Encountering the beast Luze, accompanied by two great deities, exerting all efforts, unable to overcome. You claim to let the world feel pain, yet how is it that Dark Mutuo is the one reveling in it first? Tomorrow, you shall find employment at McDonald's. The golden arches can be taken down and replaced with your image. Ignoring Dark Mutuo's incessant chatter, Luze continued to create conditions for the divine's descent. Winged Dragon Egg, it is your turn to make an appearance. A golden orb was summoned by Luze, and in a moment of fervor, he performed several dribbles beneath his legs. Within Luze's silhouette, the vague image of a deity materialized, albeit a mere rough imitation. Winged Dragon Egg, from the beginning to the end, I ultimately misallocated my trust. You are pureborn. Who understands the unparalleled relaxation before such a decisive battle? Regardless, The winged dragon egg had no desire to listen to any more of Liu Zei's ramblings. Eager to summon the elder brother and conclude this affair. With a composed demeanor, Liu Zei ceased his antics, recognizing the gravity of the final battle. He activated the winged dragon of RA, unleashing its spherical form for a special summon. His arms sliced through the air like a blade, the gusts of wind fluttering his garments. Heed the call of the divine. In an instant, pillars of fire erupted through the heavens, golden wings conjuring a scorching gale that reduced the earth to ashes. Soaring through the sky, the immortal phoenix reborn from the ashes, ignite for my victory. O winged dragon of RA. From the radiant core, the massive deity with the head of an eagle and the body of a dragon spread its wings, each scale shimmering with the brilliance of molten lava. Behold, this is the fury of the divine. The dragon shattered the sound barrier as it dove, its wings tracing a blazing arc across the battlefield. The air crackled with searing heat, the sonic boom threatening to rend the ground asunder. Divine wrath flame cannon. Recalling the days of battling alongside the winged dragon of RA, Liu Zei felt a rush of nostalgia. Observing Liu Zei's flamboyant display, the dark Mutuo seized the opportunity to mock him mercilessly. The struggles of the ant are naught but this. Before the taunt could fully escape its lips, lightning cannon and shattering fist surged forth with ferocity. The divine wrath flame cannon detonated, the winged dragon of RA following suit with a relentless onslaught. To grow stronger. The taste of power intoxicates me. Enduring endless agony, the dark Mutuo's realm of existence gradually solidified in response to Liu Zei's onslaught. The dominion of darkness and destruction siphoned negative energy continuously, reinforcing itself and allowing it to stand firm amidst the tempest of energy. Foolish Liu Zei, do not waste your efforts. The cold voice of the dark Mutuo echoed in his mind, ridiculing Liu Zei's ineptitude. Before the absolute will of the world, even the mightiest of the three gods, who have reached the realm of shattered colors, must bow to the laws. As long as the shadows of this world persist, and light does not illuminate every corner, I shall never vanish. The dark Mutuo, confident in Liu Zei's inability to counter it, grew increasingly audacious with its taunts. Bow to the laws of the world? Liu Zei merely shook his head in silence, a hint of determination in his eyes. No, you are mistaken. The constraints of the law are not insurmountable, nor is the will of the world beyond resistance. Flames of fury ignited in his gaze, and the depths of his obsidian pupils reflected the presence of divine might. Open your eyes and witness how light purifies the world, dark Mutuo. Glaring at the dark Mutuo, Liu Zei was determined to demonstrate whether the limitations of this world were truly unfathomable. With the three gods gathered, the formula for victory was complete. Forging a pact with light, guided by hope, Liu Zei pressed his palms together, whispering a prayer. Golden radiance coiled around his arms like a stream, merging into his very being, dispersing chaos, tearing through darkness, descend from the resplendent realm of time and space, granting liberation from pain. As the name of the supreme god was gradually unveiled, Liu Zei's voice resonated through the heavens, harmonizing with the cosmos. Creator of light, Herakti, without excessive embellishment. A pure white beam descended gently, leading to the world's end. Herakti's eyes slowly opened, reflecting the swirling stars. He gazed down upon the mortal realm, his voice resonating like the tolling of countless bells. Summon the bearers of light. Your will, I have heard. Around him, space warped, time shifted, and all things obeyed his whim, as if the world were his creation. Impossible, this cannot be. Illuminated by that pure light, the dominion of the dark Mutuo shattered. Stripped of its divine status, its power diminished to that of a champion. Moreover, for the first time, it experienced the agonizing cleansing of the soul, a burden far beyond its capacity to bear. I am the god of darkness and destruction, my dominion. Its skin turned to ash, flaking away like charred remnants, dissipating into the air until not a trace remained. Herakti, my code surpasses yours. For the first time, the dark Mutuo truly felt fear, consumed by a primal instinct to survive. Yet, Liu Zei was resolute. A spring breeze may bring forth new life, but to eradicate the roots of the threat was paramount. Denying it a second chance. I preferred your previous defiance. Restore yourself. The misdeeds of its past life could only be repaid in the crucible of suffering. Yet, with its soul ignited by Herakti, it would not enter the cycle of reincarnation, unable even to reach the underworld of Elis. No, grant me a path to life. I still hold value, I can. As Liu Zei remained silent, Herakti no longer hesitated, taking decisive action to utterly obliterate the dark Mutuo. The sacred wings unfurled in the air, an endless golden radiance sweeping forth, incinerating the shadows. Emitting a sharp explosion of sound, the dark Mutuo vented its inner resentment, wailing in despair, only to be reduced to dust upon its demise. Even its dominion was erased by Herakti, the laws of the world altered from their very source. As if it had never existed. The climactic battle concluded, and Luze waved his arms toward his comrades gathering at the command center. Meanwhile, Fenrir and Chitakaros stood by Luze's side, eager to reunite with their old friends. A golden halo materialized in the void, as Ellis emerged from the underworld, holding the hand of Zero E, and encountered Herakti head-on. With a charming smile, she remarked, "It seems we have arrived late. My husband's battle has already determined its victor." Behind her, Zero E gazed down, obediently trained by Ellis. This girl was fiercely protective, not willing to share with her sisters at all. As the main consort, Ellis felt it necessary to impose a slight reprimand. "Husband, I missed you so much." Unable to contain her yearning, Zero E leaped onto Luze, clinging to him. His embrace was warm, and Ellis's skillful fingers were, oh, too fearsome. "Am I not right here?" Cradling the sweet and soft Zero E, Luze's voice turned tender, the flood of longing breaking free within him. The riding competition was splendid. "Wouldn't you agree, my ironclad rhinoceros queen?" Gently pecking Zero E's cheek, she blushed with joy, her CPU seemingly ceasing to function, transforming back into a steam princess. As the girls noticed Zero E's flushed cheeks, they gathered around her, teasing her playfully, which erupted into laughter. "Rabarans, Malfa, I shall remember you." Just as everyone reveled in the joy of victory, Herakti suddenly interjected, "Luze, I fear it is time for us to depart the Pokémon world and explore other realms." Surprised by this, Luze replied, "But aren't all our companions still not awakened? Why the haste? The primal force of the Pokémon world is finite. It will eventually be depleted." Looking down at Luze, Herakti's eyes were filled with kindness as he explained, "Currently, the world tree has transformed into a limited entity. With the present primal force, it can no longer accommodate more cards. To find a solution, we must venture to other worlds." Lowering his head, Luze fell into silence. The necessity to leave this place was difficult to accept. Yet simultaneously, his heart brimmed with anticipation, a new world, which promised new opportunities and challenges. "I hope to find worthy adversaries. After all, I have been invincible throughout the Pokémon world, and it has been rather dull." Nodding in affirmation, Luze then turned to Herakti and commanded, "Departure is indeed inevitable, yet I must first attend to the affairs of the Pokémon world. The Kalos League Conference in Lumio City has just encountered a minor hiccup, which need not concern anyone." The referee scratched his head, gazing at the decapitated arena, bewildered yet compelled to press on. "The Kalos League has assured that everything is in order, and the conference shall proceed as planned, with no delays. As a mere employee, what recourse do I have but to adhere to the directives of my superiors? Now, let us invite Trainer Ash to the stage to receive the Champions Trophy of the Kalos League Conference." The arena erupted in a cascade of flowers and cheers. Applause thundering like a storm, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. "Ash, you have become a Pokemon master." From her seat in the audience, Serena cheered for Ash. Her cheeks flushed with fervor. "Oh, how moving this moment is, Meow." Witnessing such a scene, Meowth was overcome with tears, unable to contain his emotions. The little rascal has triumphed. Our years of dedication have finally borne fruit. With a handkerchief's corner clenched in his mouth, the tearful James felt a deep sense of fulfillment. "I too shall strive towards the championship." Bolstered by his resolve, he thought, "If that little rascal can become a Pokemon master, then my own ascension to the title of Queen of Kalos cannot be far behind." Under the world's gaze, Ash slowly raised the trophy, yet a hint of disappointment lingered. His fiercest rival, Lance, was absent, leaving him feeling as though he could not fully bask in the glory of the champion's trophy. In such a lively scene, how could I possibly be left out? With a resounding boom, Lance made a dazzling entrance. "The newly crowned champion of Kalos. Do you wish to engage in a fervent battle with me?" Tilting his head with a smile, Lance extended his hand towards Ash, inviting him to duel. Chapter 98 concludes. La Boutique clothing store in Lumio City. While waiting for the girls to select their outfits, Lance settled beside Ash, reminiscing about the adventures of the past few months. "You were truly ruthless back then, allowing me no time to savor my championship before you single-handedly took me down." Of course, Ash remains the conference champion, as Lance had not registered, rendering his performance void. Yet, recalling their battle days ago, Ash still felt the thrill of that astonishing encounter. Summoning several adorable creatures, seemingly harmless and quite charming. Who would have predicted that moments later, those creatures would pilot mechs and leave me in tatters? "Lance, welcome to the zoo." This is Hakimi. This is Wankai. This is Little Bunny. And this is the Arceus of Tenkai. Wait, did something peculiar just slip in? Ash animatedly recounted the battle, his enthusiasm palpable. Let me think. How did you phrase it? Scratching his head, Ash recalled Lance's summoning incantation, using the fairy tale creature, Magical Mommy, as the base. Overlay this card on top for an XYZ summon. Blah blah, descend, rank 12, divine destruction weapon, Tenkai Arceus. The sleek mechanical lines, the dazzling mech paint job, and the world-destroying palm cannon, all designs perfectly aligned with a man's aesthetic, prompting even Ash to drool. Listening to Ash's vivid retelling, Lance occasionally glanced at the ceiling and then at the floor. What a ceiling it is, and what a floor. His toes had almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment. The summoning incantation felt excessively cringeworthy. How had he not realized it before? It was utterly mortifying. In exasperation, Lance decided to tune Ash out and ponder recent matters. He had returned Team Flare to Lysandra, hoping he could negotiate with the newly established Azoth Kingdom. As he glanced back at Team Flare, he recalled the multitude of arms waving, tears streaming down faces. Team Flare members cried. Lance's kindness remains unrepayable. The League headquarters was also returned to its rightful owners, restoring the Elite Four and Callum, while placing the blame on Lysandra, thus clearing his own name. Lysandra lamented, "Even in death, I cannot find peace. I alone bear the burden of all." The Rocket Gang's base was ultimately dismantled by the League, Lysandra perished, and the Rocket Gang disbanded. However, knowing Lance's understanding of those 3 rascals, they would not simply acquiesce. They would likely attempt to capture Pikachu again. It is worth mentioning that Felix and Nightshade had developed a romantic connection, becoming a charming tale in itself. Dr. Bratano remained disheveled, relying on his assistant Sophie for care. Unable to sit still any longer, Lance was finally rescued from his discomfort when the girls emerged from the changing room. Bouncing over, Zero wore a pleated skirt and twirled in front of him. "Darling, do you think I look good?" Her gaze subtly shifted to Zero's legs, where her usual black over-the-knee socks had been replaced with white tights, offering a fresh allure. Malva still favored men's trench coats, and paired with her androgynous beauty, she looked strikingly stunning. Before Lance could savor the moment, Jokey and Raborins squeezed in front of him. A sudden collision nearly left Lance breathless. "Husband, look at me first. Am I beautiful?" Jokey declared, elbowing Raborins aside, dressed in a white-collared uniform, intruding into Lance's line of sight. Throwing a flirtatious glance his way, the air thickened with an enchanting atmosphere. "Excuse me, I was here first. You should be in the back of the line." Raborins protested loudly, claiming that fair competition among sisters should prevail, while Jokey retaliated with brute force. Meanwhile, while the 2 girls quarreled, Atla had stealthily nestled into Lance's embrace. Leaning against his chest, Caltessia held hands with Little Blue and Lizette, while Keto Karis cradled Grayly. They exchanged incredulous glances at the commotion, with only Keto Karis displaying an innocent naivete, utterly oblivious to the situation. All right, stop the noise. Do not disturb my husband's enjoyment." The principal wife spoke, and her mere utterance silenced Jokey and Raborins, rendering them obedient. Flareon, Electroweb, Wind Traveler, and Winged Dragon Egg were bored, engaging in a game of Dodiju. The Electronic Dragon and the Swift Raptor dueled fiercely for the title of the Ultimate Champion. In stark contrast to the commotion elsewhere, Ash's side remained rather quiet. Even Pikachu had been whisked away by Hanako, granting the 2 children some privacy. Hesitantly, Serena approached her boyfriend, showcasing her attire. They say a woman adorns herself for her beloved. Serena bowed her head, her cheeks flushed with warmth. "By the way, Ash, now that you have become a Pokemon Master, what are your future plans?" After a moment of tender intimacy, Lance turned to Ash, inquiring about his aspirations moving forward. "Compared to you, I'm still far behind." Ash scratched his head sheepishly. Being called a Pokemon Master by Lance felt like an incredible twist of fate. The championship is not an end, but a new beginning. Clenching his fists, Ash instantly felt invigorated, rising from his defeat against Lance, ready to regroup. "From this moment on, I will continue to strive alongside my companions." Stepping forth towards an endless journey, witnessing Ash's determination filled Lance with pride. Truly, he was the Ash who had grown alongside him. "And what of you, Serena? Will you continue your travels?" As a shadow of melancholy flickered in her gaze, Selena nodded with a hint of disappointment. "I shall not be outdone by Ash. I have resolved to participate in the grand festival in the Hoenn region and challenge others across various lands." A momentary hesitation lingered, only to be swiftly dispelled, transformed into the impetus for her journey, confidence gleaming in her eyes. "Everyone must strive for their dreams. Let us part ways here." despite the profound reluctance. The time to bid farewell had inevitably arrived, as each had their own destinies to pursue. Before the escalator in the mall, Selena paused once more, turning to Ash. The collision of their azure and amber gazes revealed a profound emotional connection. Well then, I must take my leave, she declared. Ash, Luze-0. I have gained so much from you all. It is an immeasurable wealth. With a final glance at her companions, Selena expressed her heartfelt gratitude, bowing deeply. Do remember to keep in touch. 0E waved at Selena, a twinge of regret in her heart, pondering why her dear friend wouldn't simply travel alongside Ash. Yet, as a good friend, 0E had no right to interfere with Selena's choices. She could only respect them and silently wish them well. Ash, it truly is wonderful to be able to travel, Selena mused, placing her left hand over her heart as bold thoughts danced in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. You are my aspiration. Before we meet again, I shall transform into an even more captivating woman. Locking eyes with Ash, Selena winked playfully, alleviating the sorrow of their impending separation. Yes, I too shall strive onward, charging towards goals beyond just becoming a Pokemon master. As she turned to ascend the escalator, Selena gradually distanced herself under Ash's gaze. Taking a moment to steady her breath, she prepared to take action. Ash, may I have one last thing? She called back, reversing her steps against the escalator, holding her breath as she returned to him. Before Ash could respond, her soft lips brushed against his, a fleeting yet electrifying connection, akin to a dragonfly's touch. Selena's heart soared with joy, having finally kissed Ash before departing. Without lingering hesitation, Ash took a step back, drawing her into his embrace and deepening the kiss. Unsure if this was the right thing to do, Ash recalled the words of Luze and Malfa, and thus he believed. With wide eyes, Luze captured the beautiful moment, exclaiming, "This is exactly what I wanted to see." It was not until their breaths grew labored that their lips parted, and Selena's cheeks were flushed crimson, resembling a steam princess. Selena, I will join you in Hoenn, Ash proclaimed with resolute determination, having resolved to take responsibility for Selena and continue their journey together. Let us not dwell on travel for now. Just then, the laughter of two women echoed nearby, and Ash noticed that the newcomers were Hanako and Sachi. Mom, how come you're both together? Ash and Selena exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in shock. Auntie, it's not what you think. Hanako waved her hands frantically, yet her face was filled with understanding as she addressed her adorable daughter-in-law. Why do you still call me Auntie? How many times must I remind you? Giggling softly, Hanako found Selena's bashfulness endearing, a sentiment easily understood in the youth. Searching for a corner in the floor to hide, Selena wished to retreat into a shadowy nook for some peace. Ash, rather than discussing travel, why not talk about your wedding with Selena? Sachi, entwined with Hanako, had witnessed Selena's boldness and felt her resolve strengthen. I'll bring the marriage bureau here. You two must tie the knot. My ship must sail. Isn't it a bit too early for marriage? Ash fretted, concerned that Selena might find the suggestion overwhelming. Not at all. It's not early in the slightest. Selena, hearing Ash's hesitation, lifted her head and declared. With her final worries dispelled, Ash joyfully took Selena's hand, stepping into the realm of matrimony together. With the encouragement of both families, the two children finally became united in marriage. During the wedding ceremony, Luze leaned against the entrance, watching Ash walk into the hall with a smile playing on his lips. This certainly feels like a perfect happy ending. Surrounded by beautiful companions, Luze was content, for he had a wonderful wife. What more could he desire? The creator of light shattered the corners of the world, as Halarakti and the dragon of creation emerged from the void, addressing Luze and the others, passionate duelists. It is time to depart from this place and journey towards distant realms. Chapter 99, Epilogue. Feeling the icy chill of moisture against his neck, Luze stirred from unconsciousness, the vibrations of his phone reverberating strongly. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a familiar rental apartment. Cold coffee spilled across the table, dripping everywhere. The monitor in the room continued to run Master Duel, the screen burned and permanently marked. In the upper right corner, the glaring 1086 diamonds astonished Luze. Reviewing his card draw records, Luze found no evidence of having drawn 7 UR cards. Attempting to summon the powers of the Dark Magician and Elemental Heroes yielded no response. The images from his memories dissipated into thin air, contradicting reality. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Luze realized, indeed, there were no fervent duelists. It was merely a fantasy conjured before collapsing from exhaustion after a long night of gaming. There was no evidence to prove their existence. Was it all a dream? Yet, as Luze gazed at his hands, the sensation felt real, too real to be false. There was no time to ponder. Work always arrived before unexpected events. His phone vibrated again, still ringing amidst the coffee on the table. Lou, where are you? It's already past 8. Noticing Lu Zhe had failed to clock in on time, his colleague finally sensed something was amiss and called him. You've left so many messages unanswered. Do you have any idea how much work you've delayed? Hastily apologizing, Lu Zhe rushed out the door without even washing his face. This job was incredibly important. He needed it to save money for card purchases. With no time to wait for a bus, Lu Zhe uncharacteristically hailed a taxi, speeding towards the company. As he gazed out at the passing shadows of trees, he began to doubt whether he had truly experienced a hallucination. I'm so tired. He chastised himself, dismissing the notion of traversing into another world as sheer impossibility. Thus, distracted and weary, Lu Zhe completed a full day of work, dragging his exhausted body to finish his overtime. Lu, what on earth is this proposal you've created? The manager approached, fixating on Lu Zhe's tardiness that morning, determined to make things difficult for him. Tearing apart the documents in his hands, the culmination of Lu Zhe's efforts throughout the day was unceremoniously tossed into the trash. If you continue with this attitude tomorrow, pack your things and leave. The manager's reprimands echoed throughout the office, causing colleagues to avert their gazes in fear, including Lu Zhe himself. Lu Zhe coldly mocked himself, pondering the absurdity of his dreams. Even the version of himself that looked down upon the world could only exist in slumber. Perhaps it was precisely because of the discontent in reality that he indulged in such beautiful fantasies, yearning for love and dreaming of invincibility. Confronting reality, Lu Zhe let out a helpless sigh, akin to a stray dog, as he returned to his rented abode. The hallway was dimly lit, and Lu Zhe stood frozen before the door, apprehensive of what awaited him inside, a room devoid of life. Even if he feigned nonchalance and exclaimed, I'm home, the profound silence within would swallow his words whole. Leaning against the wall by the door, Lu Zhe lingered in the dark corridor, enveloped in a silent dread. There are moments in life when one might glimpse the gates of paradise ajar, and in Lu Zhe's most despondent hour, the door swung open. A golden-haired angel, clutching a garbage bag, was about to place it at the entrance when she caught sight of Lu Zhe. Darling, welcome home, Zero exclaimed, launching herself into a fervent embrace, and Lu Zhe's lips tasted the soft sweetness of her presence. Even the tears at the corners of his eyes stilled in awe. Hey, darling, why are you crying? Noticing the head nestled in her arms seemed to quiver, Zero sensed something amiss. Yet, she uttered no words. Instead, she gently cupped Lu Zhe's face, tenderly brushing away the tears from his cheeks while patting his back. It's nothing. Just seeing you again has stirred my emotions. Regaining his composure, Lu Zhe beamed brighter than anyone else, for the warmth radiating from her touch reassured him that all he had endured was not a dream. The man who commanded a multitude of cards and traversed the Pokémon world had returned. Come inside quickly. It's chilly out here, and the girls can hardly wait. Hand in hand, Zero ushered him through the doorway, leading him to the dining table. The table was bustling with guests, some of whom had to share seats, crammed to the point of having to stand. Nevertheless, they chatted and laughed, patiently awaiting Lu Zhe's return. As he surveyed his surroundings, names surged within Lu Zhe's heart, infusing him with a sweet warmth. Ales, Zero, Atla, Joji, Calcia, Qin Li, Labyrinths, Malfa, Kadakalos. Not a soul was missing, everyone was present, with no one left behind. Tears welled in his eyes as he gazed upon his companions, and Lu Zhe felt the urge to cry once more. Wait a minute. What about me? Xiaolon protested, tapping Lu Zhe's knees and jumping up to catch his attention, clearly displeased at being overlooked. Lowering his gaze, Lu Zhe finally noticed the little sprite puffing air at him. The room erupted into joyous laughter, shattering the silence that had previously enveloped them. Thus concludes the tale. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please subscribe and give a thumbs up to show your support. Until we meet again in our next story.